Chapter 1, Awakening. In the recesses of the mind, dear readers, please take heed. This novel delves into the realm of the Douluo system, having discarded certain elements. The foundations of this narrative draw inspiration from a specific online game. Morning dawned. Urgent announcement. Last night, a nationwide anomaly transpired, causing a collision between the dimensional game of Douluo continent and the real world. As a consequence, all entities from the game have manifested in reality. Individuals aged 6 and above have awakened their martial souls, and soul beasts are appearing across various regions. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while venturing outside. This concludes our report that Lei found himself in deep contemplation as he absorbed the news broadcast. Suddenly, a chime resonated within his mind. System awakening in progress. Awakening successful. A system. It is indeed a system, akin to those found in novels. I am a chosen one. Lei exclaimed with astonishment. As a seasoned aficionado of online novels, Lei had long yearned for a system of his own, and he never anticipated that his dream would materialize today. Now, a grand awakening gift is bestowed upon the host. Given the current fusion of game dimensions with reality and the rampant presence of soul beasts, the host will receive the entirety of their capabilities from the game Douluo. Continent Soul Master Showdown. Lei was taken aback, fully aware of his formidable prowess within the game, where he ranked among the top 5 strongest players. However, the subsequent statement from the system nearly prompted him to curse aloud. However, the host must complete a series of tasks to unlock their full potential. Lei, speechless, yet the host can be granted the complete power of blue silvergrass. Upon hearing this, Lei's spirits soared, previously despondent, now invigorated. After all, blue silvergrass possesses versatility in offense, control, and defense, truly an exceptional power. Esteemed system. What is the task, system? Are you not going to change your expression at all? The first task is to hunt 10 ordinary individuals for their soul rings. Due to the game dimension, the age of the soul rings is unrestricted, though it is advisable not to exceed 1,000 years. So simple, indeed. For Lei, this initial task seemed like child's play. The only concern was the uncertainty of the soul ring's age. He dreaded the possibility of hunting a soul ring that was too old, which could lead to the beneficiary's catastrophic demise due to backlash, rendering all efforts futile. Rest assured, dear host, I shall provide you with a soul beast detector. This device will pinpoint the location of soul beasts and the age of their soul rings, ensuring you do not err. Why did you not mention this earlier? You did not inquire. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that. Is there a time limit for the task? None. By the way, what martial souls do the others possess? Are they random? All martial souls are indeed random, yet they will all be at level 10. However, there exists the possibility for them to awaken multiple martial souls. Lei pondered for a moment. Everyone else was at level 10, which meant he could simply find 10 individuals on the street to accomplish his task. However, the question remained, would they believe me? Wait, she should believe me, right? Is the system there? What's up? Can you provide me with the blue silvergrass? Without it, how can I complete my task? Buzz, the soul power infusion ceremony is commencing. Please prepare. The countdown begins. 109-8765. Lei, what? It's starting already? Could you not inform me a bit earlier? System. You didn't inquire, did you? Lei, speechless. 4321. Time's up. Beginning infusion. A beam of blue light erupted alongside a scream. Petus. A prior declaration, but I wish to clarify that this is my inaugural novel. Should there be any inadequacies in my writing, feel free to comment on those specific sections. I assure you, I will make timely revisions upon noticing them. Writing is a laborious endeavor, and as a student embarking on this journey, I seek the valuable insights of my readers. Crafting a novel demands effort. If any aspect of the plot, settings, or character portrayals proves unsatisfactory to you, dear readers, simply voice your concerns, and I will certainly amend it. If one revision is insufficient, I shall make 2 or more, until you are wholly satisfied. I'm Su Yeni, at your service. I hope for your support. I assure you I shall improve continuously, as will my novel and you as readers. Chapter 2, Han 1. 10 minutes later, the blue light in the room gradually faded, revealing a figure in the shape of a large character. Lei slowly opened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a blue light flickered from the depths of his gaze. Rising gradually, Lei stretched out his arms and observed, feeling an abundance of power within him. With a mere thought, a slender blue blade of grass materialized in his palm, simultaneously accompanied by 6 flickering black lights. At the same time, in a room within Minuan Garden, the girl reclining on the bed opened her jade-like eyes, hearing the commotion outside. Frowning in confusion, She got up and pushed the door open, calling out Mom, Dad. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she nearly fainted with disbelief. Before her stood two individuals clad in red and black, momentarily rendered speechless as they weakly uttered, Dad, Mom. Xiaowan, you're awake, what's happening here? The girl, referred to as Han Wan, was 18 years old and currently lazing at home during summer vacation. She had hoped to engage in a lengthy chess battle with the Sandman, but was disrupted by her parents. With a look of resignation, she gazed at them. Apologies, Xiaowan, for waking you, the speaker, Han Kachin, said, gazing at his precious daughter. I'm not quite sure I just woke up like this. The television station just reported it, and your mother and I decided to give it a try. And then, well, this happened, Han Kachin recounted. Han Wan, perplexed, tilted her head and glanced at her father, the Supreme Lord, filled with questions. It was only when he nodded that she believed what he had said. She then remarked, I will step out shortly to inquire with my classmates and ascertain the situation. Mother, is there breakfast? I am quite hungry. With that, she made her way toward the dining room, closely followed by Mrs. H.A.N. While Ilay examined the blue silvergrass in his hand and subsequently inquired, Dear system, is there anything else I ought to be aware of? Well, due to the fusion of the two worlds, certain aspects have changed, such as the invalidation of RMB, replaced by the golden soul coin. Is it truly that advantageous? Ilay mused to himself. System, how many golden soul coins do I possess? 1 million. Quite impressive. Indeed, that makes me a minor wealthy individual. By the way, host, the soul beast detector has been installed on your left hand. Please take note. Upon hearing this, Ilay raised his left hand, revealing an intricate device. This detector can sense soul beasts within a 100-meter radius and will emit an alarm upon their presence while calculating the age of the soul rings. Listening intently to the system's explanation, Ilay gazed at the device in his hand and could not help but exclaim, Remarkable. With this, completing tasks will be a breeze. At that moment, a ringtone shattered the tranquility. Ilay retrieved his phone, noticed the flashing message, and promptly turned to his room to change clothes, answering the call without pause. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters in Rongqing, a cacophonous conference room fell silent. What are your thoughts on this matter? A commanding voice resonated, instantly quieting the previously noisy assembly. As Ilay traversed the streets, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. He had not deliberately nurtured the blue silvergrass in the game, resulting in low soul ring ages. It seemed imperative to commence its cultivation. Lost in contemplation, he arrived at the base of a luxurious apartment building. Ilay gazed upward, retrieving his phone to send a message. In a certain room above, a girl glanced at her parents and then at her phone. Rising, she informed her parents and exited. Chapter 3. Meeting the parents. The young lady peered out the window, spotting a familiar figure, and smiled before turning to enter the elevator. Ilay. Upon hearing her name, the young man looked up to see a captivating silhouette approaching him with a smile. Nwaner. The girl before Ilay was none other than Han Wan. He attempted to pinch her cheek, but she swiftly swatted his hand away. Stop fooling around. With no success, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. What brings you here so early? Ilay inquired. Have you seen the news? I have. What of it? Let's discuss it upstairs. My parents are also present. All right. What? Must he go upstairs? Absolutely not. The young lady shot him a glare, compelling him to follow her into the elevator with a resigned sigh. With a crisp sound, the door swung open, and inside the room, Han Kachin and his wife rose to their feet, gazing at the two figures entering. Behind their daughter stood a tall silhouette, who, like a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head. Upon noticing them, he instinctively uttered, Dad, Mom. Feeling the intense scrutiny of the family trio, Ilay hastily corrected himself. Uncle, Aunt. Han Kachin glanced at his daughter, inquiring, Who is this? My boyfriend, Han Wan replied. Ilay, having been singled out, nodded in acknowledgement, only to be pinched by Han Wan at his waist. Could you behave normally for once? She chided. Yes, Ilay acquiesced, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Observing Ilay, who was being reprimanded into submission by his daughter, Han Kachin felt a surge of sympathy. All right, let's get down to business. Mom and Dad, please release that, Han Wan stated. Han Kachin and his wife exchanged glances, and with a shared thought, two beams of light, one black and one red, illuminated the space. Ilay gasped. A fire attribute martial soul, the fire-horned rhinoceros, and a dark attribute martial soul, the nether panther, two exceptional specimens. What does that mean? Han Kachin, standing behind the crimson rhinoceros, looked at Ilay in confusion. Uncle, your martial soul is the fire attribute fire-horned rhinoceros, known for its formidable defense and versatility. It's a rare gem. Ilay then turned to Han Wan's mother, and Aunt. Your martial soul is the dark attribute Nether Panther, renowned for its incredible speed. Upon seeing Han Kachin and his wife nod in understanding, he turned to Han Wan. Wan, what is your martial soul? Suddenly put on the spot, Han Wan hesitated before responding, I don't know. Why not give it a try? All right. With that, Han Wan focused her thoughts, and a radiant ice blue light emerged, accompanied by a chilling aura that swept over the other three. An ice blue bird materialized on her shoulder, the Ice Phoenix. A supreme martial beast soul among the finest, Yilei exclaimed. The Ice Phoenix sounds formidable. Oh, by the way, what about you, Yilei? Han Wan inquired. My martial soul is the plant-type blue silvergrass, Yilei replied, like the tea that moment. The system chimed in. Host, please be advised, you still have tasks pending. Do not indulge in idle chatter. Yilei thought to himself. Didn't you see him conversing with my future in-laws? Just leave me be. System, oh, you're so high and mighty. Right, let me take you to hunt soul beasts for soul rings soon. Soul beasts? Soul rings? What are those? They're for enhancing martial souls. Just watch, Yilei explained. Contemplating, Yilei reasoned that Han Kikin's martial soul is fire-based, and being level 10 is too weak, so he requires a defensive soul skill for protection. Meanwhile, Han Wan's mother's martial soul, the Nether Panther, focuses on speed and agility, necessitating a soul beast with strong cutting power and quickness. As for Han Wan, an ice attribute avian soul beast would suffice. After sharing his thoughts with everyone, they unanimously decided to embark on the hunt for soul beasts without delay. System, speechless, finally on the way. I've been waiting so long. The flowers have withered. Chapter 4. Hunting, the soul beneath the grass. 10 minutes later, at the base of Mingyuan Garden, Yilei glanced back at the three individuals trailing behind him and inquired, Are you ready? Yes, the trio responded in unison. Very well, let us proceed, Yilei declared. An hour and a half later, they arrived at Riverside Forest. We've reached our destination. Muan, it would be prudent for you all to activate your martial spirits, just in case. As he spoke, a radiant display of red, blue, and black light illuminated the surroundings. As the four ventured deeper into the forest, a cacophony of shouts erupted ahead. Monster! Run! Upon hearing this, Yilei's interest was piqued, and he urged the others to follow him swiftly. When they were still over 100 meters away, Yilei's detector emitted a sound. Ding! Soul beast detected ahead. 500-year-old armored beast. It has appeared at the perfect moment. My esteemed father-in-law requires a defensive soul ring, he thought, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud. Upon arrival, they beheld a soul beast, roughly the size of a small car, rampaging before them. Its primary hue was yellow, adorned with green spikes and scale-like armor the size of fingernails. It was indeed the armored beast. Yilei turned to Uncle Han, saying, Uncle, prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, he strode towards the soul beast, and before the astonished gazes of Han Wan and the others, a small blue grass sprouted in his hand. Simultaneously, 6 black rings ascended from beneath his feet and floated gracefully around his waist. Upon spotting Yilei, the armored beast's eyes widened with a flash of panic, and it attempted to flee. Unfortunately for it, Yilei stood in its path. With a calm demeanor, Yilei uttered, You shall not escape. Bind it, blue-silver grass. As the words left his lips, a robust tendril of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring the beast's midsection. Blue-silver spike formation. Before the armored beast could react, it was pierced repeatedly by numerous blue-silver spikes that surged forth from the earth. Uncle, you may approach now. Still dazed from the overwhelming display of force, Uncle Han slowly advanced. Glancing at the nearly defeated armored beast, he instinctively asked, Is it truly safe, Shaolei? Rest assured, Uncle. Just deliver one more blow. Yilei reassured him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Han accepted the military dagger Yilei offered and thrust it firmly into the beast's neck. A few moments later, a golden ring materialized above the soul beast. Uncle, you must guide the soul ring with your mind, Yilei instructed. This. Uncle Han promptly complied, and in an instant, the soul ring began to drift toward him, settling gracefully at his waist. Under Yilei's mental guidance, he sat down to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Once Han had begun the absorption, Yilei called over Han Wan and the others. What is it, Yilei? My father, Han Wan questioned. Everything is fine, Wan. Uncle is merely absorbing the soul ring. He will be unharmed, Yilei reassured her. Hearing this, Han Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. I summoned you here so that you may practice diligently in preparation for your own soul ring absorption. Understood, Han Wan and the others replied. Upon witnessing this scene, Yilei took it upon himself to safeguard the family of 3 that moment. The voice of the system resonated within Yilei's mind. Task 1 completed. Please continue your efforts, and I wish you success in fulfilling your task soon. Chapter 5. Beast Soul Revised. Riverside Forest. A beam of sunlight pierced through the foliage, illuminating the heads of 4 individuals. The meditative Yilei was momentarily disturbed by the sunlight, which prompted him to open his enchanting eyes. He shook his head and rose to his feet. Yilei glanced at the 3 individuals meditating on the ground, and then shifted his gaze to the enormous carcass of the armored beast in the distance, resembling a small car, before making his way over. Observing the beast's torso, which he had pierced with his blue silvergrass, he noted that the ground was saturated with the blood of the soul beast. Approaching the head of the armored beast, Yilei retrieved a dagger from his waist and aimed it at the beast's head, preparing to strike. Unbeknownst to him, every action he had taken since slaying the armored beast was being meticulously recorded by an individual clad in uniform. Rongqing Military. In an office, an elderly man with white hair sat at his desk, took a sip of tea, and set down his tablet. He addressed the guard, saying, "Please summon the individual from the video. I wish to meet him." The gatekeeper inclined his head slightly, stepping forward with a tablet in hand before exiting. The protagonist in the video was indeed engaged in a battle within the forest. 10 minutes later, Yilei gazed at the 3 individuals who simultaneously opened their eyes before him, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this family was truly so in sync? His gaze fixated on the young girl beside him. The girl seemed to notice someone staring at her and remarked, "Why are you looking at me? There's nothing on my face." Heh. Yilei scratched his head and smiled. "By the way, uncle, this is for you." As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a vibrant green orb that captivated the attention of the 3. "What is this?" Mr. Han inquired, puzzled. "This is a beast soul, utilized to enhance the strength of soul rings. This is merely the most basic level. In the future, defeating more formidable soul beasts will yield greater rewards," Yilei explained. Mr. Han nodded in understanding, accepting the beast soul and tucking it into his pocket. Have you all rested well?" Yilei asked. The other 3 nodded in perfect unison. "Yilei, how is it that you all can synchronize so perfectly?" "Wowa. System, please do not lose heart, dear host. Perhaps in the future, it will be possible." "Yilei, I am aware without you mentioning it, the dog system." "System, back to reality." Yilei constantly monitored the detector in his hand. Suddenly, a small head emerged from beneath his left armpit. Instinctively, Yilei retracted his hand, only to hear a pained exclamation from under his arm. "Ouch. You've hurt me, you clumsy oaf." Yilei looked at the small head that had slipped out from under his armpit, offering a wry smile as he pinched Han Wan's delicate face. Behind him, a certain individual held his wife, observing the playful antics of the 2 before him, feeling a strange discomfort within. He was overwhelmed by an urge to unleash his martial spirit and confront the pig that was encroaching upon his precious cabbage. However, the thought of that armored beast quelled his impulse. The armored beast, in response, mused, "How could you still remember me?" Beside them, Hanmu seemed to perceive her husband's thoughts, gently squeezing Hanfu's hand. Hanfu, with a resigned glance at their daughter, turned to his wife and smiled. Throughout the afternoon, while Yilei assisted his mother-in-law in hunting a soul beast, he inadvertently helped 4 passers-by acquire their soul rings, thus completing 610 of his system's tasks. Now, he merely needed to assist Han Wan and the 3 passers-by to fulfill his objectives. "Host, there is another matter I must convey. As today marks the first day of National Awakening, you have attained the strength of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. However, due to a bug in the system, you are currently only able to activate the first 4 soul skills of the blue silvergrass, and your physical condition has yet to adapt to the corresponding attributes of a 6-ring Soul Emperor, leaving you with the physical prowess of an 18-year-old high school student." Yilei understood the system's words. He could only wield 4 of the blue silvergrass's 10,000-year soul skills, while his physical capabilities remained unchanged, requiring an additional night to successfully integrate. After escorting Han Wan's family to the Mingyuan community, Yilei pondered a peculiar sensation, as if he were being watched. Lost in thought, he arrived at his doorstep. Unbeknownst to him, the entire corridor was suffused with a medicinal aroma, which he mistakenly attributed to the traditional Chinese medicine brewed by the elderly neighbor, thus dismissing it without further consideration. At the moment Yilei inserted his key into the lock, he abruptly realized that the key would not fit into the door. As he exerted force to push the key forward, a surge of immense electricity burst forth from the door, instantly incapacitating his body. At that instant, a long needle pierced the back of Yilei's neck, causing him to feel a wave of weakness wash over him, his strength gradually seeping away. "Not good. Someone is behind me." Yilei gritted his teeth. Yilei gritted his teeth, forcing himself to reach out and remove the long needle from his neck. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the needle's tip was fashioned in the shape of a pentagram, emanating the same medicinal aroma he had previously encountered. This was unmistakably a sedative needle that did not exist in the realm of the ordinary. 5 figures clad in dark uniforms descended leisurely from the upper floor, with the foremost among them brandishing a glimmering firearm. It was this very weapon that had discharged the tranquilizing needle that struck Yilei's neck moments ago. "Who are you? Why have you targeted me?" Yilei inquired, each word articulated with clenched teeth. In that fleeting moment, he initially assumed these 5 individuals were adversaries of the Yi family. However, that notion was swiftly dispelled upon hearing the words of the dark-clad leader. "We have been sent by the Elder. We kindly request your presence for a visit," the leading figure stated. "Elder?" Yilei was filled with confusion when the leader of the dark-clad men approached him and, with a swift strike, rendered him unconscious. As he was already too weak to resist, the 5 men then carried him down the stairs and tossed him into the vehicle they had arrived in. The night passed in silence. The following day, P.S. This chapter has been revised. You may read it with confidence. P.S. In this chapter, there will be an explanation as to why the male protagonist was incapacitated by a mere 10th-level soul master with a single strike. Readers are kindly asked not to dwell on this matter. Respectfully submitted by Old Sue, Chapter 6, The 10 Elders, the 7th Elder. The next day, in a dimly lit room, a young man was tightly bound to a chair. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder, and suddenly, the room was illuminated as the lights flickered on, revealing the boy's face. A dozen armed individuals entered the room. Indeed, it was Yilei. Noticing Yilei's lack of response, the leader signaled to an accomplice, who understood the cue and turned to fetch water from a faucet in the corner of the room. Sujio, carrying a bucket of water, returned to the leader, who nodded approvingly. He then approached Yilei, raising the bucket above him and dousing him with the contents. Coughing, Yilei shook his head and opened his striking eyes, taking in the scene before him. He then demanded loudly, "Who are you? Where am I? Why have you captured me?" In response to Yilei's barrage of pressing inquiries, the leader remained expressionless and simply stated, "Our elders wish to see you." As Yilei heard the leader mention the term elder, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. He contemplated making a break for it. But upon glancing at the dozen fully armed soldiers, he could only manage a wry smile, though the thought of escape crossed his mind. He certainly did not wish to be turned into a pincushion. "System, host, have you perhaps forgotten my existence?" "Yilei, damn it, why did it have to appear now? Can you enlighten me on what exactly has transpired and who they truly are?" "System, well, this matter is rather intricate." Subsequently, Yilei began to listen intently to the system's narration. At the same time, in the Mingyuan garden, Hanwan awoke in her room. Upon exiting, she encountered her parents, who had risen early to practice their cultivation. With a smile, she approached her mother and sweetly said, "Mom, I'm hungry." Pulled back to reality, Han's mother gazed at her daughter, chuckling helplessly. All right, I shall prepare something for you." "Thank you, Mom," Han once said, playfully nuzzling her mother's shoulder. "All right. Enough of the affection, save it for Yilei," her mother replied. "Mom, how could you? You're already trying to push your own daughter away. Besides, Yilei is as wooden as they come." In a certain room in Rongqing, someone sneezed. "Who the hell is cursing me?" "Military." Yilei gazed at the multitude of individuals within the room, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After an indeterminate passage of time, a figure entered from outside and whispered something to the leader. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from outside, declaring, "Elder Xiao Xiong has arrived." Yilei was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiong, elder? Could it be the 7th elder among the nation's top 10 elders? But why does he wish to see me? At that moment, an elderly man with white hair entered the room. The 7th elder regarded the tightly bound Yilei and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed his subordinates. "I instructed you to bring him here, not to bind him." Turning his attention back to Yilei, he inquired, "Now, may I ask why you wish to meet with me?" The 7th elder then produced a tablet from his aide and held it before Yilei. Yilei gazed at the scene of himself hunting the armored beast displayed on the tablet. "You are surveilling me," he exclaimed in anger. "Enough of this. We have pressing matters at hand." Someone untie the young man. "Honestly, I asked you to invite someone, not to bind them." Chapter 7. Accompanying Burial, Revised. Just as the leader began to release Yilei from his bindings, Elder 7 spoke up. "I had them bring you here to inquire about something." "What is it?" "What are your thoughts on the global transformation into Douluo?" Elder 7 asked. Well, I truly do not know how to respond," Yilei admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do share, When you vanquished that monster, what was the black circular ring that hung at your waist? And why did that creature seek to flee upon seeing you? Elder 7 unleashed a barrage of questions, akin to a machine gun. Yi lay, speechless. Does this old man not need to catch his breath when he speaks? He articulates more fluently than I, a young person. Elder 7, please. I am the 7th-ranked elder, you know. 5 minutes later, as Yi lay concluded his narration, he observed the expressions of the 7 elders, which conveyed a sense of understanding. He exhaled in relief, having successfully avoided disclosing his connection to the system. System, I sincerely appreciate your efforts. Ding. Host. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. The system's voice intruded upon Yi lay's thoughts at an inopportune moment. Speak succinctly, please. Certainly. In the realm of the game, each soul master possesses only the first 4 soul abilities, with any subsequent abilities being passive. However, now that the world has merged with reality, every martial soul can actively utilize its abilities. Upon hearing this, Yi lay exclaimed, nice. This means I am akin to Tang San in terms of prowess, or rather, I surpass him. By binding to the Douluo game system, he gained access to all the martial souls already possessed within the game, rendering him exponentially stronger than others. By the way, Elder Xiao, I am yet unaware of your martial soul. Might I have the privilege of witnessing it? Yi lay suddenly inquired of the 7 elders. Very well, I shall show you. The 7 elders responded generously. With that, a crimson light erupted from his body. As the light dissipated, a long staff appeared in the elder's grasp. Adorned with a colossal dragon coiled around it, its eyes gleaming ominously. The 7 elders' martial soul was indeed the coiling dragon staff. It seemed my assumptions were correct. Among the 10 elders, the 6th and 7th elders were twins. Now that I know the 7th elder wields the coiling dragon staff, it stands to reason that the 6th elder does as well. Young man, there is a matter that requires your attention. Are you willing to assist? The tone of the 7 elders instilled a sense of foreboding in Yi lay. What is the matter? Please, do enlighten me. Join us as a consultant in the Elder Hall. We can offer you honor and boundless wealth. The 7 elders gazed intently at Yi lay. What if I decline? I prefer to lead my own life and have no desire to join any Elder Hall. Moreover, I am still a student. If there is nothing else, I request elders shall allow me to return. Since you are unwilling to join our Elder Hall, you have lost your value. By the way, your little girlfriend and her family will vanish from this world. Will you reconsider? The 7 elders chuckled darkly. You dare. If you harm them, I will ensure you pay dearly. That is uncertain, for your time is limited. Seize him. The order was given as the individuals in the room simultaneously raised their firearms, aiming at Yi lay. Fire. With the sound of gunfire, an enormous cage enveloped Yi lay, rendering the bullets harmless as they clattered to the ground. Now, it is my turn. 5th soul ability, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Yi lay's voice, laced with a chilling tone, echoed throughout the room. A frigid light swept across the space. And in an instant, blood gushed forth. The hot crimson liquid splattered onto the face of the 7th elder, startling him into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his Dragon Emperor staff, desperate to fend off the frenzied Yi lay. Yet, devoid of soul rings, the staff was as ineffective as a mere rolling pin. With a fierce thrust, Yi lay's Blue-Silver Emperor spear pierced through the 7th elder's left chest. As he withdrew the weapon, the spear's tip was horrifyingly adorned with a still-dripping heart, while the 7th elder's chest erupted with blood, leading to his swift collapse onto the ground. Game over. Yi lay stepped forward to confirm that the 7th elder had indeed succumbed to the grasp of death, and he swiftly burst through the door. However, after Yi lay's hasty exit, the lifeless body of the 7th elder began to exhibit strange tremors. The wound that had pierced his chest astonishingly began to mend, and an eerie crimson light flickered from his chest. After a considerable duration, the 7th elder miraculously rose to his feet. Apart from his clothing, now drenched in his own blood, and his pallid complexion, he appeared unchanged. Yi lay, I shall remember you. I am eager to see how long you can wriggle on my territory. The 7th elder emanated a peculiar black and red glow, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent fueled by hatred. Chapter 8. My bottom line, you cannot afford to touch. Had this not been my domain, with my hidden cards, you might have truly met your demise. The 7th elder wiped the blood from his face, and the strange aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Were it not for the secret method bestowed upon him by the esteemed one, which he had laid out in this room beforehand, he would have indeed become the first among the 10 elders to be slain by a mere youth. The 7th elder's expression softened. After a moment, he retrieved an unfamiliar mobile device from his pocket, dialed a number, and after 2 beeps, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. What is it, my brother? While searching for an exit, Yilei encountered several soldiers. Without waiting for them to approach, he swiftly incapacitated them with his blue-silver grass. Upon reaching the doorway, the guards dared not impede his passage, having received a warning from their captain. Do not obstruct one wielding a blue spear, unless you wish to be cleaved in two. After bursting out of the military compound, Yilei glanced back at the elder's residence and quietly declared, I will surely obliterate your so-called elder hall, ensuring that you can no longer act with impunity in Huaxia. With that, Yilei harnessed his spiritual energy and began to race towards the city center. Meanwhile, the sixth elder, situated in Shucheng, displayed a troubled expression upon hearing his brother's words. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the seventh elder, stating, for now, refrain from provoking him. I will speak with the grand elder shortly, and we shall devise a strategy. For now, focus on your cultivation. Without waiting for a response from the seventh elder, he ended the call. The seventh elder stared at the now black-screen phone, turned, and exited the room, summoning others to clean up the aftermath within. The newcomers, upon entering, were left speechless by the scene before them. In the afternoon, the city center erupted into chaos as an overwhelming number of spirit beasts appeared, wreaking havoc upon the urban landscape, accompanied by the incessant cries and pleas for help from the populace. As Yilei was on the verge of entering the city center, his soul beast detector in his left hand suddenly emitted a series of incessant beeps. Confused, he raised his left hand and furrowed his brow upon noticing a red exclamation mark flashing on the detector, accompanied by a line of text. Beast tide detected ahead. Numbers unknown. You're unknown. A chime resonated as the system's voice announced, host has triggered a side mission. Please face the beast tide alone. Completion reward. Tang Sect's ultimate technique. Upon hearing the phrase Tang Sect's ultimate technique, Yilei sprang into action, racing towards the side of the impending beast tide. Meanwhile, Han Wan and her family were leisurely shopping at the mall, completely oblivious to the impending chaos outside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the mall entrance, accompanied by intermittent screams of terror. What is happening? Han Wan and her companions, alerted by the noise, stepped outside and were taken aback. Why are soul beasts appearing in the city and in such numbers? Han Wan's jaw dropped in disbelief. As the soul beasts continued to surge in, the mall's entrance was battered and broken. Suddenly, a massive Earth King unleashed a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter towards Han Wan's direction. As the fireball approached swiftly, those behind her found themselves unable to evade, exclaiming in panic, It's over! It's over! Just then, a voice rang out. First soul skill, Fire Rhino Shield. A fiery red barrier materialized before a man, intercepting the fireball. It was Han Wan's father, who successfully deflected the Earth King's attack. Without hesitation, Han Wan's mother charged forward. First soul skill, Nether Blade. She unleashed 10 claw-like blades from her hands, aimed directly at the Earth King's head. A resounding crack echoed as the Earth King's skull shattered, releasing a torrent of dark green blood. The Earth King fell, and Han Wan's mother celebrated her first blood. Witnessing her parents engage in battle ignited a spark of determination within Han Wan. She realized she needed Yilei's assistance to obtain a soul ring. Lost in her thoughts, a horde of soul beasts suddenly charged towards them. The leading beasts unleashed their respective skills, and in an instant, 5 or 6 types of soul techniques hurtled towards Han Wan. Her father, seeing the imminent danger, activated his first soul skill once more. Though he managed to block the attack, his Fire Rhino shield shattered. At that moment, even more soul beasts launched their assaults. Chapter 9. Facing alone as Han Wan's father's Fire Rhino shield crumbled, he was left vulnerable due to his recent fusion with the soul ring, which had only occurred the previous night, leaving his physique weakened. He was struck by an unblocked soul beast skill, causing internal injuries, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Father! Husband! Han Wan and her mother shouted simultaneously, rushing to support him. What's wrong, dear? Han Wan's mother asked anxiously, her eyes wide with concern. Han Wan's father shook his head, signaling that he was fine despite the pain. A chorus of roars echoed around them as they looked up to see a throng of soul beasts, eager to tear them to shreds. Han Wan's beautiful eyes, once vibrant, now dulled with despair, she softly murmured, Yilei, where are you? At that moment, the spirit beast stirred, and Han Wan helplessly closed her eyes. Just as she believed her fate was sealed for the day, an unexpected voice echoed softly, 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Prison. Following this, the sounds of clashes and the roars of spirit beasts erupted, accompanied by the noise of friction. Han Wan opened her eyes in astonishment, for she recognized that voice. It was his. Standing not far away was a tall young man, none other than Yilei. At that moment, Yulei raised his right hand. His expression impassive, yet his heart seethed with fury. How dare they harm his family? They were courting death. Indeed. Yulei had already come to regard Han's father and mother as his own. You beasts deserve nothing less than death, he exclaimed as he clenched his right hand. Instantly, the spirit beasts confined within the blue-silver prison were pierced by the sharp tips of the blue-silver grass. Their lives extinguished as the light in their eyes gradually faded, sending them to meet the king of hell. Aside from Han Yuan and her companions, everyone else stood wide-eyed, pondering in disbelief. Is this still a human? Yulei glanced around, ensuring that no surviving spirit beast lingered before approaching Han's father. Noticing the blood at the corner of his mouth, he inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" Han's father shook his head and replied, "I am fine, just a bit fatigued." "That's good to hear. Since you're all right, uncle and aunt, please accept this," he said, conjuring 2 yellow chrysanthemums from seemingly nowhere and presenting them to Han's parents. These are the rare Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums, renowned for their efficacy in strengthening meridians and enhancing physical constitution. Simply consume the leaves to absorb their essence. Without hesitation, Han's parents accepted the celestial herbs, seated themselves on the ground, and began to absorb their energies for cultivation. At this moment, a certain someone grew indignant, stepping before Yulei with outstretched hands, demanding, "What about me? My parents both received something. Why am I left out?" Gazing fondly at the pouting and adorable Han Yuan, Yulei replied with a smile, "How could I possibly neglect my little princess?" "It's just that." Before he could finish, Han Yuan interrupted, "It's just what?" "Because you lack a spirit ring, absorbing the celestial herb would yield no benefits, only drawbacks. However, today you shall acquire your spirit ring. There are plenty around. Let me find one for you. Ah, this one seems quite suitable." As he spoke, Yulei dragged over a barely breathing large bird, ensnared by his blue-silver grass around its neck. The creature was deep blue with steel-gray plating. This is a steel-winged, blue-headed eagle, just reaching 1,000 years of cultivation, perfect for you. Despite having dealt a decisive blow earlier, Yulei refrained from eliminating the entire group of spirit beasts in the distance, as he still had system tasks to complete, aiming to fulfill them and swiftly restore his full strength. Yulei drew forth a dagger and handed it to Han Yuan, who without a moment's hesitation plunged it into the head of the steel-winged blue-headed eagle. She then seated herself upon the ground, guiding the soul ring to commence its absorption. During this interval, Yulei assisted the majority of those present in acquiring soul rings, thus exceeding the expectations of the system's task. He also collected a substantial bundle of beast souls, encompassing various qualities. As for the celestial herbs, they were procured after he vanquished 2 10,000-year soul beasts, a reward bestowed by the system. The soul rings, too, were gathered using the system's soul ring collector and stored within the system space, an essential tool for enhancing soul rings. Naturally, all soul beasts and their rings at the scene were amassed into the system space by Yulei. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Task 1 and its associated side quest. The rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory." Upon hearing this, Yulei smiled lightly. With a mere thought, an ancient tome and a fiery red orb materialized in his hands. The ancient tome boldly displayed the 4 characters, Tongmen's Supreme Arts. Chapter 10, Tongmen's Supreme Arts, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Upon witnessing the ultimate techniques of the Tang sect, Yulei became excessively exhilarated, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. The individuals around him, still reeling from the shock, collectively shuddered, hesitant to meet Yulei's gaze, fearing that he might next turn his ire upon them. Yulei remained oblivious to an instinctive gesture of his that instilled fear in others, as his focus was entirely consumed by the Tang sect's unparalleled techniques in his hands. Suddenly, he recalled the crimson orb cradled within his palm, which, upon closer examination, revealed a rich reservoir of fire elements within its confines. Yulei found himself at a loss for words and could only inquire of the system. "Great system, what is this peculiar item, and what purpose does it serve?" The system replied, "Host, this is a fire elemental pill. Upon consumption, it has the potential to awaken a random fire-attributed martial spirit. Is it truly that remarkable? What a stroke of fortune. But what fire-attributed martial spirits exist? Never mind, let us leave it to chance." With that, Yulei promptly ingested the pill. Moments after he settled down, the fire elements within the pill surged through his body, spilling forth in radiant waves. Onlookers, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were taken aback. What on earth is happening? What trickery is this creature up to now? Never mind. Our lives are at stake. We must flee. Indeed. Yulei had been labeled a monster by them. Half an hour later, Han Nuan and her companions, having concluded their cultivation, exchanged glances. Elated, Han Nuan approached her parents and exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, I have acquired a soul ring." She then unveiled her martial spirit, feeling a chilling aura rise from the ground. Han Nuan's parents observed as an icy phoenix ascended behind her, flapping its magnificent wings. A pale purple soul ring emerged from beneath her feet and settled at her waist. Han Nuan's father, astonished, remarked, "What is this?" "It's a steel-winged blue-headed eagle that has just attained a millennium of age, and it suits me perfectly," Han Nuan proudly declared. At that moment, a wave of heat swept over them, swiftly enveloping the chill radiated by Han Nuan's spirit. The trio turned to see Yilei seated not far away, at the epicenter of the scorching wave. Suddenly, Yilei sprang to his feet, and the ground behind him fractured, revealing a gaping chasm. From this fissure, a massive, fiery red hand resembling rock emerged, grasping the earth beside it. To the astonishment of Han Nuan and her friends, a colossal rock giant ascended, levitating behind Yilei. Indeed, it floated, for the giant possessed no legs. Yilei opened his eyes and, upon noticing three individuals not far away, smiled and approached them. Mr. Han instinctively inquired, "Xiaolei, what is the situation here?" Yilei turned to glance behind him, and then addressed the three individuals. "This is my second spirit, the Flame Lord." After a brief pause, he added, "Oh, wait, my second spirit? Indeed, is there an issue?" His uncle reminded him, "Let us not forget. We are currently intertwined with the realm of gaming." "That is true," Yulei replied. "Now, let us return. Moana, make the most of your training. Here are the beast spirits for you. Use them alongside your uncle and aunt." As he spoke, Yilei handed the collected beast spirits to Han Nuan, while placing a pearl of immortality in her other hand. "This is the dew of longing. Consume it entirely." After Yulei and Han Nuan parted ways at the entrance of the mall, they returned home. Upon returning home, Yulei did not forget to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of his surroundings, for he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Once assured of his safety, he promptly entered the house. After reaching his room, Yulei began to explore the system space, as the awakening of his second martial soul necessitated the acquisition of soul rings. Gazing at the hundreds of soul rings within the system space, he fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan Garden, Han's father and mother exchanged a knowing glance upon entering. At this moment, Han Nuan remained blissfully unaware that danger had also crossed the threshold. Yilei resolved to immerse himself in the study of the Tang sect's esoteric arts this evening. Subsequently, he retrieved an ancient tome from the confines of the system space. As he turned to the first page, four gilded characters caught his eye. Upon gazing at these illustrious letters, Yilei found himself utterly unable to remain still. For the gilded characters read, "Purple Extreme Demonic Ice." Chapter 11. My parents no longer want me. After Yilei regained his composure, he began to read attentively. Voicing the words aloud, "The method of eye training, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, utilizes the fleeting moment when the sun rises and the purple aura emerges from the east for cultivation, significantly enhancing one's visual acuity. With unparalleled observational skills, it can inflict psychological harm upon adversaries. One can see for 1,000 miles and discern the minutiae with great precision. The purple extreme wide eye is divided into 4 levels: broad observation, minute observation, mustard seed, and vastness. Their effects are as follows. Broad observation. This level greatly enhances vision, allowing one to perceive every detail clearly. Minute observation. This grants an even clearer view, enriching the details one can grasp. It enables the mind to process everything in front at a slowed pace, allowing for rapid responses. Mustard seed. Externally, one's eyes emit a golden purple glow. From one's perspective, the surroundings become exceptionally clear, revealing a world of rich layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air can reveal the faintest dust. Upon finishing, Yilei continued flipping through the pages, examining the ghostly shadow step and the mystic jade hand. He decided to postpone learning these Tang sect's secret arts for another day. After placing the ancient text into the system space, he fell into deep contemplation. In the Mingyuan garden, while preparing for a shower, Han's father suddenly called out to Han Nuan, who was watching television in the living room. "Xiao Nuan, I have a package at the door. Could you please fetch it?" "Okay," Han Nuan replied. Han's father exchanged a glance with Han's mother, who quickly sprang into action. Just as Han Nuan reached the door and opened it, she was unexpectedly pushed from behind, stumbling outside. Turning around, she saw her mother shoving a package and her phone into her arms, shutting the door without a word. At that moment, Han Wan was still in a daze. Her phone suddenly buzzed, and she slowly opened it, revealing a message in the chat. Tonight, you will go to Yilei's house while your mother and I enjoy some quality time together. If possible, we might even create a little brother or sister for you. After a brief pause, Han Wan began to knock on the door. After a while, her father's voice came through. What are you doing? Stop knocking. Your mother and I are busy making a baby. Oh my, what are you saying? Han Wan is still young. Han's mother's shy voice followed. At that moment, Han Wan finally understood that her parents seemed to be quite ready to let her go. Yilei contemplated that since he had awakened the second martial soul, the Flame Lord, it was imperative to absorb soul rings. Today he had slain two 10,000-year soul beasts, a 40,000-year armored beetle king and a 45,000-year crimson scorpion king, both of which were quite suitable for his needs. Moments later, Yilei retrieved a soul ring from the system's space. A deep, resonant roar echoed as the figure of the armored beetle king materialized, subsequently transforming into a black soul ring. Yilei seated himself upon the ground, drawing in the ring to commence the absorption process. Meanwhile, Han Ai approached the residential building and, looking up, shook her head in resigned disbelief. With her martial soul activated, a pair of ice-blue wings unfurled from her back, lifting her off the ground as she soared towards Yilei's home. Inside a room, the flames emanating from the second martial soul, the Flame Lord, had incinerated the upper garments of Yilei, revealing his robust physique glistening with a sheen of perspiration, rendering him even more enticing. 5 minutes later, after Yilei completed the absorption of the soul ring from the heavy armored beetle king, he did not contemplate resting. Instead, he retrieved the soul ring of the crimson scorpion king from the system space. A colossal scarlet scorpion materialized, which then transformed into a soul ring even darker than that of the heavy armored beetle king, suspended in the air. Yilei adjusted his breathing and continued the absorption of the soul ring. 10 minutes later, Han Wan flew to the residential building where Yilei resided. She retracted her wings and entered, arriving at Yilei's doorstep. As she prepared to unlock the door with the key Yilei had given her, she suddenly noticed a faint red glow emanating from the crack of the door. Chapter 12. What are you doing? Upon seeing the flickering red light, Han Wan's heart tightened. She hurriedly used the key to unlock the door. Inside, the red glow illuminated the innermost room, occasionally flickering, with hints of black light emerging. Fearing for Yilei's safety, she ventured further inside, only to discover that the temperature increased with each step, accompanied by an intangible pressure that made every movement arduous. Activating her martial spirit and shielding herself with her wings, Han Wan was still drenched in sweat, her cherubic face glistening with perspiration. Just as she was about to open the door, she found the doorknob searing hot. Resorting to her ice elemental powers, she cooled the doorknob down. After a considerable time, the temperature of the doorknob finally subsided. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door, only to be greeted by a scene she would never forget. Half an hour later, Yilei slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his hands. As he stood up, his entire body emitted a series of crackling sounds, bringing an immediate sense of refreshment. He rose to prepare for a shower, stepping out of the room with his upper body bare. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Wan, seated on the sofa, instinctively lifted her gaze. As Yilei just opened the door, he met someone's gaze. The air grew tense, and 3 dark spots drifted slowly across the sky. "Oh, what are you doing? Why did you come out without any clothes on?" Han Wan was the first to speak. Yilei chuckled softly. "I haven't even asked you yet. So, when did you arrive? Oh, my parents no longer wanted me, and they cast me out. They told me to spend the night at your home." As she spoke, Han Wan's voice dwindled to a whisper, her shyness causing her to nearly bury her head in the snowy mountain. Yilei gazed at the petite figure curled up on the sofa and smiled softly. He approached her slowly, squatting down before Han Wan, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate head. "All right, lift your head up," he advised. "This position could harm your spine." As Han Wan raised her head, she was met with the sight of perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles and well-defined pectorals. Her face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Yilei gazed at the blushing face of the adorable girl before him, remaining silent. He gently patted Han Wan's head before turning to head towards the restroom. Han Wan watched Yilei's retreating figure, instinctively swallowing hard. She thought to herself, his muscles are so appealing, that inverted triangle shape is utterly enchanting. Oh dear. Why am I thinking such things? How bothersome. With her face flushed and burning with embarrassment, Han Wan buried her face into the cushions of the sofa. Yilei observed the subtle movements of his girlfriend with a smile. He made his way to the bathroom to take a refreshing cold shower. Otherwise, he feared he might ignite a fire of passion. 5 minutes later, clad in a bathrobe and ready to emerge from the bathroom, he heard a faint sound. Noticing a small shadow on the door, he chuckled softly and treaded lightly toward it. Yilei gently turned the doorknob, and the shadow at the entrance swiftly fled, only to be ensnared in the next moment. Yilei gazed at the figure ensnared by his blue-silver grass and approached, gently resting his head upon her shoulder. Han Wan, caught in the act of stealing glances, instinctively attempted to flee, only to find her slender waist ensnared by a tendril of blue-silver grass. In the next moment, she felt the weight upon her shoulder and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" A deep voice resonated beside her ear. "What is the matter? Peeking at me and unwilling to admit it?" A warm breath brushed against Han Wan's ear, causing her to shudder, and she stammered, I never spied on you. Please don't say such things." Yilei felt the delicate body of his petite girlfriend tremble in his embrace. Upon hearing her words, his eyes radiated affection as he gently turned her around. Lifting her chin with his finger, gazing at Han Wan's flushed cheeks, he tenderly remarked, "All right, I won't tease you any further. Tonight, you shall sleep in my room while I take the floor." Listening to Han Wan, Yilei felt his heart nearly melt. He scooped her up in a princess carry and made his way to the bathroom for their evening routine. Han Wan, cradled in his arms, grew even more bashful. Chapter 13. The second task after their freshening up, Han Wan, her face still flushed with shyness, sat on Yilei's bed as she observed him seriously preparing a sleeping space on the floor beside her. She instinctively inquired, "Why don't you sleep on the sofa?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Han Wan lifted her gaze to his face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With a casual air, he remarked, "The sofa is rather rigid, and the air conditioning in the living room is malfunctioning, making it quite stifling at night." In response to Yilei's comment, Han Wan nodded and resorted to lying on the bed, scrolling through Douyin, inadvertently swinging her slender legs. After Yilei laid the foundation, he looked up and caught sight of 2 slender white legs swaying before him. He couldn't help but swallow hard, muttering under his breath, "Little short legs." Although Han Wan stood at a respectable height of 165 meters, which is considered average for a female, in the presence of the towering Yilei, who measured 190 meters, she appeared rather petite, and consequently, her legs were deemed short. After Yilei reclined, he noticed Han Wan still lying in bed, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. With a sense of helplessness, he summoned his soul power. Han Wan, who was fervently watching videos on her phone, found herself unexpectedly restrained by several strands of blue-silver grass. In the next moment, the device in her hand was snatched away by one of the tendrils. She reached out with her little hand, yearning to reclaim her phone, but Yilei's voice resonated from beneath the bed. "It's quite late. Why aren't you asleep? Your phone is confiscated. Hurry and go to bed." With no choice left, Han Wan ceased her struggles and reluctantly closed her eyes to sleep. However, unbeknownst to her, the restless Han Wan could not remain still in her slumber. She rolled around until, ultimately, she tumbled off the bed and landed atop Yilei, who, caught in a dream, emitted a muffled groan but did not awaken. As dawn broke, Yilei, sore from sleeping on the floor, was the first to awaken, feeling a weight on his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to discover that the source of the pressure was none other than Han Wan. Yilei pondered, "Why is this little rascal so restless even in sleep?" Yilei smiled helplessly, slowly closing his eyes. How could he possibly wake the girl resting on him? After all, they were in his home, and moreover, she was his girlfriend. Sleep eluded him, and he felt vexed. "System, are you there?" Unable to find rest, Yilei resorted to conversing with the system. "I am here, host. I have always been." The system replied. "Is the second task available for release?" Yilei inquired. "Ding. Task released. Currently, there are 2 malevolent soul beasts in the Riverside Forest. Both aged 10,000 years, species unspecified. Please explore at your discretion. The soul beasts can be detected by the detector, rest assured." Upon hearing this, Yilei breathed a sigh of relief. This made things easier. He planned to wait for Han Wan to awaken so they could embark on the adventure together. An hour passed, and Han Wan stirred, sensing something unusual beneath her. As she reached out with her hand, a voice emerged from beneath her. "Awake? What are you touching?" Upon hearing this, Han Wan's sleepiness vanished, and she opened her eyes wide, staring at the boy before her. "What did you do while I was asleep?" she exclaimed, directing her ire at Yilei. "I did nothing. Perhaps you should reflect on what you did to me." Yilei replied with a hint of resignation. In that moment, Han Wan realized her awkward position. She lifted her head to glance at the bed, and her face flushed crimson. Attempting to flee, she found Yi Lei faster, who swiftly performed a wall slam, leaving Han Wan even more embarrassed. Yi Lei gazed at her flushed cheeks, a smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to Han Wan's ear, speaking softly. What you have done today, I shall reclaim in the future. By the way, are your abs pleasant to touch? With that, he playfully flicked the tip of Han Wan's nose before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Han Wan shook her head, following closely behind him to the washroom, murmuring quietly to herself, "You still wish to touch my abs." 10 minutes later, Yi Lei informed Han Wan of his itinerary for the day, and as he anticipated, she insisted on accompanying him, declaring that she would not be left behind. Yi Lei smiled helplessly and gently patted Han Wan's little head. After all, one must cherish their own girlfriend. System, ever since your awakening, I have never known hunger. Yi Lei, you are merely a system, devoid of the need for sustenance. System, you are indeed self-righteous. 10 minutes later, Yi Lei and Han Wan stepped outside. Chapter 14. The Face of the Demonic Spider. The blazing sun shone brightly. In July, the sunlight was exceedingly intense. Yi Lei and Han Wan chatted and laughed along the way, the sunlight illuminating them, further accentuating their charming appearance as a couple. Han Wan, with a curious glance at Yi Lei's left hand, couldn't help but inquire, "Yi Lei, what is that on your left hand, and when did you get it?" Yi Lei listened to Han Wan's sweet voice, his heart melted with affection. He gazed at her with a look of indulgence and said, "What you refer to is a soul beast detector." As he spoke, he raised his left hand, adding, "Once we arrive at the riverside forest, you will truly appreciate its benefits." Yi Lei found himself utterly disarmed by Han Wan's sweet, melodic voice. Had he not just recently turned 18? And their relationship merely that of boyfriend and girlfriend, with their parents yet to meet, he would have undoubtedly indulged in the tender embrace of her crimson lips, which he was certain would feel remarkably soft. Now, let us return to the main subject. Yi Lei pondered for a moment and then inquired of the system, esteemed system, "Is the soul beast detector still available?" The system, momentarily caught off guard while indulging in fresh dog food, took a few seconds to respond, finally replying to Yi Lei. "Host, the production cost of the soul beast detector is rather steep." "How steep?" Yi Lei pressed on. "It is priced at 1 million. The system answered. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Yi Lei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. 1 million? How long would it take to save such an amount? Yet, it dawned on him that, given his status, this sum was merely a trifling matter. As if the system had perceived Yi Lei's inner thoughts, it gradually articulated, "The host need not be concerned. Following the fusion of the two worlds, the RMB has become obsolete, supplanted by the golden soul coin, which exchanges at a rate of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 golden soul coin is equivalent to 1 million RMB. Realizing this, he pondered that he could easily achieve several modest goals. However, he paused to reflect that perhaps he did not actually require those trivial objectives. It seemed he could now indulge in a life of pleasure and revelry. Yi Lei shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. A bus came to a halt, and Yi Lei and Han Wan descended from it. The reason for their departure from the bus was the sweltering heat, which rendered walking unbearable. 10 minutes later, they stood before the riverside forest. Han Wan looked up at Yi Lei, signaling her reluctance to walk and requesting him to carry her. Yi Lei smiled helplessly and said, "Aren't you capable of flight?" Yet, in the very next moment, he unleashed his martial spirit. The ground behind Yi Lei fissured, and the Flame Lord emerged. Hovering ominously behind him, Han Wan, gazing at the Flame Lord, which had grown larger than the day before, exclaimed in astonishment, "Yi Lei, what is happening? Why has it grown even larger than yesterday?" In the next moment, Yi Lei's actions provided her with the answer. As she beheld the 2 black soul rings rising from Yi Lei's feet, Han Wan instantly comprehended the situation, absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings. It would be peculiar if there were no changes at all. Yi Lei leapt with great force, landing directly atop the head of the Flame Lord. Subsequently, he exerted control over the Flame Lord, placing his hand upon the ground and gesturing for Han Wan to ascend onto the Flame Lord's hand. With caution, Han Wan stepped up, and together they ventured into the riverside forest. Deep within the forest, a colossal spider wielded its front legs to decapitate a soul beast. As the lifeless body plummeted to the ground, it stained the earth with blood, while remnants of dismembered soul beasts lay scattered in the distance. After Yi Lei and Han Wan altered their method of travel, their pace significantly quickened, and it wasn't long before they ventured deep into the forest. 10 minutes later, Yi Lei sensed something amiss. Numerous trees ahead had been severed, and the flora on the ground appeared to be eroded by some unknown force, now emitting a noxious blackish-purple smoke. Yi Lei propelled Han Wan into the air, creating a distance between them. In midair, Han Wan seemed to have made a discovery. And after addressing Yi Lei, she unleashed her soul skill for the first time. Her first soul skill, the Feathers of Ice. With a graceful motion, Han Wan enveloped herself in her wings, spinning rapidly before coming to an abrupt halt, transforming the feathers into icy blades that scattered forward. Just then, the detector on Yi Lei's left hand began to emit a frantic alarm. Raising his hand to inspect it, he saw the display flashing. Target detected. Target detected. Suddenly, the forest before him began to tremble, and 8 glimmering points of purple light emerged. Gradually, a bizarre spider with a body diameter exceeding 2 meters and 8 long, spear-like legs surpassing 3 meters came into view. Its entire form was encased in a glossy black shell. The slender tips of its legs silently pierced the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. On its underbelly, intricate white patterns contrasted starkly with its dark exterior, forming the grotesque visage of a human face. 8 small eyes, shimmering with a faint purple glow, were fixed firmly on Yi Lei as the creature emerged from the woods. Halting before him, before Yi Lei stood the face-mimicking demon spider. Chapter 15. 80,000 Years, the Face-Mimicking Spider King. Gazing at the monstrous creature, Yi Lei furrowed his brow. For he had never encountered such an enormous face-mimicking spider. Its age was evidently considerable. At that moment, the Soul Beast detector chimed. Scan complete. Soul Beast age, 80,000 years. 80,000 years, no wonder it was so colossal. It was the face-mimicking Spider King. Allow me to engage you. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. In the next instant, Yi Lei knelt on one knee, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Mirroring the actions of the Flame Lord behind him, the earth before Yi Lei erupted with flowing magma, sending a colossal column of lava surging beneath the face-mimicking Spider King. However, the creature was no easy prey. It deftly flipped to evade the strike. Yet, the power of a 40,000-year soul ring skill was formidable. And even though the face-mimicking Spider King narrowly dodged, several of its legs were scorched by the magma column, darkening significantly and emitting wisps of white smoke. With a roar of pain, the face-mimicking Spider King lunged toward Yi Lei, unleashing several purple blades of light with its front limbs. Yi Lei exhibited no trace of fear, as he promptly clasped his hands at his chest and bellowed, second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, 4 stone walls surged from the ground, encircling Yi Lei and shielding him from the purple light blades of the Spider Monarch. The next moment, the Spider Monarch executed a swift teleportation, positioning itself directly above Yi Lei. Having discerned that there was no defense above him, it unleashed a flurry of dozens of light blades aimed directly at Yi Lei. Yi Lei seemed to have anticipated the moment, as he abruptly raised his upper body and delivered a powerful punch, slowly uttering the words, "Experience this move." In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged towards the face Spider Monarch. This strike was none other than Yi Lei's first soul skill, the variant technique, Infernal Lava Burst. At that moment, the face Spider Monarch, suspended in the sky, had no means to evade and could only brace itself against Yi Lei's assault, shielding itself with its 8 long legs. However, the face Spider Monarch had miscalculated. Han Wan had been patiently seeking an opportunity in midair, and upon witnessing this, she swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, summoning a vast array of ice blades that shot towards the face Spider Monarch. The sound of piercing echoed as the ice blades struck the creature's back, leaving not a single mark. Undeterred, Han Wan continued to employ her first soul skill, unleashing another wave of ice blades targeting the monarch's back. Yi Lei, unwilling to linger any longer, shouted fiercely at Han Wan and exerted greater force, sending the Spider Queen soaring through the air. The Flame Lord vanished, and the blue-silver grass emerged. Yi Lei spoke slowly, the 6th spirit skill, Blue-Silver Binding Ray. Instantly, tendrils of blue-silver grass emerged from all directions, ensnaring the man-faced Spider King tightly. With a flick of his mind, Yi Lei manipulated the blue-silver grass to pull the man-faced spider down, simultaneously employing his 5th spirit skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear, hurling it towards the abdomen of the man-faced Spider King. Sensing imminent danger, the man-faced Spider King attempted to break free. However, Yi Lei's 6th spirit skill was not so easily escaped. This spirit ring, derived from the 80,000-year-old Serpent King, a formidable entity among serpents, had significantly bolstered its power under Yi Lei's cultivation. with a piercing sound. The blue-silver overlord's spear penetrated the abdomen of the man-faced Spider King, causing purple blood to splatter. Severely weakened, the man-faced Spider King shifted its focus to Han Wan in the air, unleashing a torrent of purple webs at her, an attack empowered by the formidable skills of an 80,000, your old spirit beast. Upon witnessing this, Yilei swiftly cast forth a strand of blue-silver grass, pulling Han Wan down. Simultaneously, he silently intoned, second soul skill, parasitism. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver grass enveloped the faceless Spider Emperor, binding it tightly. With a thunderous crash, the faceless Spider Emperor plummeted heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth. In an instant, Yilei seamlessly transitioned his martial soul, unleashing a torrent of hellish magma that enveloped the Spider Empress. As the soul skill concluded, Yilei soared into the heavens, gathering his strength. A colossal crimson beam, even more formidable than before, descended upon the Spider Empress. For a full minute, the assault raged on until Yilei finally ceased, descending gracefully to the ground. Approaching the crater, he beheld the Spider Empress. Her body charred and lifeless, her 8 long legs shattered, devoid of any trace of vitality. The 80,000-year-old Spider Empress had met her demise. Chapter 16. Soul Bone. At that moment, Han Wan, who had previously been cast aside by Yilei, soared over. Upon landing beside him and witnessing the scene before her, she incredulously inquired, "Yilei, your strength is simply extraordinary." Yilei chuckled softly, as if in response. At that moment, the body of the Spider Monarch emitted black particles that coalesced in the air, transforming into a dark soul ring that hovered suspended in the atmosphere. Upon witnessing this, Yilei retrieved the soul ring collector from the confines of the system space and stored it away. Just as Yilei and Han Wan were preparing to depart, the previously dim corpse of the Spider Emperor began to radiate once more. An oddly shaped purplish-black bone detached itself from the corpse, slowly ascending and hovering in midair, emanating a violet glow. The bone was approximately the length of a human calf, yet its form resembled the elongated legs of the Spider Emperor. With a stream of purple liquid coursing through it, Yilei could no longer contain his excitement, for he had acquired a soul bone, an 8,000-year-old leg bone of the human-faced Spider Emperor. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a soul bone. Aged 8,000 years, the left leg bone of the human-faced Spider Emperor. The soul bone skill is the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash, accompanied by a domain skill, mental hunting ground. You can, centered on yourself, lock onto all enemies within an 800-meter radius, including soul beasts." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yilei nearly leapt 3 feet into the air. His exhilaration stemmed not merely from the soul bone skill, but from the domain ability. Once absorbed, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In the next instant, Yilei swiftly unleashed his blue-silver grass, retrieving the soul bone. Holding it in his hand, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Beside him, Han Wan curiously glanced at Yilei, who was holding the oddly shaped, purple-black bone with gleaming eyes. Tilting her head in confusion, she wondered why he was so thrilled by a mere bone. She gently shook Yilei and inquired, "Yilei, what exactly is that bone you were holding?" Yilei turned to look at the curious Han Wan, affectionately ruffling her hair as he spoke. "This is a soul bone, produced by high-aged soul beasts. Of course, even soul beasts of 1,000 years can potentially yield one. Each soul bone possesses a unique skill. Some are potent while others are feeble. What skill does this soul bone possess?" Han Wan inquired with eager eyes fixed on Yilei. Yilei's heart was enchanted by her gaze, and he instantly replied, "Well, I am not quite certain, but I shall inform you after I have absorbed it." Then please protect me," she requested. With that, Yilei settled onto the ground, pressing the soul bone directly against his left leg. A purplish-black radiance incessantly surged through his body, causing a light sheen of sweat to form on his forehead. Half an hour later, Yilei opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and moved his left leg, sensing an unprecedented strength coursing through it. Instinctively, he activated his soul bone domain, and in an instant, an invisible web radiated outward from his being in all directions. Before long, every life form within an 800-meter radius materialized in Yilei's mind. At that moment, Han Wan approached, noticing Yilei's favorable condition, and inquired, "How are you feeling, Yilei?" Yilei smiled and said, "Quite good. The soul bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash, comes with the domain skill, Spirit Hunting Ground. Let's observe its effects shortly." After speaking, Yi Lei summoned the Flame Lord and continued on his journey with Han Yuan. As they traveled, Yi Lei maintained the activation of the Soul Bone domain, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Yi Lei toyed with the beast's soul he had just extracted from the mind of the human-faced Spider Emperor. This beast's soul was larger than any he had previously acquired, brimming with immense energy. Yi Lei resolved to absorb it into the third spirit ring of his blue-silver grass, certain that it would undoubtedly enhance the spirit ring, as they belonged to the same lineage. At that moment, however, Yi Lei's soul bone domain sensed an anomaly, and a colossal soul beast manifested within his mind. Yi Lei furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, suddenly, the soul beast detector in Yi Lei's hand erupted with frantic beeping. Raising his hand to inspect it, he noticed 4 prominent characters flashing incessantly. Target acquired. Chapter 17, Mutation. As the soul beast detector blared, Yi Lei glanced at Han Yuan, who nodded and swiftly activated her martial spirit, soaring into the air. Once he confirmed through the spiritual hunting grounds that his target lay directly ahead, he sprang into action. With the skill of the Spider Emperor's leg bone, he unleashed the Spider Emperor's violet slash. Yi Lei lifted his left leg, and a 2-meter-long purple slash surged forth, severing the trees in its path. Yet, he did not halt. Instead, he continued to unleash slashes, cleaving through vast expanses of timber. Only then did the full visage of the target reveal itself before the duo. Before them stood a soul beast, approximately 3 meters in length, its body encased in a dark golden exoskeleton, supported by 6 robust and powerful legs. 6 eyes atop its head emitted an eerie green glow. This soul beast was none other than the Thousand-Arm Ant. At that moment, the soul beast detector completed its scan. The Thousand-Arm Ant Emperor, aged 85,000 years. Surprisingly, its cultivation surpassed that of the Spider Emperor, indicating yet another arduous battle ahead. Yi Lei chuckled softly. Why does this infernal system always present me with such formidable soul beasts? If you were not merely a virtual entity, I would have undoubtedly vented my frustrations upon you. System, how ungrateful. I am merely assisting you in completing your tasks, and you wish to strike me? There is no love lost here. I'm out. Yi Lei and the Emperor Ant of 1,000 locked eyes, and in that fleeting moment, Han Yuan, suspended in the air, comprehended Yi Lei's intentions. With a swift motion, she employed her first soul skill against the ground surrounding the Emperor Ant. A flurry of icy blades erupted, striking around the creature, and several found their mark against its back, yet they inflicted no harm. Enraged, the Emperor Ant raised its head, its 6 robust eyes glowing with a sinister green light as they fixed upon Han Yuan in the sky. In the next instant, its powerful legs propelled it towards her. But Yi Lei was resolute in thwarting its advance. He unleashed his first soul skill, Entangle. In an instant, numerous strands of blue-silver grass emerged from the ground, ensnaring the Emperor Ant and anchoring it firmly in place. Subsequently, he shifted his martial spirit to the Flame Lord, deploying both his first and second soul skills against the Emperor Ant. The second skill encircled it, sealing off its crown, and in the following moment, a torrent of lava surged forth, subjecting the Emperor Ant to a baptism of molten rock. Yi Lei understood that the Emperor Ant was encased in a layer of dark golden armor, exceptionally resilient. Without breaching this defense, any assault would be in vain. After 5 seconds, Yi Lei leapt high into the air, and with a mere thought, the rocky barrier above the Emperor Ant gradually retracted. He then unleashed a devastating infernal lava strike directly upon it. Just as the attack connected, the Emperor Ant broke free from its bindings, releasing a searing gust that sent both Yi Lei and Han Yuan tumbling through the air, a testament to its formidable power. As Yi Lei and Han Yuan touched down, a frown creased Yi Lei's brow, for he sensed that this searing current of air was not a byproduct of his previous assault. It appeared to harbor an undercurrent of malevolence. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the formidable figure of the 1,000-pound Ant Emperor gradually emerged. Yi Lei's eyes widened in astonishment, for the body of the Qianjun Ant Emperor had transformed. Its once entirely black form was now adorned with crimson patterns, emanating waves of intense heat. A pair of colossal forelimbs, covered in a magma-like design, loomed menacingly. The Qianjun Ant Emperor gazed at the human before it, its originally emerald green eyes flickering with a hint of red, before it unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards Yi Lei. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Lei clasped his hands over his chest and bellowed, second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, stone walls rose, enveloping Yi Lei and Han Yuan within. Several fireballs struck the stone walls, causing them to develop numerous fissures. It is impossible. How could his strength have surged so dramatically? Wait. Could it be that under my assault, it has mutated? Chapter 18. Bitter battle gazing at the mutated Ant King before him. Yilei wore an expression of exasperation. How infuriating. It has actually mutated. This has become quite troublesome. As he pondered, Yilei suddenly remembered that there was another person behind him. At that moment, Han Wan poked Yilei's shoulder and inquired, "What should we do now, Yilei?" Yilei adjusted his breathing and turned to Han Wan, saying, "In a moment, I will buy some time. You should seize the opportunity to escape, running as far as you can. The scope of this battle is vast, and you cannot bear its consequences. But there is no room for hesitation. Prepare yourself. When I count to 1, you must immediately run in the opposite direction without looking back." Han Wan gazed at Yilei's serious expression. Understanding that this was not the time for further discussion, she gently patted his head and nodded in response. Yilei continued to harness his soul power to sustain his second soul skill. After 30 seconds had elapsed, Yilei swiftly removed his second soul skill and charged towards the Qianjun Ant Emperor, simultaneously shouting, "Han Wan, run." Upon hearing this, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings and soared in the opposite direction, frequently glancing back at Yilei. Yilei gazed intently at the mutated thousand-arm Ant Emperor ahead, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The skeletal limb of the Spider Emperor manifested upon his left leg. With a resounding declaration, he unleashed the Spider Emperor's skill, the Amethyst Slash. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Yilei swiftly propelled his left leg forward, sending forth 2 colossal violet slashes towards the thousand-arm Ant Emperor. The creature merely raised its massive pincers, effortlessly blocking Yilei's assault. In retaliation, it unleashed a barrage of fireballs directed at him. Upon witnessing this, Yilei swiftly evaded. He transformed his martial soul, utilizing blue-silver grass to fervently restrain the Thousand June Ant Emperor. At that moment, the soul beast detector on his left hand emitted an inappropriate sound. Scanning complete, the Thousand June Ant Emperor has mutated, possessing the Earth Fire with enhanced defensive capabilities. Its offensive skill is the Thousand June Breaking Flame, while its defensive skill is the Flame Armor. In light of this, you shall become the 3rd soul ring of the Flame Lord. Yilei contemplated that his Flame Lord martial soul possessed both fire and earth attributes, while the mutated thousand-weighted Ant Emperor held no attributes of its own, categorizing it solely as a formidable power-type soul beast. Slaying it would predominantly yield defensive soul skills. However, with the recent mutation of the thousand-weighted Ant Emperor, now endowed with a fire attribute enhancement, its soul ring would not only augment his martial soul, but also bestow upon him an offensive fire attribute soul skill. The thousand-weighted Ant Emperor relentlessly assailed Yilei, yet he refrained from immediate retaliation, opting instead for evasive maneuvers. Yilei discerned an opportunity in the attack of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, swiftly binding it to the ground with blue-silver grass. He leapt into the air, gathering energy. 5th spirit skill, blue-silver Overlord Spear. In an instant, his hands shimmered with a brilliant blue light as a long spear of blue-silver coalesced in his grasp. With a firm grip of his right hand, he spun midair and, harnessing the momentum, hurled it towards the Thousand June Ant Emperor. Without pausing, his left hand clenched tightly as he bellowed. 4th spirit skill, blue-silver Piercing Array. Numerous blue-silver spikes erupted from the ground surrounding the Thousand June Ant Emperor, all aimed directly at it. In response, the Emperor let out a thunderous roar, and gradually, crimson armor plates began to emerge from its body, enveloping it in a formidable shell. Yilei instantly comprehended the defensive skill of the Thousand June Ant Emperor mentioned in the Soul Beast Detector, the Armor of Flames. Previously, the blue-silver tyrant spear he had thrown was still spinning rapidly against the Armor of Flames, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Moreover, the sharp stingers of the blue-silver grass shattered upon contact with the Armor of Flames, vividly illustrating the formidable strength of its defense. This would indeed be a grueling battle. Chapter 19. The Kill. As Yilei descended, he beheld the crimson-clad Qi New Jersey N.Y. Huing, its countenance exuding a chilling aura. The Armor of Flames enveloped the Qi New Jersey N.Y. Huing, leaving only its 6 eyes and the mouth it employed to unleash fireballs exposed. At that moment, the temperature of the Armor of Flames began to rise gradually. The blue-silver grass that anchored it started to emit wisps of white smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Witnessing this scene, Yilei furrowed his brow, as the once resilient blue-silver grass was scorched by the intense heat, causing it to crack and weaken. Yilei could only continue to manipulate the blue-silver grass to control the Thousand June Ant King. However, all of this was in vain. as the Ant King swiftly broke free from Yi Lei's grasp. After extricating itself from the blue-silver grass, the Ant King let out a thunderous roar and charged at Yi Lei, not forgetting to unleash the devastating Thousand June flame with its mandibles. Yi Lei had no choice but to evade frantically. After all, the Ant King was still enveloped in the armor of flame, rendering all of Yi Lei's attacks utterly ineffective. The mutated Thousand June Ant King, originally measuring 3 meters in length, had now grown to 5 meters, yet it remained astonishingly agile. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. A breakthrough needed to be found. Yi Lei pondered. As the voice of the system gradually resonated in his mind, due to my oversight, the host has found himself in a dire predicament. I shall now provide the host with a strategy. You are aware of your negligence. Yet I am at a loss as to how to deal with this formidable Ant Emperor. A poor rating is in order. It is absolutely warranted. At this moment, Yi Lei's pent-up anger found its release as he vented towards the system. Initially, the system had not regarded Yi Lei with much concern, however. Upon hearing the phrase negative review, it promptly responded, No, let's not dwell on that. Host, the Achilles heel of the 1,000-pound Ant King lies in its lower abdomen, where the defenses are most vulnerable. Yi Lei, you have shown some sense. I shall refrain from leaving a negative review for now. System, as long as you refrain from a negative review, your performance is secured. Returning to reality. Yi Lei gazed upon the formidable Ant Emperor before him, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed. Yi Lei gradually raised his right hand, articulating slowly, third soul skill, web binding. As his words fell, the blue-silver grass in the air swiftly transformed into an enormous spider web, descending upon the Thousand June Ant King. Observing this, the Thousand June Ant King hastily attempted to evade in all directions, yet was thwarted by Yi Lei's blue-silver grass at every turn. Faced with this predicament, the Thousand June Ant King resorted to using its formidable pincers to burrow into the ground, seeking refuge. Unbeknownst to it, the Thousand June Ant King had unwittingly leapt into Yi Lei's trap. Yi Lei slowly uttered, Even if you burrow underground, I will still be able to find you. With the skill of the Spider King's left leg bone, I shall enter the realm of the mental hunt. Yi Lei closed his eyes and gently moved his left foot, causing the locations of all living beings within a radius of 400 meters to surge into his mind. Moments later, in an instant, the formidable Ant King emerged from behind Yi Lei, leaping into the air, its massive pincers aimed at him. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Yi Lei's lips. I have found you. Prepare to meet your demise. With a swift declaration, he unleashed the skill of the Spider Monarch's left leg, the Spider Monarch's purple radiant slash. As the words left his lips, Yi Lei pivoted sharply, unleashing 2 streams of violet light with his left foot, while his right hand shimmered with azure brilliance. The Ant King paid little heed, using its massive pincers to deflect the assault, yet its abdomen lay exposed. This is the moment I have been waiting for. 5th soul skill, blue-silver Overlord Spear. Yi Lei swung his right hand, and a flash of blue light streaked through the air, striking the abdomen of the Thousand June Ant Emperor directly. Yi Lei's powerful strike shattered the formidable defenses of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. The blue-silver Overlord Spear pierced through the abdomen of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, emerging on the other side. In an instant, the brilliance in the eyes of the Thousand June Ant Emperor faded into darkness. Yi Lei leapt with great determination, transitioning his martial soul midair and unleashing a devastating infernal lava strike, which ultimately deprived the Ant Emperor of its life. Upon his descent, Yi Lei's legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a brief moment, Yi Lei summoned the Flame Lord and commenced the absorption of the Soul Ring. Time swiftly elapsed, and half an hour had passed. This was the first time Yi Lei absorbed a Soul Ring of 85,000 years. Thus the duration of the process was longer than in the previous 2 instances. Yi Lei slowly opened his eyes. A surge of immense energy instantly flooded his entire being, overwhelming him with a wave of heat. Chapter 20. The second method. Just after absorbing the Soul Ring, Yi Lei suddenly felt his legs weaken, causing him to kneel directly on the ground. Yi Lei, perplexed by the situation, could only inquire of the system, "O great system, what is happening to me?" The system remained silent. After a brief moment, it finally spoke. "Host, your current predicament is rather intricate. The Thousand June Ant Emperor you vanquished harbored immense resentment and dissatisfaction at the time of its demise. Simultaneously, your excessive consumption of soul energy in your effort to defeat it has rendered your body somewhat fragile, allowing it to exploit this vulnerability. You shall recover shortly. Relieved, Yilei felt the weight on his heart lift. Adjusting his posture, he closed his eyes once more, gradually assimilating the agitated soul energy of the Thousand Jin and Emperor within him. Meanwhile, Han Nuan, having flown for an indeterminate duration, halted at a certain location and turned to gaze in Yilei's direction. In the next instant, she was taken aback by a shocking sight. A crimson beam of light emerged from the direction where Yilei was located. Alarmed, Han Nuan instinctively summoned her martial soul and surged towards Yilei's position. In a matter of moments, the swift Han Nuan returned to the place where she and Yilei had parted. In the vast clearing, two figures stood, one large and one small. One of them had already departed from life, while the other was none other than Yilei. Upon landing, Han Nuan hurried to Yilei's side. He sat on the ground, his bangs slightly damp, his back soaked with sweat, and beads of perspiration glistening on his sharply defined face. Although Han Nuan was unsure of what had transpired moments before, the sight of the deceased Thousand Jin Ant Emperor clarified everything for her. Yet, Yilei remained unconscious, prompting Han Nuan to gently wipe the sweat from his brow before sitting down beside him. As she gazed at the young man, Han Nuan found herself lost in admiration. Despite having seen this face countless times, it remained strikingly handsome. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she approached the corpse of the Thousand Jin and Emperor. Recalling how Yilei would excavate a palm-sized orb from the brains of soul beasts after defeating them, something akin to a beast soul. Observing the Ant Emperor's head, she noted the absence of any signs of excavation. Wishing to assist Yilei, she pondered for a while, but was at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she took several steps back, unfurling a pair of ice blue wings from her back. With a steady voice, she declared, "First soul skill, Ice Feather." The wings flapped, sending forth a flurry of ice blue feather-like projectiles aimed directly at the head of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. Han Nuan continued this assault for 2 minutes. Yet the Ant Emperor's head remained utterly unresponsive. Confused, she felt the chilling breeze from her wings cause a shiver to run down her spine. In the midst of his meditation, Yilei sensed a chilling breeze wafting past him, evoking the sensation of plunging into an ancient ice cellar. Gradually, he opened his eyes and beheld a figure before him, adorned with a pair of icy blue wings that gracefully fluttered behind. Yilei rose and walked over. At that moment, Han Nuan remained oblivious to the commotion behind her and employed her first soul skill against the head of the Thousand Jin and Emperor. However, before the icy feather could make contact, a searing wave of energy emanated from the Ant Emperor, radiating outward. Caught off guard, Han Nuan stumbled, her footing lost, and she fell backward, instinctively shielding her head. Yet, she landed in a warm embrace. As she looked up, she beheld Yilei's profound gaze and instinctively inquired, "Yilei, when did you awaken?" Just now, Yilei's steady voice resonated. Subsequently, both of them, in unison, lifted their eyes to behold the source of the turbulent energy. There, upon the back of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, a crimson light shone, growing increasingly radiant. A possibility flickered through Yilei's mind. Could it be that? Yilei set Han Nuan down and swiftly approached the Qianjun Ant Emperor. The back of the Qianjun Ant Emperor began to fracture, and a dark, predominantly black, accented with red, bone emerged from within its body, hovering in the air. This soul bone, shadowy in hue, bore a striking resemblance to the Qianjun Ant Emperor. A pair of enormous pincers branched out from the shoulder region, while the remaining 3 pairs of legs resembled ribs. At the heart of the soul bone lay 6 crimson dots, reminiscent of the 6 eyes of the Qianjun Ant Emperor, adorned with patterns akin to flowing magma. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a soul bone. This soul bone is named the Qianjun Ant Emperor's torso bone, aged 85,000 years, with the skill known as Qianjun Meteor Flame Break." Yilei joyfully retrieved the soul bone, and just as he was about to absorb it, a thought crossed his mind. If he were to absorb this soul bone now, he would diminish the available spots on his body for future soul bones. After all, he would undoubtedly slay soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old, and the corresponding soul bones would be plentiful. What would he do then? Yilei could only call out to the system in his mind, "Dear system, is there any way to resolve this predicament?" The system responded, "Host, there are 2 possible solutions. The first, as you are aware, involves direct absorption, which would result in the loss of 1 soul bone slot. And what about the second method?" Yilei inquired eagerly. "The second approach entails allowing your second martial soul, the Flame Lord, to absorb this soul bone. However, after the absorption, should you choose not to utilize the Flame Lord martial soul, The skills associated with the soul bone will remain dormant, the system elucidated. Yilei suddenly realized the truth of the matter. Consequently, he resolved to adopt the second method. Chapter 21. Essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. After making his decision, Yilei promptly summoned the Flame Lord. 3 black soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and the temperature in the vicinity surged instantaneously, causing the Flame Lord's form to grow even more colossal. Yilei turned to face the Flame Lord and took a seat. The body of the Thousand June Ant Monarch hovered before the Flame Lord's chest. Under Yilei's gentle guidance, the body of the Thousand June Ant Monarch gradually merged into the Flame Lord's torso. Moments later, the once absorbed body re-emerged at Yilei's chest, leaving Han Wan beside him in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he that absorbed by the Flame Lord? How has it reappeared at Yilei's chest? What is happening? As time flowed slowly, the body of the Thousand June Ant Monarch completely adhered to Yilei's chest, resembling armor. Subsequently, Yilei slowly opened his eyes, and the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully absorbed the body of the Thousand June Ant Monarch. Your soul power level has now reached level 63. You are now granted a second task reward, the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline, the purpose of which you are already aware. Due to an oversight by the system, which led you into a predicament, an additional reward of a 50,000, your simulated soul ring has been bestowed upon you. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yilei nearly leaped with joy, not solely for the 50,000, your simulated soul ring, but for the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. Once consumed, his martial soul would no longer be the Blue-Silver Grass, but would transform into the Blue-Silver King. The Blue-Silver King is the sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of suppressing all other plant-type martial souls, and all of his soul skills would receive a significant enhancement. Yilei chose not to disclose the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline bestowed upon him by the system to Han Wan. Instead, he presented her with the 50,000 year mimetic soul ring. Han Wan gazed at the black circular ring in Yilei's hand and inquired, Yilei, what is this? This is a 50,000 year mimetic soul ring, meant for your advancement to the 3rd or 4th soul ring. He replied, isn't this a bit too precious? Perhaps you should keep it. Before Han Wan could finish her sentence, she witnessed Yilei swiftly switching his martial soul, and as the 9 black soul rings lit up in succession, she swallowed the words that had yet to escape her lips. The system observed quietly as Yilei displayed his affection. The system remarked, splendid. This dog food is truly delightful. It seems I need not worry about dinner tonight. Yilei, I shall quietly observe your performance. Upon observing Han Wan retract her mimicry soul ring, Yilei inquired, Wanner, what level is your soul power now? It's at level 22. My parents are about the same as I am, she replied. Very well. The day after tomorrow, I shall take you both to hunt for your second soul ring. Han Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Yilei approached the beast spirit of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, only to encounter a significant dilemma. Regardless of how he adjusted the angle of his dagger, he simply could not penetrate the brain of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. Yilei and Han Wan exchanged glances, utterly astonished that the body of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor remained so rigid even after its demise. The Thousand Jin Ant Emperor proclaimed, no matter how resilient my form, it was ultimately you who brought about my end. Yilei, in a state of resignation, could only summon the Blue-Silver Grass. The 5th spirit ring illuminated, and the Blue-Silver Overlord spear materialized in Yilei's right hand. With a soft sound, it emerged. With a decisive thrust, Yilei pierced downwards, forcefully lifting the skull of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. Revealed within was a crimson-black beast soul. After toying with it for a moment, Yilei carefully stowed it away in the confines of the system's space. After Yilei and Han Wan departed, a group of individuals clad in black approached the lifeless body of the Chi New Jersey in Huing. The leader retrieved a satellite phone from his waist and dialed a number. 5 seconds later, the call connected. Elder, the individual you instructed us to monitor has slain 2 soul beasts in the Riverside Forest. He is now left with his young girlfriend. How should we handle these 2 corpses? Understood. Bring the bodies back for now. It must be done swiftly. Continue to observe that individual and await my further instructions. Yes. Elder. Chapter 22. You belong to the 6th Elder. Yilei held Han Wan's hand as they emerged from the depths of Riverside Forest. Suddenly, Yilei came to a halt and turned to Han Wan, asking, Wanner, will you come to my home tonight, or return to yours? Han Wan was taken aback for a moment, having forgotten about this matter. She then took out her phone and said to Yilei, "Let me ask my parents now. Please wait a moment." Yilei nodded, gazing at Han Wan's profile, his eyes filled with profound affection. In the blink of an eye, however, his expression shifted to one of sharp intensity as he abandoned Han Wan, swiftly darting into the forest behind him. Once amidst the trees, Yilei scanned his surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, with a subtle movement of his left leg, he closed his eyes. Observing from above, a shadowy figure, assured that Yilei remained oblivious, drew a dagger from behind and leapt down. Just as the dagger was about to graze Yilei's neck, he pivoted, evading the strike, and seized the assailant's throat with a swift motion. Yilei slowly lifted his head, his gaze imbued with a murderous intent as he fixed his eyes upon the man before him and began to speak. "Speak, who sent you?" Noticing that the man had no intention of responding, Yilei exerted his strength with one hand and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. It was then that Yilei discerned the attire of the individual before him. On the left side of his chest, there was an emblem, adorned with a character for Hall and a diminutive numeral 6. Yilei furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "Are you one of Elder Lu's associates?" The man remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed his allegiance. "Speak, what is your intention?" At this moment, Xiao He could only interject, "Indeed, it is true that Elder Lu sent me. I was tasked with assessing your strength and, if the opportunity arises, to eliminate you." Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze growing even more indifferent. Observing this, Xiao He swiftly raised his hands, breaking free from Yilei's grasp. Once liberated, 2 soul rings illuminated beneath Xiao He's feet, 2 yellow rings hovering at his waist. Upon witnessing this, Yilei contemplated. This Elder Hall possesses considerable substance. Merely a few days have elapsed, and already there is a Grand Soul Master. The resources here are truly abundant. From behind Xiao He emerged a large, dark red bird, and Xiao He gradually ascended into the air, his fingernails elongating at a visible pace, while 2 pairs of dark red wings sprouted from his back. Yilei's soul beast detection device in his left hand began to emit a sound. Soul power level 25, martial soul blood falcon. Xiao He's eyes widened in astonishment. He could actually discern his own martial soul and its level. The instrument in his possession was quite extraordinary, and he must find a way to return and report to Elder Lu. The first soul skill, Bloodstorm. Xiao He unfurled the wings on his back, unleashing a torrent of crimson wind, interspersed with blood-red feathers, that surged toward Yilei. Upon witnessing this, Yilei swiftly moved his left leg, sending forth a barrage of violet blades directed at the assault from Xiao He. The sound of piercing echoed as Xiao He's attack was effortlessly neutralized. Observing this, Xiao He quickly descended to the ground, placing his hands upon it, and shouted once more, "First soul skill, Bloodstorm." This time, the scale of the soul skill was even more expansive, as a crimson wind rapidly enveloped Yilei. At the corner of Yilei's mouth, he gently stomped his right foot, and the ground behind him swiftly cracked open. The Flame Lord emerged, and a wave of intense heat rapidly spread, effectively evaporating the soul technique of the little black creature. Little Black watched helplessly as its soul skill dissipated, while Yilei stood before it unscathed, the 3 soul rings at his waist gleaming brilliantly. Sensing the dire situation, Little Black turned and took to the skies in a hasty retreat. Yilei slowly spoke, "Since you have arrived, do not depart." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. A colossal pillar of magma surged forth from his hand, hurtling towards the sky where Xiao He resided. Caught off guard, Xiao He swiftly turned and activated his own second soul skill, Spectral Spikes. With a powerful flap of his wings, a multitude of feathers transformed into blackened spikes, hurtling towards Yilei. Alas, Xiao He's second soul skill could not penetrate the infernal magma eruption. Soon, Xiao He was engulfed by Yilei's onslaught, his form charred and retreating into the distance. Yilei gazed contemplatively in that direction. Chapter 23, The Blue-Silver Emperor, The Anomaly of the Soul Ring. After Han Wan ended the call, her father did not mention the matter again. Han Wan turned around, intending to find Yilei, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. Just as she was about to call out, she saw Yilei leisurely emerging from the nearby woods. Upon noticing this, Han Wan hurriedly approached and seized Yilei by the ear, inquiring loudly, "Where have you gone? What were you doing in the woods?" Yilei winced in pain, quickly exclaiming, Nwaner, would you kindly release me? First, please tell me what you were doing in the woods, and then I shall let go." Upon hearing this, Yilei could only recount the events to Han Wan. When Han Wan learned that Yilei had discovered a soul beast in their vicinity, fearing for her safety, she promptly released her grip and affectionately rubbed Yilei's ear, looking at him with a face full of remorse. Yilei, noticing Han Wan's apologetic gaze filled with affection, gently patted her head and said, "All right, let us depart. It is no longer safe to linger here." With that, he took her hand and left. Meanwhile, the small black creature, referred to as a soul beast by Yilei, lay smoldering in a corner, its eyes vacant. A team tasked by the seventh elder happened to pass by, and the leader halted upon spotting a corpse in the center of the intersection. He raised his left hand, prompting his comrades to understand the unspoken command as they swiftly approached the lifeless body. Upon closer inspection, one of the team members staggered back in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The leader, perplexed, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here?" Regaining his composure, the team member turned to the leader and said, "Captain, this is one of the sixth elder's people. What did you just say?" Half an hour later, Yilei hurriedly escorted Han Wan out of the riverside forest. Upon arriving at Han Wan's home, he shared his plans with her parents and personally assessed their cultivation progress, with Han Wan being no exception. Back at his own residence, Yilei retrieved the soul spirits of the Face Spider King and the Thousand-Armed Ant King from the system's storage. Observing the soul spirits in his hands, each roughly the size of a solid sphere, Yilei resolved to completely absorb these two soul spirits before consuming the blue-silver bloodline essence provided by the system to evolve the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor. He cleared a space in the living room and sat down on the floor, summoning the blue-silver grass as 6 dark soul rings emerged. Yilei grasped the beast soul belonging to the Face Spider Emperor. With a mere thought, the third soul ring illuminated, gracefully rising into the air. As Yilei closed his eyes, the purple beast soul gradually became transparent, and the violet soul power began to flow slowly into the third soul ring, with a significant portion also coursing into his left leg. Moments later, Yilei slowly opened his eyes, feeling the enhancement of his third soul skill related to the blue-silver grass. The range of the soul skill expanded, the resilience of the blue-silver grass intensified, and the toxicity within it was further augmented. At this juncture, Yilei discovered an additional offensive capability in his left leg bone of the Face Spider Emperor. It could manifest the leg of the Face Spider Emperor, augmenting his close combat prowess. Yilei expressed, "Does this mean I can emulate the rider kick of Kamen Rider? Just thinking about it is incredibly exhilarating." Kamen Rider replied, "Please don't come any closer. Let's return to reality." Yilei switched his martial soul, and the Flame Lord materialized behind him. 3 soul rings appeared in succession, causing the temperature in the originally cool room to rise abruptly. Yilei grasped the beast soul of the 1,000-pound Ant Emperor, and at that moment, he recalled an important matter. He had yet to absorb the beast souls of the heavy-armored Beetle King and the Crimson Scorpion King that he had previously vanquished. Thus, Yilei retrieved the 2 beast souls from the system space. The 3 beast souls floated serenely around him as he closed his eyes and commenced the absorption of their soul power. Half an hour passed in this manner. Yilei gradually opened his eyes. After a moment of self-reflection, he rose to drink some water. Nearly 2 hours had passed since he absorbed the energies of 4 beast souls. After resting, Yilei returned to his original position and once again sat down on the ground. Yilei extracted the essence of the blue-silver bloodline from the system space. A test tube containing approximately 100 milliliters of a mesmerizing blue-golden liquid. Yilei directly removed the stopper from the test tube and, with a swift motion, consumed the essence of the blue-silver bloodline. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy radiated throughout his being. The blue-silver grass began to proliferate wildly within the confines of the room, and Yilei's body emanated a dazzling blue-gold radiance, so brilliant that it rendered his residence conspicuous amidst the entire community. Onlookers gathered below, speculating about the unusual phenomena. What on earth is happening in that household? I have no idea. Could they be experimenting with something perilous? It's quite possible. I don't care. I've already called the authorities. With that, the concerned resident raised their phone, signaling to those nearby. Not far away, a woman turned to her husband and remarked, "Dear, it seems like that's our home." The man followed the direction of his wife's finger, and the next moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, it truly is our house. That rascal Yilei is up to his antics again." With that, he hurriedly grabbed their luggage, urging his wife to follow him back to their building. In Yi Lei's residence, his martial spirit underwent a transformation into the Blue-Silver Emperor, resulting in a remarkable change in his appearance. His once raven-black hair had shifted to a delicate shade of azure, and one of his irises had also turned a pale blue, only to revert to its original state in the next heartbeat. 6 soul rings materialized beneath Yi Lei's feet, and he was astonished to discover that the 5th soul ring displayed numerous fissures, emanating a flickering crimson light. This is a mutation of the soul ring. Chapter 24. Father Yi, Mother Yi. As time passed, the cracks on Yi Lei's Millennium 5th ring multiplied, and the exterior of the black soul ring began to peel away in large patches, revealing the vibrant red beneath. As Yi Lei's mind whirled, a sudden thought struck him. Tang San's 5th soul skill, which awakens the Blue-Silver Emperor, is akin to the soul ring that manifests during this awakening. It is determined by the maximum age of the soul ring that a soul master can endure. His Blue-Silver Emperor had already reached the threshold of the 6th realm even before awakening, and his own limit for soul rings was nearing the standard of 100,000 years. Thus, following the awakening of his Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, his 5th ring would elevate to the realm of 100,000 years. Much like Tang San's in the later stages. Just as Yi Lei was deep in thought, a sound at the door captured his attention. Crack. Yi Lei warily observed the doorway, adopting a defensive posture. As the door swung open, 2 figures, a man and a woman, entered. Upon recognizing the newcomers, his tension eased. The visitors were none other than his father, Yi Junqing, and his mother, Tang Yunqing. "You little rascal," his mother exclaimed, "we've only been away on a short trip. And what on earth have you been up to at home? What was that strange blue and gold light just now?" Just as Yi Lei was about to call out for his parents, he was startled back by his father's thunderous roar. "What are you shouting for in the dead of night? Do you wish to kneel on the washboard?" Before Yi Lei could utter an explanation, his mother raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his father's head. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated through the room. "My dear, I was wrong. Utterly wrong. I can accept the punishment of the washboard, but it is this wretched boy's fault. I thought he was up to some mischief late at night. Yi Lei, why has it come back to me again? It's merely a second awakening of the martial soul." Yi Lei, truly speechless. System, watching from the front row. "Yi Lei, step aside." System, certainly. Reality, speak up, you little rascal. What mischief are you up to at this late hour? Dad, Mom, it is as follows. The world is undergoing a transformation, and everyone is awakening their martial souls. I am experiencing a second awakening of my own martial soul. By the way, what are your martial souls, dear parents? To grant me the pleasure of catching a glimpse. Yes, father and mother exchanged a glance, each silently acknowledging the truth of the moment. Subsequently, a shared thought ignited within them, and their respective martial spirits gradually materialized. Behind Yi Junqing, a colossal ice-blue wolf emerged, distinguished by its 9 long tails. In that instant, Yi Junqing began to embody her martial spirit. Her pupils transformed into a striking ice blue, and 9 ice blue tails sprouted from her back, emanating a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically. "Yi Lei, what manner of spirit does my father possess? I have never encountered such a thing. While I can discern the ice attribute of the wolf, what do the 9 tails signify? Is it a fusion of a wolf and a 9-tailed fox?" At this moment, Tang Yunqing's martial spirit also revealed itself. A large fish leapt from the ground behind her, hovering in the air. Much like Yi Junqing's martial spirit, it too was a shade of icy blue. Upon the emergence of the fish, the temperature in the room plummeted, dropping from a comfortable 20 degrees to a chilling 10. "Yi Lei, my heavens! Why have I never seen my parents' martial souls? They are both of the ice attribute. Perhaps this is advantageous, as it will save us some electricity during the summer. Wait, isn't warm also different?" At that moment, the soul beast detector in my left hand emitted a sound. Name, Yi Junqing, martial soul, 9-tailed Xianbing wolf, soul power level, 15. Name, Tang Yunqing, martial soul, ice thorn sawfish, soul power level, 14. What? 9-tailed Xianerica? I doubted my hearing and, upon reflection, realized it was the 9-tailed Xianbing wolf. Both of my parents possess ice attribute martial souls and are united as a couple, which signifies an exceptionally high compatibility. Once their soul power ascends to the rank of soul emperor, it is likely that they will develop a martial soul fusion technique. "Yi Lei, what is your martial soul?" Yi Junqing inquired at that moment. "Father, mother, I have currently awakened 2 martial souls, Blue-Silver Emperor and Flame Lord. Behold." With that, Under the astonished gazes of my parents, I unleashed the blue-silver emperor. At that moment, my fifth soul ring had fully evolved, and the configuration of 5 black rings and 1 red ring left my parents utterly astonished. Chapter 25. Absorbing the Soul Ring. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing gazed thoughtfully at the blue and golden little grass in their son's hands, as well as the 6 soul rings beneath his feet, 5 black and 1 red. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing. This son is raised in such an extraordinary manner. His abilities are truly otherworldly. Yi Junqing paused for a moment before speaking. My son, surely your 6 soul skills as the blue-silver emperor cannot all be identical to Tang San's, can they? Except for the 6th soul skill, the rest are the same. Yi Junqing nodded, signaling Yi Lei to proceed. Yi Lei retracted the blue-silver emperor and summoned the Flame Lord. The appearance of the Flame Lord infused the previously cold room with warmth. Observing the Flame Lord behind Yi Lei and the 3 black soul rings beneath his feet, he fell into deep contemplation. Ah, yes, father, mother, your soul power levels have already reached level 15, allowing you to absorb soul rings. I have some stock here for you to choose from. With that, Yi Lei directly unleashed the hundreds of soul rings acquired from the previous beast tide from his system space. In an instant, a multitude of yellow and purple soul rings appeared in the room as if by magic. All of these belong to you, my son? How did you acquire so many soul rings? Yi Junqing gazed intently at the multitude of soul rings before her. As a devoted fan of Douluo like Yi Lei, she was well aware of the significance these soul rings held. Although Yi Lei could effortlessly hunt soul beasts that had lived for a century, and even those that had existed for a millennium posed no challenge, it was inconceivable to amass such a vast collection of soul rings merely 3 days after the convergence of the 2 worlds. Father, do you recall the soul beast tide that occurred in our city yesterday? Indeed, I remember. A sudden surge of soul beasts emerged near Taihai Square, causing untold harm. Someone managed to capture photographs, taken by a young man who... Yi Junqing had yet to finish her words when she suddenly raised her head, gazing intently at her son. Could it be that the young man was, in fact, her son? Yi Lei smiled at Yi Junqing and nodded in affirmation. No wonder. This brings me reassurance. After all, this is the soul ring obtained by my own son, allowing me to absorb it with confidence. With this thought, Yi Junqing crouched down and began to sift through the pile of soul rings in search of one suitable for herself. As a devoted fan of Douluo, Yi Junqing inherently understands how to select the soul rings that best suit her. However, Tang Yunqing is at a disadvantage, having never experienced Douluo. She is utterly perplexed by the array of soul rings before her. Crouched on the ground, Tang Yunqing is uncertain of which one to choose. After observing Sujio, she finally extends her hand toward a yellow soul ring. With an inadvertent glance, Yi Lei quickly raised his voice to stop his mother upon noticing the soul ring she intended to take. Mother, you mustn't. This soul ring originates from the fire attribute Flame Leopard, while your martial soul, the Ice Thorn Soray, belongs to the ice attribute. They are fundamentally opposed. Please wait a moment. Let me find something suitable for you. This one seems quite good. Yi Lei searched through the pile of spirit rings for a while, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a delicate lavender spirit ring, which he retrieved using the blue-silver Emperor S vines. Mother, this spirit ring is derived from the Frostwind illusory dragon, aged 1,200 years. Its attributes perfectly align with those of your martial soul. It is undoubtedly the most suitable spirit ring for you. Having spoken, Yi Lei handed the spirit ring to Tang Yunqing, before turning his attention to Yi Junqing. At that moment, Ye's father had extracted a purple spirit ring from the pile. Yi Lei focused his gaze. The Frost Snow Leopard, dating back to the year 1200, was indeed a fitting match for his father's 9-tailed Xianbing wolf martial spirit. Chapter 26. The stubborn spirit. After Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing had chosen their respective soul rings, Yi Lei collected all the remaining soul rings from the ground into the system space. The room was instantly rendered immaculate. Observing Yi Lei's actions, Yi Junqing couldn't help but smirk. Had it not been for the existence of soul-guided storage devices, she might have doubted whether her son possessed a third martial spirit. Yi Lei, father, if you truly believe that, it is not entirely unfeasible. After all, I possess a remarkable system. So, in matters of emotion, I am merely a tool, am I? Yi Lei, is it not so? System, speechless, I am quite vexed. Life is arduous, the system sighs. Returning to reality, upon seeing his parents sitting on the ground, he quickly settled himself nearby, attuning to their physical condition. prepared to utilize his soul power should any issues arise to assist them in suppressing the strength of the soul rings. Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing forcefully shattered the Millennium Soul Rings they had chosen. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted. As two purple soul rings floated gracefully beside Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing, and the ethereal phantoms of the soul beasts gradually materialized within the chamber. Behind Yi Junqing emerged a feline soul beast, its body a striking blend of silver and gray. Upon its arrival, the room, in the midst of July, was adorned with swirling snowflakes. The ethereal presence of Yi Junqing's martial spirit, the nine-tailed mystic ice wolf, materialized before him. Its fierce gaze fixated on the frost snow leopard behind him, emanating a menacing aura. In the next heartbeat, the wolf and the leopard engaged in a ferocious struggle, and beads of perspiration began to form upon Yi Junqing's brow. Beside him, Tang Yuqing was equally distressed. Her martial spirit, the ice-spiked Soray, floated nearby, while the frostwind illusionary dragon gracefully fluttered its wings above her. This quadrupedal draconic creature, cloaked in deep azure, regarded the ice-spiked Soray with piercing dragon eyes. Its claws slightly ajar as if it intended to devour the Soray whole. Yilei cast a glance with his almond-shaped eyes, shaking his head in resignation. One soared through the skies while the other glided through the water. It seemed he had unwittingly bestowed a predicament upon his mother. Rubbing his forehead, the blue-silver emperor materialized before Yilei, 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, manifesting at his waist. Yilei slowly began to speak, blue-silver domain. A radiant blue light emanated from Yilei, enveloping Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing in an instant. Yilei raised his gaze to glare at the frostwind illusory dragon hovering above Tang Yuqing. The dragon's ethereal eyes trembled upon encountering Yilei's azure gaze, instantly recalling the moment of its demise at his hands, suspended in midair on the bustling street, mouth agape. It had barely summoned its skill before Yilei pierced through its form with a single shot. In the next heartbeat, the frostwind illusory dragon transformed into a cascade of deep blue light, swiftly surging into Tang Yuqing's being. Observing this, Yilei nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to channel a stream of soul energy into her, before turning his attention to Yi Junqing. Meanwhile, the Shuashua leopard, engaged in a fierce struggle with the nine-tailed ice wolf, was rendered motionless by a sudden, crushing blow, only to have its neck severed by the wolf's vicious bite. In an instant, the Shuashua leopard dissipated into a silvery gray light, merging into Yi Junqing's essence. Similarly, Yilei directed a pulse of soul energy into Yi Junqing, guiding the absorption of soul rings within their forms. At that very moment, the shrill sound of sirens grew increasingly closer. A police vehicle entered the community, followed closely by a black military truck emblazoned with a prominent insignia displaying the character Chang. As Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing each manifested a faint purple soul ring around their waists, it gradually began to grow more substantial. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, disrupting Yilei's meditation. Who is it at such a late hour? Muttering to himself, Yilei rose and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of 5 or 6 uniformed police officers, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in indistinguishable black attire. The leading officer presented his badge and spoke. "We have received reports from the public indicating that a blue and gold light emanated from your residence on 2 occasions. May I inquire what you were doing at that time? Please cooperate with our investigation." Yilei replied, "My martial soul has undergone a second awakening. Is there an issue? If not, please refrain from disturbing me. Farewell." After Yilei answered the officer's questions, he prepared to close the door. "Wait, please cooperate with our military investigation," suddenly spoke a figure clad in black. "Military? I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I comply with you? I have already stated that there is no issue in my home. Please depart and do not disturb our rest." Yilei's expression instantly turned frosty. "The military, huh? Who knows what ulterior motives you harbor? Only a dog would cooperate with you. Go find somewhere else to linger." Yilei pondered. At that moment, the leader of the black-clad men produced an investigation order and addressed Yilei. "Please cooperate with our inquiry, or we shall resort to forceful measures." Yilei raised an eyebrow and replied, "What if I refuse?" The leader, losing his patience, signaled to his companions, who instantly understood and unleashed their respective martial spirits. Observing the leader, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, the 6th elder, you are truly obstinate." The leader's martial spirit was none other than the bloodthirsty hawk. Chapter 27. It is you who are forcing my hand. Yilei cast a knowing smile at the leader of the cloaked figures and spoke. You are from the sixth elder, aren't you? The five cloaked individuals involuntarily shuddered, their identities effortlessly discerned by this seemingly naive youth. It appeared that the sixth elder was indeed correct. This insolent brat could not be allowed to remain, as he would undoubtedly disrupt the plans of our elder hall. The leader's gaze turned icy as he pivoted and declared, Brothers, the elder has issued a command. Whoever brings me his head shall receive a promotion and a raise. Now, charge. With that, the five cloaked figures disregarded the police surrounding them and prepared to strike at Yilei. Yilei raised his hand and said, Wait a moment. It would be unwise to engage in conflict here. After all, you wouldn't wish to harm the innocent, would you? Let us descend to the lower floor and settle this matter there, shall we? The five men in black exchanged glances, and the leader cast a menacing look at Yilei. In the next moment, he nodded slightly and turned to lead his companions downstairs. Every subtle movement did not escape Yilei's keen observation. A slight smile played upon his lips as he followed them down. Since they had come, they should not expect to leave unscathed. As Yilei seized the moment when the five individuals were distracted, he swiftly cast a soul force seal in his home. A flash of blue and gold illuminating the space. Downstairs, in the small square, the residents of the community were fervently discussing the incident, which had garnered the attention of both the police and the military. For the elderly men and women, this was ample material for their post-meal conversations, and it wouldn't be long before a myriad of different versions of the story emerged. 2 minutes later, a voice rang out, They're coming out. Instantly, the attention of all the residents in the square was captured. Who could possibly command such significant attention from both law enforcement and the armed forces? I dare say this individual could not be of good character. As the crowd watched in astonishment, the figures of five men in black gradually revealed the person behind them. Isn't that the young man from the Yi family? I recall him being quite well behaved. After a brief moment, an elderly gentleman stepped forward to engage the five men in conversation. Esteemed leaders, the young Yi is usually very well-mannered and of excellent character. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding? Perhaps you might investigate further. Get lost, old hag. Before the elderly woman could finish her plea, the nearest man in black shouted and kicked her away. She was sent flying, and amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, a blue-silver vine ensnared her waist, bringing her to Yilei's side. A blue-gold light flickered in his hand, and in the next moment, a gentle wave of soul force began to flow into the elderly woman's body. A few spirited young men, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger in their eyes. Glaring at the five men in black as if they wished to incinerate them, they strode forward, confronting the assailant with a barrage of traditional exclamations. How dare you? Is this how a soldier behaves? Is this how you treat the elderly? After being politely admonished by the young men, the assailant exuded a heavy aura, and a massive purple gorilla appeared behind him. In the next instant, he swung his fist, generating sparks in the air. The young men barely had time to react, instinctively raising their hands to shield their heads. Moments later, the anticipated punch did not land. They looked up to find a crimson stone wall standing before them. Turning their gaze, they saw Yilei supporting the elderly woman, with a colossal red figure emerging behind him. Those familiar with the world of Douluo continent immediately recognized this as Yilei's martial spirit. The assailant, under Yilei's careful control, found his fist firmly lodged against the stone wall. Yilei placed the elderly woman onto a nearby recliner and turned to approach the five individuals. Yilei's gaze gradually turned frigid, the searing air currents emanating from him causing the nighttime temperature to rise swiftly. Observing the cloaked figures before him, Yilei spoke slowly. I had no intention of resorting to lethal force, but now, you have compelled my hand. I might acquiesce to accompany you, but only if you possess the capability to best me. Otherwise, do not harbor any illusions of leaving this place alive. His icy voice resonated through the ears of all present in the square. The leader of the black-clad figures chuckled dismissively and replied, Kid, perhaps you should draft your thoughts before you speak, for do you truly believe that we, five formidable individuals, cannot overcome a mere boy? Spare us your jest. However, as the leader reveled in his misplaced confidence, Yilei's next utterance caused his countenance to shift dramatically. If my conjecture is accurate, you must have a twin brother, correct? The leader retorted, and what of it? Yilei continued, regrettably, you shall never see him again. But fret not, I shall soon send you down to reunite with him. What did you say? Upon hearing Yilei's words, the black-clad leader could no longer maintain his confidence, his eyes filled with disbelief. What have you done to him? Where is he? The leader's voice trembled with fear. Upon observing the black-clad leader's momentary lapse into deep thought, Yilei discerned that his assumptions had proven accurate. He spoke slowly. It was the sixth elder who sent him to assassinate me, but unfortunately for him, he did not last even a minute in my grasp. By now, he must have been discovered and taken away by the seventh elder's men. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the black-clad leader could no longer contain himself. A pair of dark crimson wings unfurled from his back, while the nails of his hands gradually elongated, transforming into a sinister shade of black. His pupils shifting to a half-black, half-red state. He ascended slowly into the air, 3 soul rings emerging from beneath his feet, hovering at his waist, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The other figures in black, witnessing their leader unleash his martial soul, hesitated not for a moment. Suddenly, the small square was illuminated by a multitude of soul rings, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. A few knowledgeable observers stammered, this, 2 great soul masters and 3 soul venerables? In just a few days, has the military's power become so formidable? All 5 of them possess the optimal soul ring configuration. That young man from the Yi family is finished now. Yilei chuckled and spoke. This is rather interesting. Let me witness the prowess of your elder hall. Turning to his companions, he commanded, Brothers, let us unite and subdue him. With that, 5 figures surged towards Yilei. The leader, clad in black, soared above him and unleashed the first soul skill, Phantom of the Ghost Falcon. Instantly, 5 spectral manifestations of his martial spirit erupted from his back, encircling Yilei's head. The first soul skill, Thunder Fist. The second soul skill, Bull Charge. The first soul skill, Wind Blade Moon Shadow. The first soul skill, Rock Dragon's Roar. In that fleeting moment, 4 soul skills hurtled towards Yilei. In the sky, the black-clad leader waved his hands and bellowed. Second soul skill, Bloody Storm. He and his martial spirit phantoms unleashed 6 swirling black-red tempests towards Yilei, saturating the small plaza with an overwhelming stench of blood. What is that foul odor? It's so pungent, a scent of blood. Why isn't that brat from the Yu family dodging? Has he been frightened into silence? Ugh, I've never liked him. Better he perishes. Came the murmurs from the onlookers, their faces contorted in disgust from the acrid smell. However, some peers seized the opportunity to curse Yilei, for he was widely regarded by most parents in the community as the pinnacle among his age group, a child of exceptional academic prowess, striking looks, amiable disposition, and commendable character. How could he not be adored by the multitude of parents? Why most parents rather than all? Because some had abandoned their main accounts and begun training their alternate ones. As the soul skills descended, a cloud of dust erupted. The 5 gathered, and the leader chuckled, Little brat, in this day and age. Want it not to jest. Look how this has come back to bite you. Come, brothers, let us take him away. Drinks are on me. Right on, boss. With that, 2 of the black-clad men advanced to drag Yilei's body from the haze. At that moment, a voice pierced through. Is this truly all you are capable of? As the words fell, a stone sphere the size of a football and a violet light surged from the dust towards them. In an instant, 2 black-clad men were sent hurtling backward, one meeting his demise in an instant. Fourth brother. The remaining 4 cried out in shock at the sight of their comrade being cleaved in 2. The first law of the world, attack without smoke. And there is injury. Conversely, where there is smoke, there is no injury. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. The 3 black soul rings encircling the boy's waist captivated the attention of all present in the plaza. Chapter 29, The Evil Soul Master Heavens. This is utterly astonishing, a soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Such power is unfathomably monstrous. The 4 figures clad in black gazed at Yilei ahead, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Just a few days had passed, and our elder at the 6th residence had painstakingly cultivated merely over 50 soul lords, expending vast resources to hunt down soul rings aged a century to a millennium. How could you possibly possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? You dare to guess? Yilei's gaze was frigid, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Brothers, let us unite and avenge old 4 and my brother. Upon uttering these words, the leader in black surged forward toward Yilei, simultaneously commanding 5 martial spirit phantoms to launch an assault against him. Yilei's lips curled into a smile as the flame lord behind him conjured a ball of magma and hurled it directly at the cloaked leader. With a resounding thud, the magma sphere collided with the leader's body, sending him crashing to the ground. His shirt burned through, leaving a gaping hole, while cracks spiderwebbed across the stone tiles beneath. Big brother, I'm fine. You all continue. Upon hearing his words, the others turned and charged toward Yilei. The third soul skill, Rock Dragon Cannon. The cloaked third-in-command raised his right hand, unleashing a column of earthy yellow light toward Yilei. Oh, this could be interesting. Let me show you this move. First soul skill. Infernal Magma Burst. The first soul ring at Yilei's waist shimmered to life, and a crimson beam erupted from his right hand. The yellow and red beams collided, producing a tremendous shockwave that, in an instant, engulfed the yellow beam in the fiery embrace of the red one. Seeing Black Third attempting to flee, Yilei promptly summoned 3 stone walls behind him. Realizing escape was impossible, Black Third gritted his teeth and declared, second soul skill, Dragon Scale. Instantly, earthy yellow scales enveloped his body, preparing to withstand Yilei's onslaught. How laughable that a mere century-old second soul skill would dare to endure my infernal magma burst. So be it. I shall send you to the afterlife. With that, Yilei exerted force with his right hand, amplifying the power of his soul skill. Boom. The clash resonated as Black Third's dragon scales shattered upon contact with the infernal magma burst, failing to last even a second. He was consumed by the fiery eruption without uttering a single cry of pain, departing for the underworld. Next, it is your turn to face my wrath. With Black Third's life force extinguished, Yilei turned to the remaining 3 and spoke. Damn it, we've lost another soul master. We cannot afford any more losses. I must resort to that technique. The cloaked leader pivoted, his gaze fixating on the frightened police officers nearby. Third soul skill, Blood Armor Protection. The third soul ring at his waist illuminated, and 3 spectral bloodhawks surged forth from behind him, darting straight for the 3 officers. Thud, thud, thud. The officers' chests were pierced by the hawks' sharp beaks, their life essence drained in an instant. The 3 spectral hawks then rushed toward the remaining cloaked figures, merging with their bodies. Immediately, 3 crimson beams erupted from their chests, 3 blood-red armors manifesting upon them. It was unexpected that this cloaked leader's third soul skill relied on the vitality of others to activate. He was clearly a malevolent soul master. The secrets of the Elder Hall must lie within this. He cannot be allowed to survive and wreak havoc upon the world. Yilei contemplated, his eyes filled with an intensified murderous intent. Chapter 30. The Self-Created Soul Skill, 4 Fires Connecting Heaven and Earth. Today, I shall avenge those harmed by your Elder's Hall. Every second you linger in this world is a profound disrespect to their souls in the heavens. Now, brace yourselves for the judgment from the Earth's Forge, the self-created soul skill, for fires connecting heaven and earth. In an instant, 4 towering crimson stone pillars erupted from the ground, encircling Yilei and the 3 figures in black. The earth fractured, with crevices connecting the pillars, as torrents of lava began to surge forth, inundating the ground beneath them. In the next moment, the stone spheres atop the pillars radiated a brilliant light, unleashing 4 beams of crimson energy. As the beams intersected, a fiery energy shield began to form, swiftly isolating the 4 from the outside world. The 4 fires connecting heaven and earth comprises the first 2 of Yilei's soul skills. Within this domain, all soul masters' martial souls are subjected to suppression, with ice and wind attribute soul masters bearing the brunt of the oppression. The 3 figures in black were taken aback, questioning Yilei with alarm. What is happening? What have you done? What do you intend to achieve? Yilei gazed at the face of the dark-clad leader, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he slowly uttered, What do I desire? It is merely to avenge the elderly woman whom you have harmed and those 3 police officers from whom you have drained their very lifeblood, while simultaneously purging your malevolent souls with flames. Second in command, 5th, for the sake of our lives. We must fight him to the bitter end and ensure he does not disrupt the plans of our Elder Hall. Upon hearing Yilei's words, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the dark-clad leader, who turned to the remaining 2 companions. The 2nd and 5th members exchanged knowing glances before nodding in agreement to their leader. Second soul skill, Wind Goddess Thrust. Second soul skill, Bloodstorm. First soul skill, Thunder Fist. Simultaneously, the trio launched their assaults upon Yilei. As he beheld the 3 soul skills hurtling towards him, a grin spread across his face. Is that all you can muster? First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Surge. Beneath the dark-clad leader and his companions, magma bubbled violently, erupting instantaneously. The 3 were propelled skyward, hurriedly evading the oncoming attack, causing their soul skills to falter. The dark-clad leader's 3rd soul skill, Blood Armor S Protection, offered more than mere shielding. It endowed the recipient with a fleeting ability to soar through the air. Oh, it possesses such an effect? I truly did not anticipate this. In midair, let us see how you fare against this technique. Suddenly, a piece of armor materialized on Yilei's chest, its center adorned with 6 pulsating red dots, emitting beams of crimson light that shot into the heavens. What could this be? What did those 6 beams signify? Upon witnessing the armor on Yilei's chest, the Black Boss felt an ominous foreboding. With the power of the 1000 Gene and Emperor's skeletal skill, he unleashed the 1000 Gene meteoric flame. In an instant, the sky above the 4-fire sky domain was illuminated with scintillating red lights, rapidly descending towards the ground. As the Black Boss, possessing a bird-like martial soul, discerned the nature of the impending objects, he urgently instructed the 2 individuals beside him, defend. Quickly, take cover. Old 2 and Old 5 exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Brother, shall we use that move to block these things? There was no other option. They executed the Trinity Martial Soul Combination technique, Blood Wind Lightning Storm. The soul rings of all 3 individuals flared to life, hovering above their heads. A bird and a monkey merged in the air, entwined with a gust of green wind, standing against the multitude of falling meteors. This is intriguing. Yet your soul rings lack sufficient age. If you possess 2 10,000-year soul rings, you might stand a chance against my skeletal skill. Alas, my soul bone is derived from the mutated 1000 Gene Ant Emperor of 85,000 years, a force beyond the capacity of mere soul masters. The night has deepened. It is time to send you on your way. Yilei's voice, chillingly cold, echoed in the ears of the Black Boss and his companions. Yilei stood at a distance, gazing at the scene unfolding in the sky. With his right hand raised, he slowly clenched his fist and declared, First soul skill. Hellfire Magma Surge. Instantly, magma erupted beneath the 3 figures of the Black Boss, who, unable to evade the onslaught, found themselves engulfed by a torrent of flaming meteors from above and a colossal pillar of magma from below. As their soul power dwindled to nothing, they were ultimately consumed by the molten rock, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 31. That esteemed individual. The energy shield dissipated, revealing a figure. Why is Yilei the only one left? What happened to the 3 from the military? I have no idea. Could it be that Yilei killed them? It seems likely. Did you not witness their actions earlier? They kicked an elderly woman without reason and took the lives of 3 police officers. They deserve their fate. Indeed. Yilei turned and approached the elderly woman, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. The Flame Lord had vanished, and in his hand, a shimmering blue-golden radiance flickered. He gently placed his hand on the woman's abdomen, allowing the luminous energy to permeate her body, mending the meridians and bones that had been injured by the kick from the black-clad 5th Elder. A powerful assault from a high-level soul master could easily result in death or severe injury, especially for an elderly woman on the brink of death. After a brief moment, having confirmed that the woman's internal structure was intact, he entrusted her to the care of her companions, Old Ebo and Old Emu. He then strode purposefully towards the relatively intact corpse of the black-clad 4th Elder. Observing the body, he grinned and remarked, still too inexperienced. However, it's understandable. Only 3 days have passed since the integration of the Douluo world, and for the Elder Hall to have trained them to this level is impressive. But what, I wonder, is the task that the Black Elder mentioned? With the fire element swirling in his hand, he conjured a blaze that incinerated the 4th Elder's divided remains. Moments later, a faint aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Ugh, what a foul stench. Yilei grimaced slightly, pinching his nose with his left hand while controlling the temperature of the fire element with his right. After 2 minutes, the remains of the 4th Elder had turned to dust, dissipating into the atmosphere. Turning, he strode towards the group of young individuals who had narrowly escaped death under the blows of the black-clad 5th Elder. Since you displayed courage in the face of danger and sought justice for the elderly woman against the evil soul masters, these soul rings are yours. Each of you shall receive 5, sufficient for self-defense. Remember, do not bring calamity upon the world as they did, or your fate will mirror that of those 5 individuals. With a grand gesture, Yilei summoned dozens of soul rings that materialized out of thin air, each individual presented with a meticulously arranged sequence of 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, the optimal combination. Accept these as a token of my appreciation for your bravery. There are matters yet to be addressed. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward a distant black military vehicle. A flicker of blue-golden light glimmered in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, numerous blue-silver emperor vines emerged from beneath the vehicle, ensnaring it. With a firm grip of his hand, the vines constricted, crushing the military vehicle into a mere heap of scrap metal. Meanwhile, within the Elder 6 residence in Shuqing, a middle-aged man clad in black approached the door at the end of the corridor and knocked. Enter, came a voice, aged yet commanding. The man pushed the door open, advancing to a spot 2 meters from the desk before kneeling on one knee, hands clasped together, and spoke, "Elder 6. The individuals you instructed me to deploy for the mission have all perished. One was discovered by your brother, Elder 7, and the body is currently en route back. The remaining 5 have lost their life force. No bodies or even remnants have been found." "Oh, is that so? What were their code names?" "Instruct the others to locate their families and eliminate them without leaving a trace." "Do you understand?" Elder 6 inquired. "Understood. Their code names are as follows. Codename Falcon. Marshal Soul Blood Phantom Falcon. Soul Power Level 32. Codename Spectre. Marshal Soul Blood Phantom Falcon. Soul Power Level 29. Codename Wind God. Marshal Soul Wind Spirit Body. Soul Power Level 31. Codename Dragon Roar. Marshal Soul Rock Dragon. Soul Power Level 31. Codename Wild Bull. Marshal Soul Ironclad Water Buffalo. Soul Power Level 28. Codename Lightning. Marshal Soul Thunder Ape. Soul Power Level 28. Very well, I comprehend. You may leave now." Elder 6 massaged his temples and gestured for the middle-aged man to withdraw. "Oh, and one more thing, Elder 6, that esteemed individual has initiated a virtual video conference and has specifically requested your presence." The middle-aged man spoke calmly. The 6th elder paused momentarily. "My lord, why convene a virtual video conference at this time?" Chapter 32. The Plan of the Elder Hall in Shuqing. Within the abode of the 6th elder, a dimly lit corridor stretched before him. The 6th elder strode purposefully to the grand door at the corridor's end. From the inner pocket of his garment, he retrieved a black card, which shimmered with a crimson glow. In the next instant, a surge of light enveloped the black card, causing it to seemingly come alive, breaking free from the 6th elder's grasp and soaring directly into the card slot at the center of the door. With a hiss, the mechanism of the door was activated, and a blood-red liquid began to flow from around the card slot. Outlining the intricate design upon the door, a colossal dragon coiled around a long staff, its eyes emanating a chilling aura of menace. With a beep, the door swung open, illuminating the chamber within. The furnishings of the conference room came into view, a long table flanked by 11 chairs. With the sole exception of the opulent golden-hued Nama chair at the head, each of the remaining chairs bore distinct engravings of large Chinese numerals. The patterns on these 10 chairs were uniquely captivating. The 6th elder approached the chair engraved with the numeral 6, gracefully seated himself, and gestured with his left hand. The previously mentioned card flew back to him, landing within the apparatus before him. With a hum, the device activated, casting 10 beams of azure light upon the other chairs. In an instant, 10 AI avatars materialized within the conference room. The 6th elder exchanged glances with the 7th elder, and they both nodded in unison before turning their attention to the head seat. A shadowy figure materialized in the luxurious golden Nama chair, devoid of any discernible features. Upon its appearance, the other 10 individuals rose in unison, bowing respectfully to the silhouette. The shadow raised its right hand and spoke, "Be seated. Let us conclude this matter swiftly. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Xiong, present the information on that young man and the 6 sacrificed individuals." Upon hearing their names, the 6th and 7th elders swiftly operated their respective devices. Moments later, the details of Yi Lei and the 6 sacrificed individuals were projected into the air. "This individual has emerged within Xiao Xiong's territory, significantly impacting our operations. In just 3 days, he has already claimed the lives of 6 of Xiao Zhe's men, with Xiao Xiong's forces losing over a dozen the following day. I propose 2 courses of action. First, each of you should dispatch your subordinates to encircle him and eliminate all those around him. Second, we should refrain from immediate action. I believe that the 6 individuals did not divulge the secrets of our Elder Hall, thus his influence upon us remains minimal. However, given his prowess, he can effortlessly confront 3 Soul Lords and 2 Great Soul Masters, overcoming them one by one. Even with reinforcements, it would yield little benefit. Therefore, I have decided to withdraw our surveillance, focusing instead on clandestinely nurturing our talents, so that one day we may eradicate him." The resonant voice of the shadow reverberated within the conference room. After a brief moment, the elder seated to the left of the shadow spoke. "I believe the gentleman is correct. Our current focus should be on strengthening our council of elders, rather than fixating on a mere insignificant ant." Upon finishing his statement, the elder turned to glance at the other 9 individuals, receiving a chorus of resolute gazes in return. "I possess a novel technology to share with you, which we shall implement in various prestigious universities. When we publicly proclaim the benefits this technology offers to the populace, No one shall doubt its merits. The shadow paused momentarily, its ebony hands manipulating an unseen object. In the next instant, all devices before the 10 elders emitted a sharp beep, revealing a file icon before each individual. Xiaoxiong, please provide me with a copy of the list you hold. We need to assign someone to discreetly follow him and report on his every action. The shadow's gaze suddenly shifted to the 7th elder, who promptly responded by sharing his list. The shadow nodded appreciatively and declared, "Very well, it is getting late. This meeting concludes here. You may all disperse." With that, the shadow vanished, leaving only the 10 elders in the room. After exchanging glances, they all logged off, removing their cards. The 6th elder leaned back in their chair and sighed deeply before exiting the room. At this moment, unaware that his request had prompted the Council of Elders to convene an emergency video meeting, Yilei had just returned home. Observing his parents, who were still engaged in their meditative practices, Yilei expressed his confusion. "I've been gone for so long, yet Mom and Dad are still not finished. That shouldn't be the case. Even with a Millennium-level soul ring, using the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul power for assistance should have sufficed." Yilei anxiously paced behind his father and mother, oblivious to the fact that the 2 individuals before him had quietly opened their eyes. Just as he was about to tap his father's shoulder, an icy aura suddenly erupted, startling Yilei into a hasty retreat. However, as he attempted to lift his legs to flee, he discovered that they were firmly ensnared in place by an unyielding frost. The 2 figures before him abruptly rose, their martial spirits manifesting as they turned to face him. Yi Junqing, her hair transformed into a striking ice blue, gazed at her son, who was immobilized by her icy power, and spoke. "Now tell me, where were you just now? Why is the neighborhood owners group buzzing with the video from earlier?" Beside Yi Junqing, Tang Yongqing also chimed in. "Little Lei, please share with your mother what you were up to. Rest assured, if you speak the truth, your father and I will not resort to harsh punishment." The gentle tone of Tang Yongqing resonated in Yilei's ears, causing him to shudder with apprehension. It was over. His mother was furious, and he could hardly escape another round of discipline today. The system noted, indeed, the host's mother perfectly exemplified the notion of delivering the harshest words in the most placid of tones. "Yilei, oh, the system. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks about my feelings. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I don't make you cry. I want to bear the surname Yi. System, I have assisted you so much, and yet you wish to strike me? Love has vanished. TT, boo-hoo." In reality, facing the 2 icy figures before him, Yilei trembled and quickly spoke up. "Mom, Dad, before you returned, my martial soul, Blue-Silver Grass, evolved into Blue-Silver Emperor. Perhaps the brilliance of the transformation was too dazzling, leading those resting downstairs to believe I was dealing with some dangerous items. They called the police, and then you came back. Just as you were absorbing your soul rings, the police arrived, accompanied by 5 elders from the hall." After revealing the truth, Yilei looked at his parents, his gaze filled with hope. Wishing that his father could dispel the ice from his legs, even though he could easily free himself from the icy shackles, he refrained from doing so, considering it disrespectful to his parents to remove the ice himself when he had committed no wrongdoing. However, the reality was different after hearing their son's account. Ye's parents grew even colder in demeanor. "Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You went down to fight without even informing us, so we could at least be at ease. Do you know how close you came to scaring your mother to death? You little rascal, bullying your mother again. You deserve a good beating today." Huh. Yilei was bewildered. How had he ended up bullying his mother again without even realizing it? "Heavens, Dad, are you really going to strike?" he exclaimed, turning to his mother with a pleading gaze, hoping she would come to his aid. However, Tang Yunqing's words left Yilei utterly stunned. "Indeed, you deserve it. When did we ever entrust you with the task of fighting in group brawls? Don't you dare run away. Stand still." After hearing his mother's words, Yilei felt helpless. With a sudden burst of strength, he broke free from his restraints and began to dash frantically around the room. Life was not easy, he sighed. Chapter 34, Departure. After being subjected to a relentless half-hour of combined assaults from Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing, Yilei now lay on the floor of his room, his hair still speckled with bits of ice. It seemed that allowing his parents to absorb a millennium's worth of soul rings was quite advantageous. Their strength was sufficient to dominate those of equal rank. Achoo! Oh dear, it's freezing. I need to take a hot shower. With a swift maneuver, Yilei sprang to his feet and headed to the bathroom for a warm bath. The night passed without incident. After a day of rest, on a brisk morning, Yilei met with Han Wan at their agreed-upon location, rousing their respective parents from their slumber, each bearing a different price for their awakening. Yilei narrowly avoided another beating, while Han Wan, on the other hand, was in a different situation, as Yilei had informed Han's parents in advance about this matter. Yilei, I am at a loss for words. How could I have forgotten this? Indeed, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. System, haha. Yilei, dog system, come out and face the music. System, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Yilei, oh, great system. I was wrong. I beg you, please do not leave, all right? After absorbing the soul rings and a day of rigorous training, Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing finally ascended to the 20th rank, becoming great soul masters, still needing one more soul ring. Thus, Yilei awakened them early in the morning, urging them to accompany him in the hunt for soul rings. At the entrance of the Rongzhong Grand Hotel, the six gathered. Here's the thing. My parents have just reached the 20th rank as well. So I've brought them along. Is that acceptable to you all? No objections. The three responded in unison, shaking their heads. Very well. Let us depart for the martial world. Yilei spoke up. All right, but why don't we venture to the riverside forest? Surely, there are spirit beasts there as well. Han Wan gazed at Yilei with a look of curiosity. This. Undoubtedly. Yilei was momentarily taken aback by the question posed by Han Wan. Upon hearing this, Han's parents turned their attention to Yilei, as their first spirit ring had been obtained from the spirit beasts hunted in the riverside forest by their future son-in-law. It was indeed perplexing for them to consider the idea of hunting for spirit rings in the martial forest, located on the opposite side of Rong City. Under the scrutiny of his girlfriend's family, Yilei scratched his head and replied, Yesterday afternoon, I took a trip to the riverside forest myself, wandering around for quite some time, but I was unable to find any suitable spirit beasts for you. Hence, I thought it wise to explore the martial forest to assist you in finding a fitting spirit beast. As soon as Yilei's words fell, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head, accompanied by Yi Junqing's voice echoing in the ears of those present. I told you, you little rascal. Where on earth did you disappear to yesterday afternoon without a word? You worried your mother. With that, Yi Junqing cast a pleading look at Tang Yuqing, her face brimming with the desire for praise. When has Tang Yuqing ever worried about that little rascal Yilei? With his current prowess, there is no need for my concern. Tang Yuqing shot her husband a reproachful glance and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yilei looked at his parents with a sense of helplessness. It was one thing to display affection at home, but to do so in public was another matter entirely. With a resolute thought, he swiftly made his way to Han Wan, disregarding the gazes of onlookers, and buried his head into the crook of her neck. Inhaling the delightful fragrance of her hair, Han Kachin, feeling exasperated, lamented, What should I do? I feel like hitting someone. My little cabbage is being spoiled by a pig. Oh, how distressing. The pig responded, I've been scolded by my future father-in-law. I seek solace from my wife. Han Wan retorted, At your age, how can you still be so juvenile? In the real world, Yilei exclaimed, All right, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, let us set off. Two cars drove in tandem towards Wuling. Chapter 35. This tree I have planted, this road I have paved. Should you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. The two sedans cruised along the highway, and after an hour's journey, they arrived at a vast forested scenic area. Yilei stepped out of the vehicle and gazed at the imposing entrance of the vast forest scenic area. He then turned to address the 5 individuals with his plan. Here is my thought, Uncle. The first soul ring you possess grants you a defensive soul skill. So today we shall assist you in seeking an offensive soul beast to serve as your second soul ring. Aunt, as a soul master. Your choice of soul ring should lean towards those that enhance both attack and speed. Thus, our objective today is to find a soul beast that excels in both velocity and offensive capabilities for you. Yilei then turned his attention to Han Wan. And regarding his parents, he continued, For you three, along with Han Wan, finding suitable soul rings will prove challenging, as your martial souls are all of the ice attribute. Given that we are located along the coast of Rong City, where the temperatures are elevated, it is likely that we may not encounter appropriate soul beasts for you. Father, your martial soul is the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. Thus, we merely need to locate a wolf or a beast of similar stature, such as a tiger or leopard. However, it is imperative that it possesses no other attributes, as that would impose a significant burden on your body. Yi Junqing gazed at her son and nodded, refraining from uttering a word. Well, let us step inside, mother-in-law. I will devise a way to help you find a suitable soul beast. Han Wan, her face flushed with embarrassment, looked at Yilei. It was one thing for him to refer to her in such a manner in everyday life. But how could he address her so in front of his parents today? Oh, how mortifying. Yi Lei cast a glance at Han Wan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. A look of curiosity etched upon his features. He pondered silently, wondering what might have caused this little girl to feel shy once more. Had she recalled something? Perhaps something of an inappropriate nature? Sighing, he dismissed the thought, realizing once again that the intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, the four adults observed Yi Lei and Han Wan with knowing smiles, their minds brimming with thoughts. Father Yi and Mother Yi. This girl, Han Wan, appears to be a perfect match for our son. She would make an excellent daughter-in-law. Father Han and Mother Han. This rascal becomes increasingly likable. It is a pity for my little treasure that I have raised for 18 years. It would be a bargain for him. System, grab your little stools and enjoy the show. Yi Lei approached Han Wan, gently ruffling her fluffy hair, and inquired, "What troubles you, Nwaner? Come, let us seek out your spirit beast." With that, disregarding the gazes of onlookers, he took her small hand and led her into the scenic area. Observing this, the remaining four promptly followed suit. Enronching. Within the Elder's seventh residence, a middle-aged secretary knocked on the door. "Come in." The voice of Elder 7 resonated from behind the door. The secretary swiftly entered, approached the desk, and bowed to Elder 7, stating, "Elder, the esteemed individual has replied. He has selected this person." Upon finishing, the secretary opened the documents he had been holding and placed them before Elder 7. The elder glanced down, leaned back in his chair, sipped his tea, and addressed the secretary, "I understand. Let him proceed. By the way, where is he currently located?" The he referred to in Elder 7's words was Yi Lei. According to reports from their informants, he and his girlfriend, along with their families totaling 6 individuals, were presently at the Wulin scenic area. Elder 7, growing impatient, waved his hand and instructed, "I am aware. Immediately have him coordinate with his watchers and inform him to report any developments without delay." "Understood," the secretary replied. Bowing before exiting the office, Yi Lei held Han Wan's hand as they walked ahead, with their parents trailing behind, engaged in lively conversation. Half an hour passed without encountering a single soul beast. It wasn't that they were unlucky, rather, upon entering the forest, Yi Lei activated the spirit hunting ground skill of the bone of the faceless spider emperor, sensing the surrounding soul beasts. Any that intended to attack were deterred by the aura of the faceless spider emperor that Yi Lei exuded. At that moment, Yi Lei detected the life force of several humans ahead. Without further contemplation, he continued onward. 5 minutes later, Yi Lei found himself at a loss for words, as the humans he had sensed earlier now stood before them, declaring with righteous indignation, "This tree is of my planting. This path is of my making. Should you wish to pass, you must leave a toll." Yi Lei and his companions raised their eyebrows, casting them a dubious glance. "Hey, I say to you, have you not heard my words? Do you not see my martial spirit? If you wish to pass, pay the toll. Otherwise, do not blame us for being too harsh." The man in the center bellowed, "Indeed, did you not hear our leader speak? If you wish to proceed, then quickly part with your money," echoed a subordinate beside him. Yu Ching and the other 4 turned in unison to gaze at Yi Lei, each secretly pondering the humor of the situation, wondering who would ultimately wail the loudest. Yi Lei took a step forward. Observing this, the man thought to himself that he must have frightened his opponent with the soul behind him, compelling him to pay a toll. After all, he had extorted several tens of thousands using this tactic. There's a hint of color in his face. He must be intimidated. With 6 of you, that amounts to 60,000. The young lady is rather fair of face. I could certainly enjoy her presence. A beam of purple light soared above the man's head, striking the tree behind him, which fell with a resounding crash, leaving the man's hair resembling a balding patch. Yi Lei gazed at him with disdain, his voice icy as he spoke. "What are you waiting for? Depart at once, unless you wish to experience a severance of your head from your body." The words of Yi Lei reached the ears of the man, and the plain tone caused him to lose control in an instant. Chapter 36. The Slap Descends. Upon catching a whiff of the acrid scent of urine in the air, Yi Lei waved his hand impatiently and remarked, "Oh dear, for someone of your stature, how could you so easily soil your trousers? What a disgrace." The frightened individual replied, "I didn't wish for this." Upon hearing his voice, it was as if I saw my great-grandmother beckoning to me. He is no mere man. He is a living embodiment of dread. The other subordinates exclaimed, "Goodness, this is terrifying. Forget about the boss. We must flee." In the next moment, the remaining subordinates exchanged glances and, turning on their heels, fled. The boss, eyes wide with horror, called after them, "Don't leave me. Wait for me." And with that, He too turned and followed his subordinates in flight. Yilei broke into a grin, his right hand pulsating with soul energy. With a resounding thud, the few who had barely taken a few steps collided headlong into the stone wall, each of them clutching their heads and collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, causing the leader's body to stiffen instantaneously. He slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with terror. Yilei spoke slowly. "I have told you to leave." However, they refused to do so. With that, Yilei gestured behind him, where Han Nuan and her family stepped forward. Their expressions filled with fury. Han Kachin advanced, seizing the eldest with his left hand. A sharp slap echoed as Han Kachin, in his anger, delivered a series of resounding blows to the eldest's ears, ultimately sending him flying several meters away. To dare speak ill of my daughter is a grave mistake. Anyone who dares to bully her, regardless of who they may be, shall feel the sting of my hand. Achu. Yilei was summoned, glancing at Han Kachin's silhouette. In the next moment, Han Kachin turned around and shot Yilei a piercing glare. Yilei was startled and quickly sought refuge behind Han Nuan, unable to muster the courage to glance at Father Han again. The father-in-law, observing his son-in-law, exuded an intimidating presence without uttering a word. "Yilei, I am truly terrified. I have never feared the seventh elder among the 10 elders. Yet today, my uncle's ferocity is unlike anything I've encountered. His gaze as if he intends to deliver a thorough beating. Han father, indeed, I do intend to give you a sound thrashing." Reality. After enduring a dual assault from Han father and Han mother, the 5 assailants lay bruised and battered, their garments tattered. The ringleader curled up on the ground like a shrimp, a serene expression gracing his face. Following a merciless beating, just as he thought the ordeal had concluded, his vital points were brutally stomped upon, sending waves of excruciating pain surging through him until he fainted. An hour passed. A couple strolled by and, upon witnessing the scene, exchanged glances before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 5. Ultimately, the woman, still unsatisfied, landed 2 precise strikes to the vital points of the one in the center before departing with her boyfriend. "Yama, what on earth is going on today? Why is there a body half blocking the entrance?" In the depths of the martial world. "How are you, my dear? Have you found relief? If not, we shall address him again upon our return." Yilei addressed Han Nuan. "Boss, please do not approach." Suddenly, he sensed something through the spirit hunting field and urgently instructed the group, "Prepare for battle." 30 seconds later, the soul beast detector on Yilei's left hand began to emit frantic beeping sounds. Beep, beep, beep. The detected soul beasts were drawing near. 3 in total, 2 of which were 10,000-year-old and 1 1,000 years old. Before Yilei could utter a word, the other 5 individuals activated their martial spirits independently. Yu Junqing and Tang Yunxin simultaneously transformed into icy blue figures, 9 icy blue tails sprouting from Yu Junqing's waist, swaying gracefully behind him, while Tang Yunxin manifested serrated icy blue spikes at her hips, with a wolf and a fish phantom appearing behind them, 2 purple soul rings hovering at their waists, releasing a chilling aura that plummeted the surrounding temperature. A pair of icy blue wings unfurled behind Han Nuan, stirring gusts of frigid wind. Behind Han Fu loomed a massive fiery red rhinoceros phantom, his pupils turning crimson, while a gigantic black leopard phantom emerged behind Han Mu. The 6 of them assumed battle stances, met with scornful glances from onlookers who whispered derisively, "What are these people doing in broad daylight?" Insanity. Just as the mockery subsided, 3 tiger roars reverberated from the depths of the forest. Roar. X3. Accompanying the sound was an overwhelming gust, causing Han Nuan, who was not shielded by Yilei's released soul power, to be tossed about in the air. Those who had just ridiculed them fared no better, struggling to find their bearings amidst the turbulent winds. Ding. Target scan complete. Soul beasts detected. Beaching white forehead tiger, 3 in total, 1 with 50,000 years of cultivation, 1 with 10,000 years, and 1 with 1,500 years. The soul beast detector completed its scan and reported the findings. Upon hearing the mention of the beaching white forehead tiger, Yilei turned to Yu Junqing with excitement, saying, "Father, the ideal soul ring for you has arrived." Among these 3 beaching white forehead tigers, one possesses a cultivation of 1,500 years, perfect for becoming your second soul ring. Yu Junqing nodded. Yet a hint of concern lingered in her gaze as she looked at Yilei. "But my martial soul is of the ice attribute. Is this soul beast truly suitable for me?" "Do not worry, my dear," her father reassured her. "Although the beaching white forehead tiger is a wind attribute soul beast, wind and ice do not interfere with one another and will not conflict. Moreover, it will enhance your speed and bolster your physical capabilities. You shall take charge of that 1,000-year soul beast. while I will handle the remaining two 10,000-year soul beasts. Yilei addressed Yu Qing, inquiring if she could handle two ancient soul beasts. After a day of intense tutoring with Yilei, Tang Yinqing began to comprehend the current predicament. One soul beast aged 50,000 years and another aged 10,000 years could easily decimate 100 individuals without inflicting any harm upon themselves. This highlighted the formidable nature of ancient soul beasts, hence Tang Yinqing's deep concern for Yilei. Mother, rest assured, I have independently slain two soul beasts over 80,000 years old. Why should I fear these two tigers? Have no worries. I am confident in my ability to deal with these soul beasts. After all, I still have my trump card yet to be revealed. Yilei glanced at the worried Tang Yinqing and spoke words of comfort. Turning his gaze towards the trio of soul beasts, a purple light emanated from his left side, where a black and purple bone materialized on his left calf. The skill of the human-faced leg bone, Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. Yilei swiftly propelled his left leg, and in an instant, countless violet beams surged forth, cleaving vast expanses of trees in twain. After executing this maneuver several times, the area before him became desolate, revealing three spirit beasts that materialized in front of Yilei and his companions. At the forefront stood a white tiger, its pristine fur gleaming, adorned with two emerald green bone spines sprouting from its shoulders, radiating a verdant glow. Its body was embellished with intricate green patterns, and the regal markings upon its forehead exuded an air of sovereignty. To its left was another white tiger, resembling the first, yet with shorter spines and devoid of the royal markings on its brow. On the right, the appearance diverged significantly. It bore but a single spine on its shoulder, and its royal markings were yet to take shape. This was a family of three. In a moment, follow my command, Yilei instructed as he noted the nods of his companions. His gaze turned serious as he addressed Han Yuan. Yuan dispersed their attention from above. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan took to the skies. With a flourish, she unleashed her first soul skill, Frost Feather. The purple soul ring at her waist illuminated, and in an instant, a flurry of ice blue feathers soared towards the three white tigers. While her first soul skill inflicted no harm upon the two ancient azure white tigers, the smaller white tiger was not so fortunate. A portion of the ice blue feathers struck it directly, leaving a multitude of minuscule wounds that elicited pained cries as it pursued Han Yuan. The other two white tigers instinctively followed their offspring as it chased after the human. Seizing the moment, Yilei swiftly positioned himself before the two azure white tigers, declaring, "You shall face me." 6 soul rings manifested beneath his feet, suspended at his waist, and the overwhelming pressure of his soul power compelled the two spirit beasts to retreat several steps. Chapter 38, Third Soul Skill. The two spirit beasts, observing the human who stood before them, were taken aback upon discerning his soul ring configuration. A soul emperor with 5 black rings and 1 red was indeed a rare sight. Your child may not survive much longer. If you wish to save it, you must first contend with me. Yilei spoke to himself, indifferent to whether they could comprehend his words. The male white tiger appeared to grasp something. Its eyes suddenly filled with fury as it fixed its gaze upon Yilei. In the next instant, it swung its powerful paw towards him. Almost simultaneously, the male tiger let out a thunderous roar directed at the female white tiger, who instantly understood his intent. She raised her paw, launching a similar assault towards Yilei. Yilei smiled softly, his voice resonating with determination. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. As he activated the soul skill, he raised his hand to command the Blue-Silver Emperor, causing it to rise before him and form a barrier, shielding him from the oncoming claws. In an instant, 2 blue-silver prisons ensnared the 2 white tigers. However, the cunning beasts were not easily subdued. They unleashed their might, shattering the confines of the prison. The male white tiger leapt into the air, raising its powerful paw to strike Yilei, while the female white tiger, harnessing the wind attribute, swiftly appeared behind him. With a surge of elemental energy coalescing at the tips of her sharp bones, she unleashed a verdant energy orb aimed directly at Yilei's back. First soul skill, Bind. Yilei swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, ensnaring the nearby trees with his Blue-Silver Emperor, allowing himself to evade the attacks of 2 tigers. A tremendous crash echoed as the ground beneath Yilei was struck by a tiger's paw, causing the earth to sink several centimeters. The martial world-esque terrain, predominantly composed of hardened soil, revealed the astonishing might of the white tiger. The luminous projectile expelled by the female white tiger landed in the distant woods, where the majority of the trees were devastated by the wind elements contained within the blast, leaving a scene of utter destruction. It was unexpected that the damage inflicted by the ancient blue-green-white tiger was so formidable. Regrettably, his father's soul power level was too low to endure the 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, the soul skill acquired would likely have been even more terrifying, as the collision of ice and wind elements would yield far greater destruction. However, there was no need for concern. After all, Yilei possessed a soul ring collector, and he could simply reserve the female white tiger's soul for his father, waiting until he reached the fourth ring to absorb it. There would be ample time. With this thought, Yilei could no longer contain his joy, and the tension that had gripped his face began to dissipate. Then I shall assist my father in enhancing the quality of his soul ring, he declared. The third soul skill, web binding. Yilei's right hand glimmered with a radiant purple light as he hurled it toward the mother white tiger, instantly transforming into a web that ensnared her. The barbs of the blue-silver emperor pierced into the mother white tiger's body, injecting her with a potent spiritual toxin. In an instant, the brilliance in her eyes began to fade. Observing this, the male white tiger lashed out with its tail, unleashing a jade-green blade of wind that severed the blue-silver emperor entwined around the mother white tiger. Yet, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her balance. After all, the neurotoxin of the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was no trifling matter. Had she not been a 10,000-year spirit beast, a mere 1,000-year spirit beast would have succumbed to neural poisoning and perished. The two white tigers soared into the sky, harnessing the wind element as the bone spines on their shoulders began to coalesce the ambient air's wind essence. One could sense the frantic depletion of wind elements in the atmosphere, all converging towards the two tigers. Meanwhile, on Han Wan's side, through the collective efforts of 5 individuals, they successfully vanquished the juvenile azure white-fronted tiger and began dragging its carcass toward Yilei. As Han Wan soared through the air, she was the first to notice the unfolding situation with Yilei. She descended and informed her companions before hastily abandoning the soul beast's body to rush toward him. Yilei gazed at the ever-expanding emerald energy sphere above him, feeling his movement slow to a crawl. The two white tigers were nearing a frenzied state as they gathered the surrounding wind elements. At this moment, the energy within the luminous orb above Yilei had reached its zenith, threatening to erupt at any instant. This catastrophe must be averted, otherwise all life within 100 meters would face annihilation. Thus, he resolved to employ his ultimate technique. The third soul skill, 1,000-ton flame armor. The 6 soul rings belonging to the blue-silver emperor vanished, and the Lord of Flames materialized behind Yilei, 3 soul rings appearing around his waist. With the third soul ring igniting brilliantly, Yilei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground. In that fleeting moment, the earth around him shattered, and fragments of stone ascended into the air, transforming into crimson armor that enveloped him. Chapter 39. Slaughter. Encased in the fiery red armor, Yilei resembled a valiant armored warrior. He spoke slowly. The defense of my third soul skill, the 1,000-gene flame armor, is remarkably robust. I can withstand your couple's combined attack without issue. However, I cannot allow the lives of others in the vicinity to be jeopardized. Thus, I shall unleash my self-created soul skill, the 4 flames ascending to heaven. As Yilei's first and second soul rings shimmered around his waist, the ground swiftly became engulfed in magma. The soul skill he had devised the previous night, which had felled the Elder Hall, re-emerged, albeit this time with an even broader scope, swiftly ensnaring 2 soul beasts within its domain. However, Yilei failed to notice the 5 individuals rushing toward him, inadvertently drawing them into the field as well. What is happening? Han Wan exclaimed, gazing at the suddenly obscured sky, now replaced by a crimson barrier. My soul power is depleting rapidly. As she spoke, she could no longer maintain her flight and plummeted to the ground, a similar fate befalling Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing. Han Mu also felt the drain on his soul power, albeit at a much slower rate, while Han Kachin remained entirely unaffected. At that moment, the 2 white tigers had completed their charge, launching energy spheres toward Yilei, while simultaneously unleashing wind attribute energy attacks with their claws and tails. First soul skill, Purgatory Magma Break. Noticing this, Yilei raised his right hand skyward, unleashing a crimson light cannon that collided with the combined assault of the 2 white tigers, producing a tremendous shockwave. The shockwave, infused with wind and fire elements, radiated throughout the domain. Observing the chaos, Han Mu, the only one untouched, activated his first soul skill to shield the group. First soul skill, Fire Rhino's Protection. A red shield materialized, prepared to withstand the clash of wind and fire elements. Yet, how could a century-old soul skill withstand the shockwave generated by a millennia-old skill? The outcome was inevitable. Han Mu's shield began to crumble. At that moment, Yilei perceived the anomaly, turning to observe with a solemn expression. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. With a lift of his left hand, 3 red stone walls erupted before the 5, replacing Han Mu's shield and absorbing the collision of wind and fire elements. Simultaneously, Yilei diminished the energy in that area, and in an instant, Han Wan and Yi Junqing felt their soul power stabilize once more. Gazing down at the 2 grounded white tigers, their demeanor was far from vibrant, particularly the female, who had previously been afflicted by Yilei's mental toxin and had expended significant energy in concert with the male white tiger to unleash the azure wind pill. Her azure fur appeared dull and lifeless. The male white tiger's aura had slightly waned, but he remained in good condition, contemplating the 5,000-year-old azure white forehead tiger before him. Yilei mused, the recovery ability of a 5,000-year soul beast is remarkable. If I were to create a soul ring from you, the age would suffice. Though the attributes do not align with my desired soul skill effect, I shall reserve these 2 azure white forehead tigers as the 4th and 5th soul rings for my father. Now, it is time for you to become soul rings. Skill of the 1,000 Equilibrium Bone, 1,000 Equilibrium Meteor Break. As the words fell, the formidable skeletal essence of the 1,000 Gene and Emperor materialized prominently upon Yilei's chest. A flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings, causing the elemental forces of fire and earth in the air to coalesce. In an instant, a colossal fiery meteorite took form high above. At that moment, Yilei had dismantled the stone wall that shielded Chaowan and the others, allowing them to witness the spectacle of Yilei unleashing his soulbone skill. Yi Junqing could not help but exclaim, how many soul techniques does Yilei possess? The power is simply astonishing. Uncle, this must be Yilei's 3rd soul technique or perhaps his soulbone skill, all derived from the ancient 85,000-year 1,000 Gene and Emperor, Han Wan revealed. Sharing everything Yilei had confided in her, Yi Junqing was left utterly speechless. There was no way around it. Her son was simply too formidable. Yilei was unaware that his father was taken aback by his abilities, as he directly manipulated the meteorite to strike at the 2 white tigers. The enormous meteorite split into 2 halves in midair, each pursuing one of the white tigers. The 2 tigers could only flee within Yilei's domain, occasionally launching gusts of wind toward the meteorite, but to no avail. The mother white tiger, in the worst condition, was the first to be targeted by the meteorite. As it approached, the meteorite fragmented into countless pieces, descending upon her. Realizing the imminent threat, she could only conjure a wind elemental shield before her. However, within Yilei's domain, the wind element was severely suppressed by the ice element, resulting in her shield shattering after only blocking 5 or 6 small meteorites, leaving her massive form instantly engulfed. The essence of life within the mother white tiger gradually ebbed away under the relentless assault of the meteorites. Meanwhile, the male white tiger, sensing the life force of his mate dissipating, was instantly consumed by rage. He let out a thunderous roar, his aura surging dramatically. His fierce roar even cracked the barriers of Yilei's domain. With a furious lash of his tail, 2 colossal blades of wind elemental energy shot forth, slicing the pursuing meteorite into 4 pieces in an instant. Soaring into the air, the white tiger charged towards the apex of the barrier, unleashing a wind elemental orb that struck the weakest point of the barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Yilei frowned. His domain had been breached. If the creature returned to the outside world, its strength would undoubtedly increase, making it all the more challenging to vanquish. In Yilei's eyes, a shimmering blue and golden light flickered as the 4 fire celestial domain gradually faded away. The 3 soul rings at his waist similarly vanished, only to be replaced by 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red. The 6th soul skill, Blue-Silver Binding Rain, illuminated the 6th soul ring. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor vines surged from all directions toward the sky, ensnaring the azure white tiger. The azure white tiger, sensing the impending threat, prepared to unleash a wind element blade with its tail, yet someone was swifter. The 2nd soul skill, Parasitism. As Yilei observed the Beijing white tiger preparing to unleash its wind blades, he promptly activated the 2nd soul skill of the blue-silver emperor. Earlier, during the confrontation with the mother white tiger, Yilei had taken precautions, as it was breaking free from the blue-silver emperor's restraints. He had deftly sown several blue-silver emperor seeds upon both white tigers, anticipating the possibility of their escape from his dominion. However, with the demise of the dance white tiger, the seeds upon it had become utterly futile. In an instant, the blue-silver vines sprouted from the body of the public white tiger, ensnaring it, while Yilei's 6th soul skill immobilized it midair. He then unleashed his fifth soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear. Yilei's fifth soul ring glowed at his waist, and a radiant blue-gold light flickered in his right hand. In the next moment, a long spear materialized within his grasp, which he hurled forth with determination. A mournful roar erupted, reverberating through the air. The creature, having just escaped the confines that bounded, was still reeling from the anguish of losing its mate when it caught sight of its offspring's lifeless body lying in the distance. The dulled eyes of the child gazed in its direction, and in that moment, all its cherished kin had perished before its eyes. Its world crumbled in an instant, utterly shattered. Another roar echoed, this time infused with rage. The bony spikes upon its shoulders began to shimmer wildly as the elemental winds around it stirred restlessly, gradually coalescing into a protective vortex that enveloped it. Within this tempest, blades of wind took shape, swiftly severing the bindings of the blue-silver emperor that ensnared it. With a thunderous clash, the blue-silver emperor spear collided with the wind vortex, producing a resounding noise. Observing this, Yilei crouched low, placing both hands upon the ground, while silently intoning fourth soul skill, blue-silver piercing array. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver spikes erupted from the earth, aiming directly at the suspended beaching white-crowned tiger. Human-faced leg bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. With a swift kick of his left leg, a torrent of purple light surged into the air, striking the base of the blue-silver Emperor spear, while the remainder fell upon the wind vortex. Ultimately, the wind vortex, forged by the 50,000-year-old beaching white-crowned tiger, could not withstand the might of the 100,000-year evolved blue-silver Emperor spear. After enduring for over 30 seconds, the vortex shattered with a resounding boom, and the chest of the beaching white-crowned tiger was pierced, a gaping wound gushing forth blood. With a thunderous crash, the massive form of the beaching white-crowned tiger collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Time seemed to slow as the life force of the creature ebbed away, the light in its eyes gradually dimming. Yilei commanded the blue-silver emperor to gather the lifeless bodies of the family, drawing them together. He retrieved the soul ring collector from the system's space and extracted the soul rings from two ancient soul beasts. The soul ring of the 1,000-year-old blue-green-white forehead tiger captivated Yi Junqing, who began to absorb it gradually. Chapter 40. The Third Soul Bone. A purple soul ring encircled Yi Junqing's waist, its energy slowly merging into his body. Yilei remained unchanged, using the blue-silver Emperor spear to extract the soul of the three-headed soul beast from within its mind. As he held the soul of the 50,000-year-old blue-green-white striped tiger in his grasp, an overwhelming surge of wind elements erupted forth. The quality of this soul could be considered among the finest of wind attribute souls, thus its soul ring would undoubtedly bestow formidable soul skills. This soul ring could be fully absorbed when his father's soul power reached level 40, while simultaneously enhancing the potency of the second soul skill. With a crack, the right front leg of the 50,000-year-old blue-green-white striped tiger shattered, and a claw-shaped piece of green bone rose gracefully into the air, enveloped by a rich aura of wind elements swirling around it. At this moment, Yilei's mouth was agape in astonishment, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He had initially intended merely to assist his father in hunting a soul beast to acquire a soul ring, yet out of sheer necessity, he had ended up slaying this entire family of 3. He had never anticipated that this would result in his obtaining a third soul bone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the third soul bone. System hidden achievement completed at 60. Only 40 remains to achieve the full accomplishment. 40? 2 soul bones. Among the 3 soul bones now in his possession, he had already absorbed 2. However, the attributes of this particular soul bone did not align with those of his 2 martial souls, rendering it of little utility to him. With this thought, Yilei could not help but turn his gaze towards Yi Junqing, who was nearby, enticing the soul rings. His father's second soul ring had also been obtained from the blue-silver white-eyed tiger. Yet, as his father's martial soul was of the ice attribute, the optimal configuration of soul bones should all derive from ice attribute soul beasts, thus maximizing his potential. Yilei intended to transform his parents and Han Yuan into the most formidable trio of ice warriors in existence. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze towards Han's mother, who was engrossed in conversation with his own mother. Grasping the soul bone in his hands, he approached her. "Excuse me, Auntie. Please accept these 2 items," he said, extending his hands towards her. Upon realizing what he was offering, Han's mother was taken aback and swiftly declined. "Oh dear, Shaolei. There is no need for me to have such precious items. Please, keep them for yourself. Auntie, it's quite all right." You should accept them. These items are perfectly suited for you. No, no, I cannot. At that moment, Han's father, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes and approached. What is it, my dear? Han's mother shook her head, signaling that she was fine, and recounted the situation to him. After hearing her, Han's father was at a loss for how to refuse. Auntie, this soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the Azure Gale. As an agility-focused spirit master, your attack and speed are paramount. This soul bone can enhance your speed and grant you a wind attribute attack soul skill, significantly bolstering your strength. With that, Yilei firmly placed the soul ring and soul bone into Han's mother's hands. Faced with his insistence, she found it impossible to refuse and ultimately accepted them. Under Yilei's protection, she began the process of absorbing the soul bone. Blue-silver domain. Yilei initiated the blue-silver domain, subsequently encouraging the other three to commence their cultivation. As the five engaged in their training, Yilei intermittently infused gentle soul power into their bodies, facilitating the flow of their meridians. Meanwhile, a group of 10 individuals clad in black arrived at the location where Han's parents had previously dealt with 5 unruly youths. Upon witnessing the ragged, bruised figures on the ground, the black-clad men wasted no time. They paired up and hoisted the 5 individuals out of the martial world, stuffing them into an inconspicuous, dilapidated van. Shortly thereafter, the 10 swiftly climbed into a black vehicle, with the 2 cars departing in tandem. Chapter 41. The effect of soul skills. The first to absorb a soul ring, Yi Junqing, was the first to awaken, instantly sensing that her soul power had surged from level 20 to over 24. Simultaneously, she felt a significant alleviation in the blockage of her internal meridians. With a mere thought, 2 purple soul rings materialized, hovering gracefully at her waist. Yi Junqing surveyed her surroundings and, after ensuring she was sufficiently distanced from Yilei and the others, spoke aloud. Second soul skill, Shembing Storm. The second soul ring at her waist illuminated, and with a flourish of her hands, an ice-blue tornado, intertwined with icy blades, surged forward, striking the trees ahead. As the soul skill dissipated, the aftermath left the trees along the tornado's path grievously mutilated by the ice shards. Awakened from his meditative state by the cacophony of the soul skill, Yilei gazed at his father with a befuddled expression. Dad, what are you doing? Upon hearing his son's voice, Yi Junqing turned to Yilei and replied, Nothing of consequence. I was merely testing my second soul skill to observe its effects. Did I disturb you? Upon hearing his father's response, Yilei stood up with determination, approaching Yi Junqing to inspect the ravaged trees. Father, it seems that allowing you to absorb the soul ring of the bitching white-striped tiger was indeed the right choice. This soul skill demonstrates quite impressive efficacy. It is a wide-range offensive skill. By the way, my son, Yi Junqing continued, I now feel that the meridians within my body have been significantly unblocked, and my speed has notably increased. That is because you absorbed the soul ring of the bitching white-striped tiger, which is a wind attribute soul beast. The wind attribute is inherently linked to speed, so it is only natural that your velocity would enhance. As for the unblocking of your meridians, that was facilitated by my own soul power during your absorption of the soul ring. Yilei responded. Yi Junqing nodded, glanced at the remaining 4 individuals, and inquired, What about them? Are they also cultivating? Indeed, just now, we obtained a soul bone from the 50,000-year-old azure blue white forehead tiger, known as the azure blue gale right arm bone. The attributes of this soul bone align perfectly with Andy's martial spirit. Hence I had her absorb it while you were in the process of assimilating your soul ring. Yilei recounted in detail the events that transpired when Yi Junqing absorbed the soul ring. Yi Junqing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Half an hour later, the group gradually concluded their meditation and began to awaken one by one. Yilei approached Han Mu and inquired about her absorption progress. How is your absorption going? How effective is the soul skill? I feel quite good about it. I have named the soul skill of this soul bone Shadow Tempest / Very well, Auntie. Please use the soul bone skill to attack me. Is that truly advisable? Upon hearing Yilei's words, Han Mu furrowed her brow slightly, but when she saw Yilei nod, she ceased her objections. After creating a certain distance from Yilei, the soul bone on her right arm manifested. Signaling that she was ready, Han Mu launched her attack. Azure Gale right arm soul bone skill, Shadow Tempest / A green light concentrated between her fingers, and with a swift motion of her right hand, 5 dark green slashes surged towards Yilei in an instant, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yilei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground with force, as 5 crimson stone walls erupted before him. Upon contact with Yilei's second soul skill, the 5 dark green light slashes passed through effortlessly, leaving behind 5 fissures in their wake. And the subsequent 4 stone walls met the same fate. Yilei swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding being struck by the luminous slash. The 5 beams of light traversed through a dozen trees before finally dissipating. Yi Junqing stepped forward. Son, how could your second soul skill possibly withstand this soul bone ability? Father, my second soul skill, Flame Lord, derives its power from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King, while this soul bone boasts an age of 50,000 years. The difference in their ages is a full 5,000 years, so it is only natural that it cannot hold up against it. Yilei responded. Chapter 42, The Bullied Girl. Yilei stepped forward to stand before Han's mother. Auntie, your soul bone skill is remarkably powerful. The cutting force of the wind element is exceptionally strong, rendering any defensive soul skills under 50,000 years utterly ineffective. Han's mother was taken aback, incredulous at Yilei's assertion. Oh dear, Xiaolei, please do not speak so recklessly. How could Auntie's soul skill possibly be that formidable? Do not jest with me. Yilei, bemused by Han's mother's exaggerated reaction, replied, Auntie, I am not jesting, I speak the truth. The second soul ring of my second martial spirit, the Flame Lord, is derived from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King. This is a full 5,000 years less than your soul bone, and it could not withstand even one of your strikes. Do you truly believe I am joking, Auntie? Upon hearing Yilei's explanation, Han's mother finally felt reassured. After everyone took a moment to recuperate, they resumed their quest for soul beasts. Meanwhile, Yilei was consumed by frantic thoughts. He needed the soul rings for Uncle and Auntie to possess a minimum age of 300 years, which was certainly achievable. However, their first soul rings were merely 500 years old, and he found himself at a loss regarding how to elevate their age to the 1,000-year mark. Surely, he could not suggest that they sever their first soul rings. That would be akin to murder. System, do you possess any method to resolve this dilemma? Unable to conceive a solution, Yilei turned to the system for assistance. Well, there is indeed a method, but then please, do enlighten me. The system replied. Exasperated, I had yet to finish my explanation. Why interrupt me? Yilei, I am anxious. What else can I do? That is to find a soul beast whose age matches the first soul ring of both of them, allowing them to absorb it consecutively. By fusing the 2 soul rings, we can elevate them to the 1,000-year realm. Furthermore, it is crucial that the combined ages of the 2 soul rings must exceed 1,000 years or precisely reach that milestone. The system articulated its message in one breath before descending into a dormant state once more. Yilei meticulously contemplated the conditions stipulated by the system. These stipulations were not particularly challenging. In fact, they seemed rather simplistic for him. Consequently, throughout the ensuing journey, Yilei remained vigilant for soul beasts that matched the species of Han's father and mother's first soul ring and met the requisite age criteria. The vastness of the martial world and the multitude of soul beasts within it made it relatively effortless for Yilei to discover a suitable candidate. With the assistance of his blue-silver domain, the originally yellow soul rings of Han's parents transformed into a delicate shade of purple. After they had recuperated, Yilei and his companions set forth once more. However, fortune did not favor Yilei this time. After traversing for a considerable duration, he found no suitable soul beasts. Either their age was insufficient, or their attributes failed to align, leading him to drive them away. At that moment, a large bird soared past them at an astonishing speed. Yilei's eyes lit up as he swiftly hurled a blue-silver emperor, ensnaring the bird's neck and pulling it down to the ground. The impact was thunderous as the bird crashed, sending several blue-silver emperors bursting forth from the earth. Binding it tightly in place, with his left hand extended, Yilei activated the soul beast detection device on his arm, initiating a scan of the avian creature. Beep. The scan concluded. Magic Ice Kite, age 1,300 years. After relaying the results, the soul beast detection device powered down. Excellent. After such a lengthy search, I have finally found a suitable soul beast. My struggles have not been in vain. Nwaner, come over and slay it to absorb its soul ring. Han Nuan obediently approached the imposing dark ice-colored bird. Suddenly, the magic ice kite lifted its head and locked eyes with Han Nuan. A flash emanated from its dark ice-colored pupils, and Han Nuan instantly felt her soul drifting, a wave of dizziness overwhelming her, while her body grew increasingly cold. Despite her desire to avert her gaze from those chilling eyes, her body betrayed her, compelling her to fixate on the dark ice-colored pupils. In an instant, her vision darkened, and warmth enveloped her, accompanied by the pleasant scent of the boy beside her. All her previous sensations dissipated, and she regained control of her body. Warner, do not make eye contact with it. Its primary method of attack is to control through eye contact, inducing a state worse than death. As these words were spoken, the four adults who had briefly peeked over to observe swiftly turned their heads away, unwilling to be subjected to a fate so tormenting. With a rustle, several blue-silver emperors emerged from the earth once more, binding the head of the magic eye ice kite securely, leaving no room for escape. Yilei finally withdrew his hand from Han Wan's face. At that moment, his palm was exceedingly itchy, a sensation evoked by the brush of Han Wan's long eyelashes. It was only after Yilei playfully pinched her cheeks a few times that the itchiness subsided. As the crimson blade pierced through, the dark ice-colored pupils of the magic eye, the ice kite, gradually lost their luster. Purple energy coalesced in the air, forming a soul ring that, under Han Wan's guidance, slowly began to merge with it. As time passed, once Han Wan completed the absorption of the soul rings, Yilei retrieved some provisions from the system space to share with the group. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the 6 companions resumed their journey. Yilei and his companions had not walked far when they heard voices ahead, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that the conversation was laced with profanities. Approaching cautiously, he peered through the thicket and beheld several girls, of similar age to himself, mercilessly assaulting another girl who was seated on the ground. Their mouths spewed vile insults, while a few men stood idly by 2 business vehicles in the distance, showing no concern for the bullying unfolding before them. Chapter 43. The arrogant bully. The girls' taunts were unbearable, and Yilei could no longer tolerate the scene. He boldly parted the bushes and strode forward. You there! Cease this at once. What kind of prowess is it to bully the weak with numbers? Yilei's voice suddenly echoed behind the group of girls, startling them. One of them, poised to kick, lost her balance upon hearing his voice and fell directly onto the girl lying on the ground. The girl on the ground, unyielding, shifted slightly to the side. The girl who fell tumbled clumsily, her face smeared with dirt. Rising to her feet, she raised her hand and slapped the girl, indignantly exclaiming, "You wretched creature! Watching me fall and not serving as my cushion? Do you wish for your demise?" Unfortunately, her slap did not find its mark on the girl's face, but instead landed upon a red stone. The sharp sound echoed, and she jumped back, clutching her hand and crying out, "Ouch! My finger is broken. It's all your fault, you filthy wretch. Why don't you just die?" Yet, fate had other plans. Her foot struck a stone with considerable force. The impact revealed the extent of her exertion. Now at a loss, both her right hand and foot ached, leaving her unable to tend to her pain, rolling on the ground in agony. The other girls, snapping back to reality, disregarded the injured girl and turned their ire towards Yilei. "What do you want, you lunatic? Do you have a death wish? I bet he's that filthy wretch's boyfriend. Now that you mention it, he does seem to be, haha." Listening to their crude remarks, Yilei felt a wave of nausea. "You self-righteous bullies. Flaunting your family's wealth to torment others, do you not feel ashamed?" After a brief silence, one of them retorted, "Ashamed? Are you kidding? We flaunt our wealth. And what can you do about it? I'll tell you the truth. My boyfriend's father is the general manager of the Yi Group, Qinhausa. He is exceedingly wealthy. Do you believe I can have him deal with you? Do you know the Yi Group, you worthless creature?" Yi Junqing, filled with indignation, retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Before the first beep could fully resonate, her call was answered. "Hello, is there someone named Qinhausa in our company?" "Yes. Chairman, may I inquire what the matter is?" "Instruct him not to report to work tomorrow. Do not process his salary for this month." "And the reason?" "Let him inquire with his precious son." With that, Yi Junqing hung up the phone without awaiting a response. The chairman of the Yi Group is none other than Yi Junqing, relying on her status as the head of the Yi Group. Her son has been bullying the weak outside. Such employees are hardly worth retaining. At this moment, aside from Han Wan, those around Yi Junqing exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Having learned about each other's occupations during prior casual conversations, they were not at all surprised when Yi Junqing made the call, except for Han Wan, whose mouth fell agape in astonishment as she gazed at Yi Junqing. She could never have imagined that Yi Junqing's future father-in-law was the illustrious chairman of the Yi Group, a top-tier conglomerate in Rong City. Although the Han family was not a mere ordinary household and possessed its own assets, they paled in comparison to even a fraction of the Yi group's wealth. As he observed the young aristocrats before him, Yilei's irritation surged, and he stepped forward, emanating an intense heat. The surrounding girls sensed the impending trouble. One of them quickly called out to the individual beside the business vehicle. "Qin Song, come quickly, someone is trying to bully me." At the sound of her voice, the young man who had been exhaling smoke rings hurriedly approached and positioned himself in front of Yilei. "You think you can intimidate my girlfriend?" "You." Qin Song began, his hand in motion as he threw a punch toward Yilei. Yilei sidestepped, lifting his knee to strike heavily at Qin Song's vital point. Qin Song doubled over in pain, clutching his injury, as he raised his head to unleash a torrent of curses. He was met with a sharp slap that echoed through the air. The force sent him hurtling backward, crashing into a distant business vehicle. And one side of his face rapidly swelled. In that moment, Qin Song lost consciousness, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Chapter 44. Not a single one escapes upon witnessing Qin Song being sent flying by a mere slap. Lying on the ground in a state of uncertainty between life and death, the girls were utterly panicked. The sheer power demonstrated by a single blow that could send a living being airborne spoke volumes of his strength. He was nothing short of a monster. Yilei strolled over, his gaze fixed upon the group of girls, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Throughout my life, I, Yilei, have harbored an unwavering disdain for bullying. Thus, during my middle school years, I established a firm rule. Anyone who dares to bully others, once discovered, regardless of their background, shall endure a lifetime of hardship. Today, I have witnessed all of your actions, and by tomorrow, no, tonight, you shall receive a legal notice from the Yi Group. I will ensure that you forfeit all your family assets and experience the very torment you have inflicted upon others." As his words fell, the girls regarded Yilei as if he were a monster, fear causing them to retreat hastily. Qin Song's girlfriend shouted towards the van, urging, "Don't just stand there. Take him down. Beat him to a pulp." The bodyguards clad in black suits, momentarily startled by Qin Song's earlier fall, clustered around their young master, checking his vital signs. Entirely oblivious to the girls. Upon hearing Qin Song's girlfriend's call, the bodyguards lifted their heads. Realizing their future young mistress was in peril, they confirmed that Qin Song was unharmed and swiftly rushed to shield Yilei, blocking his advance. "Bodyguards, is it? Then let the reckoning commence with you." A bright light emanated from beneath the feet of several bodyguards, a white soul ring materializing around their waists. A decade-old soul ring. Astonishingly, after the merging of two worlds, 10-year soul beasts still exist. I had not noticed this before. Nevertheless, their soul ring abilities cannot harm me in the slightest. The first soul skill, high pressure surge. One of the bodyguards clasped his hands, unleashing a torrent of water, thick as a thigh, directed at Yilei. With a casual lift of his left hand, the water evaporated upon contact with his arm, emitting a series of hissing sounds, much to the astonishment of the bodyguard. Exchanging glances, the suited bodyguards surged towards Yilei in unison. They launched a barrage of punches and kicks, yet all were effortlessly deflected by Yilei's indifferent gestures. Yilei's patience was gradually wearing thin. Finally, as the bodyguards retreated to gather their strength for an attack, Yilei raised his right hand, and a crimson stone began to coalesce in his palm. With a crack, the stone instantaneously shattered into numerous fragments. With a swift motion of his right hand, the shards were launched forth, and in an instant, the bodyguards were struck down, each bearing the unmistakable marks of burns upon their foreheads. Only one bodyguard, after falling, managed to rise again, for his martial spirit was the powerful Bai Shi, renowned for its formidable defense, yet, even he could not evade the searing imprint upon his brow. Yilei remained oblivious to his circumstances, continuing his approach towards the group of girls without a hint of awareness that he had risen once more. The bodyguard clasped his head with both hands, shaking it in disbelief, casting a fleeting glance at Yilei before stumbling into the pristine business vehicle. With a sharp sound, the engine roared to life, and the bodyguard pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging directly at Yilei. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Yilei did not look back and proceeded steadfastly towards the girls. Just as the business vehicle was a mere 5 meters away, a flash of purple light enveloped his left leg as he executed a swift spinning kick, a beam of violet brilliance piercing through the heart of the vehicle. In the astonished gaze of the bodyguard and the girls, the business vehicle split apart, careening to either side. White smoke billowed forth, and the airbags deployed, causing the bodyguard to lose consciousness instantly. Observing that the bodyguards could no longer impede his advance, the girls were utterly panicked, turning to flee. But they all fell into a gaping pit, that had mysteriously appeared. Chapter 45. The Return Journey. Yilei approached the edge of the pit, gazing down at the several girls from his elevated position. A slight smirk graced his lips as his fingers twitched, and from the top of the pit emerged several stone pillars, transforming the chasm into a veritable cage. The girls looked up at Yilei with expressions of desperation. "Let us go, and we will pay you anything you desire. Just name your price. We implore you to release us." "Is that possible? Money?" The Yi family is in no shortage of wealth. Yilei did not utter a word. Instead, a voice emerged from behind him. Yi Junqing approached slowly and came to a halt before the pit. Yi Junqing gently patted Yilei's shoulder and spoke. "My son, let us depart. Your father has already alerted the authorities. The rest shall be handled by the police." With that, Yilei and Yi Junqing turned and walked away, paying no heed to the desperate cries of the girls trapped in the pit. As they passed by the bodyguards, Yilei took care to ensure they remained firmly secured, leaving them no opportunity to escape. Upon Yilei's return, Han Wan and her family wisely refrained from further inquiries. Having just learned from Tang Yuqing about Yilei's tumultuous middle school years, Han Wan approached Yilei's side and noticed his eyes were closed, his demeanor somewhat off. Silently, she slipped her hand into his. Feeling the warmth emanating from her grasp, Yilei gradually opened his phoenix-like eyes. The fury that once resided deep within had dissipated, replaced by a gaze filled with tenderness. He raised his hand to affectionately tousle Han Wan's fluffy hair. As Han Wan looked up into Yilei's eyes, she noticed the anger that had once been there had vanished. "Are you feeling better?" she asked. "Rest assured, I am doing well." After finishing his words, Yilei raised his hand and playfully ruffled Han Wan's hair several times. "Oh dear, you've completely messed up my hair," Han Wan exclaimed, pushing Yilei's hand away. She covered her head with both hands, her little face puffed up in indignation as she glared at him. Yilei gazed at Han Wan, his eyes brimming with affection, as he lifted his hands to gently pinch her small face, stretching it to either side. Han Wan, momentarily dazed, soon regained her senses and began to chase after Yilei through the forest. Noticing her pursuit, Yilei did not slow his pace. Ultimately, with her wings unfurling from her back, Han Wan soared into the air, catching up to Yilei and promptly alighting on his shoulders, playfully tugging at his ears. Her face still puffed with indignation. As Han Wan climbed onto him, Yilei instinctively supported her legs, concerned she might lose her balance and fall. The four adults observed their playful antics with amused smiles. Before long, the blaring of sirens pierced the air as several police cars sped into the martial arts realm. Guided by the girl who had previously been bullied, they arrived at the scene of the incident. What they witnessed was a sight to behold. A business vehicle sliced in half, a suited man firmly anchored to the ground by stones, a young man crushed beneath another vehicle, and several girls trapped in a deep pit. After gathering information from the bullied girl, the police swiftly took action, bringing all involved back to the precinct. The legal department of the Yi Group acted swiftly. During his vacation, Qin Haoze was unexpectedly informed by the Human Resources Department of his dismissal. Confused, he inquired about the reason, only to receive the baffling reply that he should consult his son. This left him even more perplexed. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he discovered a colleague from the legal department standing at his threshold. As he intended to invite them in for tea, the colleague merely thrust a document into his arms and departed without uttering a single word. Qin Haoze, utterly bewildered, opened the document only to have his expression darken as he comprehended its contents. After wandering through the martial world for quite some time, Yilei finally found a suitable spirit beast for Han's parents. Standing beside Tang Yuqing with an air of modesty, he remarked, "Mother, your martial soul is rather unique, and it is challenging to find an appropriate spirit beast for you within the martial realm. Tomorrow, I shall assist in the search. Once uncle and aunt have absorbed their spirit rings, we shall return." Tang Yuqing could only acquiesce, for after all, her martial soul was that of a fish. Chapter 46. The cries of despair. Half an hour later, Han's parents manifested purple spirit rings around their waists. The two rings shimmered in succession, radiating brilliance. Moments later, they opened their eyes, exchanged knowing glances, and rose to stand beside Han Wan. Han Kachin cast a sidelong glance at Yilei, a flicker of imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. "What is it, uncle? Are you feeling unwell?" Noticing the scrutiny, Yilei turned to meet Han Kachin's gaze, mistakenly assuming that something had gone awry during Han Kachin's absorption of the spirit ring. "Rest assured, my health is perfectly fine," Han Kachin replied slowly. "Under your blue-silver domain, Both your aunt and I absorbed our spirit rings with great success. I now believe that allowing you to be Xiaonuan's boyfriend is indeed an excellent decision. With you by her side, she will receive the utmost protection and remain free from danger. Yilei pondered, safety, devoid of any peril? This thought only encapsulated half the truth. After all, his prowess indeed ensured the protection of those around him. However, he had been placed on the Elder Hall's blacklist, regarded as a formidable adversary. It was implausible that he wouldn't have numerous spies trailing him. Perhaps, even now, the Seventh Elder's agents were lurking nearby? Wait, spies. Given the Elder Hall's proclivities, arranging for a spy would not be an impossibility. With the skill of his left leg domain, he invoked the spirit hunting grounds. Invisible threads unfurled from beneath Yilei's feet, instantly drawing in the life signatures within a 100-meter radius into his consciousness. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, and at once, a shadow emerged in his mind. Found you. This time, I shall impart upon you a lesson. He activated his fourth soul skill, the blue-silver cage. Yilei's right hand gently pressed against the ground, and 6 soul rings manifested beneath his feet, with the 4th soul ring illuminating. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black, dispatched by the elder of the 7 residents, lay concealed within the branches of a large tree, vigilantly observing every move made by Yilei and his companions. His codename was Shadow, a moniker that had been designated following the awakening of his martial soul. Prior to this, all his actions had been executed with utmost stealth, thus earning him the name Shadow. As he focused intently on surveilling Yilei and his entourage, numerous tendrils of blue-silver emperor sprang forth from the earth, ensnaring him within their grasp. What is happening? What is this? Shadow was momentarily bewildered, tugging at the blue-silver emperor vines in a futile attempt to sever them with his strength. Unfortunately, such efforts were in vain. Suddenly, 4 blue-silver emperor tendrils emerged from various directions, binding his limbs and suspending him in a star-like formation. At this juncture, Shadow had yet to comprehend the situation, when a faint sound erupted beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he discerned the source of the noise, and a wave of goosebumps enveloped him in an instant. A spiraling, blunt spike formed from 3 entwined blue-silver emperor vines burst forth from the ground, slowly ascending towards his vital point. Hey, what the? Shadow squirmed, futilely resisting. His struggles proved ineffective, as the blue-silver spike continued its deliberate ascent. Observing Yilei suddenly crouch down, his right hand pressed against the earth. With the 6 soul rings of blue-silver emperor appearing beneath his feet, the onlookers were left in confusion. Yilei rose, glancing at the crowd and shaking his head to signal that there was no imminent danger. He then took Han Wan's delicate hand and led the group away from the martial arts arena. Unbeknownst to the others, Yilei's left fingers curled tightly, and in an instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the arena. Chapter 47. Explosion. News the moment the scream pierced the air. Everyone except Yilei was startled. What was happening? Had someone been harmed by a spirit beast? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps those 5 individuals had simply been dealt another round of punishment. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the group nodded in agreement. Clearly, those individuals had a history of such encounters, their tone betraying familiarity, suggesting that several prior groups had been similarly robbed of their possessions. Shadow, I thank you. As the group comprised entirely of spirit masters, they traversed the distance that typically required over an hour to escape the martial arts arena in less than half an hour. As they passed the location where the 5 individuals had been assaulted, Yilei noticed their absence. However, he observed a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. A closer inspection revealed a myriad of mismatched shoe prints, unmistakably indicating that they had been left by a single individual. Yilei paid no heed to the footprints and exited the martial arts realm alongside the others. At this moment, he could never have anticipated that those 5 individuals would later pose a significant threat. On the return journey, deep within the martial arts realm, Ing lay despondently on the ground, his body slumped and devoid of hope, his mouth slightly agape, emitting odd groans. A tear in his trousers revealed a glimpse of his vibrant red undergarments. Beep, beep, beep. The military multifunction communicator on Ying's left wrist buzzed to life. With great effort, he raised his right hand to press a button, and the face of a middle-aged secretary appeared on the watch's screen. Number 49,043. Report on the operational situation and the movements of the target. Reporting to the Elder's assistant, the covert operation has failed. The target has exited the martial arts realm. I was attacked unexpectedly and have sustained severe injuries. A moment of silence lingered from the other end before a voice emerged. Failure? How could someone of your caliber experience a setback? And how were you attacked without knowledge of your assailant? Number 49043, provide a detailed account of the operation. With a laborious shift of his left hand and a strenuous nod of his head, Ing began to recount. The target eliminated 3 tiger-type soul beasts, 1 avian soul beast, and 2 others of unknown species within the martial arts realm. While they were resting and recuperating, I was suddenly ambushed, resulting in my loss of surveillance over them. What type of attack did you endure? Physical or energy damage? A twitch crossed Ying's lips as he slowly uttered 3 words. Upon hearing this, the elder's assistant fell into a deep silence, remaining quiet for an extended period. In that case, return at once. I will dispatch someone else to take your place. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Ing, with great effort, rolled over, and as his rear met the ground, he winced and sprang up, once again letting out a cry of anguish. The anguish sound startled the birds, causing them to take flight. Afternoon. After leaving the highway, Yulei and his companions parted ways, returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Yi Junxing instinctively turned on the television to watch a variety show. The family of 3 settled on the sofa, immersed in the comedic moments, when suddenly a breaking news alert interrupted the program. This afternoon at 1:45 p.m., an extraordinary incident occurred at the large marine biology exhibition hall in Jianghe district of Rong City, where all marine creatures underwent mutations, escalating the danger level. Many innocent civilians were injured, and as of now, the death toll stands at 20, with countless others suffering from serious and minor injuries. The exhibition hall has been cordoned off, and the military has intervened. The public is advised to steer clear of the premises. This concludes the special report. Yilei, who had been slumped on the sofa, immediately sat up straight, his expression filled with astonishment as he gazed at Tang Yunqing. Chapter 48. The Soul Beast Transformation of Marine Creatures. Tang Yunqing felt uneasy under Yilei's intense stare. Son, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Upon hearing her question, Yi Junqing quickly straightened up and turned to Tang Yunqing, speaking earnestly, Darling, how could there be anything on your face? You look absolutely stunning. Yilei's lips twitched as he thought to himself how his father, who was usually decisive and commanding outside, revealed a more submissive nature at home. How fearful he must be of his mother. Mind your own business. And go watch your television. Tang Yunqing firmly pressed Yi Junqing back down and turned her attention to Yilei. Mom, did you pay attention to the report? Yes, why? Tang Yunqing still wore a puzzled expression, unable to grasp Yilei's meaning. Mom, your second soul ring has been secured. At that moment, Yi Junqing finally grasped the situation. Slightly raising herself and gazing at Yilei. Son, are you implying that these mutated creatures bear a resemblance to the wolf thieves? Yilei remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with Yi Junqing's assertions. Tang Yonk, listening to the exchange between the father and son, couldn't help but frown. She completely failed to grasp the essence of their conversation. What are you two discussing? What on earth is a wolf thief? Without waiting for Yilei to speak, Yi Junqing began to enlighten Tang Yunqing on this particular type of knowledge. Yilei remained silent, continuing to lounge on the sofa while watching a variety show. 10 minutes later, Yi Junqing concluded her enlightening discussion with Tang Yunqing. Yilei finally spoke. Mother, please prepare yourself. Shortly we shall head to the exhibition hall to assist you in finding a suitable spirit ring. Tang Yunqing nodded in acknowledgement, rising to return to her room to make the necessary arrangements. Half an hour later, Tang Yunqing and Yilei departed. Originally, Yi Junqing intended to accompany them, but Yilei handed her a beast spirit and a precisely 1,000-year-old spirit ring, instructing her to absorb them at home. Before departing, Yilei established a blue-silver barrier within his home, infused with potent blue-silver emperor energy, sufficient to ensure his safety during the Soul Ring Age breakthrough. The Marine Biology Exhibition Hall was in close proximity to Yilei's residence, allowing them to reach their destination in a short span of time. However, upon arrival, they found the exhibition hall surrounded tightly by military personnel, leaving no room for passage. As Yilei and Tang Yunqing approached, 2 soldiers clad in uniforms brandishing rifles advanced towards them, blocking their path. The military is engaged in operations inside. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Please return whence you came, one of them stated. Before the sentence could be completed, both soldiers suddenly lifted their heads. Upon recognizing the newcomers, their hands trembled, and their legs shook uncontrollably as beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. They swiftly turned and fled towards the large group, shouting that the living Yama had arrived. The soldiers, who had initially turned their backs to them, heard the commotion and quickly turned to look. Upon recognizing Yilei's face, the previously stern soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with terror, scattering in all directions. The black marks on the nape of their necks betrayed their identities. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yunqing was filled with confusion, pondering why the soldiers appeared so fearful upon seeing her son. Was he truly that formidable? Yilei, I am at a loss. I have merely eliminated a few members of the Elder Hall. Upon entering the exhibition hall, it was utterly devoid of life. The further they ventured inside, the more water accumulated on the ground, interspersed with large patches of bloodstains. In one corner lay several dismembered bodies, evidently the innocent victims of this tragic incident. Just moments ago, along the path they traversed, several bulletproof glass displays housing small marine creatures had shattered, and all the marine life within had vanished. As Yilei and Tang Yunqing surveyed their surroundings, a colossal shadow loomed ominously above them. Chapter 49. The Ice Swordfish. As Yilei caught sight of the shadow looming above him, he instinctively raised his head, his brow furrowing in concern. Swiftly, he dodged to the side, evading the imminent threat posed by Tang Yunqing. It seemed the shadow had detected their presence. With a swift turn, several streams of solidified ice blue sword energy surged forth, effortlessly piercing through the bulletproof glass in pursuit of Yilei. The glass bore only a few minute fissures, a testament to the razor sharpness of the sword energy. As Yilei turned his head to observe the situation, he pushed off the ground, retreating alongside Tang Yunqing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 beams of ice blue sword energy struck the ground where Yilei had previously stood, leaving behind extensive fissures. The tangible sword energy lingered ominously, emanating a chilling aura that caused the surrounding water to freeze instantly. The summer warmth of the exhibition hall transformed into a frigid embrace. Yet, this slight chill posed no threat to Yilei and Tang Yunqing. Damn it! Shatter that glass for me. Tang Yunqing, upon hearing this, nodded promptly. With a wave of her right hand, a purple soul ring appeared, and behind her, the ice-spiked sword materialized. Utilizing her first soul skill, Frostwind Ice Blade, Tang Yunqing swung her arms, unleashing 2 ice blue, serrated beams of light that crossed and struck the bulletproof glass. In an instant, the glass shattered, and torrents of water surged forth. Observing this, Yilei swiftly gestured with his right hand, sending several strands of blue-silver emperor towards the shadow. Sensing the impending threat, the shadow pivoted, and the blue-silver emperor was severed entirely by an invisible sword energy. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly as 6 soul rings emerged, with the 3rd soul ring igniting. The 3rd soul skill, Web Binding. A purplish orb materialized in Yilei's hand, which he promptly cast into the water tank, pursuing the elusive shadow. Beep. The scanning was completed. The soul beast identified was the Ice Swordfish, aged 1,400 years. At that moment, Yilei's soul beast detector finalized its analysis of the shadow and reported its findings. The Ice Swordfish, possessing ice attributes and a fitting age, was indeed the most opportune soul ring presented to him, truly a divine stroke of fortune. Thus, let it become the 2nd soul ring for my mother. As the purple light approached the Ice Swordfish, it transformed into an enormous spider's web, ensnaring the creature. The 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Spike Formation. The 4th soul ring at Yilei's waist ignited, and he suddenly crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground. In an instant, dozens of blue-silver emperor spikes erupted from the earth, racing towards the ice swordfish ensnared in the spiderweb. Sensing imminent danger, the ice swordfish no longer concealed its true power. In a flash, a chilling sword aura surged forth, shredding the blue-silver emperor that bound it. The fragmented blue-silver emperor was instantly frozen into shards of ice, cascading to the ground and transforming into delicate ice blossoms. However, the ice swordfish's desperate counterattack could not evade Yilei's Millennium Soul skill, as it was brutally pierced into a spiky fish. What Yilei did not anticipate was that the ice swordfish, clinging to its last breath, launched one final strike against him. An invisible sword aura sliced through the air, directly piercing Yilei's lower abdomen. Yilei pressed his hand against the wound, staggering backward a few steps, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth as he leaned against the nearby wall, gasping for breath. "My son, are you all right? Is it serious? How can you bleed so profusely? Should we go to the hospital?" Tang Yunqing exclaimed, rushing over with a look of deep concern etched across her face as she gazed at Yilei. Yilei shook his head gently and looked up at Tang Yunqing, saying, "Mother, do not worry. Your son is resilient. Please focus on absorbing the soul ring for now. Tang Yunqing wished to say more, but Yi Lei's firm demeanor left her with no choice but to proceed with the absorption of the soul ring. He had already brought the corpse of the Frostblade swordfish to the ground, and to prevent any potential resurgence of its attack, Yi Lei decisively extracted its beast soul, thereby sending it to the underworld. As Tang Yunqing engaged in the absorption of the soul ring, Yi Lei noticed that the sword energy that had inflicted his injury was laced with intense ice elements, causing the blood surrounding the wound to begin coagulating. Yi Lei began to gather soul power in his right hand, a flickering crimson glow emanating from his palm. Gritting his teeth, Yi Lei pressed his hand directly onto the wound. Yi Lei could no longer bear it. As he opened his mouth, a heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire marine biology exhibition hall. One might wonder how the male protagonist, a six-ring soul emperor, could be harmed by a 1,000-year-old soul beast. I can only say that his blind confidence in his own abilities led him to overlook the fact that soul beasts may retaliate fiercely when faced with death. Thus, he suffered injuries. Yet, this should not be a matter of great concern. After all, the author, Lao Tzu, does not wish for the protagonist's journey to be devoid of challenges, as a touch of adversity is essential. So, let it be. Respectfully from Lao Tzu, Chapter 50, Elemental Collision. A piercing scream erupted, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surrounding bulletproof glass. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Yi Lei's forehead as three distinct soul powers clashed violently within him. The forces of the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Flame Lord relentlessly suppressed the soul power of the ice swordfish, gradually expelling it from his body. This agonizing process nearly drained Yi Lei of his strength. The unbearable sensation of opposing elements colliding within him was excruciating. Once the ice swordfish's soul power was expelled, Yi Lei activated the Blue-Silver domain, utilizing its energy alongside the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul power to mend his injuries. However, unlike Tang San, he did not possess the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone and thus lacked such extraordinary regenerative abilities. He could only use soul power to repair the damaged meridians and blood vessels within him, leaving 2 wounds on his lower abdomen that had ceased to bleed. After leaning against the wall to rise, Yi Lei pressed his hand against the wound and approached Tang Yunqing, infusing her with a surge of soul power to facilitate her quicker absorption of the spirit ring. 10 minutes later, Tang Yunqing completed her absorption and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yi Lei seated beside her, she hurriedly inquired, "Son, how are you feeling? Are you unwell?" "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine now. Just take me to the hospital for a stitch later. I've stopped the bleeding," Yi Lei replied, his eyes opening at the sound of her voice. Shortly after their departure from the Marine Biology Exhibition Hall, a shadow appeared in the corner. Gradually taking on a human form, it was none other than Shadow. Approaching the site of Yi Lei's injury, where traces of his blood remained, Shadow crouched down and retrieved a test tube with a cotton swab from his pocket, extracting a few drops of Yi Lei's blood before disappearing without a trace. Upon arriving at the hospital, 2 nurses swiftly stitched Yi Lei's wounds, completing the task in mere seconds. As they prepared to leave, both nurses eagerly requested Yi Lei's WeChat, sweetly addressing him as handsome, but he declined. After settling the medical fees, he returned home with Tang Yunqing. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing, who had already absorbed her beast soul and spirit ring, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a variety show, laughing heartily. When she heard the commotion at the door, she straightened up. Moments later, Tang Yunqing and Yi Lei entered the living room. "Darling, did you find a suitable spirit ring?" Yi Junqing asked. Tang Yunqing nodded, pulling Yi Lei to sit on the sofa, regardless of what else Yi Junqing intended to say. As Yi Junqing was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the vivid splash of crimson at Yi Lei's waist. She hurriedly exclaimed, "My son, what has happened to your abdomen? Why is there blood? And how did your clothing become torn?" Yi Lei exhaled deeply and spoke slowly, "Father, I am fine. It was merely a minor mishap while assisting my mother in hunting a soul beast. I initially believed the creature was lifeless and paid no further attention, only to have it make a last-ditch effort to strike at me. It was but a trivial injury, nothing to be concerned about." Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Yi Junqing cast a skeptical glance at Tang Yunqing. Upon receiving a nod from her, she finally accepted Yi Lei's explanation. That evening, the couple prepared a sumptuous feast of nourishing dishes to replenish energy and vitality. Yi Lei dined heartily to restore his strength, after which they urged him to retire early for the night. A night of silence passed. Chapter 51. Soul Amplifier. Having retired early, Yi Lei awoke in the early hours of the following day. He gently touched the stitched wound on his abdomen and immediately began to meditate and cultivate. As moments ticked by, his injury gradually healed. The stitches at 2 points began to fall away, revealing skin as pure and flawless as alabaster. Morning broke. Yilei ascended to the rooftop terrace, harnessing the morning sun and the gentle breeze, seizing the fleeting moment to cultivate the purple extreme demon eyes. After 10 minutes, Yilei descended. Yilei ventured once more into the riverside forest, intent on acquiring the 4th soul ring for his second martial spirit, the Flame Lord. Additionally, he sought to assist Yi Han's parents and Han Wan in obtaining suitable 3rd soul rings. As he stepped into the entrance of the riverside forest, the system's voice resonated once again. Ding. The conditions for the 3rd task have been fulfilled. Task Condition 1. Suppress your own strength, maintaining it within the Great Soul Master realm. Seal all soul rings except for the first 2, and reduce their age to 500 years. Condition 2. Conceal your true abilities, revealing them only when your life is in jeopardy. Otherwise, the seals cannot be lifted. The time limit for this task is 1 month. After the task was announced, Yilei furrowed his brow. This task was not particularly challenging, yet sealing his soul rings would disrupt today's plans. After all, relying solely on 4 500-year soul rings would scarcely suffice against a few thousand-year soul beasts. It would be akin to courting punishment. System, are there any additional task conditions? Host, you may accept this task at any time, without time constraints. This system will also provide you with certain compensations. Compensation? What sort of compensation? Is it a celestial herb? Yilei was perplexed, utterly bewildered. A random soul guide enhancer for the host. The system announced that the reward had been dispatched to the system space, urging the host to check. With a crisp sound, Yilei entered the system space, where a round pill lay quietly, unmistakably his soul guide enhancer. Host, consume this round pill, and the enhancer will bind to you, granting you soul access. With that, the system went offline. After a moment of contemplation, Yilei retrieved the object and grasped the round elixir in his hand. He swiftly made his way to a secluded spot and consumed the elixir, commencing the process of absorption. Half an hour later, a bracelet composed of 9 luminous orbs gradually manifested upon Yilei's right wrist. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and his phoenix-like gaze sparkled with brilliance. At that instant, the voice of the system resonated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Soul Guide Enhancement Device, Elemental Orb. What is this Elemental Orb? Could it possibly be the very object adorning my wrist? Yilei gazed in bewilderment at the bracelet adorning his right hand. Indeed, host, this is your soul guiding enhancement device. The Elemental Pearl, capable of accommodating 9 elemental beast souls for assistance. As a supportive tool, it amplifies all elements, proving to be quite advantageous. It appears to surpass the 9-treasure glazed pagoda in efficacy. Essentially, by merely attaching a beast soul of ice, one of fire, and another of wind, he could facilitate elemental enhancement for Ba, Ma, and Han Wan. Yilei gazed at the 9 colorless bracelets adorning his wrist, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile. He had already acquired 2 martial souls and a soul guiding amplifier, adding another card to his hand in dealing with the Elder Hall. At that moment, Yilei resolved to visit the Oceanic Biological Exhibition once more, seeking to obtain an ice attribute beast soul as the inaugural enhancement element for his soul guiding amplifier. However, for now, he delved deeper into the riverside forest in search of a suitable 3rd soul ring for his parents. Chapter 52. Deep within the devastated forest after a brief respite, Yilei made his way into the heart of the forest. 10 minutes into his journey, he sensed something amiss. Despite traversing such a considerable distance, he had yet to encounter a single soul beast. Even the 10-year-old ones were conspicuously absent. The trees along the path were either shattered or stained with copious amounts of blood. Sensing the abnormality, Yilei swiftly activated his mental hunting ground. Under its detection, he discovered that the once thriving population of soul beasts had vanished entirely, leaving behind only the remnants of dismembered limbs scattered across the terrain. Yilei glanced around, ascertaining a direction, and swiftly made his way forward. Upon arrival, he found before him a vast, ominous pit, within which lay the colossal remains of a soul beast. This was indeed the very site where Yilei had vanquished the Spider Queen. However, several additional sizable pits now marred the surrounding area. Yilei stumbled upon a pit, within which lay the lifeless body of an adult male. A gaping, bloodied hole marred his abdomen, clearly indicating the cause of his demise. Yilei pushed aside the collar of the corpse, revealing a striking mark upon its neck, a colossal black dragon entwined around a skull. Yilei recognized the mark as the exclusive emblem of the Venomous Dragon Legion, which belongs to the Elder Seven Pavilion, obedient solely to the summons of Elder Shaoqi. Their demeanor is fierce and exceedingly ruthless. It was indeed members of the Venomous Dragon Legion who abducted Yilei that fateful day. Observing the current situation, it appears that Elder Seven dispatched them to the Riverside Forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. However, their losses seem considerable, yet they must have succeeded, for it would be inconceivable to traverse the vast expanse of the Riverside Forest without encountering a single soul beast. Furthermore, their ability to capture even a 10,000-year soul beast suggests that the Elder Hall must possess advanced combat technology. Otherwise, even a multitude of well-trained soldiers would falter under the assault of a 10,000-year soul beast within a mere minute. It is likely that the elusive sea soul beast, which was missing from the Marine Biological Exhibition Hall yesterday, is also a result of their actions. Yilei slowly rose and searched the body, uncovering nothing of value. It seemed that the members of the Poison Dragon Legion had taken all the equipment from those who had perished during the operation as they retreated. The sound of rustling echoed. A rustle emerged from the woods not far behind Yilei. Who could it be? Yilei swiftly turned around, casting a crimson stone sphere with his right hand. With a resounding thud, the stone sphere struck the tree, causing it to sway vigorously. Yilei swiftly maneuvered to the base of the tree, diligently scanning the surroundings. After a brief moment of fruitless searching, he furrowed his brows in frustration. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his attention. Approaching it, he discovered that the source of the reflection was a small silver nameplate, intricately engraved with a pitch-black silhouette. And in the lower right corner, a series of numbers, 49043. Turning it over, he was confronted with two distinct emblems, one representing the Elder Seven residents, and the other, a mark he had previously encountered, that of the Poison Dragon Legion. As he lay crouched in contemplation, a flurry of ebony steel daggers hurtled toward his back. Sensing the imminent danger, he propelled himself to the right, executing a swift roll. The daggers embedded themselves in the ground where he had just been, sending up clouds of dust in their wake. Yilei crouched low to the ground, shaking his head as he surveyed the surrounding trees. After all, the enemy lay hidden in the shadows while he remained exposed to the light. Uncertain of where the next attack might originate, he could only await the unfolding of events. Without hesitation, Yilei activated his mental hunting ground to sense all life forms in the vicinity. Suddenly, from behind a towering tree, a shadow emerged stealthily, for soul rings flickering beneath its feet. It leaped down, delivering a powerful kick mid-air, aimed directly at Yulei's back. "I found you." Yilei closed his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. With a swift turn, his left foot launched forward, colliding directly with the shadow's foot. A tremendous crash echoed through the air as Yilei remained steadfast in his position, while the shadow was sent sprawling backward, gently landing upon a tree branch. "The Poison Dragon Legion, is it? I have already issued you a warning, yet why do you choose to ignore it?" Yilei gazed at the shadow and spoke. "Surrender the prestigious item, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will take your life this very moment." The shadow retorted, "What if I refuse? Given the nature of your Elder Hall, do you truly believe you would let me go? I have already issued my warning, yet you chose to ignore it. Thus, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands and grant your Elder Hall a brief respite." Yilei sneered, "Tear." The shadow grasped its own garment, pulling it with force until it was rent asunder, revealing a physique of robust muscles adorned with a tattoo belonging to the Poison Dragon Legion. Prominently inked on its left shoulder was the character Shadow. Chapter 53. A month later, upon gazing at the tattoo of the character Shadow, Yilei experienced a moment of realization. "So it was you who had been monitoring us in the martial world. How does your duodenum feel? Would you like me to give you another round? Damn it. You wretched brat, go to hell." Upon hearing Yilei's words, the shadow was incensed, leaping down from the tree and launching a punch towards Yilei. Yilei, unwilling to concede, raised his right fist and countered. A resounding boom echoed as the shadow was sent flying, while Yilei staggered back a few steps. Observing this, the shadow resolved to refrain from close combat with Yilei. After all, both of its previous assaults had been effortlessly thwarted, and continuing the melee would be futile. The first soul skill, Shadow Blade. The first soul ring beneath the shadow glowed, and a pitch-black Tang Dao materialized in its grasp, slashing towards Yilei with relentless fury. The dark blade surged forth, aimed directly at Yilei. The Spider Emperor's leg bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. Yilei grinned, swiftly kicking out his left leg, unleashing several purple blades of light that clashed with the shadow's first soul skill. The pitch-black blades were instantaneously shattered, Yet Yilei's assault showed no signs of abating. Relentlessly aimed at the shadow. Second soul skill, Silent Shadow. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the shadow activated its second soul skill, vanishing into its own silhouette in an instant. The purple blade struck a tree behind the shadow, severing it with ease. Third soul skill, Shadow's Embrace. Just as Yilei turned his head to search for the suddenly vanished shadow, its voice echoed unexpectedly. Numerous shadows surged forth from the ground, ensnaring Yilei's limbs, rendering him immobile. Caught you, prepare to meet your demise. First soul skill, Shadow Blade. The shadow leapt from Yilei's own shadow, executing its first soul skill midair. Observing the black blades hurtling towards him, Yilei stomped his right foot, 3 dark soul rings materializing from beneath him, hovering at his waist. Third soul skill, Fiery Armor of 1,000 tons. The third soul ring at Yilei's waist ignited. Surrounding stones rapidly flew towards him, coalescing into a crimson armor that enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision echoed as the Shadow's first soul skill struck Yilei, but to him, it felt like nothing at all. After deflecting the Shadow's initial attack, flames erupted around Yilei, incinerating the shadows that had entangled him. Regaining his freedom, Yilei turned to face the airborne shadow. Does your Elder Hall only specialize in ambushes? Why not face me openly in a fair match? The shadow glowered at Yilei's provocative demeanor, seething with anger. This is what you asked for. Prepare to perish. Fourth soul skill, Annihilating Celestial Shadow Blade. The fourth soul ring at the shadow's waist glowed, and with both hands gripping the knife, it was raised above its head, coalescing into a pitch-black phantasm nearly 10 meters long. Once charged, the shadow swung down towards Yilei. As the knife's shadow approached, Yilei showed no intention of evading. In the very moment the blade descended, he raised his left hand, catching the white blade with his bare hand. Impossible. How could you catch my fourth soul skill with one hand? Yilei retorted, let me impart a lesson. There is always a higher mountain. Do not be overly arrogant. For many more powerful than you exist. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. Suspended in midair, the shadow witnessed the ground beneath him fracture instantaneously as molten lava surged forth. With a swift elevation of his right hand, Yilei summoned a colossal column of magma that erupted violently towards the shadow. Caught off guard, the shadow could not evade the impending danger. He relinquished his fourth soul skill aimed at attacking Yilei and redirected his focus to unleash his own fourth soul skill against the oncoming magma column. The clash between the Millennium and the 10,000-year forces revealed the latter's supremacy, as the magma column swiftly consumed the shadow's form, leaving the world devoid of 49,043. A month later, September, the commencement of university. Chapter 54, New Student Registration on September 1st. The once quiet Rongqing University buzzed with activity as a wave of fresh faces flooded the campus. In the expansive playground, seniors from various disciplines gathered at their respective booths to register the new students. As the crowd thickened, the seniors began to gossip amongst themselves, discussing which junior possessed striking features and which female newcomer exhibited both beauty and charm. Conversely, the new students engaged in similar discussions. However, upon examining the registration forms, many of the newcomers furrowed their brows for the forms while asking for their names, contact numbers, and hobbies, quite standard, concluded with 2 lines requesting their martial souls and soul power levels. At this juncture, several students found themselves perplexed, as none had paid heed to the peculiar report from a month prior, resulting in expressions of embarrassment as they glanced towards their seniors, silently seeking assistance. Half an hour passed. As time elapsed, students near the edge of the playground erupted in exclamations, for a figure hovering in mid-air approached the field. Wow, that beauty has an incredible figure. Is she our senior, or from our cohort? My heavens, her physique is enviable. Even I, as a woman, feel a pang of admiration. I wish to be closer to her. As Han Wan made her entrance at the playground's threshold, she instantly attracted the attention of a throng of male and female students. Unfazed by their gazes, Han Wan soared directly past them and alighted before a professional booth. No sooner had she touched down than a swarm of boys encircled her, clamoring for her WeChat contact, with one even raising his hand in an attempt to place it upon her shoulder. Sensing his approach, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings, effectively blocking the boy's unwelcome advance. Classmate, is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to add a WeChat contact? The thwarted boy remarked, wearing a roguish grin. Hearing his words, Han Wan slowly turned to face him. Hey there, classmate, have you considered becoming my boyfriend? I promise to treat you well. As the boy with a rogue demeanor caught sight of Han Wan's visage, he momentarily froze before lewdly addressing her. Han Wan's brows furrowed instantly. An icy aura emanating from her, transforming her once obsidian pupils into a striking ice blue. With a sharp crack, the water within the bottle held by the rogue boy froze instantly, mirroring the same chilling transformation in the bottles clutched by his companions. What on earth? It's freezing, exclaimed the boy, startled, as he flung his bottle away and tucked his hands beneath his armpits for warmth. I shall only say this once. Leave. Han Wan's frosty voice echoed in the ears of the boys, plunging them into a frigid abyss. Ah, how intriguing. I've never encountered a girl like you before. Do you know who I am? Be my woman, and you shall experience a lifetime of happiness, the rogue boy threatened fiercely. I care not who you are. I repeat. Leave. Han Wan retorted dismissively. How dare you speak to me, Ma Tianming, in such a manner? You won't last in this school. I'll have my father expel you, he warned. Oh, the Ma family? Merely a small clan, are they not? How audacious. Han Wan mused silently, disregarding him entirely. She turned to converse with her senior beneath the professional booth. Enraged by Han Wan's indifference, Ma Tianming advanced, raising his hand to seize her by the neck. At that moment, a vine ensnared his wrist. Before Ma Tianming could comprehend the situation, the vine abruptly tightened, yanking his right hand down to his thigh. Seemingly responding to an unspoken command, Han Wan pivoted, a purple soul ring illuminating at her waist as immense ice-blue eyes manifested behind her, fixating on Ma Tianming's gaze. A spectral ice-blue imprint appeared within Ma Tianming's eyes, and in that instant, he recoiled in terror, clutching his head with both hands. Stumbling back until he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably, Han Wan retracted her phoenix wings. Paying no heed to the quaking Ma Tianming as she resumed her conversation with her senior. The ice-blue eyes that had locked with Ma Tianming were the manifestation of Han Wan's second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Magic Condensation. Drawing from the group control soul technique of the ice kite, the effect of this ability manifests as colossal eyes appearing behind Han Wan, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in those who meet its gaze, rendering them temporarily incapacitated in battle. A boy trailing behind Ma Tianming intended to assist him. But as he inadvertently turned around and locked eyes with the distant pair, a chilling sweat broke out across his body. He abandoned his intention to help and fled with a swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit. Those eyes, that penetrating gaze, became indelibly etched in his memory. He could vividly recall that moment whenever he closed his eyes. It is worth noting that he had lain bedridden for half a month before he could rise again. And now even the slightest touch on his back sent waves of pain coursing through him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the playground, Yilei wore a slight smirk as he turned around and continued to queue for registration. Standing at a towering height of 190 centimeters, Yilei undeniably attracted attention amidst the crowd. Numerous girls, upon catching a glimpse of Yilei's chiseled profile, were visibly enamored, their faces adorned with infatuation. They yearned to approach him, yet an invisible barrier deterred their advances, leaving them hesitant. Meanwhile, a figure seated on the ground caught the attention of passers-by. After all, it is not common to see a tall young man sitting on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, drenched in sweat and trembling. However, upon recognizing his identity, no one dared to linger and gawk. Ma Tianming remained on the ground for a solid 5 minutes before finally managing to rise, his legs still weak beneath him. After standing, he covered his head with one hand and walked towards the pavilion, addressing a male student. You, hand over the information form of that girl from earlier, quickly. Startled, the boy looked up and promptly retrieved Han Wan's information form, presenting it to Ma Tianming with both hands. Ma Tianming snatched the form, glanced at it, and remarked, Han Wan, is it? Well, if I cannot possess her, then neither shall anyone else. With that, he pulled out his phone, snapped a picture of the form, and after tapping the screen a few times, commanded, search for her, find out who this woman really is. With his phone stowed away, Ma Tianming tossed aside the information form and turned to leave. Only after his departure did the senior emerge from the professional pavilion to retrieve Han Wan's form. At that moment, a freshman approached the senior and inquired, Senior, what is the background of that guy? The senior, upon hearing this, nudged the freshman with his shoulder and replied, Do not speak so lightly. That man is Ma Tianming. His father holds a 10 stake in our school and is a member of the board of trustees. Even the teachers fear him. He is quite bold. From now on, when you see him, steer clear, lest you fall into his grasp. Trust me, you would not want that. After shaking the information form, the senior returned to the professional pavilion. Chapter 56. Serum on the other side of the playground. Yilei furrowed his brow, having absorbed every word uttered by Ma Tianming, including the exchange between the freshman and the senior. Concerned that Ma Tianming would not relent, Yilei had conjured a blue silvergrass seedling beside the professional pavilion to eavesdrop on their conversation. Now that he had completed his registration and confirmed his direction, Yilei made his way to the dormitory. Along the way, he took out his phone and typed a brief message with one hand before sending it. Hello. May I add you on WeChat for a chat? Yilei lifted his head, nearly retching his breakfast. Before him stood a four-eyed, steel-toothed dinosaur girl, holding a mobile phone displaying her WeChat QR code business card. Yilei felt disgusted and immediately closed his eyes, with a stamp of his right foot. The ground beneath him surged upward, elevating him to a height of 10 meters above the surface. Yilei helplessly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Han Nuan, seeking rescue. After all, with a dinosaur girl lurking below, there was no escaping for him. He had already noticed a multitude of girls surrounding him, their phones illuminating the darkness as they fixated on him with predatory gazes. Alas, it seemed that university life was no easier than high school. There were even more people here, leaving him at a loss for words. Nuan, please come save me. In the depths of Rongqing, within an uninhabited zone, a secret research facility lay hidden. The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing nearer until it halted before a heavy iron door at the end of the corridor. A man clad in a white lab coat removed the gloves from his right hand, raising it to press against the center of the door. A beep resonated, and two beams of red light shot from the door, striking his eyes. With a click, the iron door swung open, and the man donned his gloves once more before stepping inside. Within the room, a man lay on an iron bed, bound by chains and immobilized, his wrists marked with countless needle pricks. The man in the white coat approached the iron bed, observing the stillness of the captive. A barely perceptible smile graced his face as he pressed a button on a device beside the bed. Buzz. Instantly, an electric current coursed up the chains and into the man's body. He jerked upright, muffled groans escaping from his mouth, silenced by a towel. Yet, ensnared by the chains, his upper body only lifted a mere 5 centimeters from the bed before it fell back down. Repeating this motion several times until the man in the white coat finally turned off the power, the captive lay gasping for breath, his eyes devoid of luster as he stared blankly at the ceiling. What shall I use today? Perhaps this one, or that. The man in the lab coat busied himself in the corner of the room, retrieving vials of serum from a metal cabinet. The colors of the serums were a chaotic medley, each vial showcasing a different hue, filling the cabinet with an array of colorful concoctions, each adorned with the likeness of various animals. How about using this one today? With a flourish, the man in the white coat produced a vial of serum from his sleeve, its color a striking ochre, marked with the head of an elephant. He took a syringe from a nearby workstation, drew a portion of the serum, and approached the iron bed once more, addressing the man lying there. You know, why is your body so stubborn? It has been half a month, yet you refuse to accept the serum. If you had embraced it sooner, you would have endured less suffering. Wouldn't you agree? As the words fell, the man in the white coat thrust the syringe downward, piercing the man's wrist with a sharp motion. The amber-hued serum slowly coursed into the man's body, eliciting a harrowing groan from him. Chapter 57. The world in the mirror in her dormitory. Han Nuan tidied her belongings and, upon descending to the floor, picked up her phone from the table. To her surprise, she discovered that Yilei had messaged her 5 minutes prior, stating that he was surrounded by a group of girls and urgently needed her assistance. Han Nuan felt a sense of helplessness, for during their high school days, Yilei had always been quite the magnet for girls. He would never step out of the classroom unless he needed to use the restroom or was summoned by a teacher. With a resigned sigh, Han Nuan tucked her phone into her pocket and made her way to the balcony. In full view of her 3 roommates, she leaped from the balcony. Her roommates gasped in shock, fearing that Han Nuan might be in distress. They rushed to the balcony, only to see her ice-blue wings unfurl behind her as she soared toward the boys' dormitory. As she passed by, the astonished gazes of her classmates followed her. Beneath the stone pillar where Yilei stood, a dozen girls gazed up, their eyes burning with fervor. Yilei felt quite helpless. Although the dozen or so girls below could run away, he certainly did not wish for a few of them to constantly linger around the boys' dormitory. Yilei glanced at his phone, noticing that yet another minute had slipped by, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet? I feel as though I am wilting with anticipation. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention. He turned, his heart leaping with joy. as he saw Han Wan swiftly approaching him. As she drew near, Yilei flicked his right hand, sending a strand of blue-silver grass soaring through the air, wrapping around Han Wan's waist. With a push of his foot, the stone pillar beneath him retracted back into the ground. The blue-silver grass clung to Han Wan, propelling her forward as Yilei occasionally infused her with bursts of soul power. The reason he chose blue-silver grass over blue-silver emperor was due to the third task assigned by the system that morning. Consequently, the soul rings of both of his martial souls had been reduced to merely the first two, with their ages diminished to a mere 500 years. Naturally, the blue-silver emperor had reverted to blue-silver grass. His two soul bones were also restricted, leaving him with only the domain skill from the left leg bone of the man-faced spider emperor, the mental hunting ground. Yilei could hardly voice his concerns, fearing that the system might take offense and sever their bond, which would spell disaster for him. However, possessing 4-century-old soul rings placed him among the elite of his peers. After soaring over 100 meters, Han Wan descended to the ground, panting and sweating. For carrying a 160-pound male figure aloft was no trivial endeavor. Witnessing her fatigue, Yilei felt a pang of sympathy. He raised his hand to gently soothe her back, infusing a modicum of soul power into her to aid her recovery. A minute later, he glanced toward the nearby male dormitory and suggested that Han Wan return to rest, as they had military training scheduled for the following day, and it was imperative not to overexert her. Han Wan, without uttering a word, took to the skies once more, her wings beating gracefully as she headed back. Upon noticing the absence of any female presence around him, Yilei finally felt a sense of relief. Being pursued for his WeChat was indeed an uncomfortable experience. As he entered the dormitory building, he was greeted by a faint odor of sweat, which, although pungent, was bearable. Upon arriving at his dorm, Yilei was astonished to find that his close friend from high school, Song Yang, was sharing the same room with him. The two exuberant young men nearly embraced in their excitement, engaging in lively conversation for quite some time before settling into the dormitory routine. The accommodations were neither luxurious nor excessively humble. It was a 4-person room, featuring bunk beds with desks below, a shared bathroom and shower, as well as a refrigerator and a washing machine. The air conditioning, a summer necessity, was also included. With the other 2 roommates yet to arrive, Yilei quickly claimed a bed, thereby establishing his residence. Fortunately, he had already brought his luggage to the dorm. Otherwise, he would have faced a rather unfortunate situation earlier. As he opened his cupboard, Yilei discovered a black iron box quietly resting at the bottom. Upon inquiring with Song Yang, he learned that a similar box was nestled within his own cupboard. Opening the remaining cupboards revealed the same phenomenon without exception. Yilei, feeling somewhat bewildered, opened the iron box to discover its sparse contents: a wristband emblazoned with the school emblem and a pair of headphones. Upon donning the headphones, a sharp beep resonated, signaling their activation. As the version update concluded, the system was activated and an introduction commenced. Just moments after the initial beep, a voice emanated from the headphones. The system, known as the Mirror World, had been developed by the Elders Hall. Due to the nationwide phenomenon of Douluo, portals connecting various regions to the Douluo world had emerged across the country. In a bid to harness more talent for the nation, the Elders Hall had installed multi-person teleportation devices in universities across the land. With this wristband, users could be transported to the portals in various regions, assisting them in hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Furthermore, the wristband afforded the ability to select the desired age of the soul beast. The instructional introduction concluded, and the voice within the headphones faded. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly. Once again, it was the Elders Hall. Given their nature, one could be certain they had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, this device seemed quite useful, sparing him the trouble of venturing into the forest in search of soul beasts. Yilei pondered. Chapter 58, Trials. Buzz. As if by a shared instinct, both Yilei and Song Yang's phones chimed simultaneously. Upon glancing at their screens, they discovered a message from their academic advisor, accompanied by an image. The picture depicted the wristbands and headphones developed by the Elder Hall. Beneath the image, the advisor had pinned a note: each student must carry these items at all times. According to school regulations, students in our software program are required to undergo practical training every 3 weeks. However, it is permissible for a group of students to attend together. Please remember not to seek out soul beasts of excessively high age, and should you encounter any danger, return to school promptly. After reading the advisor's message, Yilei refrained from commenting, as he had no immediate need to engage in such training, nor did he lack soul rings. At that moment, Song Yang could no longer contain his curiosity. He nudged Yilei's shoulder and said, "Hey, should we go take a look? After all, I don't have a soul ring, and I assume you don't either." Song Yang gazed at Yilei with a look of inquisitiveness. Yilei felt helpless, yet chose to remain silent. After all, in 3 weeks, he would have to perform in front of the entire class. "So you better watch closely." Yilei took a step to the side, raising his right hand, and to his astonishment, a slender blade of blue-silver grass materialized in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Song Yang exclaimed, "Oh, why is your martial soul blue-silver grass?" Before he could utter the phrase waste martial soul, his jaw dropped in disbelief as he observed 2 yellow soul rings gradually emerging beneath Yilei's feet. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, as Han Wan returned to her balcony, she was immediately surrounded by 3 girls from her room. "Sister Wan, where did you just go?" "Sister Wan, you were so impressive just now. How did you manage that?" It must be said that the quality of girls at Rome University is quite high, with many beauties, especially in Han Wan's finance major, where there are numerous female students, many of whom possess striking looks. Han Wan's dormitory was no exception, filled with fair-skinned, beautiful girls with long legs. Among them was one petite girl, standing at a mere 1.55 meters, who despite her height, had developed all the right curves. Han Wan helplessly rubbed her head and gently restrained the overly affectionate Luo Yun, who was eager to cling to her. It was unavoidable. The little girl was simply too adorable. At 16, she bore the countenance of a middle school student, and standing next to Han Wan, those in the know recognized her as a classmate. Those unaware might mistakenly assume she was a young mother with her little daughter. However, at 16, having skipped 2 grades and only having spent a year in high school before entering university, she truly embodied the essence of a remarkable young scholar. Han Wan mused. After seating the 3 girls, Han Wan proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Just as Song Yang was still reeling from the sight of the 2 soul rings at Yilei's waist, he witnessed Yilei flick his right hand, causing the blue-silver grass and soul rings to vanish. Initially thinking they had disappeared, he was taken aback when Yilei lifted his right foot and stomped it on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack open, revealing the Fire Lord emerging from within. Without exception, 2 yellow soul rings shimmered at his waist. Yilei retracted his martial soul and gently patted Song Yang on the shoulder. "Old Yang, how do you find it?" "Quite impressive. Isn't it? Now, it's your turn." Noticing Song Yang's lack of response, Yilei vigorously shook his shoulder with one hand, while using the other to close his gaping mouth. With a snap, Song Yang's jaw snapped shut, and at that moment, he regained his senses, eagerly inquiring how Yilei had accomplished such a feat. It wasn't particularly difficult. It merely required some skill. I dispatched 4 soul beasts without expending much effort. Yilei stroked his chin and remarked, "Isn't this simple?" "Lazy. You can't possibly be jesting with me," Song Yang exclaimed, shaking Yilei's shoulders, his face flushed with excitement. Yilei was so shaken that he could only utter, "All right. All right. At worst we can teleport together later, and I can assist you in acquiring a few soul rings. Is that acceptable?" Although Yilei possessed several hundred suitable soul rings for Song Yang within his system space, he refrained from retrieving any due to the constraints of his system tasks. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Song Yang finally paused, his flushed face quickly returning to its natural hue. Subsequently, the 2 of them simultaneously took out their phones to engage in a game together. Before long, the other 2 roommates arrived in succession. After the 4 members of the dormitory introduced themselves, they decided to head to the nearby food street for a delightful meal. In the girls' dormitory, after hearing everything from Han Wan, Luo Yun and her companions insisted on meeting the brother-in-law. Unable to refuse, Han Wan reluctantly led the 3 to dine outside the campus. In the cafeteria, "What have I done to deserve such disdain from you? Is our food truly that unpalatable?" At last, a consensus was reached in the cafeteria, albeit a rather wounded one. Chapter 59. Casual conversations. Yilei and his 3 companions arrived at a bustling food street outside the school, selecting an authentic northeastern barbecue restaurant, where they requested a private room and settled in. Within the confines of the room, the 4 began to engage in conversation. "By the way, what are your martial souls? How about we all showcase them together?" suggested Chen Sikong. The other boy, Jing Hang, readily agreed. Chen Sikong was the 3rd to arrive at the dormitory, standing at a height of 1.85 meters, with an innocuous visage, plump, and when he smiled, the flesh on his face gathered adorably, giving him a rather endearing appearance. Jing Hang was the last to reach the dormitory and was also the shortest among them, standing at 175 meters. However, he was regarded as the second most intelligent in their dormitory, having scored 690 in the college entrance examination, just 5 points shy of Yilei. Undoubtedly, those who gained admission to Rong University were far from ordinary individuals. Yilei remained silent, his expression reflecting a profound curiosity as he observed the trio. To be candid, he too was intrigued by the nature of their martial spirits, particularly that of Song Yang. Meanwhile, Chen Sison and Jing Heng shifted their gazes towards Yilei, who instantly grasped the implication. With a flourish of his right hand, the ethereal image of the Flame Lord manifested behind him, while the blue silvergrass materialized upon his right hand. My martial spirits are the blue silvergrass and the Flame Lord, both at the century mark. With a soul power of level 28. What about you? Yilei retracted his martial spirit and turned his gaze towards Song Yang. Well, at this moment, I am unable to reveal my own martial spirit. Could you assist me in discerning it? At this juncture, Song Yang scratched his head, and with a wave of his hand, a radiant aquamarine light emanated from behind him, gradually revealing a crocodile. What is this? Both Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng inquired in confusion. Beep, scanning complete. Report as follows. Name, Song Yang. Martial spirit, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile. Spirit power, level 12. Name, Jing Heng. Martial spirit, Thunderous Mammoth. Spirit power, level 13. Name, Chen Sitsai. Martial spirit, Wind God Pterodactyl. Spirit power, level 15. At that moment, the soul beast detector on Yilei's left hand, much like a vendor announcing a menu, divulged the martial spirits and spirit power levels of Song Yang and his companions. Wow! Exclaimed the three in unison, their eyes fixated intensely on Yilei. What was that sound just now? How did you know our martial spirits and spirit power levels? Resistance will lead to severe consequences, while confession will be met with leniency. They urged simultaneously, rising to encircle Yilei and gazing down at him with eager anticipation. Yilei, in a state of helplessness, placed his left hand upon the dining table, revealing the device affixed to his wrist. This, he proclaimed, is what I have named the Soul Beast Detector. Its auxiliary function allows it to scan others, accurately discerning their martial souls and levels. Just moments ago, the report was the result of its probing. As he spoke, Yilei lifted his left hand and waved it before the eyes of the three. The gaze of Song Yang and the others was entirely captivated by the instrument on Yilei's wrist. The three of them circled around it, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Yilei felt a bit dizzy. He waved his left hand and said, "All right, no need to look anymore. I will prepare one for each of you three later. Each one is merely 1 million RMB, which translates to just 2 golden soul coins. For the 4 of us, that amounts to a total of 8 golden soul coins. A mere 4 million. Yilei has never forgotten about Han Wan from his family, who also desires something. In the adjacent private room, Han Wan unexpectedly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and continued dining with her friends. Chapter 60 Achu. Within the private room, Han Wan sneezed for no apparent reason. She rubbed her nose again. Sister Wan, why did you sneeze? Are you catching a cold? Should we return so you can take some medicine? Luo Yun tilted her little head, gazing at Han Wan. Han Wan raised her hand and waved it dismissively, assuring her, I'm fine. It's just that my nose suddenly feels a bit itchy. Ah, that makes sense. This is a barbecue restaurant, so the air must be filled with the scents of cumin and chili powder. Yes, that must be it. With that, Luo Yun confidently raised her little fist. The three of them couldn't help but smile at Luo Yun's adorable demeanor. Han Wan reached out and pinched Luo Yun's chubby cheek, then addressed the trio, All right, let us order. You can choose whatever you like. Today, it's my treat. Hooray! Sister Wan is the best. Upon hearing Han Wan's words, Luo Yun excitedly grabbed the menu and ordered several dishes of grilled meat before huddling with the two girls, Wang Yuning and Xiao Na, to peruse the menu together. 10 minutes later, all the dishes ordered by the three arrived at the table, and Han Wan updated her social media status. In the adjacent private room, the phone resting on the table emitted a sound, capturing the attention of Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng. Oh, have you found yourself a girlfriend? Jing Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at Yilei. The distinctly affectionate ringtone reverberated within the confines of the 4 male companions' private room, creating an unexpectedly jarring atmosphere. It was no wonder that Chen Sitsuan immediately deduced that Yilei was involved with someone. For one could easily surmise that a young man would only designate such a special tone for a significant other. Yilei chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. Which family's little cabbage has been uprooted by your boorishness? This time, it was Jing Hang who spoke, the daughter of Han Kachin, the chairman of the Han Group. Yilei spoke calmly. The atmosphere became suddenly quiet in the private room, apart from Song Yang, who remained unresponsive. Chen Xizhan and Jing Hang gaped in disbelief at Yilei. The Han Group, the largest real estate company in Rongqing, virtually monopolized all real estate ventures in the city, establishing itself as the leading enterprise. Yilei, you cannot be serious. How could the princess of the Han Group possibly be your girlfriend? It seems utterly implausible. Indeed. Yilei, please do not jest with your brothers. What do you think, Song Yang? Song Yang remained silent, shrugging his shoulders as he continued to eat. I am not joking. If you still do not believe me, just take a look next door, and you will know the truth of my words. It is absurd. I have been with Nwaner for 3 years. How could this possibly be a joke? Yilei pondered. As to why he mentioned that Han Nuan was right next door, he felt the chilling aura emanating from her the moment she and her companions stepped into the barbecue restaurant. In this vicinity, the only one possessing the Ice Phoenix martial soul, aside from her, could only be her. Chen Xizhan and Jing Hang, still skeptical, adjusted their drinks and exited the private room. Upon reaching the adjacent room, Chen Xizhan knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone there? The door swung open with a whoosh. However, Chen Xizhan saw no one upon entering, and puzzled, he turned to Jing Hang and inquired, why did the door open by itself? There's no one here. Jing Hang, exasperated, pointed to the ground. Chen Xizhan looked down, growing more bewildered. What? There is nothing here? Jing Hang rolled his eyes and said flatly, could you please turn around? My friend? At last, Chen Xizhan turned back. To his surprise, he still found nothing before him. Recalling Jing Hang's comment, he lowered his gaze into his astonishment. He discovered a soft, adorable little girl standing before him, hands on her hips, glaring at him with a puffed-up expression. Upon seeing Luo Yun's charming face, Chen Xizhan felt as though his heart had been struck by something, and his pulse inexplicably quickened. At that moment, he was smitten. Luo Yun, who is she? Why is she taking so long? A cold voice emanated from within the private room. The tone sent shivers down Chen Xizhan and Jing Hang's spines. So, Luo Yun was her name? How delightful. Chen Xizhan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Luo Yun huffed and turned to re-enter the room. Chen Xizhan remained rooted at the doorway, and Jing Hang nudged him. Seeing he was immobile, he squeezed past him, casting a glance filled with exasperation, thinking, what a pitiful fellow, utterly captivated by a little girl. Jing Hang carried the drinks inside, but upon reaching the table, he was taken aback. What luck was this? There were 4 stunning beauties in one room. He was utterly enchanted, especially when he caught sight of the girl seated next to Luo Yun. His gaze turned instantly captivated. Meanwhile, Han Wan noticed the 2 boys holding drinks, one lingering at the door and the other standing at their table. Particularly the one at the entrance who was shamelessly staring at their yubao. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you in our private room? Han Wan coldly fired off 3 questions. Chen Xizhan and Jing Hang stood frozen in place, unresponsive. Han Wan's patience wore thin, her expression turning icy. Please leave. I do not wish to repeat myself. Han Wan issued an eviction order, and as she spoke, the cola beside her crystallized into ice. Oh, what seems to be the matter, young lady? Are you upset? A deep, magnetic male voice resonated from the entrance of the private room, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The newcomer was Yilei, who, upon noticing Chen Xizhan standing motionless at the door, heard Han Wan's voice emanating from within. He raised his hand and playfully slapped Chen Xizhan on the head, rousing him from his stupor before stepping into the room. What brings you here? And how did you know I was here? Han Wan's displeasure dissipated instantly at Yilei's arrival. I knew the moment you entered this establishment, and, by the way, I was right next door. Yilei spoke, raising his hand to point at the wall behind him. Oh, and these 2 individuals are my roommates, Chen Xizhan and Jing Hang. Just now, they didn't believe me when I said I have a girlfriend. I mentioned you were here, and they both came running. You blockhead, wake up a little. As he said this, Yilei playfully tapped Jing Hang on the head, causing him to immediately regain his senses and jump slightly while clutching his head. Who hit me? Huh, Yilei, when did you arrive? Jing Hang was about to turn around and curse when he realized Yilei was standing right behind him. I came to see my girlfriend. Do I really need to explain myself to you? Are you out of your mind? Yilei delivered a swift kick to Jing Hang's rear. Jing Hang, shielding his head with one hand and his backside with the other, let out a cry and leaped aside. At that moment, Chen Xizhan regained his composure, approached Yilei, and placed a hand on his shoulder, inquiring, Yilei, did you not mention that your girlfriend is the heiress of the Han Group? Where is she? I wish to see. Always preoccupied with admiring beautiful women. Do you not have any shame? Yilei extended his finger and playfully poked Chen Saisen's forehead. Isn't that what you said? Am I mistaken? Chen Saisen retorted, nudging Yilei's shoulder. Are you talking about me? The daughter of the Han family? That's just me. Upon hearing Chen Saisen's words, Han Nuan instinctively interjected, Are you certain you are the daughter of the Han family? Is your father Han Kachin? Chen Saisen pressed on. Indeed. There are photos online. Why not check for yourself? Confusion filled Han Nuan's eyes. Unwilling to be misled, Chen Saisen took out her phone and began to search fervently. After a few moments on Baidu, she exclaimed in disbelief, No way. It really is you. As she compared images, Chen Saisen's skepticism turned to acceptance. All right, let us head back. Otherwise, all the meat will end up in Song Yang's stomach. Yilei spoke up, Damn it. Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang exchanged a glance and promptly dashed outside. Once the two had left, Yilei approached Han Nuan, grasping her ice-cold cola. Leaning down, he whispered sweet nothings into her ear. Instantly, Han Nuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she cast a bashful glance at Yilei. Upon witnessing this, Yilei straightened his posture and smiled. Approaching the doorway, he turned around and added, By the way, your fire is nearly extinguished. As he spoke, Yilei snapped his fingers, and a flame flickered to life on the tip of his right index finger. With a swift motion of his hand, the flame accurately soared beneath the roasting pan, instantly rekindling the nearly dying fire. That gaze, so piercing. How I long to be his girlfriend. However, alas, he is my brother-in-law. Such a thought must remain unpursued. After Yilei exited the private room, Luo Yin muttered a remark, and then transformed her sorrow into appetite, shoving a generous piece of roasted meat into her mouth with chopsticks. Upon hearing Luo Yin's comment, the other three erupted into hearty laughter. When Yuning gulped down a large mouthful of ice-cold cola, let out a burp, and remarked to Luo Yun, Did you not notice? That fellow, Chen Sitsai, was utterly captivated by you. His eyes practically glazed over upon seeing you. Just moments ago, while speaking with your brother-in-law, he kept stealing glances at you. His eyes were filled with little stars of affection. Indeed, Xiaona chimed in. And you all continue to laugh, Sister Na. Even that Jing Hang was utterly transfixed upon seeing you. Luo Yun, unwilling to concede, fired back. Xiao Na, sitting closest to her, reached out with both hands and began to tickle Luo Yun. Han Nuan remained silent, focused intently on her roasted meat, occasionally sipping from her frosty cola slush. In the adjacent room, ever since returning, Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang appeared as though their souls had been lost. Solely preoccupied with devouring their dishes, Yilei cast a glance and immediately discerned the reason. What, have you two found yourselves enamored? The two individuals, preoccupied with their meal, simultaneously nodded in agreement. Yilei and Song Yang erupted into laughter, while the two of them remained preoccupied with their meal, occasionally glancing towards the wall. Yilei, feeling somewhat helpless, took a mouthful of meat and said, All right, you two, let's behave normally. We must hasten our meal. After we finish dining, we shall head to the mirror world, where I will assist both of you in acquiring a century-old soul ring. Upon our return, I will ensure you both have each other's contact information. Really? Upon hearing Yilei's words, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang instantly perked up, responding in unison. Why would I deceive you? Of course, it is true. I am a man of my word. As he spoke, Yilei patted his chest in assurance. 10 minutes later, after the four of them, led by Yilei, resolved the battle, they returned to Rong University. Upon retrieving their equipment, the quartet journeyed together to the teleportation array established at the heart of the campus. Standing upon the array, they exchanged glances before simultaneously pressing a button on their wristbands. For beams of light illuminated the surroundings, and in an instant, Yilei and his companions vanished from sight. Chapter 62. Soul Hunting Artillery. Yilei and his companions exchanged glances, simultaneously pressing a button on their wristbands. In an instant, for beams of light illuminated the surroundings, and then, Yilei and his companions vanished without a trace. In the wilderness, upon a massive magical array, a brilliant light erupted. As the radiance dissipated, the silhouettes of four individuals emerged. Yilei and his companions stepped down from the teleportation array and took a few steps forward, where the sights outside unfolded before their eyes. Beyond the array stood magnificent edifices, all predominantly adorned in platinum hues, situated beside a colossal deep blue vortex. Yilei and his companions stepped inside, their arrival capturing the attention of the soldiers patrolling the building. Soon, two armed soldiers equipped with specialized weaponry approached them. How did you arrive here? The aura emanating from the two soldiers enveloped Yilei and his trio, prompting the remaining three to instinctively take a step back. Yilei stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the two soldiers. The presence of two Grand Soul Masters suggested that the Elder Hall had established a defense here to prevent soul beasts from emerging from that deep blue vortex. Yilei pondered. Yilei removed the wristband and handed it over. One of the soldiers accepted it and retrieved a device from his tactical vest. Placing the wristband upon it, a beep resonated as the device powered on, casting a crimson glow that scanned the wristband. After a brief moment, a holographic display emerged from the device, presenting all information aside from the martial spirit and soul power. One soldier glanced at the image on the display, then turned to Yilei, returning the wristband with a nod, signaling that he could enter. The remaining three swiftly presented their wristbands as well. In a short while, all four had successfully entered. Yilei discovered that they were situated within a structure reminiscent of a shopping mall, with the ceiling approximately 50 meters above the ground. Imprinted prominently upon the vast dome was the emblem of the Elder Seven residents. Upon lowering his gaze, Yilei observed that the same emblem adorned the floor, albeit in the form of the Elder Hall's insignia. Yilei and his three companions approached the deep blue vortex, halting 10 meters away when a nearby structure caught Yilei's attention. It was a shop. Noticing Yilei's pause, Song Yang and the others also came to a standstill, following his gaze towards the store. How curious it is to find a shop in such a place. Let us go and investigate. Jing Hang inquired with a hint of perplexity. Yilei replied faintly and then stepped forward, making his way into the store. Upon entering, he was struck by the peculiar assortment of items inside. Unlike the usual snacks and beverages found in typical shops, this establishment boasted an array of intricate objects. As he ventured further, one particular item caught his eye. It was a hand cannon, resplendent in a lustrous platinum hue, adorned on one side with the emblem of the Elder Hall. Yilei glanced at the description below. It stated that this exquisite piece was named the Soul Hunting Cannon, capable of loading various qualities of beast souls to serve as ammunition. The higher the quality, the greater the power, with a durability rating of excellent. The Soul Hunting Cannon? The fact that this creation of the Elder Hall was displayed here indicated that its formidable power was sufficient to vanquish soul beasts, making it a lucrative attraction for those seeking to hone their skills in this place. Upon reflecting on this, Yilei glanced down and discovered that the price was quite reasonable, merely 1 gold soul coin. Without further thought, he seized one and subsequently acquired 3 more. Cradling 4 soul hunting cannons in his arms, Yilei surveyed his surroundings and approached Song Yang and the others. What is it that you have there, lazy? Chen Sikong, who was examining the merchandise, was the first to notice Yilei and inquired, raising his gaze. At his words, both Song Yang and Jing Hang also turned their attention towards Yilei. This is the soul hunting cannon, utilized for hunting soul beasts. It is rather affordable, costing just 1 gold soul coin. When Yilei spoke, his demeanor was calm and untroubled, while Song Yang and the other two stared at him in utter disbelief. Are you out of your mind, Lei? Do you have any idea how precious a gold soul coin is? 1 gold soul coin is worth 1,000,000 RMB. You just acquired 4. That amounts to 4 million RMB. We could sell all 4 of us and still not afford it. Song Yang said with a serious expression. I am not insane, Yilei replied. Besides, I am not asking you to pay for it. Consider it a gift from me. And really, do you think that 4 million RMB would be beyond my means? Yilei maintained an air of tranquility, casually raising one hand to grasp at the air. In an instant, a pouch of gold coins materialized in his palm, which he tossed to Song Yang, urging him to open it and take a look. With a grave expression, Song Yang opened the pouch, and upon glimpsing its contents, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. L.A. Where on earth did you acquire such an abundance of gold soul coins? At that moment, Chen Sison and Jing Hang also directed their gazes toward the pouch in Song Yang's hands. Their curiosity was piqued, and upon seeing what lay within, they were left utterly astonished, mouths agape, rendered speechless. The origins of this wealth are undoubtedly legitimate. Have you forgotten my identity, Lao Yang? It was only then that Song Yang snapped back to reality, his previously stern demeanor softening in an instant. However, Yilei's words had successfully captured the attention of Chen Sison and Jing Hang. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must hasten to hunt soul beasts. We can discuss it later with Lao Yang. Observing their expressions of curiosity, Yilei felt compelled to urge them onward, for time was of the essence. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon in the Imperial City, and they needed to swiftly complete their hunt for soul beasts to return to school for some much-needed rest especially with military training scheduled for the following day, necessitating the conservation of their energy. Once their expressions returned to normal, Yilei instructed Song Yang to retrieve 4 gold soul coins from the pouch, so they could settle their transactions. Each of them carried a soul hunting cannon as they exited the shop, having absorbed Yilei's instructions on its usage. With their belongings in hand, the 4 of them approached the deep blue vortex, confirming their identities once more before truly standing before the swirling portal. Yilei took the lead, stepping into the swirling vortex. In the next moment, he was completely engulfed. Song Yang and the others followed suit, entering the vortex one after another. A powerful sensation of being pulled ensued, and the 3 were drawn to the other side of the vortex. With a rush, they were expelled from the vortex, standing behind Yilei, gazing at the extraordinary forest before them. Is this the world within the mirror? It appears so enchanting. Judging by the forest's appearance, it must be the renowned Stardew forest. Without turning back, Yilei remarked, "All right, let us not linger in admiration. We must first secure your soul rings. Come, let us proceed." Yilei lifted his foot and officially stepped into the starry forest. The 3 companions followed closely in his wake as they traversed the depths of the forest. "By the way, you 3, please reveal your martial souls." "Sekan, your martial soul is the wind god wyvern. Surely you can take to the skies?" Yilei halted his steps and turned to gaze at them. The 3 individuals said nothing, instead revealing their martial spirits. Behind Song Yang, a colossal deep green crocodile materialized, adorned with a formidable shell. Its elongated jaws filled with sharp fangs parted as it emitted a resonant roar from its throat. Behind Jing Hang, a massive purple mammoth emerged, its entire body occasionally flickering with arcs of violet lightning. The sight of it caused Chen Sikong, who stood closest to Jing Hang, to become disheveled, his hair standing on end. Behind Chen Sikong, a gigantic pterosaur soared into the air, circling momentarily before diving directly into Chen Sitsong's body. Gradually, he began to rise into the air. However, rather than sprouting wings from his back, his arms and torso were connected by an expansive, flesh-colored membrane, and his fingertips transformed into sharp claws. Yilei did not pause for a moment. The ground behind him split open, and the Flame Lord emerged, hovering behind him. The 4 individuals activated their martial spirits, advancing into the depths of the forest. At the moment Yilei entered the forest, he activated the soul bone skill of the Face Spider Emperor, known as the Spirit Hunting Ground. However, the range of this soul skill was reduced from a diameter of 800 meters to merely 400 meters. While the age of the soul bone was elevated to the millennium level, the 4 individuals strolled through the forest, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Chapter 63. The Hunt Begins. Yilei and his 3 companions cast vigilant glances around them, wary of any soul beasts that might spring forth unexpectedly. Although the domain skill, Spirit Hunting Ground, derived from the left leg bone of the man-faced Spider Emperor, could accurately detect all creatures within its range. The originally 8,000-year-old soul bone had been forcibly reduced to a mere 1,500 years, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. Even the buff that previously allowed precise detection of the age of soul beasts was now unreliable. Prone to error, what was once a millennium could easily be mistaken for a century. "By the way, Lazy, what exactly is this soul beast?" Shin Saisen inquired. Hovering in midair, his back turned towards Yilei, his expression one of apprehension. This question piqued the curiosity of Song Yang and Jing Hang. Soul Beast Essence, as the name suggests, is the quintessence of a soul beast's power. It can be absorbed to enhance soul rings, Yilei explained, revealing a golden orb in his left hand. This is a soul beast essence taken from a 900-year-old golden needle hedgehog. If used as ammunition for the soul hunting cannon, its penetrating power is formidable. You may wish to give it a try. With that, he tossed the essence to Song Yang, then produced another similar orb with his right hand, throwing it to Jing Hang. This one is of the same species but only 750 years old. Wait a moment, Lazy. Why do they get one, and I do not? Shin Saisen protested, visibly dissatisfied. Hold on, I will find a 1,000-year-old one for you. Yilei responded, closing his eyes for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened them wide and clenched his right hand in the air, producing a steel-gray soul beast essence which he tossed to Shin Saisen. This is from a 2,000-year-old heavy-armored black turtle, possessing immense strength. Handle it carefully. The 3 of them silently loaded the soul essences into the soul hunting cannons, and in an instant, the energy within the cannons was activated. The previously transparent energy bars of the cannon lit up, 2 yellow lights for Song Yang and Jing Hang, and 1 purple light for Shin Saisen. Are you ready? The hunt begins now. Yilei's lips curled upwards. Meanwhile, Song Yang and the others silently tightened their grip on the soul hunting cannon. First soul skill, Purgatory Lava Charge. Yilei suddenly crouched down, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Beneath his fist lay a fissure resembling a spider's web, as a yellow soul ring illuminated at his waist. 10 meters away from Yilei and his companions, magma erupted instantaneously, saturating the surrounding ground. Columns of molten rock formed a circle, ensnaring them within. As the magma continued to spew forth, Song Yang and the others remained utterly oblivious to Yilei's intentions. At that moment, Yilei made another move. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Another yellow soul ring glimmered at his waist. Stones began to rise from the earth, floating in the air, numbering over 100. Yilei's fist, which had previously struck the ground, exerted force once more, causing the fissures on the surface to rapidly expand. Over 100 stones were instantly engulfed by the molten lava, subsequently hurtling towards the surrounding forest, cloaked in a thick layer of magma. This technique was Yilei's recently comprehended self-created soul skill, Flame Stream Meteor. It was the second form of the soul skill devised by Yilei, the Flame Lord. Akin to the first form, the Four Flames Celestial Domain, both of which were derived from the fusion of the first and second soul rings. However, with Yilei's current soul power, he was utterly incapable of employing the Four Flames Celestial Domain, as its consumption was exceedingly substantial. In his previous state, with a soul power exceeding level 60, the cost would have been negligible. Moreover, Flame Stream Meteor differed from the Four Flames Celestial Domain in one crucial aspect. The latter necessitated the simultaneous activation of 2 soul rings, whereas Flame Stream Meteor required only a sequential application. As the stones came to a halt, more stones filled the void. This time, however, the stones were not hurled horizontally. Instead, under Yilei's control, they soared into the sky. A multitude of stones ascended, tracing a parabolic arc as they descended towards distant lands. Once the stones were exhausted, Yilei ceased his assault, for he faintly perceived the roar of a soul beast. Yilei straightened his body, taking a deep breath. The excessive consumption of spiritual energy had brought his power perilously close to the threshold of a millennium. At the 6 o'clock position, you three, heed my command. Song Yang and his companions swiftly pivoted the cannon towards the direction indicated by Yilei. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Now, fire! Yilei shouted loudly. In an instant, Song Yang and the others decisively pulled the triggers. A thunderous roar echoed as 2 golden needles and a light orb, no larger than a basin, shot forth from the cannon's mouth. Due to Chen Sitsai utilizing a beast soul of the highest age, he took a step back to steady himself. Not far away, a soul beast clad in glimmering armor surged forth, its tail whipping back to launch a glistening blade of light towards Song Yang and his companion's assault. At the moment of collision of the soul techniques, the 2 golden needles vanished, leaving the basin-sized light orb to contend with the light blade. Observing this, the soul beast lashed its tail once more, sending another blade of light flying, which promptly shattered the light orb. Just as Chen Sitsai contemplated firing again, the soul beast was suddenly ensnared by blue-silver grass, rendered immobile. Taste this, soul hunting cannon, scorpion tail piercer. A thick purple scorpion tail shot forth from behind Song Yang and the others, hurtling toward the soul beast. However, the creature attempted to resist. Its tail was ensnared and could not lash out, leaving it to endure the onslaught with its flesh. The impact of the scorpion tail against the soul beast produced a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, the beast's head had vanished, revealing a gaping, bloodied hole in its neck, which was profound, with its spine completely obliterated, creating a massive wound from neck to tail. Song Yang and his companions were utterly astonished as they witnessed a soul beast, which had been alive mere seconds ago, now lying before them as a gruesome corpse. They turned to see Yilei, gripping the soul-hunting cannon in his right hand, while holding a dull beast soul in his left. Lazy, did you do this? Your power is incredible, even stronger than my previous heavy armor critical strike. Indeed, it is powerful. But it also resulted in the loss of a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty scorpion beast soul, Yilei replied, shaking the beast soul in his left hand. For that strike, I maximized the power of the soul-hunting cannon, completely draining the energy from that beast soul. What? Completely drained? Jing Heng exclaimed in disbelief. Lazy. Are you saying that strike was equivalent to the full power attack of a 2,000-year-old soul beast? Song Yang gaped in astonishment. Yilei nodded, indicating that he spoke the truth. This is precisely what happens when the soul of a beast is drained of its energy. Yilei extended his hand, presenting the beast soul. The three individuals gathered around, scrutinizing the beast soul in Yilei's grasp. Enough of the chatter, Song Yang. Proceed to absorb the soul ring. The soul beast is a Lioli beast, and the soul ring is a millennium old. The tail of the Lioli beast possesses formidable strength by absorbing it. You are likely to gain a soul ring that enables you to attack with its tail. Without hesitation, Song Yang approached the lifeless body, seated himself, and summoned a deep green crocodile behind him. With a single motion of his hand, a purple soul ring gradually detached from the remnants of the Lioli beast, drifting towards Song Yang and resting at his waist. Chapter 64. Bounty announcement. Seated before the corpse of the Lioli beast, Song Yang commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The purple soul ring revolved around his waist, slowly melding into Song Yang's being. Yilei stood beside him, flanked by two others providing protection. Alas, what a pity. The preceding onslaught was so fierce that it obliterated the soul of the Lioli beast along with its head. Nonetheless, one cannot underestimate the formidable power of the soul-hunting cannon developed by the Elder Hall. With this contraption in hand, hunting soul beasts will become an effortless endeavor in the future. Yilei cradled his arms and rested his chin on one hand, remarking, "Indeed, this is quite formidable. To face a millennium-old soul beast and achieve a single fatal strike is no small feat, however. There is a drawback. The potency of the soul hunter cannon is contingent upon the age of the soul beast it harbors. The older the soul, the greater the damage." Jing Han concurred. Indeed, that is the case. However, the soul hunter cannon also requires regular maintenance. I noticed earlier at the neighboring repair shop that even replacing the simplest of cannon barrels demands a staggering 500 copper soul coins. As ordinary university students, how could we possibly afford such upkeep? Since the nationwide transformation into the Douluo realm, 7 new currencies emerged: gold soul coins, black soul coins, silver soul coins, jade soul coins, iron soul coins, copper soul coins, and fragments of soul hearts. The fragment of a soul heart is akin to a 1 yuan note in RMB, while a copper soul coin equates to 10 yuan, and so forth, with each currency differing by a factor of 10. All cash in households automatically transformed into these new currencies. Some local tycoons, with tens of thousands of yuan stashed in their safes, witnessed their fortunes morph into exquisitely designed soul coins. Initially, a few oblivious wealthy merchants nearly fainted at the sight. Jing Hang and Chen Sikong, both impoverished students, sat on the ground with forlorn expressions, sighing heavily. 500 copper soul coins equate to 5,000 yuan, a considerable burden for Song Yang and his companions, whose families were not well off. Their monthly living expenses totaled a mere 2,000 yuan, meaning they would have to forego all sustenance for 3 months to afford a new cannon barrel for the soul hunter cannon. Yilei furrowed his brow, his mind racing with countless images, until a singular thought crystallized in his mind: the bounty notice. Yilei suddenly shouted, startling the two individuals beside him. "A bounty notice? What on earth is that?" Chen Sitsai was perplexed, and Jing Heng shared his confusion. "Do you both not recall the diverse array of meat sold in the special shop, along with those bones?" "Oh, you mean that? What about it?" Jing Heng inquired. "If my conjecture is correct, the meats and bones available there are entirely sourced from soul beasts. Moreover, I've observed that the shop not only allows us to purchase equipment, but also acquires items from us. In our inventory, we possess soul beast meat and soul beast bones, both of which are quite valuable. A piece of 100-year-old soul beast meat can be exchanged for 50 shards of soul essence, and that is merely the base price. Should the quality be superior, the rewards would be even greater." "Really?" Both Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng exclaimed, their spirits instantly lifted upon hearing Yilei's words. Yilei nodded slightly, deftly flipping his hands to reveal a dagger in each. He then cast the blades down before the two. Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng immediately understood the implication, seizing the daggers and approaching the corpse of the Lioli beast. They skillfully carved a generous chunk of flesh from its unblemished leg and extracted 3 bones from its wounds, not neglecting to consider Song Yang's share. "Are you two fools? Although I say this, wouldn't he dragging the corpse of this soul beast out yield us a greater profit?" Yili commented from the side, offering a sardonic critique. The two, momentarily lost in their task, were jolted back to reality. Once old Yang absorbed the soul ring, they could hunt 2 more soul beasts and sell the 3 corpses for a handsome sum. The two promptly agreed. Half an hour later, Song Yang had fully absorbed the soul ring. The 4 continued their journey. Chapter 65. The first bucket of gold. As they traveled, Song Yang observed Yi Lei binding the Lioli beast's corpse with blue-silver grass, perplexed. Lei, what are you doing with that soul beast's body? Trying to attract more soul beasts? You don't understand. This is our first bucket of gold. Chen Sai and Jing Hang shouted in unison to Song Yang. Yi Lei shared the bounty announcement with Song Yang, who soon found himself filled with joy. In a moment, the three of you will each possess a soul beast carcass. We shall take these 3 bodies out and fetch a handsome price. A millennium-old soul beast ought to command a significant sum. But wait, what about you, Yi Lei? While the 3 of us each have a carcass to sell, you do not. Jing Hang interjected suddenly. Ah, fret not. Have you forgotten the beast souls I just provided to you? I possess an abundance of those. I can present you with soul beasts over 2,000 years old. Rest assured. Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Jing Hang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The 4 of them advanced another kilometer, and during a brief respite, Yi Lei leaned in closer to Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang, speaking to them. Jing Hang, your martial soul is the thunderous mammoth. A top-tier martial soul within the lightning attribute. In my opinion, your first soul skill should ideally be a defensive type, which would grant you formidable self-protection in the early stages and ensure your safety in precarious situations. Sitsuan, your martial soul, the winged dragon of the wind god, once ruled the skies during the late Cretaceous period. You have 2 options for your first soul skill. The first is to attach an attack-type soul ring, enabling you to unleash wind attribute assaults. The second is to attach a defensive soul ring, granting you self-preservation capabilities. However, the choice is yours, and I respect your decision. Without hesitation, Chen Sitsuan opted for the defensive skill. Yi Lei nodded. Very well, I understand now. There are 2 defensive soul skills. And among the most common defensive soul beasts, there are only. Before Yi Lei could finish his words, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of trees snapping in the distance. Suddenly, 2 yellow-green armored beasts charged towards them from different directions, colliding one after the other. The armored beast. What perfect timing for these 2 prey to present themselves. I shall oblige you, Yi Lei declared. Song Yang, intercept the one behind. The one in front is mine. Upon hearing this, Song Yang swiftly moved to confront the armored beast ahead of him, a violet spirit ring materializing beneath his feet, glowing brightly. First spirit skill, Crocodile Tail Sweep. A massive crocodile tail sprouted from Song Yang's back, the ethereal form of the Sea Emperor crocodile appearing behind him. He turned, swinging the tail forward, mimicking the action of his spirit's phantom. With a resounding crack, the crocodile tail collided with the spiraling body of the armored beast, sending its hefty form flying and crashing to the side, several of its spines snapping off in the process. Meanwhile, the armored beast facing Yi Lei was not as fortunate. With a swift motion, Yi Lei summoned another beast soul into his hand, loading it into the Soul Hunter cannon. The previously transparent energy core instantly glowed with a dark radiance. Let us see if you can withstand this. Soul Hunter cannon, Gale Blade. A brilliant green light gathered at the cannon's mouth, coalescing into a verdant blade that shot towards the armored beast. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed as the beast, now a massive wheel of flesh, was cleaved in 2, with torrents of blood spraying from the severed ends as its colossal bodies crashed to the ground beside Yi Lei. Just as the other armored beast rose from the ground and roared at Song Yang and the others, it charged forward, only to be met by searing magma. The creature was engulfed by the molten rock, its body washed away before it collapsed, its life force extinguished. Turning to observe, Song Yang and the others saw white smoke rising from Yi Lei's right fist, which had just unleashed a powerful blow. Yi Lei, what was that? Song Yang inquired. This is the mutated version of my Flame Lord's first spirit skill, Inferno Magma Burst. No charging required, Yi Lei explained. Oh, I see. They responded in unison. Given the similar cultivation levels of the 2 soul beasts, Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang casually chose one and began to absorb the spirit rings. Yi Lei was not idle either. Wielding a dagger, he pried open the skulls of the 2 soul beasts, extracting the essence within. After half an hour had passed, once both had absorbed their soul rings, Song Yang, with his hands clasped around the blue-silver grass, dragged along the remains of their respective soul beasts. Chen Sitsuan, on the other hand, was left to handle 2 carcasses alone, a consequence of his fateful choice to select the armored beast that Yi Lei had severed in 2. With initial concerns behind them, the quartet hastened their pace, returning to the deep blue vortex in just 15 minutes. Together, they stepped into the swirling depths, experiencing a familiar force pulling them in. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lei and his companions found themselves back in the main world. The 2 soldiers stationed at the vortex glanced at them as they emerged, offering a derisive smirk. To them, Yilei and his friends were merely inexperienced youths, having entered for just over an hour, surely without any significant gain. However, the soldiers were soon met with a harsh reality check, as they witnessed three of the young men dragging the corpses of soul beasts behind them. Judging by their size, it was evident that these three soul beasts were of the 1,000-year rank. Yilei completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the two soldiers and, accompanied by Song Yang and the other two, made his way to the exchange counter of the special shop. They unceremoniously tossed the corpses of the soul beasts into the exchange device. Beep, beep, beep. The scanning was complete. 3 Millennium Soul beasts of exceptional quality were ready for exchange. The cold mechanical voice reverberated throughout the hall, leaving the soldiers in a state of disbelief. The device began to spew forth an abundance of soul coins, a staggering count of over 100. Taking advantage of this brief interlude, Yilei dashed once more into the peculiar shop and purchased another soul hunting cannon. Chapter 66. The Gift of the New Semester. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yilei hurried back into the special shop and purchased another soul hunting cannon. He intended to present this high-tech weapon as a gift for Han Wan's school opening. After all, the price of a single soul hunting cannon was a staggering 1 million. It would be beyond the reach of an ordinary student, making it a truly unique present. After completing the transaction, Yilei emerged from the shop, carrying the cannon. While the one that belonged to him had already been stowed away in the system space, he approached the trio who were still counting their money. Fortunately, we have you. Or we would have squandered so much money, they exclaimed in unison. All right, let us take the money back to school and count it there. With a flourish, Yilei produced 4 large plastic bags and handed one to each of them. Together, they stuffed the money into the bags, each embracing a bag and the soul hunting cannon, and returned to the teleportation array. In the next moment, for beams of light illuminated the space, and Yilei and his companions vanished. Beep, beep, beep. The AI monitor on the desk emitted a sound, capturing the attention of the man in military attire. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the display, and a man in a similar uniform appeared on the screen. Commander. The commander frowned slightly but continued to read the documents in his hand without looking up. Speak quickly. If you have something to say, then say it. Commander, that ye fellow, he just came to the mirror world managed by our 7 residents, accompanied by 3 of his classmates, and hunted 3 soul beasts. Oh, is it just the 4 of them who went in? Yes, just the 4 of them. Those 4 youngsters could hunt with soul beasts? Perhaps only 3 10-year-old ones. Not at all, Commander. They purchased our latest high-tech weapon, the soul hunting cannon. They bought 5 in total, and after just 2 hours inside, they managed to kill a glazed beast and 2 scaled armor beasts, all of which were at the Millennium level. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the commander slammed his hand on the table, leaving an imprint on the solid wood surface. You mean those 4 young rascals hunted 3 Millennium Soul beasts in just 2 hours? Immediately send me the surveillance footage from the mirror world regarding them. I must personally see what abilities that Yilei possesses. Understood, Commander. I will do it right away. Once the soldier spoke, the image on the AI display vanished. At Rome University, a dazzling white light flashed within a corner building of the otherwise dark campus, and soon, Yilei and his companions emerged. Oh, by the way, you 3 should head back to the dormitory. I need to find Han Wan. Song Yang and his companions exchanged no words, merely nodding at Yilei before taking the bag of money from his hands and heading back to their dormitory. Yilei strolled through the campus under the veil of night, wielding a soul hunter cannon. Upon arriving beneath the girls' dormitory, he took out his phone and sent a message to Han Wan, requesting her to come down. Buzz. Han Wan's phone vibrated. She glanced at it, then approached the balcony and leaped down. In midair, Han Wan unfurled her icy blue wings. Chapter 67. The System Shop in midair. Han Wan unfurled her icy blue wings. What brings you here so late, Yilei? Is something amiss? She inquired upon landing, directing her gaze towards him. Yilei shook his head, his phoenix-like eyes gleaming with vitality. I am perfectly fine. I have prepared a gift for your new semester. As he spoke, Yilei handed the soul hunting cannon to Han Wan, accompanied by 10 beast souls. What is this? Han Wan inquired, perplexed as she accepted the items. This is a high-tech weapon I purchased from a special shop located by the portal in the mirror world, the soul hunting cannon. It can be loaded with various qualities of beast souls to serve as ammunition, each possessing a unique skill. I dare say that no more than 5 individuals within the school will possess such a weapon. These 10 beast souls are all derived from soul beasts over 2,000 years old, with each soul capable of sustaining the cannon's attacks for more than 5 instances. granting you an unparalleled ability for self-defense. Yulei, thank you. Hanwhan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leaped into Yulei's embrace. Yulei cradled Hanwhan's thigh with both hands, gazing at her delicate face just inches away. All right, you may descend now. The girls from your dormitory are watching. Yulei cast a knowing glance, prompting Hanwhan to follow his gaze, whereupon she beheld 3 fluffy heads emerging from her dormitory balcony, all wearing affectionate smiles as they gazed at her. Oh dear. Hanwhan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She swiftly covered her face with her hands and, clutching the gift bestowed upon her by Yulei, hurriedly made her way into the dormitory building. Yulei smiled gently at Hanwhan, and only after she was out of sight did he turn to return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, every gesture shared between Yulei and Hanwhan was captured by a nearby girl with her phone. In the boys' dormitory, Jing Hang lamented, "Oh, I am utterly exhausted today." Exhausted, you say? If anyone deserves to be called tired today, it must surely be Yulei, came the unified retort from Song Yang and Chen Sitsuan. What are you all talking about? Yulei's voice resonated from the entrance. Yulei pushed open the door, clutching a plastic bag from a fast food establishment, and surveyed the 3 individuals in the dormitory. Come down, everyone. I brought some late-night snacks for us to share. The 3 famished souls, upon catching sight of the bag, leapt from their upper bunks and rushed towards him. Hey, there's enough for everyone. No need to snatch. The following morning, upperclassmen knocked on each dormitory door, distributing specially designed military training uniforms to every student. Why do these uniforms look so peculiar? Indeed, they are quite unique. With the military training uniforms in hand, the students began to engage in lively discussions. Beep. The host binding time has reached the limit, achievement conditions fulfilled, and the system shop is now unlocked. Congratulations, host. The voice of the system reverberated within Yulei's mind. Is the system shop akin to what I envision? With this thought, Yulei promptly closed his eyes, delving his consciousness into the system shop. Gazing at the plethora of goods before him, Yulei scrutinized the prices listed beneath each item, lost in contemplation. Dear system, would you kindly elucidate the meaning of these points? Host, these points are calculated based on the age of the soul beast you have hunted. A 10-year soul beast equals 1 point. A 100-year soul beast equals 10 points. A 1,000-year soul beast equals 50 points. A 10,000-year soul beast equals 100 points. And a 100,000-year soul beast equals 1,000 points. Chapter 68. The Special Military Training Deer System. How many points do I currently possess? Yulei inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. Host, perhaps you should assess it yourself. The system responded. Beep. The soul beast detector on Yulei's left arm emitted a sound, prompting him to raise his hand and take a glance, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it was nearing 10,000. How many soul beasts had he slain? He couldn't quite recall. Yulei shook his head and plunged once more into the system shop. Yulei's right hand glided over the soul beast detector, deftly maneuvering through a succession of products before his eyes. Originally designed to scan the age of soul beasts, Yulei had ingeniously repurposed the detector. It now served to access system information, manipulate the system store, and more, if Yulei desired it. There was nothing beyond the capabilities of the detector. Yulei's gaze was captivated by the word soulbone displayed on the merchandise section. He raised his hand and tapped on it, causing a line of subtitles to appear before his eyes. Please complete the soulbone collection achievement. Yulei glanced at the line of subtitles, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Achievements completed. This referred to the collection of 2 soul bones, did it not? There was no rush. Once the seal was lifted, he would venture into the mirror world to hunt down soul beasts over 50,000 years old. He was confident that he would acquire the 2 soul bones he sought. With this thought in mind, Yulei exited the system shop. Reality. Upon receiving his military training uniform, Yulei donned it without hesitation. Strangely enough, the uniform, crafted from elastic materials, proved to be quite comfortable. However, it was rather form-fitting. When he cinched the waist belt, it accentuated Yulei's slender figure. The other 3 individuals, upon wearing their military attire, seemed to exude an elevated aura. Once they were fully dressed, the quartet exited their dormitory and made their way to the dining hall. Along the route, they were discreetly photographed, yet they remained oblivious to the attention. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they beheld a corner occupied by over 100 men and women clad in military gear. It was evident that these were to be their instructors for the forthcoming 5 days. However, Yulei noticed that some of the instructors bore a familiar emblem on their backs. It was the insignia of the Elder 7 residents. The number of instructors appeared substantial, likely in proportion to the others. Yulei gave it little thought, and found a spot to sit down with Song Yang and the others to enjoy breakfast. Half an hour later, at the grand playground of Rome University, the vast expanse was already filled with people. This year, Yilei's cohort consisted of 20 classes, each with more than 50 students. At this moment, every class was standing in formation under the guidance of their instructors, awaiting the arrival of the commanding officer. 10 minutes later, the instructors for each class arrived, 2 per class, each distinct from the other. All right, I am your chief instructor for the next 5 days, Huang Tianwei. And this is your deputy instructor, Zhuang Yin, Huang Tianwei announced, standing before the line where Yulei was situated. We will now officially commence military training. However, this year's training will be unlike any before. Now, I ask those who have yet to absorb a soul ring to step forward. His authoritative voice resonated in the ears of the software majors. The students in the class exchanged glances, and ultimately, aside from 4 individuals who remained still, the rest stepped forward. Huang Tianwei's gaze passed over the students who had stepped out and landed on the 4 remaining individuals. Oh, in a class of 56. It seems only you 4 have acquired a soul ring. Yilei found himself the focus of 52 piercing gazes. In that case, let us commence with you. Speak aloud your martial soul and the nature of your first spirit ring. Huang Tianwei's eyes were fixed intently on Song Yang. Song Yang, martial soul, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile. Spirit power level, 18, first ring of a millennium. As Song Yang's declaration resonated, he forcefully stepped forward, and in the next instant, a colossal shadow of a crocodile materialized behind him, accompanied by a purple spirit ring that shimmered at his waist. Chapter 69. Familiar faces as Song Yang's voice faded. He advanced with a decisive step, causing the immense crocodile apparition to solidify into reality, its massive jaws agape as it unleashed a thunderous roar towards the onlookers. Shinsitsai. Martial Soul, Wind God Pterodactyl, Spirit Power Level, 17, first ring of a millennium. As he spoke, Shinsitsai began to ascend, a flesh-colored membrane emerging from his arms. Elongating his fingers dramatically, a purple spirit ring flickered at his waist. Jing Hang, Martial Soul, Thunderous Mammoth, Spirit Power Level, 18, first ring of a millennium. Upon concluding his introduction, a gigantic purple mammoth appeared behind him, crackling with electricity, and a purple spirit ring materialized at his waist. With the 3 declarations complete, the 2 instructors and the remaining classmates turned their attention to Yilei. The prior trio had left them astounded. All 3 possessed millennium spirit rings, an astonishing feat indeed. Curiosity swelled as they awaited Yilei's revelation, eager to discern if he too shared such exceptional traits. Yilei, dual martial souls, spirit power level, 28. A grand spirit master with dual rings. The moment Yilei's pronouncement echoed in the ears of the assembly, an overwhelming shock enveloped them, including Huang Tianwei. How could this be? The trio, each with a millennium first ring, barely reached the level of spirit master. How can you, who have yet to unveil your martial soul, audaciously claim to be a grand spirit master, boasting of dual martial souls and dual rings? Such boastfulness is unfounded, exclaimed a bespectacled classmate with a face marred by acne. Whispers began to circulate among the students. Then allow me to demonstrate. This is my first martial soul, Blue Silver Grass. As Yilei uttered the words Blue Silver Grass, a number of classmates erupted into fits of laughter, clutching their stomachs. Ha ha ha, Blue Silver Grass. Merely a useless thing, claiming to possess twin martial souls. How absurd. They chortled. Indeed, what a pretentious display. However, the mocking laughter soon faded as they beheld the 2 yellow soul rings gradually rising beneath Yilei's feet, quietly hovering at his waist. So what if you have 200-year soul rings? Show us your other martial soul if you truly possess one. Sneered a classmate with a pockmarked face, his bravado faltering. It's easy to talk big when you're standing. Just wait and see who gets humiliated. Jing Hang, standing beside Yilei, regarded the spectacle with disdain. This is my second martial soul, the Flame Lord, Yilei declared, sweeping his right hand, causing the 2 soul rings to dissipate. With a forceful step of his left foot, the ground behind him ruptured, and a pair of enormous crimson hands emerged from the fissure, followed by a colossal figure that floated behind him. Once again, 2 soul rings materialized at his waist, each one another 100-year soul ring. Witnessing this spectacle, the pockmarked-faced classmate was rendered speechless, and the rest of the students fell into a profound silence, no longer daring to utter a word. Excellent, excellent. Who would have thought that among your class of 56, 3 soul masters would emerge, one being a great soul master? Now, your vice instructor will lead you to the assembly point to commence your first day's special training. Yilei and his companions responded in unison. and under the guidance of Zhuang Yin, they approached the podium, where several individuals were already gathered, including an old acquaintance of Yilei's, Qin Song. Upon seeing Yilei, Qin Song's legs momentarily weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, a sudden wave of pain surging through his face, sharp and intense. The reason Qin Song was still attending school was that he had not participated in the bullying incident. Rather, he had been a mere bystander. However, the repercussions he faced were substantial, as his father's job was sacrificed, and their family paid a considerable sum in compensation to the bullied girl to quell the matter. Chapter 70. The first lesson of military training. Qin Song slightly lifted his gaze, catching a glimpse of Yilei, who, at that very moment, also directed his attention toward him. Yilei's gaze briefly passed over Qin Song and settled on Han Wan beside him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Yilei then abandoned his companions and positioned himself next to Han Wan. Only 15 individuals were able to approach the podium, among whom only Yilei and Han Wan had attained the rank of Great Soul Master. The remaining participants, aside from a few, had first soul rings that did not exceed a century in age. Soon, a figure dressed in what appeared to be the attire of a chief instructor was escorted to the podium by the head instructors of each class. Is it true that out of over 1,000 individuals, only these 15 have met the criteria? Is this the extent of the prowess from the premier university in Rong City? The chief instructor remarked. 20 head instructors followed behind him, not daring to utter a word. Their heads bowed and hands clasped behind their backs. Huang Tianwei, your class has 4 students, correct? I am quite surprised that a software major could yield 4 soul masters, 3 of whom possess first soul rings of a millennium in age. Impressive, indeed. I find this aptitude quite appealing. Feng Tianyin looked at the 15 individuals, including Yilei, and declared, very well. The next phase will be led by instructor Huang Tianwei as you embark on your first military training lesson. Dismissed. With that, Feng Tianyin turned and departed, while the 19 instructors returned to their respective ranks. Now, I shall guide you through your first military training lesson. I trust you have all brought the wristbands and headsets provided by the school? Huang Tianwei inquired. The 15 students exchanged glances before finally nodding in affirmation. Excellent. We shall now proceed to the mirror world. Your first military training task is to independently hunt a soul beast, with no restrictions on its age. Once there, you will choose the age of the soul beast you wish to pursue. Regardless of whether you believe you can defeat it, you must hunt it down. If any of you fail to complete this first lesson, you need not remain at Rome University. Do you understand? Now let us depart. With that, Huang Tianwei turned and made his way toward the school's teleportation array, and the group followed in his wake. 5 minutes later, the 16 stood in formation at the teleportation array. A brilliant light erupted, and the 16 vanished from their original location. At Rome University, on the playground, Luo Yun stood among the ranks, his thoughts drifting away from the instructor's speech. He slightly turned his head to glance at Xiao Na beside him. Sister Na. Military training is so dull. I wish I could join Sister Nuan. But even if we went, we would only be a burden to Han Nuan. We don't even have a soul ring. What assistance could we possibly offer her? Wouldn't you agree? Jonah replied without turning her head, due to Lu Yun's height advantage. The instructor could not see what she was doing while standing in line, but he could see Jonah. Thus, she spoke to Lu Yun without glancing back. Upon hearing their conversation, Wang Yuning dared not utter a word, as she stood directly in front of the instructor. She certainly did not wish to be called out for chatting and made to run laps in front of the entire class. After all, it was the height of summer, and running laps would be utterly exhausting. Chapter 71. Run fast, do not look back. In the wilderness, a colossal magical array illuminated with a brilliant light. As the radiance faded, 16 figures emerged. Huang Tianwei glanced at the group before leading the way inside, except for Yilei and his companions. Everyone else was visiting this place for the first time. Wow, this place is extraordinarily luxurious. My goodness, the opulence here rivals that of Huaran Vientiane, doesn't it? What do you mean rivals? This is clearly even more extravagant than Huaran Vientiane. A few students began to bicker among themselves, engaging in a spirited discussion. Hearing their chatter, Huang Tianwei frowned in annoyance and turned to them. Can you not be quiet for a moment? What are you making such a racket for? Keep it up, and I will ensure that your first military training lesson is deemed unsatisfactory. Upon hearing Huang Tianwei's words, the discussing students immediately fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Cautiously trailing behind him, Song Yang, Chen Xitzuan, and Jing Heng wisely positioned themselves ahead of Yilei and Han Nuan, who were lost in their own tender exchange at the back. Yilei skillfully took Han Nuan's small hand, his gaze towards her filled with affection. "Honor," he said. "When we hunt the soul beast later, utilize the soul hunting cannon I gifted you. Among the 10 beast souls I provided, one exceeds 2 millennia in age. It is derived from the ice attribute, specifically the ice snow demon. When you unleash your attack, you can infuse your own ice phoenix power into the soul hunting cannon, amplifying the strength of that assault." Yilei deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a purple soul ring that materialized within his grasp. He extended it towards Han Yuan, stating, "This soul ring is intrinsically linked to that beast soul. Its age is sufficient to serve as your 3rd soul skill. Take it. And once your soul power reaches level 30, absorb it. For your 4th soul skill, I shall provide you with the 50,000, your mimetic soul ring, which appears to be the most suitable for you. Moreover, by feeding it a 50,000, your ice attribute soul ring, its age can be continually enhanced from 50,000 to 60,000 years requires 1 ring, from 60,000 to 70,000 years, 2 rings, from 70,000 to 80,000 years, 3 rings, from 80,000 to 90,000 years, 4 rings, and from 90,000 to 100,000 years, 5 rings. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan expressed mild astonishment. "Yilei, is this truly the case? Can I genuinely acquire a 100,000, your soul ring?" "Indeed," Yilei affirmed with a nod. "As for those 50,000, your ice attribute soul rings, leave them to me. When you advance 3 levels, you may consider elevating the age of your soul rings by 1,000 years, provided that your soul power reaches the rank of Soul King and you possess a soul ring of approximately 70,000 years." Han Yuan nodded repeatedly, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of potentially possessing a 100,000, your soul ring, and promptly stowed the soul ring from Yilei into her pouch. 15 individuals followed Huang Tianwei's lead and approached the vortex. "Very well, I shall reiterate the task. Your objective is to select a soul beast within your capabilities to defeat. You may keep the soul ring and beast soul for yourselves or sell them at our shop for a handsome reward. Additionally, you may choose to bring out the entire corpse of the soul beast or extract a piece of meat or bone. The choice is entirely yours," Huang Tianwei declared, turning to address Yilei and the others. "Did you all hear that?" "Yes," the 15 responded in unison. "Excellent. Since you are all aware, proceed to select the age of the soul beast on your wristbands." With that, Huang Tianwei approached the 2 soldiers, accepting a cigarette from one and, with the other lighting it, he took a deep drag, savoring the smoke before engaging in casual conversation with them. At that moment, Song Yang and his companions gathered around Yilei, discussing their options. "Yilei, what do you think we should choose for our free soul beast?" Song Yang: "Were I in your position, I would opt for a canine soul beast. There is a saying that describes canines: copper-headed, iron-tailed, tofu-waisted. Regardless of their age, their waist remains their Achilles heel. An immutable fact. Trust my advice and select a 500-year-old spectral wolf." Song Yang nodded and promptly began to operate his wristband. Or, like Chen Sikong, "The sky is your domain. My advice is to select a soul beast that is cumbersome on the ground and lacks formidable offensive capabilities, such as the forest python or the bishi. Waner, your martial soul reigns supreme among birds, and you are the nemesis of serpentine creatures. Therefore, the forest python would be an excellent choice for you." Han Yuan and Chen Sikong nodded in agreement, proceeding to make their selections on the wristband. "Jing Hang, your martial soul is the thunderous mammoth. You should choose a fish-type soul beast that does not exceed a century in age. The method of hunting is quite straightforward. Once you reach the designated location, you will manifest your martial soul and simply plunge into the water, enabling you to accomplish the task with remarkable ease." Having said this, Yilei began to select the soul beast he intended to hunt. Nearby, a nonconformist young man with long hair and earrings impatiently swiped at his wristband a few times, his gaze landing on a crimson soul beast, which he selected without hesitation. "Have you all made your choices?" Huang Tianwei inquired, having discarded 2 cigarette butts and now standing before Yilei and the others. "Very well. Since you have completed your selections, let us enter the mirror world. You will be assessed according to the age of the soul beast you have chosen. The younger the beast, the earlier your examination will commence." With that, Huang Tianwei stepped into the vortex and vanished from sight. Yilei and Han Yuan exchanged a glance, hand in hand as they stepped into the swirling vortex. One by one, the others followed suit, entering the vortex and arriving at the Stardoe forest. "I wonder how Sister Yuan is faring," Military training is so tedious. All right, with brother-in-law around, sister-in-law will be safe, so rest assured. The instructor is coming. Stand straight. With a whoosh, several individuals entered the Douluo forest in succession. Soon, among the 15 of them, a boy of average height and build saw his wristband flicker. 5 seconds later, he, along with the others, was transported to another location, where a small blue cat awaited them. A 10-year-old colorful cat. It seems the student is quite prudent. Recognizing his limited strength and opting for the weakest feline spirit beast as his assessment target. Time passed swiftly, and the 15 had completed 14 assessments, leaving only one remaining. The last boy's wristband lit up, and in the next moment, everyone was transported to a clearing. The temperature in that clearing was inexplicably high, and the surrounding flora radiated a searing heat. A fire attribute. This boy had chosen a fire attribute spirit beast as his target. However, could someone with just a 10-year spirit ring contend against it? It is worth noting that among the previous 14, Yilei had chosen the 400-year mandala snake, while Song Yang and Han Wan selected spirit beasts, all of which were 1,000 years old. Could a 10-year spirit ring triumph over a 1,000-year spirit beast? Roar. A commanding roar echoed from afar. Whoosh. A scarlet light blade hurtled toward the boy, who was obliviously engrossed in his phone, unaware of the impending danger. Watch out. A purple figure dashed forward, colliding with the boy and intercepting the scarlet blade. Boom. The purple figure was sent flying, crashing violently against a nearby tree before collapsing onto the ground, lifelessness in question. Jing Hang, Song Yang shouted, rushing to Jing Hang's side to help him up and assess his injuries. Jing Hang's shirt was torn open at the chest, revealing a crimson wound on his exposed skin. Just as Yilei and the others reached Jing Hang, the spirit beast detector on Yilei's left wrist began to vibrate uncontrollably. Beep. Scan complete. Spirit beast. Purgatory fire scythe mantis. Age, 60,000 years. Upon hearing the age of the spirit beast, fear etched itself across the faces of all present. What is happening? How could it be a 60,000-year-old spirit beast, especially a fire attribute? What were you thinking? Choosing a 60,000-year beast? Are you out of your mind? At that moment, Yilei's furious voice rang out. Yilei grasped the collar of the non-mainstream youth with both hands, hoisting him up, and bellowed furiously into his face. Speak. As a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings, while it's already foolish to choose soul beasts under 100 years, you went ahead and selected a 6,000-year-old beast. Are you aiming to drag us all into your grave? Look at him. He is now in peril, risking his life to save you, and yet you have the audacity to play with your phone? The non-mainstream youth cast a disdainful glance at Yilei. What I choose has nothing to do with you. Besides, I didn't ask him to save me. His injury is of no consequence to me. He brought it upon himself. He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, moreover, even if I cannot defeat this soul beast, what of it? I have instructor Huang Tianwei at my disposal to assist me in vanquishing it. Yilei, filled with fury, raised his fist. Just as his fist was about to descend upon the face of the non-mainstream individual, a brilliant crimson beam of energy surged forth, this time targeting the individuals beside Jing Hang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yilei cast aside the nonconformity and swiftly advanced to stand before the crowd. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock, was unleashed. The second soul ring around Yilei's waist shimmered, and several stone walls rose before the crowd, resolutely intercepting that crimson blade of light. Yilei's second soul skill was effortlessly shattered before the radiant blade, akin to tofu. The stone wall failed to impede the advance of the luminous sword. Witnessing this, Yilei unleashed another punch. First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Burst. The crimson magma clashed with the scarlet blade, merely managing to slightly decelerate its relentless trajectory. At that moment, Yilei quietly turned his head towards Han Wan and urged, run swiftly, do not look back. Chapter 72, Breaking the Seal. Run swiftly, do not look back. Yet, Han Wan straightened her posture, taking a slight step forward. I wish to stay and assist you. There is no yet. Your absence is already a form of aid to me. Besides, even if your martial spirit is of the finest ice attribute, against the infernal scythe mantis, your attacks would scarcely inflict any harm. Before it, you would merely be suppressed. If you truly wish to assist me, then teach that nonconformist a lesson. Yilei exerted every ounce of his strength, channeling the soul power within him to sustain his soul technique. Observing this, Han Wan felt it futile to offer further commentary and could only flee in the opposite direction alongside Song Yang and the others. However, they had scarcely covered any distance when a multitude of crimson light blades suddenly erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. The blades ascended into the air before crashing down with force, forming a wall of scarlet light that enclosed them within. "What?" Song Yang exclaimed as he unleashed a punch, only to recoil in pain upon contact with the glowing barrier. "Damn it, this wall is burning hot. I refuse to accept this." He called upon his first soul technique, the god crocodile's tail. A massive crocodilian tail materialized behind him, and with a swift turn, he swung it against the light wall. With a resounding crash, the tail struck the barrier, unleashing a brilliant red explosion of light. Song Yang was propelled backward, and a faint scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. The group turned to see that the tail bore a singed mark. First soul technique, Ice Feather. Hanwhan furrowed her brow as icy blue wings unfurled from her back. With a powerful flap, countless azure feathers soared toward the wall of light. Yet, mere centimeters from their target, the feathers were instantly vaporized. Realizing the futility of her assault on the barrier, Hanwhan ceased her attack. "Have you seen Instructor Huang?" a boy inquired, scanning the surroundings. At his words, the group collectively recognized the absence of their leader, Instructor Huang. On the other side, Yilei noticed that there was no one behind him and instantly rolled to the side. The crimson light blade broke free from its constraints, continuing its trajectory before embedding itself into a nearby massive boulder. With a swift motion, the blade penetrated the stone, leaving behind a charred mark, and the boulder was cleaved in two. Soon, from within the forest emerged a colossal red mantis. This formidable creature was strikingly large, its body adorned in an eerie blend of black and red, with a pair of enormous compound eyes atop its head. One of its massive claws resembled a sharp scythe, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation against the dark red backdrop. Dread filled Yilei as he realized that his soul energy was depleting rapidly. Should it strike again, he would be unable to evade it. No matter how he pondered, given his current strength, he could not withstand another attack. What to do? What to do? In that case, he had no choice but to. Yilei summoned all his soul power to shatter the seals within his body, the chest, left leg, dantian, and so forth. Just as Hanwhan and the others heard Yilei's call and turned to look, they witnessed the emergence of fissures within the 2-century-old soul rings beneath his feet. Cracks also began to form on the fiery lord behind him, and a sharp sound emanated from his left calf. "Yilei!" Both Song Yang and Chen Saiken exclaimed in unison upon witnessing this. However, their shouts caught the attention of the infernal fireside mantis. Its compound eyes turned towards Song Yang, and in the next moment, its massive claws erupted with crimson light. 2 scarlet energy blades formed an X shape in midair and hurtled towards Song Yang. Without hesitation, Hanwhan drew her soul hunter cannon and pulled the trigger. Blizzard! A swirling vortex of white snow charged at the energy blade. Song Yang and Chen Saiken followed suit, each brandishing their own soul hunter cannons. However, Song Yang held the one belonging to Jing Hang in his other hand. Heavy armor detonation. Golden needle piercing. 2 golden spikes and an energy orb the size of a basin raced after Hanwhan's blizzard. Upon collision with the energy blade, the 4 beams of light instantly dissipated, yet the energy blade continued its trajectory towards Song Yang and the others, just as they believed their demise was imminent. The energy blade did not strike them. When they looked up, they beheld a colossal crimson stone wall that had absorbed the blow, leaving merely a faint trace upon its surface. Turning their gaze aside, they saw a figure suspended in midair, wielding a blue-gold spear, with 6 soul rings hovering at his waist. As the group recognized his visage, shock etched their faces, except for Hanwhan, for the figure was none other than Yilei. In that moment, he had broken through all the seals within his body, restoring his soul power to level 63, and regaining access to all his soul rings and soul bone skills. Yilei hung in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Those who seek to harm Hanwhan shall not escape my wrath." 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. The 5th red spirit ring around Yilei's waist glowed with an ethereal light. With a swift turn to gather his strength, Yilei hurled the long spear in his grasp, aiming directly at the infernal fire scythe. Chapter 73. Yilei's Moment of Glory. 5th spirit skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. The 5th red soul ring around Yilei's waist ignited, and with a swift turn to gather strength, he hurled the long spear in his grasp towards the infernal fire mantis. The infernal fire mantis, not lacking in wit, exerted its powerful hind legs to leap backward, evading the attack while simultaneously brandishing its formidable claws. The radiant blade collided with the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear, causing it to veer off course. A resounding crash echoed as the blue-silver Emperor spear struck the ground, creating a substantial crater and stirring up a cloud of dust. The infernal fire mantis landed nearby. Its fierce compound eyes fixated on Yilei, while its massive claws twitched ominously. Beep. Soul beast scanning complete. Infernal fire mantis. Fire attribute. 60,000 years. Skill. Twin blade flash. The soul beast detector relayed the detailed information of the scanned infernal fire mantis into Yilei's ears. A smirk crept across his lips as he uttered coldly, "Since you have come, you shall not depart." With that proclamation, Yilei waved his right hand, stepping forward with his left foot as the 6 soul rings at his waist vanished instantaneously. In their place, the blue-silver Emperor spear also disappeared, replaced by the Flame Lord behind him and 3,000-year soul rings adorning his waist. With a mere thought, Yilei activated the first and second soul rings at his waist. A vast expanse of molten lava began to spread beneath his feet, rapidly engulfing the surrounding ground. A crimson energy shield began to rise, enveloping Yilei, the Hellfire Scythe Mantis, and the others within its protective embrace. This was one of Yilei's self-created soul techniques, the Four Flames Ascending Domain. The other students, witnessing the transformation of their surroundings, became frantic and restless. Observing their distress, Hanwhan quickly reassured them, "Fear not, everyone. This is merely a soul technique employed by Yilei. It poses no threat to you." Despite her comforting words, beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. The immense pressure exerted by Yilei's Four Flames Ascending Domain was overwhelming. She had to harness her soul power to sustain her body, lest she succumb to the fate of becoming a mere husk. At that moment, Yilei's focus was entirely on the Hellfire Scythe Mantis before him, oblivious to the situation unfolding with Hanwhan. The Hellfire Scythe Mantis appeared to struggle slightly in its movements, its crimson glow significantly dimmed. Nevertheless, its compound eyes remained fiercely fixed on Yilei as it raised one of its claws and unleashed another beam of light, aimed directly at him. This was the third soul technique, the 1,000-pound flame armor. Yilei summoned his third soul skill, enveloping himself in a suit of armor, and thus, he strode directly towards the infernal fire scythe. As the luminous blade soared toward him, Yilei raised his right hand, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the radiant weapon into fragments. It was futile. Within my domain of 4 fires ascendant, any fire-based attack holds no power over me. Moreover, the fire elements within you will be wholly absorbed by my realm. Even if you possess hidden cards, they are merely the last gasps of a spent force. Yilei spoke softly. A soul bone quietly manifested at his left calf. The soul bone skill of the human-faced left leg, Spider Emperor's Violet Slash. Yilei executed a swift kick with his left leg, unleashing a blade of violet light that soared through the air. This slash was a retribution for Jing Hang, who had suffered injury because of you. The purple blade hurtled towards the infernal fire scythe mantis, striking directly at one of its legs. A sharp crack echoed as the mantis's leg was severed cleanly. This strike was intended for those who sought to harm me. With that, Yilei leaped into the air, descending powerfully as his right fist became enveloped in molten lava. The infernal fire scythe mantis sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, but unexpectedly, its leg became ensnared in the ground, trapped beneath a heavy stone. With no other options, it could only raise its claws in defense. Chapter 74. Erasing Memories. The infernal fire scythe mantis, realizing the peril of its situation, had just contemplated escape when its leg was abruptly ensnared by the earth, firmly constrained by the weight of the stones. Left with no alternatives, it could only lift its claws to counter the threat. The mantis's massive claws swung rapidly, unleashing a flurry of crimson blades that hurtled towards Yilei. Yilei was utterly indifferent to the onslaught of the infernal scythe mantis. The crimson blades of light slashed against Yilei's third soul skill of the Flame Lord, leaving merely faint traces behind. As Yilei's fist was about to descend upon the head of the infernal fire scythe mantis, the creature's pair of compound eyes suddenly illuminated, and its formidable pincers ignited with blazing flames. In an instant, it raised its massive claws to directly intercept Yilei's strike. This was the mantis's signature defensive technique known as mantis arm block, a skill that exemplifies the principle of using minimal force to counteract a much greater power. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, delivering several powerful punches, yet he found himself unable to breach the defenses of the infernal fire scythe mantis. Utilizing the strength of its enormous claws, he propelled himself backward, landing steadily atop the corporeal Flame Lord. Intrigued, He mused whether it could withstand his next move, the Thousand June's body soul bone skill, Thousand June-S falling flame. As he spoke, the Thousand June and Emperor's body soul bone materialized at Yilei's chest, radiating a crimson glow. The fire and earth elements in the air began to coalesce. And in an instant, a colossal flaming meteor took shape above. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, save for Han Yuan. Goodness. Is this truly the Yilei I know? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a war god? I had no idea that among our classmates there existed such an extraordinary being. My perspective feels utterly diminished. The massive meteor continued to coalesce in the air, with a swift motion of his right hand. Yilei sent it hurtling toward the infernal fire scythe mantis. Sensing impending danger, the mantis summoned the elemental forces within, breaking free from its previous restraints. In a flash, it evaded the meteor's descent. However, Yilei had no intention of allowing it to escape unscathed. As soon as he observed the mantis' liberation, he clenched his right fist, causing the meteor to shatter midair, transforming into numerous fiery fragments that seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing the mantis. Within Yilei's domain of fiery supremacy, the infernal fire scythe mantis experienced tremendous energy depletion, having just expended its internal fire energy to free itself. It was left with scant reserves. After fending off several fiery stones, it could no longer mount a defense. Its life force gradually waned under Yilei's relentless assault. Once he confirmed the total demise of the infernal fire scythe mantis, Yilei approached its lifeless body, commanding the corporeal flame lord to crush the mantis's skull with a single palm strike, leaving only its beast soul behind. Yilei extracted the soul ring collector from the realm of the system and directly drew forth the soul ring of the purgatory fire scythe mantis. After completing this task, he finally dismissed the four fire heavenly domain. Approaching the others, Yilei noticed that Han Yuan was sweating profusely from her forehead. It then dawned on him that during the battle, in his fervor, he had momentarily forgotten that Han Yuan's martial spirit would be suppressed by his domain. Hastily, Yilei switched his martial spirit, channeling the gentle soul power of the blue-silver emperor into Han Yuan's body. Seeing her complexion improve significantly, he furrowed his brow and moved beside Jing Hang. Kneeling down, Yilei placed his right hand over Jing Hang's wound, and a shimmering blue-gold light flickered as the soothing soul power flowed into Jing Hang, mending his damaged meridians. Yilei rose to his feet, and the voice of the system resonated in his ears. It detected that the duration of the host's third task was insufficient, thereby breaking the seal, revealing the true strength of the host to the majority. The host is now faced with a choice. Should he erase all memories of this incident from those involved? Chapter 75. Help me keep it a secret. May I inquire, host, do you choose to eliminate the memories of the parties concerned regarding this segment? Should you opt not to erase, it will be regarded as a failure of the host's third task, and no rewards shall be granted by the system. Yilei, with unwavering determination, opted for the erasure, yet a hint of uncertainty prompted him to inquire of the system, Dear system, if I choose to erase, what will become of Han Yuan? Will her memories also be obliterated? Rest assured, esteemed host, this memory erasure will not extend to Miss Han, for she is well aware of your true capabilities. The system's voice resonated within Yilei's mind. Hearing this, the weight on Yilei's heart was finally lifted. The memory erasure commences now. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A low hum enveloped the ears of those present, apart from Yilei and Han Yuan. The gazes of the others instantaneously turned vacant. What on earth is happening? Han Yuan queried, perplexed. Fear not, Yuan. It is merely that I do not wish for so many to be aware of my true prowess. I have decided to erase their memories of this moment. You will keep my secret, won't you? With that, Yilei gestured to his lips, mimicking a zipping motion, and added, My strength is rather conspicuous. Currently, I remain under the scrutiny of the Elders' Hall, and I cannot ascertain whether they might utilize my combat data for experimentation. Thus, I must maintain a low profile and conceal my true abilities. However, there is a small matter to attend to. Upon hearing Yilei's explanation, Han Yuan grasped his intent instantly and mirrored his gesture in response. Upon witnessing her endearing demeanor, Yilei could not help but chuckle. Subsequently, he commanded the Flame Lord behind him to plunge a hand into the ground, unearthing a stone sphere as large as a roadside boulder. He weighed it in his hands before turning to Han Yuan. Yuaner, could you add a bit of flair to this? Let us present a grand gift to Instructor Huang. Yilei wore a beaming smile, and Han Yuan instantly understood the implication, for she was all too familiar with that expression. Whenever Yilei displayed such a grin, It signified that someone was about to face dire consequences. In her heart, Han Wan silently mourned for Instructor Huang for a brief moment. Returning to the matter at hand, without a second thought, Han Wan summoned her martial spirit and unleashed her first soul skill, transforming the stone ball into a prickly hedgehog. Yi Lei smiled, raising his left hand to infuse the sphere with a surge of fire energy, serving as an explosive charge. Let me see where our dear Instructor Huang is. Ah, found it. Hearing Yi Lei's peculiar tone, Han Wan trembled slightly. Goodness, this is utterly cringeworthy. It's giving me goosebumps. With the target identified, Yi Lei hurled the stone sphere with force. Just at the right moment, he snapped his fingers, and an immense explosion reverberated through the forest, accompanied by a faint scream echoing amidst the chaos. Yi Lei smiled and glanced at Han Wan. Han Wan returned his gaze, and Yi Lei suddenly reached out with both hands, playfully pinching her cherubic face several times. Instantly, Han Wan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retaliated by playfully striking Yi Lei with her tiny fists. Beep. Memory erasure complete. The system's voice resonated in Yi Lei's ear, and soon after, his powers were once again sealed, reverting him to the dual martial soul, dual ring Great Soul Master realm. However, there was a notable change. When Yi Lei had just broken through the soul power seal, he had successfully elevated his soul power by 1 level, reaching the 64th level, bringing him one step closer to the 70th level Soul Sage. Chapter 76. Give him a glare. Beep. Memory erasure complete. The system's voice echoed in Yi Lei's ear, and subsequently his strength was once more sealed, returning him to the dual martial soul, dual ring Great Soul Master realm. Yet again, the change was evident. Upon breaching the soul power seal, Yi Lei had successfully advanced his soul power by 1 level, attaining the 64th level, edging closer to the 70th level Soul Sage. Yi Lei's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing that the once vacant expressions of those present gradually regained their luster. Song Yang shook his head and turned to Yi Lei, inquiring, "What is the situation now, and where is Instructor Huang?" Others shared the same curiosity, directing their attention toward Yi Lei upon hearing Song Yang's question. Yi Lei explained, "Instructor Huang fought valiantly against the infernal fire scythe mantis to protect us, exhausting the last remnants of his soul power to defeat it. Unfortunately, he was then thrown into the forest by the creature's formidable force, and we are uncertain of his current state. However, he instructed us to return to the school." Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, confusion clouded the faces of the crowd, who subsequently turned their gaze to Han Wan, standing beside Yi Lei. Han Wan nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of Yi Lei's account. With this assurance, the group began to trust his words. They then assisted the injured Jing Hang and departed from the scene. As they passed by the group of rebellious youths, each member of the party instinctively kicked at them, their eyes filled with disdain. The rebellious youths, incensed by their actions, activated their martial spirits to confront them. It was at this moment that Yi Lei became aware of the martial spirit of the rebellious youth. Beep. Detecting hostile data, commencing scan, scan complete. Name, Chu Ci. Martial spirit, Thunder Mirage Whale, soul power, level 11, 1 ring soul master. The Thunder Mirage Whale? A water-based martial spirit of the lightning attribute. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turns out he is a descendant of the Chu family. His demeanor is strikingly similar to that of his despicable father. A flawed lineage begets a flawed progeny. It is only the 2nd day of school, and my brother Jing Hang has sustained such severe injuries because he saved you, Chu Ci. Yet here you stand, exuding an air of indifference. Just wait until I deal with you today. Wanner, give him a fierce glare. Yi Lei was ablaze with fury and immediately addressed Han Wan. Han Wan comprehended his intent in an instant. From her back, the wings of a phoenix unfurled, accompanied by 2 violet soul rings, one of which illuminated, revealing an ethereal ice-blue apparition forming behind her. How dare you glare at me with those wide eyes? Do you believe I can have my father extract your eyeballs? Before Chu Ci could finish his retort, an ice-blue insignia was deeply imprinted in his gaze. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ci clutched his head and howled in despair as a cold sweat erupted all over his body. With a gentle flap of the wings behind her, 3 razor-sharp feathers plunged into the ground before Chu Ci. Already gripped by terror, he was further frightened. Collapsing to his knees, the color around his trousers darkening, a pungent odor of urine permeating the air. The onlookers instinctively pinched their noses, hastening their steps toward the swirling entrance of the Stardow forest, not sparing a glance at Chu Ci. Deep within the forest, Huang Tianwei was pinned beneath a heap of broken branches, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. He then opened his eyes, bewildered. Crawling out from beneath the debris, his clothes in tatters. Uncertain of what transpired, he recalled how, upon the emergence of the purgatory fireside madness, he had fled without a backward glance. After running a considerable distance, he paused to catch his breath, preparing to use his military equipment to signal for help when suddenly the branch above him exploded. His clothing was shredded by countless ice-blue blades, several shards striking his face, and he was thrown by the shockwave of the explosion. Just as he hit the ground, before he could rise, a flying tree trunk struck the back of his head, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 77. This is impossible. Huang Tianwei remained perplexed about the events that transpired. Upon awakening, he leisurely glanced at the time. Realizing that a full 15 minutes had elapsed since his escape, he mused to himself, in this duration, "That little brat, you should have been torn to pieces by that soul beast. I owe my gratitude to that lad Chu Ci for selecting a soul beast with a staggering age of 60,000 years. Upon my return, Elder 7 shall surely regard me with newfound respect, and I may even ascend to become one of the 7 leaders of the Poison Dragon Legion." Ha! Huang Tianwei threw his head back in laughter, then dashed toward the exit. However, upon returning to the place he had fled, an astonishing sight greeted him. Before him lay the colossal corpse of a soul beast, one of its legs severed, and the severed limb discarded a short distance away. The cut was remarkably clean, and the beast's massive skull had been pried open and tossed aside. How could this be possible? How could a 60,000-year-old soul beast be slain so easily? Among the 15 of them, only 2 were Grand Soul Masters. The rest possessed merely a first-ring cultivation. Who could it be that aided them? Anger surged within Huang Tianwei. Damn it, the prize he thought was his had flown away. Yi Lei and his companions returned to the vortex with the injured Jing Hang. Without a moment's hesitation, they all stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the resplendent halls of the Elder's Pavilion. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the stationed soldiers, they proceeded to the teleportation array and returned to the academy. In the starry forest, Huang Tianwei, on his way back, spotted a boy crouched on the path ahead. As he approached, he realized it was Chu Ci. Observing that Chu Ci was trembling uncontrollably, his clothes soaked through, and an unpleasant odor lingered in the air. Huang Tianwei was puzzled. He could not fathom why a boy of Chu Ci's stature would sit alone, shivering in such heat. Perplexed by Chu Ci's unresponsiveness, Huang Tianwei reluctantly pulled him up and led him back to the splendid building. "Have any of you seen those students return?" he inquired. "Report, Deputy Huang." "They have indeed returned, but they brought back an unconscious student who seems to have sustained an injury to the chest. He is one of the 4 students who came here last time." "Oh, is that so? Take this student back. I will check the surveillance," Huang Tianwei commanded. Afterward, he tossed the dazed Chu Ci to a nearby soldier and followed another soldier to the monitoring room. This is impossible," Huang Tianwei exclaimed, disbelief flooding his eyes as he reviewed the surveillance footage. The soldier beside him was startled by his outburst, causing the cup in his hand to drop. "Captain Huang, are you all right?" the soldier timidly asked. "All right? How could this possibly be all right?" Huang Tianwei roared, slamming his fist onto the platinum control panel. The expensive console shattered with a resounding crash, splintering into countless pieces that scattered across the floor. Moments later, several soldiers arrived to clear away the remnants of the destroyed console, while 2 others brought in a brand new control panel to replace it. Huang Tianwei, seething with fury yet feeling powerless, exited the monitoring room with his hands clasped behind his back. The soldiers inside the monitoring room exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by their captain's unexpected outburst, wondering what had provoked such a fierce reaction over a mere video review, culminating in the destruction of the specially designed control panel. They shrugged, returning to their respective duties. At Rome University, on the playground, as Yu Lei and his companions returned to school, they promptly carried Jing Hang back to the dormitory, assisting him in requesting a leave of absence from Vice Instructor Zhuang Ming. Subsequently, the 3 of them made their way directly to the playground. At that moment, the playground was occupied by 20 classes, standing in orderly rows, all facing the podium. As Yi Lei and his companions returned to the class, Huang Tianwei had also arrived, standing at the forefront alongside Zhuang Ming. Upon noticing Yi Lei's return, he regarded them with a peculiar gaze before nodding, signaling for the trio to rejoin their ranks. Ahem. The authoritative voice of Fenshin Yin resonated through the campus loudspeakers, reaching the ears of all present. "I wish to convey a few words. The national transformation into Douluo has endowed over 1 billion souls across our nation with martial spirits. As students of the premier institution in Rome City, your martial spirits are commendable. Nonetheless, in the eyes of our elder hall, each of you possesses your own unique brilliance. Throughout your forthcoming 4 years of academic pursuit, dedicated instructors will guide you in harnessing your martial spirits. I firmly believe that by the end of this period, you shall wield strength far surpassing that of the ordinary. Each of you harbors distinct talents that can be cultivated and celebrated across various domains. However, we in the Elder Hall do not wish to see any semblance of a rabble emerge among you, nor do we desire the presence of any arrogant individuals. Yet, it appears that within your cohort, there has already emerged one such individual. With a sweeping gesture, Finchinian signaled, and a soldier, as if lifting a mere chick, hoisted a person onto the dais, casting him down at Finchinian's feet. This individual was none other than Chu Ci. He epitomizes the rabble among you. One of the rare first-ring spirit masters among your over 1,000 spirit practitioners. In the first lesson of a specialized military training, he exhibited excessive arrogance by selecting a 60,000-year-old soul beast as his target, a challenge far beyond his capabilities, endangering the 14 companions who accompanied him. One of them, named Jing Hang, sustained severe injuries while attempting to rescue him, and now lies unconscious in the dormitory. The soul beast he chose to confront inflicted significant harm upon one of our instructors before it was barely subdued. Ultimately, he remains oblivious to the gravity of his errors. Therefore, I trust you would not wish to share your academic journey with such an individual. Consequently, after thorough deliberation by the Board of Trustees, this student shall be expelled, and no institution within Rome City shall accept him henceforth. A single word fell, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. Those who shared classes with Chu Ci began to engage in heated discussions, as they had never anticipated that the character of the seemingly unconventional boy they knew could be so profoundly flawed. Simultaneously, his dormitory mates clamored in unison, insisting that his belongings be unceremoniously tossed out. After a brief moment, the instructors from their respective classes intervened, breaking up the idle chatter and guiding them to their designated training grounds, thus officially commencing the first day of military training. Throughout the proceedings, Yilei found himself pondering whether the punishment imposed on Chu Ci was excessively harsh. However, upon reflection, he considered that expelling him from Rome University might lead to greater harm at other institutions. By ensuring he could not attend any school, it could serve as a safeguard for the safety of students elsewhere. Perhaps this was for the best. With that thought, Yilei resolved to focus entirely on the military training ahead. Meanwhile, as the others engaged in their training, Chu Ci was unceremoniously ejected from the school premises by security, along with all of his belongings. At that moment, he felt utterly bewildered, unable to recall the events that had transpired. He vaguely remembered being ensnared by a pair of icy blue eyes, which plunged him into a state of dread, awakening his deepest fears as they crept over him. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Shaking his head to dispel the confusion, he stood up and noticed his belongings beside him. What on earth? Why are my things here? Chapter 79, The Sole Sovereign Realm. Why are my belongings here? This cannot be right. I must inquire, he muttered, brushing off the dust from his trousers and striding with a sense of indignation toward a nearby security guard. What is the meaning of this? Why have you discarded my belongings? What kind of attitude is this? Who gave you the authority to act in such a manner? Chu Ci unleashed a torrent of expletives directed at the security personnel. I'm sorry, young man, but you have been expelled from Rome University. Please do not disrupt the order at the school gate. You must leave immediately. A physical education teacher on duty at the entrance stated firmly. Expelled? Surely. This is a jest. How could this possibly happen? You must be joking. I demand to see the principal. Chu Ci dismissed their words, pushing past the security guard in an attempt to leap over the gate. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Several guards swiftly approached, seizing him and pulling him down, causing him to land unceremoniously on the ground. In a frenzied attempt, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at the guards, shoving them in a fit of rage. Perhaps by accident, or perhaps intentionally, one of the guards was knocked down when Chu Ci collided with him, eliciting a cry of surprise. Why are you treating us older folks so harshly? Oh dear, I think I've broken a bone. In a state of bewilderment, Chu Ci was taken aback by the unexpected fall of the security guard. He hastily exclaimed, Hey, please do not create a scene. I have not laid a hand on you. You know full well whether I pushed you or not. Do not attempt to extort me here. Several other security personnel and the supervising physical education teacher were also momentarily stunned. After a while, They regained their composure and rushed towards the guard, who was still groaning on the ground. Observing this, Chu Si deftly circumvented them and dashed through a small door beside the reception room. "Oh no! The little rascal has escaped," someone shouted. Two young security guards quickly sprinted after him, armed with riot control batons. However, they were no match for the trained guards. And once they caught up, the pair was swiftly subdued. The physical education teacher promptly dialed the police. 10 minutes later, a police car arrived. Upon seeing the officers, Chu Si remained extremely agitated until he was handcuffed with a pair of glimmering silver bracelets for the charge of intentional bodily harm, at which point he finally settled down. Feeling utterly dazed, the police car, sirens wailing, took Chu Si away, and the two young security guards followed in another vehicle to the police station to give their statements. Once the police car departed, tranquility returned to the school gate. Later that evening, after a long day of military training, Yi Lei and his companions returned to their dormitory. As they stepped inside, a blast of cold air from the air conditioning startled them. Exhausted, Song Yang and Chen Sitsai collapsed onto their beds. Yi Lei also wished to lie down, but suddenly remembered that Jing Hang was still in a coma. Upon this realization, Yi Lei hurriedly descended from the ladder and climbed up to Jing Hang's bedside. Upon seeing Jing Hang's face, which bore a hint of color, Yi Lei finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was out of danger. Fortunately, he had activated his first soul skill in a timely manner before the onslaught of the infernal scythe mantis in the afternoon, which had mitigated the attack. Otherwise, he would now be gazing upon Jing Hang's lifeless body. Yi Lei pondered to himself how fortunate it was that he had chosen the scaled beast as his first soul skill. Indeed, augmenting the first soul ring with a defensive soul skill was the true path to mastery. Yi Lei felt immensely fortunate about his choice. Just as he descended the ladder, he was greeted by two distinct snoring sounds, harmonizing with one another, akin to a symphony. These two individuals, truly remarkable. Yi Lei sighed in resignation. The girls' dormitory. My soul power has finally broken through to level 30, entering the realm of Soul Master. Han Wan, meditating on her bed, opened her beautiful eyes and stretched lazily. Chapter 80. Soulbone Collection Progress 80? What? Sister Wan, your soul power has reached level 30? Luo Yun poked her little head out from under the covers, her bright eyes gazing intently at Han Wan. Han Wan nodded in affirmation. What? Who has broken through to level 30? Wang Yuning, brushing her teeth, poked her head out from the wash area, a pastel toothbrush in her mouth, frothy toothpaste spilling over her lips. Who else could it be? Among the over 1,000 of us, only 15 possess soul rings, and only Sister Wan and her husband have achieved the rank of Great Soul Master. Moreover, isn't it expected for Sister Wan to reach level 30? It has been over a month since the National Douluo competition. And as a Great Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings, her cultivation speed is naturally faster than that of ordinary soul masters. Luo Yun replied, leaning over the edge of the bed to address Wang Yuning. Congratulations, Sister Wan. Although the gap between us has widened, especially since none of us have soul rings. Xiao Na chimed in. Soul rings are not that difficult to acquire. I can help you all obtain a few tomorrow. Han Wan declared confidently. Sister Wan, are you sure? Luo Yun asked timidly. Of course. Your brother-in-law probably has several hundred soul rings. Getting a few for you all is no trouble at all. What? Are you saying your brother-in-law has hundreds of soul rings? Wang Yuning nearly spat out the foam in her mouth. Yes, come over here, and I'll tell you all about it. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory. Ding! The phone on the bedside rang. A pair of large hands emerged from the covers, grabbing the phone within. What the? Yi Lei emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his disheveled hair standing on end as he gazed at the information on his phone. Han Wan's soul power had surpassed level 30? Such rapid progress. As for the soul rings, it might be time to contemplate allowing her to absorb that 50,000-year mimicry soul ring. Yi Lei pondered as his phone chimed once more. Yi Lei observed and couldn't help but laugh. He sent a message in return. Isn't it just a few soul rings? A trivial matter. Just let me know their martial spirits, and I will assist in selecting 2 soul rings for each. I shall deliver them to you by tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, your soul power has reached level 30. It's time to absorb your 3rd soul ring. He dispatched 2 messages. System, regarding that 50,000-year mimicry soul ring you provided me last time, can Han Wan absorb it with her strength? Will there be any adverse effects on her body if she does? These 2 inquiries promptly disrupted the system's rest. Rest assured, host. Anything provided by this system is devoid of side effects, and its efficacy is unparalleled. That's reassuring. Wanner, you should utilize the 50,000 year mimicry soul ring I previously gifted you for your third soul skill. Will there be any side effects? A moment later, Han Wan replied, there are no side effects. You can absorb it without worry. Excellent. After Yi Lei replied to the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and buried his head beneath the covers. In the girls' dormitory, Han Wan put away her phone, climbed down from her bunk, and seated herself in the center of the room. The other three girls exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on, Wanjie? Luo Yun inquired curiously. The other two remained silent. Yet their eyes betrayed their intrigue. I am about to absorb the third spirit ring. You three, quickly get out of bed, put on an extra layer, and then wrap yourselves tightly in your blankets. This night will be rather cold. The three girls hastened to obey, retrieving thicker outer garments from the wardrobe before swiftly climbing back into bed, ensuring they were snugly enveloped in their blankets. As Han once summoned her martial spirit, a pair of icy blue phoenix wings manifested from her back, causing the temperature in the dormitory to plummet. She glanced around the room, then rose to fully open the balcony door and the entrance to the dormitory. Returning to the center of the room, she produced her 50,000 year mimicry spirit ring and crushed it in her hand. Dark energy immediately enveloped the room, coalescing around Han Wan's waist to form an ominously dark spirit ring. Wow! Exclaimed the three girls in unison. In the boys' dormitory, a notification chimed. Ding. Host Soul Bone Collection progress. 80. Only 20 remains to achieve completion. 80% Soul Bone Collection? Yi Lei wore a bewildered expression. Chapter 81. Another task awaits. Soul Bone Collection progress. 80. Yi Lei was taken aback, blinking in confusion. He fell back down, muttering to himself, so what if the Soul Bone Collection progress has reached 80? It's not a big deal. Wait a moment. The Soul Bone Collection progress is at 80? Yi Lei abruptly straightened up and hurriedly inquired about the system. Dear system, you cannot be jesting, can you? When did I acquire a soul bone? Images flickered through Yi Lei's mind, ultimately crystallizing upon one particular scene. Surely not, dear system. The soul bone you speak of cannot possibly originate from the infernal scythe mantis, can it? Yi Lei suddenly slapped his thigh and said to the system, correct answer. The system replied, allow me to take a guess. This soul bone must belong to either the left or right arm, and its skill is akin to the dual blade flash of the infernal scythe. Am I right? Correct. The system affirmed, host. This soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the infernal scythe, dating back 60,000 years, with its skills remaining unspecified. Yi Lei then inquired, dear system, what about this soul bone? Is it in your possession? Yi Lei was immensely excited. After a prolonged silence, the system remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a synthetic voice belonging to the system echoed, rousing Yi Lei from the brink of slumber. However, the subsequent announcement from the system left Yi Lei lamenting loudly. The conditions for initiating the side quest have been met. The task is now being issued. On this dark and windy night, please proceed to the mirror world before dawn. Evade the scrutiny of the Elder Hall soldiers and retrieve the soul bone. Yi Lei was on the verge of tears. He had yet to complete the third task of his FA day, and now another side quest had emerged. Was there no respite? Sobbing softly, he implored the system. Must the task be completed tonight? Might it be postponed until tomorrow? Yi Lei implored. Demia, the deadline for this task is confined to tonight. If I fail to complete it, this 60,000-year soul bone will fall into the hands of the Elder Hall. At that time, I accept. Yi Lei interrupted before the system could finish its statement. After all, he was unwilling to let such a formidable soul bone slip into the grasp of the Elder Hall. That would be too advantageous for them. The soul bone, obtained through his arduous efforts in defeating the soul beast, could not be allowed to be taken without recompense by the Elder Hall. With this thought in mind, Yi Lei resolutely accepted the task. However, dear system, while I have no issue entering the mirror world, the vortex connecting to it is heavily guarded by the Elder Hall's elite forces. My blatant approach would undoubtedly attract attention, especially since they are all members of the Elder Seven residents, and they are likely to recognize me. If I were to brazenly make my way there, I would surely be overwhelmed. Moreover, with my current strength largely sealed, facing them would undoubtedly lead to my defeat. Yi Lei once again opened his mouth, murmuring to the system for an extended period. The system remained silent. Ahem, host, I have not yet finished my words. What I intended to convey is that the system will bestow upon you a potent invisibility potion with an efficacy lasting for 2 hours. Yi Lei, you wretched system. Why didn't you speak up sooner? System, who's to blame for your impatience? You were so eager to interrupt, yet you accuse me. Reality. Well, enough of this banter. Quickly hand over the invisibility potion. I have a task to attend to. Yilei spoke. Oh, Buzz. The invisibility potion has been stored in the system space. Please check it. Host. After delivering the potion to Yilei, the system promptly went offline. Chapter 82. Escape. Once the system had logged off, Yilei retrieved the powerful invisibility potion gifted by the system from the system space. With a firm grip of his left hand, 2 test tubes emerged in Yilei's grasp. The 2 vials exhibited a pale blue hue and a colorless appearance. Upon picking up the colorless vial, its effects flashed automatically in his mind. This potion is for internal use, with effects lasting 2 hours. Upon consumption, the entire body becomes invisible, rendering the user undetectable by any thermal imaging devices. As he lifted the pale blue vial, the method of its application also materialized before him. This potion is for external use, designed to render clothing invisible. To use, simply pour it onto the garment that requires invisibility. Any fabric that comes into contact with the potion will automatically become invisible. The sole drawback of this potion is its sensitivity to high temperatures when exposed to elevated heat. The potion will decompose spontaneously. After reviewing the usage instructions, Yilei descended from his bed with 2 vials in hand. Ensuring that Song Yang and his companions were fast asleep, he moved with caution to retrieve a pitch-black garment from the wardrobe. This black attire, crafted during the summer using his connections, was a suit designed for nocturnal ventures. Its singular feature was its remarkable resistance to incineration when exposed to intense flames. Coupled with exceptional flexibility, the fabric was composed of Vantablack, the darkest material known to man, allowing the wearer to navigate effortlessly through the darkest environments, undetectable even by the keenest of eyes. Remarkably, this night suit was a unique creation, with Yilei being its sole owner, and its production cost was exorbitantly high, amounting to several $1 million. After donning his nocturnal attire, Yilei uncorked the vial of colorless elixir, tilting his head back to consume it in one swift motion. The potion, imbued with a delectable sweetness, flowed down his esophagus and into his belly, subsequently permeating his bloodstream. A full 10 seconds elapsed, during which Yilei's form gradually became translucent, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Yilei placed the empty test tube into the system space, then retrieved a ghost mask from the corner of the wardrobe. After donning it upon his visage, he proceeded to open the remaining vial of potion and doused himself with its contents. In an instant, the garments soaked in the elixir became completely transparent, including the ghostly mask adorning Yilei's face. Yilei slowed his pace as he approached the balcony, casting a strand of blue silver grass over the railing before vaulting down. Upon landing, he rushed towards the teleportation array. In the girl's dormitory, the chilling aura emanating from Han Wanashi absorbed her soul ring, plunged the temperature to below freezing. Luo Yun and her companions could no longer remain in bed. They hastily got up, donned their thickest coats, yet still felt unbearably cold. The trio huddled together in a corner for warmth. During this time, Xiaona felt a slight thirst and attempted to retrieve her water cup. However, as soon as her hand touched the cup, she recoiled. It felt as though it had been taken from the depths of the Antarctic. Soon enough, she discovered that all the water in the dormitory's storage containers had frozen solid, and a thick layer of frost covered the glass. Goodness, the temperature released by Nuan Jie when she absorbs a soul ring is exceedingly low. It's summer now, yet I feel as though we've been tossed into the Arctic without a stitch of clothing. A sneeze escaped from Wang Yuning, her teeth chattering as she spoke. I feel the same, said the youngest, Luo Yin, her speech faltering as she tightly wrapped her coat around herself, inching closer to the corner. Xiaona was so cold that she could hardly speak, merely nodding in agreement. Shall we move to the entrance? It's far too chilly here, Luo Yun suggested softly, immediately earning the consent of her companions. The 3 quickly tightened their clothing and dashed past Han Nuan, bursting through the door. In the corridor of the dormitory, they were met with an unprecedented comfort. Oh my, I feel alive again. Luo Yun sighed in relief. I just realized something. If Nuan Jie releases such an icy aura when she lies, what about her brother-in-law? I remember Nuan Jie mentioning that one of his martial spirits is fire elemental. When he absorbs a soul ring, his temperature must be exceedingly high as well. What would the temperature be like if they practiced together? Wang Yuning suddenly inquired. Wouldn't that be like one side being in Africa and the other in Antarctica? I have no desire to train with them. I'd end up half frozen and half roasted. Xiaona and Luo Yin shared their thoughts aloud. Wang Yuning found their reasoning quite sound. Nuan Jie and her brother-in-law are already so powerful, we must strive to catch up to them. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, the two individuals were also stirred by the aspiration for personal empowerment. The three of them collectively shed the heavy outer garments that bound them and formed a circle, commencing a session of seated meditation. Yilei swiftly arrived at the Platinum Building through the teleportation array, unnoticed by the station soldiers. With a sense of relief, he dashed directly into the swirling vortex. Upon reaching the starry forest, he hurried towards the location where he had hunted the purgatory fireside mantis earlier that morning, intent on retrieving the soul bone. However, to Yilei's surprise, he encountered the very individuals he wished to avoid most at the massive corpse of the mantis. Before him stood Finchen Yin accompanied by 20 instructors, seemingly engrossed in conversation. In an effort to eavesdrop, Yilei approached them stealthily, careful to tread lightly so as not to disturb their discussion. As he drew nearer, he began to discern the content of their dialogue. Finchen Yin, Tianwei. Are you absolutely certain that you were not the one who hunted this soul beast this morning? Huang Tianwei. I am certain, unequivocally certain. I swear that as soon as this soul beast emerged, I fled. Given my strength, defeating a 2,000-year-old soul beast is already a formidable challenge, let alone a 60,000-year-old one. Instructor A. Finchen, do you think it could be that individual surnamed Yi who took action? Huang Tianwei. It is absolutely impossible. I witnessed the quality of his soul rings this morning. All of the rings attached to his two martial souls are merely of a century's worth. Finchen Yin. Oh? This matter is beginning to take an intriguing turn. Could it be that an undocumented powerhouse has emerged to assist those inexperienced youngsters? Uncertain, the 20 instructors echoed in agreement. Finchen Yin, our immediate priority is to retrieve this soul bone, yet we have all attempted to approach it. The energy emanating from the bone of the fiendish sovereign repels us, suggesting that we must await the arrival of the one who defeated it. Otherwise, no matter the means we employ, this soul bone will remain anchored to this spot. Seeing their fervent discussion, Yilei glanced at the time remaining for his potion's effects. An hour and a half still lingered. Unable to contain himself any longer, he resolved that if they would not depart, he would resort to more forceful measures. Thus, he unleashed his self-created soul technique, the second form, Flame Flow Meteor. The ground beneath Yilei began to fracture as countless massive stones rose into the air, accompanied by streams of molten lava. The two elements merged in the sky, transforming into colossal flaming meteors. Under Yilei's command, these fiery meteors hurtled towards the direction of Wen Tianyin and his companions. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was already too late. The 21 individuals hastily sought refuge from the descending meteors. However, the expansive range of the assault made it nearly impossible to evade entirely, leaving them scorched by the searing flames that accompanied the impact. Amid their frantic attempts to dodge the meteor strikes, a silvery blue vine swiftly ensnared a soul bone, dragging it into the depths of the forest. Old Wen, the soul bone. One instructor, capitalizing on the advantage of the 5 rings, spotted the theft while evading the aerial onslaught. He promptly reported to Wen Tianyin and agilely pursued the direction in which Yilei had fled, skillfully dodging the meteors. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Attack. Launch a carpet bombing on that forest. When Tianyin, enraged, unleashed his soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, revealing himself as a 5-ringed soul king. With rapid movements of his hands, he sent forth countless fiery slashes toward the woods. The other instructors, witnessing this, emulated him, releasing their own martial souls and soul rings to unleash a variety of attacks upon the trees ahead. Good grief, have they lost their minds? Thankfully, I'm currently invisible. Otherwise, I'd become their living target. Yilei seethed, watching their indiscriminate bombardment. He then propelled himself forward, accelerating towards the exit. Frustrated that such relentless attacks could not force the thief out, when Tianyin's fury escalated. 4th soul skill, Raging Fire Charge. 5th soul skill, 6 Paths of Blazing Flames. Simultaneously, when Tianyin unleashed his 4th and 5th soul skills, a gigantic phantom of a flaming lion surged towards Yilei, incinerating the surrounding trees in an instant, reducing them to ashes. What on earth? Are the instructors dispatched from the Elder Hall this formidable? A 5-ringed soul king. Damn it, if this continues, I will undoubtedly be exposed. If only my strength were fully restored, I wouldn't be so passive. To Yilei, this was no mere mission. It was a veritable battle for survival. Chapter 83, A Toast to Penalty. The colossal phantom of the flaming lion leaped towards Yilei, its 2 front paws slashing through the air, unleashing a torrent of fiery light. This is a rhythm that could cost me my life. As Yilei sprinted forward, he suddenly turned his head and beheld a multitude of blazing light slashes surging towards him, prompting him to curse involuntarily. In the very instant the luminous blades descended, Yilei flicked his right hand, causing a vine of blue silver grass to shoot forth, ensnaring a distant tree. With a firm pull, he drew himself towards it. As Yilei departed, the blazing light of the flame cuts and the colossal phantom of the fiery lion descended, culminating in an instantaneous explosion. The immense flames surged outward, propelled by the shockwave of the detonation. Regardless of how swiftly Yilei exited the vicinity, he was still caught in the tumult of the explosion, being violently hurled away. And at that moment, the stealth potion upon his attire ceased to function. Yilei was violently propelled several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Due to inertia, his body continued to slide forward after the fall. Yilei's right hand plunged forcefully into the ground, leaving behind 5 deep imprints. It then glided several meters before finally coming to a halt. Cough. Yilei coughed several times, a stream of fresh blood splattering onto his mask. How infuriating. The shockwave from earlier has left me injured tonight. Were it not for the fact that my third task remains unfulfilled and my power is still sealed. How could a mere 5th Soul King possibly inflict harm upon me? Yilei pressed his right hand against his chest, while his left hand struck the ground with force, expressing his indignation. Feng Lao, I see him ahead. Huang Tianwei's voice pierced through the haze, reaching Yilei's ears. Who dares to seize what our elder hall has set its sights upon? Speak, boy, who are you, and who sent you? Feng Tianyan's mocking tone accompanied the footsteps of the crowd, echoing in Yilei's ears. I am who I am, and I come unaccompanied. Yilei remained clutching his chest, slowly rising to his feet, and spoke in a cold voice. Oh, you possess quite the ambition, don't you? I shall grant you a chance. Surrender that soul bone and join our elder hall. If you acquiesce, I will spare your life. With his arms crossed, Fen Tianyan addressed Yilei with an air of condescension. Come to our elder hall and become a docile dog. Upon finishing his statement, the instructors flanking him erupted into laughter. How could I ever relinquish what belongs to me to ruthless beings like you, who kill without a second thought? If you wish to obtain it, you must possess the capability to slay me. I can assure you, people like you, arrogant and cold-hearted, are unworthy of such a soul bone. Yilei calmly stated. How audacious of you to defy Elder Fun. He has already granted you a chance. It is you who chose to spurn his goodwill and seek punishment instead. Thus, do not blame us for being ungracious. Brothers, let us unite and deal with this insolent fool. Huang Tianwei, pointing a finger at Yilei, bellowed fiercely and charged toward him. Witnessing this, the other instructors sprang into action as well, leaping forward in unison. All 20 instructors summoned their respective soul rings, a dazzling display of yellow and purple. It was evident that each of the 20 instructors was a 4-ringed soul master. Very well, let us see if you truly possess the capability to defeat me. Prepare yourselves. Inferno Dragon Wave. Yilei, with a wry smile, grasped the soul-hunting cannon in his right hand and adjusted the gear to its maximum setting before pulling the trigger. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth, surging towards Huang Tianwei and the others. Brothers, form the formation, shouted an unknown instructor, prompting 4 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously, with the rest of the group following suit. A massive energy shield materialized out of thin air, steadfastly absorbing the onslaught of the enormous fire dragon. A combination technique of 20 integrated martial souls, quite intriguing. Since you are capable of withstanding this millennium-old beast soul's assault, let us see how long you can endure. Yilei deftly flipped his left hand, revealing a dark crimson beast soul. Yilei, with a crooked smile resembling that of a dragon king, exclaimed, Now, let us see if you can withstand this move. Twin blades flash. Yilei inserted the beast soul into the cannon's chamber and pulled the trigger. A colossal X-shaped scarlet beam erupted from the muzzle, striking heavily against the combined spirit skill energy shield of the 20 individuals. With a resounding crack, the energy shield shattered into countless luminous fragments, dissipating into the air. Chapter 84, The Left Leg Bone of the Face Spider King. Seal released. With a crack, the energy shield disintegrated, transforming into myriad points of light that vanished into the atmosphere. The 20 instructors forming the formation were all struck by backlash, simultaneously spitting out blood. A group of inept fools, unable to withstand even this. Is the training you received merely for decoration? In the end, it falls to me to intervene. Witnessing this, Fen Tianyan abandoned his condescending demeanor, directly manifesting his martial spirit as he approached Yilei. Fen Tianyan's originally jet-black hair gradually morphed into a vivid crimson, his fingernails elongated into sharp claws, and a lion engulfed in flames materialized behind him, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Ding. Scan complete. Fentian Yin, Martial Spirit, Blazing Fire Spirit Lion, Soul Power Level, 54. The Soul Beast Detector suddenly announced, relaying the completed scan report to Yilei. Since you are unwilling to surrender the Soul Bone, do not blame me for taking action myself. First Soul Skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike. Fentian Yin remained exceedingly arrogant as the first soul ring coiled around his waist ignited. With a swift motion of his hand, 5 enormous claw blades surged towards Yilei with unparalleled speed. How infuriating. Yilei gritted his teeth and spoke. Ding. A notification indicated that the host's life was in grave danger. Now, the seal on 20 of the host's power will be lifted. The left leg bone of the Spider Emperor is now unsealed. The system's voice resonated like a timely downpour, echoing at the most critical moment. A wave of warmth surged through Yilei's left leg, and he smirked devilishly. Just in time. I wonder if I'll still be able to act so arrogantly afterwards. With the skill of the left leg bone, Spider Emperor's Violet Slash, a piece of dark purple soul bone attached itself to Yilei's left calf. And with a spinning kick, a blade of purple light burst forth, meeting the 5 fiery claw blades head-on. Yilei stood with his back to the direction of the blazing inferno, as a violent explosion erupted behind him. The immense blast illuminated the previously darkened forest once more, revealing Yilei's figure to the assembly of elders for the first time. Before their eyes stood a tall figure clad in dark attire, his face obscured by a ghostly mask, reminiscent of an ancient assassin, exuding an icy aura of menace amidst the night. A palpable aura of lethal intent envelopes him, was the impression that flashed through Fentian's mind upon discerning Yilei's silhouette. I care not who you are, but today you shall not escape my presence. With a fierce determination, he invoked his third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. The third soul ring at his waist shimmered to life, and the fiery spirit lion that loomed behind him opened its maw, unleashing a deafening roar. He then unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Burst. Yilei clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful blow. A colossal pillar of magma erupted from thin air as he effortlessly disregarded the third soul skill of Fentian Yin, the Lion King's Roar, and directed his first soul skill towards Fentian Yan's position. Fen Lao. In a state of vulnerability, Huang Tianwei, realizing that Fentian Yin could not evade the crimson magma column, let out a desperate roar. He then activated his strongest soul skill, positioning himself directly in front of Fentian Yin. The other instructors quickly followed suit, forming a protective barrier around Fentian Yin. Ha 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 ha, you have fallen into my trap. Yilei let out a hearty laugh and promptly abandoned the use of his first soul skill. The colossal column of magma abruptly vanished, and upon witnessing this, Huang Tianwei unleashed his most formidable strike against Yilei. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yilei smiled, and 3 violet soul rings materialized around his waist, with the second ring illuminating brilliantly. Just as Huang Tianwei and the others were still regaining their composure, dozens of stone walls surged from the ground, enclosing them within. This is bad. It's a trap. We must escape quickly. Fentian Yin reacted immediately, urgently directing everyone to charge upwards. However, when he looked up to see Yilei suspended in midair, his heart jolted with a profound sense of threat. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Burst. Yilei unleashed both soul skills of his first soul ring simultaneously. In an instant, 2 colossal pillars of magma enveloped the group of burning heaven, subjecting them to the purifying embrace of molten rock. Satisfied that his plan had come to fruition, Yilei descended and swiftly turned to sprint toward the vortex. This time, he summoned the primal force within him. As he approached the vortex, a sudden explosion reverberated from behind him. Hearing this, Yilei exerted himself and leapt into the vortex, just a few meters away. Who goes there? Halt. Yilei suddenly emerged from the vortex, startling the soldier stationed at the Platinum Building. The soldier immediately fired his weapon, signaling for Yilei to halt. 2 other soldiers even attempted to intercept him directly, with consequences that were all too predictable. As these 2 soldiers confronted Yilei, he swiftly unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending both soldiers flying. Yilei swiftly dashed into the teleportation array, raising his right hand to press a button on his wristband. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Just as Yilei was being teleported away, Feng Tianyin, accompanied by 20 instructors, emerged from the swirling vortex. What they beheld was a teleportation array illuminated by a flash of white light and 2 soldiers lying motionless on the ground. Damn it, he got away. Feng Tianyin seethed with rage, stomping fiercely on the ground, causing the platinum-colored tiles beneath him to shatter with a resounding crash. Chapter 85. Soul Ring Absorption Successful. Damn it. He got away. Feng Tianyin roared in fury once more, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he helplessly watched Yilei's departure. He vented his wrath into the air, exclaiming, "You little brat, you have some nerve. If I ever lay eyes on you again, I shall tear you to pieces." Feng Tianyan's furious roar echoed throughout the entire Platinum building, lingering in the air for an extended period. Wrong University, teleportation array. Yilei sat on the railing of the dormitory balcony, panting heavily. Fortunately, it was not only our agricultural university that possessed a teleportation array. Several other institutions shared the same capability. Even if that old fellow, Wen Tianyan, were to pursue me, he might not catch up immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest and retrieved the soul bone of the right arm of the infernal fire. The system will now proceed to seal the soul power that was temporarily released. Please prepare yourself mentally. Sealing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commencing seal. The cold voice of the system resonated in Yilei's ears as 3 purple soul rings emerged around his waist. Gradually, the 3rd soul ring vanished, while the colors of the remaining 2 began to shift, ultimately transforming into yellow. Seeing his soul power sealed once more, Yilei smiled. Thank goodness you arrived just in time, dear system. You allowed me to regain 20 of my soul power, enabling me to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, I would have perished at their hands, and in that case, no one would be left to assist you in completing your tasks. Serving the host is my duty. It is the system's responsibility to assist you in times of danger, as we are bound together. Should you meet your demise, I too shall dissipate from this world. Therefore, when you encounter peril, it is my utmost pleasure to provide you with the greatest assistance. The system replied in its icy, synthetic voice. Wait, dissipate together? Can't the system bind to anyone at will? Why do you say that, dear system? Yilei was engulfed in profound confusion. After a prolonged silence, the system finally resumed its discourse. Host, unlike those sweet and pampering systems, I am unique within the realm of systems. The Douluo continent system exists solely through my binding with you. This system is singular and irreplaceable. In other words, I can only bind to one individual throughout my existence. And that individual is you. Since our fates are intertwined, I shall become an integral part of your being, accompanying you through the entirety of your life. Subsequently, the Douluo continent system shall cease to exist in this world. Yilei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the binding of the system to him would culminate in such an outcome. He had presumed that upon the demise of an individual possessing a system, the system would sever its connection with that person, subsequently seeking a suitable new host in the world to continue its service. Thus, a fervent thought ignited within him. Oh, great system, since you have spoken thus, I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. I shall fulfill your tasks to the utmost, until my very last breath. Rest assured, dear host. Now that the nation has undergone the Douluo transformation, human lifespans have increased severalfold. With your prowess, you shall undoubtedly become the oldest and most formidable person across the land. The system replied, which served to reassure Yilei. The man and his system sat together on the balcony railing, indulging in a leisurely conversation. After a considerable time, the surrounding air suddenly plummeted several degrees, and a radiant icy blue light erupted from a nearby girl's dormitory, transforming in midair into a magnificent icy blue phoenix. Wonderful! Wano has successfully absorbed her 3rd soul ring. Yilei let out an excited scream. In the midst of the air, within the colossal phantom of the ice phoenix, a woman with a striking figure unfurled 2 pairs of gigantic ice blue wings, allowing her to remain suspended in midair. Who else could that person be if not Han Wan? Chapter 86. The Murder of a Husband. Marvelous. Wan's 3rd soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Yilei let out an excited scream. In the air, within the colossal phantom of an ice phoenix, a woman with an impressive physique unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice blue wings, allowing her to hover gracefully. That figure was none other than Han Wan. At that moment, Han Wan still had her eyes closed. In the next instant, she enveloped herself with her wings. And after a few seconds, the ice blue wings spread once more, revealing her striking form. Suspended in midair, Han Wan opened her eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within them. Accompanying this was the emergence of 2 pale purple soul rings and a massive black soul ring, arranged in succession. As soon as Han Wan opened her eyes, she spotted a dark silhouette seated on one of the balconies of the boys' dormitory directly ahead. She observed as the figure transitioned from sitting on the railing to standing upon it, raising a hand. Alarm bells rang in Han Wan's mind, and she swiftly raised her hand, launching 5 ice blades towards the shadow. Upon seeing Han Wan open her eyes, Yilei, who had just been standing by the railing, reached out to greet her. To his astonishment, however, he was met with 5 sharp ice blades. Yilei was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he swiftly bent down to evade the attack. Although he successfully dodged the blade, his foot slipped, causing his waist to collide forcefully against the iron railing. Yilei let out a painful cry, and then he slid through the iron railing into the balcony. Yilei lay on the balcony floor, his right hand pressed against his waist, emitting a series of moans. Upon witnessing the shadow collapse, Hanwan let out a cold chuckle and immediately flapped her wings to soar over. As she discerned the person lying on the ground, moaning in distress, the corners of her mouth twitched. "Wana, what are you doing? Are you committing murder against your own husband?" Yilei lay on the ground, clutching his waist as he gazed at Hanwan. "But how could I possibly know it was you? In such a dimly lit environment, having just absorbed the soul ring. I saw you sitting there and instinctively thought you were some lecherous man. That's why I flung the ice blade in concern." Hanwan lowered her head, unable to meet Yilei's gaze, her voice dwindling to a whisper akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. All right. Do not be so hard on yourself. Just help me up. My waist is in agony." As Yilei observed Hanwan, an inexplicable tenderness washed over him. He then grasped his waist and gradually rose to a sitting position. Noticing this, Hanwan hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Once Yilei stood upright, Hanwan finally discerned his attire. "Yilei, are you truly wearing that at such a late hour? Could it be that you were once again venturing out to engage in some mischief?" she inquired, puzzled. "Alas, I must clarify, Miss Han. Why do you always presume that I am up to no good? I embraced the challenge, knowing full well the dangers that lie ahead. My late-night excursion is solely for the purpose of retrieving this." Yilei appeared innocent, and then he conjured the bone of the infernal scythe from his right arm. As soon as the soul bone materialized, the waves of heat it emitted quickly overwhelmed the chill radiating from Hanwan. "This is the soul bone of the infernal scythe mantis from this morning?" Observing the bone before him, which exuded a torrent of warmth resembling a scythe, Hanwan seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Indeed." Yilei replied, "Indeed, it was that soul beast. Earlier, while I was resting, I abruptly sensed an inexplicable warmth emanating from the Hellfire Scythe Mantis's soul ring and beast spirit, as if something was resonating with them. Consequently, I surmised that the soul bone belonging to the Hellfire Scythe Mantis had manifested at that moment. Hence, I donned this night attire and ventured into the mirror world to retrieve the soul bone. However, I had not anticipated that the Elders faction had also discovered this soul bone. Seizing the opportunity, I incited chaos and stealthily reclaimed the soul bone, only to find myself pursued by the infernal flames of the Burning Heaven faction. I exerted tremendous effort to escape. Yilei, with an air of nonchalance, recounted the perilous experiences of the night. Hanwan listened, momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged pause, finally grasped the implications of Yilei's words. Chapter 87. A Feast. Yilei, are you implying that you ventured alone into the den of danger at night to seize a soul bone from our instructor, and you were pursued by them? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Hanwan could not help but raise her voice, reaching out to grasp Yilei's ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hanwan, please be gentle." Yilei winced in pain. All right. See, I'm perfectly fine, merely sustained a bit of shock. In fact, given the circumstances, the injury sustained by that group led by Fan Tianyin might even be more severe than mine. How could this be explained?" Hanwan, upon hearing Yilei's words, was filled with confusion, her mind racing as if her CPU had overheated. "When I ventured there, I specifically unsealed 20 of my own seals, allowing both of my martial souls to acquire 3,000-year soul rings each. Simultaneously, I released the seals on the left leg bone of my human face Spider Emperor. This was my strategy. Not only did it help conceal my identity, but it also afforded me a brief window for escape. They only had Fan Tianyin at the 5th ring Soul King level, while the remaining 20 instructors were all at the 4th ring Soul Master level. They should count themselves fortunate that I did not completely unseal my other soul bone, the 85,000 old body bone of the Ant Emperor. Otherwise, tomorrow's training would not take place. Instead, the entire grade would gather on the field to bid farewell to those 21 individuals. Observing Yilei's arrogance, Hanwan felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, upon reflection, she realized Yilei's words were not devoid of truth. Had he unleashed the skill of the 85,000 old Ant Emperor's body bone, the quintessential destruction flame, it was likely that Fan Tianyin and his group would have been reduced to mere dust in the Star Doe forest by now. This thought sent an involuntary shiver down Hanwan's spine, as she recalled the murderous glint in Yilei's eyes when he beheld the Purgatory Fire Scythe Mantis earlier that morning a gaze that radiated countless killing intents, sweeping through the surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic clock on the balcony chimed precisely at 1 o'clock a.m. in the capital. This startled both Yilei and Han Wan momentarily. Goodness, has it grown so late? All right, Nwaner, let us return and rest. We have military training tomorrow. With a gaze full of affection, Yilei spoke to Han Wan, gently ruffling her hair. All right, I understand. You've completely tousled my hair. Han Wan shot him an exasperated glance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As she turned to take flight, Yilei suddenly recalled the request she had entrusted to him. Wait. Nwaner, you haven't collected what you asked of me yet. He then raised his hand and presented her with 3 pale purple soul rings. These are 3 soul rings, each with a millennium of age. You can give them to your 3 roommates. They will be able to absorb them without issue. Yilei advised. All right. Han Wan smiled sweetly, extending her hand to gather the 3 soul rings, and swiftly flew towards the balcony of her dormitory. After watching Han Wan enter her room, Yilei finally departed from the balcony. Upon returning to his dormitory, he removed his night attire but chose not to place it back in the wardrobe. Instead, he stored it along with the ghost mask into the system space. Having completed these tasks, he climbed back into bed to rest. As soon as Yilei's head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Han Wan sensed something was amiss. The other 3 beds were entirely unoccupied. With a puzzled expression, she noticed a faint glow of 3 distinct colors seeping through the crack of the door. Curiosity piqued. She opened the dormitory door, revealing Luo Yun and the others seated outside, engrossed in their cultivation, their thick garments piled beside them. Han Wan sighed inwardly, thinking that their choice to practice outside was likely due to the chilling aura emitted during her soul ring absorption. However, this was beyond her control. After all, her martial soul was the Ice Phoenix, embodying the essence of ultimate frost. Shaking her head, she called the trio to wake. Luo Yun was the first to emerge from her meditative state, and upon seeing Han Wan, she inquired, Sister Nwan, have you completed the soul ring absorption? The other 2 slowly awakened at Luo Yun's words, their eyes lighting up with surprise as they beheld Han Wan before them. Really, Sister Nwan? Where is it? Show us your soul ring. They urged in unison. Among them, Han Wan found it hardest to resist Luo Yun's playful coaxing, and with a serious tone, she replied, All right. All right, if you wish to see, I shall show you. But I must warn you, do not get too cold or catch a chill. Seeing the 3 nodding eagerly like chicks pecking at grain, Han Wan wasted no time and directly unleashed her martial soul along with the soul rings. Luo Yun gazed at the 3 soul rings suspended at Han Wan's waist and then at the wings that fluttered gently behind her. After a few moments of contemplation, she couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Nwan, why do I feel like your wings have grown larger? Or is that just my imagination? At her remark, Xiao Na and Wing Yunling shifted their focus to Han Wan's wings as well. I feel the same. They echoed in unison. Han Wan brought her wings to the front for a closer inspection and remarked, hearing you say this, it does seem plausible. It's likely a result of absorbing this 50,000-year-old soul ring. I recall Yilei mentioning that under normal circumstances, my wings wouldn't have expanded to this size. Normal soul ring absorption? What does that mean, Sister Nwan? Isn't your soul ring absorption normal? Luo Yun asked with a puzzled expression. As a 16-year-old girl, she had little interest in the fantasy realm of Douluo continent during her middle and high school years. Had it not been for the nationwide enthusiasm for Douluo, she would likely have remained wholly engrossed in her studies, oblivious to such fantastical tales. When I refer to normal soul ring absorption, I mean that every soul master must absorb a soul ring upon reaching level 10. According to the novel's premise, the typical choice for their first soul ring is usually a 10-year or 100-year one, rather than the Millennium soul ring I possess. Their soul ring sequence is generally yellow. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 while they may opt for a formidable 10,000-year soul beast for their 9th soul ring. In contrast, my first 2 soul rings were derived from a 1,000-year steel-winged blue-headed eagle and a 1,300-year demonite ice kite. Under normal circumstances, my first and second soul skills should have been of the 100-year variety. However, Yilei assisted me in selecting gentler soul beasts that lack significant lethality, allowing me to absorb the rings with remarkable ease. Well then, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night. Oh, by the way, I've retrieved the soul rings you desired. With that, Han Wan produced the 3,000-year soul rings that Yilei had given her from her pocket. After distributing the 3 rings to Luo Yun and her companions, Han Wan instructed them, in a moment, you may absorb the soul rings. Just crush them, and you'll be fine. Thank you, Sister Nguyen. The three exclaimed excitedly. No, 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 you should not thank me, Han Wan corrected them. Oh, right. Thank you, brother-in-law, they replied in unison. That night was quite fulfilling. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered on the playground. Upon seeing their chief instructor, Han Wan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Yi Lei was correct. Their instructor, who had sported a stylish steel-clad crew cut yesterday, had today transformed into a bald man, his shiny head marred by patches of singed hair. Who else in the school could achieve such a transformation but Yi Lei? Han Wan suppressed her laughter and continued with the military training. Half an hour later, Fun Tianyan reappeared on the podium and announced to the entire cohort that each class's instructors should take the students who had yet to acquire their first spirit ring to the mirror world for spirit ring hunting. Upon hearing this, the students without spirit rings began to murmur amongst themselves. 10 minutes later, 20 instructors led their respective classes, each comprising students without spirit rings, to the school's teleportation array. As the instructor for Han Wan's class prepared to lead the group, he noticed that Luo Yun and her two companions showed no intention of leaving, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter? Don't you three girls wish to obtain your first spirit ring?" "Sorry, instructor, we don't need it," they replied in unison. A moment of silence ensued. "Don't need it? What kind of joke is this? Do you have any idea how crucial your first spirit skill is? You wouldn't have absorbed a spirit ring that is less than 100 years old, would you? If so, the trajectory of your martial spirits will be utterly ruined." "But, instructor, we genuinely do not require spirit rings," Luo Yun replied softly. "All right, since you insist that you do not want your spirit rings, then let us see them. Show us what you possess," the instructor said, visibly agitated. "Fine, I will show you," Luo Yun murmured under her breath, then clasped her hands together at her chest. In the next moment, a radiant spectrum of light burst forth from between her palms, and a seven-tiered pagoda gradually materialized behind her, accompanied by a faint purple spirit ring. The foremost support-type martial spirit, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Immediately, a classmate exclaimed upon witnessing Luo Yun's martial spirit. The instructor felt as though he had just received a resounding slap to the face. Once Luo Yun revealed her martial spirit, Xiao Na and Wen Yuning simultaneously showcased their own. One manifested a deep blue flower, while the other revealed a dark purple deer. "What is this?" The instructor stared at their martial spirits, momentarily at a loss, as he could not recognize what they were. "Instructor, my martial spirit is the Tsang Hai flower, and hers is the Mo Ming deer," Luo Yun explained. Jonah addressed the instructor, who, with a resigned nod, covered his forehead and spoke to them. "All right, I understand. You forego wait by the podium. Soon, Instructor Fun will personally take you to complete your military training course." With that, the instructor led the classmates to the school's teleportation array. Along the way, he touched his slightly flushed cheek, lamenting that today's 3 slaps were rather painful. "All right. You 3, retract your martial souls. Let's find Yi Lei and the others first. Then we can gather at the podium," Han Wan suggested. Turning to reveal her wings and soaring towards the formation where Yi Lei's class was located. Given that her martial soul granted her the ability to fly, why exert effort walking? A few less steps would save her energy. As Han Wan took flight, she left the 3 girls staring in disbelief. Jonah and Luo Yun exchanged glances before simultaneously looking at Wen Yuning. "Sai, what do you want to see from me?" A few minutes later, the 4 reunited with Yi Lei and the others. The moment Chen Seed Sai and Jing Heng laid eyes on Luo Yun and Jonah, their gazes became fixed. Transfixed upon the 2 girls. Luo Yun felt uncomfortable under Chen Seed Sai's intense stare, shifting her feet and hiding behind Han Wan. Noticing this, Chen Seed Sai felt it inappropriate to continue staring. If he did, he might end up with a black eye. His white moonlight was now concealed behind his brother's wife, and continuing to stare could lead to a beating from Yi Lei, making him feel as if he would become a roasted dragon meat. With that thought, Chen Seed Sai trembled at the prospect, realizing that if it came to that, he might not even be able to resist. Subsequently, he shifted his attention away from Luo Yun and approached Jing Heng, delivering a sharp slap to his back. Cough. Jing Heng involuntarily coughed heavily, nearly spitting out blood. "What the hell, old Chun, what are you doing? Are you looking to get shocked?" he exclaimed through gritted teeth. "P.S. I don't know why, but I feel so exhausted today. I lack the motivation to write. There are still 2 chapters to go. I'll take a break for now." Chapter 90. When did they get together? Jing Heng gritted his teeth and spoke with a fierce tone. "Are you blind? You know full well that I was injured just yesterday and have only just recovered this morning. Yet you dare to provoke me like this? Do you wish for me to retreat to my dormitory for another day of rest? If you have the courage, let us duel. Do you not believe I could singe the hair from your body? As Jingheng unleashed his verbal onslaught upon Chen Sikong, an electric current surged through the air around him, causing Chen Sitsong's hair to stand on end from static electricity. Hey, brother, are you out of your mind? Just look at yourself. Your gaze is so blatant, fixated on Xiao Na, that you are making her blush. Chen Sikong retorted defiantly. At that moment, Xiao Na discreetly slipped over to Han Wan's side, feeling that before she and Jingheng had established any relationship, being scrutinized by him felt rather uncomfortable. By standing beside Han Wan, she hoped to evade his unwavering gaze. And you dare accuse me? Just moments ago, were you not also staring at that little girl, causing her to shyly hide behind Yilei's wife? How can you even have the audacity to lecture me? Jingheng shot back. Tensions escalated between the two, with each summoning their respective martial spirit apparitions. Both radiated with vibrant purple and green lights, their energies clashing in a fierce display. Just as it appeared they were about to unleash their soul techniques upon one another, a stone wall suddenly materialized between them. Enough. Is it really necessary for you two to behave this way? If you like the girl, go pursue her. Why do you both insist on staring at her, making it seem as though you are some kind of lecher? Furthermore, must we resort to using our martial spirits over a few exchanged words? We still have military training ahead, and if you expend all your soul power, I wonder how you will defend yourselves. At that point, I shall not be responsible for your folly. Yilei approached and delivered a swift kick to Chen Sitsuan's backside, commencing a lengthy reprimand directed at the two of them. After an extensive period of scolding, Yilei finally returned to Han Wan's side. Meanwhile, Chen Sitsuan and Jingheng reconciled, their bond restored. However, when their gazes met, their eyes were filled with an unmistakable spirit of rivalry. By the way, have you seen Lao Yang? Have you come across Wang Yuning? She seems to have vanished. After a brief silence, Jingheng and Xiao Na spoke simultaneously. Yilei turned to glance at Han Wan, their gazes locking in a moment of connection. They exchanged a smile, simultaneously exclaiming, "They are heading to the playground." Suddenly, the air grew still. What? Huh? What on earth? Lazy, what did you just say? Yilei and Han Wan, upon witnessing the reactions of the four, erupted into laughter. Sure can, Jingheng. Have you two not grasped it yet? Song Yang is no longer a singleton. He has been in a relationship for quite some time. Without wishing to prolong the teasing, Yilei directly addressed the matter at hand. What? Song Yang has a girlfriend? Exclaimed Chen Si-kan and Jingheng in astonishment. How could he be quicker than us? They queried again. Who is his girlfriend? Jingheng pressed on. Who else could it be but Wang Yuning, the one who vanished alongside him? This time, Luo Yun also caught on, peering from behind Han Wan with a puffed-up face. What? They got together? When did this happen? Jingheng asked, bewildered. Upon seeing Luo Yun's adorable demeanor, Chen Si-kan felt his heart soften, leaving him momentarily speechless as he simply stood there in silence. After a considerable pause, Chen Si-kan finally inquired, how long have they been together? This time, he asked with the curiosity of a bystander eager for gossip. They have been neighbors since childhood. Essentially childhood sweethearts. Their mothers are close friends, and they arranged a betrothal for them. Wang Yuning was like a little clingy worm, always calling him brother and sticking to Song Yang's side. They were classmates from elementary through high school, sharing desks and gradually developing feelings for each other. They promised that once they both got accepted into Rome University, they would officially start dating. Thus, on the day their admission letters arrived, they began their relationship, which has likely been over a month now. I dare say they act like a newlywed couple. Moreover, my relationship with Han Wan was also facilitated by them when we were in our second year of high school. With that, Yilei affectionately wrapped his arm around Han Wan's waist, gazing at her with tender eyes, causing the four present to be inundated with a wave of romantic sentiment. Suddenly, an announcement blared throughout the school. All new students possessing a soul ring, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. Upon hearing the broadcast, the more than 10 students on the playground immediately made their way towards the podium. P.S. Another chapter completed. The novel is about to surpass 100 chapters. Let us celebrate in advance. Keep going. There's one more to go. Chapter 91, Second Military Training Lesson. All new students possessing a soul ring, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. The sound of a broadcast suddenly resonated throughout the school. Upon hearing it, more than 10 individuals on the playground hastily made their way towards the podium. Once Yilei and his companions stood before the podium, they spotted Song Yang and Wang Yuning approaching from a distance, hand in hand. As they drew nearer, Song Yang observed a deadly glint in the eyes of Chen Sicai and Jing Hang. Confused, he had just taken a step forward when Chen Sicai and Jing Hang flanked him, regardless of his struggles, seizing his arms and pulling him aside. As they departed, Jing Hang turned back to Wang Yuning and assured her, "Do not worry. We will not harm your boyfriend in the slightest. We shall return him to you safe and sound shortly." With that, they left, leaving Wang Yuning standing alone, bewildered in the wind. After a few moments of shock, she walked over to Han Wan and timidly inquired of Yilei, "Yilei, your two friends won't do anything to Song Yang, will they?" "Oh, you need not worry. They wouldn't dare," Han Wan reassured her. "Oh, that's a relief," Wang Yuning responded, taking a moment to calm her racing heart. As the 17 stood before the podium, they patiently awaited the arrival of Fan Tianyin. "Ah, today we have 3 new faces. Splendid. Now, I shall announce today's military training agenda. This marks your second lesson in military training, and for some of you, it is your first. Today's lesson is relatively simpler than yesterday's, with the theme of teamwork. You 17 may form teams freely. However, the difficulty of today's assessment will be determined by your team composition. You are to assist 10 third-year seniors in hunting down their first spirit rings. The higher the age of the spirit ring hunted by your team, the more substantial the rewards we shall bestow upon you from the Elder Hall." With a clap of his hands, Fan Tianyin called forth 10 male and female seniors to step onto the podium. "Now, you 17 may begin to form your teams, with no restrictions on the number of members per group." As soon as Fan Tianyin's words fell, the groups quickly took shape, dividing into 2 teams, one with 9 members and the other with 8. After Yilei and his companions concluded their discussion, the 8 of them instantly gathered together, showing no intention of parting ways or accepting the team requests from the other 9 individuals. Consequently, the remaining 9 had no choice but to form their own team. It appeared that the allocation of these 17 students was quite swift. Now, the senior students from the 3rd year were invited to select a team to join, with each group limited to 5 members. Several male seniors glanced between the 2 teams and unhesitatingly opted for the 9-member group, as they perceived that this group lacked any female members, while the 8-member group included 4 females, essentially 4 burdens in their eyes. Thus, they directly chose the all-male 9-member team. Observing the seniors' decision, the expressions of the 9-member group soured considerably. They understood that defeating a century-old soul beast would require considerable effort, whereas Yilei's 8-member group could easily handle a millennium-old soul beast. The 9-member group quickly filled up, leaving the last 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors with no option but to join Yilei's 8-member team. With the seniors' selections concluded, the next step was for the members of both groups to reveal their martial spirits and levels, under the eager gazes of the 5 male seniors. The 9-member group showcased their martial spirits, revealing an array of uniformly white soul rings, with their soul power barely reaching level 15. The faces of the 5 male seniors darkened significantly. They then turned their attention to Yilei's 8-member group. A series of brilliant flashes occurred, with the least impressive soul ring among them being at the century mark, while the rest boasted purple millennium soul rings. As Han Wan's first and second soul rings shimmered in succession, her third soul ring appeared thereafter. When the crowd beheld the color of the third soul ring, including Fan Tianyin, they were all taken aback in shock. A 10,000-year third ring? How could this be possible? Fan Tianyin exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Among the strong within the Elder Hall, most possess third soul rings averaging only 2,000 years, with only a few reaching 6,000 years. To think such a talent would emerge from this modest school, I must find a way to recruit her into our Elder Hall. With this thought, Fan Tianyin beckoned, and immediately a soldier approached his side. Fan Tianyin whispered a few words to the soldier, who promptly set off to carry out his orders. On the podium, every action of Fan Tianyin was observed by Yilei. What scheme was this old man plotting? Judging by his recent behavior, could it be that he intends to recruit Han Wan into the Elder Hall? If that is the case, they must not be allowed to succeed. Yilei muttered softly. What did you just say, Yilei? Han Wan leaned in, sweetly inquiring. It's nothing. Yilei opened his mouth to utter 3 words, dismissively brushing it aside. He refrained from sharing his thoughts with Han Wan, fearing it might frighten her. He resolved that if the fateful day were to arrive, he would resolutely thwart the Elders' Council's intentions. In the perception of the Elders' Council, those who are deemed beneficial to them are welcomed with open arms. For those unwilling to join, the only fate awaiting them is to vanish from this world. Yilei was acutely aware of this outcome, which fueled his deep-seated loathing for the Elders' Council. an entity that professes to serve the people and act in their best interests while secretly pursuing its own gain by preying on the lifeblood of the populace. As Yilei turned his head, he was met with the exceedingly perverse gaze of Tianyin, which was utterly repugnant. It seemed that he truly harbored such intentions, indeed. He was a confirmed degenerate. The killing intent in Yilei's eyes intensified. At that moment, when Han Wan's martial spirit manifested, the group of 9 erupted in excitement. The 5 senior students from the 3rd year unleashed a barrage of insults upon the 9, invoking their ancestors in their tirades. Damn it! You 9 boys can't even compete with those 8 next door. I wish you at least had a yellow soul ring. But look at you. All have a decade-old soul ring. Tell me, how many century-old soul beasts can you possibly slay? After one of the boys finished his tirade, he boldly approached Yilei's group and addressed the 2 male and 3 female seniors who had chosen them. You 5, let us switch. You go to the group of 9, and we shall remain with this group of 8. Ma, brother Ma, that is not appropriate. After all, this group was chosen by you. It's your own disdain for these newcomers, replied one of the seniors. The one referred to as Brother Ma was indeed Ma Tianming. What, do you look down on me? If I demand a switch, you must comply. If you refuse, you have 2 choices. Either leave on your own, or I will kindly assist you in exiting. Ma Tianming forcefully shoved the male senior, who, intimidated by Ma Tianming's influence at the school, dared not utter a word in protest. Instructor Fin, is it permissible for our 2 teams to inflict harm upon one another? A sudden voice pierced through the crowd. Everyone turned to find that the speaker was Yilei. Fin Tianyin paused momentarily before responding. The assessment rules do not prohibit mutual harm between the 2 teams, so it is indeed allowed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yilei turned to signal Song Yang. Understanding immediately, Song Yang conjured a massive crocodile behind him, which he then swung fiercely at the waists of the 5 individuals, sending them flying several meters away. Subsequently, Yilei and his companions escorted their seniors directly to the teleportation array. Along the way, a male senior could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Who among you 8 is the leader?" The 7 others glanced unhesitatingly at Yilei. "What are you all looking at me for?" Yilei was taken aback by their gaze and inquired, "Although your soul ring configuration is the lowest among us 8, you possess an advantage that none of us have, the dual martial souls. Moreover, all the soul rings of the 7 of us were acquired with your assistance. And you have the most profound understanding of soul beasts, allowing you to accurately determine the soul skills that should be attached to each of our martial souls. With your combat wisdom, you undoubtedly deserve to lead our group of 8. Han Wan asserted emphatically. "What? You have dual martial souls?" "Indeed. And I am a dual martial soul, dual ring grand soul master." "Well," the male senior was astonished. "I must hold on tightly to this opportunity. P.S. I am quite exhausted today. There are still 2 chapters to go." Chapter 93. Instant Kill, Millennium Soul Beast. I must hold on tightly to this opportunity. The male senior thought to himself. 5 minutes later, the group passed through the teleportation array and entered the Platinum Building. Wow, this place is so luxurious. So beautiful. The 2 female seniors were astonished as they stepped into the Platinum Building, enthusiastically snapping photos with their phones. "Excuse me, miss. Photography is prohibited here as it involves military secrets." A soldier hurried over to stop them upon noticing their actions. The 2 female seniors had no choice but to comply and delete the photos they had just taken. "All right, seniors, let us proceed inside." Yilei took the lead and stepped directly into the vortex. 13 individuals swiftly entered the starry forest. "Seniors, reveal your martial spirits." After observing them, "I shall assist you in selecting the most suitable spirit beasts for you." All right. The 5 seniors promptly unleashed their martial spirits, their bodies undergoing subtle transformations. Scanning complete. Shin Tian, Martial Spirit. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Spirit Power, Level 15. Wang Bo, Martial Spirit. Kuanpeng, Spirit Power, Level 14. The soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm revealed the martial souls of 5 senior students. As for the 3 senior sisters, "There is no need for you to hunt soul beasts. I possess the soul rings you require, and I shall provide them to you directly for your absorption." Yilei retrieved 3 purple soul rings from the system space and presented them to the 3 senior sisters for absorption. What type of first soul skill do you envision? Defensive, self-enhancement, or offensive?" he inquired. "I shall opt for offensive," one replied. "Likewise," echoed Wang Bo and Chun Tian after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, I comprehend your preferences. Please wait for me a moment." Yilei nodded. He unleashed his original soul technique, Flame Meteor. Yilei simultaneously unleashed the first and second soul skills of the Flame Lord, causing hundreds of massive firestones to rain down around them. The initial wave of assault swiftly attracted a Spirit Beast. Beep. Skin complete. Spirit Beast. Thunder Bear. Age 1,200 years. Senior Qintian, prepare yourself. Your soul ring is approaching. Yilei smiled at Qintian. Nuaner, it is time to test your third soul skill. Very well. Han Nuan nodded, then manifested her martial spirit, soaring into the air. A thunderous roar erupted from the forest, and in the next moment, a towering bear, its entire body adorned with pale purple fur, emerged from the thicket. The Thunder Bear's limbs were remarkably robust, crackling with electricity, and a distinct charred mark marked its left forearm, clearly indicating that Yilei's earlier soul skill had struck it, igniting its fury. Yilei skillfully shaped a colossal stone sphere with his bare hands, infusing it with the power of fire elements. He then hurled it into the sky. And at the precise moment it descended, Yilei struck it with a powerful punch aimed at the Thunder Bear. The Thunder Bear let out a deafening roar, swiping with its paw, unleashing 5 blades crackling with lightning that shattered the stone sphere into countless fragments. Third soul skill, Ice Flash Stab. Han Nuan, suspended in midair, gathered her soul energy, and a magnificent ice-blue phoenix phantom emerged from nothingness behind her. With a pointed finger, the ethereal phoenix surged towards the Thunder Bear. In an instant, the phantom penetrated the Thunder Bear's body. With a resounding crack, the Thunder Bear was instantly encased in ice, and the very next moment, it exploded from within. The creature's form was obliterated, leaving only a scattering of icy remnants. My goodness, did that just happen? It was an instant kill? Qintian was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly grazing the ground, speech stuttering as he struggled to comprehend that such a feat was possible for a mere human. In a single blow, a 1,000-year-old soul beast had been vanquished. The faint purple soul ring coalesced in the air. Senior Qintian, you may absorb the soul ring now. Feel free to do so here. There are unlikely to be any soul beasts around for the time being, so you can absorb it without worry. Yilei remarked. Oh, very well. Qintian regained his focus, approached the soul ring, and seated himself upon the ground, encircled by the formidable form of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. The soft lavender hue gradually melded into his being. As Chun Shuizhang commenced the absorption of the soul ring, it was time for us to continue our task. Wang Bo, your spirit is the Kunpeng, one of the ancient deities of Huaxia, characterized by its robust exterior and resilience akin to a sandbag. Therefore, your first soul skill presents 2 potential avenues, offensively or defensively. Given that your Kunpeng spirit lacks any elemental enhancements, the choice of your initial soul skill holds significant importance, as it will influence the trajectory of your subsequent 8 soul skills. If you opt for a defensive approach, acquiring your first soul ring becomes quite straightforward. Soul beasts such as the armored beast, 1,000-weighted ant, and iron-shelled tortoise would be optimal choices for your first soul ring, given their robust defenses. However, should you choose the offensive route, the most harmonious attribute with your Kunpeng spirit would be the water element, although other attributes are also viable. The greatest advantage of the Kunpeng spirit lies in its proficiency in underwater combat. Within the depths, you move with ease and are unperturbed by water-based attack skills. In the eyes of the Kunpeng, water attributes serve as the finest supplementary resource, and a realm abundant in water elements becomes your battlefield. Yilei spoke at length to Wang Bo, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In the end, Wang Bo could only nod in agreement. It seemed quite straightforward. Yilei contemplated. All he needed was to find a soul beast devoid of any attributes, or perhaps one that possessed the water attribute. Yilei raised his hand and began to operate the wristband, selecting the most suitable soul beast for Senior Wang Bo. The Kunpeng can be classified as a type of fish, thus the selection of soul rings could be confined to aquatic creatures. The only weakness of the Kunpeng lies in its sluggish speed. Therefore, it would be prudent to choose a highly aggressive and agile aquatic soul beast. If such a selection were to be made, the arrow-shaped fish would undoubtedly be the most fitting candidate. With this thought in mind, Yilei informed the others and promptly transported them to the seaside of the forest, accompanied by Qintian, who was simultaneously absorbing his soul ring. Senior Wang Bo, your first soul ring must be acquired here, and the soul beast I have selected for you is the arrow-shaped fish. This soul beast is characterized by its exceptional mobility and formidable penetrating power, in addition to its impressive offensive capabilities. It will also compensate for the deficiencies inherent in your martial soul. Now, it is your turn, Jing Hang. Yilei remarked. All right, no problem, then witness my prowess. First soul skill, Body of the Mammoth. Jing Heng promptly activated his initial soul skill, summoning a colossal purple mammoth that materialized behind him, letting out a thunderous roar. The mammoth then seamlessly merged with Jing Heng, enveloping his form in a shimmering purple shield, adorned with countless flickering arcs of lightning. In that very instant, as the arrow-shaped fish prepared to leap from the water's surface, Jing Heng plunged into the depths, his half-exposed body submerging once more. He began to thrash about wildly in the water, causing numerous small fish and shrimp to surface around him. Moments later, the arrow-shaped fish ceased its struggles, rolling over to float lifelessly on the surface. All right, the task is complete. Jing Heng clambered ashore, dispelling his body of the mammoth. Yilei swiftly cast a tendril of blue-silver grass with his right hand, effortlessly dragging the arrow-shaped fish to the shore. Senior Wang Bo, you may now absorb the soul ring. Yilei cast the soul beast before Wang Bo, who nodded in acknowledgement, seated himself on the ground, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Well then, our second lesson of military training has been concluded, with all 5 senior students having successfully acquired their initial soul skills. Once they have completed the absorption of their soul rings, we can return to school and await further instructions, perhaps indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, as the afternoon appears to hold no pressing matters. Yilei stretched lazily and settled beside Han Yuan, cheerfully remarking. Suddenly, 3 azure blades of light descended upon the ground before everyone, leaving deep marks in the earth. Yilei was taken aback. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted a monkey adorned with water blue fur perched on a nearby tree. Beep. Scan complete. Soul Beast Blade Water Monkey, year 1800. Upon hearing this, Yilei felt a surge of excitement and turned to Song Yang. Old Yang, have you broken through to level 20 in soul power? I just achieved it this morning. Why do you ask? Your second soul skill is within reach. Old Yang, have you broken through to level 20 in soul power? I just achieved it this morning. Why do you ask? Your second soul skill is within reach. Lazy. Are you referring to the monkey attacking us? Indeed, it is a water element soul beast. Its essence complements your Howling Sea Emperor crocodile martial spirit. By absorbing its soul ring, you should acquire a formidable cutting skill. It's merely a 1,000-year soul beast. You need not intervene, just await the absorption of the soul ring. With that, Yilei stepped forward, charging directly at the Blade Water Monkey while simultaneously unleashing the Flame Lord. In truth, Yilei intended to utilize his blue-silver grass. However, the control effects of the first 2 soul skills were insufficient. He required at least the 3rd soul skill, Web Binding, or the 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, both of which were among his most potent control techniques. The Flame Lord possessed explosive power, making it ideal for combat against water attribute soul beasts. The intense flames would effectively suppress them, and the Blade Water Monkey's attack skills comprised solely of water blades, which would be evaporated in the face of Yilei's molten fury. Warmer, help me control it. Yilei let out a thunderous roar and unleashed his first soul skill. Infernal Lava Surge, directed at the Blade Water Monkey. Yilei struck the ground with a powerful punch, and immediately, a colossal column of molten lava erupted from beneath the tree where the Blade Edge Water Monkey resided. The searing lava instantaneously reduced the tree to ashes, prompting the Blade Edge Water Monkey to emit a shrill cry as it propelled itself towards another tree with great force. Upon witnessing the scene, Yilei swiftly summoned his martial soul. With his first soul skill, he unleashed a formidable blue-silver grass vine that ensnared the hind leg of the Blade Water Monkey. With a powerful tug, he effortlessly pulled the creature to the ground. Utilizing his second soul skill, Parasite, as the Blade Water Monkey fell, it sprang back to its feet almost immediately. Just as the monkey's paw was about to strike, Yilei activated his second skill once more. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass sprouted from various parts of the creature, binding the Blade Water Monkey tightly, preventing it from unleashing its soul abilities. Then came the second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Congeal. Observing the Blade Water Monkey restrained, Han Yuan promptly invoked her own second soul skill. A pair of immense ice blue eyes materialized from the void behind her, locking onto the gaze of the Blade Water Monkey. Upon encountering the ethereal blue eyes, the previously frantic creature ceased its struggle, and an ice blue imprint appeared in its eyes. A thin layer of frost rapidly formed upon its surface, and the binding blue-silver grass became rigid with ice. Song Yang, it is now in your hands. Yilei flashed to the rear of the Blade Water Monkey and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature flying towards Song Yang. Song Yang exchanged a glance with Wang Yunling, and simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls, causing their first spirit rings to illuminate. The first spirit skill, Divine Crocodile Tail. The first spirit skill, Horned Deity's Heavy Halberd. A massive crocodile tail manifested behind Song Yang, striking directly at the blade water monkey, while the shadowy horned deity appeared behind Wang Yunling, conjuring a purple halberd from its antlers that shot forth towards the blade water monkey. The two Millennium Spirit skills struck the blade water monkey with tremendous force, creating a gaping wound in its body, leading to its demise. I cannot believe the might of the horned deity's attack. The power of this halberd is truly comparable to the fourth spirit skill, Annihilation Shadow Blade. Yilei stroked his chin, contemplating the corpse of the blade-wielding water monkey, which bore a large gash at its neck. No wonder Tang Xin opted for the mumming deer as the third soul skill for his Haoyan hammer. It truly is formidable. On a side note, I have returned to school today, and it has undergone significant changes. I find myself somewhat longing for the start of the term, yet I must wait until October 8th. It is rather dull at home. The novel has begun to garner recommendations, and the data is improving steadily. I must strive to complete all tasks by the end of September to secure the perfect attendance award. Song Yang, begin to absorb your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unexpected ability. Yilei remarked upon absorbing this soul ring. You shall become the third among our 8 to attain the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master. Chapter 96. Support. Song Yang, commence the absorption of your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unforeseen soul ability. Yilei remarked, by absorbing this soul ring, you shall become the third among us 8 to attain the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master. I understand. And I am determined to keep pace with you and Han Wan. Together, we shall emerge as formidable forces in this world. Excellent. Then strive with all your might. For I have faith that you will undoubtedly become the titled Douluo, known as the Howling Sea. Yilei smiled, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Song Yang reciprocated with a grin and then sat down on the ground. A colossal shadow of a crocodile materialized behind him, quietly resting beside him. With a flicker of his mind, Song Yang summoned the soul ring of the water blade to absorb its essence. Noticing that Song Yang had entered a meditative state, he turned to the others, who possessed only a single soul ring, and said, Now, while we have this brief moment of respite, take advantage of the time to focus on your meditation and cultivation. We have already surpassed many members of the 9th group, yet we must not become complacent. Our goal is to elevate your soul power to level 20 within these 7 days of military training. It is only the second day of training, with 5 days remaining. I assert that Instructor Fin and his team will subject us to grueling exercises. Furthermore, with Fan, a 5-ring Soul King, as our instructor, and each of our class's chief instructors being 4-ring Soul Masters, it is likely that on the final day, each of us will face them in one-on-one duels. Thus, if we can elevate our soul power levels to 20 within these 2 days, we can hunt for soul rings afterward, significantly enhancing our strength. Moreover, your first soul skills are all at the Millennium level. If you all advance to Great Soul Master and the second soul ring also adds Millennium level skills, your soul techniques will resemble those of our instructor's 3rd and 4th skills. Of course, achieving the Soul Sovereign realm during military training is not impossible, but it depends on individual effort. Among us 8, the only strong attack-type Soul Masters are Han Wan, Jing Heng, Chen Xicai, Wang Yuning, and Song Yang. The support type includes our youngest, Luo Yun. The control type comprises myself and Xiao Na. I also consider myself a strong attack-type Soul Master. As I am a dual martial soul possessor, I should inform you in advance about Instructor Fentian's martial soul. It is the fire-type Fiery Spirit Lion. His first soul skill is the Fiery Claw Strike, while I am uncertain about the 2nd and 3rd. His 4th skill is known as Fiery Leap, and the 5th is called 6 Paths of Blazing Flames. What? You mean that Instructor Fun is a fire-type 5-ring Soul King? Jing Heng inquired. Indeed. The strength of a Soul King is formidable. Even if all 8 of us joined forces, we could not defeat him. Moreover, he possesses 2 more abilities that he has yet to reveal, and I do not know if he has any soul bones. If he does, it would be even more disadvantageous for us. I must caution you that the Elder Hall, while ostensibly serving the people, thrives on the exploitation of others. Once someone becomes a target of the Elder Hall, there are only 2 possible fates. Either they comply and join the Elder Hall, or they are quietly eliminated. This elimination is not simple. They will eradicate all your connections in this world. When the Huaxiao realm was just undergoing its transformation into the Douluo continent, Elder Shao Qi, stationed in our Rong city, dispatched emissaries to seek my allegiance, proposing that I join their organization as an advisor. However, I declined their offer, prompting Elder Qi to contemplate my elimination. On that fateful day, I managed to evade their grasp, making them pay a price for their attempt. Over the past 2 months, They have subjected me to numerous trials, all of which I have successfully thwarted, eliminating each agent they sent my way. Among these encounters, the most memorable was with Elder Lu, the elder brother of Elder Qi, stationed in Shucheng. He dispatched 6 individuals, one of whom possessed the highest soul power, reportedly around the 30th level. This individual was an evil soul master, and during our confrontation, he resorted to his 3rd soul skill, which demanded a sacrifice of human blood. I witnessed him drain the life essence of 3 police officers present at the scene. Yilei spoke with palpable resentment. Apart from Han Wan and the soul ring absorbing Song Yang, the remaining 5 individuals were utterly taken aback. They could scarcely fathom that the Elder Hall, which ostensibly served the nation and had made numerous contributions, operated in such a clandestine manner. The unwavering trust they had previously placed in the Elder Hall began to waver at this moment. Let us set these matters aside for now. Yilei shook his head, dismissing those thoughts from his mind. He spoke again, urging, you should focus on your cultivation for now. I will share the complete details with you later. Once Song Yang and the seniors have absorbed their soul rings, we will support the 9-man team. After all, we are from the same cohort and must assist them. Given their capabilities, it is likely that they will face significant challenges from Ma Tianming and his group, and there is a strong possibility that some may sustain serious injuries. After Yilei finished speaking, he sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and cultivate. The others, observing the scene, remained silent, casting inquiring glances towards Han Wan. Yilei was not mistaken. When the 7th elder threatened him, he also stated that if Yilei were to be eliminated, so too would I. Han Wan answered their unvoiced questions, her eyes radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent as she spoke. Chen Sitsuan, has Yilei not yet revealed to you his true prowess? Indeed, he is not merely a soul master with dual martial spirits. He possesses dual martial souls and twin rings. Chen Sitsuan inquired with evident perplexity. Meanwhile, Jing Heng stood silently beside him. No. It is true that Yilei possesses dual martial spirits, but his martial souls are far more formidable than what you perceive. His soul power has reached an impressive level of 64, transforming his blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, which is further enhanced by 6 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years in age, including one that is a staggering 100,000 years old. The revelation of the century-old soul ring left Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng astounded. They glanced at the other 3 girls, only to find their responses surprisingly serene, as though they had anticipated this information. Moreover, his Flame Lord martial soul was complemented by 3 10,000-year soul rings and possessed 3 soul bones. No, wait, make that 3. The first was sourced from an 80,000-year-old human-faced spider emperor, known as the human-faced left leg, featuring 2 skills, an attack skill named Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash, and a domain skill called Mental Hunting Ground. The second was derived from an 85,000-year-old mutated Titan Ant Emperor, named the Titan Trunk Bone, with a skill called Titan's Falling Flame Break. The third, which you have all witnessed, is the 60,000-year-old Soul Beast, the Hellfire Scythe Mantis, that injured Jing Heng yesterday. Han Wan ceased to conceal the truth and openly confessed all of Yilei's capabilities to the group. Sister Wan, are you certain of what you are saying? It has only been 2 months since the Douluo transformation. How could Yilei's strength be so extraordinary? This surpasses the normal pace of cultivation. Jing Heng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I am uncertain as well, however. On the very day of the Douluo transformation, Yilei's abilities were already at this level, and his second martial soul, the Flame Lord, officially awakened the following day. By the 3rd day, he acquired those 2 soul bones. Enough, Nwaner, do not speak further. Han Wan intended to say something further when suddenly, Yilei's voice resonated from behind her. Yilei, who had been in a meditative state, seemed to have awakened without her noticing. Indeed, I have concealed certain truths from you, but it was unavoidable. My enmity with the Elder Hall runs deep, and they are eager to eliminate me. Do you recall my mention of yesterday, when Huang Tianwei supposedly vanquished the Soul Beast? In truth, that was not the case. He abandoned us the moment the Soul Beast appeared, fleeing alone. His intention was to exploit the Soul Beast to eliminate me, and he showed no regard for your lives. For he had already devised a plausible narrative. He could easily claim that the Hellfire Scythe Mantis appeared unexpectedly, catching us off guard, and that our lack of strength rendered us helpless against it. He would assert that he narrowly escaped, and with this fabricated account, he could absolve himself of all responsibility. When the announcement is made, the Elder Hall will dispatch someone to slay that soul beast, and this matter would simply fade away. Yilei rose to his feet, brushing off his trousers, and addressed the crowd. I hope my actions do not bring any trouble upon you. On the very first day of school, I chose to seal away the majority of my strength, rendering my abilities to the level you currently witness. My soul power stands at a mere 28th rank, and both of my martial spirits have only absorbed 2-century-old soul rings. Furthermore, I suspect that the Elder Hall will take action following the conclusion of military training. It is inconceivable that they would dispatch a multitude to hunt me down. Should they succeed, the ramifications would undoubtedly extend to all students of Rome University. To avert such a scenario, I have resolved that from this moment forth, I shall no longer conceal my prowess. As for the Elder Hall, let them come forth. Yilei resolutely proclaimed just a minute ago. As Yilei sat on the ground, he had not truly entered a meditative state. Rather, he chose to converse with the system. Oh, esteemed system, may I inquire what consequences I shall face if I fail to complete the third task of playing the fool to catch the tiger? Host, should you opt to abandon the third task, this system shall impose a penalty. No matter the nature of the punishment, bring it forth. The Elder Hall may soon take action. Therefore, I have resolved to no longer conceal my strength. I shall reveal myself and confront the Elder Hall directly. Since the host has made a choice, the third task as decreed by the system is regarded as a failure. The penalties are as follows, from this moment forth. The host's soul power shall be unsealed, with each of the 2 martial spirits drawing upon 1 lineage of soul power. Given that the host's first awakened martial spirit is the blue silver grass, its strength is set at level 64, while the Flame Lord, awakened later and having previously shared soul power with the blue silver grass, is now set at level 40. Please, host, decide whether to relinquish the third task. I choose to abandon it. Beep. Detection confirms the host's failure of the third task. The unsealing of soul power commences. With a crack, a sound reverberated within Yilei, and he immediately felt the once abundant soul power within him divide into 2 streams, one gentle, the other fierce and blazing. The unsealing of soul power is complete. The host may now break through the soul power seal, stated the system. After the system's announcement, Yilei finally opened his eyes and stood up, leading to the earlier scene. Lazy, is what you said true? Are you truly a level 64 Soul Emperor? Even now, Chen Sitsai struggled to believe everything Yilei and Han Wan had claimed. Of course, I speak the truth. During the National Douluo event, I too was curious about the martial spirit I would awaken. With a mere thought, the blue-silver grass appeared before me. I initially believed I had awakened the most ordinary of spirits, but to my astonishment, 6 10,000-year soul rings manifested beneath my feet. At that moment, I found it perplexing. I did not understand why I had transformed into someone extraordinary. I thought it might merely be an illusion. But when I personally experienced the thrill of defeating a soul beast that day, I realized everything was indeed real. Consequently, I came to understand that if fate chose to bestow such formidable power upon me, it must surely have its purpose. Subsequently, upon discerning the nefarious nature of the Elder Hall, I realized that it was the divine will compelling me to eradicate evil from this world. Moreover, I gleaned, through clandestine sources, the reason behind the Elder Hall's astonishing ability to elevate all their subordinates to a realm beyond the third environment in just a month. They employed a profoundly sinister cultivation method. Each of the 10 elders would coerce their subordinates to bind their own family members, utilizing their corporeal forms to enhance their own cultivation in their eyes. This was a means of uniting their families with themselves. Furthermore, they had subjected everyone beneath the 10 elders to deep psychological manipulation. This explains why Yilei possessed such extensive knowledge. When he was taken by the 7th elder and later escaped, he stumbled upon a series of laboratories wherein soldiers sat before enormous cultivation tanks, each containing a living individual. These individuals were interconnected by myriad tubes, with their vital nutrients being siphoned into the soldiers, drastically accelerating their soul power enhancement, allowing them to break through 5 levels in a single day on average. Once these individuals surpassed the rank of Great Soul Master, they ceased to utilize this method for their cultivation. Moreover, upon their demise, the Elder Hall would issue orders to eliminate all remaining family members, subsequently disguising these sudden disappearances as international fraud cases. To the public, their narrative appeared entirely credible, and they would even present several corpses of missing persons, claiming these were the remains of individuals deceived abroad. Thus, the populace would remain oblivious to any suspicions, instead applauding the actions of the Elder Hall. Yilei revealed everything he knew, serving as a potent source of encouragement for his companions. Lazy, Regardless of the choices you make, we shall unconditionally support you and provide the utmost assistance. Shinsetsu ceased to harbor any doubts and chose to place his trust directly in Yilei. After all, with his brothers and their partners asserting such confidence, what could possibly remain untrustworthy? Moreover, it is generally acknowledged that a soul master's first soul ring must not exceed a duration of 500 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than that could result in catastrophic consequences, ranging from fortunate survival to immediate obliteration. Yet, Yilei defied this norm, permitting them to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring without any adverse effects, instead witnessing a remarkable enhancement in their physical prowess. Having said so much, it is time for you to witness it, he declared, as he summoned forth his two martial spirits. The blue silver grass and the flame lord appeared alongside him, each adorned with two yellow soul rings suspended beneath them. With a crack, shattering sounds echoed through the air. The four yellow soul rings manifested visible cracks before fragmenting into countless yellow specks that dispersed into the atmosphere. Subsequently, beneath the flame lord, 3 purple soul rings gradually emerged, shifting in hue to a deep black. Instantly, a wave of intense pressure surged forth from the flame lord. At that moment, Han Wan crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. "Sister Nuan, are you all right?" Luo Yun inquired, concern etched across her face. "I'm fine. My martial spirit is ice elemental, and it is being suppressed by the soul power released from Yilei's flame lord," she reassured. The blue-silver grass began to change as well, its originally silver patterns transforming into a brilliant gold. Dark red and yellow hues began to manifest below the blue-silver grass, and as the 5th red flower emerged, Han Wan's earlier assertions were validated, yet witnessing it firsthand left her momentarily astonished. The instant the blood-red soul ring appeared, an overwhelming pressure, even more terrifying than that of the Flame Lord, enveloped the arena. Long Qi Qiaonao felt a paralyzing fear seize her as the 100,000-year soul ring materialized. It also instilled within her bloodline a sensation of suppression. Why, I wonder, is my own bloodline subjected to such intense repression? This is due to the fact that my martial soul is the Blue-Silver Emperor, a sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of overshadowing all others of its kind. It possesses a unique attribute. Once one absorbs the soul rings of plant-type soul beasts, those soul skills become utterly ineffectual before my Blue-Silver Emperor. Another black soul ring emerged, lingering at the periphery of the 100,000-year soul ring. The skill from the soul bone of the Spider Emperor's left leg. The Spider Emperor's violet slash. At the moment Yilei's soul power transcended its seal, an overwhelming surge of energy engulfed his left leg, imparting an intense sensation that it might shatter at any given moment. Yilei could only unleash his soul bone ability towards the empty expanse. Yilei swiftly swung his left leg, unleashing a tremendous purple light slash that instantaneously severed all the trees in the vicinity. In that fleeting moment, several soul beasts met their demise. "This is exceedingly monstrous," Jing Heng exclaimed, gazing at the fallen trees that concealed the bisected corpses of the soul beasts beneath. "If you desire, I can assist you in hunting one right now." Yilei flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and addressed Jing Heng. "Can we, perhaps, refrain from jesting?" Jing Heng stammered, scratching his head as he spoke. "Moreover, my abilities are not that formidable. Isn't it a bit premature to absorb a soul bone at this stage?" "Premature? Is it?" Yilei replied. "Han Wan's mother, my future mother-in-law, absorbed a soul bone from a 50,000-year-old blue-silver emperor tiger long before she had even acquired her second soul ring. Therefore, absorbing a soul bone of merely 1,000 years would hardly be too early for you. I dare say that in 5 days, the Elders' Hall will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force to wreak havoc at our school. Possessing a soul bone skill now equates to having 3 soul abilities for self-defense. Furthermore, just over there lies a soul beast perfectly suited for you, boasting an impressive age of 50,000 years." As he spoke, Yilei activated the field skill of his spider monarch's left leg bone, the spirit hunting ground, revealing the presence of soul beasts in the surrounding forest with remarkable clarity. "Are you certain?" Jing Heng questioned, skeptical. He found it hard to believe that Yilei could identify a suitable 50,000-year-old soul beast without any prior search. He seemed to have forgotten that Han Wan had previously mentioned that one of Yilei's soul bones allowed for extensive life detection, meaning Yilei was well aware of the types of soul beasts in the vicinity. "Of course, I am certain. If you doubt me, then wait here for a moment." Yilei grinned widely, exerting a gentle force with his legs, and landed directly atop the head of the Flame Lord. "Give me 5 minutes." and I shall return with that soul beast." With that declaration, he soared away without a backward glance. Sister Warm, do you truly believe that brother-in-law can bring back a soul beast that has existed for 50,000 years? He must have some confidence, right? Rest assured, he has single-handedly slain soul beasts over 80,000 years old without faltering. How could he possibly fear a mere 50,000-year-old soul beast? Just wait and see. Time swiftly passed, and soon 5 minutes had elapsed. Lo Yun, with keen eyes, spotted a figure gradually approaching from across the way. "Look, isn't that brother-in-law?" she exclaimed. "By heavens, he really did return in exactly 5 minutes, not a second late," Chen Sison remarked, glancing at the clock with astonishment. "Wait, do I see something enormous trailing behind brother-in-law? Am I imagining things?" Joanna squinted and inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their gaze and indeed confirmed that Yi Lei was dragging a blue-silver emperor, accompanied by something substantial as he flew towards them. As Yi Lei approached the shore, he leaped gracefully from the head of the Flame Lord. Upon landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a vigorous motion of his right hand, tossed the objects ensnared by the blue-silver grass onto the bank. A thunderous sound erupted as several enormous bodies were hurled onto the land, raising a vast cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the onlookers beheld at its center 4 spirit beasts, their limbs severed. "Jing Hang, come forth and deliver the final blow." Yi Lei skillfully maneuvered the blue-silver emperor, bringing forth the largest of the 4 spirit beasts before Jing Hang. "This is the 50,000-year-old spirit beast I mentioned, known as the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. Its attributes are exceptionally suited for your thunderous mammoth martial spirit, and once you reach level 30 or 40, you shall be able to absorb it." Having spoken, Yi Lei flipped his right hand, revealing a sharp dagger which he then handed to Jing Hang. With that, Yi Lei stepped aside, retrieving a spirit ring collector from the system space, preparing to capture the essence of the Thunderclap Demon Tiger the moment its spirit ring materialized. Jing Hang closed his eyes and plunged the dagger into the neck of the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. As he withdrew the blade, a cascade of crimson blood erupted from the wound, swiftly staining the ground. In that instant, a dark luminescence surged forth from the spirit beast's body, coalescing in midair to form a black spirit ring. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lei promptly activated the instrument in his hand. Instantly, a powerful suction drew the soul ring from midair, which, upon reemergence, had been compressed into a palm-sized circular form. Blue-silver domain. Yi Lei unleashed his innate domain skill, enveloping the surroundings in a magnificent surge of blue-golden energy. This radiant energy transformed into a gentle soul power, flowing into the meridians of the 7 individuals. "Wow, this feels so delightful. Brother-in-law, what is this blue-golden light?" Luo Yun inquired with a sense of comfort. The Blue-Silver Emperor's innate domain skill, Blue-Silver Domain, provides a gentle soul power to those within its vicinity. With my strength, I can enhance your cultivation speed within the Blue-Silver Domain, allowing it to double. Yi Lei responded, subsequently urging everyone to hasten their cultivation. Beep. Detection of soul bones has occurred. Soul bone collection progress stands at 100. Achievement completed. The system's soul bone shop has been unlocked. The cold, synthetic voice of the system echoed in Yi Lei's ears. Yi Lei gazed in the direction of Jing Hang, only to behold a soul bone shimmering with the brilliance of thunder, severing itself from the head of the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. With a resounding chime, the soul bone manifested, dating back 50,000 years, known as the Thunderous Lightning Head Soul Bone, with the ability of purple lightning eruption. The voice of the system echoed once more in Yi Lei's ears. Jing Hang, the soul bone is named the Thunderous Lightning Head Soul Bone. Seize the opportunity to absorb it now. I am confident that this soul bone will bestow upon you a formidable soul skill. Yi Lei spoke to Jing Hang. Very well. I understand. I shall commence the absorption now. With a smile, Jing Hang seated himself on the ground, summoned the soul bone, and pressed it against his forehead to begin the absorption process. Observing that Jing Hang and the others had commenced their cultivation, Yi Lei also took a seat on the ground, retrieving the infernal fire scythe right arm bone from the system space. He then exchanged it for the Flame Lord martial spirit and affixed the soul bone to the right arm of the Flame Lord. Half an hour later, while Han Wan was engrossed in her meditative practice, she suddenly sensed the ground beneath her begin to tremble. Instinctively alert, she opened her eyes. Aside from the damage trees caused by Yi Lei's soul bone skill, there was no other anomaly in sight. Just as she was about to close her eyes and resume her meditation, a nearby tree suddenly splintered, and a massive fireball erupted from the forest. The fireball hurtled directly towards them, Han Yuan glanced back at her companions, still in meditation, and without hesitation, she activated her martial spirit. First soul skill, Ice Feather. The purple soul ring glimmered as the wings sprouting from her back began to flap rapidly. In an instant, dozens of ice blue feathers transformed into blades, soaring toward the fireball. With a sharp hiss, the blades made contact with the fireball, extinguishing it in an instant, leaving only a wisp of white smoke in its wake. "Run!" shouted a voice. "What the hell is going on? The instructor said today was for you to help us hunt soul rings, yet you can't even handle a single soul beast." "Brother Ma, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that the soul beast you chose is beyond our capabilities. Our strengths are too disparate." "I don't care. If you don't kill that soul beast and get me a soul ring today, you'll see how I handle your families once we're out of here." The place from which the fireball had been launched began to echo with intermittent sounds. Han Yuan quickly realized that the source of the noise was none other than the nine-man team. However, frowning at their conversation, she pondered, "Brother Ma, they can't handle a soul beast? The disparity in strength is too great? Goodness, this is truly a replica of the Chu Ci." Han Yuan, feeling helpless, noted that in such a vast school, there were indeed quite a few foolish individuals. Nevertheless, she refrained from commenting and hastily roused Yi Lei. Having just absorbed the spirit bone, Yi Lei was consolidating his cultivation when he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, a sharp coldness pressing against the crown of his head, abruptly interrupting his meditation. "What is it, Nwana?" Yi Lei opened his eyes and saw Han Yuan standing before him, her wings gently fluttering behind her. "Why are you up? Aren't you practicing?" Sighing, she replied, "Let's set aside the training for now. The 9 of us are in trouble. We are currently being pursued by a high-aged spirit beast." "Oh, given their strength, they surely wouldn't choose a spirit beast of such an advanced age. Even a 500-year-old spirit beast poses a significant threat to them. They wouldn't make such a foolish mistake." Sighing again, she added, "Who else could it be? The one we overheard earlier must be that rascal Ma Tianming." "Ma Tianming? The one who attempted to take liberties with you on the day of freshman registration?" Yi Lei, filled with confusion, inquired. For he could hardly recall who this Ma Tianming was. Yes, indeed, it was him. He seemed to be a mere replica of the poetic essence of Chusi. "Very well. Let us proceed and assist them in resolving their safety concerns." With that, Yi Lei rose to his feet, summoned the Flame Lord, and directed it towards the designated location. Han Yuan immediately flapped her wings and followed Yi Lei in flight. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, they clearly observed 14 individuals desperately evading the pursuit of soul beasts behind them. The front 5 sprinted with remarkable speed, while the trailing 9 struggled to keep pace against the relentless onslaught of the soul beasts. At this point, the situation became quite apparent. The swiftest among them was none other than Ma Tianming himself. As the 9 individuals surged forward, one of Ma Tianming's subordinates, without hesitation, kicked one of them back, then continued his flight, not daring to look back at his comrade. Alas, such individuals epitomize the adage of not shedding tears until faced with the grave reality. They can speak eloquently in the absence of danger, yet flee faster than an ostrich when peril arises. "Very well then. It is time to employ the new skill I have recently acquired." Yi Lei's tone was remarkably calm, tinged with a hint of mockery. Subsequently, a soul bone resembling a scythe manifested on his right arm. Yi Lei raised it aloft and then closed his eyes. The skill of the Infernal Fire Lotus soul bone on his right arm, Infernal Scythe Flash. As Yi Lei opened his eyes, he instinctively clenched his right fist and subsequently swung his right arm, unleashing a formidable flame slash that soared forth in an instant. The slash swiftly hurtled towards the soul beast, decapitating it within the blink of an eye. Though the soul beast lay dead, Yi Lei remained vigilant. For the pursuit of the 9-man team was not a solitary beast but rather a horde. The soul beast scanner promptly completed its assessment, identifying the creature as a frenzied rhino, noted for its pack behavior. Upon hearing this, Yi Lei smirked, remarking on the folly of Ma Tianming, who, instead of provoking someone unworthy, had drawn the ire of the frenzied rhino species. It seemed he had likely roused the young of the pack. How could they not be pursued by such a swarm of soul beasts? Han Yuan nodded in agreement. However, the frenzied rhino was indeed well suited for Uncle, as it belonged to the same lineage. Absorbing the soul ring of a frenzied rhino could enhance Uncle's martial spirit's potency. And given that the soul skills of the frenzied rhino typically involve explosive augmentation, they would be particularly advantageous for both Uncle and myself. Yi Lei swiftly pondered within his mind and soon articulated the greatest utility of the frenzied rhinoceros. If the frenzied rhinoceroses are indeed social creatures, There must undoubtedly exist among them one that possesses unparalleled strength, Yilei proclaimed, subsequently activating the extensive scanning capability of the Soul Beast Detector. A low hum resonated as the scan concluded, revealing the target, the frenzied Rhinoceros King, age 12, 600 years, possessing the skill Frenzied Fury. After the report was delivered, Yilei exchanged a knowing glance with Han Wan, and they both smiled before descending to position themselves amidst the group of 9, directly confronting the throng of frenzied rhinoceroses. You all should hurry and flee. The riverbank is quite safe, Yilei declared resolutely. I will not retreat either. He unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. The dark soul ring around Yilei's waist shimmered as he unleashed a fierce blow with his right fist, erupting a colossal column of magma. In the blink of an eye, several fervent rhinos met their demise beneath the molten torrent. First soul skill, Feather of Ice. Hanwon was not to be outdone. She directed her own first soul skill towards the throng of frenzied rhinos. In an instant, countless ice-blue feather-like blades pierced through the herd, claiming the lives of a few lesser-aged rhinos. Very well, let's not prolong this. Sixth soul skill, Blue-Silver Devil's Bind. Rain from the heavens. Yilei no longer exerted himself and swiftly transitioned his martial soul, unleashing the sixth spirit skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor upon the frenzied herd of rhinoceroses. A sphere of azure and gold ascended into the night sky under his command, subsequently transforming into countless tendrils of the Blue-Silver Emperor that plunged downwards towards the earth. Beneath the relentless onslaught of these intertwining vines, innumerable frenzied rhinoceroses met their demise. The fourth spirit skill, the Blue-Silver Cage. Yilei relentlessly unleashed his fourth soul skill, ensnaring the fervent rhinoceros that had skillfully evaded the vine attacks within its grasp. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Stabbing Formation. Yilei clenched his right hand, and in an instant, countless sharp spikes erupted within the Blue-Silver prison, impaling the frenzied rhinoceros trapped inside into a grotesque display. Now, it is your turn. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Tyrant Gun. With the activation of his 3 soul skills, Yilei decimated the previously formidable group of soul beasts, leaving only a few remnants. Observing this, he directed his attention towards the frenzied Rhino King and unleashed the 5th soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor. A magnificent blue spear coalesced in his grasp. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear towards the beast. Sensing imminent danger, the frenzied Rhino King instinctively activated its own skill, Frenzied Fury. In an instant, a colossal fireball materialized upon its horn and hurtled towards Yilei. However, this action proved to be futile. The fireball's assault was as ineffective as striking tofu against the might of the Blue-Silver Emperor's spear, which pierced through it effortlessly. The spear subsequently penetrated the frenzied Rhino King's mouth and emerged from its rear, impaling it firmly against a tree that required several people to encircle. The frenzied Rhino King was vanquished. It had been a long time since Yilei experienced such exhilaration. Exhaling a deep breath, he stretched and remarked on the thrill of the moment. He reminisced about the last time he felt such delight during the battle against the Spider Emperor. Now that when Li was liberated, he could finally unleash his true strength in combat, no longer needing to conceal his soul power like a timid turtle, merely playing the role of a minor soul master. Yilei approached the lifeless body of the frenzied Rhinoceros King, which was affixed to a tree, with a decisive motion. He extracted the Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear from the creature's mouth. Without its support, the massive body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, releasing a copious flow of blood from its mouth and rear, while entrails spilled forth, filling the air with a foul stench. Yilei pondered the culinary qualities of the frenzied rhinoceros meat, recalling that, if memory served him right, the school cafeteria did indeed offer dishes made from soul beast meat. However, he dismissed the thought, deciding to leave the carcass behind, as he had no particular desire for such fare. After all, it paled in comparison to the delights of home-cooked meals. With that, he relinquished his martial soul manifestation, and the spear vanished from his grasp. Approaching the stunned group of 9, he patted one of them on the shoulder and remarked, "What are you staring at? Just a bunch of corpses, nothing to gawk at. Come on, let us go help you out." As Qin Song was lost in thought, a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling him greatly. Upon recognizing the owner of the hand, his legs weakened, and he hurriedly followed in Yilei's wake, repeatedly calling out, "Brother Yi." Yilei did not intervene, for he was well aware of Qin Song's character. A month prior, it was he who had been sent flying by a mere slap from Yilei in the martial arts realm. It appeared that Qin Song, in his trepidation, willingly chose to become Yilei's subordinate. Qin Song reflected, could I possibly refrain from this course of action? At that time, Brother Ye's seemingly gentle slap was far more forceful than anyone could have anticipated. It sent me soaring dozens of meters away, and even the 2 luxury vans, each worth over 100,000, that my family had just driven out were rendered useless by that blow. I can no longer afford to provoke this individual. Becoming a subordinate at least affords me the chance to preserve my own life. As for Ma Tianming and the likes, they can step aside. The Ma family is insignificant in the shadow of the Yi family in Rong City. Yulei and Han Wan returned to their temporary territory by the seaside within the forest, accompanied by 9 others. As they approached, they beheld Ma Tianming, resembling a lord, leading his 4 subordinates directly into the blue-silver domain he had previously claimed, nonchalantly taking a seat within, greedily devouring the energy of Yi Lei's territory. Yi Lei chuckled softly, his right index finger flicking with a subtle motion, causing the 5 individuals who had just seated themselves to spring up from the ground, howling in surprise while clutching their behinds. Subsequently, Yi Lei led the group of 9 into his domain. Wow, what is happening? I feel as though my lost soul power has been instantly restored to its peak, Qin Song remarked, perplexed, as he extended his hands. All right, you 9 may choose any place to sit and meditate, replenishing your soul power. Each of you should absorb these. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Yi Lei summoned 18 white soul rings that soared towards the group, 2 for each individual. Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have yet to reach the stage where we need to absorb a second soul ring. Why are you giving us 2? Qin Song inquired, staring at the 2 soul rings in his hands with confusion. These 2 roses are intended to enhance the duration of your first soul rings. When you cultivate, merge these 2 with your first soul ring, and thus, the lifespan of your soul ring will extend to a century. Yi Lei offered an explanation, then cast a glare at the 5 individuals, including Ma Tianming, who were still clutching their backsides. What are you staring at? Never seen your elder before? Ma Tianming, sensing the gaze, turned to look at Yi Lei and retorted, I am your elder. In my lifetime, I have the utmost disdain for those who, devoid of peril, flee faster than an ostrich at the first sign of danger. Yi Lei showed no hesitation and retorted directly. Chapter 104. What do you mean? I am your superior. Throughout my life, I have held the utmost disdain for those who, devoid of any real peril, flee from danger faster than an ostrich. Yi Lei, undeterred, retorted directly. You. Ma Tianming, taken aback by the response, paused momentarily before glaring furiously at Yi Lei. What do you mean by you? Hurry and vacate my territory. You are not welcome here. How audacious of you. This is the first time in my life that someone has spoken to me in such a manner. I believe you have a death wish. Today, I, Ma Tianming, shall break one of your legs. I refuse to believe otherwise. Upon finishing his declaration, Ma Tianming's 4 underlings drew gleaming daggers from behind, charging towards Yi Lei with their weapons raised. I have already extended an opportunity. It is you who failed to cherish it. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, he proclaimed, activating his second soul skill, parasitism. Just as the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Yi Lei's chest, numerous tendrils of blue-silver emperor vine erupted from the lower bodies of the assailants, swiftly ensnaring them entirely. First soul skill, bind. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Lei summoned 4 robust blue-silver emperor vines that ensnared the waists of his 4 underlings. He then forcefully hurled them into a secluded area of the forest. The anguished cries of his subordinates echoed through the woods, intensifying Ma Tianming's fury. What have you done to my men? And how dare you claim this is your new hairstyle? Why should it matter? Simply because of my prowess. As he spoke, Yi Lei stamped his foot, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged toward Ma Tianming. The pressure knocked him heavily to the ground. Just as he contemplated cursing, he noticed 6 soul rings materializing beneath Yi Lei's feet, 5 black and 1 red, exuding immense pressure. Dismissively, Ma Tianming brushed off the dirt from his backside and remarked, Oh, is it merely a novice boasting 6 soul rings? With such garish colors, your strength must be lacking. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation I endured and defend my subordinates. With that, Ma Tianming reached behind him, drawing forth a gleaming watermelon knife. Yi Lei let out a cold sneer, disregarding Ma Tianming's actions, and turned to leave. Ma Tianming, thoroughly enraged, summoned his martial spirit, and instantly, a dog with black and red fur materialized behind him. In that moment, the watermelon knife in his hand erupted in flames. Today, I shall sever a leg of yours, Ma Tianming declared as he strode purposefully towards Yi Lei, raising the watermelon knife. Just as he neared Yi Lei, he swung the knife down towards his shoulder. Alas, what an arrogant fool! As the words left his lips, Ma Tianming realized that his blade did not meet its intended target, but was instead caught firmly in a massive hand. "This is impossible," he exclaimed. "If the blade cannot harm you, then allow me to demonstrate this technique." First soul skill, Fire of the Hyena. The fiery hyena behind him opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball towards Yi Lei. "Let us see how long you can survive." The fireball, roughly the size of a soccer ball, struck Yi Lei as if it were a mere droplet in the ocean, leaving no trace upon his garments. "You dare to attack me with a fire element martial spirit? How utterly foolish." As he spoke, the ground beneath Yi Lei and Ma Tianming transformed into molten lava, a surge of searing pressure sweeping towards Ma Tianming in an instant. The ground beneath Yi Lei gradually fissured, and a pair of crimson hands emerged from the chasm. In the next instant, an enormous scarlet giant fully materialized from the crevice. The 6 soul rings that had originally encircled Yi Lei's feet vanished entirely, replaced instead by 3 obsidian rings. Ma Tianming, still yearning to resist, attempted to summon his first soul skill. However, his martial spirit, the Fire Mastiff, stubbornly refused to appear, no matter how fervently he called upon it. How dare such a mere Fire Mastiff martial spirit provoke the Flame Sovereign? Truly, one must possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard. To me, the Ma family is insignificant. Do you think your lineage is formidable? Merely a second-rate family, and allowing you to survive in Rong City is a privilege I bestow upon you. Suddenly, countless flames erupted around Ma Tianming. "Let go of me, you scoundrel. Do you believe I won't have my father extinguish you? I will ensure you find no resting place in Rong City." "Oh, is that so? Well, before that, I suggest you take care of yourself." The 9-person group exerted great effort to aid you in acquiring those soul rings. They are not meant to be squandered so carelessly. However, out of respect for your status as our senior, I shall refrain from destroying your soul rings this time. Yet I implore you to conduct yourself appropriately within the school. Otherwise, the manner of your demise remains a mystery, even to me. As he spoke, Yi Lei tightened his grip on the flaming watermelon knife, which instantly shattered into a flurry of fragments, only to be consumed entirely by the molten lava. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Lei ensnared Ma Tianming's waist with another robust blue-silver emperor vine. As the oppressive force dissipated from him, Ma Tianming had just unleashed his martial soul, the Fire Mane Hound, and before he could activate any soul skills, Yi Lei hurled him forcefully away. Soaring through the air, Ma Tianming managed to declare, "I shall return," before vanishing into a secluded part of the forest. Yi Lei did not exhibit a heart of cruelty towards the 5. Rather, he merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he engaged in cultivation with these fellow students from his cohort, as he sought to expand his network at Rome University. The presence of these individuals, each possessing a soul ring, was indispensable. P.S. Keep up the good work. Just 2 more chapters until the end of the day. Chapter 105, Soul Bones? Who possesses soul bones? Yi Lei did not unleash his wrath upon the 5 individuals. Rather, he merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he engaged in cultivation alongside these fellow students from his cohort, for he sought to expand his network within the esteemed Rome University. The presence of these individuals, each possessing a soul ring, was indispensable to his ambitions. As Yi Lei settled down in the field, he retrieved the soul ring of the infernal scythe mantis from the system's functionalities. Just as he contemplated the absorption of this soul ring, the system, which had been silent for an extended period, spoke once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's soul bone armor has reached 50 completion. Upon surveying the armor's materialization, 50 remains. Is this the armor referred to by the master in Douluo? He pondered. The progress of the soul bone armor at 50 implied the presence of the 3 soul bones he currently possessed. Based on his existing soul bones, it seemed plausible that 2 sets of soul bone armor could manifest. One set would require the Flame Lord to fully absorb 4 soul bones, followed by his own absorption of an additional right leg bone to activate it. The other set necessitated the attachment of 5 soul bones to his body, specifically a head bone, a torso bone, a left arm bone, a right arm bone, and a right leg bone. However, he need not affix those 5 soul bones to himself just yet. He only needed to acquire 2 fire attribute soul bones to serve as the head and left arm bones. Once he obtained a right leg bone, the soul bone armor would be activated. Wait a moment, if I were to acquire another beast martial soul, would that not grant me an additional set of soul bone armor? He mused. System, I would like to inquire how I may obtain my 3rd martial soul. As Yi Lei pondered over this matter, he hastily inquired about the system. The system replied, to acquire the third martial spirit. The host must complete a series of system tasks and trigger the opportunity for the martial spirit to awaken. However, considering the limits of the world in which the host resides, the maximum number of martial spirits the host can possess is 5. Only 5? Yilei mused. Does that mean I can awaken merely 3 martial spirits? Rest assured, host. When the opportunities for forecasting and awakening martial spirits arise, you may choose whether to activate this martial spirit. Of course, should you encounter a more formidable martial spirit, you have the option to discard the 2 currently possessed spirits. As Yilei's spirits sank, the system opened a window of hope, only to douse him with cold water in the end. To discard the existing 2 martial spirits? Well, I suppose it cannot be helped. I have grown accustomed to these 2. As for the remaining 3, I shall leave it to fate. Since I am here, I shall accept it. Yilei made a resolute decision and subsequently shattered the infernal fire scythe soul ring in his grasp, summoning the Flame Lord from behind him. He retrieved the beast soul belonging to the infernal fire scythe from the system's space and commenced the simultaneous absorption of both the beast soul and the soul ring. The inky black soul ring incessantly pressed against Yilei's body, while the beast soul, suspended at his chest, relentlessly channeled energy into the compressing soul ring and the right arm of the Flame Lord. The right arm of the Flame Lord grew increasingly robust, a testament to the effects of absorbing the soul bone. In other words, when Yilei engaged in combat utilizing the Flame Lord, his right arm's strength would vastly surpass that which he wielded with the Blue Silver Emperor. The obsidian soul ring gradually melded into Yilei's form, and the beast soul hovering at his chest slowly became translucent as the essence of the 60,000-year-old soul beast fused seamlessly with the soul bone and soul ring. 5 minutes later, Yilei has completely absorbed the soul ring and beast soul of the infernal scythe mantis, elevating the soul power of the Flame Lord to level 43. Yilei simultaneously released the 1000-gene torso soul bone and the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. At the moment these 2 soul bones emerged, it became apparent that they were beginning to connect. The 1000-gene torso soul bone gradually extended a portion of its skeletal armor from his shoulder, which fused seamlessly with the skeletal armor extending from the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. As Yilei lowered his gaze, he noticed that the 1000-gene torso soul bone had also extended skeletal armor towards his left leg, while the human face left leg bone similarly extended its armor. The skeletal armor from the human face left leg bone merged with that of the 1000-gene torso soul bone, resulting in a dazzling array of patterns where they united. The armor at the shoulder connection radiated a deep crimson hue, while the connection at the waist exhibited a striking contrast of half red and half black purple. Ah, this is wonderful. My soul bone absorption is complete, and my soul power has consequently surged to the 20th level, exclaimed Jinghang, who was seated on the ground and opened his eyes to cheer at Yilei. Soul bone? Who possesses a soul bone? Inquired Songyang, who had just finished absorbing his soul ring, looking utterly bewildered at the scene before him. Soul bone. Who possesses a soul bone? Songyang reiterated, still in a state of confusion. Me. Old Yang, look. This is the soul bone Yilei helped me acquire, taken from a 50,000-year-old thunderclap demon tiger. Jinghang replied excitedly. Oh, congratulations on obtaining a 50,000-year-old soul bone. At this point, Song Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he grasped Jinghang's shoulders, demanding, what did you say? A soul bone, and a 50,000-year-old one at that? Yes. Old Yang, could you please stop shaking me? I might throw up. Jinghang pleaded as Song Yang finally ceased his vigorous shaking. Are you saying Yilei assisted you in acquiring it? Song Yang asked once more. Indeed, what about it? Isn't he a powerful soul master? As Song Yang spoke, he directed his gaze towards Yilei, only to discover 4 pitch-black soul rings shimmering with dark light beneath his feet. Yangzi, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Yilei noticed Song Yang staring at him in confusion. Before he could react, Song Yang rolled his eyes and, with a sudden kick of his legs, collapsed straight to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the situation. Ayang. A few seconds later, Wang Yuning, disregarding her shyness, rushed to Song Yang's side and helped him up. Ayang, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Seeing Song Yang faint before her, Wang Yuning was nearly in tears. Yuning. It's nothing serious. Song Yang must have been overwhelmed by the 4 soul rings beneath Yilei's feet. Han Wan stepped forward, gently patting Wang Yuning's shoulder in a bid to comfort her. In the next instant, she shot a glare at Yilei. The intensity of Han Nuan's gaze startled Yilei, causing even the searing heat emanating from the Flame Lord behind him to diminish. Yilei hurriedly stepped forward, transforming into the blue-silver Emperor spirit, and gently channeled a wave of soothing soul power into Song Yang's body. There you go, Yangzi, he is fine now. It seems he was momentarily startled, and his heart just needs a moment to recover. A good night's sleep will set him right. And tomorrow he will be as lively as ever, Song Yang exclaimed. Yilei, after 2 years of brotherhood, how could you act so unscrupulously? Upon hearing Yilei's words, Wang Yuning finally relaxed her previously tense heart. Yilei glanced at Jing Hang, perhaps understanding the situation immediately, and summoned his spirit, wrapping his long elephant trunk around Song Yang's form, placing him gently upon the back of the mammoth. Yilei, concerned for Song Yang, who was at risk of falling, deftly extended a blue-silver royal vine, securing him gently upon the back of the thunderous mammoth. The group awaited a brief moment until the 5 seniors and the 9-member team concluded their meditation before returning to the academy together. As they journeyed back, Yilei employed the blue-silver royal vine to drag the corpses of the thunder bear, arrowfish, and frenzied rhino. Observing the multitude of soul beast carcasses being towed behind Yilei, Chen Tian and the other seniors widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a method of acquiring soul rings in this setting. Seniors, you can take a portion of these soul beasts with you. I've heard that the corpses can be sold at the base. The 5 seniors could only nod in dazed agreement, taken aback by the extraordinary prowess of their junior, who, within a mere morning, had hunted hundreds of soul beasts and even eradicated a branch of the frenzied rhino species. Had a professional military force from the Elder Hall been dispatched, they might not have achieved such a decisive victory over 100 soul beasts either. The group was then teleported back near the vortex. However, Yilei noticed the absence of Ma Tianming and his companions, surmising they had likely returned to the academy. Yilei instructed everyone to traverse the vortex ahead of him, while he himself gradually pulled the lifeless body of the white-headed spirit beast into the swirling depths using the blue-silver emperor vines. Upon witnessing Han Nuan and the others emerge one after another, the 2 soldiers stationed at the vortex's edge were not taken aback. However, when they beheld Yilei dragging the corpse of the 100-headed spirit beast into view, they nearly fainted from shock. Yilei, oblivious to the world outside, dragged the corpses of over 100 soul beasts before the soul beast exchange device. He manipulated the blue-silver emperor's vines, casting in all of Baijudo's words. Beep, beep, beep. The soul beast exchange device commenced its frenzied operation, and the coin slot below began to spew forth an array of colorful soul coins. Yet conspicuously absent were the coveted 1 million spirit coins and the 10,000 black soul coins. Numerous other soul coins, however, were ejected in abundance. Yilei grasped a generous handful of coins from the considerable heap and approached the 5 senior students, Chen Tian among them. Seniors, these soul coins are rightfully yours. There is no need for formality. Please accept them. Yilei, without waiting for Chen Tian's response, divided a large handful of soul coins into 5 portions and placed them into the hands of 5 senior students. After completing this task, he turned his back to the group and returned to the pile of soul coins, promptly storing them in his system space. All right, let us depart. It is time to return to school. With that, Yilei and his companions utilized the teleportation array to return to their institution. After bidding farewell to Yilei, Chen Tian and the others returned to their respective classrooms to resume their studies. Seeing that all the students who had obtained their spirit rings in the forest had yet to return, Yilei and his companions took the opportunity to rest in the open space before the podium. Seeing that there was ample time, Yilei beckoned a few individuals to gather around him, initiating a meditation session. He activated his blue-silver domain, channeling its energy to support their cultivation. However, Yilei harbored concerns that the brilliance of his blue-silver domain might be excessively dazzling, so he concealed its radiance, ensuring that onlookers would perceive them merely as a group engaged in quiet practice. Yilei closed his eyes, beginning his cultivation of the soul power unique to the Flame Lord. He was determined to swiftly elevate his soul power to a level comparable to that of the blue-silver emperor, at the very least achieving the realm of the Soul King. Currently, the only soul skill he lacked was one that pertained to self-enhancement. The blue-silver emperor excelled in control, while his Flame Lord martial soul was characterized by explosive power. His first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption, along with Infernal Magma Charge, could both be classified as explosive techniques. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock, served multiple purposes: attack, defense, and a modicum of control. The combination of these two skills granted him a diverse arsenal, although the Four-Fire Heaven domain possessed a certain amplification ability. It relied on siphoning soul power from adversarial soul masters, which came at a significant cost. In battle, the energy absorbed might not even compensate for the consumption, thus limiting its potential to merely suppress the enemy. Conversely, the Flame Meteor expansion significantly increased his attack range, yet its impact in combat was minimal. During his confrontation with Scorching Flame, this skill merely served to delay rather than inflict substantial damage. However, this was not the crux of the matter, after all. The combined technique had barely reached a millennia in age, equating to a typical third soul skill attack against 20 soul masters and 1 soul king. Yet the situation had changed. His strength had fully recovered. Should he employ Flame Meteor expansion again? The cumulative damage of his two 10,000-year soul skills would surpass his previous output by at least 5-fold. In the wilderness, within a laboratory nestled in the mountains, a man clad in a white coat plunged a needle into the bare-chested man lying on the iron bed. As an unknown serum coursed into his body, the man suddenly let out a fierce roar, shattering the iron chains that bound him with his engorged muscles. The clarity that once flickered in his eyes vanished, replaced by blood-red pupils. Deep gray fur began to sprout wildly from his body, while the bones at his fingertips elongated instantaneously, piercing through his skin and transforming into razor-sharp claws. From his back, several unknown tails emerged, only to vanish in the next moment, replaced by a single purple scorpion tail. Excellent. I have finally completed the task entrusted to me by Elder 7. The transformation of humans using Soul Beast Blood Serum has been achieved. Ha! The man's smile echoed ominously through the expansive corridors of the research facility. P.S. I must return to school as a volunteer tomorrow, so an early night is in order. Chapter 108. The Strange Energy at Long Last. I have accomplished the task entrusted to me by the 7th Elder. The transformation plan involving the Soul Beast Serum has been successfully completed. The resounding laughter of the man clad in a white lab coat echoed ominously through the vast corridors of the research facility. As time passed, over 2 hours elapsed, and the students who had ventured into the mirror world to acquire their soul rings gradually returned to the school's grand playground. Look over there. What are those individuals doing on the podium? They appear rather peculiar, one student remarked. Isn't it obvious? They are cultivating, another responded. If I recall correctly, they are the earliest in this cohort to possess soul rings, aren't they? Oh, it is indeed them. That's a relief. Their prowess is quite formidable. I've heard whispers that one among them is a 3-ringed soul master, with a soul ring configuration of purple, and black, exclaimed a student in astonishment. Goodness. That is utterly extraordinary. The 3rd soul skill is a millennium level. A millennium? Is that truly impressive? A timid girl inquired. Dear sister, a millennium level soul skill is capable of annihilating everyone present in an instant, much like harvesting wheat. A boy retorted. As a few students began to discuss the group, led by Yi Lei, the atmosphere buzzed with intrigue. At that moment, Fun Tianyin and over 20 instructors returned to the playground. Upon reaching the podium, they beheld Yi Lei and his 16 companions seated in a disciplined manner on the ground, immersed in meditation. These little ones are surprisingly self-motivated, engaging in cultivation on their own. Excellent. This octet is truly promising, especially the girl with the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. We must find a way to recruit her. I wish to personally train her, Fun Tianyin remarked, tilting his head toward the 20 instructors behind him. Understood. They chorused. Wait a moment. Their method of cultivation seems entirely different from the other miscreants. I must see what they are truly up to, Fun Tianyin declared, striding toward the perimeter of Yi Lei's blue-silver domain. As he raised his right hand to touch the barrier of the domain, a peculiar energy instantly repelled his outstretched palm. This is impossible. This cannot be. The pressure from this energy has instilled fear in my Blaze Spirit Lion martial spirit. As a 5-ringed soul king, I am being threatened by this energy. How extraordinary indeed. Fun Tianyin murmured, shaking his stinging right hand slowly. Elder Fun, what troubles you? Huang Tianwei stepped forward to observe the blazing fiery flame and inquired. It seems you were only momentarily stunned by this peculiar energy. It is of no consequence. By the way, how's the serum project progressing? Report to Elder Fan. The serum project was successfully completed at 8:30 this morning and is ready for immediate action. Excellent. Once we conclude matters here, we shall execute the plan. It is high time we compelled him to reveal himself, and when that moment arrives, we shall eradicate him and claim his head. Understood. As Huang Tianwei conversed with Fan Tianyin, Yilei, who was enveloped in the domain, gradually opened his eyes, filled with a chilling and ferocious glint. Those who dare to strike against me shall find no resting place in death. With this thought, Yilei closed his eyes once more. Yet he did not cease his actions. With a mere thought, the original blue-silver domain vanished in an instant, and a searing pressure surged toward Fan Tianyin. Poof! The fiery flame, who had been exhaling smoke rings beside him, suddenly coughed up a mist of blood and crouched down, clutching his chest. Elder Fan, what has happened to you? Huang Tianwei hurriedly approached, while the other instructors, alerted by the commotion, hastily discarded their half-smoked cigarettes and gathered around. I cannot fathom why. But just now, an intense pressure was exerted upon me. I sense that the source of that pressure possesses strength surpassing my own. What? You are a five-ring soul king. And yet the master of that pressure exceeds your might? Could it be him? We are uncertain, but the possibility cannot be dismissed. However, does he not possess two martial souls, each with only 100-year spirit ring? This remains one of the most significant doubts. Enough of this for now. Let us prepare to address the assembly. Indeed, at this moment, Yilei quietly awakened, directly communicating a message to the minds of the other 16 individuals. Do not continue your cultivation for now. Rise. The group promptly concluded their meditation and stood up, returning to their respective ranks. P.S. There is one more chapter, strive, and strive again. September 12th, Chapter 109, the military training concludes. At this moment, Yilei quietly awoke, transmitting a message into the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Cease your cultivation for now and rise. The group swiftly concluded their meditation and stood, returning to their respective ranks. The 20 instructors also returned to their designated groups, standing alongside the assistant instructors of the beautiful class. Fan Tianyin ascended the podium to commence his address. Upon the conclusion of his speech, today's military training came to an end. In the ensuing days, apart from their training, Yilei and his companions devoted their time to cultivating in their dormitory. During this period, Song Yang implored Yilei for a soul bone. Yilei, feeling helpless, acknowledged his desire to procure a high-quality soul bone for each member of their 8-man team. However, he informed Song Yang that while he would certainly assist him in obtaining a soul bone, it could not be done at present. Given the unique nature of his Sea Emperor crocodile martial soul, the most suitable soul bones could only be acquired from the ocean, as the soul bones generated by oceanic soul beasts would perfectly match his martial soul. Of course, there was an alternative method to acquire soul bones, the soul bone shop opened by the system. However, the soul bones available there lacked the potency of those obtained through hunting soul beasts in reality. He could easily hunt oceanic soul beasts, thereby significantly enhancing the quality of the soul rings and soul bones they produced. This was an advantage that the system's soul bone shop could never surpass. It wasn't that Yilei couldn't make a purchase, rather, he simply could not afford it. A single transaction at the shop required a staggering amount of points, upwards of 100,000. While he currently possessed just over 10,000, he would need to slay thousands of soul beasts to afford a single soul bone. With the time required for that, it would be more prudent to seek out high-year soul beasts to hunt, as they too could yield high-quality soul bones. The soul bones from the system shop could wait for another time. System, you cannot treat me this way. I kindly opened a shop, and you disdain the soul bones I offer. Woe is me, I am heartbroken. 5 days later, military training officially concluded, and Yilei and his friends embarked on their first university class. Time always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon the annual Teacher's Day arrived. Yilei, Han Wan, Song Yang, and Wang Yunling made a pact to return to their school to visit their teachers on the afternoon of September 10th, taking advantage of their free period. The four of them hailed a taxi and headed towards their high school, Rongqing No. 8 Middle School. Upon their return to the school gates, Yilei felt a deep sense of gratitude, for it was here that he encountered an exceptional teacher who had rescued him from the shadows of bullying in middle school and where he also met someone who stirred his heart. With such cherished memories, how could Yilei not feel grateful? Yilei turned his head and gently took hold of Han Wan's delicate, fair hand with his left hand. Suddenly feeling the warmth of a large hand clasping her own, Han Wan looked up at the boy standing before her, bathed in sunlight. His face appeared even more pristine and his features more defined. What's wrong? Han Wan raised her fluffy little head and gazed at Yilei. It's nothing. I've merely returned to campus and am reminded of some cherished memories. Yilei spoke softly. The workday has concluded. Tomorrow, I must serve as a volunteer. It shall be quite exhausting. No more words. I am off for the day. September 12th, Chapter 110, The Elders' Assembly in Action. What is it? Han Wan raised her fluffy little head, gazing at Yilei. It's nothing. Returning to campus has merely stirred up some fond memories. Yilei said faintly, well, didn't we agree to wait for the teacher's return? Teacher Huang should be finishing class in about half an hour. Let's continue to wait. How about we gather for dinner tonight, just the four of us former classmates? To this, Song Yang readily concurred. I wholeheartedly agree. All right. I will notify our previous classmates right away. The four of them swiftly reached a consensus. Yilei then took out his phone and sent a message regarding the dinner to their old class group, also sharing the location for tonight's gathering. The moment Yilei and his companions stepped onto the campus, several first-year students, who had already finished their classes, recognized him. Look, isn't he the legendary figure of our school? This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Senior Yilei. Be confident, just remove the knot. If he is indeed Senior Yi, then the person standing beside him must be Senior Han. Exactly. The younger students gazed at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman entering through the school gate, their eyes filled with admiration. Yilei, why don't you wander around here for a bit? I'll go surprise Teacher Huang, Han once said, wrapping her arms around Yilei's right arm and lifting her face to him. All right, you go ahead. I'll take a stroll around the playground. Yilei reached out to gently pat Han Wan's fluffy head, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Han Wan released her arm that was linked with Yilei and darted towards the 6th floor of the teaching building. Yilei gazed at her retreating figure, a smile forming on his lips. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he ambled towards the rooftop playground of their school. As he stepped onto the elevated court, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of his senior year when he frequently played badminton and engaged in various athletic competitions with his classmates. Though merely 2 months had passed, reflecting on those moments filled him with joy. In the midst of a demanding academic environment, the act of playing sports provided a much-needed release from stress, a sensation that was simply delightful. Just as Yilei was lost in his reverie, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. What could be happening? As Yilei was lost in his recollections, he was abruptly interrupted by an inexplicable tremor. He steadied himself and cast a vigilant gaze around his surroundings. Just then, the mysterious vibration ceased, and Yilei no longer surveyed the area with apprehension. Instead, he closed his eyes once more to savor the beauty of time. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated throughout the vast expanse of the playground. Yilei suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the anguished cries. A stranger, a man of remarkable stature, had inexplicably appeared on the playground. Were it not for the vast pit behind him, Yilei might have doubted his very existence. The man stood bare-chested, his muscular physique accentuated, while his lower limbs, exposed beneath short trousers, bulged with strength, creating an imposing presence. Yet, it was his towering height of nearly 3 meters that truly astonished. Could this be the Elder Scheme? Observing the emblem etched upon the stranger's back, Yilei spoke coldly. The man bore an unmistakable dark green 5-clawed black dragon tattoo, the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion under the 7th Elder. How unexpected, how very unexpected, the Elder's plan had commenced so swiftly, and they had managed to pinpoint my location with such precision. It appears I must not underestimate you this time. With that thought, Yilei began to stride towards the unfamiliar man. However, the stranger remained turned away, preventing Yilei from witnessing the grotesque visage that had frightened the girl into her earlier scream. For that was no human face. It was a visage adorned with fangs, scales sprawling across its cheeks, and eyes that glowed a sinister crimson instead of the customary black and white, its hands ending in razor-sharp claws. What manner of monster are you? At the utterance of the word monster, the stranger finally lowered his head, his eerie eyes locking onto the girl seated on the ground. Yes, it was indeed it, for this man could hardly be considered human any longer. He was but a shell, genetically altered with serum derived from soul beasts. From the base of its spine, a black-purple scorpion tail slowly emerged, raising high above its body before lunging directly towards the girl's heart. In that instant, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension, leaving the onlookers frozen, helplessly witnessing the scorpion tail's deadly trajectory towards the girl's chest. Fearful, she shut her eyes, but the anticipated pain never came. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found a crimson stone wall standing defiantly before her, intercepting the deadly strike. Is bullying the weak truly a task fit for you, wretched man? A frigid male voice resonated from a distance. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there stood Yi Lei, his right hand raised, a flickering scarlet energy pulsating within his palm, observing the purple scorpion tail behind the stranger. Yi Lei's curiosity piqued. The elders are indeed peculiar. Have they truly birthed such a monster merely to instill fear? Yi Lei spoke with a hint of sarcasm, observing the peculiar purple scorpion tail behind the unfamiliar man. A curious expression graced his face as he remarked, "The Elder Hall is indeed an oddity. Having transformed into such a bizarre creature as you, could it be that your sole purpose is to instill fear?" With a hint of sarcasm, Yi Lei remarked, "Senior Yi, this creature appears quite formidable. Shall we not flee? At least we would preserve our lives." A member of the badminton club rushed to Yi Lei's side and suggested, "No need for concern. Allow me to confront it. I am eager to ascertain whether it is truly human or a monster." Yi Lei stamped his right foot fiercely, causing the ground behind him to fracture instantaneously. The Flame Lord's martial soul emerged in a flash, and beneath his feet, for soul rings pulsated with a deep, obsidian glow. At the moment Yi Lei unleashed his soul rings, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Now, I urge you all to vacate the playground immediately and gather in the small square beneath the teaching building, where you will be safeguarded." Yi Lei's voice resonated in the minds of everyone present in the playground. Upon hearing his words, no student dared to defy him. The physical education teacher promptly organized an orderly evacuation of the area, leaving it clear for Yi Lei and the unfamiliar man. However, not all were as obedient as the students. A few troublemakers from the school remained, hiding in the corners with their phones, ready to capture the unfolding scene. "Since you have arrived, as a creature that brings calamity to the world, do not think of leaving here unscathed. I shall personally ensure your destruction." Yi Lei's gaze gradually turned frigid. Subsequently, he pressed his right hand downward, causing the first and second soul rings to illuminate simultaneously. He unleashed his self-created soul skill, the four flames of heaven's domain. Instantly, searing magma began to spread from beneath Yi Lei's feet, swiftly enveloping the entire playground, while a scarlet barrier enclosed the area. When the delinquents realized the peril of their situation and attempted to flee, it was already too late. They found themselves trapped within Yi Lei's domain, unable to move. A feral roar escaped the lips of a strange man, akin to the cry of a beast. He then summoned the strength of his leg muscles, launching himself fiercely off the ground and charging directly at Yi Lei. As he advanced, the unfamiliar man raised his clawed hand, unleashing a jade-green wind blade. The blade surged rapidly toward Yi Lei, and sensing the agitated air elements, Yi Lei furrowed his brow, for he recognized this wind blade all too well. Could it be the energy of the 50,000-year-old azure white forehead tiger? How could this be? It seemed improbable for a human to possess such power. This man appeared to wield more than just this one ability. The scorpion tail he had previously manifested was not merely a manifestation of a martial soul, given that he was dispatched from the Elder Seven Abodes Poison Dragon Legion. Could it be that the Elder Seven Abodes had employed human modification techniques, implanting various soul beast serums into a normal human being, resulting in genetic mutation that endowed this man with soul beast skills associated with those serums? How absurd. Elder Hall, I never imagined your humanity would be extinguished so soon. Yi Lei did not underestimate his opponent before him. He directly unleashed his third soul skill, the 1000-June Flame Armor. A crimson stone rose into the air, transforming into the shape of armor that enveloped Yi Lei's body, allowing him to withstand the assault of the unfamiliar man's wind blade. The wind blade struck heavily against the armored right arm of Yi Lei, leaving a faint cut upon the surface of the armor. To his surprise, it managed to leave a mark on my third soul skill, the 1000-June Flame Armor. It appears that the Elder Hall has indeed put considerable effort into enhancing the potency of your serum. Given this, it is now my turn. With a swift motion, the soul bone skill of the human-faced left leg activated, the Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. In an instant, a deep purple-black soul bone manifested on Yi Lei's left calf. He kicked swiftly with his left leg, unleashing a barrage of purple light slashes that surged toward the unfamiliar man. The stranger, undeterred, exhibited a glimmer of unusual brilliance in his eyes. Instantly, a surge of earthy energy coalesced in his right leg, and he forcefully stomped his foot against the ground. Boom. The earth beneath him shattered instantly, cracks spreading rapidly in all directions, giving rise to numerous earthen spikes that shot skyward, enclosing him within. Yi Lei's soul bone skill could only strike these earthen spikes, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as they shattered, scattering debris across the ground. While the spikes continued to emerge relentlessly, maintaining a protective barrier around the unfamiliar man. In light of this, if my soul bone skill cannot penetrate your defenses, then allow me to show you this technique. My first soul skill, the Inferno Magma Surge. Yilei let out a cold snort, then swiftly struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the first soul ring beneath his feet to illuminate. In an instant, a massive column of magma erupted beneath the feet of the unfamiliar man, who, at that very moment, leaped sideways, his entire body shimmering with silvery light before vanishing into thin air. The man had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the Elder Hall had injected this man with the blood serum of a soul beast possessing invisibility skills? Truly remarkable. This tactic could indeed catch an ordinary person off guard, but it would be of no use against me. For I wield the soul bone skill of the Spider King, mental hunting ground, as Yilei stepped forward with his left leg. The entire scene of the playground flooded into his mind. I have found you. Allow me to introduce you to this technique, the fourth soul skill, Infernal Twin Blades. Yilei let out a cold snort, and then the fourth soul ring in the sequence illuminated. The ground beneath him instantly erupted into bubbling magma. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, the earth cracked open, and an extraordinary large blade adorned with black and red patterns leapt forth from the ground. Yilei grasped it firmly in his hand, then swiftly crouched down, thrusting his free left hand into the earth to extract another blade bearing the same intricate design. At this moment, Yilei was clad in a crimson armor, wielding two black and red blades, and he flashed towards a corner of the training ground. The skill of the Purgatory Fire Scythe, Purgatory Scythe Flash. On Yilei's right arm, a scythe-shaped soul bone materialized in an instant. The brilliance of the soul bone flickered and swiftly transferred along his right hand to the great sword he wielded. In that moment, both great swords emanated a radiant crimson glow simultaneously. Yilei swung his great sword directly towards the direction he had locked onto. In the next moment, two crimson beams of light intertwined, forming an X that soared forward. There was no time for concealment, except the judgment from the abyss. As Yilei's voice faded, the magma-laden ground within the four-fire heaven domain erupted in a tumultuous boil, causing the previously concealed figure of the stranger to re-emerge. A primal roar echoed forth, a sound that belonged to a beast. Instantly, brilliant hues illuminated the stranger's form, coalescing into a dazzling array of colors that formed a protective barrier before him, staunchly withstanding Yilei's oncoming assault. Thousand June's soulbone skill, Thousand June's falling flame break. Yilei's gaze flickered, and a piece of soulbone materialized at his chest. A colossal meteorite coalesced in the air, crashing heavily towards the unfamiliar man. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted around them, as the flames forcefully struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The stranger lay within it, yet intriguingly, his original height of 3 meters diminished instantaneously to that of an ordinary man, and his once bulging muscles reverted to their original state. As Yilei discerned the figure lying in the pit, a profound tremor coursed through his gaze. How could this be? Were you not one of the notorious quintet that plagued the martial world? What has transpired? Why have you become this way? A moment of silence enveloped the air, only to be broken by a hoarse voice. Hurry, kill me. It is Elder 7 of the Hall. He forcibly took us 5 and subjected us to human modification experiments, injecting us with the blood serum of various soul beasts. Among us, the 4th has already perished at their hands. Now, only the eldest and the other 2 remain. The serum injected into our leader is that of soul beasts over 10,000 years old. He has now become a pawn of the Elder Hall. In the depths of the pit, the man, having regained his consciousness, responded to Yilei with his raspy voice. Yet, before he could finish, he gasped his last breath, his body dissolving into dust, merging with the soil of the pit. Standing at the edge, Yilei's countenance darkened as he gazed into the pit, reflecting on the dust that had become one with the earth. The serum modification plan, as he interpreted it, meant that 3 more beings of similar transformation still existed. The serum was likely the reason behind the alarming disappearance of numerous creatures from the Riverside Forest and the Marine Biology exhibition a month prior, suggesting they had been captured by the Elder Hall. If his deductions were accurate, this man had at least 4 types of soul beast serums implanted within him, that of the beaching white-headed tiger, the bloodthirsty scorpion from the arthropod soul beasts, and the mighty mammoth. The nature of the others remained unknown. Alas, his death could be seen as a form of release. Yet, the existence of the remaining 3 remained uncertain. He surmised that they too bore similar serums, and as the man had mentioned, Their leader had received the most potent serum. At present, Yilei believed his strength could contend with the leader. However, it was of little matter, for the Elder Hall, with its characteristic cunning, would not allow the remaining 3 modified soul beasts to escape unscathed. Their prowess would likely surpass that of the last. Moreover, the very fact that the Elder Hall had dispatched this individual to extract his combat data suggested they had already acquired a portion of it. The forthcoming encounters with the 3 modified beings would undoubtedly prove increasingly formidable. Upon reflecting on this, Yilei shook his head and promptly concluded his soul technique. In an instant, the crimson barrier dissipated and the ground beneath him returned to its original state, erasing the deep pit that had formed. Having accomplished everything, Yilei descended from the playground and awaited at the base of the classroom building. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, a chorus of gratitude echoed from both teachers and students alike. It is worth noting that the timing of Yilei's conclusion to the confrontation was neither too brief nor too prolonged, as he reached the base of the instructional building. The bell tolled, and a throng of students flooded out from the classrooms spanning 5 or 6 floors. They stretched languidly in the corridors, unwinding their bodies, while some took advantage of the 10-minute intermission to review their textbooks in the vicinity. "Senior Yi, what became of that man on the playground?" inquired a student from the badminton club, unable to restrain his curiosity as he approached Yilei. "Rest assured, that man was merely a mutated soul awakening. I have dealt with him accordingly," Yilei replied. Yilei casually remarked, refraining from divulging the origins of that man, fearing it might incite panic within the school administration. After all, in his perspective, the moment the remaining 3 modified individuals made their appearance, he would ensure their obliteration. 1 would be annihilated upon arrival, and 2 would meet the same fate in unison. A flicker of murderous intent flashed beneath Yilei's gaze, sending a chill down the spine of the junior, who involuntarily shuddered. "Here, take this. Absorb it tonight." Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air and landed in the junior's palm. "Senior Yi, what is this?" "This is a gift for you. There are 4 more, all intended for you. Before your soul power reaches level 60, these 5 soul rings will grant you the finest soul skills. Once you break through to level 60, come to me, and I will assist you with your 6th soul ring." As he spoke, Yilei waved his hand again, and 4 additional soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, flew into the junior's hands. "Senior Yi, this seems inappropriate?" The junior's brow furrowed slightly. What could possibly be inappropriate? These soul rings are not particularly difficult to acquire. I still have over 100 of them. Yilei smiled gently, shrugged his shoulders, and then directed his gaze toward the staircase, watching as students emerged one by one, searching for that familiar figure. After a few moments, 2 silhouettes appeared side by side, stepping out from the teaching building. Upon seeing this, Yilei took a step forward. "Happy Teacher's Day, Mr. Huang." Yilei approached the 2 individuals, addressing one of the women. Huang Xiaoshu smiled as she observed the tall boy approaching. "Yilei, how have you been lately?" "I've been quite well, Teacher Huang." "I recall that you are not on duty tonight, correct?" "Not at all. Why do you ask?" "If that's the case, we are planning a reunion dinner with our high school classmates this evening. Would that be acceptable, Teacher Huang?" "Of course, that would be delightful. I have been rather fondly reminiscing about you all, considering you were my very first cohort of students." Huang Xiaoshu beamed with pride as she gazed at the 2 students before her. "Then, Teacher Huang, shall we set off?" "Yilei has already made reservations at the restaurant," Han Wan said with a cheerful expression, linking her arm with Huang Xiaoshu's as they walked side by side toward the school gate. Yilei walked behind, observing Han Wan, who was walking alongside Huang Xiaoshu with a smile. Subsequently, he took out his phone and sent a message to Song Yang. "Hello, Yang. Han Wan and I are currently heading to the restaurant with Teacher Huang. Would you like to join us with Wang Yunning so that the 4 of us can travel together?" "No need. You 2 go ahead with Teacher Huang. Wang Yunning and I will linger around the school for a while before we come over." "All right, just remember, we are at room 381 on the 3rd floor of the Jinrong Grand Hotel." "Okay." Yilei put away his phone and stepped forward to follow. Yilei escorted the 2 of them into a spacious Mercedes-Benz S-Class business vehicle, which had been arranged by Yi Junqing. After informing the driver of their dining destination, he settled into the luxurious 9D floating seats at the back alongside Han Wan. The 3 engaged in a delightful conversation, exchanging recent updates in the cool interior of the car. "How has your university life been, Yilei? I hope it has been satisfactory?" Han Wan inquired. "Indeed. It has been quite pleasant, Teacher Huang," he responded. "By the way, Teacher Huang, what is your martial spirit?" Han Wan suddenly asked. My martial spirit? I have yet to summon it, Huang Xiaoshu replied thoughtfully. Then might you attempt to release it? Han Wan coaxed playfully. Very well, I shall give it a try, Huang Xiaoshu said, raising his hands. He began to channel the faint soul power within him, and soon, a delicate blue light emerged slowly from his chest, transforming into a deep blue flower before them. The Nine Hearts Begonia, a supreme martial spirit of the auxiliary category. Yilei exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Huang, please keep these 5 soul rings safe. This evening, you will be able to absorb this particular soul ring. Yilei pointed to a soul ring suspended in midair and addressed Huang Xiaoshu. Teacher, is it truly appropriate for you to accept these 5 soul rings without cause? Rest assured, Teacher Huang, Yilei possesses an abundance of soul rings, replied Huang warmly. If you doubt my words, just take a look. Han Wan reached out to open the car window, then stood up to unleash her martial soul. A deep purple-black hue enveloped her, and 3 soul rings materialized around her waist. The moment her martial soul manifested, the temperature inside the vehicle plummeted dramatically. Fortunately, Han Wan had opened the window in advance. Otherwise, the confined space would have descended to sub-zero temperatures in an instant. Teacher Huang, this is the soul ring that Yilei helped me acquire, significantly enhancing my strength, Han Wan exclaimed, before retracting her martial soul, causing the temperature within the car to return to normal. Yilei promptly closed the window once more. At this point, Huang Xiaoshu had no further objections and accepted all 5 soul rings. The trio then continued their leisurely conversation as they made their way to the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Yilei instructed the driver with a few words before leading Han Wan and Huang Xiaoshu into the hotel. Young master, welcome, greeted the front desk manager, who promptly bowed upon seeing Yilei's arrival and inquired about his reserved private room number. Room 381 on the 3rd floor. Certainly, please follow me, the manager responded quickly, pulling out a walkie-talkie to announce, Attention, attention, the young master has arrived. The words transmitted through the walkie-talkie prompted the hotel staff to adopt the utmost level of service, as if preparing for a formidable challenge, demonstrating unparalleled attentiveness to all dining guests present. The sudden transformation in the service demeanor of Jinrong Grand Hotel staff left every patron in a state of astonishment. What is happening here? Why has the staff's attitude changed so drastically? It wasn't like this just a moment ago. Indeed, it was not. The waitstaff remained indifferent, fully aware that their future employer, the heir of the Yi family, would be hosting a high school reunion at this venue. In an effort to secure their positions, they naturally endeavored to present their most commendable selves, striving to showcase their dedication to the young master of the Yi family. From their perspective, if they demonstrated exemplary service today, promotions and salary increases would be within reach. It is worth noting that a mere front desk attendant at the prestigious 5-star hotel in Rome City earns nearly 10,000, not to mention those in higher positions. Once settled in the private room, Yilei waved his hand grandly, ordering the hotel's signature dishes without hesitation. After all, he had no need to pay for this meal. He felt free to indulge in whatever he desired, as it was his family's establishment. The revenue was of little concern to him, given that the Yi family owned multiple enterprises, and this amount was hardly significant. After half an hour, the other students arrived in succession at the hotel suite. Upon entering, they eagerly greeted Huang Xiaoshu, with several girls presenting him with freshly purchased gifts. Yilei stifled a laugh as he observed the offerings, red pens and notebooks, as well as flowers, typical gifts for Teacher's Day. He recalled his own past gifts, which were more sophisticated red pens accompanied by an abundance of ink refills. For those teachers he was less fond of, he would simply bestow a handful of red pens and refills, leaving everything else aside. It seems that contemporary students' Teacher's Day gifts are not far removed from this tradition. 10 minutes later, Song Yang and Wang Yuning made their entrance, bringing along an array of items far more valuable and practical for teachers than those presented by the female students. Their gifts were notably exquisite. Fortunately, during military training, Song Yang had accumulated a considerable amount of soul currency, making him relatively affluent among the ordinary students, especially since there were not many items that teachers would require. As the atmosphere reached a suitable crescendo, Yilei signaled for silence, taking a seat and clapping his hands. Shortly thereafter, 2 attendants entered the room. The first attendant wheeled in a sizable box and announced, "This is the intelligent office chair procured at the behest of the young master. Designed by a master craftsman from abroad, it possesses the luxurious texture akin to a sofa and is equipped with a massage function, offering exceptional comfort. Perfectly suited to Miss Huang's office needs." After bowing, the first attendant withdrew, while the second attendant entered with a cart laden with exquisitely packaged gift boxes. These are specially crafted health tea bags commissioned by the young master for our hotel, made from the finest medicinal ingredients, renowned for their beauty-enhancing, heat-clearing, and fat-reducing properties. Equally ideal for Miss Huang's office requirements. With that, the second attendant exited the private room as well. Huang Xiaoshu gazed at the luxurious office chair and the mountain of health tea bags, chuckling softly. Yilei, you need not bestow such lavish gifts upon me. A mere teacher, I have no use for them. Oh, Teacher Huang, how can you say such a thing? As the first student of your class, it is only right that I present you with a token of gratitude for your 3 years of nurturing and guidance. Please, do not refuse. Accept these 2 gifts. As Yilei was speaking, the previously closed door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. An uninvited guest made his entrance at the doorway. Everyone present was startled and turned their gaze towards the entrance, where they beheld a boy of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed yellow hair. Standing at the threshold, Chen Tao, what brings you here? Yilei's demeanor shifted abruptly upon recognizing the visitor, his voice turning icy in an instant. P.S. Off work. September 14th, Chapter 116. Where did this dog come from? As Yilei spoke, the previously shut door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. An unexpected visitor appeared at the threshold. Everyone present was startled, their gazes immediately drawn towards the entrance, where they beheld a boy of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair. Chen Tao, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yilei's tone instantly turned frigid. What? Am I not allowed to attend our high school classmates' first reunion? Chen Tao scoffed. Yet, how vividly I remember someone voluntarily declaring that they would never set foot in Class 10 again. They even proclaimed that if they ever went back on their word, they would perform the most disgraceful act before the entire class. Yilei did not even lift his head, casually picking up a few peanuts with his chopsticks and placing them in his mouth. He spoke in a nonchalant tone, which instantly provoked a collective burst of laughter from his classmates. Damn it, Yilei, I've long been intolerant of your attitude. I came here today solely for my high school diploma. Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not hand over my diploma today, do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Tao exclaimed in a fit of rage, raising his finger to point at Huang Xiaoshu's nose. Oh, where did this dog come from, spouting so much nonsense? I am eager to see how you intend to treat Teacher Huang with disrespect today. Yilei slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to tremble. Well then, Yilei, I am a master spirit from the second ring. Today, I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with your girlfriend. Chen Tao declared with righteous indignation, swiftly conjuring a crimson axe into his grasp. In the next moment, a white and a yellow spirit ring manifested beneath him. Instantly, everyone in the private room, except for Yilei, Song Yang, and Huang Xiaoshu, was taken aback. Huang Xiaoshu remained unfazed upon witnessing Chen Tao's white and yellow rings. For just half an hour earlier, she had observed a far superior spirit ring configuration on the van. To her, Chen Tao paled in comparison to the prowess displayed before Han Yuan. However, she firmly believed that Yilei's spirit ring configuration would undoubtedly surpass that of Han Yuan in sheer terror. Alas, yet another fool who does not know his limits. With a mere white and yellow spirit ring configuration, you dare to make a commotion on my territory? I fear you may not wish to leave this hotel alive. Yilei exerted force with his legs, pushing the chair back, and then leaned against the backrest, crossing one leg over the other. With his eyes narrowed, he observed Chen Tao, who was brandishing his axe-like martial spirit. You are pushing me, Yilei. I shall sever your head, he declared vehemently. And you, Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not hand over my diploma today, I will likewise take your head. As he spoke, Chen Tao charged at Yilei with his axe raised. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene, fearing they might become collateral damage to Chen Tao's wrath. In stark contrast, Yilei leisurely sipped from a goblet filled with drink, appearing utterly unfazed by the weapon in Chen Tao's grasp. With a resounding whoosh, the axe descended, slicing through the air with a thunderous noise, causing the crowd to shut their eyes in terror, dreading the sight of a gruesome spectacle. However, after a prolonged moment of silence, instead of hearing Yilei's agonizing cry, they were startled to hear Chen Tao emit a pig-like squeal of pain. Confused, the spectators cautiously opened their eyes, peeking towards Yilei. What they beheld left them astonished. Yilei effortlessly pinched Chen Tao's axe between 2 fingers. No, this cannot be. How can you so easily catch my axe? Chen Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to wrench the weapon from Yilei's grasp. despite summoning all his strength. The axe remained firmly lodged in Yilei's hold. "Why, that question lies with you," Yilei replied coolly. "And as for why you cannot obtain your diploma, that is also for you to ponder. Do not expect our teacher Huang to clean up your mess. If you wish to receive your diploma, then you must diligently complete and submit your thought report to the academic office. Otherwise, your diploma will forever remain at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School." Yilei casually held a cup in one hand while clutching Qintao's axe in the other, never once casting a glance in Qintao's direction. "How infuriating! Yilei, you have pushed me to this." With a surge of indignation, Qintao unleashed his first soul skill, the magma blade. The white soul ring shimmered, and the axe blade, pinched between Yilei's fingers, erupted into a crimson glow, hurtling towards Yilei's palm. Just as the light was about to graze Yilei's skin, an intense, searing pressure emanated from within him, shattering the crimson radiance, causing Qintao to be violently thrown back. There are merely 2 hours remaining to complete today's task. September 15th, Chapter 117, Incoherence. How infuriating! Yilei, you have pushed me to this. First soul skill, Magma Blade. Qintao, unable to endure any longer, summoned his soul power to activate his first soul skill. The white soul ring flickered, and the axe blade, held between Yilei's fingers, erupted in a scarlet glow, racing towards Yilei's palm. Just as the light was about to touch Yilei's skin, a wave of scorching pressure burst forth from him, dissipating the red glow, and Qintao was sent sprawling backward by the force. "This is impossible. How can you?" After landing awkwardly, Qintao's axe vanished, and he raised a finger to point at Yilei, but before he could utter a word, he was rendered speechless by the 4 soul rings that slowly emerged from beneath Yilei's feet. The moment Yilei's soul rings materialized in the room, even Huang Xiaoshu gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had thought that Han Wan's trio of purple and black soul rings was formidable enough, but she was astounded to see that all 4 of Yilei's rings were of the legendary black hue, signifying 10,000 years. This indicated that even several Qintaos would not be a match for Yilei's prowess. "So, Qintao, how do you intend to sever my head? I already offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Now it is my turn. Bring him out." At this command, Yilei's voice reached the ears of the security personnel on the 3rd floor. The guards trembled at the sound of their young master's voice and immediately rushed to the private booth 381 where Yilei was located. "You lot, swiftly drag him out. And summon Manager Zhang to see me." Yilei languidly reclined in his chair, sipping his drink as he spoke. "Yes, young master." 2 security guards promptly approached, one on each side, escorting Qintao outside. Despite his struggles, they unceremoniously deposited him at the entrance of the Jinrong Hotel. Qintao landed heavily at the hotel's doorstep, rubbing his posterior as he stood up, then angrily pointed his finger at the 2 security guards, hurling insults that even involved their ancestors. The guards, their expressions darkened, suppressed the urge to retaliate against Qintao. Moments later, the front desk manager emerged and whispered a few words in the ears of the guards. Upon hearing this, they immediately advanced and dragged Qintao down to the underground parking lot, where his anguished screams echoed through the dimly lit space. "Young master, you summoned me. Is there something you require?" 5 minutes later, a distinguished man clad in an elegant white tailored suit appeared at the door of room 381. "Manager Zhang, I called for you." "Yes, about the man who appeared in our box today, Qintao. You know what needs to be done, don't you?" Yilei savored the exquisite delicacies, barely casting a glance towards the entrance, where Manager Zhang stood, instantly comprehending the underlying implication of Yilei's words. Zhang discreetly exited the private room, ensuring to close the door behind him. Once outside, he retrieved his phone and composed a message, dispatching it forthwith. "Young master has decreed that the individual depicted in the photograph, along with his relatives, are henceforth prohibited from entering any hotel within Rongqing. Should any establishment dare to permit them to dine, it would be tantamount to declaring enmity with Jinrong Hotel and the Yi family." After sending the message, Manager Zhang returned the device to his pocket and resumed his duties. "Xiao Wu, instruct the kitchen to promptly prepare the newly developed dishes for room 381. And do not forget to send a portion of our desserts to each guest in that room. It is imperative that this is done swiftly." He approached the hotel's kitchen entrance and summoned a rotund chef with a beer belly, issuing his commands. The chef, acutely aware of the significance of room 381, nodded eagerly before waddling back to his station, directing his sous chefs with urgency. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. After the gathering concluded, Yilei dispatched a driver to safely escort Huang Xiaoshu back to her residence. Given Chun Tao's earlier conduct, Yilei ordered 5 men from the Yi family's security firm to vigilantly guard Huang Xiaoshu's home overnight. Even during her attendance at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School, 2 security personnel would discreetly ensure her safety. Of course, these matters would unfold in due course. As he watched the business vehicle disappear into the distance, Yilei sighed softly. Alas, what a splendid gathering ruined. Not even the finest ingredients could evoke their rightful sumptuousness. Perhaps we should venture to the nearby food street for a bite? Han Wan whimsically clung to Yilei's arm, gently shaking it as she gazed up at him with eager anticipation. How could I possibly be unaware of the thoughts of this little foodie? Am I not correct in saying so? Yilei extended his other hand, playfully pinching the soft flesh on Han Nuanyuan's belly. Hee. Lazy. Are Yuning and I going or not? We've had quite a hearty meal tonight, so we're heading back to school first. With that, Song Yang took hold of Wang Yuning's small hand and smiled. All right, I won't interrupt your stroll any longer. See you in the dormitory tonight. With those words, the 4 parted ways, each taking a different direction. Yilei, did you know? My soul power has already reached level 36. I believe it is due to your absorption of that 50,000-year-old mimic soul ring, combined with the vast energy from my blue-silver domain that you have absorbed over these past few days. You guessed it right. Yilei and Han Wan strolled hand in hand down the street, engaging in playful interaction. Observing Han Wan, who appeared as cold as ice in front of others yet revealed a delicate and adorable side in his presence, Yilei couldn't help but flash a radiant smile. His eyes filled with affectionate adoration. Beneath the moonlight, the two walked side by side, surrounded by a cascade of pink bubbles. In the military headquarters of Rongqing, within a vast office, an elderly man with silvery hair sat before an antique wooden desk, perusing the documents in his hands. Report, Elder 7. News has arrived from the Burning Sky Flame Division. Oh, do tell. A few days prior, their project on transforming soul beasts had successfully concluded. With 4 out of 5 experimental subjects succeeding, the failed one had been discreetly eliminated. This afternoon, they dispatched the 4th experimental subject to acquire battle data concerning the young man with the surname Yi. The battle data has been transmitted, Elder 7. It has been sent to your exclusive mobile device. Please check it. The chief assistant to the elder pushed open the office door and approached the desk, presenting another document. Since the battle data has been returned, what of the 4th experimental subject? The elder did not lift his gaze, continuing to study the file in his hands. The 4th experimental subject has perished, leaving no trace behind. It is unfortunate, yet it matters not. Our experiment has succeeded. We can simply capture a few homeless individuals off the streets for further transformations. Indeed, Elder 7. I shall instruct them at once to find 10 homeless individuals for the Soul Beast Transformation Project. I am confident that one day, your transformed army will flourish magnificently. Very well, you may leave now. Yes. At Rome University, at the entrance, someone asked, Nwaner, do you wish to maximize the attack intensity of your second soul skill? As Yilei and Han Wan just passed through the school gate, Yilei suddenly turned his head and inquired, If I wish to enhance the attack power of my second soul skill, wouldn't that necessitate absorbing soul rings of corresponding ages? Han Wan lifted her delicate face, her expression one of curiosity. Well, that is not entirely unfeasible, she replied thoughtfully. However, your second soul skill is derived from the millennium-old spirit Ice Kite, a soul beast of the mental attribute. This means your second soul skill has inherited the attack methods of the spirit Ice Kite. Nevertheless, mental attribute soul beasts are quite rare. Yet, I possess a unique technique that can augment the power of your second soul skill. Would you be interested in learning it? At this moment, Yilei teased with a hint of mystery, gazing joyfully at Han Wan. Really? I want to go and learn. Upon hearing that there was a profound skill to enhance her second soul ability, Han Wan looked at Yilei with sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Rest assured. I will definitely teach you this, he replied. Now, listen closely. This extraordinary skill is called the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye? What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye is one of the supreme secret arts from a sect known as the Tang Clan. Mastering the Purple Extreme Demon Eye will grant you an additional skill that allows you to attack with your gaze, wielding tremendous power. Yilei tilted his head with a smile and began to recite verbatim the secret technique recorded in the Tang sect's ultimate teachings, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye secret method. This technique is practiced during the fleeting moment when the sun rises and the purple aura emerges, significantly enhancing one's vision. It bestows unparalleled observational prowess, capable of inflicting psychological damage upon adversaries. One can perceive distances of 1,000 miles and scrutinize minute details. The purple extreme demon eye is categorized into 4 levels: overview, subtlety, seed, and vastness, each with distinct effects. Overview level. This level greatly amplifies visual acuity, allowing one to grasp every minute detail with clarity. Subtlety level. At this stage, vision becomes even clearer, with a richer comprehension of details. Everything before one's eyes is conveyed to the nervous system at a slowed pace, enabling rapid responses. Seed level. Externally, one's eyes radiate a purple-golden light. From one's perspective, the surroundings become exceptionally clear, revealing a world rich in layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air can reveal faint dust particles. A substantial passage of text flowed through the air into Han Wan's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned and unable to respond. "Yilei, could you possibly repeat that secret method?" "I didn't quite understand it." Han Wan tilted her head, gazing at Yilei with eager eyes. "Of course, no problem. Here, take this Tang sect ultimate teaching. You can study all the secret techniques it contains in detail. It will greatly aid you in future battles." As he spoke, Yilei flipped his right hand and retrieved the Tang sect ultimate teachings stored in the system space, finally handing it to Han Wan. "Wanner, let me make this clear. This Tang sect ultimate teaching must not be seen by outsiders. The secret methods recorded within are unique to this world, originating from Douluo continent. If others were to learn the techniques contained in it, it could have significant repercussions for us," Yilei said with a serious expression. "All right, I understand. You can rest assured. I will ensure that this book remains undiscovered by outsiders, including Wang Yuning and the others." After accepting the ancient text from Yilei, Han Wan smiled brightly at him. P.S. Keep going. Only 2 chapters left. September 16th, Chapter 120. I won't bully you. Warmth. Allow me to express my earnest desire that this esteemed tome of the Tang sect's ultimate skills remains concealed from prying eyes. The esoteric techniques inscribed within are truly unparalleled in this world and are products of the Douluo continent. Should outsiders manage to glean the secrets contained herein, it would significantly impact our endeavors. After Han Wan accepted the ancient text handed to her by Yilei, he continued with a grave expression, "Rest assured. I shall ensure that this tome does not fall into the hands of others, including Wang Yunling and her companions." With a smile illuminating her face, Han Wan stored the ancient volume away. "Now then, it is getting late. Let us return to the dormitory for some rest." "Ah." And regarding the contents of the Tang sect's ultimate skills, you need only study the purple extreme demon eye, the ghostly shadow steps, and the 100 techniques of hidden weapons. Ghostly shadow steps? 100 techniques of hidden weapons? What are these? Han Wan queried with a look of confusion on her face. The ghostly shadow steps is an extraordinary technique found within the Tang sect's ultimate skills. Mastering this secret art will grant you remarkable agility in battle, proving immensely advantageous. As for the 100 techniques of hidden weapons, you can utilize the ice blades, resembling feathers, released by your first soul skill, Ice Feather, as concealed weapons, allowing you to inflict damage upon your foes without a sound. Yilei elucidated. Han Wan finally displayed an expression of enlightenment, then adorably nodded and obediently remarked, "I understand now." Yilei felt a pang of vulnerability strike him at that moment, as guilt extended its hands, gripping Han Wan's soft little face, and began to indulge in playful torment. "Yilei, what are you doing?" Han Wan's delicate visage bore faint red marks from Yilei's playful squeezing. In retaliation, she raised her tiny, pink fists and began to rain down gentle punches upon Yilei's solid chest. Observing Han Wan's futile attempts to strike him, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle. After all, her tiny fists posed no threat to him whatsoever. Having absorbed the third soul ring of his fiery Lord of Flames martial spirit, his physical strength had multiplied several times beyond that of an ordinary person. Han Wan was well aware of this fact. Thus, when she pounded on Yilei's chest, she infused her strikes with a faint trace of soul power. Yet, this meager energy dissipated upon contact with his chest, akin to a trickle of mud lost in the ocean. All right. I shall no longer tease you, Nwaner. The hour is late. It is time for you to return," he said gently. "Humph. I'm angry and don't wish to speak to you." Han Wan puffed up her cheeks, turning her back on Yilei, her tone petulant. Her indignant demeanor tempted Yilei to extend his mischievous hand once more. but a sense of conscience restrained him from acting on that impulse. Instead, he merely placed his large hand softly atop her fluffy head, offering a tender embrace. "Come now. Do not be upset. It is getting late. We should head back to the dormitory. We have class in the morning," he coaxed gently. Yi Lei's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Seeing your sincere attitude of contrition, I shall reluctantly grant you forgiveness. I will return to the dormitory first. See you tomorrow." With that, Han Yuan turned around to face Yi Lei, a radiant smile illuminating her features, and then she joyfully hopped away, cradling the treasured skills of the Tang sect as she made her way towards the girls' dormitory. Yi Lei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she leapt joyfully, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. He recalled Han Yuan's expressions from earlier, and an urge surged within him to gently press his fingers against her forehead, tracing the contours of her lips. The mere thought sent him into a flurry, and he quickly shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts that had taken root in his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such notions today? Nwaner is still so young. Perhaps I should wait a few more years. Then, just as he regained his composure, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously once more. P.S. Keep it up, just one more chapter. Let us resolve this within half an hour. September 16th, Chapter 121, Campus Forum. Yi Lei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl, bouncing with exuberance, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. Recollecting Han Yuan's expressions from moments ago, he felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her head and gently trace the contours of her lips. The mere thought sent him into a flurry, prompting him to vigorously shake his head, dispelling the inappropriate musings that had taken root in his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such thoughts today? Yuan is still quite young. Perhaps I should wait a few more years. By then, Just as Yi Lei managed to regain his composure, he found himself spiraling back into those thoughts, compelling him to shake his head even more fervently. Not far away, a faint glimmer flickered behind a window in a nearby teaching building. September 11th. Early morning. Yi Lei was roused from his slumber by the persistent calls of his 3 roommates. What is the meaning of this? It is not even 8 o'clock yet. Can't you allow me a little more rest? Yi Lei sat on his bed, bleary-eyed as he gazed at the 3 individuals standing on the floor. Lazy. Quickly check the campus forum, Song Yang said, holding his phone and not bothering to lift his head. Yi Lei, seemingly bewildered, picked up his phone for a glance, yet displayed no reaction as he settled back into bed, yearning to indulge in a brief slumber. Alas, I pondered, Yi Lei, how can you remain so indifferent when you and Han Yuan have made an appearance on the campus forum? Are you truly so unconcerned about your own affairs? While Yuan and I have indeed graced the forum, it is of little consequence. Furthermore, our relationship as a couple is well established, and it conveniently allows me to delay my official announcement at the university. In truth, he inadvertently aids my cause. Enough of this, let me return to my repose. Yi Lei, feeling quite helpless, rolled over and, with a hint of morning irritation, remarked. Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, the 3 individuals beneath the bed exhibited expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Why were we in such a hurry? It's truly perplexing how that group of boys and girls perceives the situation. We, lazy, are merely engaged in a normal romantic relationship. Yet they accuse us of stealing their girlfriends. How absurd is that? Furthermore, the girls have been particularly vicious in their tirades. Just look at how they mercilessly berated our sister-in-law, even going so far as to call her a harlot. It baffles me how they think. Each one claims to be Lei Zi's undisclosed girlfriend, as if he would even consider them. After expressing their grievances, the 3 continued to vent their frustrations, engaging in a heated exchange with the trolls on the campus forum. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Han Yuan released several photographs chronicling her relationship with Yi Lei on the campus forum. Upon seeing the images that Han Yuan shared, those students with somewhat twisted minds went into a frenzy. Instantly, several girls flocked to Han Yuan's profile to unleash a barrage of insults. Yet, a few rational students commented beneath the photos, wishing for happiness between Yi Lei and Han Yuan. Oh brothers, this Yi Lei lives right next door to me. Let's unite and give him a beating, exclaimed one student. Count me in, echoed another. Brothers, this Yi Lei resides in dormitory 408. Suddenly, a throng of dozens of boys, ranging from freshmen to seniors, amassed at the entrance of Yi Lei's dormitory. Among them, a particularly aggressive athlete kicked the door open with force and charged inside. The trio, still engrossed in their online battle, was startled by the loud crash as the door slammed against the wall. turning their heads stiffly. They were met by a large group of boys gathered at the doorway. Which one of you is Yilei? You've stolen the woman I adore. Come out immediately, or I'll make your life at school unbearable, declared the leading athlete with brazen arrogance. The expressions of Song Yang and his companions darkened in an instant. Jing Hang, that was quite swift. Song Yang, it seems you are the one who will struggle to get by. Chen Si-kan, now we have a legitimate reason to teach someone a lesson. Let me clarify, what does their relationship have to do with you? Do you think you can play the role of a third party? They've been together for over 2 years. How can that be considered stealing your girlfriend? You've only met our sister-in-law a handful of times, and you dare to claim she is your friend? How ridiculous. Your reasoning is flawed. I suggest you seek help before it adversely affects your future. Song Yang and his companions took turns berating the athletic student, rendering him speechless. Regardless, I, Wang Ba, have set my sights on a woman, and she is mine, irrespective of whether she has a boyfriend. You three should quickly step aside, or else do not blame my fists for being merciless. If I injure you, it will not bode well. Wang Ba cracked his knuckles, speaking arrogantly, while a towering gorilla, 2 meters tall, materialized behind him. The moment Wang Ba's martial spirit manifested, however, not a single soul ring appeared. Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe that someone without a soul ring stands a chance against the 3 of us? The expressions of Song Yang and his companions grew cold as they unleashed their own martial spirits. Instantly, 3 massive beast spirits emerged within the room, accompanied by 6 faint purple soul rings. Indeed, 6 purple soul rings, during the midpoint of military training. Jing Hang and Shin Saisen had both surpassed level 20 in soul power, with Yilei assisting them in selecting the most suitable soul beasts. Additionally, Jing Hang had absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone, significantly enhancing his soul power and elevating him to the highest rank among the group, aside from Yilei and Han Nuan, placing him 3rd overall. Thus, the moment his martial spirit manifested, a multitude of visible electric sparks erupted within the room. In contrast, Wang Ba and his companions, who had not unleashed their martial spirits, found themselves yelping in pain from the electric sparks present in the air. You 3 merely possess 2 purple soul rings. Regardless, I am determined to separate that one named Yulei from the school flower Han Nuan until I tire of her. At which point I shall return her. Dare to repeat that? As Wang Ba pondered over those unsightly images, a sudden voice echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dread that surged towards the dormitory entrance. Wang Ba was startled by this unexpected pressure, causing him to fall to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he raised his hand to wipe away the perspiration and attempted to rise, a silver-blue spear suddenly thrust itself between his legs. The abrupt appearance of the spear nearly caused Wang Ba to faint, and once again, he was drenched in cold sweat. Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Why do you now find yourself so diminished? Yilei's figure suddenly appeared behind Song Yang and the others, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he gazed at Wang Ba and his companions standing at the dormitory entrance. So you are the one called Yilei, are you? From this day forth, you shall relinquish Han, the campus beauty, for my amusement for an entire week. How does that sound? You truly have the audacity, do you not? Do you really dare to lay claim to my woman? I see you have no desire to continue your existence in this school. Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Yilei's eyes turned even colder, radiating a fierce intensity. How do you think you can dictate my standing in this school? You, a mere pretty boy, are unworthy to challenge me. You ought to prepare your words carefully before speaking. At that moment, Wang Ba rose to his feet. A smug expression plastered across his face as he looked at Yilei. If I am unworthy, then pray tell, are you? Yilei pushed aside Song Yang and the others, taking a step forward. With a flick of his right hand, the blue-silver Emperor spear, which had been embedded in the ground, instantly returned to his grasp. He then lunged forward, aiming the sharp silver tip directly at Wang Ba's throat. You despicable wretch. No one in this world is worthy of honor but me. I command you to leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to add another's blood to my blue-silver Emperor spear. As he spoke, his thoughts conjured 6 soul rings that ascended from beneath his feet, hovering around his waist. 6 rings of a soul emperor? How is this possible? You are merely an 18-year-old boy. Why do you possess 5 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring? This defies logic. Wang Ba was utterly flabbergasted, gazing at Yilei with disbelief. How could it be impossible? The world is vast and brimming with wonders. What of it if I'm a 6-ringed soul emperor? And you lot? Be wise and depart swiftly. I shan't repeat myself." When Yilei addressed Wang Ba, he shouted directly at the group of boys behind him, causing them to scatter in an instant, leaving Wang Ba utterly alone. As the boys fled in disarray, Wang Ba turned to escape as well, but Yilei's haunting voice echoed once more. "What? After humiliating someone, you wish to flee? If I do not make you pay the price today, I shall not bear the surname Yi." With that, countless tendrils of the blue-silver emperor emerged, effectively blocking the entrance where the damaged dormitory door had once stood. "Bro, let us talk this over calmly. We gentlemen resolve our disputes with words, not fists. It was a mistake on your part today. Please don't hold it against me. All right? Not holding it against you, is it? Very well. Then today I shall take something of yours, and I shall not hold it against you." Upon witnessing the success of his scheme, Yilei's lips curled into an expansive grin. "What is this?" At this moment, Wang Ba had shed his previously arrogant demeanor, now gazing at Yilei with a sycophantic expression. "Your lifeblood. You have always relished in the company of women. So I shall confiscate your instruments of mischief and observe how you intend to engage now." Yilei's words left Wang Ba and Song Yang utterly astonished. In that moment, Song Yang and his companions realized that this senior before them had truly touched Yilei's sore spot. However, they refrained from speaking, for a scoundrel who indulged in women so frivolously deserved to have his tools of vice confiscated. "What do you mean, you want my lifeblood? What if I refuse?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ba's temper flared. After all, he had spent considerable time at Rome University, where friendships changed as frequently as weekly, and he had no idea how many times he had rented a room. If they confiscated his lifeblood, how could he continue his pursuits? Thus, Wang Ba decided to stand firm, believing that within the confines of the school, Yilei was not as formidable as he presumed. "Very well. If you are unwilling to comply, then I shall resort to alternative methods." Yilei sneered. "Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." With that, he activated his blue-silver domain and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Wang Ba's plump face. Witnessing Yilei's aggression, the other three hesitated momentarily, but soon joined the fray. Song Yang unleashed a tail resembling that of a crocodile, striking Wang Ba squarely in the abdomen, which sent him crashing against the blue-silver emperor that Yilei had summoned to block his escape. The remarkable elasticity of the blue-silver emperor then propelled him back, causing him to slam heavily onto the ground. Jing Hang was equally unrelenting, releasing a net imbued with faint electrical elements that ensnared Wang Ba, instantly eliciting cries of agony from him. What on earth is happening in the adjacent dormitory? The screams are deafening. I am unsure of the specifics. It appears that several seniors from the second and third years confronted someone named Yilei, and moments ago, a large group had fled, leaving only a senior known as Wang Ba behind. Undoubtedly, the source of those anguished cries belongs to him. I had long heard that this Wang Ba had a new girlfriend every week. How many girls had he lured into his schemes? It seems somewhere from our very cohort. Such a person is nothing but scum, breaking up with girls after their encounters, and when they sought to reason with him, he resorted to threatening them with secretly recorded videos and photos. To preserve their dignity, those girls ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. Now, however, Wang Ba finds himself in dire straits, having crossed paths with our strongest warrior, Yilei. What awaits him is likely a severe reckoning. Indeed, the surrounding dormitory residents listened with a mixture of astonishment and concern to the agonizing screams emanating from Yilei's room. After a span of several minutes, the harrowing cries finally subsided. Yilei then removed the blue-silver royal vine that had served as a makeshift door. Once the three of them had dressed appropriately, they emerged together. Behind them, the imposing Wang Ba Bei, who bore no visible bruises, was dragged out by his ankle using a blue-silver royal vine. Yilei was rather straightforward, unceremoniously tossing Wang Ba at the entrance of the boys' dormitory before heading to the cafeteria with Song Yang and the others without a backward glance. "Sigh, Yilei, why did you activate your blue-silver domain when you were beating that despicable scoundrel?" "Humph. I suppose activating my blue-silver domain was a mercy for him. My blue-silver emperor martial spirit possesses a unique ability known as wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze revives it. In essence, this skill grants me the power of self-healing. As long as there are any wounds upon him, within my blue-silver domain, they will heal over time." "Oh, I understand now. Yilei, you activated the blue-silver domain to prevent that vile scoundrel from reporting you afterward? Does that mean that within Yilei's domain, any injuries he sustains will be restored to their optimal state under the domain's energy? Thus, by thrashing him, I inadvertently did him a favor. He would absorb the energy of my domain, significantly enhancing his own cultivation. However, I have left my blue-silver emperor mark within him. If he dares to continue his previous misdeeds against those girls, the mark will instantly cause him to meet a gruesome end. As Yilei spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy. However, I granted him 3 opportunities. Should he dare to deceive any girl, that mark would render him unconscious in an instant. After the 3rd chance, it would be his demise. P.S. There is one more chapter, and I must rise early tomorrow. September 17th, Chapter 124, Official Announcement. Yilei's demise through explosive means. Might that be deemed excessively cruel? Song Yang inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Cruel? I deemed it quite sufficient that I had not inscribed the Fire Lord's mark within him. Had I done so, his primitive martial spirit would scarcely endure even 5 hours. Once the time limit elapsed, his body would ignite spontaneously, and within mere seconds, he would be reduced to ashes. Yilei spoke expressionlessly, and immediately, the 3 individuals beside him were taken aback. They too believed that leaving the blue-silver emperor's mark within that despicable wretch was a lenient fate. As long as the opportunity was cherished, he would not meet his demise. However, should he fail to seize the moment, only death awaited that repugnant creature. With this thought in mind, Song Yang and the others ceased their contemplation of the matter. After dining with Yilei in the cafeteria, they hurried off to attend their classes. Meanwhile, at the foot of the boys' dormitory, Wang Ba lay on the ground, looking rather unwell. Just then, a classmate of his happened to exit the dormitory and, upon seeing him sprawled there, rushed over to assist him. Hey, what is going on, Ba-ge? Weren't you just saying you were going to teach that junior who stole your potential girlfriend a lesson? Did he beat you up? Please, don't even mention it. That junior turned out to be a soul emperor with 6 rings, and he possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. I just asked him about it, and he gave me a thorough beating in his dorm. Oh my goodness, it truly feels like I'm dying from the pain. At that moment, Wang Ba attempted to move his sore neck, but was astonished to find no trace of pain. Skeptical, he touched the area of his stomach where Song Yang had struck him with his tail, only to discover the same, no pain whatsoever. How is this possible? Why is there not a single ache in my body? This defies logic. Wang Ba let out an exasperated roar towards the heavens. He had originally intended to leverage the scars of his life to extort some compensation from Yilei, yet now he could not find a single mark on his body. Not even a hint of discomfort from where he had been struck. It was enough to infuriate him. Ah, Yilei, since the campus forum has become so lively due to your affair, how do you plan to handle it? What else can I do? It must be addressed in the simplest and most straightforward manner. Since Nuonuo has already made an official announcement, I should follow suit. I'll simply post my own formal declaration on the campus forum. After all, I am the last principal figure yet to respond. True enough. I am certain that there are many extreme girls on your sister-in-law's side as well, but they will certainly keep their distance of at least 5 meters. After all, the chilling aura emanating from her is something even we struggle to endure. Don't even mention it. Even I, possessing a fire attribute martial soul, could barely withstand a minute beneath her ultimate ice. The elemental clash between fire and ice is not something new to me. Just a month ago, while assisting my mother in hunting for a second soul ring, my overconfidence led me to be injured by a dying soul beast, which, incidentally, was a supreme ice attribute sea soul beast. Fortunately, I have the blue-silver emperor martial soul. Otherwise, I might still be dealing with those old wounds. Yilei chuckled softly. Rongchen, in the ancestral home of the Yi family, Tang Yuqing, seated comfortably on the sofa, indulging in fruit while watching television, inexplicably sneezed. Perplexed, she rubbed her nose and exclaimed, "What is happening? I was perfectly fine, yet suddenly I sneeze. Wait a moment. It must be Yi Junxing playing tricks on me again. He certainly cannot expect to share my bed tonight." After voicing her thoughts, Tang Yunxing resumed her enjoyment of the fruit and the television show. Meanwhile, Yi Junxing, tirelessly striving to earn a living at the Yi Corporation, found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. P.S. Off work. September 16th, Chapter 125, Beyond the Law. Yi Junxing remarked, "Yilei, you impudent rascal. After raising you for 18 years, is this how you repay me? You've made it impossible for me to sleep soundly tonight. Just wait until your holiday. I shall see how to deal with you." Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Yilei's left hand was furiously operating his phone, while Song Yang and the others sitting beside him remained utterly oblivious to his actions. However, they refrained from inquiring, as they could surmise that Yilei was likely contemplating the official announcement for the campus forum. Sure enough, Once Yilei completed his tasks and set his phone down, their devices chimed in unison. Let me take a wild guess. Yilei, have you just made an official announcement on the campus forum? Is there really any need to guess? The repercussions of this matter are far too significant. Just look at how many boys caused a ruckus in our dorm this morning. Yilei surely did not wish to keep it under wraps any longer, so he seized this moment to make the announcement. Exactly. Yilei, do you believe we are correct in our assessment? Absolutely, without a doubt. Since someone has secretly captured photos of me and Wan Air, inadvertently thrusting us into the spotlight at school, I figured it would be prudent to stoke the flames further. By announcing it now, I aim to extinguish any misguided hopes held by those with ulterior motives. Yilei consumed his salty porridge, his expression inscrutable as he spoke. Song Yan and his companions exchanged knowing smiles, then simultaneously reached for their phones to peruse the campus forum. At the summit of the forum, a freshly updated post caught their attention, garnering thousands of clicks within a mere 2 minutes, with the comments section also brimming with several thousand responses. Song Yang casually opened one of the comments, only to be incensed by the remarks within. How does this girl, Han Wan, even compare to our campus heartthrob Yi? Her face is obviously artificially constructed. Another user chimed in. Count me in. Ladies, I have her information. I'll send each of you a copy later. Let us dig up her past. Yilei, the situation here is quite dire. There are many extreme comments from girls beneath your post, disparaging your girlfriend. One of them remarked, what should we do? Should we climb through the internet cable and confront her? Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Since they dare to insult my girlfriend, they must understand that the internet is not a lawless realm. Do they think they can escape legal consequences for their online vitriol? In half an hour, they will receive a letter from the Yi family's attorney. I want them to face the law's retribution. With that, Yilei calmly finished the last spoonful of his porridge and stood up, causing Song Yang and his friends to feel an immediate shift in the atmosphere, as if the temperature had risen several degrees. Although they had been comfortable in the air-conditioned room, they now found beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Consequently, they hurriedly finished their breakfast and followed Yilei out of the dining hall. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Sai, Wan Jia, he posted an update. He officially announced your relationship on the campus forum. Luo Yun exclaimed as she glanced at her phone. I say, Xiao Luo Yun, isn't it great that my brother-in-law has publicly declared his relationship? Exactly. In my opinion, this is just the last piece of the puzzle for him. I believe Wan Jia and my brother-in-law are simply waiting for the person who took the photos to release them. By announcing it now, they can also put an end to any lingering thoughts from those boys. I heard from the boys in our class group that an upperclassman from the 3rd year caused a commotion at my brother-in-law's dorm this morning, only to be soundly beaten. All right, you three needn't dwell on this matter any longer. Let it pass. Focusing on our studies is our priority, Han Wan interjected, poking her head out of the restroom to address the chattering trio. Wan Jia is right. We are here to pursue our studies and acquire skills. But I believe it wouldn't hurt if Wan Jia didn't attend university, Luo Yun said, shaking her little fist and beaming a charming smile. That makes sense. Xiao Na and Wing Yuning chimed in unison after pondering the statement. What do you mean it makes sense? You three should refrain from making such remarks. Shyly peeked her head out from the restroom, addressing the 3 individuals with a bashful expression. Meanwhile, she pondered over the question posed. What to do if she didn't wish to attend online classes? She had 2 more chapters to tackle, so she encouraged herself to persevere. As she emerged, her flushed cheeks could not escape the notice of her roommates, who erupted in laughter at her endearing shyness. Although she retreated back into the restroom to continue washing her face, the rosy hue of her complexion lingered, despite her friends' playful banter being harmless. The underlying question resonated with her. After all, she and Yilei possessed a substantial financial backing, alleviating any concerns regarding their future. Yilei, in particular, hailed from the esteemed Yi family of Longqing, whose wealth was renowned nationally. If one were to convert their vast assets into monetary value, it would suffice to sustain several generations without worry of basic necessities. Furthermore, Yilei held an impressive amount of golden soul coins, which, if exchanged for RMB, would likely exceed the total assets of the Han family. Yet, she dismissed such thoughts, shaking her head vigorously. She was not the type to rely solely on her family's wealth. She yearned to carve out her own path in life, believing that such an endeavor would imbue her existence with meaning. Meanwhile, seated in the classroom, Yilei swiftly typed a message to Lawyer Wang, requesting assistance in investigating the identities behind certain IP addresses. After sending the message, he turned to the 3 individuals beside him. Gentlemen, I implore you to assist me in identifying the usernames on the forum that have insulted both me and Han Yuan. Remember, anyone who has spoken ill of us must not be overlooked. Compile a list as we locate each one. As he spoke, Yilei produced 8 sheets of A4 paper, distributing 2 sheets to each of the 3 individuals accompanying him. The group exchanged knowing nods, and with synchronized movements, they retrieved their smartphones and black pens, beginning to search diligently. Before long, nearly half a page was filled with a dense array of ID accounts. Yilei remained focused, lowering his head to glance at his phone before inscribing one ID after another onto the paper. Since this matter had stirred up considerable attention from last night into this morning, there were nearly thousands of derogatory comments. It took the 4 of them 2 class periods to compile a list of qualifying ID accounts. Subsequently, they conducted a comprehensive analysis and promptly sent a photograph of their findings to Lawyer Wang. Then, in a moment that left Song Yang and the others utterly astonished, Yilei executed an astonishing act. He transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. Greetings to the seniors and newcomers of Rome University. I am Yilei, the one who gained notoriety on the campus forum last night. I am certain many wish to find ways to obstruct my relationship with my girlfriend, Han Yuan. However, I am at a loss as to why. We have been together for over 2 years, and our romance is not something you need to concern yourselves with. Therefore, if anyone persists in slandering or defaming me and Han Yuan on the campus forum, I will treat all offenders equally, regardless of whether you come from wealth or poverty. You shall receive a warning letter from my attorney. Of course, I anticipate that some male seniors among you may take issue with this, but it matters not. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to seek me out in person. As long as you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my presence, I shall grant you a chance to speak. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. If you doubt my words, I encourage you to inquire with that senior named Wang Ba. With that, the transmission concluded. Yilei maintained an air of indifference. After all, no one in the entire school could withstand even half the time of an incense stick before him. How could anyone endure a full one? Thus, he suggested that only the shameless and those who seek trouble should approach him, and he did not recommend resolving matters through force. Well done, Lei. Your spiritual transmission alone is enough to instill a sense of dread. Indeed, and considering your prowess, even the Elders' Hall may struggle to endure before you for that length of time. Kindly remove the word struggle from that statement. Yilei let out a faint smile and spoke. P.S. There is still 1 chapter left before we finish for the day. Keep it up. September 18th, Chapter 127. Another challenger approaches Sister Yuan. Your words to your brother-in-law are incredibly formidable, reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a novel. Earlier, when Yilei was communicating, his words reached the ears of all the students in the school, including Han Yuan. Instantly, her heart warmed. With a boyfriend like Yilei, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Hey, bro, isn't that guy Yilei a bit too arrogant? Does he not fear being confronted? In a corner of the playground, a subordinate surrounded his leader, asking with curiosity. It seems he is unaware of who truly holds sway in this school. Come, let us meet this Yilei. I am eager to see how he manages to withstand even a single incense stick's worth of time. With that, the school bully stood up, flanked by his subordinates, revealing a striking yellow soul ring beneath his feet. Yizi, what do you say we go out for lunch? Chen Sikong inquired. Sure, order whatever you like. It's on me. Could we possibly invite Xiao Na and the others? Jing Heng hesitantly chimed in, appearing somewhat reluctant. Of course, that is no problem. However, you and Lao Chen must seize the opportunity yourselves. Yilei smiled knowingly, directly unveiling Jing Heng's innermost thoughts. Hey, warmer, shall we go out for lunch? Sure. What shall we eat? You decide. It matters not to me. Whichever place you choose, that shall be our lunch destination. Very well then. By the way, Jing Heng inquired if your other 2 roommates would like to join us. Oh, you mean Luo Yun and Xiao Na? Just a moment, let me ask them. 30 seconds later, they said they are in. Then it's settled. Let us meet at the school gate at 11:30 sharp. How did it go? Did they agree? Jing Heng hurriedly approached Yilei upon seeing her put down her phone. Look at your eagerness. Rest assured, they have agreed. We will gather at the school gate at 11:30. Yilei couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Jing Heng's anxious demeanor. Look at Chen. He isn't as impatient as you are. Wouldn't you agree, Chen? With that, Yilei reached out and patted Chen Saiken's shoulder, inquiring further. What happened? Chen Saiken, startled, lifted his head to gaze at Yilei, his expression one of bewilderment. I dread the sudden silence that might ensue. Yilei and Jing Heng exchanged glances, both astonished to discover that Chen Sikong was not merely impatient. Rather, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the little lowly Luo Yun. It was no wonder he had unconsciously tuned out their conversation. Brother, I was hoping we could dine outside the school at noon with Han Wan and the others. Really? Luo Yun is coming too? Upon hearing that Luo Yun would also be present, Chen Sitsong's spirit soared, and he adopted an expression strikingly similar to that of Jing Hang. Ha ha, ha ha ha. At this, Yilei and his companions could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of mirth, leaving Chen Sikong alone, bewildered in the wind, utterly unable to grasp the source of their amusement, his face a picture of confusion. Brother, the one in front is the one called Yilei. Suddenly, a remark shattered the joyful atmosphere shared by the four. Upon hearing his name being called, Yilei slowly straightened up and glanced in the direction of the voice. With an air of indifference, he patted the shoulders of the other three companions and prepared to head towards the school gate. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you Yilei? And if I am? Yilei replied nonchalantly. Oh, you were quite arrogant just now. Well, here I am, not satisfied, coming to challenge you. Let us see how you can make me endure through a mere incense stick's worth of time. The leader, surrounded by his subordinates, spoke with brazen confidence. Another one looking for a fight. Yilei smiled helplessly and coldly remarked, Are you truly incapable of hearing? Night Chi, the leader surrounded by his subordinates, bellowed upon hearing Yilei's words. Do you dare to say that again? May I ask, esteemed senior, is your hearing impaired? Must I reiterate this for your understanding? Yilei spoke with an expressionless demeanor, his tone laced with profound derision. You, with the surname Yi, Yi Qixue, have never endured such a humiliating disgrace. It seems you no longer wish to remain in this school. If you are willing to relinquish the Hanshao flower, I might spare you the loss of a leg. Yi Qixue, filled with fury, glanced at Yilei, and in an instant, his pupils transformed into a crimson hue. Wait. The change in pupil color, could it be that his martial soul is a true embodiment martial soul? Upon observing the change in the hue of Yi Qixue's pupils, Yilei pondered for a moment. Just then, Han Nuan and her companions arrived, gazing at the individual standing before Yilei. Nuana, you have arrived just in time. This senior has openly declared his intention to pursue you. What do you propose we do? Yilei, with a fade of a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked, What? Someone daring enough to come knocking on my door in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Han Wan's anger ignited instantly. Yilei, where is that person? I wish to freeze him into an ice sculpture at once. Ah, he is right there, observing you with an unabashed gaze. I feel an overwhelming urge to mete out justice upon him. As he uttered these words, Yilei clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the air. Following his line of sight, Han Wan quickly spotted Yi Qixue, whose scrutinizing gaze unabashedly roamed over her entire being. I must say, senior, are you not feeling well? It is broad daylight, and here you are, staring at a girl. Have you lost your senses? Without a moment's hesitation, Han Wan fired back defiantly. Excellent, excellent. I am quite fond of such a spirited and untamed young lady. Yi Qixue retorted with a smirk. I had no intention of taking any action against you, but now, things have changed. I shall impose double the punishment upon you. Yilei could no longer contain himself and spoke directly. You arrived just in time. On the opposite side, there are all first-ring spirit masters. Let the 8 of us confront them together. After Yilei finished speaking, he leapt backward, landing firmly atop the head of the flame lord that had emerged from the ground, a scorching aura erupting from his body in an instant. Observing this, the remaining 7 individuals ceased their restraint, simultaneously unleashing their martial souls. Han Nuan, previously uncomfortable under Yi Qixue's unabashed gaze, finally felt liberated and activated her martial soul entirely. A magnificent pair of wings unfurled from her back, with 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, materializing in succession. In that moment, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted, clashing with the searing energy emanating from Yilei, creating a peculiar atmosphere of both warmth and chill. Unsurprisingly, each of the others also bore 2 Millennium Soul Rings beneath their feet. Night Brother, their first soul ring is a Millennium one. Are we certain we wish to engage them? Inquired one of Yi Qixue's closest subordinates, stepping closer to him. Engage, why not? But let us temper that ye fellows' arrogance a bit, Night Qixue replied, his blood-red pupils darkening further. If we do not act now, how can I maintain my Azrael title at school? He continued, referring to the moniker that symbolized death and malevolence. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Whoever breaks one of Ye's legs first shall receive 3 iron soul coins. Night Qixue proclaimed, generously raising 3 iron soul coins aloft. The coins shimmered with a unique iron-silver hue under the sunlight. At the sight of these coins, his entourage of subordinates became animated, simultaneously activating their martial souls. Their feet illuminated by a radiant yellow light. Knight Xiuxiue observed this spectacle with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, thanks to the Knight family's business dealings with the military, we have amassed such a considerable number of soul rings. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot overpower your 8, he declared suddenly. Regardless of how softly Knight Xiuxiue spoke, the formidable Yi Lei caught every word. His thoughts raced. Were these subordinates truly endowed with soul rings not entirely provided by the Elder Hall? Given the Elder Hall's nature, it was improbable they would grant him so many soul rings of 100 years or more. If they did, they would likely only be of a quality around 1 or 200 years. With this in mind, Yi Lei discreetly activated his soul beast detector, scanning Knight Xiuxiue's group. As anticipated, he found that all the soul rings possessed by that crew were of merely 1 or 200 years in quality. Not a single one reached the 300-year mark. Heh, do you truly believe that with your numbers, you can bully us 8? We could easily bring down all of you without even unleashing our soul skills. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh and spoke. In the distance, some individuals were already glancing this way, even pulling out their phones in an attempt to capture the moment. However, how could Yi Lei allow their petty antics to succeed? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the 4-fire heaven domain, enveloping both parties within its confines. The scalding magma swiftly covered the ground, and a crimson energy shield rose, encasing Yi Lei and his companions along with Yi Qi and his group. What is this? What is happening? What have you done? Yi Qi exclaimed as he noticed the transformation of the ground beneath his feet and the sky above. I haven't done anything. Weren't you eager to gang up on me? Very well, let us engage in a brawl. Yi Lei retorted defiantly. How infuriating. Enough of this banter. You lot. Seize him and break one of his legs. Yi Qi gritted his teeth, pointing a commanding finger as his underlings charged towards Yi Lei and his 8 companions with a roar. Utterly foolish. Han Yuan observed the scene, her aura growing even colder. With a swift flap of her wings, she unleashed her second soul skill. A colossal ice blue eye materialized in the air, and several of the minions, upon making direct eye contact, gasped and fell to the ground, writhing in pain and covering their eyes. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile Tail. Song Yang spun abruptly, summoning a massive crocodile tail that struck out, sending 3 of Yi Qishue's underlings flying. The force of the tail hurled them out of Yi Lei's domain, where they landed heavily outside the 4-fire heaven domain, instantly losing consciousness. Onlookers outside were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the crimson barrier. Some reached out to touch it, only to retract their hands with a yelp, just in time to witness 3 figures erupting from within. When they landed, a resounding thud echoed, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The spectators, abandoning their curiosity, rushed to check on the fallen individuals. With a flash of lightning and thunder, Jing Hang made his move. He unleashed the skill of the 50,000-year-old soul beast, the Thunder Lightning Magic Tiger, which he had absorbed days prior. However, he deliberately moderated the power of the soul bone skill, fearing that it might turn the assailants into charred remains. A purple beam shot from Jing Hang's forehead, striking the ground and instantly conjuring a lightning net that crackled with electric energy. Several of the younger brothers, caught off guard, found themselves unceremoniously trampled, instantly jolting into a frenzied dance as electricity coursed through them. Merely 3 individuals took action, effortlessly overpowering more than a dozen of Yi Qishue's subordinates, leaving them utterly defenseless. This is inconceivable. How could my subordinates? Yi Qishue exclaimed in astonishment, observing the 2 groups of his men, one clutching their heads in agony and the other engaging in a spontaneous jig. How can it be inconceivable? Did you not claim you were prepared for a brawl? Now that we have accepted your challenge, you still refuse to concede, do you? Yi Lei observed as all of Nightblood's subordinates were subdued before he spoke. However, his words resonated warmly with the other 7, but to Nightblood's ears, they transformed into a chilling voice laced with murderous intent. This frightened Nightblood so much that he scrambled toward the edge of the barrier, just as he believed he could pass through the barrier and escape. His head collided forcefully with it, producing a resounding thud. He fell to the ground only to spring back up again. For the ground beneath him was seething with molten lava due to Yi Lei's domain skill, the 4 heavenly fires. As fate would have it, Nightblood landed squarely on the ground, resulting in 2 large holes being burned into his pants, exposing the pale flesh of his behind. Did I ever say you could leave? You initiated this trouble, and yet you wish to flee before resolving it. Your temperament is quite reminiscent of Ma Tianming. Yilei hovered above the Flame Lord, gradually drifting towards Yi Qixue. What, after provoking someone, do you intend to flee without consequence? Is there anyone quite like you, devoid of any semblance of masculinity? Yi Qixue, clutching his dairy ri, turned around in earnest, only to be struck with terror as he beheld what lay before him. Rendering him incapable of restraining himself any longer, he simply lost control. For there, he beheld the 4 soul rings, shimmering with a dark luminescence, encircling Yilei's waist. Pray tell, what do you mean by this? Do not sully my domain. The stench is unbearable. Yilei wrinkled his nose in disdain. You lack the strength to be a mere blusterer. Senior, the world is not as uncomplicated as you might presume. Do not be so naive as to believe that wealth alone grants you supremacy. There are countless individuals far wealthier than you. Now, be gone and cease to disrupt my life. Otherwise, I shall sever both of your legs. Yilei delivered a powerful slap, sending Yi Qixue sprawling. He then promptly dismantled the 4 Fire Sky domain. Outside, onlookers were intrigued as the crimson barrier vanished, peering inside only to witness several individuals with their hair standing on end and a few kneeling on the ground, clutching their heads and shivering. Upon spotting another individual, they gasped in unison. Was that not the school's notorious bully, who refers to himself as Azrael? Indeed, it was. Keep it up. Just one more chapter to go, and let us finish before 11:30. Chapter 130, A Name Made Renowned. Those 8 individuals cannot possibly be freshmen, can they? My goodness. Are those poor upperclassmen in for a rough time? Not necessarily. Just look at how those 8 managed to overpower Yi Qixue's group of over 10. That is the finest proof. Within the crowd, 2 distinct voices emerged, one expressing concern for Yilei and his companions in their future at school, while the other relished the turn of events, for Yi Qixue and Ma Tianming had long acted with impunity, bolstered by their affluent backgrounds. Now that they were facing consequences, how could they not feel elated? Yilei, was our earlier display truly appropriate? I've heard that individual is supposedly the eldest son of the Yi family. Han Wan inquired, her gaze fixed on Yilei. The Yi family? You mean the one involved in arms dealing? Yes, precisely. However, from what I know, the heirs of the Yi lineage all possess the blood-red eyes as their martial spirits. Blood-red eyes? What kind of innate martial spirit is that? Han Wan pondered. Recalling the details, I remember that to cultivate their soul power, they must consume the blood of soul beasts. That is how their abilities are augmented. No matter. As long as they refrain from consuming human blood, their essence is not inherently malevolent. However, should they resort to human blood to enhance their strength, they shall not find me merciful. The last individual who stimulated their soul techniques with human blood was reduced to ashes. Yilei spoke with a tone of bitterness, recalling a group of 6 sent by the 6th elder a month ago. Among them were a pair of twin brothers, both wielding the martial spirit known as the Blood Demon Falcon. One possessed a 3rd soul skill that required the absorption of human blood to activate, resulting in the demise of 3 police officers that fateful night. Now that it has come to light that the Yi family's cultivation of soul power necessitates the absorption of blood, even if they are currently drawing from the blood of soul beasts, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone might be secretly committing murder to quench their thirst for blood. If they, too, were to resort to human blood for their cultivation, then the entire Yi family, young and old alike, would be branded as evil soul masters. However, this matters little. If their soul rituals require human blood for their activation, then they should not blame me for my lack of mercy. I shall not hesitate to allow my infernal twin sabers and blue-silver emperor spear to be stained with the blood of those despicable individuals. Yilei spoke in a calm manner, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. The recent, one-sided domination would undoubtedly make us renowned within the school. But on the bright side, it would also ensure that no one would dare to harass us again. How splendid that would be. I utterly detest the way that Senior looks at me. It is so brazen that I wish I could blind him with my own hands. Upon mentioning this, Han Wan raised her petite pink fist and swung it a few times in the air. All right. If such a moment were to arise, why would I allow your hands to be tainted with their filthy blood? Let the task of dealing with them rest upon my shoulders as a gentleman. Yilei affectionately ruffled Han Wan's hair and softly spoke. Within the group of 8, 2 couples were playfully expressing their affection at the forefront, showering the others with their sweetness, leaving the remaining 4 in a state of longing. This was particularly true for Chen Xitsuan and Jing Hang, who found themselves enamored with the girls just ahead. Yet, they lacked the courage to approach, trailing silently behind as they observed Luo Yun and Xiao Na frolicking together, their eyes brimming with yearning. Yilei inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of the gazes of two boys. Alas, Nuanyuan, I have come to realize that Chen Sikong and Jing Hang's stares at those two girls are exceedingly intense. Yilei smiled at Han Wan, casually taking her small hand and saying, I'm just curious about the attitudes of your two roommates and whether they harbor any feelings for them. As for that, I can't really say, but I believe Xiao Na would likely accept Jing Hang. After all, our little Luo Yun is only 16, and it seems her family opposes early relationships. What? Only 16? Yilei gasped, instinctively turning to glance behind him, momentarily lost in thought. You clumsy oaf, Yilei. Why are you staring at the little girl? Han Wan teased, noticing his hesitation. She playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist before striding ahead. Feeling the sting at his side, Yilei snapped back to reality and saw Han Wan, arms crossed, briskly walking away. He reached down to touch the spot where she had pinched him. Her grip was not painful to him, merely reminiscent of a mosquito bite, leaving a tingle of irritation. Amused by the exchange, he smiled and quickly caught up with her. However, as he approached, intending to drape his arm over her shoulder, Han Wan, in a fit of stubbornness, shrugged off his hand and quickened her pace. Nwaner, all right, I admit my fault, he called out, chuckling helplessly as he waved his right hand lightly. A vine of blue-silver royal essence quietly unfurled, gently coiling around Han Wan's slender waist. Yilei gently pulled, effortlessly drawing Han Wan into his embrace, enveloping her in a tender princess carry. Initially brimming with indignation, Han Wan was taken aback as she felt something encircle her waist. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was suddenly yanked backward, safely landing in a warm embrace. The unexpectedness of it nearly startled Han Wan into a state of heightened awareness, yet upon recognizing the identity of the person cradling her, that notion swiftly dissipated. Nevertheless, she turned her face aside, emitting a soft, playful huff. Yilei gazed at the delicate girl nestled in his embrace, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. However, he swiftly suppressed this burgeoning intensity. Nwaner, I was wrong. Please forgive me. With that, Yilei lowered his head, burying it in Han Wan's neck, inhaling her unique fragrance. At that moment, he discerned something peculiar. The fervor he had just subdued surged back, inundating his mind with an insatiable desire. One that was. Yilei channeled his soul power once more, suppressing that intense heat. This time, he utilized the abilities of the Blue-Silver Emperor to firmly ensnare that searing sensation within his dantian. Nevertheless, Yilei's actions remained unchanged as he carried Han Wan in a princess carry, proceeding towards the barbecue restaurant. Yilei, there are so many people here. Hurry and put me down, Han Wan exclaimed, noticing that the surrounding crowd had turned their gazes toward her. No way, what if there are a lot of people? I've already made our relationship public, and our families have met. There's nothing to fear, Yilei replied nonchalantly. After all, if I am not embarrassed, then it is others who will feel awkward. Oh, come on, just put me down already. I've forgiven you. Isn't that enough? Then I shall hold you for a little longer. Yilei insisted firmly. At this point, regardless of what Han Wan said, Yilei would not let her down. Seeing this, Han Wan ceased her resistance, encircling Yilei's neck with her arms and resting her head upon his shoulder, closing her eyes. In that moment, Han Wan had a change of heart. Since she was being held like this, why not relish the convenience of not having to walk? She felt a pang of hunger and decided that once they reached the barbecue restaurant, she would treat Yilei to a hearty meal to satiate her appetite. After maintaining this position for a few minutes, Han Wan found herself drowsy in Yilei's embrace. However, a sudden remark from him jolted her awake. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? P.S. There are still 2 chapters left until the end of work. Keep it up. September 20th, Chapter 132, Embarrassment. 3 rooms and a hall. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? A sudden remark from Yilei nearly sent Han Wan away on the spot. She abruptly opened her eyes and found Yi Junqing and her husband standing at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, grinning at her with maternal smiles. At this moment, Han Wan no longer wished to remain in Yilei's embrace. She struggled several times, yet Yilei showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he tightened his grip, rendering her unable to escape. Realizing her protests were futile, Han Wan's clever mind sparked an idea. She closed her eyes for a moment to gather her thoughts, then turned her tear-filled gaze towards Tang Yunqing. The once smiling Tang Yunqing's expression transformed in an instant. She dashed forward, seized Yilei's ear fiercely, and exclaimed loudly, "Yi, have you lost your senses? How dare you bully my future daughter-in-law?" Before Yilei could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. Turning his gaze, he saw his mother standing with one hand on her hip, her eyes wide with fury. The mere sight sent a chill down his spine. Yilei glanced at the girl in his arms, and in the fleeting moment of making eye contact with Han Nuan, he immediately understood. As he observed Han Nuan gazing at him with her innocent eyes, it dawned on him that his girlfriend had indeed sought a pillar of support, and she had chosen the most formidable one. Bound by his mother's command, Yilei reluctantly set Han Nuan back on the ground. The moment her feet touched the floor, Han Nuan swiftly retreated behind Yilei, unable to meet the eyes of her future in-laws, feeling so awkward that she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Sisters, being held by my boyfriend makes me want to sleep, only to be caught by my future in-laws. How embarrassing. Who understands? Han Nuan even concocted a caption for social media in her mind. Oh, by the way, Mom, what is your and Dad's soul power level now? Have you reached level 30? Yilei also discovered Han Nuan's shy demeanor, prompting him to swiftly divert the conversation. Alas, it would have been better had you remained silent. Your words only serve to incite my ire. Over the past month, your father has relentlessly dragged me into training to the point of exhaustion. The mere mention of training ignites a fury within Tang Yunqing, who cast a glance at Yi Junqing standing behind her. Yi Junqing feigned ignorance, extending her hand to embrace Tang Yunqing's waist, displaying a charmingly Na'vi smile. The remaining 6 individuals stood behind Yilei, observing the scene before them. While Song Yang and Wang Yuning appeared relatively unfazed, it was a different plight for the eternally single Chen Sicai and Jing Hang. Initially, they only had to endure the affectionate display of their 2 brothers, but now, the presence of the CEO of Yi Corporation and his wife before them intensified their longing for companionship. This prompted an overwhelming desire to be close to their own girlfriends. Yet they found themselves lacking in that regard. Thus, Chen Sicai and Jing Hang could only cast frantic glances at Luo Yun and Xiao Na, seeking a semblance of solace in the 2 young ladies. So, Mom, have you and Dad's soul power surpassed level 30? Yilei sighed and asked helplessly, Alas, my son. Both your mother and I have long since surpassed the threshold of 30 levels. We are nearing level 33. Yi Junqing responded, It is sufficient to reach level 30. Parents, please let me know when you are available, and I shall assist you in hunting suitable soul beasts. If you have time. My mother and I are both free this week. Just inform us if you are not preoccupied. Yi Junqing remarked, All right, I understand, Dad. Now, contemplate the direction your 3rd soul skill should take. Should it focus on enhancement, defense, or offense? Yilei inquired, Son, could you assist your mother in acquiring a soul skill that enhances abilities? There are instances when it might be of use to me. Tang Yunqing suddenly interjected, placing particular emphasis on the phrase at times. Yilei suddenly comprehended the underlying meaning of his mother's words. He then cast a glance of faint sympathy toward his father. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Regardless of whether his father agreed or not, he was determined to assist him in acquiring a defensive-type soul skill. Yi Junqing, Yilei, I am truly grateful to you. You are indeed my wonderful son. Yilei, after all, I am a devoted son, naturally. I must assist with this small matter. However, Father, I have also devised a plan for your future. P.S. I have completed another chapter. Only 1 chapter remains for today's task. Let us encourage ourselves. September 20th, Chapter 133 Mother. By the way, Mother, have you and Father had lunch yet? If not, I would advise against joining us for the meal. Yilei suddenly exclaimed, Ah, what a coincidence. My father and I have just arrived at the food street next to your school. We intended to come and find you, but it seems we have met here instead. Mother, if you don't mind, let us dine together. This barbecue place serves exceptionally delicious dishes. With that, Yilei took the lead and entered the barbecue restaurant. Considering the balanced presence of both genders, he ordered an ample selection of meats and vegetables, reflecting the changing times and the elevated standards of everyone's diet. As Yilei casually glanced towards a corner of the kitchen after placing the order, he noticed a plate of vividly red meat. Excuse me, what is that red meat? I don't see it on the menu. The young man has a keen eye? That is our restaurant's newly acquired meat. Freshly obtained from a Millennium Soul beast this morning. It's incredibly fresh. I hadn't even had the chance to add it to the menu before you spotted it. Then please bring me 2 plates of that. Certainly, just a moment. Yilei returned to the private room and took a seat beside Han Nuan. Little Lei, are you not planning to introduce these classmates to your father and me? Tang Yunqing inquired, gazing at the four unfamiliar faces. Of course not. This is Song Yang, along with his girlfriend, Wang Yuning. Mother, you are acquainted with both of them. They are my and Wan's high school classmates. Hello, Auntie. This is Jing Hang, whose martial spirit is the Thunder Mammoth, currently the third strongest among our group of 8. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 purple rings, and he possesses a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Hello, Auntie. This is Chen Si Tsai, whose martial spirit is the wind god pterodactyl, with a soul ring configuration of 2 purple rings. Ranking 4th in our group. Hello, Auntie. This is Luo Yun, aged 16, a student admitted through a special recommendation. His martial spirit is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, with a configuration of 2 purple rings, ranking 8th among us. Hello, Auntie. And this is Qiao Na, whose martial spirit is the Songhai flower, with a configuration of 2 purple rings, ranking 7th in our group. Hello, Auntie. As for the 5th and 6th rankings, they belong to Song Yang and Wang Yuning. Little Lei, you have yet to inform me about the martial spirits of Song Yang and his young girlfriend. Mother, I was just about to mention it. Song Yang's martial spirit is the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, with a configuration of 2 purple rings, ranking 5th. Wang Yuning possesses the demonic dream deer, also with a configuration of 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings, ranking 6th. I need not elaborate further on these 2. As for my father, Yi Junqing, he is the president of the Yi group in Rongqing, with a martial spirit of the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf, and like you, his soul ring configuration consists of 2 purple rings. My mother, Tang Yunqing, is currently not working and is supported by my father. Her martial spirit is the ice thorn saw shark, also with a configuration of 2 purple rings. After Yi Lei concluded his introduction, Tang Yunqing inquired about the recent circumstances surrounding the 2 of them. Xiao Lei, how have you been lately? Have you experienced any breakthroughs in your strength? I wouldn't quite call it a breakthrough, he replied. I merely absorbed another soul ring and soul bone, and that was about it. Yi Lei shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked, leaving the people in the private room momentarily speechless. Among them, only Jing Hang's expression remained relatively untroubled. For he too possessed a soul bone, albeit one whose age paled in comparison to one of Yi Lei's soul bones. Recently, I have been well. My soul power has surpassed level 30, and I have absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul ring. After a moment of inner turmoil, Han Wan finally uttered a word. The single utterance of Mom filled Tang Yunqing with immense joy, prompting her to exclaim, Little Wan, call out Mom once more, if you please. Mom. Upon saying this, Han Wan's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Moments later, the owner of the barbecue restaurant and 2 staff members entered the private room, carrying 3 large iron platters of barbecue. They placed the sumptuous feast in the center of the table and cheerfully wished, enjoy your meal, before retreating. With a sense of curiosity, Yi Lei picked up a skewer of roasted soul beast meat and placed it in his mouth. After a brief moment of chewing, he swallowed it down. In an instant, a unique energy surged through his limbs and body. Dad, you, Mom, and Han Wan must not consume that soul beast meat. It has been harvested from fire attribute soul beasts and will only bring harm to you. Yi Lei quickly intervened upon seeing his father reach for a skewer of soul beast meat. P.S. Off work. Let us continue striving tomorrow. Keep it up. September 20th, Chapter 134, The Restless Soul Power. What? This plate of roasted soul beast meat is from fire element soul beasts? Indeed, Dad and Mom, you and Han Wan are all ice element soul masters. If you were to consume this meat, it would damage your meridians. After I ingested it, I felt the fire element energy rushing into my meridians. For me, the energy contained within the soul beast meat offers no enhancement, as its fire element energy is exceedingly feeble, barely a fraction of my flame, Lord Martial Soulless power. However, for you, it poses a significant threat. Yi Lei spoke with conviction. Aside from the 3 of you who cannot partake in this, Song Yang, you 2 are excluded. Your martial soul is of the water attribute, and your soul skill trajectory has already been determined. Your second soul ring is derived from a water attribute soul beast. If you consume this meat, it will clash with the energy of the water elements within you, resulting in an elemental collision. As for the others, they may partake. However, Jonah, your martial soul is akin to my blue-silver emperor martial soul, both being plant type and control type. Yet, to prevent any complications should you encounter a fire attribute soul master, where your soul skills may fail to exert control or even ignite perilously, testing this fire element meat could grant your martial soul a degree of fire element resistance. With that, Yilei concluded his instructions, and the group resumed their meal. To facilitate the rapid absorption of the fire elemental energy contained within the soul beast meat for those who could consume it, Yilei decisively activated the blue-silver domain. The azure golden energy gently flowed into everyone's bodies, aligning their meridians. After the meal, the group experienced significant physical adjustments. They noticed a marked reduction in resistance when channeling their soul power, especially as the previously constricted meridians within them loosened, enhancing their cultivation speed severfold. In the male dormitory of Rome University, Jingheng excitedly remarked to Yilei, "I've realized that after our meal, my soul power has increased slightly. I am merely 3 levels away from breaking through to level 30 and becoming a soul master. I will soon catch up with you all. Congratulations," Yilei replied. "However, by the time your soul power reaches level 30, my dear Nwana may have already surpassed level 40 and become a soul sect master." This statement fell like a bucket of cold water over Jingheng's enthusiasm. "Nonetheless, I will assist the 3 of you in rapidly enhancing your soul power, and I will seek out a suitable soul bone for you. Of course, Old Yang, you and Old Chun shall not be overlooked. I will ensure that you all receive a complete set of soul bones." Yilei readily agreed without hesitation and then continued, "In fact, I possess another method that can enable the 3 of you to absorb an additional 6 soul bones." "Is that truly the case?" they exclaimed in unison. "Indeed it is. Observe, the soul bone of the humanoid spider monarch affixed to my left leg is absorbed in the same manner as yours, Jingheng. It is directly attached to my body, allowing me to utilize 2 distinct martial souls at will. My other 2 soul bones, however, are bound to my second martial soul, the Flame Lord, which means they can only be activated when I employ the Flame Lord's powers. This attachment method significantly enhances the strength of the martial soul. At present, when I invoke the Flame Lord, my chest becomes the most fortified area of my entire body, while my right arm possesses immense strength. My left leg is equally formidable. Jingheng, your head is currently your most potent weapon. The Thunder Flash Demon Tiger excels in area of effect damage skills, and the Soul Bone skill you acquired, the Purple Lightning Eruption, embodies this capability. Additionally, the 50,000-year soul ring it produces not only grants you a formidable soul skill, but also elevates the potency of your soul bone skill to a new echelon. With that, Yilei promptly gestured for the 3 to return to their respective beds, then activated the blue-silver domain, flooding the dormitory with the gentle power of the blue-silver emperor. As Yilei commenced his cultivation of the Flame Lord martial soul, the soul power belonging to the Flame Lord within him suddenly surged, violently crashing against his meridians, the force nearly causing him to cough up blood. Yilei pressed his hand against his chest, gasping for breath, and hurriedly inquired about the system. "Dear system, what is happening to me? Why has my soul power suddenly become so agitated?" "Host," the system replied, "the agitation of your soul power is likely due to the fact that your 2 martial souls originally utilized the same source of soul power. However, following the failure of your 3rd task, this source has split into 2 distinct energies. Consequently, the violent energy belonging to the Flame Lord has coalesced into a singular form. With the previous suppression from the Blue-Silver Emperor now absent, combined with your absorption of a 60,000-year fire attribute soul ring and soul bone several days ago, your previously stable soul power has begun to stir. Moreover, among the 4 soul rings absorbed by your Flame Lord martial soul, 3 were derived from fire attribute soul beasts, and your current soul power level for the Flame Lord stands at only level 43. Under normal circumstances, your soul ring configuration should consist of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings." After examining Yilei's internal condition, the system proceeded with its analysis. "Is there any way to resolve this issue?" Yilei spoke in a hoarse voice. "There are indeed ways to resolve this. P.S. There is still an hour and a half left. If I write 2 more chapters, I can clock out. Keep it up." September 21st, Chapter 135, Soul Power Medium. "There are indeed ways to resolve this. What methods? Please, do share." Yilei hurriedly spoke. "The solution lies in finding a medium to transfer the restless vitality within you, which will allow your soul power to return to its normal state." The system revealed the method. "Medium? What sort of medium?" Yilei remained perplexed. "Host, your elemental pearl is indeed quite suitable." Upon hearing the system's words, Yilei recalled that he possessed an auxiliary soul-guiding device. He descended from the bed and rummaged through the cabinet for a moment before retrieving the 9-bead bracelet. He then climbed back onto the bed, seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to gradually channel a portion of the turbulent fire attribute soul power within him into one of the beads of the elemental pearl. It was only then that his soul power returned to a state of equilibrium. With a sigh of relief, he thought, finally stabilized. Though my soul power has diminished by a level, nevertheless, it matters not. I shall restore it through cultivation tonight. Yilei exhaled a deep sigh, speaking in a relaxed tone. Wait a moment, esteemed system. Is it possible to reclaim my body from this part and the earth in the future? Yilei pondered over another question and inquired once more with the system. That is certainly feasible, host. However, I advise that you absorb the soul power you have input into the elemental pearl back into your body at critical moments. For instance, when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation and find it challenging to ascend to the next realm, it would be prudent to draw that soul power back into your being to facilitate your breakthrough. Since that is the case, there are 8 vacant nests within the elemental pearl. May I also input the soul power of the blue silver emperor into it? That is indeed possible. Yilei contemplated this matter deeply, channeling his soul power with unwavering determination to commence his training. As the night unfolded, his cultivation reached its conclusion, restoring his soul power to its original state, and even enhancing it slightly beyond its previous level. To mitigate the risk of unforeseen circumstances in the future, Yilei deliberately imbued a dragon-shaped jade token with the soul power of his blue-silver emperor, thus establishing a final safeguard for himself. Consequently, he resolved to expedite his cultivation of the blue-silver emperor to the 70th level, achieving the realm of soul sage, absorbing the 7th soul ring, and attaining the true form of his martial spirit. Only then could his strength ascend to new heights. Regarding the flame, Lord Martial Spirit, he had devised a plan to attach a soul ring with an age nearing 100,000 years as an amplification-type soul skill when absorbing either the 5th or 6th soul ring. Once he possessed such a formidable amplification soul skill, he anticipated that his power could temporarily elevate to the soul sage realm. Therefore, the source of this amplification-type soul skill, derived from which soul beast, held immense significance. Yilei harbored this plan deep within his heart, for he contemplated that when the time came for him to require this soul ring, he would venture alone into the depths of the Douluo forest within the mirror world in search of formidable soul beasts. He aimed to accomplish the arduous task of slaying and absorbing the essence on his own. This endeavor was fraught with peril. A single misstep could very well cost him his life. Even in the absence of such dire consequences, it could still lead to the shattering of his flame Lord Martial Spirit, resulting in damage to the meridians within his body. Yilei dismissed this notion, and after changing his attire, he ventured alone into the mirror world, heading towards the Douluo forest. His purpose was to assist Yi Junqing and his mother in hunting for the 3rd spirit ring, while simultaneously aiming to procure a 3rd spirit ring for his future mother-in-law. As for his father-in-law, Han Kachin, Yilei had no intention of aiding him in the acquisition of a spirit ring. After all, the frenzied rhinos he had slain a few days prior had already yielded numerous spirit rings suitable for Han Kachin. When the time came, Yilei would merely need to select the one with the most appropriate age. Furthermore, he intended to assist his brothers in choosing their 3rd spirit rings as well. In the Douluo forest, spirit beasts of the lightning attribute were exceedingly rare. During their last expedition, Yilei had only encountered 2. Yilei's objective this time is to hunt a thunderbear with 6,000 years of cultivation. He has already contemplated what the 3rd soul skill of Jinghang is. On the morning of his planned hunt for several soul beasts, Yilei set off without hesitation. To him, 1,000-year soul beasts are merely trivial obstacles, for they cannot approach him nor inflict any harm, with the exception of that ice-sword fish. He was caught off guard due to his underestimation at that time. Meanwhile, at the Ma family's villa, "Father, I can no longer endure this. I have set my sights on the young lady from the Han family. I wish to form an alliance through marriage. Tianming, are you certain? Do you truly wish to ally with that second-rate family, the Han family?" Mrs. Ma, gazing at her son standing before her, inquired cautiously. "Indeed, mother. I am determined to marry into the Han family. Their only daughter must be mine." "Very well. Since you have voiced your desire, I shall support you. Once the marriage is successful, all enterprises under the Han family will belong to us, the Ma family." Ha. In the suburbs, at the Yi family's villa, Qin Butler immediately released the news. "I, Yi Chi Shui, the eldest son of the Yi family, intend to form an alliance with the Han family." "Yes, young master, I will attend to it right away." After Qin Butler departed, Yi Chi Shui picked up a photograph from the table and remarked, Han Wan, was it? Yesterday, I showed you leniency. You shall be mine. Before long, The morning passed swiftly, and Yi Lei effortlessly hunted all the soul beasts he desired. He even collected some meat from the ice attribute soul beasts, intending to return home and experiment with recipes. He aimed to create a nourishing dish from this ice attribute meat for his parents and Han Wan, enhancing their physical well-being. Despite the considerable wealth Yi Lei already possessed, he still dragged the corpses of the soul beasts back, exchanging them for a substantial amount of soul coins. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate an abundance of currency? As the saying goes, if you throw stones at me, I find it bothersome. If you toss coins my way, I welcome more. Once he stored the soul coins in his system space, Yi Lei returned to school with an air of arrogance. Since communication devices are prohibited within the Platinum Building, his phone rang twice immediately upon his return. Newsflash, the Ma family has announced a unilateral alliance with the Han family. Breaking, the Yu family has also unilaterally declared their intention to ally with the Han family today. Upon observing the two pieces of news, a surge of soul power coursed through Yi Lei's body once more. I, Yi Lei, shall be the first to oppose the alliance with the Han family. His thunderous declaration resonated throughout the campus, capturing the attention of the surrounding students. What audacity from the Ma family and the Yi family to stand against me, Yi Lei. Today marks the demise of your lineage. With another resounding shout, Yi Lei's words undoubtedly invited derision from those nearby. A terrifying aura erupted from within Yi Lei, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise by several degrees. Yi Lei's form flickered like a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original position. At the entrance of Rome University, a multitude of reporters had gathered, their path obstructed by the bodyguards of the Ma and Yi families. Ma Tianming and Yi Qixue stood behind the row of bodyguards, responding to the inquiries of the journalists in succession. A shared sentiment bound the two, an unwavering desire for Han Wan, willing to go to great lengths to make her their wife. Ma Tianming, Yi Qixue, it seems you both are courting disaster. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted at the school gate, startling the reporters to the point where they nearly dropped their equipment. A tall figure strode purposefully toward the entrance, while simultaneously, another silhouette raced from a different direction toward the campus gate. P.S. Tomorrow's chapter promises to be thrilling. The Ma and Yu families are about to face their reckoning. Clocking out. September 21st, Chapter 137. Soul Beast Projection. Oh, is that not Yi Lei, the junior? Are you envious of my alliance with the Han family? Ma Tianming remarked with a sardonic tone. I have no need to envy you. It is I, the eldest son of the Yi family in Rome City, who is destined to unite with the Han family. Yi Lei retorted confidently. Ha ha ha, you? The eldest son of the Yi family? Even jokes should have some basis in reality. Junior. Yi Qixue scoffed dismissively. Humph, just wait and see. Yi Lei let out a cold snicker, then took out his phone and located the chat labeled Dad, promptly sending a voice message. Dad, we can commence now. It's time to release the scandalous secrets of the Ma and Yi families. From this day forth, two families shall vanish from Rongqing. Upon finishing his words, Yi Lei cast a disdainful glance at the two individuals standing at the school gate, their faces brimming with self-satisfaction, and a barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. In this day and age, is there still anyone resorting to such deceptive tactics? Just because one can call someone dad, do they think they can wield absolute power in Rongqing? Indeed, you may possess a few dark soul rings, but that hardly makes you capable of overcoming the multitude of ruffians dispatched by my family. Do you truly doubt my connections? Do not assume that sheer numbers grant you the liberty to act recklessly. No matter how many of you there are, you will never surpass me. Yi Lei chuckled softly, crossing his arms over his chest, and declared, How audacious you are. You lot, come at me. Break one of his legs. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Ma Tianming signaled, and immediately 10 burly thugs, clad in a manner befitting ruffians, swiftly drew telescopic batons from behind and strode toward Yi Lei. A band of arrogant fools, forsaking a peaceful existence to associate with such individuals. Is this not akin to courting death? Yi Lei let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a thick blue-silver royal vine shot forth, instantly sending the 10 individuals flying far away, leaving them helpless on the ground. It is a pity. With your talents, a bit of diligent cultivation could have transformed you into formidable beings. However, having chosen the wrong path, you no longer warrant any investment. You are merely a collection of rotten fish and shriveled shrimp, unworthy of lamentation and death. With a decisive stomp, Yi Lei shattered the ground beneath him, causing cracks to spread outward. Well then, since it has come to this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You all employ the Knight family's secret techniques and incapacitate him. Yi Qiushue was thoroughly provoked by Yi Lei's earlier words. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of bodyguards clad in black suits swiftly surrounded him. Oh, the Knight family's secret techniques? How intriguing. Let us see if you can indeed utilize them. As Yi Lei's thoughts stirred, an array of 9 black soul rings materialized behind him, each giving rise to a colossal soul beast. The emergence of these 9 soul beasts instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. At that very moment, the bodyguards of the Yi family were rendered motionless, paralyzed by fear. For they had never encountered such formidable soul beasts before. Moreover, the presence of the black rings encircling each beast served as undeniable evidence that all 9 were of the 10,000-year realm. What is this? Have you succumbed to fear? Just a moment ago, you were so audacious. Have you now lost your bravado? Yi Lei let out a cold laugh. Spiny Serpent King, teach them a lesson. As the words left his lips, a massive, dark green serpent, adorned with sharp spines, swiftly slithered forward and then lashed out with its spiked tail. With a series of sickening thuds, the bodyguards fell, each one impaled by a green spine, meeting their demise on the spot. Armored Beetle King, we await your arrival. A crawling creature, crowned with imposing horns, opened its mouth and unleashed a furious roar. In the next moment, a colossal beam of light shot forth from its maw, obliterating dozens of bodyguards, reducing them to mere fragments amidst a gruesome display of blood and flesh. Today, Ma Tianming and Yi Qiushue had brought with them over 100 bodyguards. Yet the simultaneous assault of the 2 ancient soul beasts had swiftly decimated nearly half of their ranks. So, do you still dare to be arrogant? Yi Lei coldly remarked. What sorcery did you employ? How could you have slain so many bodyguards? Sorcery? What sorcery are you referring to? It is merely the soul beast projection technique that I wield. These 9 soul beasts are all my soul rings. This declaration instantly left the multitude of reporters gathered at the school gate in utter bewilderment. They had never anticipated that the 9 soul beasts that had suddenly materialized were, in fact, the soul rings of this young man who had just reached adulthood. In a heartbeat, the throng of journalists scattered in a frenzy, fearing that they might fall victim to the onslaught of the 9 soul beasts. Who cared for an exclusive report on a marriage alliance when one's life was at stake? P.S. There are only 2 hours left until the end of work. Only a few days remain before returning to classes. September is drawing to a close. Keep pushing forward. Wishing my novel continues to flourish. September 22nd, Chapter 138, The Fall of the Ma and Yi Families. In less than a minute, the once crowded school gate was left desolate, littered with debris. Do not think that you can intimidate me by unleashing these soul beasts. If I do not cripple a leg today, I shall not bear the surname Ma. Ma Tianming thundered in fury. Haha, consider how many times you have uttered that phrase. Has it brought you success? I shall now return it to you. If I do not sever your limbs today, I shall not bear the surname Yi. With a flick of his wrist, the infernal scythe mantis prepared to incapacitate him. The crimson mantis swiftly swung its scythe-like forelegs, unleashing 4 blades of red light that soared towards Ma Tianming. In a moment of instinct, as Ma Tianming attempted to evade, he realized he could not feel his legs. He tried to raise his arms, only to discover the same numbness. In an instant, he watched in horror as his arms detached from his torso, crashing to the ground. The dread was far from over. His torso toppled backward, while his legs stood rigidly in place, blood gushing from the severed ends. Ah, help? My arms. My legs. Ma Tianming's eyes widened in terror as he cried out helplessly. The bodyguards he had brought were paralyzed with fear, rendered immobile. With the young master of the Ma family dealt with, it was now time for the servants of the Ma family. Spider King, they are yours. A colossal purple spider, upon receiving its command, surged forth in an instant, unleashing a vast web that ensnared the bodyguards, rendering them immobile, and then began to indulge in its feast. The anguished cries of the bodyguards echoed at the school gate, yet at that moment, not a single soul traversed the area. Additionally, both ends of the thoroughfare outside the school were obstructed by a black minivan, with a bodyguard clad in dark attire and sunglasses standing sentinel before each vehicle, their imposing figures exuding an aura of authority. Observing their demeanor, no passerby dared to approach. Undoubtedly, these roadblocks were manned entirely by the subordinates of Yi Lei. The bodyguards, loyal to their young master's orders, understood well the necessity of their task, to vigilantly guard this route, preventing any unwelcome intruders from entering. As Yi Lei watched his arachnid companion feast with fervor, he too sensed the influx of tainted soul energy flowing into his 3rd soul ring. Indeed, the vile nature of these individuals was reflected even in their soul energy. With his 3rd soul skill, spider web binding, he declared, from this day forth, the Ma family and the Yi family shall face complete annihilation. Yilei directly summoned his soul power, channeling the foul energy that surged into his third soul ring, directing it towards his soul skill and expelling it forth. Human-faced Spider King, return. Titan and Emperor, clear the streets. The human-faced Spider King obediently complied, while the Titan and Emperor unleashed a barrage of fireballs, incinerating the dismembered limbs of the bodyguards and the refuse left behind by the journalists. This effortless display of obliteration left Yu Qishui and the bodyguards he had brought in a state of paralyzed fear, too terrified to move, lest their own demise be even more gruesome. Senior Yi, they murmured, what transgressions has your family committed? If you reflect on your words, perhaps reconsidering would be prudent. You can trust that Senior Ma remains unharmed, does he not? However, should you choose silence, I happen to have 4 soul beasts observing with keen interest, and I would not mind allowing you all to experience their wrath. Yilei nudged his chin slightly, and Yu Qishui, feeling a stiffness in his neck, turned to glance in that direction. There, he beheld Ma Tianming, still howling. His wounds had ceased bleeding, yet his severed limbs had already been devoured by the Spider King. Junior, if you grant me mercy, I shall immediately annul my unilateral engagement with the Han family, Yu Qishui pleaded, fear gripping him. It dawned on him the magnitude of the formidable individual he had previously offended. In Rome City, he could be described as a being of unparalleled authority, for his family was but an insignificant ant in the presence of the Yi family. Should the Yi family grow weary of them, a mere flick of their hand could obliterate their lineage from Rome City entirely. Senior, is that all it takes to sway me? I implore you to reconsider and provide me with a comprehensive response. I shall grant you 10 minutes. Within this span, I will take one of your subordinates' lives every 30 seconds. By the end of 10 minutes, that amounts to 20 souls. Would you prefer to witness your comrades suffer an agonizing demise before your very eyes? Or would you rather confess your transgressions and the unspeakable deeds you have committed? The choice is yours. As he spoke, Yilei gestured with his right hand, conjuring an ethereal hourglass that materialized before Yu Qishui, complete with a numerical display to indicate the passage of time. Seconds ticked away, and soon the 30-second mark was reached. Yilei observed that Yu Qishui remained silent, and thus he directly spoke. Ghost Vine, give our esteemed guests a little spa treatment. A sinister, ink-blue ghostly tree quietly extended a similarly eerie vine, creeping toward the group of black-clad bodyguards. The ominous vine slowly coiled around the legs of one trembling bodyguard, gradually tightening its grip. The bodyguard emitted a cry of pain, as his bones began to crack ominously, as if they were on the verge of shattering. Ah! He shrieked, his body collapsing as it contorted unnaturally. Senior, are you still unwilling to speak? 10 minutes pass swiftly, and look, 30 seconds have already elapsed. Who shall it be next? If you remain silent after the 10 minutes, my Crimson Scorpion King finds you quite intriguing. Another vine ensnared the bodyguard's legs, slowly ascending further, prompting a terrified scream from him. The echoes of his cries reverberated in Yu Qishui's ears, and his final defenses began to crumble. I'll tell you everything, Yu Qishui shouted, and the vine that had ensnared the bodyguard quickly released its grip. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Yilei listened attentively to Yu Qishui's account. Since you've chosen to reveal all, I shall grant you a complete corpse, for your family is likely on the brink of collapse. Yilei flexed his wrist and spoke in a calm manner. What have you done to my family? Upon hearing that his family was in jeopardy, Ma Tianming, lying on the ground, attempted to lift himself up. Yet, the illusion was shattered. Without hands and limbs, how could he rise? He could only lie there, overwhelmed with despair, and scream, I have done nothing but expose your family's criminal records from the past decade to the public. I imagine your family members are currently being interrogated at the police station. Yilei responded truthfully. The recent audio merely requested Yi Junqing to provide the police with all the criminal records of the Ma and Yi families since their establishment, which were subsequently published online. After all, the strength of the Yi family ensures that their words are beyond reproach, and the police naturally place their trust in them. Especially since the police had long been monitoring the clandestine illegal enterprises of the Yi family, they simply lacked the evidence to act. Yilei's actions furnished them with ample proof, enabling the arrest of all individuals associated with the Yi family's criminal activities. Honor, feel free to deal with those who wish to ally with you in marriage. However, do leave a few alive for the police to interrogate. I know how to handle such matters, Han Nuan said through gritted teeth. With a flutter of her phoenix wings, dozens of sharp feathers flew toward the bodyguards. Han Nuan did not intend to kill, but rather precisely pierce the wrists and ankles of the bodyguards, severing their tendons. In stark contrast, Yi Qishui suffered a more brutal fate. A frost blue feather pierced his right eye, causing him to faint from the pain. Truly, it is too lenient for these individuals. If it weren't for my disdain for their blood, which would tarnish my phoenix wings, I would have long since eliminated them all. Han Wan exclaimed bitterly. Well, let us not dwell on them any longer. They can enjoy their time in prison. I dare say none of them will see the light of day for decades. Yilei looked at Han Wan with a tender expression, having previously retracted the summoned projection of the foot-headed soul beast. Yilei had not ventured to the group of individuals gathered at the school gate. After a while, the police would inevitably arrive to seek out Ma Tianming and Yi Qixue. It was time for him to return to the tranquil life of campus once more. Yilei contemplated. P.S. Off work. Let us strive harder tomorrow. Keep it up. September 22nd, Chapter 140. Such audacious words. Warmer. Let us depart and deliver the soul rings to our parents and uncles and aunts. Yilei affectionately ruffled Han Wan's hair and remarked, Well, fortuitously, I have no classes. Should we not announce the news of our family's union? Absolutely. He continued, I certainly wish to deter any families from harboring ulterior motives towards me, making it clear to all that their intentions are transparent. It's best to extinguish their aspirations at the earliest opportunity, with a hint of defiance. Han Wan waved her small fist. Very well, when we meet Uncle later, let's discuss it. I have no objections on my end. Yilei acquiesced, skillfully taking Han Wan's small hand as they exited the school gates. Simultaneously, he sent a message to the bodyguards stationed at both ends of the street, instructing them to withdraw. Upon receiving the command, the bodyguards promptly entered their vehicles and departed within 5 minutes. Yilei, how shall we return? Han Wan inquired, gazing at the desolate road with perplexity. Returning is quite simple. We shall fly back, he replied. Yilei casually remarked, but they do not wish to soar. Han Wan, pouting in a fit of playful annoyance, retorted, Yet it is not my desire for you to take flight. It is I who yearns to ascend. As she spoke, the ground beneath Yilei began to fracture, and the Lord of Flames materialized, gradually ascending into the air. What are you standing there for? Come up. Yilei sat atop the Flame Lord, waving his hand at Han Wan. She gracefully leaped onto the enormous palm extended by the Flame Lord and, with its assistance, made her way to its shoulder. Settle in. Let us first seek out Uncle and Aunt. At this hour, my father should be at the company. By the way, may I inquire what Aunt does? She is my father's personal secretary. Ah, I see. After posing her question, Yilei concentrated his thoughts, commanding the Flame Lord to soar towards the Han Corporation. Upon their arrival at the foot of the Han Corporation building, a throng of black-clad bodyguards emerged to greet them. Although they did not recognize Yilei, they were well acquainted with their own young lady, and anyone accompanying her was beyond reproach. As they entered the office building, they instantly attracted numerous gazes, for the sight of Yilei soaring through the sky was indeed captivating. Many raised their phones to capture videos, sharing them on social media, naturally featuring Yilei's striking visage. When the dashing young man appeared at their company, the receptionists at the front desk were momentarily starstruck. However, upon catching sight of the individual beside Yilei, they instantly fell silent, lowering their heads in deference. Hankachin, have you not considered this? Allowing your daughter to wed my son would grant your corporation many coveted projects. I have reiterated countless times that a union with your family is impossible. My daughter has no interest. She is enamored with the heir of the Yi Corporation. Old Han, stop dreaming. How could the Yi Corporation possibly look upon your modest firm? A union with the Ma family would enable us to grow strong and seize the top family position from the Yi family. What could be better? It is not better. How many times must I repeat myself? Leave this moment at once. Hankachin, do not overstep. It would be an honor for your family to ally with the Ma family. My son is interested in your daughter. I advise you to promptly issue a statement of your family's consent. I have stated repeatedly that I will never agree to such a thing. Now, leave my premises. My company does not welcome you. Very well, just wait. I shall ensure you, this ungrateful old fool, find it impossible to thrive in Rong City. With you? You dare threaten my future father-in-law? Such arrogance. I see it is you who will struggle. The office door was kicked open, startling Ma Jinlong, who was engaged in conversation. He turned to face the entrance, only to find Yilei striding in with a grave expression, coldly regarding Ma Jinlong, who stood before his desk. I thought it was someone important, but it is merely a brash young lad. Leave at once. Do not impede my business. Humph, Ma Jinlong. I suggest you visit a hospital. Your son, Ma Tianming, is currently lying in one. Hee. With your meager skills of deception, do not think you can fool me. Ma Jinlong said disdainfully. Whether I have deceived you or not, you will discern for yourself upon inspection. Yilei raised his phone and revealed a photograph. Ma Jinlong, initially indifferent, turned his head away, but when he beheld the image, a tremor involuntarily coursed through his body. P.S. Only 2 chapters remain. Keep it up. September 23rd, Chapter 141. The Living Yama. Upon witnessing the photograph, Ma Jinlong could no longer maintain his arrogance and urgently inquired, "What have you done to my son?" "I did nothing untoward. He struck first. And I merely acted in self-defense, disarming him, nothing more." "False. It's all false." "Who are you truly?" "Who am I?" "I am the heir of the Yi family. The very person you so scorned moments ago, or, as your son would say, the living Yama." Yilei spoke calmly. "However, do not harbor any illusions about restoring your son's limbs. Ma Tianming's severed limbs have long since turned to ashes." At this moment, Ma Jinlong could no longer maintain his composure, especially upon hearing Yilei utter the term living Yama. When he gazed at Yilei again, his eyes were filled with terror, for in his perception, Yilei had transformed into a ruler of life and death, akin to the king of hell, with an aura of murderous intent that permeated the office, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Moreover, your Ma family begins its descent into ruin today. Our Yi group has long possessed the incriminating evidence of your clandestine crimes, which I submitted to the police an hour ago. I fear that the principal members of your family have already been taken into custody, and even the illicit funds acquired through your Ma group's fraudulent financing have been entirely frozen. Yilei's words were akin to the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, utterly shattering him. He had still harbored hopes that he could restore his son's severed limbs with the family's wealth, but upon hearing that his company had been seized, how could his heart not crumble? Wise up and leave at once. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure you and your son meet the same fate. After uttering these words, noticing that Ma Jinlong remained motionless, Yilei strode towards him and forcefully kicked him out, while Han Wan discreetly closed the door behind them. "What brings you to seek out your uncle today, Xiaolei?" Ma Jinlong inquired. "I have 2 matters to discuss with you. These 2 soul rings are for you and your mother, to serve as your 3rd soul ring. Secondly, it is to announce a formal union with the Yi family." "Oh, regarding these matters, I cannot make decisions unilaterally. It primarily depends on your sentiments. As long as Xianwan consents, our family is agreeable, for mutual affection is paramount, while social standing and feudal superstitions are of little consequence." "Father, I certainly agree. After all, we have been together for over 2 years. I have no desire to enter a union with those who see me solely for my commercial value. Who knows if they are merely biding their time to devour our family assets post-union. By the way, Father, where is Mom? I haven't seen her." "Your mother?" "Earlier. That old rascal Ma Jinlong came to vex me, and fearing she might lose her temper and cause a scene, I sent her away. Otherwise, with her temperament, by the time you arrived, the financial matters would have been in utter disarray. Is Auntie really that tempestuous? When she truly erupts, her fury surpasses even this. She resembles a fierce tigress." Before Han Wan could finish her sentence, she caught a glimpse of her mother silently standing at the door through the reflection in the mirror, her gaze flat and unwavering. "Wana, why did you stop speaking?" At this moment, Yilei was still bewildered, foolishly inquiring. Han Kachin, seated in his office chair, quickly signaled to Yilei, while Han Wan frantically tugged at Yilei's clothing. Yet, Yilei remained oblivious and continued, "Uncle, is there something wrong with your eyes? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Witnessing Yilei's response, Han Kachin completely gave up, resting his forehead on his hand, shaking his head with a sigh. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on the shoulders of Han Wan and Yilei, producing a sharp sound. Yilei was startled and slowly turned his head to find Han's mother glaring at him with a fierce expression. In that moment, he comprehended the earlier gestures from Han Kachin and Han Wan, which clearly indicated that he should keep quiet and refrain from asking questions. Yet, he was courting disaster. "Little Wan, were you just discussing me? I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?" The calmness of his words was utterly incongruous. Yet both Han Kachin and Han Wan recognized it as the precursor to an impending eruption. Yilei surreptitiously activated the blue-silver domain and retreated to the corner of the room, erecting 2 stone walls to enclose himself. "Mom, I didn't say anything just now. You must have misheard." Han Wan's voice dwindled, becoming so faint that it was barely audible, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. "P.S. One more chapter to go? Must push through. I'm exhausted." September 23rd, Chapter 142, Turning the Tables. "Is that so, Xianwan? Haven't I taught you that one must not lie? How can you be so disobedient? Isn't that right? Now, Be a good girl and repeat what you said. Listening to her mother's gentle tone, Han Wan began to sweat profusely, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Mom, I won't say it. It doesn't matter. I heard you just now, didn't I, dear husband? Suddenly called upon, Han Kachin jolted upright in his chair and hastily replied, Yes. Yes, my wife. Who was it that called me a tigress earlier? Was it you, Shan Wan? Unable to contain herself any longer, Han Wan could only concede. Now that feels appropriate, my dear daughter. Mom, I was wrong. It was too late. As Han Wan's mother finished speaking, both Han Wan and Han Kachin felt a chill run down their spines and hastily sought refuge in the corner where Yilei was. Her mother advanced step by step, terrifying Han Wan into quickly shifting her defense. Mom, that's not what I meant to say. It was Yilei who made me say it. Hidden behind the stone walls, Yilei felt a wave of dread wash over him and could only plead, Please don't come for me. His pleas fell on deaf ears as 5 sharp beams of light effortlessly shattered the stone walls Yilei had conjured. Yilei gazed innocently at Han's mother and softly spoke, Auntie, I never intended for Han Wan to say anything. I merely inquired out of curiosity after hearing it from my uncle. I understand this is not something you prompted little Wan to express. However, I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the matter of deceit that transpired 2 years ago when you took my daughter away. As alarm bells rang in Yilei's mind, he swiftly grasped Han Wan's hand and dashed towards the window, heedless of the several stories below. With a forceful crash, he shattered the glass and leaped into the void. Uncle, I trust you to handle this matter. Han Wan and I must return to our studies. As Yilei leapt down, he shouted loudly in midair. Han Kachin felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he slowly turned around. Dear, please don't be angry. They are merely children, speaking without a filter. However, Han's mother replied calmly, If you continue to be so protective, then you shan't expect to share my bed tonight. With that, she composedly turned and exited the office. Han Kachin exclaimed, Yilei, you little rascal, have you come to ensnare me? Yilei, uncle, how could you say that? Han Kachin, you brat. Accompany me for a drink. At noon, the news of the simultaneous sealing of the Ma and Yi families had already exploded across the internet, igniting widespread discussion. The heads of both families found themselves in custody, bypassing even the courtroom, and were directly sent to serve their sentences. Yilei, how could you speak to me in such a manner? What do you mean by that? Do you wish to see me suffer? After landing, Han Duan immediately directed a series of piercing questions at Yilei. What I meant was that I wanted to see you get hurt. I am merely trying to assist you. How can you accuse me in such a way? Is this not a clear case of wrongful accusation? Yilei innocently remarked. I even assisted you in escaping, yet you speak of me in such a manner. My heart is shattered, irreparably so. Yilei said sadly, all right, I forgive you. Is that not enough? It's just that my mother's attitude earlier instilled a sense of dread in me. When she erupts in anger, it resembles a volcanic eruption. I witnessed it once when I was younger. At that time, she had my father bedridden for 3 days. Is it truly that terrifying? And that was before she awakened her martial soul. I fear my father could have faced dire consequences. Be more confident, eliminate the word possibly. Yilei added, at last. The workday has concluded. Tomorrow, we shall continue. September 23rd, Chapter 143, Submission. So, where shall we go next? Han Wan inquired. For the moment, let us return to the school. As for the soul rings, I shall have the bodyguard deliver them back. Regarding the announcement of the marriage alliance between our families, we will issue it once this turmoil has subsided. Yilei remarked, very well, we have no classes this afternoon. Shall we go out for a stroll? I think that's a splendid idea, Nwaner. Today, I shall treat you to a shopping spree without any expenses. With that, Yilei wrapped his arm around Han Wan's waist and soared into the air, landing gracefully atop the head of the Flame Lord, directing their flight towards his family's grand shopping mall. Feeling the warmth of his large hand resting on her waist, Han Wan's cheeks flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. Though shy, she did not resist. After all, it was only natural to embrace someone she held dear. Mwana, I must admit, I am somewhat apprehensive that Auntie may seek revenge against me, especially since she just discovered that we have been together for 2 years. I fear she may strike me. He confessed. Why would a grown man fear being reprimanded by his mother-in-law? Besides, you have a sturdy build, so you shouldn't be too concerned, she teased. Yet, he replied. True, but I worry that Annie might employ her soul bones. Ah, that's a valid concern. How about, when my mother strikes you, you utilize your third soul skill? She suggested. He pondered. Wouldn't that be a tad disrespectful? Considering your point, yes, indeed. I suppose I should focus on my training to enhance my physical resilience. By the way, Nwaner, have you thought about the type of your fourth soul skill? He inquired. To be honest, I haven't quite decided. However, I believe defensive skills would be a prudent choice, given that 2 of my previous skills are offensive and 1 is for control. It is only fitting that I acquire a defensive skill now. That makes sense. For your 5th soul skill, perhaps you should opt for an amplification type. The remaining 4 skills, aside from the true form of your martial soul, could consist of 3 attack or control skills from the 6th, 8th, and 9th soul rings. I trust your judgment, Han Nuan cooed playfully. Not a problem. I was contemplating whether we should enhance the duration of your 3 soul skills this afternoon to further elevate your strength, he proposed. I am open to that, but I still prefer shopping. She exclaimed. It seems all girls share this penchant for shopping, he mused. Yilei contemplated. Now that both the Ma family and the Yi family have met their demise, we shall no longer be troubled by those pesky individuals causing disruptions within the school. After all, I have already taken decisive measures to establish authority. It is unlikely that anyone would foolishly dare to step forward again. Yilei remarked. I am not so sure, for they are unaware that the downfall of the Ma and Yi families is attributed to you. Han Nuan responded earnestly. It matters not to me. After all, who still competes with wealth? It is now a contest of strength. To speak frankly, I have no desire to inherit the family business. I would much prefer the simplicity of being an employee. Yilei, filled with sentiment, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Nwaner. This morning while hunting for soul rings, I managed to procure some meat from soul beasts, all of which possess ice attributes. I would like to learn how to prepare it, so I can cook some for you and our parents to nourish your bodies. I am eagerly anticipating your culinary skills. I wonder, should you take on the role of the chef from now on? Cooking? A trivial matter. Our family has a unified characteristic, spoiling our wives. It is the duty of us men to take on the culinary responsibilities, while our beloved wives simply enjoy life. I shall not allow you to endure even a moment of hardship. Yilei said solemnly, Is that true? Then from now on, all household chores will be entrusted to you. Of course it is true, he replied. Such trivial matters as household chores, how could I bear to tire you with them? Yilei chuckled. Heh. Rome University. A video surged to the forefront of the campus forum. What the hell? Isn't that person a freshman? What is the story behind the 9 soul beasts he summoned? It was incomprehensible. It appeared too terrifying. I had never witnessed such colossal soul beasts before. Upstairs. Those 9 soul beasts he commanded are all of the 10,000-year caliber. 10,000-year caliber? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Indeed, how could a freshman possibly hunt 9 10,000-year soul beasts? It must be a fabrication. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost, you old rascal. Upstairs, believe it or not, that freshman is quite handsome. Within 10 minutes, I demand all his information. Upstairs, don't even think about it. He already has a girlfriend. The aforementioned video featured Yilei at the school gate, single-handedly overwhelming both the Ma and Yi families, though only a silhouette was visible. His ability to command the 9 soul beasts instilled a sense of reverence in the entire school. P.S. I have completed 1 chapter. There are still 2 more to go. Time for a short break before continuing. Let us put in some effort. Countdown to September. 6 days, September 24th, Chapter 144. A shopping extravaganza. The various discussions on the campus forum had no bearing on the 2 individuals leisurely shopping in the mall. Yilei, do you find this outfit appealing? And this handbag looks lovely too. This JK set is quite nice. As Han Nuan entered the shopping center, she began perusing the renowned boutiques, continually holding up garments or skirts behind her, seeking Yilei's opinion. Yilei, with unwavering patience, repeatedly responded with the same 2 words, beautiful. Yilei expressed, indeed, the sentiments echoed by men online hold true. Accompanying a woman on a shopping excursion is undeniably exhausting. However, how could one possibly tire while accompanying the future wife on her shopping spree? As long as she delights in it, everything within this mall belongs entirely to her. Yilei, in our own mall, feel free to take whatever you desire. Han Nuan. Shopping is just for fun. It will belong to my husband in the future, so I can take whatever I want. After more than 10 minutes of deliberation, Han Nuan finally selected a JK uniform and a top. Upon arriving at the counter, the attendant immediately bowed upon seeing Yilei. Young master. Yilei nodded slightly. Make a note of this. In the future, when this young lady arrives, do not pay her any mind. Let her take whatever she wishes. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. I will convey the message. With a smile, Yilei uttered a few words and subsequently handed a photograph to the front desk attendant. He then led Han Wan to shift their venue to the next establishment. Observing that Yilei and his companion had departed without settling their bill, a couple of patrons decided to emulate them, nonchalantly carrying their items towards the exit. The attendant, noticing their actions, promptly intervened. The couple, feeling aggrieved, vociferously questioned the attendant. Why is it that those two can leave with their items unimpeded, yet we are stopped? What kind of attitude is this? Are you looking down on us? Do you dare to believe I will file a complaint against you? The attendant, undeterred, retorted with authority. A complaint? Go ahead and see who stands by your side. He is the owner of our mall. Is there any rationale for our own proprietor to take items without payment? Realizing they had encountered an immovable obstacle, the couple reluctantly complied and paid for their goods before departing. The attendant, mindful of the situation, quickly relayed Yilei's message to the staff in the mall's work group, accompanied by the photograph. Upon learning of the young master's presence, all personnel in the mall commenced a fervent effort to enhance their standards, elevating their service quality to ensure that Yilei would witness their utmost dedication. As time was of the essence, Yilei and Han Wan decided to seek a restaurant for their meal. After a brief discussion, they agreed to indulge in a delightful lunch of grilled fish. Yilei accompanied Han Wan as they ascended to the 5th floor in the elevator, entering a highly regarded grilled fish restaurant. Upon their arrival, the attentive staff promptly approached to greet them. However, Yilei waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such a fuss was unnecessary, as they were merely there to enjoy a meal. The two then proceeded into the establishment, guided by the waiter to a table by the window. Yilei, without even glancing at the menu, instructed the kitchen to prepare the largest fish available, given that both of their appetites had significantly increased. A mere 2 or 3 kilograms of fish would undoubtedly fall short for the two of them. The kitchen promptly prepared the grilled fish, which was elegantly served by the manager of the establishment. Once the dish was presented, Yilei, displaying utmost chivalry, meticulously removed all the bones from the fish and placed them on a separate plate. Only after ensuring that the fish was free of any bones did he invite Han Wan to begin her meal. Like a playful kitten, she savored bite after bite of the tender fish, occasionally spitting out the bones. Yilei gazed at her with a tender affection, occasionally refilling her drink, and then gestured to the waiter for 2 bowls of rice. Don't just eat the fish, have some rice as well, Yilei reminded her. Han Wan, without hesitation, reached out to take the rice, then used her chopsticks to stir it a few times before scooping half a bowl of rice into Yilei's bowl. I cannot finish so much. Yilei grinned as he accepted the bowl of rice, savoring a bite before exclaiming, the food prepared by my wife is simply delightful. Han Wan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue at his unexpected address, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Oh dear, we haven't even registered our marriage. How can I be your wife? No worries, he replied confidently. In 2 years, we shall make it official. Yilei smiled as he engaged in conversation, raising his gaze to meet Han Wan's. After finishing their meal, Yilei repeated his earlier actions, escorting Han Wan directly out of the restaurant. This maneuver once again astonished onlookers, prompting several to question the staff, with some even summoning the restaurant manager. What is going on? Did you not see those two dine and dash? How could you let them leave? The manager retorted with authority, apologies. But that gentleman is the owner of the entire mall. Does he need to settle his own bill while dining in his own establishment? If you find this unacceptable and wish to follow in their footsteps, then feel free to buy your way out. If you lack the means, perhaps it is best to refrain from complaining. The disgruntled patrons, having been put in their place, begrudgingly paid their bill and exited the restaurant in haste. Yilei and his companion meandered through the streets until they arrived at a store dedicated to couples' merchandise, where they began to select matching outfits. After a prolonged period of deliberation, Han Wan finally settled on a particular style of couples' attire. She passed the male version to Yilei before they each entered separate fitting rooms. Yilei had just removed his original attire and was about to don another outfit for a fitting when a sudden scream echoed from the neighboring fitting room. It was none other than Han Wan, who had just entered. With no time to put on his clothes, Yilei dashed out bare-chested. As he emerged, he noticed a boy, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, had pulled open the door to Han Wan's fitting room, peering in with a mischievous gaze. How outrageous! Yilei, engulfed in fury, charged forward in a swift motion. Yet, he restrained his strength, delivering a calculated kick to the boy's abdomen, sending him sprawling away. The boy collided forcefully with a cabinet, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Yilei then turned his head and glanced towards the fitting room. Inside, Han Wan stood elegantly, her attire perfectly arranged, yet the wings of the phoenix behind her were spread wide, shielding her form. Mwana, Are you all right? That brute did not lay eyes on you, did he? Yilei anxiously inquired. Are you all right? Thankfully, I didn't strip down, but your kick, is it all right? Han Nuan asked with a hint of concern. Rest assured, that little brat isn't scathed. I tempered my strength when I kicked him. He was merely knocked back by my imposing presence. Nothing to worry about. Yilei remarked, as long as it's not a problem. That's good. Han Nuan exhaled in relief and stated, What is wrong with you? Why did you strike my child? At that moment, a piercing female voice emanated from behind Yilei, followed by the sound of shattering glass exploding above his head. Yilei felt a slight pain emanating from his head, and his brows furrowed in icy disdain. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the woman who had initiated the confrontation. This time, Yilei did not hold back. After all, it was she who had instigated the altercation, leaving no reason for him to temper his strength. The woman, unfortunately, let out a piercing scream as she was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the store. Yilei shook his head, casting off the shards of glass that clung to his hair, then turned around to observe the scene with a cold gaze. At that moment, a man who had been engrossed in his phone glanced up, quickly scanning his surroundings. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes before he fixed his gaze upon Yilei and charged towards him in an instant, throwing a punch directly at Yilei's face. Yilei did not evade. He simply allowed that fist to come crashing toward himself. The man's cunning ploy failed miserably, for when his charged punch struck Yilei's face, it dissipated entirely, akin to a clay bull vanishing into the sea. Had he struck enough? Yilei coldly questioned, You bully my wife and son. So what's wrong with me hitting you? The man replied without a hint of hesitation, You certainly have a bold tone, don't you? It was your son who spied on my girlfriend while she was changing, and it was your wife who struck first. I consider that self-defense. Yilei responded with fury. I don't care. I only saw you hitting my wife and son. The man retorted, glaring. Do you think the surveillance cameras in this establishment are mere decorations? Furthermore, regarding your son spying on a girl changing, have you and your wife ever taught him any better? Allow me to provide some education on that matter. I don't care. Unless you hand over 300,000 today, you won't be leaving. The man demanded, making an outrageous demand. If memory serves me correctly, you have employed this same trick several times at nearby malls, swindling quite a sum of money, but this time, you have crossed paths with the wrong person. Yilei proclaimed with undeniable authority, having felt a sense of familiarity with the man before him, yet unable to recall where they had crossed paths. It was only after the man audaciously demanded a large sum that recognition dawned upon him. This individual had previously exploited a similar ruse alongside his wife and child in another shopping mall, swindling numerous young women and subjecting them to humiliation, ultimately forcing them to pay to mitigate their misfortunes. It is conservatively estimated that this family has defrauded nearly 1 million yuan. Chapter 146. The useless backer gazing upon this despicable man who had amassed over 1 million through nefarious means. Yilei was filled with indignation and unhesitatingly delivered a resounding slap across the man's greasy visage. The sharp sound of the strike reverberated, and the once arrogant expression on the man's face transformed into one of astonishment. Clutching his cheek, he pointed a trembling finger at Yilei, berating him with outrage. How dare you strike me? You must be seeking trouble. Before he could finish his tirade, another crisp slap echoed through the air, landing on the other side of his face, rendering him utterly speechless. It is precisely scoundrels like you that I seek to punish. You have profited nearly 1 million by tarnishing the purity of countless young women, inflicting damage upon their reputations. Fortunately for you, today you have encountered me. Otherwise, yet another innocent girl would have fallen victim to your vile schemes. Yilei bellowed vehemently, his voice resonating throughout the entire establishment. The customers, who initially perceived Yilei's actions as morally questionable, underwent an instantaneous transformation in their stance, rallying to his side and directing their ire towards the man. Observing the shift in sentiment, the man's expression flickered with a hint of panic, yet he attempted to maintain his composure, pointing a finger at Yilei and hurling insults once more. I don't care, he shouted, you little brat. If you don't pay me today, I will come to your doorstep every single day, causing a scene until you do. And by the way, do you have any idea who my connections are? You dare to threaten me here? Yilei chuckled softly, feigning fear as he inquired. Oh, who is your backing? I am so frightened. The man retorted. My support is the Ma family. Do you believe I could summon someone to eliminate you right now? Haha. Upon hearing that the man's backing was the Ma family, Han Nuan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Humph, I thought it was something significant. The Ma family is but a minor player. You truly are out of touch with reality. Are you not aware that news of the Ma family's bankruptcy has spread like wildfire? A smile adorned Yi Lei's face as he spoke. Go on. Do not think to deceive me with such tactics. The Ma family is prosperous and influential. How could they possibly face bankruptcy so easily? Yet, the man remained obstinate, disregarding Yi Lei's words and continuing to taunt him. Yi Lei paid him no mind. For what he spoke was the unvarnished truth. Whether he chose to believe it was of no concern to Yi Lei. As for such individuals, Yi Lei had no intention of indulging him. The higher he soared, the more devastating his fall would be. With the ill-gotten gains of around $1 million acquired through deceit, it would suffice to confine both him and his spouse for several years, while their son would also find himself in a juvenile detention center for a couple of years. Behold, the Ma family has truly gone bankrupt, with nearly half of its members now provided for in custody, and all their enterprises have been frozen. In the store, some young individuals, driven by curiosity after hearing Yi Lei's words, sought out information online and indeed discovered news of the Ma family's downfall, complete with a video. In the footage, a young man lay helplessly on the ground, his limbs severed, and that young man was none other than the sole heir of the Ma family. Ma Tianming, the one who had executed this brutal act, stood bare-chested in the store. Yi Lei himself. What connection does the Ma family's bankruptcy have with me, my so-called patron? Upon hearing the words of the man scoffed. But suddenly it dawned on him that the Ma family was indeed the very foundation he relied upon. How could this be? The Ma family's influence was so formidable. How could they possibly fall into bankruptcy so easily? This must be a fabrication, an absolute falsehood. The man was now thoroughly flustered, unable to maintain his previously arrogant demeanor. Powerful? If I were to tell you that the downfall of the Ma family was orchestrated by the Yi family, would you still hold that belief? Yi Lei let out a cold laugh and spoke. The Yi family? The foremost affluent clan of Rongqing, is it? The man expressed disbelief. If not, could there possibly be another Yi family? Yi Lei tilted his head and inquired. But wait, how do you know this? The report did not disclose the reasons behind the Ma family's bankruptcy. The man pulled out his phone and, after a flurry of activity, raised his head to reveal the flaws in the published news. How would I know? Is it not possible that I am indeed a member of the Yi family? Yi Lei remarked, your support truly is non-existent. P.S. I've completed a chapter. It's time for a brief respite before continuing. Countdown to September, 5 days. Keep up the good work. September 25th, Chapter 147, Justifiable Defense. Your support is utterly useless, nothing more than a complete waste. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh and turned to head towards the changing room to don his attire. If I am to serve time, I shall take someone down with me. I do not mind spending a few extra years in confinement. May you perish. The man's eyes were filled with hatred as he summoned a gleaming silver blade into his right hand and charged towards Yi Lei, aiming to strike at his neck. The others in the shop, witnessing the man's aggressive maneuver, hesitated to intervene, intimidated by the imposing blade. As they nervously wiped sweat from their brows, fearing a gruesome scene, they shut their eyes tightly. A few had intended to warn him, but it was too late. The blade came crashing down onto Yi Lei's right shoulder. Contrary to the anticipated bloody spectacle, nothing of the sort occurred. A blade devoid of any added soul rings, attempting to inflict harm upon me. How absurd, how utterly laughable. Yi Lei did not even turn his head, standing there with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of authority as he spoke. Impossible, this cannot be. Why is it that my great blade cannot inflict the slightest harm upon you? This defies all logic. The man was utterly shattered, raising his great blade once more and bringing it down forcefully upon Yi Lei's back. Yet the outcome was the same. Not a single mark appeared on Yi Lei's back. In contrast, the man's martial spirit blade already bore the faint marks of dullness. Now, it is my turn to demonstrate to you what a true great blade truly entails. Yi Lei forcefully stamped his right foot, causing the ground beneath him to transform instantaneously into boiling magma. A formidable, dark red blade leaped forth from the molten depths. Firmly grasped by Yi Lei, with a swift turn, he wielded the inferno blade to shatter the man's weapon spirit. With a delicate gesture of his right hand, another blade adorned with the same intricate patterns soared into Yi Lei's grasp. Without hesitation, Yi Lei swiftly wielded his blade, severing the man's hand that clutched the knife. Ah, my hand! The man screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb. The infernal heat emanating from the blade cauterized the wound instantly, preventing any blood from spilling forth. Manager. Yi Lei sheathed the 2 knives in his possession and called out, "Young master, what is your command?" The summoned manager hurriedly emerged, bowing respectfully. "Make a phone call to the authorities. Inform them that there is a fraudster and his accomplices at Yes Plaza, involved in a scam amounting to over 1 million. Urge them to come swiftly to apprehend. Yilei casually remarked, to which the manager respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." Subsequently, the manager withdrew and commenced dialing the police. Young master? Could it be that he is Yilei, the future heir of the Yi Group? A gasp rippled through the crowd, instantly drawing numerous gazes towards Yilei. Yilei paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. Instead, he retreated to his fitting room to don his own attire before emerging once more. Given the presence of numerous large shopping centers in the vicinity, the police responded with remarkable efficiency, arriving within 5 minutes of the report. Who made the call? I did. And where are the fraudsters? Over there, that one, and this one on the ground. The last one lies outside the door. Yilei responded. May I inquire how you discerned that they were fraudsters? My girlfriend and I were dressed as a couple when their child took the opportunity to push open the door to my girlfriend's changing room. In a fit of rage, I rushed out and kicked the boy away. Subsequently, the child's mother approached and struck me on the head with a glass bottle. In an act of self-defense, I pushed her away. Then, her husband came forth, hurling insults at me. And it was in that moment that I recognized him as the fraudster who had recently perpetrated outrageous acts at the mall, using children as a guise to tarnish the innocence of several young women, extorting nearly $1 million from them. Now he sought to swindle 300,000 from me. When I refused, he attempted to harm me with violence, yet I remained steadfast in my self-defense. Yilei casually recounted the events that transpired. P.S. I have completed another chapter. Just a bit more effort, and I shall be able to finish another and head home. September 25th, Chapter 148. You might as well go serve time. Officer, I must report this man. He possesses 2 large blades. The man on the ground clutched his wound and addressed the 2 policemen. Sir, is what the suspect claims true? Could you kindly show us those 2 blades? One of the officers inquired immediately upon hearing the accusation. The suspect replied, What he says is indeed accurate. I do possess 2 large blades. However, those blades are not my personal belongings. They are, in fact, my sole techniques. Hence, I am unable to present them. Yilei shrugged and said, I apologize, sir. But we, as law enforcement officers, adhere to a principle of impartiality. Kindly present the weapon that inflicted harm upon this individual. We must conduct an examination. One of the officers stated with righteous conviction, Very well, but do not be alarmed. Yilei, resigned to his fate, had no choice but to acquiesce. Unleashing his 4th soul skill, 2 massive blades adorned with crimson and ebony patterns surged forth from the ground, landing deftly in his hands. This is it, behold for yourselves. Yilei extended the twin blades before the 2 officers. Is this the knife that severed your palm? One inquired. Indeed, it is this very knife. I implore you to confiscate it immediately. I regret to inform you, dear suspect, that these 2 knives do not exist in the marketplace and thus fall beyond our jurisdiction. Furthermore, these blades are manifestations of this gentleman's soul skill, rendering us unable to seize them. Impossible. Who has a soul skill that comprises 2 knives? Officer. He must be fabricating stories. Who says a soul skill cannot take the form of 2 knives? I possess a spear crafted from soul skill as well. Would you care to see it? Yilei shrugged and said, then with a flick of his right hand, a blue-silver spear materialized in his grasp. There is no need for you, a fraudster, to prolong this any further. Do you still harbor the illusion that your backer will come to your rescue? The only son of the Ma family, Ma Tianming, has had his limbs severed by my hand. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, I suggest you rise quickly. Yilei approached the man, his expression devoid of emotion, and crouched down. With a thunderous roar, he emanated an imposing aura that was truly formidable. The man, startled, sprang up from the ground and sought refuge behind the 2 officers. That's right. You should be prepared to spend some time in confinement. Yilei rose to his feet, brushed off his hands, and with a cheerful smile remarked, Come on, Nuaner, let us continue our exploration of the next store. With that, he took Han Wan's hand, and under the watchful eyes of the 2 officers, they exited the shop and strode purposefully towards the next establishment. The 2 policemen swiftly assisted the boy and his mother, who had fallen to the ground, before securing a pair of silver bracelets around their wrists. The man, having lost one of his hands, was unable to wear handcuffs. Consequently, the officers adjusted their approach, handcuffing him to his wife, and then escorted the 3 individuals out of the mall. As the afternoon passed swiftly, Yilei, laden with numerous bags, followed Han Wan, puffing as he walked while chewing on a half-eaten candied hawthorn skewer. Despite his towering stature, he traversed the mall without a hint of complaint. Yilei, I'm exhausted from shopping. Shall we return to school? Hanwan paused and turned to him. All right, he replied. Yilei, with difficulty articulating a single word, chewed for quite some time before finally finishing off the half-string of candied hawthorns. Holding the bamboo skewer in his mouth, he summoned the Flame Lord, who stood above him, placing the various bags into one of the Flame Lord's hands before discarding the skewer. Let us first return home. I must present the soul ring to my parents and, in the process, take you along for a meal. Yilei waved his hand, beckoning Hanwan to come over. Once she steadied herself, he remarked, is it really appropriate to dine at your home? Upon hearing this, Hanwan's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. With a hint of shyness, she replied, what is inappropriate about it? It's merely a meal, after all. It's not as if we haven't dined together before. This time, it's simply a change of venue. So there's no need to feel bashful. Yilei gazed at Hanwan's small expression and broke into a broad smile, saying, all right then, let's go. P.S. Off work. Let us strive again tomorrow. Keep it up. September 25th, Chapter 149, Beast Soul Energy Extractor. Yilei returned home with Hanwan, and Tang Yinxing hurriedly came out to greet them. Wan, why are you so late? Has that scoundrel Yilei been bullying you again? Mom, you shouldn't say that. How could I bully Wan? Please refrain from making baseless accusations, Yilei innocently remarked. At that moment, Tang Yinxing's previously cheerful expression darkened instantly, casting a warning glance in his direction. In an instant, Yilei was rendered speechless, afraid to utter even a single word. Tang Yinxing genuinely cherished Hanwan, considering her as a beloved daughter. She personally prepared a sumptuous feast, fervently serving dishes into Hanwan's bowl. Yilei, feeling somewhat irritated, rose and made his way to the kitchen. The clattering of pots and pans echoed through the air, and before long, he emerged from the kitchen holding a plate. Yilei placed the plate before Hanwan and took a seat, lifting a piece of meat from the dish to feed it to her. What kind of meat is this? It's an icy blue color. It's not poisonous, is it? Hanwan inquired. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster as she gazed at the meat Yilei held to her lips. It is toxic for me, but not for you and your mother. What do you mean by that? I'm left bewildered by your words, Tang Yinxing interjected from the side, eyeing the plate of icy blue meat with curiosity. This was taken from an ice attribute soul beast I hunted this morning, for both of you. It is an exceptional tonic. Yilei explained that after Hanwan swallowed the morsel in her mouth, he promptly fed her a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Just as she intended to sip some soup, her mouth was filled with the meat. She tried to articulate her thoughts, but soon discovered that the meat melted in her mouth, and a wave of icy freshness coursed down her esophagus, enveloping her body. The texture of this meat was even more exquisite than foie gras, invoking a curious sensation that revitalized her entire being. As Hanwan savored the meat, she remarked with wonder, is it truly so? Tang Yinxing inquired tentatively. Indeed, Hanwan affirmed, taking the initiative to pick up another piece of meat and placing it in her mouth. Let me try as well, Tang Yinxing said, picking up her chopsticks and sampling a small slice of meat. Instantly, she felt a rush of cold energy nourishing her meridians. It is indeed delightful, and the flavor is quite pleasing. Of course, this comes from the back of a 5,000-year-old soul beast. If I could partake, I would indulge heartily. In less than a minute, the entire platter of meat was devoured by Hanwan and Tang Yinxing. Hanwan extended her little tongue, licking her lips, and with a hint of craving, she asked, Yilei, do you have any more of this meat? Yilei had previously been captivated by the inconspicuous gestures of Hanwan, his gaze unabashedly fixated on her plump lips. Suddenly, a small angel and a little devil emerged in his mind. The little devil urged, what are you hesitating for? Just kiss her. After all, she is your girlfriend. So it's perfectly fine. The small angel countered, hold on. You must consider that both of you are still young. Exercise a little patience. Endure for 2 more years, and then you may do as you please. Yilei shook his head, dispelling the angels and demons from his mind, and then replied with a cheerful smile. Of course, there must be some. Since I have this intention, I won't just bring back a small portion. After all, I hunted 3 Millennium Soul beasts of the ice attribute this morning, and I collected quite a bit of meat. Foreleg, hind leg, chest, and back. I've sliced a little of each. Can I indulge in a bit more? Hanwan said with a hint of playful coaxing. Of course you can. Just wait a moment. I will help you cut some now. Oh, by the way, Mom, do you want some? Yilei inquired. Shall I bring some for Mom as well? All right. Just give me a moment. I shall be swift." With that, Yilei seized the platter and hurried into the kitchen to slice the meat. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 substantial plates of meat. He placed the plates in front of Han Yuan and Tang Yuqing. "Chalet, why have you cut so much? Mother cannot possibly finish it all by herself," Tang Yuqing remarked, a hint of reproach in her tone as she gazed at the heaping plate of soul beast meat before her. "Mom, it's no trouble at all. If you cannot finish it, you can save some for Dad. After all, he too possesses an ice element martial soul, and this will pose no harm to him whatsoever," Yilei replied. Tang Yuqing reconsidered and realized that Yilei's words held truth, prompting her to begin tackling the plate of meat before her. Yilei smiled lightly, and after savoring a few more bites of his meal, he made his way to the living room, retrieving an unknown device from the confines of the system space. Yilei placed the instrument upon the table and subsequently retrieved a shimmering ice blue beast soul, which he carefully inserted into the apparatus. Instantly, the device erupted with a radiant ice blue glow, emanating a chilling aura that swiftly permeated the surrounding rooms. This instrument is known as the Beast Soul Energy Extractor. P.S. Keep pushing. Today I aim to write 4 chapters. It is quite exhausting. Countdown to September. 4 days. September 26th, Chapter 150, Simulated Training Environment. The Beast Soul Energy Extractor. An advanced tool displayed in the system shop boasts an exorbitant price of a staggering 100,000 points. Yilei, enduring the pain, expended 300,000 points to exchange for 3 Beast Soul Energy Extractors, depleting almost all of his accumulated points. However, with these 3 devices, he could create 3 distinct simulated cultivation environments. He has already completed one with an ice attribute, which is more than sufficient for Han Yuan and the others to cultivate. As long as he remembers to replace the beast souls within the extractor, there will be no risk of energy depletion. With this accomplished, all that remains is to venture into the Stardow Forest to find some ice attribute celestial herbs to place in his home. Yilei summoned his spiritual energy to fend off the biting cold. Alas, he found himself at a disadvantage, for he lacked an ice element martial soul. The fire attribute naturally stood in opposition to the ice attribute, and being a fire element soul master made matters even more challenging. In such an environment, he could only rely on his spiritual power for warmth. Now, he had 2 soul energy extractors remaining. He pondered where to utilize them. His uncle's home was a possibility. Yet the fire attribute energy might cause his aunt some discomfort, thus precluding the establishment of a simulated training environment there. While a simulated training environment for other attributes could be feasible, finding a suitable beast soul for both fire and dark attribute soul masters posed a significant challenge. First and foremost, beast souls of the light, thunder, fire, and poison attributes were not viable options. Perhaps a dual attribute beast soul would suffice? Yilei stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. "System, could you kindly make an announcement?" After pondering for quite some time, without yielding any leads, Yilei found himself compelled to seek assistance from the system. Naturally, there are dual attribute soul beasts, but it requires you, the host, to personally hunt them down. The system's voice resonated. Hunting is certainly not a problem, but the prerequisite is knowing which soul beasts meet this criterion. System, do you possess a soul beast compendium for my reference? Indeed, a soul beast compendium exists, but it requires some time for updates. How long will it take? 1 month. Yilei was nearly overwhelmed with frustration as he remarked, "Dear system, is it truly necessary to spend an entire month updating a bestiary? Wouldn't that be rather excessive?" The system replied, "Host, this system is unable to expedite the update process. Recently, the population of spirit beasts has surged, with many unprecedented species emerging. The existing bestiary lacks information on these newly discovered creatures. To ensure your safety, the system must update the bestiary to the latest version." "Very well," Yilei conceded. "A month passes swiftly. I can certainly wait." Yilei said softly, "Mother, Nwaner, please come here for a moment." Yilei called out in the living room, prompting Han Yuan and Tang Yunk to curiously set down their chopsticks and approach. The moment Han Yuan entered the living room, she was enveloped by a chilling aura that gradually seeped into her being, propelling her soul power to flow through her meridians. "This is a simulated cultivation environment I have established at home. Mom, this is designed for you and Dad. You can absorb the ice attribute energy released by this device while at home, significantly enhancing your cultivation. But won't the energy extracted from the beast souls deplete? Of course it will deplete. However, I have made ample preparations, having captured dozens of ice attribute beast souls, sufficient to sustain this simulated cultivation environment for over a year. Yilei waved his right hand through the air before him, and in an instant, dozens of ice-blue beast souls materialized in the atmosphere. All right, mother. You and Wan are focused on your cultivation. I shall attend to the dishes. With that, Yilei retracted the numerous beast souls back into the system space, then proceeded to the dining area to gather the crockery, diligently transporting them into the kitchen to commence his washing duties. Xiaowan, listen to me. From now on, do not concern yourself with household chores. Let Xiaolei handle them. Your only responsibility is to enjoy life. Do you understand? I understand, mother. And should Xiaolei ever dare to bully you, simply inform me, and I shall ensure he receives his due reprimand. P.S. There is still another chapter. Keep it up. September 26th, Chapter 151. Mother, I can hear you. Mother, I can hear you. Yilei's voice echoed from the kitchen, causing the two individuals in the living room to chuckle softly. Subsequently, they unleashed their respective martial spirits, finding a suitable spot in the living room to sit down and commence their cultivation. After Yilei finished washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, he walked into the living room. His gaze fell upon Han Wan, who had just released the Ice Phoenix. Gradually, he became captivated by her presence. Although Han Wan was with her eyes closed, her innate beauty was undeniable. As he silently observed her, Yilei found it impossible to suppress the surging desires within him. He reached out and gently caressed her delicate, fair face, then a meaningful smile graced his lips. Finding a place to sit, he activated his blue-silver domain and began his cultivation. He aimed to elevate his blue-silver emperor's prowess to the soul sage realm at the earliest opportunity. His seventh soul ring had already been identified, the 80,000-year-old human face spider emperor he had once hunted. Once he broke through to level 70, he could absorb this seventh soul ring. Not only would this enhance his strength significantly, but it would also amplify his third soul skill. The left leg bone of the human face spider emperor, which matched the age of the soul ring, would also be enhanced. However, a dilemma arose. The beast soul derived from the 80,000-year-old human face spider had already been absorbed by his third soul skill. Thus, he needed to seek out an even more formidable human face demon spider. Contemplating this, Yilei suddenly recognized a question. Since he was already on the quest for a human face demon spider of a higher age to obtain its beast soul, why not hunt for an even stronger soul ring for his seventh? Given his current capabilities, absorbing a soul ring of 90,000 years or more would pose no challenge at all. Yilei contemplated, given the circumstances, there was no longer any reason to retain this 80,000-year-old soul ring of the humanoid demonic spider. He decided to merge it with his third soul ring. After all, his third soul ring already possessed an impressive cultivation of 30,000 years. Absorbing the 80,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly elevate him to the realm of 100,000 years. Without uttering a word, Yilei directly retrieved the 80,000-year soul ring belonging to the Spider King. With a decisive grip, he shattered it, and beneath him, 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, materialized. The dark energy gradually coalesced in the air, forming a black soul ring, which, under Yilei's command, slowly affixed itself to the third position of his soul rings. Both soul rings were derived from the same type of soul beast, and the process of assimilation was remarkably effortless. The 80,000-year soul ring was gradually consumed by the 30,000-year soul ring. With a surge of energy flowing into Yilei's body, a significant portion coursing through his meridians and into his left leg, Yilei gradually assimilated and absorbed the surge of energy that flowed into his body. As evening approached, Yi Junxing returned home after a long day at work. The moment she opened the door, a chilling breeze enveloped her, startling her momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure. What a fright! Who else could it be but my wife? Engrossed in her cultivation once more, she mused. It's so late. I wonder if she has eaten. Regardless, I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for her. Yi Junxing removed her shoes and entered the living room, carrying her bag. Oh, Xiaolei and Xiaowan are both here? Yi Junxing set down her bag and subsequently removed her suit. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed behind her. Turning towards the source of the noise, she beheld an astonishing sight. Yilei, seated on the ground in meditation, had one of his soul rings, its surface as dark as night, beginning to fracture, revealing specks of crimson light within. Beneath the ominous blackness, the red light grew increasingly resplendent, and the fissures on the ebony soul ring multiplied. At last, the once impenetrable surface of the soul ring erupted violently, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept through the entire room. This formidable presence roused Han Wan and Tang Yuqing, who had been in a meditative state. "Darling, you're back. What is happening?" Tang Yuqing inquired softly, rising to stand beside Yi Junqing and linking her arm with his, a hint of concern in her voice. "Perhaps you should see for yourself." Our son Yi Junqing exhibited a slight stutter. "Son, what has happened to my son?" she inquired. "Isn't he?" Just as Tang Yuqing intended to assert that her son was seated there in good health, she turned her head, only to behold Yilei's soul ring configuration, which had shifted from 5 black and 1 red to 4 black and 2 red. "Mom, Dad, Warm, why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Is there something on my face?" Yilei concluded his meditation, stretched lazily, and then opened his eyes, only to find 3 individuals standing before him. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "My son, why has the color of your soul ring changed once more?" Yi Junqing pointed to the ground, indicating to Yilei. As Yilei lowered his head, he was astonished to behold that his originally ebony 3rd soul ring had now transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. What splendid news! He had succeeded. Yilei exclaimed with excitement. "What success, my son? Are you referring to your sudden transformation into a 100,000-year soul ring?" "Indeed. Wanner, do you recall the 80,000, your spider emperor I hunted previously?" "Of course. What of it?" "Just now, I absorbed the energy contained within the soul ring derived from it using my 3rd soul ring, which is the 30,000-year spider king of the same lineage as the spider emperor, successfully elevating my realm to 110,000 years. Yilei exclaimed with excitement. "My son, according to your words, does that mean that the soul rings of your mother and I can also transcend to the realm of 100,000 years?" Yi Junqing inquired. "Indeed, such a method exists. Father, your 2nd soul ring has a duration of 1,500 years. To transcend this limit to 2,000 years or even higher, one must devour soul rings of the same or greater age, and they must be sourced from the same lineage of soul beasts." Han Wan also chimed in. "Is this how my parents enhance the duration of their soul rings?" "Precisely. Uncle and aunt employed this very technique to elevate their 1st soul ring to the Millennium Realm." "Wait a moment, my son. What is this?" Yi Junqing's gaze suddenly fell upon the beast soul energy extractor placed on the coffee table. "Ah, that," she remarked. "This device is known as the beast soul energy extractor, specifically designed to fully manifest the elemental energy contained within beast souls." "So, you mean to say that the cold aura permeating our home and that chilling energy is a result of this contraption?" "Indeed, that is correct. By the way, Dad, are you feeling hungry at the moment?" "Why do you ask? If you're not hungry, then perhaps you could try this." As he spoke, Yilei deftly produced a piece of meat, roughly the size of a ham, and offered it to Yi Junqing. "What is this, son? Why does it appear so blue? Has it perhaps gone bad?" Yi Junqing gazed at the ice-blue meat in Yilei's hand, perplexed, and inquired, "Father, how could the flesh of a soul beast spoil so easily? I procured this earlier today while hunting in the forest. It is sourced from a soul beast of the ice attribute, which poses no harm to your meridians, only benefits." Upon hearing Yi Junqing refer to this exquisite 4-leg meat as spoiled, 3 dark lines immediately appeared on Yilei's forehead. "Ow!" As Yi Junqing was poised to receive the soul beast meat, a shadow darted forth with lightning speed, seizing a substantial portion of the meat from Yilei's hands. Yi Junqing and her son were momentarily taken aback. Turning their heads, they beheld Tang Yuqing, who was currently savoring her meal. After swallowing a morsel of meat, she let out a rather unrefined burp. Noticing Yi Junqing's gaze fixed upon her, Tang Yuqing flashed a toothy grin. "Dad, look at Mom enjoying her food. There's nothing to worry about, so why are you just standing there? Have a bite." With that, Yilei continued his actions undeterred, promptly shoving a piece of meat into Yi Junqing's mouth. "P.S. Just 2 more chapters to go. Almost time to clock out. Keep it up." September 27th, Chapter 153, The Adorable Bedhawk. Yi Junqing had yet to comprehend the situation when a piece of chilled meat was thrust into her mouth. The meat melted upon contact, instantly transforming into a cool, succulent juice that coursed down her esophagus into her stomach. "Wow, the texture of this meat is truly exquisite." "Naturally, dear father, As it is sourced from a soul beast of the ice attribute that has existed for over 5 millennia, the flavor is undoubtedly exceptional. Yilei presented 5 large pieces of meat, all of the same hue, meticulously arranged beside the beast's soul energy extractor. By placing these 5 pieces here, they would absorb the icy attributes of energy, thereby enriching the ice energy within the meat, which would significantly enhance its nourishing properties for you. Very well, dear parents. Continue your cultivation with Nwaner, striving to absorb as much ice elemental energy as possible tonight to elevate your own cultivation levels. After Yilei concluded his words, he activated the blue-silver domain once more, seated himself, and commenced his cultivation. The other 3, without uttering a single word, each found a suitable spot to sit down and began their own practices. Yilei once again summoned his soul power, subsequently infusing a small amount of it into the dragon-shaped jade pendant that hung from his chest. The soul energy contained within the jade pendant gradually swelled, marking it as a formidable trump card against the Elder Hall. Every time Yilei practiced, he would channel a trace of his soul power into this dragon-shaped pendant. Over time, the energy within would become immensely powerful, akin to Yilei's full-force strike. Moreover, this jade pendant possessed a unique characteristic. Only those of blood relation could harness the soul power contained within it. Thus, individuals unrelated to Yilei would find themselves utterly incapable of accessing the jade's energy. Any attempt to forcibly draw upon it would result in a backlash from the Blue-Silver Emperor. After completing all of this, Yilei awoke to find that it was already past 10 o'clock. By that time, the dormitories at the school had long since closed, making a return impossible. He had no choice but to settle down at home, which was of little consequence to him. However, the predicament of Han Nuan posed a concern. In light of this, he resolved to offer her some comfort, allowing her to rest in his bed for another night. With that thought, Yilei rose from his seat and approached Han Nuan, whose head had drooped low. He effortlessly swept her into his arms in a princess carry and then gently transported her to his room. Yilei rose and made his way to the bathroom. After a thorough search, he retrieved a clean towel, dampened it with warm water, and returned to the room to gently wipe Han Nuan's face, attending to her hands and feet as well. Having completed this task with practiced ease, Yilei skillfully unfurled a yoga mat upon the floor. He then tucked Han Nuan under the covers, while he himself merely draped a jacket over his shoulders before settling down to sleep. However, unbeknownst to him, in the early hours of the morning, Han Nuan, struggling with the unfamiliarity of the bed, began to fidget restlessly. In a series of tumbling movements, she inadvertently fell off the bed, landing squarely atop Yilei. Yilei let out a pained cry, yet remained unresponsive. Time, as it often does, slipped away swiftly, and before long, dawn arrived. Xiaolei, it is 6 o'clock. You must rise. Tang Yanqing, as was her habit, pushed open Yilei's door precisely at 6:30, only to be greeted by a scene that left her utterly astounded. Click. Without uttering a word, Tang Yanqing retrieved her phone and captured several photographs. Then, stifling a laugh, she retreated from the room, closing the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, Yilei stirred awake, acutely feeling an unfamiliar sensation on his face, uncertain of what was pressing against his mouth. Yilei focused his gaze and soon realized that the object pressing against his mouth was none other than Han Nuan's delicate foot. Gazing at the fair, porcelain-like toes before him, Yilei wore an expression of helplessness, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Yilei, what can I possibly say? I will pamper my own wife. System, damn it. Early in the morning and already being fed dog food, utterly speechless, Yilei gently patted Han Nuan's bottom, intending to rouse her from slumber. However, to his surprise, Han Nuan merely extended her hand to scratch the spot where he had touched her before drifting back into a peaceful sleep. At this moment, Yilei felt utterly helpless. As he propped himself up, Han Nuan's legs spread apart, and their current posture was simply beyond comprehension. Yilei's lips curled into an imperceptible smile, and he then picked up his phone to capture a photograph. Newer, rise and shine. The sun has already warmed your backside. Yilei bent down, bringing his head close to Han Nuan's ear, whispering softly, Don't, let me sleep a little longer. Han Nuan murmured in her dreams, then turned her head in another direction and drifted back into slumber. Yilei chuckled softly and spoke again, Nuaner, if you do not rise soon, do not blame me for resorting to some indescribable actions. Yilei placed his right hand gently on Han Nuan's waist, giving it a light squeeze as he spoke slowly. Yet, Han Nuan remained still. Nuaner, be good. Your mother has prepared a delicious meal for us. If you do not get up soon, I shall devour it all myself. Yilei spoke again, exclaiming, "There is delicious food." The mere mention of food instantly straightened Han Wan's posture. Indeed, she is quite the adorable little creature. Only recognizing my embrace, Yilei pondered, P.S. Just one more chapter, and then I can leave work. Keep it up. September 27th. Countdown of September. 3 days. Chapter 154. The shy one time flows gently. Warmer, you have finally awakened. Would you care to take a look at the position you currently find yourself in? As Yilei noticed Han Wan had awakened, he could not resist speaking. Han Wan's body immediately stiffened, and she gradually began to survey her surroundings. It was only when she caught sight of Yilei's large foot beneath her that she realized she was not merely in bed, but had indeed succumbed to her unfamiliar surroundings, having tumbled onto Yilei's bed. In that moment, Han Wan recognized the peculiarity of her position. Beneath her lay Yilei's foot, and his voice emanated from behind her, which could only imply her backside was directly facing Yilei. Instantly, Han Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she scrambled back onto Yilei's bed, burrowing herself deep under the covers, wrapping herself up tightly. Yilei observed the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim. In that moment, her bashful demeanor made me feel the serene beauty of time. If only time could halt at that instant. Yet, it is utterly impossible to freeze time. As long as the Elder Hall remains unscathed, this world, this nation, shall never attain tranquility. As Yilei contemplated this, a fleeting glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes. All right, enough with the shyness. Hurry and get up. Isn't it rather stifling like this? With that, Yilei extended his hand, intending to lift the quilt, but Han Wan firmly pressed down on it, resolutely refusing to let it be uncovered. Yilei, feeling helpless, was compelled to summon his martial spirit, manipulating the blue-silver emperor vines to ensnare Han Wan's restless little hands before directly lifting the covers. Oh, do not be so bashful. Just look at you. Your petite face is flushed as if painted by embarrassment. There is no need for such shyness. We are like an old married couple now. Who are you calling an old married couple? You have not wed me. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Han Wan's face reddened further, puffing up like a tiny pufferfish as she extended her small fists, raining down blows upon Yilei's chest like a gentle shower. After this flurry of actions, she covered her blushing face with her hands, yearning to flee. Just as she attempted to leap off the bed, she was caught by Yilei, who grasped the nape of her neck and lifted her effortlessly. What are you doing? Put on some slippers. The floor is cold, and do not walk barefoot. With that, Yilei gently placed Han Wan back onto the bed. He then located her clothes that she had left at his home, rummaging through them to find a pair of socks, which he thoughtfully helped her to wear. Once Han Wan was properly attired in her socks, Yilei finally permitted her to get up. All right, off you go to freshen up. I have prepared your toothbrush and cup for you. Once you have finished your meal, we shall return to school. Yilei gently patted Han Wan's plump dairy, speaking softly. Han Wan's delicate face flushed crimson as she covered her backside and hurriedly fled the room. Observing her hasty retreat, Yilei couldn't help but voice his perplexity. Why the rush? I'm not a fearsome wolf. Am I truly that terrifying? Han Wan retorted. Who says you aren't a fearsome wolf? You absolutely are. Yilei scratched his head, and after changing his clothes, he stepped out of the room to freshen up in the bathroom. Mom and Dad, how was your training yesterday? How do you feel? Yilei meticulously sliced a piece of soul beast meat, which had absorbed the icy energy throughout the night, and presented it before Han Wan, inquiring gently. Indeed, this meat is quite delightful. Consuming it while training in the simulated environment has significantly accelerated my soul power enhancement, Tang Yinxing remarked. Mother, I have established soul power barriers at both our windows and the entrance, allowing you and Father to practice at home without concern for the energy leakage from the soul beast energy extractor. Yilei gently stroked Han Wan's fluffy little head, whispering softly, as the day comes to a close, tomorrow shall bring renewed efforts. With merely 3 days remaining in September, the completion of the National Day holiday will herald our return to school. Chapter 155. Unless, Mother, I have established a spirit power barrier at both our window and entrance, allowing you and Father to practice at home without concern for the energy overflow from the beast soul extractor. Yilei gently stroked Han Wan's fluffy little head and softly said, from now on, each morning, after you both awaken, take a small piece of the meat placed beside the beast soul energy extractor. You need not worry. Consuming the meat infused with the ice attribute essence absorbed overnight will aid your bodies in expelling impurities and enhancing your physical strength. Once you have finished the meat, simply inform me, and I shall procure more for you. I shall also consider retrieving a wind attribute soul beast next time, as the meat from that creature will be essential for you to consume, serving to purify your second soul ring. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunk nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, by the way, father, could you please deliver these 2 pieces of meat to the Han group today? Yilei seemed to have a sudden realization, casually flipping his hand to reveal a piece of crimson flesh in each palm, which I had procured for Uncle Han from the soul beast. I would trouble you, Dad, to deliver these 2 pieces of meat to the Han group. Allow me to handle it. Today, your mother and your future mother-in-law have plans to go shopping, and I shall conveniently deliver these pieces, ensuring they do not fall into your future father-in-law's hands. Tang Yanqing reached out to take the 2 pieces of meat. Smiling as she spoke, Shaun Wan, did you sleep well last night? Upon hearing this, Han Wan, who was enjoying her breakfast, nearly choked, her fair face turning an immediate shade of crimson. Mom, please don't tease Wan anymore. Look at her face, it's as red as a monkey's bottom. Yilei chuckled, ruffling Han Wan's fluffy little head. Yilei, Han Wan, disregarding the gazes of Ye's parents, puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish and playfully punched Yilei. Yilei smiled lightly, showing no intention of evading as Han Wan's small fist landed upon him. Initially, Yilei believed that Han Wan's punch lacked any real force, especially considering his enhanced physical strength. Thus, he did not think to dodge. However, reality proved far more sobering than his optimistic expectations. Han Wan's fist struck sharply against Yilei's shoulder, producing a sharp crack that jolted him, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Wan, are you serious? Yilei clutched his shoulder, speaking with a sense of grievance. Serves you right. Serves you right. Yi Junqing and Tang Yanqing spoke in unison to Yilei, asking, Mom and Dad, who is truly your biological child? Yilei shouted with a hint of grievance. Of course it's Shaun Wan. Who would pity you, you little rascal? I have always desired a daughter, yet who would have known I ended up with you? You little brat. Tang Yanqing spoke with an air of nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Junqing. I was utterly taken aback. Yilei suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. Yilei, did I hurt you just now? After finishing their breakfast, Yilei and his companion stepped outside and boarded the business vehicle. Han Wan extended her small hand and gently caressed Yilei's injured shoulder. It hurts. Of course it hurts. Why did you have to use your soul power? Upon hearing Han Wan's voice, Yilei immediately turned to her with a pitiful expression reminiscent of a forlorn puppy. Han Wan gazed at the woeful Yilei beside her and softly replied, I sincerely apologize. I lost control for a moment and inadvertently exerted my soul power. Please, don't look so distressed. No, he retorted, unless I agree to anything you ask. Really? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing these words, Yilei instantly shifted his expression, gazing at Han Wan with eager anticipation. At that moment, Han Wan remained blissfully unaware that she had unwittingly stepped into a den of wolves, displaying an innocent and naive demeanor as she earnestly nodded her head. Yilei chuckled softly, Wan, I have been eagerly anticipating your words. Huh? Han Wan remained blissfully unaware of the perilous situation, still sporting a naive and endearing expression. Yilei grinned, narrowing his eyes, and lunged directly at Han Wan. At that moment, Han Wan was caught off guard, witnessing Yilei pounce on her like a predator seizing its prey. Han Wan. P.S. Tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I would like to extend my heartfelt wishes for a joyous celebration and a delightful National Day. Please note that this novel will not be updated during the National Day holiday. However, you may explore another work of mine titled The Professional Medium and the Supernatural Events. 2 additional chapters will be released later. September 28th, Chapter 156, Spare Me, Ha. At this moment, Han Wan's delicate face was filled with terror as she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself from Yilei. Dare I say, Yilei's large hands had already descended, resting upon Han Wan's slender waist, eliciting a delightful ticklish sensation. Ha ha. Yilei, what is the matter? Upon hearing this, Yilei ceased his actions, lifting his gaze to meet Han Wan's eyes. I was wrong, please spare me. Han Wan wore a face pleading for mercy, seizing the opportunity while Yilei paused to take several deep breaths. It's too late to plead now. With that, Yilei's hands, which had momentarily halted, resumed their playful activity. Ha ha. Han Wan laughed once more, her fair complexion now adorned with a light blush. Two glistening tears formed at the corners of her beautiful eyes. Will the driver not see us like this? Han Nuan managed to utter, glancing at the glass partition behind the driver's seat. Do not worry. This vehicle is equipped with an automatic driving function. There is nothing to fear. I am not concerned about that. I am afraid. Before Han Nuan could complete her thought, Yilei suddenly intensified his grip, causing her to laugh again. At that moment, the business car had reached a crossroads just a few hundred meters from the school, halting for a red light. 3, 2, 1. The green light illuminated. Bang! The sound of a collision startled both occupants of the car as it jolted. What just happened? Did we get rear-ended? Han Nuan inquired, puzzled. I don't think so. It seems more like a female driver mistakenly shifted gears, accidentally reversing into our vehicle. Yilei merely glanced and promptly articulated the cause of the situation. Indeed, an overweight woman with an exaggerated hairstyle descended from the driver's seat of the vehicle ahead. With each step she took, the flesh on her face jiggled in tandem. Han Nuan maintained a stoic expression. She was astonished that Yilei had accurately predicted every detail, even discerning the driver's gender with such precision. The plump woman approached the window of the business vehicle and slammed her palm against the glass with such force that the entire car trembled. What kind of vehicle are you driving? Look at yourself. You've rear-ended my car. Where's the driver? Get out of the car. I knew it. Female drivers are all like this. Yilei let out a cold laugh and then opened the window beside his seat. I said, no, madam, please see clearly. It is you who cannot drive and backed into my car. Yilei leaned out of the car window and addressed the obstreperous plump woman with indignation. What do you mean I can't drive? It was clearly you who collided with my vehicle, yet you persist in your denial. The woman, undeterred, retorted stubbornly. Your refusal to acknowledge your own culpability is inconsequential. My car is equipped with a dash cam, and there are surveillance cameras in the vicinity. Once the traffic police arrive, the truth of who struck whom will be revealed. After articulating his point, Yilei withdrew his head back inside the car, indifferent to the woman's agitated antics outside. Oh, I won't remain silent. How can you, a mere youth, speak in such a manner? You threaten to call the police at the drop of a hat. Such actions waste valuable law enforcement resources. Upon hearing Yilei's intention to report the incident, the woman rushed to the window, pointing emphatically at his head as she exclaimed loudly. Firstly, if you choose to fabricate lies despite the ample evidence and witnesses present, why should I refrain from contacting the authorities? I am merely seeking to reclaim my rightful entitlements. Is that a fault? Yilei calmly turned his head to regard the hideous expression of the woman before him, and remarked, furthermore, pointing at someone is exceedingly impolite. Did your parents never teach you any manners? With that, Yilei promptly closed the car window, took out his phone, and dialed the police. You, the overweight woman, witnessing the window gradually descending, was consumed by rage. She raised her foot and forcefully kicked the door on Yilei's side, and due to her wearing high heels, the impact left a dent in the car door. Yilei sat within the confines of his car, having ended a call, his ears deaf to the commotion outside as the plump Madame Liu berated his business vehicle. Captain Liu, send someone to the intersection at the eastern side of Rongda. I have encountered a minor issue here and require your presence for a handover. I will give you 10 minutes. Understood, young master. I shall arrive shortly. Yilei hung up the phone, grasping Han Nuan's small hand, and sat on a chair with closed eyes, awaiting the arrival of the traffic police. Chapter 157. The artful dodger outside the vehicle, the plump woman, noticing the stillness within, began to plot her escape, contemplating a quick getaway while no one was watching. With this thought in mind, she hastily entered her car, eager to accelerate and flee the scene. However, Yilei was not one to let her slip away easily. As she pressed the gas pedal, her vehicle stubbornly refused to budge. Confused, she opened the door to investigate, only to discover that her car had inexplicably risen over 10 centimeters from the ground, its wheels dangling helplessly in midair, rendering it immobile. How peculiar. Why has the ground suddenly elevated? No wonder my car won't move, she mused. Madam, I advise you to abandon those dubious schemes. Since you have collided with my vehicle, do not think you can evade responsibility, came a deep voice from behind her. Startled, she turned to see Yilei leaning against the car door, casually twirling a bundle of blue and gold grass in his hand. Ah, so that's why my car can't touch the ground. It's you, little rascal. Who is causing this trouble? I suggest you lower my vehicle immediately. Otherwise, do not expect me to be courteous, she exclaimed, rushing towards Yilei and pointing an accusatory finger at him. Madam, Given your age, you should demonstrate more decorum than me, he retorted. Yilei, with a composed demeanor, swiftly struck away the hand of the plump woman that was pointing accusingly at his nose. Madam, he remarked, have I not previously mentioned that pointing fingers at others is rather impolite? Yilei remained unfazed, softly uttering, very well, if you do not return my car, I shall resort to smashing your dilapidated vehicle. And tell me, what does my son have to do with this, do you know? The plump woman could no longer maintain her facade, raising her voice and hurling insults at Yilei with increasing ferocity. What your son does is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to know. If you feel inclined to vandalize my car, be my guest. However, I suggest you prepare to sell your house and car first, for mine is rather expensive. Yilei knocked on the car window and said to the occupant inside, Juan, please step out of the vehicle. This lady seems eager to vent her frustrations on the car. Without hesitation, Han Wan exited the car and stood beside Yilei, glaring furiously at the hefty woman. Is it just a shabby vehicle? What air of superiority do you have? Even if you smash it, you won't receive a single cent. With that, the stout woman marched to the roadside, picked up a brick, and brought it crashing down onto the hood of the luxury Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The hood instantly caved in, but the woman, still unsatisfied, lifted the brick again and forcefully struck the windshield, which shattered with a large crack. She continued to assault the vehicle, striking various parts over a dozen times. 5 minutes later, 2 traffic police officers on motorcycles finally arrived at the scene. Greeted by the sight of a severely battered business vehicle and a white sedan with minor scratches on its rear. Who called the police? One of the officers inquired. I did, came the response. This lady was driving recklessly, backed into my car, and then got out to rant incessantly before vandalizing my vehicle. Yilei casually recounted the origin and course of events. You little rascal, what evidence do you have to claim that I crashed into your car or vandalized it? How absurd. The plump woman, upon seeing the arrival of the traffic police, stubbornly defended herself with feeble excuses. I beg your pardon, madam, but with such a large surveillance camera positioned over there, do you really think it's malfunctioning? Furthermore, my business vehicle is equipped with a sentinel mode, providing a comprehensive 360-degree surveillance of the surroundings. Everything you did just now, including your choice of words, has been captured in crystal clarity. You cannot escape the truth. Yilei, observing the plump woman's evasive arguments, retorted directly, Officer, I possess a dashcam in my vehicle, along with footage captured by the sentinel mode. Please, come take a look. With that, Yilei opened the driver's seat and gestured for the traffic officer to inspect the video. In that fleeting moment, the woman realized that the driver's seat of the business vehicle was utterly vacant. I was wondering how you both emerged from behind the driver's seat. It turns out there was no driver at all. Madam, this is a matter of your short-sightedness. My vehicle is equipped with autonomous driving capabilities, thus rendering a driver unnecessary. Autonomous driving? Are you attempting to deceive me? It has been clarified that it was this lady who reversed into the car, damaging it in the process. You may take her back now. Just then, another black sedan approached, from which 2 men emerged. One was Captain Liu, the bodyguard of the Yi family, while the other worked as an insurance representative within the automotive division of the Yi Group. Madam, he began, the vehicle you damaged is a specially customized Mercedes, valued at $3.7 million. How do you intend to compensate for this? After surveying the car, the insurance representative stepped in front of the woman and inquired, What? Specially customized? $3.7 million? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for a fool? This old car could never be worth over $3 million, let alone a specially customized Mercedes. How absurd. Captain Liu, I leave this matter to you. I am running late for class. Yilei raised his wrist to glance at the time and spoke. Yes, young master, leave this to me. Captain Liu responded respectfully. Off work. Only 2 days left in September. If I write 6 more chapters, I can finally rest. Chapter 158. The capricious woman. What do you mean? You crashed into my car, and you refuse to compensate me? On what grounds do you think you can walk away? The plump woman, seeing Yilei holding Han Wan's hand as they walked towards the school, hurriedly obstructed their path and began to berate them. Madam, how many times must I repeat myself? It was clearly your inability to drive that caused you to reverse into my vehicle. You dare to claim that I hit your car? Have you never received an education? Do you not comprehend spoken words? My car is equipped with a dash cam, and there are surely surveillance cameras at the intersection. Moreover, you have severely damaged my specially customized business vehicle. It is quite generous of me not to demand your entire fortune. Do not test my patience any further. Now, Kindly leave. Yi Lei could no longer contain himself. He finally relinquished his composure and unleashed a torrent of insults at the plump woman. Captain Liu, this woman has vandalized my car. Please take care of the situation. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Lei summoned an exceptionally robust blue-silver royal vine that surged forth from the ground, ensnaring the hefty woman's vehicle and lifting it into the air. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared at the center of the car. What have you done to my car, you little brat? The woman exclaimed, her heart sinking at the sight of her beloved vehicle marred by such a grievous wound. I haven't done much. You destroyed my luxury car worth millions, and I merely retaliated by damaging yours. Isn't that a fair exchange? Yi Lei shrugged his shoulders and remarked, as the saying goes, tread the path of others, leaving them with nowhere to turn, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since you have damaged my car, I shall reciprocate by damaging yours. This would only serve to balance the scales, wouldn't it? Yi Lei directly summoned his martial soul, soaring through the air with Han Wan towards the school, indifferent to the sorrowful cries of the ant behind him, lamenting over her vehicle. 2 words encapsulated the situation. Deserved it. Wrong university. Academic building. Yi Lei escorted Han Wan to the entrance of the classroom, gently ruffling her fluffy little head, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at her. You've arrived at class. Hurry along now. I shall bring you some soul beast meat at noon. The mere mention of soul beast meat for lunch ignited a spark of anticipation in Han Wan's eyes. It was not mere gluttony. Rather, her body harbored a profound dependence on the ice attribute present in the soul beast meat. The energy encapsulated within even a small morsel of soul beast meat significantly benefited her meridians and soul power cultivation. Given the choice, Han Wan would prefer to embrace a hefty chunk of soul beast meat to gnaw on, rather than the thin slivers that Yi Lei typically offered. The thought of this disparity filled her with indignation. Yi Lei, I indeed wish to. However, the soul beast meat I have brought back is of an astonishing age, reaching up to 5,000 years. The ice attribute energy it harbors is quite substantial. Consuming such a large quantity at once may not be feasible for your body. It could potentially lead to adverse effects, damaging your meridians. Therefore, it is only after you advance to level 40 and become a soul master, and absorb your 4th spirit ring, that you may safely increase your intake of the soul beast meat. For now, allowing you to have a little each day is merely a consideration for your health. I did not foresee that this would cause you to be upset, Nwaner. Oh dear. Please attend your class. I will prepare more for you at noon. Yi Lei's gaze, once filled with anticipation, now bore a hint of melancholy as he instantly grasped Han Wan's feelings. Indeed, women are ever so changeable. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Keep up the good work. Countdown to September. One day? September 29th, Chapter 159, The College Competition. Yi Lei watched as Han Wan entered the classroom and took her seat beside his 3 roommates. Yi Lei smiled gently and took a step forward, returning to his classroom. Old Yi, over here. As he entered the room, he heard Song Yang's voice calling out. Glancing at the seating arrangement, Yi Lei walked over and sat beside Song Yang. Old Yi, why didn't you return to the dormitory last night? I heard from Yun Ning that your wife also didn't come back. What were you 2 up to? Song Yang nudged Yi Lei with his elbow, curiosity etched across his face. What else could we have done? Naturally. I took her home for dinner and spent the night practicing together, Yi Lei replied. Oh, practicing is it? No need to be so formal. We are all adults here. I understand. Song Yang said with a knowing smile, covering his mouth. Could you perhaps expel those inappropriate thoughts from your mind? When I mentioned practicing, I meant it literally. What did you think I meant? Surely, you're not suggesting something with Wang Yunning, are you? Yi Lei swiftly delivered a playful knock upon Song Yang's head. Oh, Lao Yi, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Despite the pain radiating from his forehead, Song Yang attempted to cover Yi Lei's mouth with his hand. It seems I was indeed correct. Yi Lei deftly evaded the outstretched hand of Song Yang, chuckling as he spoke. By the way, where are Jing Hang and Old Chun? The class is about to begin, yet they are still nowhere to be seen. Yi Lei glanced around and noticed that Jing Hang and Chun Si-kan were absent from the classroom, so he inquired of Song Yang. Oh, don't even mention it. Those 2 have become somewhat obsessed with their training. Song Yang replied with a shake of his head, a look of resignation on his face. Obsessed? What exactly is their situation? Yi Lei was utterly perplexed. Last night, while they were practicing, they inadvertently lost control over their soul power, causing their soul skills to be unintentionally unleashed. At that moment, I was not present in the dormitory, and upon my return, I found them both in a state of utter disarray, sprawled on the floor with their hair nearly singed. Consequently, they were confined to the dormitory today, unable to rise. Song Yang, displaying a rather embarrassed demeanor, covered his face and remarked, "Hee, so this is what you mean by losing control. It seems that Jing Heng struggles to contain the electric power within him. I must impart a secret technique to him, enabling him to redirect some of that volatile lightning energy. As for old Chun, it is likely that he was affected by Jing Heng, leading to his soul power going awry." After hearing this, Yilei also wore a look of embarrassment and sighed. "Classmates, please quiet down. I have an announcement to make." The instructor's voice suddenly resonated from the doorway, capturing the attention of everyone in the classroom. "Tomorrow, our school will hold its inaugural college competition, and every class must participate. The victorious teams from each class will have the opportunity to represent the school and train in the newly developed realm of adversity at the Elders' 7 abodes. This is an exceedingly rare opportunity. Only those who secure first or second place will be permitted to enter this domain for their training." The instructor approached the podium and addressed the crowd. "Moreover, any team that survives until the end in the realm of adversity will receive rewards from the Elders' 7 abodes, as well as a direct exemption from selection for employment in the Elders' Hall upon graduation. To achieve first or second place in the college competition, each class must first engage in duels to select the top 4 participants, who will then compete for the coveted slots representing our school." "Excuse me, may I ask a question? Can the first and second place winners in the college competition form teams?" At this moment, a student raised their hand, voicing the question that lingered in the minds of the entire class. "Of course, you may form teams, with a maximum of 5 members. As long as your team secures either first or second place in the college competition, you will qualify to enter the realm of adversity at the Elders' Hall." The instructor continued, "Next, each student's initial score will be 10 points. You may designate a fellow student as your duel opponent. By defeating them, you will earn 10 points. Ultimately, rankings will be determined based on these scores, deciding who will represent the class in the competition for those 2 slots." As the instructor's words settled, the 56 students in the class immediately began to discuss among themselves. "P.S. There is one more chapter to go. Only 1 day remains in September. And if I can just put in a little effort tomorrow, I can finally rest." Maintaining an update of over 4,000 words every day for an entire month has truly been exhausting. September 29th, Chapter 160. Yilei. Overlooked by all the classroom buzzed with noise, and time flew by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. "Classmates, how are your thoughts coming along? Have you decided who you will duel first?" The instructor, noting that the time was nearly up, inquired while preparing to jot down the names. All 55 students had chosen their opponents, except for Yilei, who was left without a single selection. "Are you all certain you do not wish to choose Yilei?" The instructor gazed at the submitted list, astonished. "Teacher, even if we were foolish, we could not possibly choose someone we stand no chance against, could we?" "Indeed. An individual endowed with 8 eternal spirit rings possesses the formidable ability to annihilate our entire class with merely a flick of their finger." Yilei sat cross-legged, calmly speaking. "8. When did you lose a soul ring, Yilei?" Song Yang scratched his head and replied, "Lost one. When did I ever say I was missing a soul ring? My soul rings are all intact." Yilei innocently remarked, "If memory serves me correctly, you possess 9 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. Yet, as you yourself stated, you only have 8 10,000-year soul rings remaining." Song Yang responded, "That is indeed what you said, but I believe you have misunderstood my meaning. When I mentioned the absence of a soul ring, I referred to its evolution. If you do not believe me, observe for yourself." Yilei's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, 6 soul rings manifested beneath his feet. The emergence of these 6 soul rings left the entire class in a state of astonishment. Beneath Yilei's feet lay an array of soul rings. Black, black, red, black, red, black. The formidable combination of these 6 rings elevated Yilei's prestige within the school to unprecedented heights. Consequently, the counselor dared not utter a word of dissent and tacitly acknowledged Yilei's position as the foremost contender in the class rankings. Thus, for the upcoming class tournament, the counselor appointed Yilei as the referee, tasked with ensuring the safety of both parties during the competition. "Yilei, I find this position quite suitable for me. Additionally, I would be glad to take on the role of referee for other classes as well, as I believe I am capable of fulfilling these responsibilities." "Counselor, well, regarding that, I must first communicate with the school, as this matter pertains to the safety and well-being of the students. Yilei, no worries, I await your words. Boundary line. Elder 7's residence. Inside the office. Elder 7. The combat data of the fourth modified human has been thoroughly analyzed, and we are ready to commence the experiment. The Elder's assistant respectfully holds a document. Standing before Elder 7's desk. The analysis is complete, then it is time to execute the second phase of the plan. Release the third modified human and send him to Rome University to create a commotion. Also, dispatch 2 Soul Kings to accompany him. Elder 7 lifted his gaze to meet the assistants. Is there anything else to discuss? No, you may leave now. Elder 7, we have received news from that esteemed individual. News has arrived. Do share. Let us see what scheme she has devised this time. Yes, that esteemed individual plans to initiate the hunter operation in a month, requiring you to send 100 elite personnel to the Star Doe Forest to hunt a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, and also to bring back 350,000 year soul beasts and 290,000 year soul beasts. 100,000 year soul beast, 350,000 year soul beasts, and 290,000 year soul beasts. Understood. You may leave now, and please convey a message for me. Within the Poison Dragon Legion. Instruct Poison Hawk to select 200 of his subordinates to commence high-intensity training immediately, enhancing the team's strength. Similarly, Poison Snake and Poison Scorpion should each select 150 elite members to train alongside Poison Hawk's soldiers, ensuring the hunter operation next month is executed flawlessly. Understood. I shall personally lead the team in a month. The gaze of Elder 7 turned cold, a terrifying pressure emanating from within him, as 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, arranged themselves beneath his feet. The Elder's assistant respectfully closed the door, and as soon as it was shut, he took out a walkie-talkie to report. Heaven, Earth. Prepare for action. Target, Rome University. Bring along the third modified human and give them a little renovation. Acknowledged. In the first match of the software engineering class competition, Song Yang faces off against Zhou Yi. Now, let both parties introduce themselves. Yilei stood at the center of the specially constructed arena within the school, proclaiming in a resonant voice, Song Yang. With the martial soul of the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, possesses a soul power of level 27. Zhou Yi, with the martial soul of the Iron-Armored Red Scorpion, possesses a soul power of level 23. Competitors, take your positions. Prepare and commence battle. As Yilei's command echoed, the two combatants instantly summoned their martial souls and charged towards each other. With fervor, Song Yang unleashed his first soul skill, the Divine Crocodile's Tail, conjuring a tail that appeared out of thin air, striking fiercely towards Zhou Yi's abdomen. In response, Zhou Yi activated his first soul skill, the Red Scorpion Armor, donning a set of silver-red armor that absorbed the impact of Song Yang's attack. The moment their soul skills collided, a tremendous sound erupted, sending a shockwave rippling outward. His soul skill is capable of withstanding my Divine Crocodile's Tail. I must end this swiftly, Song Yang thought, advancing with relentless aggression towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, however, adopted a defensive strategy, enduring Song Yang's onslaught, while seeking an opportune moment to counterattack. Old Yang has underestimated him. Zhou Yi's martial soul, the Iron-Armored Red Scorpion, is both offensive and defensive, with the inherent venom of a scorpion. To defeat him, one must target the scorpion's sole vulnerability, its legs. Whether Old Yang can discern this weakness remains to be seen. Yilei observed intently and muttered to himself, "Now, it is your turn to step into the fray." With that, Zhou Yi unleashed his second soul skill, the Crimson Scorpion Tail. After being sent flying once more by Song Yang, Zhou Yi steadied himself and promptly activated his ability, summoning a red scorpion tail that emerged behind him. It then lunged forward, a slender spike aimed directly at Song Yang. In a swift motion, Song Yang halted his advance, sidestepping just in time to evade the piercing projectile that was hurtling toward his chest. The long needle embedded itself firmly into the ground behind him. "Did you think that this was my only spike?" Zhou Yi remarked with a faint smile, as the tail behind him began to shimmer with light. In an instant, countless spikes surged towards Song Yang. With no time to evade, Song Yang resolved to counter with his own technique. Second soul skill, Tidal Water Blade. A cerulean glow coalesced around his arms, and in the next moment, He swung them forth, conjuring two luminous blades of light that sliced through the air, each trailed by surging waves of water elements drawn from the atmosphere. The colossal waves engulfed Zhou Yi's second soul skill, and the two light blades merged into a singular, even more formidable blade of light. Striking true as it impacted Zhou Yi's chest, propelling him forcefully out of the arena. With a swift motion, Yi Lei caught the flying Zhou Yi with one hand. After assessing his condition, Yi Lei announced loudly, "In the first match, Song Yang emerges victorious." Moments later, during the second match of the software engineering duel, Chen Sikong took the stage. 5 minutes passed before Yi Lei again called forth the participants for the next confrontation. This time, Chen Sikong showcased his aerial advantage, decisively overwhelming his opponent and securing a win. Similarly, Jing Heng relied on his remarkable defensive capabilities and formidable lightning powers, successfully giving his opponent a new hairstyle and flawlessly clinching another victory. Time swiftly elapsed, and the final match for Yi Lei's class reached its conclusion. Just as he was about to announce the lineup for the following day's competition, several flaming blades of light descended sharply at his feet. "Who goes there?" Yi Lei was taken aback by the sudden assault, instinctively leaping backward. In response, a colossal fire lion lunged towards him, its fiery form charging forward. "Quick, disperse!" With a thunderous shout, Yi Lei commanded his classmates, who had gathered nearby, to swiftly disperse in all directions. He then unleashed his martial soul. The third spirit skill, Flame Armor of 1,000 tons, illuminated the third spirit ring. Instantly, his entire being was enveloped in a crimson armor. Yi Lei stood resolute, bracing himself against the oncoming assault of the fire lion. At the moment of their collision, a terrifying wave of searing heat erupted, spreading rapidly through the surroundings. Yi Lei lifted his head and gazed in a particular direction. There, he beheld 3 figures standing atop a distant platform, their eyes fixed upon the unfolding scene. Beneath the feet of 2 of them, 5 soul rings shimmered ominously. Upon recognizing one of their martial spirits, Yi Lei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Finshin Yan, it is you. I underestimated you. I never imagined you would conceal yourself so adeptly, masquerading as a great soul master with merely 2 soul rings, and even suppressing your soul power fluctuations to the point of eluding my perception." Finshin Yan, along with the 2 companions beside him, leaped down directly into the arena. "Today, I shall confront you and ascertain the extent of your abilities. Number 3, the modified being, advance." At this command, a tall man who had been standing beside Finshin Yan surged towards Yi Lei. Simultaneously, a massive scorpion tail gradually emerged behind him, its stinger glinting menacingly as it lunged towards Yi Lei's chest. "The same serum cannot harm me." Yi Lei executed a swift half-turn, evading the lethal scorpion tail aimed at his chest. In the next moment, the Flame Lord behind him extended its colossal hand, seizing the tail of the third modified individual. The first soul skill, Infernal Magma Break. Yi Lei's right fist clenched tightly, striking directly into the abdomen of the third modified being. With a thunderous impact, the third modified being was sent flying by the colossal column of magma. The scorpion tail behind him was forcibly ripped away due to the grasp of the Flame Lord. Yi Lei glanced at the scorpion tail grasped by the Flame Lord, weighed it in his hand for a moment, and then let out a cold chuckle. "How convenient this is. It saves me the effort of unleashing my soul skills. Prepare to face my first soul skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike, and my second soul skill, Rock Spike." Both the heaven-burning flame and another man simultaneously unleashed their soul skills towards Yi Lei. Chapter 162. You are unworthy. As Yi Lei observed the 2 incoming attacks, he deftly swung the scorpion tail in his hand, allowing both soul skills to land upon it. Yi Lei cast aside the scorpion tail in his grasp and leapt backward, his martial soul transforming in tandem. The third soul skill, Web Entanglement. A radiant orb materialized in Yi Lei's hand, which he promptly hurled into the air. In an instant, the orb transformed into an enormous spider web, descending directly upon the positions of the 2, Wen Tianyan and his companion. "Impossible. This is a soul ring from 100,000 years." Wen Tianyan exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly regaining his composure as he summoned his soul power to unleash his most formidable attack. With the activation of his 4th soul skill, Fiery Leap, and his 5th soul skill, 6 Paths of Raging Flames, the soul rings of the 4th and 5th levels shone brightly at his waist. A colossal lion surged forth, aiming directly at the spider web cast by Yi Lei. "Humph, you dare to employ this tactic again? I shall not grant you that opportunity." He invoked the skill from the soul bone in his left leg, Spider Emperor's Purple Radiance Slash. Upon witnessing the technique unleashed by Wen Tianyan, Yilei let out a cold chuckle and promptly activated his left leg soul bone skill. In an instant, a colossal purple light slash surged forth towards Wen Tianyan. This was his fifth soul skill, the Giant Stone Forest. At that moment, another man sprang into action. The fifth soul ring on his waist illuminated, and a grand rock formation materialized around him and Wen Tianyan, encasing them in a protective barrier. The abruptly summoned stones effectively thwarted Yi Lei's soul bone skill. Observing that his attack had been countered, Yi Lei's brow furrowed slightly. The rock giant martial soul, wasn't he this merely a lower-tier version of the Flame Lord? If that is the case, allow me to introduce you to this. For flames ascending to the heavens. Yi Lei's first and second soul rings at his waist illuminated swiftly, enveloping both Feng Tianyan and the third modified individual within his domain. You brat actually possess a domain, quite impressive. But why do you have 200,000-year soul rings? Feng Tianyan remarked haughtily, casting a glance around. Do you truly need to know why I have a 100,000-year soul ring? Since you have come here, do not expect to leave, Yi Lei declared, invoking his fourth soul skill, Purgatory Twin Blades. Yi Lei clasped his hands in midair, and two dual blades adorned with black and red patterns suddenly leaped into his grasp. The soul bone skill of his right arm, the infernal scythe, activated with a flash. Yi Lei, wielding dual blades, directly infused his soul bone skill into his weapons, amplifying its power several-fold with a single strike. That soul bone, indeed. The one who snatched it away that fateful night was you. That soul bone rightfully belongs to me. How dare it be in your possession? Upon recognizing the soul bone in Yi Lei's grasp, Feng Tianyan erupted in fury. How dare you claim it? You're unworthy. Feng Tianyan, your demise is imminent. Prepare to be reduced to ashes. If you wish for my demise, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. Behind Feng Tianyan, a colossal flaming lion materialized, unleashing a deafening roar directed at Yi Lei. Feng Tianyan, oh Feng Tianyan, have you truly exhausted your repertoire? Resorting to such worn-out tactics, do you genuinely believe I would fall for the same trick again? Yi Lei let out a light chuckle, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Feng Tianyan's misfortune. As the roar echoed, the fiery lion behind Feng Tianyan abruptly vanished. Impossible! How could my third soul skill? Feng Tianyan exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the unfolding events. There is nothing impossible, it is merely that your martial soul is thoroughly suppressed by my domain, leaving you with no chance for a reversal. Yi Lei chuckled heartily, amplifying the pressure in the domain. As Feng Tianyan felt this sudden surge of oppressive force, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Given the circumstances, there was no choice but to resort to this technique. His second soul skill, Explosive Kill. In an instant, the aura surrounding Feng Tianyan surged dramatically. P.S. Just one more chapter before the end of the workday. September countdown, 1 hour and 16 minutes remaining. September 30th, Chapter 163, The Elder Hall's Failed Mission Again. Observing the escalating momentum of Feng Tianyan, Yi Lei let out a cold laugh. A self-enhancing soul skill, how intriguing. However, to me, it merely signifies a desperate counterattack before demise. With the skill of the 1,000-weight body bone, he unleashed the 1,000-weight meteoric fire. A colossal meteor materialized out of thin air above the 4-fire domain and plummeted directly towards the location of Feng Tianyan and his companion. Brother, use that technique. All right. The two figures merged instantaneously, replaced by a towering giant, standing several dozen meters tall, adorned with a mane reminiscent of wild beasts, and cloaked in crimson rock. Impressive. You two have done well to conceal your abilities, employing the martial soul fusion technique only now, but alas, it is too late. With that, he invoked his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. Yi Lei struck the ground with a powerful fist, and instantly, a colossal column of magma erupted from beneath the feet of the rock giant. The fifth soul skill, Blue Silver Emperor's Spear. Yi Lei once again transformed. Wielding the fifth spirit skill of the Blue Silver Emperor, a technique of 100,000 years, firmly grasped in his hands. He fervently concentrated his energy, and in the next moment, the Blue Silver Tyrant Spear, infused with immense power, lunged directly toward the chest of the rock giant. In this clash of skills, you two are no match for me, he declared. Sixth spirit skill, Blue Silver Magic Ring. Fourth spirit skill, Blue Silver Stab Formation. First spirit skill, Binding. Third spirit skill, Web Restraint. Yilei instantaneously unleashed 4 soul abilities, causing countless blue-silver emperor vines to envelop the rock giant. Mere blue-silver grass could not harm us in the slightest. Rock Shatter Kill. Within the rock giant, the voices of Feng Tianyin and another man resonated simultaneously. Suddenly, a multitude of towering stone pillars erupted outward from the rock giant, each adorned with flames. A deep, thunderous explosion reverberated, as those colossal stone pillars transformed into innumerable fiery spikes, hurtling toward Yilei. Remember this, it is not merely blue-silver grass. It is the blue-silver emperor. Dual soulbone combination skill. Purgatory Demon Slash. As Yilei prepared to switch his martial soul, he simultaneously unleashed the powers of his right arm and left leg soul bones. A colossal crimson light blade coalesced in front of him, infused with a malevolent aura, and soared directly towards the neck of the rock giant. You think only soul ring abilities can inflict harm upon us? How laughable, utterly ridiculous. The rock giant scoffed, disdainfully regarding the light blade released by Yilei. Do you believe that only soul ring techniques can cause you injury? This move of mine is not merely a soul ring skill. It is a combination technique of soul bones. Yilei burst into laughter. The stone giant, however, remained disdainful, believing that this oddly colored blade of light posed no threat to him, allowing it to descend towards his neck without concern. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, and in disbelief, the stone giant collapsed. Countless rocks tumbled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust along the pathway. As the dust settled, 2 figures emerged. Coughing, one exclaimed, "How could this be? This defies all logic." "There is nothing impossible," came the retort, when faced with someone more powerful than yourselves. Yilei, wielding the untrustworthy dual blades of purgatory, swiftly executed a decisive strike, severing the heads of 2 adversaries. The actions of the Elder Hall met with failure once more. Following the demise of the duo, Burning Heaven Yen, the sound of severed heads thudding against the ground resonated, as blood gushed forth from their necks, instantly vaporized upon contact with the scorching earth. Only a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, dissipating gradually. Yilei gazed upon the 2 dismembered corpses before him, alongside the limp upper body of the 3rd modified human in the distance. Sighing, he realized he must once again deal with the aftermath of death. However, it was time to assert his authority. Yilei muttered to himself as he crouched down, rummaging through the coats of Feng Tianyin and another man for a brief moment. He managed to uncover only 2 silver medallions. Subsequently, he summoned his soul power to incinerate the bodies of Feng Tianyin and the other man, leaving only their heads, forlornly resting on the ground. The numbers 59075 and 59076 were inscribed, sequentially arranged. These 2 must be brothers. It is no wonder, for the martial souls of these individuals, a lion and a stone giant, demonstrate an astonishing degree of compatibility. Yilei gazed at the 2 nameplates in his hand, slowly articulating the numbers inscribed upon them. It matters not whether they are brothers or not. The absence of a martial soul fusion technique from the Elder Hall does not leave me at a loss. Yilei exerted considerable force, reducing the 2 plaques in his hands to mere powder. Using a strand of blue-silver royal vine, he securely bound the heads of the 2 individuals together. He then approached the lifeless form of the 3rd modified human, ensuring that its breath had completely faded away before scrutinizing the motionless body on the ground. The entire spine was fractured in the middle, with half of it having detached from the torso. Alas, this 3rd modified human met a fate far more tragic than that of the 5th. Yilei flipped the corpse of the 3rd cyborg, revealing a large gaping wound on its lower back. As he moved the body, an abundance of grotesque, discolored blood surged forth from the wound. Goodness! How could the blood of a cyborg become like this? How much serum must have been injected for it to transform so dramatically? Initially, I had thought that the 3rd cyborg would possess greater strength compared to the 5th, yet I did not anticipate that I had merely severed its illusory scorpion tail. Alas, it appears that this tail was conjured from its very spine, and in forcibly tearing it away, the spine itself suffered a cruel rupture. Yilei shook his head, extending his hand to gently rest upon the unblinking eyes of the 3rd cyborg. Although cyborgs pose a significant threat to society, it is essential to remember that they were once living, breathing individuals. Even if their actions were misguided, often merely extorting protection money, their inherent nature was not entirely malevolent. The true malevolence lies with the Council of Elders, who subject these beings to inhumane experiments. Observing the countless puncture wounds on the cyborg's hands and legs, along with the extensive bruises adorning their body, one can only fathom the immense suffering they endured prior to their transformation into cyborgs. In Yi Lei's heart, an inexplicable flame of fury ignited. Yi Lei extended a hand, grasping the shoulder of the corpse of the third modified human. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from the scene, along with the severed heads of Tian and Di and the scorpion tail. In the outskirts of Rong City, at the military headquarters, Elder Seven was alerted by his anxious assistant, who burst through the door, breathless with urgency. "What has you so flustered at your age?" Elder Seven inquired leisurely, savoring his tea. "Elder Seven, just now, a soldier on duty at the entrance discovered 2 heads impaled upon a distant tree." "2 heads? Tian and Di's?" Elder Seven seemed to anticipate this, taking a sip of his tea. "Indeed, Elder Seven. In addition to the heads of Tian and Di, the body of the third modified human is also beneath the tree." "Oh, how did the third modified human meet his end?" "The cause of death was the severing of his spine. Only half remains within him. The whereabouts of the rest are unknown." "The spine was torn apart? It appears that the one surnamed Yi has grown considerably stronger." Such actions are undoubtedly Yi Lei's provocation towards the Elder Council. Elder Seven took another sip of tea, his gaze turning icy, infused with a sharp, murderous intent. With a crack, the teacup in his hand shattered, tea leaves cascading onto his palm. Observing this, the assistant rushed forward, eager to assist in cleaning the shards. "No need, step back for now. I will call for you later. Inform everyone to accelerate their training." Elder Seven raised a hand, halting the assistant's approach, speaking softly yet firmly. "Understood." The assistant bowed quickly and exited the office. By the Elder's command, all personnel are to accelerate their training. Just a few steps out the door, the assistant shed the previous subservience displayed before Elder Seven and, with a cold voice, spoke into the intercom. "Yi Lei, why must you persist? With such advantageous conditions, why not join our Elder Council? If you had not been so stubborn from the beginning, you would not be in opposition to us now." After the 7th Elder had tidied up, he stood before the immense floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself. Above the originally clear sky, a faint silhouette of a colossal red dragon could be discerned, spiraling gracefully while emitting soft, melodic roars. In the arena, Yi Lei, the fire element soul master from earlier, appeared to be none other than the esteemed instructor for. "Come on, Lao Yang, be confident. Eliminate the uncertainty." Yi Lei turned his head to glance at the onlookers surrounding him and remarked, "Hasn't the military training already concluded? What brings Instructor One back to the school, accompanied by 2 individuals we have never encountered before?" Only one person came along with him. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh, channeling the earth element to mend the arena that had previously been affected by the soul technique. Only one individual? Wasn't he accompanied by 2 men? Could it be? Song Yang furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. "You are not mistaken. One of them is indeed not human, but rather a modified combat weapon." As Yi Lei spoke of this, a fervent flame ignited within his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly. "The modified weapon of war, my goodness. Is this not akin to human experimentation?" Jing Hang meticulously filtered through Yi Lei's words and exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this not an act against the law? How could such a thing still exist? Acts of illegality and misconduct. Do you believe there is anything that the Elders' Hall would refrain from doing?" Hearing this, Yi Lei let out a mirthless laugh. At this moment, the crowd fell into a profound silence, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the Elder Hall would engage in such cruel human experimentation on a seemingly ordinary individual. Do you believe that the Elder Hall is merely as it appears on the surface? In truth, their actions are far more harrowing than you can imagine. They have conducted no fewer than 100 human experiments. In this particular round of modification experiments, there were 5 subjects, one of whom succumbed to the strain of the soul beast serum, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of his body. I have already dealt with 2 of the remaining 4, leaving 2 still at large. Given their natures, should this endeavor prove successful, they will undoubtedly repeat the experiments, which implies that the number of modified beings could become limitless, should they so desire. Yi Lei gazed at the crowd and spoke. "By the way, I'm off work now to indulge in some gaming." October 3rd, Chapter 166. Allow me to venture into that turbulent waters. Moreover, are you aware that there are still 2 modified individuals yet to make their appearance? I have a strong premonition that these 2 will undoubtedly emerge within the realm of adversity. Furthermore, considering that the 2 modified individuals dispatched consecutively by the Elder Hall have been vanquished by me, I am certain that he is currently administering a higher-grade soul beast serum to the remaining two. I fear that by that time, those two modified individuals will possess even more terrifying power. Yilei glanced at his hands and softly remarked, "Let me venture into the murky waters of the realm of adversity." "Absolutely not, Lao Yi. The three of us will accompany you," Song Yang exclaimed anxiously, while Chen Sicai and Jing Heng wore expressions of deep concern. "There is no need for that. With your abilities, you may not endure for long within that realm. Moreover, we are unfamiliar with the environment there. With my strength, I possess sufficient confidence to navigate the challenges. The dangers within cannot harm me. Furthermore, you are my classmates who I will be spending the next 4 years with, and I have no desire to lead you into the realm of adversity, where you may never return." Yilei gazed sternly at the three of them and spoke. "However, there is no however. Since I have declared it, I must go alone. This is the only way to ensure your safety. Nevertheless, you must be prepared to fight at any moment. I cannot ascertain when Elder 7 will lead an assault on our school, and the general strength of the elders at the 7 Elders Hall has already reached the soul realm. Your cultivation speed must increase significantly." Yilei remained resolute in his stance, showing no signs of yielding. Observing his unwavering attitude, the crowd could say nothing further and were left to acquiesce. "Sister Nguyen, I dare say that in this upcoming college competition, you are certain to secure the first place." "That may not be the case. One must consider that our school boasts the formidable prowess of brother-in-law. If he participates in the college competition, the first prize may very well belong to him. But what if we consider the possibility that brother-in-law is under the thumb of his wife?" "Oh, that is a point." Han Yuan listened to the exchange among Luo Yun and the others, merely smiling without interjecting. Yet, unbeknownst to them, her ears gradually turned a shade of crimson. "Old 7, how is the preparation for the plan coming along?" A man clad in a black robe, his age indeterminate, addressed the white-haired elder before him. "My lord, the realm of adversity has been prepared. We are now awaiting the selection of representatives from the various schools to enter." The individual referred to as Old 7 was indeed the 7th elder, who, in the presence of this mysterious man, exhibited an unprecedented level of respect, in stark contrast to his usual arrogance before his subordinates. "Very well, remember, this operation is to recruit exceptionally gifted students into our organization, should there be any dissenters. You understand what must be done." The brows of the 7th elder furrowed slightly, for he comprehended the implications of the black-robed man's words. Any student unwilling to join the Elder Hall would face dire consequences. The 7th elder did not wish for such an outcome, as every life carries its own value. Even if some students resisted joining the organization, he dared not defy the black-robed man, whose strength remained an enigma to him. "My lord, I understand." The 7th elder bowed deeply before vanishing from sight. Taken from October 4th, Chapter 167. Blood Moon. The college competition concluded 2 days later, with only 2 students emerging victorious from the tens of thousands enrolled, chosen to represent the school in the realm of adversity. On campus, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side in the glow of the setting sun. "Nguyen, tomorrow we will arrive at the realm of adversity, so be sure to stay close to me," Yilei gently remarked, glancing at Han Yuan. "All right, I know. You big oaf, who knows nothing of tender emotions." Han Yuan lifted her face, casting a reproachful gaze upon Yilei, then playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "I am upset, the kind that cannot be easily soothed. I will go tell Annie and have her and uncle punish you." It is not surprising that Han Yuan found herself in such a predicament. During the final match of the academy competition, she faced off against Yilei. Initially, Han Yuan believed that Yilei would show her some leniency, prompting her to hold back her strength. However, to her astonishment, her first soul skill was utterly ineffective in closing the distance to Yilei. When she attempted to unleash her second soul skill, Yilei merely regarded it with a calm smile, showing no sign of concern. Before she could react, he swiftly unleashed a strand of blue-silver emperor vine that ensnared her completely. Despite her desperate struggles, she found herself utterly unable to break free from Yilei's binding. Upon witnessing her inability to escape, the judges promptly declared the match concluded. Even after the announcement, Yilei made no effort to release Han Yuan. Instead, before the eyes of all the faculty and students, he nonchalantly hoisted her onto his shoulder and departed the duel arena. It was not until just recently that he set her down. Yilei gently touched the spot where he had been pinched. Yet he continued to wear a look of indulgence as he gazed at Han Yuan's pouting face. "Nguyen," he remarked, "don't you think you must have grown up on cuteness?" Even when you're angry, you remain utterly adorable, resembling a little pufferfish. Yilei extended his broad palm and gently rested it upon Han Wan's fluffy head. Upon hearing his words, Han Wan promptly turned around and, with her tiny pink fists, playfully thumped Yilei's chest, exclaiming, "Who are you calling a little pufferfish, Yilei? Is this how you comfort someone? You big oaf." Yilei gazed upon Han Wan's adorable visage, and an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart, leading him to concede, all right. I was wrong." Thus, beneath the setting sun, the two engaged in playful banter, as time slipped away, moment by moment. Before long, the day of their venture into the realm of adversity arrived. The following day, "Mwana, are you ready? It's time to set forth." "All right, then let us be on our way." Yilei grasped Han Wan's delicate hand and, after a brief manipulation of the wristband, opened a portal. Hand in hand, they stepped through. Is this truly the realm of adversity? It feels so eerie. The moment Han Wan emerged from the portal, she was captivated by the scene before her. The name of the realm of adversity is derived from this very place, for this world mirrors our own, albeit as its shadowy counterpart. Upon hearing Han Wan's words, Yilei began to survey his surroundings. It was not until he looked up at the crimson moon in the sky that he momentarily lost his train of thought. "A blood moon, is it?" Yilei whispered softly. "The realm of adversity has now been opened. All contestants, please prepare yourselves. You are about to embark on a 5-day tumultuous battle. Should you falter, you will be instantly transported back to your respective schools, and all points earned here will be entirely forfeited." Suddenly, an eerie male voice reverberated throughout the space. In the realm of adversity, individuals selected from each school, regardless of their number, will automatically form a team. The points accrued will serve as a reference for your team's ranking. These points can be obtained from the creatures within the realm of adversity or by vanquishing other participants. One contestant equates to 100 points. The creatures in this realm are categorized into 4 types: ordinary, elite, hell, and nightmare, each yielding different point values. Ordinary creatures yield 10 points, elite creatures offer 50 points, hell creatures grant 100 points, and nightmare creatures provide a staggering 1,000 points. After a brief pause, the peculiar voice resonated again. "So, you determine your rankings based on points. Does it not sound overly challenging?" Yilei continued to gaze at the blood-red moon in the sky, lost in thought. The total number of participants had reached 10,000, and the grand brawl was about to commence. The random teleportation of contestants would begin shortly, and all participants were advised to prepare themselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation initiated. This time, the voice that echoed was not the peculiar male voice from before, but a frigid, synthetic tone emitted by machinery. In the blink of an eye, numerous beams of white light illuminated the entrance to the realm of adversity, and the throngs of students gathered there vanished without a trace. "Yilei, why have you been staring at the sky?" Han Wan inquired. Having noticed Yilei's contemplative demeanor just before the teleportation whisked her away before she could look up herself. Gradually, she lifted her gaze, and upon discerning the celestial phenomenon, she was momentarily struck dumb. A crimson moon, how chillingly portentous. This phenomenon was known as the blood moon. It was said that among the trusted subordinates of Elder Shao Xiang of the 7 Elders Hall, one bore the codename Blood Moon, according to lore. This individual was an exceedingly eccentric man with a strikingly alluring appearance, marked by a blood-red crescent tattoo on his face. In my estimation, the master of this iteration of the realm of adversity is none other than Blood Moon. However, such considerations must be set aside. What truly matters now is to emerge victorious in this grand brawl. I have devised a strategy, one that echoes the beauty trap from the 36 stratagems. Yilei revealed a chilling smile, his gaze brimming with shrewdness. Han Wan could not help but mourn for the 998 students from various universities on the field. For whenever Yilei donned that smile, misfortune was sure to befall someone. Yet, in the pursuit of competitive ranking, those students could only count themselves unfortunate to have encountered Yilei, a prodigy blessed with an extraordinary intellect. Han Wan nodded, beginning to attentively listen to Yilei's strategy. Finding individuals in this domain was a trivial task for Yilei. After all, with the formidable ability of the mental hunting ground, the notion of being unable to locate someone was laughable. Han Wan displayed a timid demeanor, akin to a startled kitten, cautiously navigating the treacherous terrain. Her seemingly fragile appearance soon caught the attention of another small team. "Qin Shui, it appears that girl over there is alone," remarked one boy. "Oh, indeed, Ma Ming. What do you suggest? Shall we lure her over to our team and boost our points?" Perfectly agreeable. Let us proceed. With that, a team of 5 swiftly encircled Han Wan. Little sister, you're all alone, aren't you? Would you like to join our group? I promise to ensure your victory. The eyes of the 5 boys gleamed with avarice, making Han Wan feel a twinge of unease. However, unbeknownst to them, a subtle glimmer flickered in Han Wan's eyes. Her previously clenched fists relaxed, and some inconspicuous particles seamlessly melded into the ground. 5 gentlemen, can you truly guarantee my triumph until the end? Han Wan feigned vulnerability as she inquired. Rest assured, little sister, we 5 brothers promise to lead you to victory. Lin Xueqing observed Han Wan and discreetly gestured to the other 4. Upon noticing, they quickly advanced towards her. Han Wan's lips curled into a sly smile. The trap was set. Just as the 5 prepared to unleash their soul skills, a voice crackled through Han Wan's earpiece. 3, 2, 1, go. At the sound, Han Wan swiftly unfurled her phoenix wings and soared upward. With a whoosh, several robust blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the ground, piercing through the chests of the 5 boys before they could react. You, Lin Xueqing gazed at his pierced chest, raising his eyes to the sky. Yet, before he could utter another word, he, along with the other 4, transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Lin Xueqing eliminated. Chen Shui eliminated. Ma Ming eliminated. The chilling mechanical synthesis reverberated throughout the realm of adversity, reaching the ears of the remaining competitors. The number of participants swiftly dwindled from 10,000 to 9,995. It seems that this plan is rather commendable. From the shadows, a tall figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Yi Lei. Yi Lei, how did I perform just now? Was my acting satisfactory? Han Wan, upon seeing Yi Lei, joyfully stepped forward to seek praise. Indeed, quite commendable. This time, at the award ceremony, neither you nor I shall be the first to express discontent. Yi Lei affectionately ruffled Han Wan's fluffy hair, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. He chuckled softly. In the ensuing half-day, Yi Lei and Han Wan employed the same strategy to eliminate several more teams, accumulating nearly 4,000 points for their team. The allure of beauty proved to be an infallible tactic for them, consistently yielding successful results. Wanner, he said, next, I will teach you a method to silently take another's life. Would you like to learn? After ensuring that there were no monsters or remaining competitors in the vicinity, Yi Lei turned and inquired, silently taking lives, I wish to learn. Upon hearing that there was an opportunity for learning, Han Wan immediately became intrigued. Very well. First grant me a portion of your ice feather. This method requires your phoenix feathers. As he spoke, Yi Lei extended his hand towards Han Wan, although still somewhat bewildered. Han Wan summoned her soul power and released her first soul skill, the ice feather, placing it in the palm of Yi Lei's hand. Feeling the blade-like feather radiating an intense chill, Yi Lei raised his left hand slightly, and suddenly, a stone wall erupted before them at a distance of 100 meters. What is this? Han Wan asked, confused by Yi Lei's actions. Wanner, do you remember the concealed weapon techniques recorded in the Tang sect's ultimate teachings? While we may lack the materials to forge formidable concealed weapons, we can utilize the surrounding elements as projectiles for our attacks. Your ice feather is an excellent choice. October 10th, Chapter 170, The Elite Stone Forest. Under Han Wan's puzzled gaze, Yi Lei grasped a feather in his right hand, and with a swift motion, the ice blue feather transformed into a streak of light, landing steadily upon the distant stone wall. Yi Lei's movements remained unceasing as he grasped the remaining ice blue feathers with his right hand, not glancing back, and once more swung his arm. Bang, 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 bang. This time, all the remaining feathers formed a perfect circle around the first feather that had landed on the stone wall. Throughout the entire process, Yi Lei did not once direct his gaze towards the stone wall, effortlessly completing this demonstration of technique. Yi Lei, is this truly documented in the Tang sect's secret arts? Han Wan inquired, astonished, covering her mouth. Indeed, this is merely the most fundamental technique of concealed weapons. There are numerous variations, such as 1 stone, 2 birds, heavenly maiden spreading flowers, bat wings reincarnation, 1001 nights, meteors chase the moon, and flicking arrow. Among them, the most formidable are the Bodhi blood and Guanyin tears, yet your current prowess is insufficient to access them. What I just employed was the most elementary technique. The flicking arrow. Yi Lei spoke a torrent of words that Han Wan could not comprehend, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What? Yi Lei had just employed the most fundamental technique of the flipping arrow, which made Han Wan ponder the potential prowess of the advanced techniques. She felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. At that moment, with a somewhat dazed and innocent expression, she was struggling to grasp the concepts. Do not fret over your abilities, Yilei reassured her. These techniques are relatively straightforward when infused with soul power. With persistent practice, you will undoubtedly master them. Observing Han Nuan's bewildered demeanor, he continued, rest assured, among the various hidden weapon techniques, only the flipping arrow and the bat wing reincarnation are truly suited for you. Mastering these two will enable you to merge them with your first soul skill, significantly amplifying its potency. What does the bat wing reincarnation entail? Han Nuan inquired. Having regained her composure, the bat wing reincarnation utilizes principles akin to those of a boomerang and the echolocation of bats. It can simultaneously launch up to 36 projectiles, primarily relying on our mental calculations of their trajectories. Its remarkable feature lies in its relentless pursuit of the target, continuing its assault even if the enemy evades the initial strikes. This technique is exceptionally formidable, unless the opponent possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities to withstand the blow. They will inevitably succumb to its relentless onslaught. If you wish to unleash the full potential of this technique, your martial soul will require an additional element: poison. Yilei elucidated the principles underlying the bat wing reincarnation and pointed out the deficiencies in Han Nuan's martial soul. Now that you've explained it, I understand how the bat wing reincarnation operates, Han Nuan remarked. However, my martial soul harbors toxins, which complicates matters. After all, there are no soul beasts in this world that possess both ice and poison attributes, are there? With a reassuring smile, Yilei replied. Is it really so difficult to imbue your ice phoenix with toxins? Have no worries, leave it to me. Now, we must focus on our main objective. The creatures we encountered earlier were merely the most common of monsters, and we have yet to face any elite foes. This indicates a significant truth. We are still situated at the outermost fringes of the adversity realm. Furthermore, the other teams are experiencing a sluggish accumulation of points, suggesting they, too, are lingering at the periphery of the adversity realm. It is time for us to delve deeper. With a gentle smile, Yilei affectionately ruffled Han Nuan's hair before once again activating the mental hunting ground. Taking her small hand in his, he ventured deeper into the unknown. The two of them strolled hand in hand for over 10 minutes, finally arriving at the second layer of the realm of adversity, the elite stone forest. Surrounded by towering and peculiar stone formations, Yilei closed his eyes to absorb the ambience, then grasped Han Nuan's small hand, heading resolutely in a specific direction. Yilei, where are we going? Han Nuan, unable to keep pace with Yilei, unfurled her wings and took flight beside him. Naturally, we are in search of a place to accumulate points. I sense that there are numerous ethereal creatures lingering in this direction. It is the perfect opportunity for me to teach you how to utilize the flicking arrow technique. Yilei waved his right hand forward, and in an instant, dozens of small stone cones materialized before them. Nuaner, shortly you shall mimic my actions to experience the flick of the hand arrow, utilizing your ice feather. Han Nuan nodded, then emulated Yilei's stance, conjuring several ice blue feathers to grasp in her hand. As they approached the gathering of elite monsters, Yilei's footsteps suddenly became ethereal, his swiftly moving figure leaving behind a series of afterimages. Nuaner, pay close attention. This is the Tang sect's ultimate skill, the ghostly shadow step. Just as Han Nuan had yet to respond, Yilei's voice echoed softly. Turning to look, she found that the spot where Yilei had once stood was now marked only by fading remnants. Yilei activated the ghostly shadow step, swiftly traversing through several instantaneous movements to arrive above the layer inhabited by the elite monsters. Yilei leaped high into the air, his toes lightly tapping against a towering stone pillar before gracefully vaulting outwards. As his body flipped in midair, he conjured two elongated, sharp stone spikes in his hands. In a swift motion, employing the technique of the flicking arrow, he hurled the spikes forth. Whoosh, whoosh. The two spikes soared through the air, piercing the skulls of two elite monsters. The moderately sized creatures collapsed in succession, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The noise drew the attention of other elite monsters gathered nearby, who turned to gaze upon the commotion. Seizing this opportunity, Yilei landed deftly on another stone column, where he summoned an even greater number of stone spikes with both hands, launching them into the throng of monsters. Whoosh! The sound of dozens of spikes slicing through the air erupted once more, resulting in yet another wave of elite monsters succumbing to the ground. At this moment, Yilei's presence was finally acknowledged. A large group of elite monsters lifted their heads, glaring at him with fury. Among them, one that appeared to be a leader let out a fierce roar, raising its hand to unleash a barrage of attacks directed at Yilei. Yilei let out a cold laugh, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air, his body gracefully landing upon another stone pillar. A radiant crimson glow emanated from his right hand, as a soul bone materialized upon his right arm. The skill of the Infernal Scythe Soul Bone, Infernal Scythe Flash, was now at his command. Before the next assault from the elite monsters, Yilei unleashed the power of his right arm's soul bone skill. A magnificent crimson scythe of light surged forth, swiftly engulfing a vast expanse of elite creatures. Before they could emit even a cry of despair, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The first soul skill, Feather of Ice. At that moment, Han Wan arrived, soaring high in the sky. She unfurled her resplendent ice blue wings, and in an instant, hundreds of ice blue beams radiated through the air. With the graceful movement of her wings, a flurry of ice blue feathers cascaded downward. The remaining elite monsters were swiftly enveloped by the icy onslaught, unable to withstand the assault of the feathers, and in the blink of an eye, they were obliterated. Yilei and Han Wan's scores surged dramatically, once again distancing themselves from the other teams by a considerable margin. To my surprise, the strength of these elite monsters was not as formidable as I had envisioned. In fact, they felt no different from ordinary monsters. Now, I find myself rather eager to discover how powerful the next level of creatures will be. Yilei clapped his hands, stretching his limbs. Han Wan, with a frown that hinted at mild reproach, spoke up. Yilei, could you possibly tone down that arrogance of yours? Have you ever reflected on your own abilities? Yet here you are, indulging in this ostentation. Well, if it comes to it, I might as well entertain myself by finding another team to toy with. It's not exactly safe here, so sending them back to where they came from sooner rather than later would be beneficial. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Well, those competing students are utterly inexperienced. They haven't even figured out the reverse realm before they scatter back to their homes. Han Wan lamented. Yet, what can be done? Although the Elders Hall had noble intentions in creating this event, they also seem intent on eliminating me. The general cultivation level within the Elder 7 residence has surpassed the 5th ring, and the Blood Moon's cultivation may have even reached the 6th ring, Soul Emperor level. Therefore, I am reluctant to engage in combat that could endanger the innocent bystanders present. Furthermore, in 5 days, anyone still lingering here will be coerced into submission. Those who resist will face only demise. Upon hearing this, Han Wan grasped Yilei's perspective and ceased her protests. This indicated that the sooner they were eliminated, the better it would be for them. With this thought in mind, and without waiting for Yilei's response, she unfurled her phoenix wings and soared towards the periphery. This girl is rather hasty, Yilei mused. She is even more ruthless than I am. I had initially intended to avoid confronting them unless provoked, letting those monsters deal with them instead. Alas, if it must be so, I shall slay a few more creatures to leave them some opportunities for engagement. Yilei touched his forehead, displaying an expression of helplessness, while a purple glow flickered on his left leg. Once he determined a direction, Yilei lifted his leg and charged towards it. Before Yilei arrived at the gathering place of elite monsters, he noticed his team's score beginning to rise dramatically, from dozens to hundreds. Goodness, is Nuanyuan using an airstrike? The speed of these kills is simply astonishing. Yilei came to a halt, his mind conjuring an image of Han Wan soaring swiftly through the sky, only to rain down her icy feathers upon the competitors below, leaving them punctured like hedgehogs. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of a bombing raid. No, it was indistinguishable. Sighing, he thought, since Nuan is exerting herself so diligently, it would be rather unreasonable for me to remain idle. Yilei closed his eyes once more, the purple light flickering around his left leg. Upon reopening his eyes, he sprinted in the opposite direction with urgency. Brother Chin, do you think we will survive until the end? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't utter such ominous words. As long as we steer clear of the team currently in first place, we should be fine. Most of the eliminated participants were taken out by them. That is true. If we can just hang on a bit longer, it shouldn't be a problem to secure a position in the top 10. Indeed. Hey, look at that in the sky. What is it? Isn't that a meteor? It seems to be getting closer. You're right. Oh no. It's really coming for us. Brother, don't just stand there, run. Before the two on the ground could flee very far, the meteor descended, obliterating them in a devastating explosion of light, leaving behind nothing. Gazing at the 200 points he had just acquired, Yilei couldn't help but smile. Using meteors to eliminate opponents was an exhilarating sensation. Yet, The monsters here seem to bear little distinction from soul beasts. Monsters soul beasts? October 16th. School has begun. I have no time to write. Woe is me. Chapter 173. The Date of Doom. Monsters soul beasts? Intriguing. It appears that the monster data here is modeled after the soul beast of reality. Common monsters equate to century-old soul beasts, while elite monsters represent millennium soul beasts. The remaining hellish and nightmarish creatures correspond to 10,000 and 100,000-year soul beasts, respectively. Nevertheless, the monsters here do not drop any loot upon death, and there is no need to compare their ages to those of the soul beasts in reality. It would be best to expedite the elimination of those competing students, allowing them to return to their schools. Ultimately, the final confrontation will be with the Blood Moon. A flicker of dark light flashed in Yi Lei's eyes as a pitch-black garment materialized in his hand, accompanied by a ghostly mask. Boss, we have only gathered a meager amount of points. What shall we do next? Should we confront other teams or hunt those monsters? It seems we have entered the second zone, one of his companions remarked. Let us refrain from engaging in conflict with others at this early stage. If luck is not on our side and we encounter the team currently leading in points, it would spell our doom. It's wiser to tread the path of survival. He continued. Then we shall heed your advice, replied the other. The two figures, one tall and the other short, sat atop a large stone, engaging in cautious conversation. Suddenly, with a swift sound, a long stone spike fell and lodged itself between the legs of one of the boys, causing cracks to spread from its point of impact. Who is it? The leader exclaimed, startled by the spike's sudden appearance, as a foul odor began to permeate the air. Amidst the inky darkness of the night, a tall figure clad in black emerged slowly. You still have so much to say even when death is imminent. It's time for you to depart. The chilling voice from beneath the mask sent an immediate shiver down the spines of the two boys. Who are you? If you have the courage, remove your mask. They challenged. In order for me to unveil my face, you are far from worthy, came the retort. Now, allow me to escort you on your journey. Two sharp stone spikes materialized silently in the hands of the cloaked figure. With a swift motion, he hurled the spikes, which struck true at the foreheads of the two boys. The boy barely managed to utter before he was transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing completely. The imposing figure melded back into the shadows, as if he had never been there. Seventh Elder. In a few days we shall commence the mission assigned by that esteemed individual. I kindly request you to designate those who shall undertake this task. Very well. You may withdraw for now. In due time, I will inform you of the candidates needed for these preliminary assignments. Understood. How curious. Where has Yi Lei gone? In the blink of an eye, he has vanished. Han Yuan wondered aloud, having circled the vicinity before returning to her original spot, only to find no trace of Yi Lei. Suddenly, a large hand clad in a black glove rested on her shoulder, startling her. Instinctively, she lifted her leg to kick backward. You're a bit rough this time, Yuaner. Are you attempting to commit a second murder against your husband? As Han Yuan executed a backward kick, it was intercepted by someone's knee, and a clear, resonant male voice reached her ears. The moment she heard the voice, Han Yuan shivered involuntarily and turned around, her gaze meeting a sharply defined, handsome face. Yi Lei, what brings you here, dressed in night attire? After 4 long days, I finally managed to pen a draft. My brain has nearly exploded from all the coding. I am utterly exhausted. October 21st, Chapter 174. Yi Xiaofeng. How is it that I merely stepped out to accumulate some points and inadvertently eliminated a few students? I had no idea that upon my return, I would come perilously close to causing a catastrophe. Yi Lei spoke with an unflinching demeanor. Yi Lei, let me explain. No, wait, let me clarify. Han Yuan's cheeks flushed, and her speech became somewhat disjointed. Why are you blushing? I am not going to bite you. With a single hand, Yi Lei effortlessly turned Han Yuan's slightly stiffened body to face him, locking eyes with her now crimson face. Besides, Yuaner, am I really that terrifying? Faced with Yi Lei's inquiry, Han Yuan found it difficult to meet his gaze. Whenever their eyes locked, she felt as though she were not looking at a boy, but rather a cunning wolf with a sinister intent. His intense stare made her feel as though she might be devoured at any moment. With this thought, a chill ran down Han Yuan's spine, and she couldn't help but shiver. Noticing the sudden tremor in her petite frame, Yi Lei furrowed his attractive brows. What is the matter, Yuana? Why are you shivering? Why am I shivering? Isn't it obvious? It's because of you. How can you even ask? Han Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement, yet when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words, managing only a short giggle. Seeing this, Yilei playfully flicked her forehead. "Oh, so now you dare to tease me, Nwana?" "I do not." Han Nuan pouted defiantly. She covered her forehead where he had flicked her face puffed up with indignation, her eyes gazing at Yilei with a hint of reproach. Yilei was utterly enchanted by her adorable appearance, unable to resist the urge to reach out and gently pinch her delicate face. "Yilei, you mustn't. Don't pinch my face," Han Nuan protested, her words becoming somewhat garbled as he continued to playfully squeeze her cheeks. "I won't." Yilei. After their playful banter, Han Nuan acquiesced to Yilei's suggestion, temporarily abandoning her pursuit of the other competitors. Together, they eliminated every creature in the elite stone forest before proceeding to the next level, the Hell Marsh. The Hell Marsh, the third layer of the abyssal realm, was filled with bubbling, scalding magma swamps where monstrous beings lay in wait. As soon as Han once set foot in this treacherous place, her body nearly succumbed to the unbearable heat. If not for Yilei's swift actions in enveloping her with his soul energy, her condition would have worsened. "Warmth. This environment is rather unsuitable for you. Why not return to the elite stone forest? I will venture deeper to assess the situation," Yilei suggested, gently patting Han Nuan's head to ensure that the protective aura surrounding her remained intact, which eased his worries. "Very well, I shall go ahead. Please take care." Han Nuan contemplated briefly before nodding. In the next moment, she unfurled her phoenix wings and soared towards the direction of the elite stone forest. As Yilei watched Han Nuan's figure fade into the distance, he continued his exploration into the depths of the Hell Swamp. He felt entirely confident leaving Han Nuan alone in the elite stone forest. With her prowess, no peer could inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Only the potential for her to dominate them remained. Suddenly, an extraordinarily familiar aura was detected by Yilei, causing his countenance to darken instantaneously. A fierce beast, entirely cloaked in crimson, emerged from the searing magma, its sharp claws aimed directly at Yilei's vital points. Just as the claws were about to descend, a flash of black-red light streaked by. The beast's head was severed in an instant, and its massive body plummeted back into the magma. The large blade in Yilei's hand vanished, and he clenched his molars tightly. "Yi Xiaofeng, it is indeed you. Our grievances must be settled." October 26th, Chapter 175, The Reluctance for a Disobedient Dog. Yi Xiaofeng, the second young master of the Yi family, was expelled from the borders of Huaxia 5 years ago following a certain incident. This decision was made by the then head of the family, Yi Majian, who was also the grandfather of both Yilei and Yi Xiaofeng. He stripped them of all their power, yet Yi Majian could not bring himself to act with cruelty. Even though they were responsible for the demise of the person who had accompanied him for much of his life, Yilei's beloved grandmother. "Yi Xiaofeng, how could you have returned? What my grandfather failed to accomplish all those years ago, I shall undertake." In Yilei's pupils surged a lethal glimmer. A fervent energy erupted from his body, and the previously restless magma pool instantly became tranquil. "Young Master Yi, we have now reached the third layer of the realm of adversity. Given the circumstances here, it may prove more perilous than the previous 2 layers," spoke a bespectacled youth, gazing respectfully at the young man before him. "What is there to fear? With over 100 of us, should we truly be intimidated by a handful of monsters?" The young man replied with an icy demeanor. However, before the bespectacled youth could finish his words, a massive hand plunged into his abdomen, and a wave of pain coursed through his body, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. "Why, young Master Yi, why? Oh, remember this. I shall not tolerate a disobedient dog. You may leave." With a vicious twist of his hand buried in the bespectacled youth's abdomen, he elicited a violent retch of blood, and the youth gradually sank to his knees, his eyes filled with resentment. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. This young man was none other than Yi family's second young master, Yi Xiaofeng. That old relic, Yi Majian, has yet to perish even after 3 years. Once I escape from this place, I shall eliminate that old fool and reclaim my rightful power. Perhaps you shall not have the opportunity, Yi Xiaofeng. A sudden male voice rang out from behind him. "Who?" Yi Xiaofeng was startled by the unexpected voice and quickly turned around, but found nothing. Just as he turned back, a large hand emerged from the darkness, striking his abdomen and sending him hurtling away. "Young master." Yi Xiaofeng was sent hurtling through the air for several hundred meters, landing directly amidst a group of people resting. Startled by the sudden appearance of an individual, they were momentarily taken aback. However, upon recognizing his visage, several individuals hurried forward to assist him. "What on earth is happening? What is going on in the sky?" Suddenly, one person from the crowd inadvertently glanced upward and beheld the sky gradually fading beneath a crimson hue, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Yi Xiaofeng, lifted their gazes toward the heavens. Yi Xiaofeng, after 3 long years. It is time for you to atone for the events of 3 years past. Today, within the realm of adversity, let it commence. A figure emerged in the distance, slowly advancing towards Yi Xiaofeng's position. Yi Lei, it is indeed you, my dear brother. Yi Xiaofeng, supported by someone, slowly rose to his feet. Casting a furious glare at Yi Lei, I am not your brother, nor do you deserve to call me brother. Yi Lei bellowed, since that incident 3 years ago. I have forever lost a brother in you. You three, driven by self-interest, even contemplated the murder of my mother and caused the demise of my grandmother. From that day forth, our family has been devoid of your presence, for you are unworthy. Why should I bear the burden of events that transpired 3 years ago? Those were the actions of my parents. If you have grievances, direct them towards them. Furthermore, is it wrong for my brother and me to compete fairly? Do you think I am unaware of your involvement 3 years ago? Surely, you do not believe that I am oblivious to your actions. The very ones that subjected me to bullying at school, those were orchestrated by you. Yi Lei repeatedly closed his eyes, as the unbearable memories resurfaced in his mind. However, since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, it spares me the trouble of seeking you out. The power of the Yi family is not something you are worthy of possessing. As Yi Lei's furious voice echoed, molten lava suddenly spread from beneath his feet, engulfing a vast area. The emergence of the magma caused the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. My dear brother, is it truly necessary to be angry with your younger sibling? Shall we not sit down and have a proper conversation, rather than resorting to hostility? Yi Xiaofeng continued to speak in a sarcastic tone, discreetly gesturing with one hand behind his back. What more is there for us to discuss? Shall we talk about how you killed grandmother? Yi Xiaofeng asserted, the grievances from 5 years ago begin today. I will ensure that your entire family kneels before grandmother's grave, bowing in repentance. Yi Lei, do not mention that old woman again. Besides, do you think you can eliminate me here? Have you not seen the current situation of Neo? My numbers far exceed yours. Do you truly believe you can take on 100 alone? Yi Xiaofeng scoffed. For every person you eliminate, I will reward you with 3 jade soul coins. At such a critical moment, you still rely on sheer numbers? How utterly pointless. Yi Lei retorted with an exasperated eye roll. Oh my dear brother, why are you so cheerful when death is imminent? If you are eliminated, you should hasten back to weep with uncle and aunt. Now attack. Upon hearing Yi Xiaofeng's command, those surrounding Yi Lei activated their martial souls, instantly illuminating the area with a blend of white and yellow light. In that moment, countless attacks surged toward Yi Lei. Yet, he remained unfazed, casually toying with his wrist beads, utterly disregarding the multitude of assaults aimed at him. Alas, my dear brother seems to have lost his senses in his quest for vengeance. To stand still in the face of danger is truly foolish. Before Yi Xiaofeng could finish his words, he was taken aback by a scene that left him utterly astonished. At that moment, just as a myriad of attacks was about to descend upon Yi Lei, an inexplicable set of crimson armor, adorned with molten lava, materialized around him, resiliently deflecting the onslaught. It was now my turn, with the might of 1,000 soldiers. I unleashed the soul-bone skill, 1,000 armies fall in flames. Yi Lei raised his right hand, and 6 beams of crimson light flickered from his chest. As the crowd followed his gesture, they lifted their gazes towards the sky. What they beheld was startling. Nearly half of the onlookers fell to their knees in terror. Such cowardice was disheartening. How pathetic. As Yi Lei's right hand descended, a colossal meteorite plummeted from the heavens. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the meteorite struck, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. Coughing violently, Yi Xiaofeng was knocked to the ground by the shockwave produced by the meteor's impact, covering his mouth and nose. Where had gone the arrogance he had just exhibited? Suddenly, a voice tinged with mockery echoed through the chaos, prompting Yi Xiaofeng to snap his head up, scanning his surroundings with trepidation. Amidst the swirling dust, a flash of black and red light darted past, landing directly between Yi Xiaofeng's legs. It is indeed a sight I have never witnessed before. This pitiful state of yours, Yi Xiaofeng. Yi Lei emerged from the smoke, exuding an air of defiance as he stood before Yi Xiaofeng, adopting a condescending posture while gazing down at him. Yi Lei, how could you possibly be unscathed? This is inconceivable, Yi Xiaofeng retorted. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Even if something seems so, I shall transform the impossible into the possible. 10 days have passed, and at last, I have managed to publish. Coding is utterly exhausting. Chapter 177. I no longer cower as I once did. Do you find it peculiar that I have survived the onslaught from your band of ruffians? Yilei slowly extended his hand, and a long knife adorned with black and crimson patterns gradually rose from the ground, as if possessing a will of its own, gently soaring into Yilei's grasp. Yilei lightly rotated his wrist, the dark crimson blade pressing against Yi Xiaofeng's chin, compelling him to lift his gaze and meet his own. For even if your so-called friends were to toil for a decade in their training, they could not inflict upon me the slightest harm. The world has transformed. No longer is it governed by wealth and power as it once was. Now, the essence lies in strength. The riches and influence you covet are utterly inconsequential, and furthermore, Yilei exuded an overwhelming aura, and behind him, a colossal giant, entirely covered in flowing lava, gradually emerged, accompanied by 4 dark soul rings. I am no longer the person I was 3 years ago. I am no longer as timid as I once was. Do not regard me with those contemptuous eyes that belittle the weak. It is repugnant. Should you cast such a gaze upon me again, I would not hesitate to pluck out your eyes. Yilei uttered a fierce declaration, his left hand gracefully sweeping through the air, causing 2 long blades to vanish. Yi Xiaofeng, return and inform your uncle and aunt that not a single one of their desires shall be fulfilled. With those words, Yilei turned and strode away, his sleeves fluttering elegantly behind him. Yilei. Yi Xiaofeng slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. The words of Yilei had pierced him like a steel blade, awakening the grievances he had endured during his 3-year absence from the Yi family. Why, he pondered. Was he also a grandson of grandmother, yet her gaze had always been solely fixed on another? What of him, who had never received her affection? Was it solely because he was his father's child? All he ever desired was that which rightfully belonged to him. Was it a sin to reclaim what was his? You have no right to call her grandmother, he exclaimed. Has she not shown you care? Her concern for you was no less than for me. She never favored one over the other, nor did she disdain you for being the eldest uncle's child. Yet you, along with the uncle and aunt, conspired on grandmother's 72nd birthday to sabotage her flight as she departed for a holiday, resulting in the catastrophic explosion of the plane during takeoff. She perished on what should have been her happiest day, and you truly believe I am unaware of this? At that moment, grandmother was still contemplating bringing you your favorite gift, while you orchestrated her demise. Such a gentle soul she was. She would never have imagined that her most cherished grandson would turn against her. As Yilei recalled the events from 3 years prior, his voice trembled with emotion. His eyes tinged with crimson, and a solitary tear glistened at the corner of his eye. I do not care for the dead. Death is simply death. I merely seek what rightfully belongs to me. Do you think I have been idle for the past 3 years? I have returned to seize control of the Yi family, to become its new master. You all shall meet your end. With a maniacal laugh, Yi Xiaofeng summoned forth 3 purple and 1 black soul rings from beneath his feet, declaring, 3rd soul skill, Dark Mysterious Claw Strike. A massive dark purple wolf materialized behind him, and as his appearance transformed, his formerly black hair shifted to a deep purple hue. His eyes morphed into a striking combination of purple and blue, and a colossal wolf tail emerged from behind him. P.S. I am utterly exhausted. I have only published 2 pieces in November with no drafts prepared. In September, I wrote enough material for 3 months. November 9th, Chapter 178. Who uses meteors for self-defense? Yi Xiaofeng crossed his hands before his chest, and in the next instant, an ethereal fusion of icy blue and deep violet radiance enveloped them, creating a bizarre spectacle. Perish. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed 2 slashing beams imbued with the essence of darkness and ice, hurtling directly towards Yilei. The 4-ring soul sect, adorned in 3 shades of purple and 1 of black, was intriguing. The skill of the right arm soul bone, infernal scythe, ignited in a flash. Yilei abruptly raised his right hand, and the soul bone of the purgatory fire scythe materialized instantaneously, as a crimson glow illuminated the surroundings. A slash imbued with a high concentration of fire elements surged forth. The 2nd soul skill, Mystic Wolf's Agility. Realizing his objective was within reach, Yi Xiaofeng's 2nd soul ring illuminated at his waist, and he propelled himself forward with tremendous force. The 1st soul skill, Mystic Wolf's Claw. At the moment their soul skills collided, an explosion erupted, generating a tremendous impact that obscured their vision. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Xiaofeng harnessed the speed enhancement from his 2nd soul skill, accelerated, and appeared directly in front of Yilei, executing his 1st soul skill. With his hands forming claw-like shapes, exuding an icy aura, You lunge toward Yulei's neck. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. Observing Yi Xiaofeng charging towards him, Yulei swiftly retreated, leaping backward while simultaneously activating the fourth soul skill of his Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit, restraining Yi Xiaofeng's movements. Yi Xiaofeng never anticipated that his ambush would not succeed. Instead, he found himself restricted in his movements. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Stab Formation. Yulei extended his right hand, forming a tight fist in the air. As a multitude of sharp spikes within the blue-silver cage surged toward Yi Xiaofeng in an instant. Fourth soul skill, Mystic Wolf Demon Armor. The silhouette of the Mystic Wolf materialized, enveloping Yi Xiaofeng's body and transforming into a set of dark purple Mystic Water Armor, which successfully deflected Yulei's blue-silver piercing formation. Third soul skill, Dark Mystic Claw Strike. Upon donning the Xianlang Demon Armor, Yi Xiaofeng's aura surged dramatically, and the potency of his soul skills escalated significantly, shattering Yulei's blue-silver prison with ease. He charged towards Yulei once more, exclaiming, "Prepare to meet your demise." Yi Xiaofeng's voice erupted in anger as he leaped into the air, aiming directly at Yulei's head. Accompanying his furious shout was a faint sound akin to the cry of a phoenix. Yulei's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The third soul skill, 1,000-pound Flame Armor. Yulei decisively unleashed the third soul skill of the Flame Lord. Assuming a posture that suggested he was ready to withstand Yi Xiaofeng's third soul skill at close range. As expected, Yi Xiaofeng fell into the trap, striking heavily from above Yulei. "Yi Xiaofeng, you have been deceived." Yulei suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Yi Xiaofeng's triumphant gaze. In an instant, his right fist surged forth, striking directly towards Yi Xiaofeng's abdomen. "What?" Yi Xiaofeng swiftly assumed a defensive posture, crossing his arms before his chest to deflect Yulei's assault, only to be sent flying backward. The third soul skill, Ice Flash Stab, resonated with a chilling female voice from afar. Accompanying this was the apparition of an ethereal ice-blue phoenix. Suspended in midair, Yi Xiaofeng found himself unable to mount any defense, helplessly watching as the immense, icy apparition entered his very being. With a thunderous crash, he was instantly obliterated, transforming into a wisp of white light that dissipated into nothingness. "Nuaner, your timing is impeccable, just in time to claim his pitiful life," Yulei remarked, shedding his armor and gazing with delight at the girl as she descended. Wings unfurled. "Humph, had I not seen our points surge by over 10,000, I would not have come here," Han Wan retorted. Her cheeks puffed in irritation as she approached him. "Well, it was unavoidable. They intended to besiege me, leaving me no choice but to defend myself. Should I simply stand there and take the blows?" Yulei replied, still wearing a grin. "Who defends themselves by hurling meteors at others? How could I possibly believe what you say?" Han Wan shot Yulei a disapproving look. Hee. Yulei scratched his head and chuckled softly. As the clock struck the appointed hour, he pondered the culmination of events ahead. In a modest dwelling deep within the realm of adversity, a venerable yet authoritative voice resonated through the apparatus, reaching the ears of the crimson-haired man. "Blood Moon, it is time to conclude this matter. The remaining individuals, with their soul abilities and talents, hold little value for us. Their elimination would be of no consequence." "Understood, Elder 7. I grasp your intent. I shall ensure that the one surnamed Yi meets his demise without a trace." Words were futile, action spoke louder. Elder 7, preferring to avoid further discourse, promptly terminated the call. "Yulei, I am intrigued to discover what assets you possess that warrant such attention from the elders." With that, a blood-red longsword materialized in Blood Moon's grasp as 6 soul rings shimmered beneath his feet. "Elder 7, the time has come to initiate the talent selection plan." "Indeed. I am aware. Dispatch 100 individuals to accompany me to Rome University," Elder 7 replied, eyes closed as he gestured to send them forth. In the realm of adversity, Yulei continued onward, addressing Huan with reassurance. "Fear not, Nuan. Under my soul power as protection, traversing the third layer of Hell's Marsh shall pose no challenge." With a gentle lift of his right hand, a warm and soothing aura enveloped Huan, concealing the chilling energy emanating from within her. "Let us proceed." Yulei clasped Han Wan's small hand and made his way towards the third layer of the Hell Swamp. At that moment, neither of them noticed the crimson moon above, which began to radiate a flickering light, subtly revealing a figure wielding a long sword. After a fierce battle, Yulei guided Han Wan through the third layer of the Hell Swamp and stepped into the fourth layer. However, the environment of the fourth layer was starkly different from the previous 3, as the ground was drenched in a blood-red hue. Suddenly, the vast expanse began to shimmer with beams of white light. As the brilliance faded, what emerged were living, breathing individuals. Yilei furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he observed the attire of the suddenly appeared individuals. Like him, they were students from various universities, presumably here to hone their skills amidst adversity. Yet, judging by their expressions, they too seemed bewildered by their unexpected presence in this place. First soul skill, Crescent Moon. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Everyone looked up towards the source of the sound, only to witness a figure materializing beneath the ominous blood-red moon. With a swift flourish of the long sword in hand, 2 crimson crescent blades hurtled towards the throng below. Panic erupted among the masses on the ground, instinctively prompting them to flee. However, they found themselves ensnared, immobilized by the surrounding chaos. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yilei activated the 3rd soul skill of the Flame Lord, instantly enveloping himself in a crimson armor that shielded Han Wan in his embrace. These actions transpired in a mere heartbeat. For the 2 sanguine crescents plummeted directly towards his position, amidst a frenzied crowd that found themselves unable to evade, forced to endure the onslaught. The Spider Monarch's left leg soulbone skill, the Spider Monarch's purple radiant slash, was unleashed. In a swift turn, Yilei unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg, releasing a colossal purple light slash that surged toward the 2 crescents in the sky. P.S. The recent change in weather has dampened my spirits for writing, hence the delay. Today, I finally managed to update, and starting tomorrow, I shall return to my regular schedule. November 19th, Chapter 180, Blood-Colored Hell. With the 3rd soul skill, the Blood Moon Crescent Slash. The Blood Moon observed as the earlier released crescents were on the verge of being shattered by Yilei's Spider Monarch's purple radiant slash. In an instant, the 3rd soul ring at his waist illuminated, and he raised his long sword above his head, which gleamed with a blood-red radiance, resonating with the Blood Moon above. As the 2 crescents shattered, the Blood Moon completed his charge. At that moment, the long sword in his grasp surged with power, and with a swift motion, he unleashed several blood-red crescent blades that spiraled wildly in the air. With a twist of his sword, the blade pointed menacingly at Yilei, and the multitude of blood-red crescent blades, following an erratic trajectory, launched an assault from all directions. The area effect of this group attack soul skill, a millennium-grade soul ability, was truly extraordinary. Behold my 4th soul skill, the blue-silver thrust array. Yilei chuckled softly, then knelt on one knee, striking the ground with his right fist, causing a brilliant blue-silver light to flicker. The earth erupted with numerous blue-silver emperor spikes, encircling both Yilei and his companion without a single gap. The blood-red crescent blades descended from all directions onto Yilei's blue-silver thrust array, only to be repelled. However, under the Blood Moon's control, the blades adjusted their angle and struck the array again, repeatedly failing to breach Yilei's defenses. You cowardly turtle, if you possess any skill, come forth and confront me directly. Hiding like this reveals nothing of your prowess. But fret not, if you can defend against the aerial assault. Can you withstand the attacks from below? 5th soul skill, Blood-Colored Hell. The Blood Moon, filled with rage, unleashed a torrent of curses while his long sword continued its relentless assault. With a flicker, several crescent-shaped attacks erupted, and the 5th soul ring at his waist glowed ominously. Instantly, the ground beneath Yilei transformed into a deep crimson hue, gradually revealing a bizarre formation. Witnessing this, the surrounding students were thrown into a state of panic. Utterly bewildered by the intentions of the figure hovering above them, they had no inkling as to why he unleashed his soul skills upon their arrival. Although they were not his intended targets, they felt the proximity of danger. Several brash young men, fueled by bravado, shouted up at the Blood Moon. Who the hell are you? Do you even realize you almost killed me? Stay up there if you dare. Let us see if I don't make you cry. The insult sissy struck a nerve with the Blood Moon, prompting him to direct his gaze toward the boys. Oh, so you consider yourselves brave? Then let us start with you. Moon puppets arise. With his command, chains materialized from the formation, binding the young men firmly in place. What do you want? Let my friends go. A girl, witnessing her companions ensnared, anxiously questioned the Blood Moon above, her hands moving instinctively to pull at the chains. However, before her fingers could make contact, she gasped in agony as a blood-red, clawed, decaying arm pierced through her chest, gripping her still-beating heart. What? The words barely escaped her lips before the hand crushed her heart, and she fell lifelessly to the ground, her body not dissipating into light, but instead collapsing, blood pooling around her. P.S. I'll write more tomorrow. It's been cold lately, and school has left me drowsy. November 21st, Chapter 181, Lethal Protection Device. How can this be? Shouldn't we turn into white light and be teleported back when we suffer fatal damage here? Why didn't that girl? Han Nuan, peering through the gaps of the blue-silver spike, exclaimed anxiously. It seems that person has disabled the lethal protection device on us. Lethal protection device? What is that? Han Nuan looked at Yi Lei, bewildered. The so-called lethal protection device is a delicate membrane that appears on the wristbands we wear when entering the realm of adversity. Once this protective membrane shatters, it triggers a force system that teleports the individual back to their original location. That is the essence of protection. Yi Lei furrowed his brows and explained, So, you mean to say that when we were collectively transported here, the deadly protective devices on us had already been deactivated? Han Nuan inquired. Indeed, that is the case. Their target is likely me. This so-called trial is probably nothing more than a trap, designed for me to walk right into it. However, it presents a perfect opportunity to temper their arrogance. I cannot allow them to remain so overbearing any longer. Yi Lei spoke calmly, a calmness that was almost unsettling. Do you have any plans? Han Nuan was taken aback by Yi Lei's sudden tranquility. Of course I do. From my observations just now, I discovered that Blood Moon's soul skill requires a connection with the Crimson Moon in the sky to unleash his soul power. This indicates that his martial soul must be that red long sword in his hand, which resonates with the Blood Moon above. If we can sever his link with the celestial Blood Moon, his power will be significantly diminished. Muaner, buy me some time, I will handle him. Yi Lei revealed 6 soul rings around his waist, with the 5th ring beginning to shimmer. A radiant blue-gold light coalesced in Yi Lei's hand. All right, leave it to me. Han Nuan responded with a nod. The blue-silver spike formation began to dissipate as Han Nuan unfurled her phoenix wings and soared towards the Blood Moon in the sky. 5th soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. Yi Lei released his spear, which transformed into a radiant stream of blue and gold, piercing towards the chest of the Blood Moon. Ah, a mere 3-ring bird dares to confront me head-on. Such foolish ambition. The 3rd soul skill, blood-red crescent slash. In the sky, that Blood Moon flickered once more, unleashing several crimson, circular blades that surged towards Han Nuan. Do not underestimate me. The 3rd soul skill, Ice Flash Stab. A colossal ice-blue phoenix materialized in the heavens, soaring towards the location of the Blood Moon. Ridiculous. The 6th soul skill, Crescent Moon, Blood Slaughter. The domain of 4 fires reaching to the heavens. The 1000 Junes skeletal skill, 1000 Junes Falling Flame. A calm and composed male voice resonated across the battlefield, as a massive meteor instantaneously formed in the sky, accompanied by a crimson light barrier that slowly rose, enveloping all within its grasp. What? The Blood Moon, filled with terror, realized that the connection between itself and the celestial Blood Moon had been completely severed. Upon witnessing the enormous meteor above, it hurriedly redirected the 6th soul skill towards the looming celestial body. Humph, you shall not succeed. Soul Bone Combination skill, Hell's Demonic Slash. Yi Lei stood on the ground. A colossal blade of black and crimson light, infused with malevolent energy, soaring towards the figure in the sky. This is bad, the 4th soul skill. No time to hesitate. I shall invoke my 2nd soul skill, Ice Phoenix Condensation. Just as Han Nuan seized the fleeting moment of Blood Moon's panic, she promptly unleashed her 2nd soul skill. In an instant, a pair of immense ice-blue eyes materialized behind Han Nuan, fixating intently on Blood Moon's alluring crimson gaze. As the clock struck the end of the workday, thoughts of tomorrow lingered in the air. By the time we reach around Chapter 220, the 6th and 7th Elders should be logging off, and Yi Lei is expected to acquire the 5th soul ring from the Flame Lord. Oh, let us not dwell on it now. We shall take each step as it comes. November 23rd, Chapter 182, the first direct confrontation with the 7th Elder. What? Upon witnessing those ice-blue eyes, Blood Moon felt an excruciating headache take hold, rendering her unable to summon soul power to dispel this strange sensation. Even the soul skill she had begun to unleash was abruptly interrupted. As Yi Lei's radiant blade drew nearer, Blood Moon could only stiffly raise her hand, positioning her blood-red longsword defensively across her chest in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending strike. With the blade now a mere 10 meters away, the effect of Han Nuan's soul skill faded, and the suffocating sensation enveloping Blood Moon dissipated. In haste, she summoned her inner soul power and unleashed her 4th soul skill, Crescent Moon Spirit. The hilt of her blood-red longsword shimmered with an unusual crimson light, swiftly coalescing into a translucent blood-red shield that enveloped her. The colossal blade collided with the shield, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed throughout the space. Darn it. Today I shall not falter. My fourth soul skill shall withstand this blade. Blood Moon gripped her sword firmly, channeling her soul power to sustain the Crescent Moon spirit, gritting her teeth in determination. Crack! A faint sound of shattering resonated in Blood Moon's ears, an incongruous noise within the Crescent Moon spirit, causing her previously taut expression to turn rigid in an instant. The sound of breaking did not cease. Rather, it intensified, and fissures began to appear on the surface of the Crescent Moon spirit. As the small cracks multiplied before her, Blood Moon felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, teetering on the brink of despair. In the next moment, the Crescent Moon's spirit shattered, and the Midnight Blade crashed forcefully against Blood Moon's longsword, sending it flying from her grasp. Crack! The blood-red longsword bore the marks of numerous fractures, signaling its imminent breakage, and Blood Moon coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, it was not over. I shall invoke my first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. Yilei bellowed with fervor, instantly transitioning his martial soul into a state of embodiment. He unleashed the first soul skill of the Flame Lord, and a colossal pillar of magma descended upon Blood Moon, forcefully propelling him against the luminous barrier of the four Fire Heaven domain. Boom! Blood Moon fell to the ground, charred and emitting wisps of black smoke. His condition truly dire. Sigh, it's done. Let us go, Nuan. It is time to conclude our endeavors here in the realm of adversity. For there is nothing of significance. Let us return and devote ourselves to cultivation. Yilei raised his hand and manipulated the device on his wrist. In an instant, he and Han Wan transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from their original location. The others, witnessing the spectacle, quickly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the venue that had once been teeming with thousands was now reduced to a mere shadow, leaving behind only the charred figure of Blood Moon, sprawled on the ground, unconscious. At Rome University, two beams of white light flickered, and Yilei and Han Wan appeared hand in hand on the campus grounds. Finally, we have returned. Venturing into that realm of adversity has indeed drained a considerable amount of my soul power. I must indulge in some soul beast meat soon to replenish my strength. Han Wan stretched lazily and remarked, So, shall we eat something? Yilei smiled lightly, then with a flick of his right hand, a piece of meticulously prepared spirit beast meat materialized in his palm, which he presented forward. Hee, then I shall not hold back, Han Wan exclaimed, eagerly shoving the spirit beast meat into her mouth, her expression radiating delight. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Yilei affectionately patted Han Wan's back and spoke. However, what Yilei failed to realize was that he was about to confront the seventh elder, who would return from the dead with an army. This would mark their first direct clash. P.S. A new month brings a new state of mind, and I aspire to return to the pace of 30 chapters a month. Alas, the recent flu has been quite severe, and I, too, have fallen victim to it. It's rather disheartening to experience a lung infection at this age. I truly did not foresee it. December 1st, Chapter 183. Brother-in-law, save me. Han Wan swallowed the spirit beast meat in her mouth, letting out a satisfied belch, suddenly realizing that there was another person beside her. She hastily covered her mouth with both hands and turned away, squinting her eyes playfully at the individual next to her. What's the matter? Are you full? Would you like another piece? Yilei asked, gazing at her in confusion. Upon hearing this, Han Wan instantly panicked, shaking her head vigorously with her hands still over her mouth. Are you certain? You really don't want any more? Uh-huh. Han Wan quickly nodded in affirmation. Yilei affectionately ruffled Han Wan's fluffy hair, simultaneously raising his hand to help her regain her composure. Let go of me, both of you, quickly. A delicate voice suddenly echoed, capturing the attention of Yilei and Han Wan. They turned towards the source of the sound and beheld two towering men striding out of the library, effortlessly carrying a petite girl from the south. As they made their way towards the school gate, the girl, struggling fiercely against her captors, caught sight of the two not far away and cried out, Sister Nuan, brother-in-law, please rescue me. Yilei clearly recognized the girl's visage. Who else could it be but Luo Yun? With a slight furrow of his brow, he swiftly maneuvered to stand before the two towering men, obstructing their path. Who are you? I suggest you take heed and step aside, or else do not blame me for striking you. Slap. Before the man could finish his words, a resounding slap echoed across his face. You. The man was momentarily dazed, staring wide-eyed at Yilei. What do you mean by you? Release her at once. I have no desire to repeat myself. Yilei raised his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered another resounding slap across the man's face. How dare you lay hands on someone from the Elder Council? You must truly wish for your own demise. Another man, witnessing his companion's humiliation, glared at Yilei. I see, it is you who seeks death. With that, Yilei swiftly and decisively snapped the necks of both men. At that moment, Han approached, extending her hand to catch the suspended Luo Yun. Oh, Sister Nuan. You arrived just in time. Had you been any later, those two would have taken me away. All is well now, is it not? By the way, where Chao Na and Yun Ning? Oh, I am not certain. They should be in the dormitory, I suppose. Luo Yun turned her head to glance around, perplexed. Where is my brother-in-law? It was then that Han realized that Yilei, who had been present just moments ago, had vanished, along with the bodies of the two men. Where could my sizable boyfriend have gone? Meanwhile, in the school square, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit addressed 100 uniformed men before him. Flanking him were two extraordinarily alluring women. As I suspected, Elder 7. You somehow survived that day. I am curious as to what malevolent sorcery you employed to preserve your life. Elder 7. Is it not somewhat improper to abduct individuals in broad daylight? As the words left his lips, the lifeless bodies, their necks twisted, were cast before the white-haired elder. He lifted his gaze to the corpses and chuckled. Yilei, shouldn't you still be trapped in the adversity realm? Blood Moon has not. Oh, him? He is likely still lying in the adversity realm, and I fear he shall not awaken for at least 2 or 3 days. Yilei approached Elder Qi with his hands tucked into his pockets. Chapter 184. The battle commences what? You think you can interfere with my abductions? Elder Qi, confident in his numbers, dismissed Yilei's words with a casual stroke of his goatee, exhibiting his disdain. The others present paused their actions upon Yilei's arrival, casting their gazes towards Elder Qi, anticipating his command. What are you staring at? Continue. Elder Qi ordered, prompting everyone to resume their tasks. I dare anyone to challenge me. Yilei let out a powerful roar, and instantly, a formidable aura surged forth. Very well, Yilei, today I shall engage with you, declared the 7th elder. Brandishing a long staff adorned with a crimson 5-clawed dragon, the famed dragon staff. Beneath his feet, 6 soul rings emerged, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. With a swift motion, he activated his first soul skill, Dragon Descent. A phantom red dragon materialized in the sky, descending directly towards Yilei. Yet, Yilei stood resolutely, seemingly unperturbed, remaining utterly still. As the red dragon was about to strike, the 7th elder unleashed his second soul skill, Wave Water Blade. 2 luminous blades of water, forged from elemental essence, soared from the distance, shattering the descending dragon. Oldie, we are here to assist you. Behind Yilei, 7 figures came to a halt, one of whom called out to him, Thank you, Old Yang. Yilei chuckled lightly, gazing at the 7th elder, and remarked, 7th elder, the odds of 8 of us against your 100 seem quite fair to you. However, it matters little, for the individuals you have brought are mere drivel. Inflating your own importance, Yilei, you are excessively arrogant. Attack. With the conclusion of the 7th elder's words, 2 women beside him surged forward, followed by the remaining soldiers, who also summoned their martial spirits and charged ahead. Leave those 2 women to me. The rest are yours, Yilei instructed. Understood. The 7 responded in unison, promptly activating their martial spirits, their eyes alertly fixed on the approaching soldiers. Among the 2 women, the one adorned with a 9-headed serpent tattoo on her collarbone was the first to advance, leaping high into the night air. She bore 6 soul rings, similarly configured to those of the 7th elder, with the 3rd purple soul ring illuminating. 3rd soul skill, Medusa. Upon hearing the name Medusa, an alarm bell rang in Yilei's mind. He swiftly turned to the 7 behind him and shouted, Do not look directly into her eyes. Yilei could no longer afford to worry about anything else. He leaped directly into action. I must interrupt her soul skill, otherwise the sensation of being petrified is far from pleasant. He unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Web Restraint. In Yilei's hand, a purple light coalesced and was hurled directly towards the visage of the snake woman. With a resounding whoosh, the violet orb instantaneously transformed into a web of azure silver emperor vines, effectively obstructing the path before the snake woman and thwarting the white mist-like beams emanating from her eyes. However, upon contact with the white mist, the web of vines released by Yilei was petrified in an instant. The 1st soul skill, Scorpion Blade, manifested as 4 black blades of light that shattered the petrified silver emperor vines, hurtling rapidly toward Yilei's direction. What? The 2nd soul skill, Crimson Rock. A colossal wall of crimson stone surged up before Yilei, successfully blocking each of the 4 blades of light. As the stone wall descended, 2 figures came into Yi Lei's view, behind which stood a massive black scorpion and a serpent with 6 heads of deep green hue. Meanwhile, on the other side, a voice rang out, "Little sister, this is not a place for you. Prepare yourself." Dozens of individuals shifted directions and charged towards Song Yang and his companions, with the first encounter being the one holding a deep blue flower, Joanna. The second soul skill, Sword Dragon Disarm. The first soul skill, Gale Spikes. The 2 individuals leading the charge revealed their martial spirits. One, a jet black sword dragon, and the other, a completely black eagle. Both bore red markings all over their bodies, enhancing the aura of slaughter surrounding their martial spirits. The enormous sword dragon released its interspersed black and red bony plates, launching them at peculiar angles towards Joanna, while the black eagle flapped its wings, transforming its feathers into elongated spikes that densely shot towards her. "You shall not succeed." A blue-violet figure swiftly darted over Joanna's head, landing in front of her. The first soul skill, Mammoth Body. In Jing Hang's eyes, blue light flickered as 2 violet soul rings manifested around his waist. The first soul ring illuminated, summoning a colossal mammoth that shielded Jing Hang within its massive form. With a thunderous roar, the mammoth shattered the soul skills unleashed by the 2 soul masters. The second soul skill, Hidden Sea Illusion. Under Jing Hang's protection, Joanna activated her second soul skill, her 2 purple soul rings radiating brilliantly. As the second soul ring glowed, blossoms of hidden sea flowers erupted from beneath the feet of the approaching elders and soul masters, releasing a faint blue mist. Not good, it's poisonous. The soul masters rushing into the illusion quickly covered their mouths and noses. Joanna gently placed her hand on Jing Hang's shoulder, signaling that it was time to act. The second soul skill, Thunderous Stampede. The corners of Jing Hang's eyes flickered with purple lightning as the second soul ring at his waist illuminated. Instantly, his right leg surged with electric energy. Jing Hang slowly lifted his right leg, then brought it down with force. The mammoth behind him mirrored his movements, raising its front foot high before crashing it down. In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted, causing the ground before Jing Hang to fracture, and massive stones were propelled into the blue floral mist by the purple electric net. At that moment, the enemy was jolted and thrown into disarray, lifted into the air by the trembling earth. This was the second soul skill, Giant Wave Water Blade. As the enemy soared aloft, Song Yang promptly unleashed his second soul skill, sealing the enemy's fate. Bang! With the enemy's body crashing down, Jing Hang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This marked the first time Jing Hang had employed his second soul skill, Thunderous Stomp, since acquiring his second soul ring. Initially, when the 5 of them received their second soul rings with Yi Lei's assistance, Jing Hang inadvertently became separated from them. While searching for his companions, he sensed movement ahead. At that time, his martial soul only possessed defensive abilities, so he unhesitatingly released the head soul bone skill in that direction, unexpectedly slaying a 3,000-year-old gluttonous divine bull. In that moment, Jing Hang yearned for a second soul skill and unreservedly absorbed the soul ring produced by the gluttonous divine bull, fortuitously inheriting its innate skill, War Stomp, and subsequently elevating his soul power level, now just a step away from becoming a soul master at level 30. P.S. Off work. December 5th, Chapter 186, A Fierce Battle. Beep. The martial soul scan is complete. Hydra, martial soul, 9 nether Rakshasa Snake Emperor, with 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 4 black soul rings. Soul power level 61. Scorpion, martial soul Dark Dragon Claw Scorpion, with 2 purple and 4 black soul rings. Soul power level 63. Xiao Xiong, martial soul Spiral Dragon Staff, with 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Soul power level 67. The voice of the soul beast detector resonated from Yi Lei's left arm into his ears. What? I never expected that the 7th Elder's soul power would surpass mine by several levels. Yet, to my astonishment, although these 2 women do not possess soul power as high as the 7th Elderess, their soul ring configurations are indeed superior. It seems they are 2 of the 4 trusted subordinates of the 7th Elder, aside from Blood Moon. This is likely to be a fierce battle. After hearing the result, Yi Lei murmured softly, his brow furrowing as 6 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, swirling around his waist. What? 200,000-year soul rings? How is that possible? The Hydra instinctively took a step back, astonished. What is there to fear? With his worthless martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, no matter how many soul rings he possesses, it is of no consequence. Our combined strength is more than sufficient to handle him. And let us not forget that the elder is also present, the scorpion replied calmly. Understood, sister, the Hydra nodded in agreement. Let us attack together and subdue him. With that, he charged forward first. Second soul skill, nine-headed flame. The Hydra unleashed his second soul skill, as the 9 heads of the abyssal serpent emperor behind him opened their mouths, unleashing 9 fiery projectiles towards Yilei. Third soul skill, scorpion tail spin. The scorpion's tail transformed into a long, sharp stinger, and she began to spin wildly, glinting with a chilling light as she advanced towards Yilei. Third soul skill, spider web bind. Upon witnessing this, Yilei gritted his teeth, and a violet orb of light coalesced in his hand, which he hurled directly at the swirling scorpion. With a downward press of his right hand, Yilei summoned a towering array of blue-silver royal vines that rose before him, effectively obstructing the approach of the onrushing 9-headed flame. What? The web of constraints failed to subdue her, and moreover, the second soul skill of the Hydra bore a burning effect, since control proved futile against her. Let us see what my Flame Lord can achieve. Activating the third soul skill, Infernal Flame Armor, the transformation of his martial spirit commenced, unveiling 4 soul rings corresponding to the Flame Lord. The third ring shimmered to life, and instantly, a formidable crimson armor enveloped Yulei's entire being. With the fourth soul skill, Purgatory Twin Blades, now at the ready, he summoned forth the power of his soul once more. In the blink of an eye, a small pool of magma materialized before him. Yilei swiftly plunged his hands into the ground, just as the frenetic scorpion approached. Behold my defense. Yilei quickly withdrew the twin blades from the earth, delivering a powerful strike to the scorpion's tail, sending it hurtling backward. What manner of soul skill is this? Capable of countering my scorpion tail's whirlwind with a mere slash? This fellow possesses some merit. Let him experience my technique, fourth soul skill, Scorpion's Inferno Strike. In an instant, 2 orbs of flame materialized in the scorpion's hands, each swelling larger, transforming from red to a deep black. Embrace your doom. The scorpion's hands pressed together, merging the 2 black flames into a singular, fearsome beam of dark fire that surged toward Yilei. P.S. Off work. December 6th, Chapter 187, Wrath. First soul skill, Purgatory Lava Break. Yilei gazed at the black flames surging towards him, and with a flicker of crimson light emanating from his right hand, the magma energy began to coalesce gradually. In an instant, a pillar of molten rock erupted from his fist. A resounding boom followed as the 2 fiery columns collided, resulting in a violent explosion that forced both Yilei and the scorpion poison back several paces. Cough, cough, cough. The scorpion poison clutched her chest, coughing violently, even expelling a bit of blood. Sister, are you seeking death? Fifth soul skill, Rakshas's Devouring Flow. Witnessing her sister's injury, the Hydra was instantly filled with fury. The 5th black soul ring at her waist glowed brilliantly. Behind her, the martial spirit, the 9 nether Rakshas's Serpent King, was enveloped in a dense black mist interspersed with dark green luminescence, emanating an overwhelming aura accompanied by a foul stench that pervaded the area. This is bad. This noxious odor, could it be that her 5th soul ring is derived from the millennia-old Phosphor Serpent King? Yet, this scent does not seem quite right. Yilei naturally detected the pungent odor, his mind not recognizing which serpentine soul beast bore such a potent venom. Host, this is not the venom of the 10,000-year-old Bicheong Serpent King, but rather that of a mutated serpentine soul beast known as the Emerald Jade Emperor Serpent, which boasts an age of 30,000 years. Its toxin is several times more potent than that of the Bicheong Serpent King and is, in fact, the natural adversary of the latter, making it exceedingly rare. The system's voice promptly appeared, informing Yilei about the situation regarding the 5th soul skill of the Hydra. Emerald Jade Emperor? Could it be that this soul skill is a fusion of darkness and the venom of the Emerald Jade Emperor? No, if I employ this technique, Hanwan and the others would be unable to withstand it. Thus, I must resort to this. Since your martial souls are all of the darkness attribute, I shall also utilize a dark-based skill, the dual soulbone combination skill, Infernal Demon Slash. Yilei simultaneously activated the left leg bone of the human face and the right arm bone of the infernal fire scythe. Instantly, a colossal light slash imbued with immense malevolence surged forth towards the Hydra. I shall render you bone-dead and crippled. The Hydra pointed with its right hand, and in that moment, the ominous and mist-laden figure of the 9 nether Rakshasa Serpent King surged towards Yilei at an astonishing speed. 6th soul skill, Blue-Silver Devil Entwines, raining from the heavens. Yi Lei's lips curled slightly as he seamlessly transitioned his martial spirit, unleashing the sixth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor. In an instant, a multitude of Blue-Silver Emperor vines materialized, effectively obstructing the path of the Hydra's fifth soul skill. In terms of soul skill potency, I shall not yield to you. You too shall remain here, confined. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. The 9 nether demonic serpent emperor crashed heavily against Yi Lei's sixth soul skill, the dense black mist swiftly corroding a significant number of Blue-Silver Emperor vines. However, the entirety of the fifth soul skill was expended, and beneath the feet of the Hydra and the Scorpion, 2 prisons suddenly emerged, firmly ensnaring both of them, rendering any of their attacks futile. Elder 7, it is now your turn. I must forewarn you, do not blame me for taking advantage of your age. The so-called Elder Hall will inevitably face my personal eradication one day. Very well, Yi Lei, you are quite ambitious. However, I fear I shall not live to see that day. For today, I shall personally bring your end, and as for your companions and family, I will relish in tormenting them until they wish for death. Upon finishing, Elder 7 burst into a boisterous laughter. You dare. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Upon hearing the news, Yi Lei was instantly consumed by rage, a fierce intent to kill flickering in his eyes. Grasping the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, he charged directly towards Elder Chi. Sister, use that move. All right. Chapter 188. Injured the Scorpion and the Hydra each extended a hand, facing each other from a distance. Between their hands, a swirling dance of dark green and crimson light intertwined. Behind them, the ethereal silhouettes of a scorpion and a serpent gradually emerged, slowly merging. You shall perish. Yi Lei's eyes were a vivid crimson, and the Blue-Silver Emperor's spear he held in his hand gradually became tinged with a hint of red. Yi Lei cast his Blue-Silver Emperor spear into the air, executing a magnificent backflip kick with his right foot that forcefully propelled the spear's tail toward the chest of the 7th Elder. Utilizing the Soulbone skill from his left leg, the Spider Emperor's Violet Slash, and the Infernal Side's Soulbone skill from his right arm, the Infernal Side's Flash. A dazzling combination of purple and red light slices struck the tail of the spear, amplifying its power and velocity. How intriguing. The 4th soul skill, Dragon Coil. You shall not unleash your soul skill. The 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Thrust Formation. The moment Yi Lei landed, he struck the ground with his palm, activating the 4th soul ring at his waist, which instantaneously transformed a multitude of Blue-Silver Emperor vines into sharp spikes, ensnaring the 7th Elder along with his dragon coiling staff. What? Just as the 7th Elder was taken aback, the Blue-Silver Emperor's spear pierced through his right chest. Penetrating deeply, he was struck back, his form collapsing as he fell heavily to the ground, the dragon coiling staff rolling away to a distance. Elder! The sisters Scorpion and Hydra exclaimed in unison, their auras surging dramatically, shattering Yi Lei's Blue-Silver prison. You shall pay for your actions. Prepare to face the wrath of our sisterly bond. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Rakshasa Demon Dragon Flame. The 2 sisters, enveloped in a radiant display of 12 soul rings, 3 yellow, 8 purple, and 1 black, witnessed their martial souls merge into a swirling mass of black mist, obscuring their true form. With synchronized force, they unleashed their fists, each adorned with a dark dragon's head emanating crimson light. The 2 dragon heads intertwined mid-air, coalescing into a larger, more formidable dragon head, shrouded in even denser black mist, hurtling directly toward Yi Lei. What? Another martial soul fusion technique. This could spell disaster. 3rd soul skill, 1,000-ton flame armor. 2nd soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yi Lei instantly switched his martial soul while simultaneously activating the 2nd and 3rd soul skills of the Flame Lord. In an instant, he donned a suit of crimson armor, and before him stood a formidable stone wall. A massive dark dragon's head crashed down upon the stone barrier, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Yi Lei hurtling backward. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and desperately channeled his soul power to maintain the Crimson Rock. Observing that Yi Lei managed to withstand their martial soul fusion technique, the 2 sisters fervently summoned their own soul power, intensifying the fusion strength once more. The dark dragon's head radiated an even more ominous glow, exuding an aura of terror. This time, Yi Lei could not hold on. The dragon's head erupted, shattering his armor and sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting forth from his mouth as he fell heavily. Elder, are you all right? Do you need assistance? The Hydra swiftly teleported to the side of the 7th Elder, helping him up with a look of concern. I'm fine, but we must withdraw our forces, the Scorpion Elder replied, his gaze dimming as he turned to observe the 7 combatants engaged with the soldiers of the 7th Elder, particularly noting the striking figure with a pair of blue wings. 6th Soul Skill, Dragon Claw Steel Spike. Behind the Scorpion, a massive dark dragon claw scorpion materialized, its pincers shimmering with a sinister light as sharp, thick spikes coalesced in the air. Go. The Scorpion raised his right hand, his slender fingers tightening suddenly. In an instant, a multitude of spikes surged forth like a tidal wave toward Han Wan and her companions, transforming into a streak of black light, moving at an astonishing speed. Damn it. This has gone awry. My soul power is nearly depleted, but it is worth it if it means inflicting serious harm on the 7th Elder. Yilei knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest, his face glistening with a sheen of cold sweat as he gasped for breath. Upon raising his head, he was met with a sight that sent tremors through his heart. New Anyuan. With a sudden flash, Yilei appeared before the 7 individuals still engaged in battle. A fierce crimson light erupted from within him, unleashing a formidable aura that sent the Elder's 7 resident soldiers, who were intent on attacking the 7, tumbling backward. This unexpected turn of events left Han Wan and her companions momentarily stunned, causing them to retract the soul skills they had been poised to unleash. Without a moment to exchange words, Yilei summoned the remaining essence of his soul power to activate his 2nd soul skill. Instantly, a wall of stone, even more formidable than the previous one, rose before him. As the stone wall ascended, the 6th soul skill of the Scorpion arrived at the scene. The Elder's 7 resident soldiers, caught unawares, were pierced through the chest by sharp steel spikes, extinguishing their life force, which then surged into the Scorpion's being. The relentless barrage of steel spikes struck the stone wall of Yilei's 2nd soul skill, causing numerous indentations to mar its surface, while chunks of rock were dislodged by the ceaseless onslaught. At this moment, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Yilei's forehead, and his soul power was rapidly depleting. His 2nd soul skill, Nine-Headed Flame, was unleashed. The 9-headed serpent rose, channeling its full soul power to activate its own 2nd soul skill. Consequently, 9 orbs of fiery light hurtled toward Yilei's crimson rock at a breathtaking speed, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yilei's soul skill was utterly obliterated in the ensuing explosion, and several steel spikes seized the opportunity, piercing Yilei's body before he could react, resulting in multiple gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. Han Wan, having taken a few steps forward, witnessed this harrowing scene. Blood erupted from Yilei's right shoulder, splattering onto her delicate visage. The warmth on her face caused her movements to falter, and her gaze became momentarily vacant. Before she could voice her concerns, the words were swallowed back in shock. Yilei staggered backward a few steps, blood spilling from his mouth, his face instantly drained of color, rendered ghastly pale. The Scorpion, having achieved its objective, assisted the Hydra in lifting the 7th Elder, and in an instant, the 3 vanished from sight. Yilei, after a considerable time, Han Wan regained her composure, swiftly approaching Yilei's side, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. What has happened to you? Han Wan's voice trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Yilei uttered not a single word, collapsing straight to the ground, where the once pristine surface was instantly stained crimson by his blood. Yilei, please don't frighten me. Respond, will you? Han Wan, witnessing Yilei's fall, hurriedly crouched down, struggling to turn him over, shaking his shoulders as she anxiously inquired. Go find Teacher Huang, Jushin. Haidang. With those final words, Yilei could no longer endure, his eyes fluttering shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yilei. In that moment, Han Wan's heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the academy square. P.S. Off work now. We'll continue tomorrow. December 9th, Chapter 190. Dear juniors, may I borrow your teacher for a moment? Warm sister, how is brother-in-law? The others, witnessing Yilei's rigid fall, hurriedly gathered around, with Xiaona quickly asking, I don't know. All I am aware of is that he has lost a great deal of blood. Han Wan's gaze was vacant, her delicate hands now smeared with crimson. Sister-in-law, please remain calm. Did Oldie say anything? He did. He mentioned finding Teacher Huang and something about Jiuxin Haidang. I am not quite sure what that means. Han Wan slightly shook her head, relaying everything she had just heard. Could it be that Oldie was referring to Teacher Huang from the 8th middle school? By the way, sister-in-law, do you remember what Teacher Huang's martial soul is? Song Yang, seemingly recalling something, asked urgently. Teacher Huang's martial soul is, wait. Teacher Huang's martial soul is indeed Jiuxin Haidang. Then we have no issues. Sister-in-law, please go to the 8th middle school to find teacher Huang and bring her here. She is the only one capable of healing old Ye's injuries, Song Yang instructed. All right, I will return shortly. With that, Han Yuan spread her phoenix wings and soared into the distance. Brother Yang, why do you want Warm's sister to find teacher Huang? I don't understand. Wang Yuning queried as she approached Song Yang, her face marked with confusion. If the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda is the pinnacle of auxiliary martial souls, then Jiuxin Haidang is the zenith of healing martial souls. Regardless of the number of soul rings, the soul skill remains singular, a comprehensive area healing. The higher the soul power, the more formidable the healing capability. Even fractures can be mended in an instant, as long as a Jiuxin Haidang soul master is present. Even if one wishes for death, it will not come to pass. Song Yang recalled the original text, emphasizing the key points. So you mean to say that teacher Huang can restore Yilei's injuries? Indeed, as Han Yuan soared through the sky at an exhilarating speed. Those below could only witness a streak of icy blue light whizzing past. Faster, faster, echoed the sentiments within her heart. In the blink of an eye, she found herself hovering over the campus of number 8 middle school. If memory served her right, today was Thursday, and teacher Huang was likely conducting a class in the senior 1st grade. After confirming her location, Han wandered down towards a classroom on the 2nd floor, only to be confronted by an obstacle, the white barriers installed in the corridors to prevent students from jumping. With a swift invocation of her first soul skill, Frost Feather, Han Yuan disregarded any caution and unleashed her ability, slicing through the white barriers surrounding the corridor of the senior 1st grade. A few icy blue feathers even pierced the front door of the classroom, startling those within. In a flurry, Han Yuan pushed open the classroom door and rushed inside, her wings still unfurled. Teacher Huang, I urgently need your assistance. Come with me to Rong University, she exclaimed, grabbing the astonished Huang Xiaosu and propelling her towards the exit. Just before they crossed the threshold, Han Yuan poked her head back into the classroom and added, Apologies, dear juniors, for the interruption. I'm borrowing your teacher Huang for a moment. With that, she flew out, supporting Huang Xiaosu under her arm, soaring over the damaged white barrier in the corridor. Teacher Huang, I sincerely apologize for the disruption. I truly didn't intend to interrupt your class. Today, the Elder 7 Hall forcibly abducted individuals at our school, and we had a confrontation with them. Yilei was gravely injured while protecting us and has now succumbed to unconsciousness. We urgently require your healing skills. Han Yuan explained as they sped through the air, recounting the day's events in detail. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the atmosphere was chaotic, akin to a bustling marketplace. As students buzzed with excitement. Was that just now the illustrious Han Yuan, one of the 2 great prodigies from last year's graduating class? She is simply breathtaking. Especially those icy blue wings behind her. They are utterly captivating. She is the epitome of an ethereal beauty. From this day forth, I declare Han Yuan my romantic interest. Hold your horses. You might want to reconsider that thought. If Senior Yi finds out, you may not live to tell the tale. Once Han Yuan whisked Huang Xiaosu away, the senior 1st grade erupted into a cacophony of chatter. What on earth is happening? The noise is so loud I can hear it from my office downstairs. Where's Xiaosu? ISNT at teacher Huang's class right now? As the atmosphere in the 1st year class reached a crescendo, a rather boisterous voice echoed from outside the door. The presence was felt before the person was seen. The voice arrived ahead, epitomizing such individuals. Shu Ting, the class leader of the 1st year cohort, intended to ascend to the 2nd floor, only to be met with the raucous clamor emanating from the exemplary class of her grade, which instantly incensed her. With a sharp shout, she strode over. Upon entering the classroom, the previously boisterous students fell silent, their heads bowed, unable to meet Shu Ting's gaze. And what is the situation with your classroom door and the outer railing? Who will explain this to me? Who has been employing soul skills within the school and damaging property? Class leader, where are you? Stand up. Shu Ting's temper flared, and her peripheral vision caught sight of the severed white railing in the corridor and the classroom door riddled with holes, igniting her fury even further. With a thud, as her words echoed, a bespectacled girl seated at the front sprang to her feet, causing her chair to topple over with a loud crash. C-class leader. Teacher Huang has been taken away by Senior Han. Senior Han. Which Senior Han? The one who just graduated, Han Yuan. Oh, it's nothing at all. Internet manager. Come up here and find a movie to show the entire class, but keep the volume down. With that, Shu Ting exited to inspect other classes. Teacher Huang, we have arrived. Please begin. I apologize for the trouble. It did not take long for Han Yuan to return to Rong University. directly placing Huang Xiaoshu beside Yi Lei's injured form. Oh my goodness! Upon landing, Huang Xiaoshu was met with the sight of Yi Lei's grievous injuries. Unable to suppress a gasp, after a moment of composure, she declared, I understand now. Leave it to me. First soul skill, blossoming begonia. With a flourish of her hands, a sea blue flower materialized in her right hand, while two yellow soul rings flickered beneath her feet. Beneath Yi Lei's body, a patch of begonia blossoms gradually emerged, enveloping him in a shimmering azure light. Several petals danced gracefully in the wind, gently descending into Yi Lei's bloody wounds. In the gaze of the 7 onlookers, the injuries on Yi Lei began to heal at a remarkable pace. His once pallid and bloodless cheeks gradually regained a rosy hue. However, just as the healing reached its midpoint, the restoration process slowed significantly. Old Yi, having exhausted his soul energy during his injury, had little remaining within him. We should assist him, Song Yang remarked, patting Chen Sitsai on the shoulder. The latter nodded, and, alongside Song Yang, settled on either side of Yi Lei. With their hands forming intricate seals, they began to channel their soul energy into his body. As the two streams of energy surged in, Yi Lei suddenly sat upright, inhaling deeply. P.S. Work is over. I am truly at a loss for words. The weather in Fuzhou is simply abysmal. December 11th, Chapter 192, Kidnapping. Oh my goodness, it hurts like hell. If I ever encounter those 2 women again, I swear I will flay their skin and strip their tendons. Yi Lei exclaimed after sitting up, but it seemed he had strained his wounds. His expression stiffening as he collapsed back down, occasionally emitting a soft whimper. Stop pretending and get up. Han Wan, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached Yi Lei and gently kicked his left shoulder. I know what you're like. Hurry up and thank Teacher Huang. She interrupted her class to come and save you. You ought to express your gratitude. As soon as the words left her lips, Yi Lei sprang to his feet with a sudden motion, his complexion now vibrant. Were it not for his blood-stained attire and the crimson splatters on the ground, one would hardly believe he had just moments ago collapsed in a pool of blood. Thank you, Teacher Huang. I appreciate your help. Tonight, Han Wan and I would like to treat you to dinner. Yi Lei, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Uncertain of what to say, Huang Xiaoshu was about to refuse, but before she could utter a word, she suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. As she reached back to touch it, she pulled out a slender, sharp spike. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed backward. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a dark mist surged forth, whisking Huang Xiaoshu away. How dare they snatch someone right before my eyes? This is utterly reckless. The soul-bone skill of the left leg of the human-faced creature, the spirit hunting ground. Yi Lei instantaneously unleashed his domain skill, a formidable aura radiating forth. His self-created soul technique, the 4 flames ascending domain, was activated. In releasing this unique domain, Yi Lei also ensured to envelop Song Yang, Han Wan, and Xiao Na with his soul power, providing them with a protective shield to mitigate the oppressive force of the 4 flames ascending domain. Upon sensing that those who had abducted Huang Xiaoshu were ensnared within the domain, Yi Lei boldly declared, regardless of your identities, release the captives at once, or I shall ensure that you meet a fate most dire. Yi Lei clenched his right hand tightly, and immediately, magma surged throughout the entire domain, accompanied by immense fire meteors crashing down upon the ground. Not far away, 5 figures were thus forced out by the fiery meteors and the erupting magma, one of whom bore another person upon his shoulder. Yi Lei's demeanor shifted abruptly, and alongside him, the 7 companions instantaneously materialized before the 5 individuals. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these 8 figures, the 5 instantly assumed a combative stance, their 4 soul rings glimmering with brilliance at their waists. How dare you? Mere insignificant minions, attempt to seize someone in my presence? Do you not consider your own worthiness? I shall refrain from further discourse, release the individual, and perhaps I may allow you to depart from this place unscathed. Yi Lei spoke with an imposing calmness, exuding a chilling aura that instilled trepidation in all present. If I refuse, we shall certainly take this woman with us today. Your numbers are of no consequence, declared one among the 5, seemingly their leader. To take her away is not impossible, but can you truly best us? Brothers, together now. The remaining 7 awaited Yi Lei's words. As soon as he finished speaking, they swiftly unleashed their martial spirits. The emergence of several purple spirit rings was indeed striking. A heavy knock echoed from the wooden door, disturbing an elder behind it. Enter, came the frail voice from beyond the door, causing the 3 at the entrance to momentarily pause. After a brief hesitation, They slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Esteemed elder, the mission to capture the 5 intruders has failed. Their heads have been presented at the entrance of your residence, reported Geotuti, bowing respectfully. Though a hint of guilt laced his tone, for those beheaded were his subordinates. Very well, they were but insignificant pawns. Their demise is inconsequential. As for their families, you know what must be done. Understood. I shall ensure their families are brought forth tonight as offerings to you. You may withdraw. Yes. Geotuti replied with a deep bow and exited, closing the door behind him. Now, tell me, how goes the development of the soul-guiding armor? Reporting to the 7th Elder. The development of the soul-guiding armor is progressing smoothly. My subordinates have successfully crafted a piece from the 6 armor set, which is now in the experimental phase. Stated the chief assistant to the elder, holding a dossier. Oh, such speed. Bring it forth for me to see, the 7th Elder instructed, turning his chair to face the chief assistant. Of course. The chief assistant nodded and gestured towards the door. Soon, 2 researchers clad in lab coats entered, pushing a metal frame and unveiling it from beneath a red cloth before retreating. 7th Elder, this is the chest plate, crafted primarily from the scales of a millennial-old beast, further reinforced with bones from an iron-shelled tortoise, a thunderous tiger, and a bloodthirsty scorpion. Even in its unactivated state, it boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities, possessing the skills of bloodthirst and thunderous armor. The core of this armor is infused with the heart's blood of several millennia-old fire attribute soul beasts, granting it an innate resistance to fire attribute attacks from soul masters. A chest plate, emanating a crimson glow, was reverently cradled by the chief aide of the elder and presented before the 7th Elder. Very well, this soul-guiding bone armor shall be entrusted to you for allocation. I must also implore you to have your subordinates forge for complete sets, all of which must be of the 10,000-year grade, to be utilized by the 4-corner core. As for mine, I shall use my essence to refine it. Remember, I require the capability to completely withstand the fire attribute soul skill attacks. With that, the 7th Elder waved his right hand, causing a small glass vial to fall into the hands of the chief aide. Understood, my lord. Oldie, when will teacher Huang awaken? It has already been 2 hours, inquired Song Yang, standing beside Yi Lei, observing the silhouette of Wang Yuning vigilantly guarding the bedside. It is difficult to say. Back then, I too unknowingly inhaled the substance. Before the soldier, who ambushed me, rendered me unconscious, my bodily functions had already begun to stiffen. Though it went unnoticed, given teacher Huang's prowess, she may remain in a state of unconsciousness for another 2 to 3 days. Yi Lei rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. The 7th Elder is truly despicable, forcefully seizing what is ours within our school. Even after failing, he remains undeterred and has the audacity to set his sights on teacher Huang. I genuinely wish to strike him down. Song Yang clenched his fists tightly, a faint shadow of an alligator materializing behind him. Do not be hasty. Their cultivation has been enhanced through cruel and sinister methods, and their soul power escalates even faster than mine. If we wish to triumph over them, we must accelerate our training. You all need to strive to elevate your soul power beyond level 30. I will assist you in finding suitable 10,000-year soul bones. When the time comes, we shall settle the score with them. In Yi Lei's eyes, a flicker of cold light shimmered, and the subtly emanating aura caused the entire room to tremble slightly. As a side note, the workday has concluded, and tomorrow is Friday. Another week is swiftly drawing to a close. December 14th, Chapter 195, The Rampaging Savage Crocodile King. Old Yang, please keep an eye on this for me. I must step out for a matter. Yi Lei gently patted Song Yang's shoulder before turning to open the door to the infirmary and stepping outside. Song Yang did not inquire further, for he was aware that Yi Lei never undertook endeavors without certainty. At this moment, Yi Lei's departure was driven by 2 objectives. Firstly, to seek out the treasures of heaven and earth and discover precious medicinal herbs, and secondly, to procure the 3rd soul ring for Song Yang and his 5 companions. As for their 3rd soul ring, they could contemplate selecting a spirit beast nearing 10,000 years of cultivation. For now, it was prudent to hunt for old Yangs. With a swift movement, Yi Lei arrived at the teleportation array within the campus. Instantly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original location. Upon re-entering the splendid platinum-hued edifice, Yi Lei couldn't help but furrow his brow. For the sight before him was almost beyond belief. The once majestic structure had fallen into a state of disrepair. The floor, which had previously gleamed with a pristine white sheen, was now covered in dust. The surrounding walls bore deep gashes, and not far from the azure vortex, the The ground was stained with dark, dried blood, evidence of a long-past struggle. As he ventured further, the bloodstains multiplied, accompanied by the grim sight of shattered bones. What could have transpired? Had the territory of the Elder Seven's residence been ravaged by a soul beast? To annihilate the soldiers stationed here. This soul beast must possess a power of at least 10,000 years. Yilei crouched down on the ground and picked up a shattered silver nameplate that lay before him. Yilei toyed with the exquisite brand in his hand. Lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a dull sound emanated from a short distance behind him, startling Yilei into a swift turn. In an instant, his martial spirit manifested, simultaneously activating the skill of the left leg soul bone of the Spider King, the mental hunting ground, to survey his surroundings. Something felt amiss. The aura was that of a 30,000-year-old soul beast, accompanied by numerous thousand-year soul beasts. It appeared to be a species, with the ancient soul beast likely serving as their sovereign. As Yilei pondered this, several massive black blades surged towards him. Yilei's figure momentarily became ethereal as he deftly evaded the onslaught of descending black blade strikes. The assault persisted, intensifying with a multitude of black blades converging from all directions. In a moment of desperation, Yilei invoked the third soul skill of the Flame Lord, thereby augmenting his defensive capabilities. A colossal roar echoed from afar, drawing nearer, until Yilei finally discerned the approaching soul beast. Beep. The scan concluded. The soul beast was the rampant crocodile king, age 37, 500 years, a mutated soul beast endowed with the skills of rampant blade and crocodile's fang strike, along with a domain skill, rampant domain. The soul beast detector promptly relayed all pertinent information to Yilei. The rampant crocodile king, being a mutated entity, appeared to possess the pair of wings on its back as a compensatory adaptation, significantly enhancing the speed that crocodilian soul beasts typically lack. This particular soul beast seemed quite suitable for serving as the third soul ring for Lao Yang, albeit its age was somewhat excessive. Yilei's gaze remained fixated on the immense crocodile in the near distance, his mind racing with thoughts. However, with so many millennium-old rampant crocodiles surrounding him, there was no shortage of options for Lao Yang's third soul ring. Yilei's lips curled slightly as the crimson armor enveloping him faded away, replaced by the blue-silver emperor that spread beneath his feet, alongside the 4 black and 2 red soul rings adorning his waist. As he gazed at the colossal creature emerging from the shadows, he couldn't help but scrutinize it. The soul beast measured nearly 30 meters in length, its enormous wings slowly flapping, generating gusts of wind. Its body was adorned with intricate gold and black patterns, and within its slightly ajar maw, sharp steel teeth glimmered menacingly. A massive tail constituted a third of its entire form, and its dazzling golden eyes fixed intently upon Yilei. Behind it, dozens of crocodiles, bearing the same ornate patterns, crawled forth, and with its roar, more ferocious crocodiles emerged from all directions, encircling Yilei. Goodness, this is far more than I had anticipated. There must be at least 100 of them here. This is troublesome. I cannot afford to expend soul power in this situation. I must act swiftly. 4th soul skill, blue-silver spike array. Yilei's right hand flashed with a blue light as he suddenly crouched down, extending his arms straight toward the ground. In an instant, numerous blue-silver royal vines transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through the bodies of dozens of frenzied barbaric crocodiles, blood dripping from the vines onto the earth. How? The ancient frenzied barbaric crocodiles, drawn by the scent of blood, crawled forward, pulling down the bodies of their comrades impaled on the blue-silver spikes and began to devour them. Can it be? They are actually consuming the corpses of their own kind. Yilei was left in stunned disbelief at this scene. Roar. The frenzied barbaric crocodile king let out a tremendous roar, its golden pupils flashing ominously, causing an inexplicable sense of dread to swell within Yilei. What is happening? Why do I feel a chill in my heart? The bodies of the previously slain frenzied barbaric crocodiles were consumed to the bone by the others, leaving only a pool of blood and shattered bones on the ground. Their once radiant golden pupils were now tainted with a crimson hue, and they all turned their gaze towards Yilei, with several rushing toward him at an alarming speed. At that moment, the colossal body of the frenzied barbaric crocodile king rose high, its short forelimbs crashing heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its immense weight. Suddenly, a gigantic crocodile head illusion materialized swiftly beneath Yilei's feet, its mouth agape, poised to snap shut. What on earth? They are resorting to such treachery. Yilei was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but he swiftly leaped high into the air, evading the assault of the phantom. However, The raging savage crocodiles that charged toward him did not fare as well. They were mercilessly torn to shreds by the colossal apparition, their blood and shattered flesh splattering onto the ground with a resounding thud. This must be one of the two formidable abilities possessed by the savage crocodile king. The savage bite. Indeed, this skill is remarkably powerful and fitting as old Yang's third spirit skill, Yilei contemplated as he observed the scene below. Host. This attack is a mutated version of the savage bite, and it represents its most potent strike. Nonetheless, no matter how formidable it may be, it shall ultimately become a defeated foe of mine, Yilei remarked softly. First spirit skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. In an instant, Yilei switched his martial soul in midair and unleashed the first soul skill of the Flame Lord. A colossal pillar of magma surged forth, hurtling towards the rampaging Crocodile King. Just as the magma column was about to descend upon the rampaging Crocodile King's head, a voice emanated from the entrance's teleportation array, capturing Yilei's attention. Seizing this opportunity, the rampaging Crocodile King, along with several of its ferocious companions, unleashed the Savage Blade, sending forth dozens of black light blades aimed at Yilei. This is bad. The infernal scythe flashed forth. Yilei regained his composure, his right hand shimmering with a crimson glow. Two massive red blades of light intersected, colliding with the tenacious blades, resulting in a violent surge of soul energy. Do you seek your own demise? As Yilei landed, he beheld several individuals entering through the doorway and could not help but express his outrage. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, his eyes widened in astonishment. Mother, father, uncle, aunt, what brings you here? Among those who walked in, he was familiar with most, including some upperclassmen from his school, while the remaining four comprised Yi Junqing and her companions. It seemed they had come together, perhaps in pursuit of a third spirit ring, only to encounter his schoolmates. Yi Junqing quickly assessed the situation and entered her martial spirit manifestation state, her 9 ice blue tails swaying gracefully behind her. So, little Lei, what exactly is happening here? Why are there so many crocodiles? These soul beasts are the rampaging barbaric crocodiles. They are pack creatures, under the leadership of their alpha. They have slaughtered the soldiers stationed here, transforming this place into their lair. That one over there, with wings on its back, is their king, aged 30,000 years. As he spoke, Yilei braced himself against a rampaging barbaric crocodile lunging at him, delivering a powerful kick that severed its neck, sending the lifeless body crashing into the approaching horde of soul beasts, momentarily halting their advance. Father, I implore you, ensure their safety. Yilei twisted his wrist and glanced at Yi Junqing, then spoke. Yi Junqing glanced at the students before her, who were rendered speechless by the scene unfolding. She reassured them, do not worry. I happen to be eager to demonstrate my skills. With that, she unleashed her second soul technique, the Xianbing Storm. Yi Junqing cast a glance at the rampaging savage crocodile that was climbing towards them, a faint smile gracing her lips as she swiftly activated her second spirit ability. In an instant, a tempestuous gust of wind accompanied by an array of ice blades enveloped the savage crocodile, leaving it grievously wounded. Meanwhile, with Yi Junqing and her companions drawing the attention of the 1,000-year-old savage crocodiles, Yilei was free to focus entirely on the 30,000-year-old savage crocodile king. It was time for it to meet its demise. He unleashed his sixth spirit ability, the blue-silver demon bind, as he charged towards the savage crocodile king, his right hand shimmering with a radiant blue-gold light. A multitude of blue-silver emperor vines manifested in the air, swiftly ensnaring the colossal form of the savage crocodile king, securing it firmly to the ground. Roar! The savage crocodile king's brilliant golden pupils transformed into slits as an overwhelming aura erupted from its being, shattering the blue-silver emperor vines that bound it. In a flash, it unleashed several ferocious blades and lashed out with its tail at Yilei. This was troublesome. It had entered its realm of fury. Cursed be this fate, for now, its combat prowess would multiply several times over, simultaneously enhancing the strength of its kin. A swift resolution was imperative. He prepared to execute the combined skill of his twin soul bones, the infernal demon slash. Behind Yilei, the Flame Lord materialized, unleashing a colossal beam of light that surged towards the rampaging savage crocodile king. This formidable strike not only intercepted the savage blade, but also severed its sweeping tail with a single, decisive cut. The soul bone skill of the Azure Tempest's right arm, Shadow Gale Slash, manifested 5 dark green blades of light that descended upon one of the creature's wings, cleaving it from the base and causing a torrent of black blood to erupt forth. The rampaging savage crocodile king, racked with pain, let out a piercing roar. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst. Yulei flashed forward, instantly arriving before the rampaging Crocodile King. His right hand shimmered with a crimson radiance, and a colossal pillar of magma erupted forth, plunging directly into the gaping maw of the rampaging Crocodile King. As the magma entered its body, the creature's brilliant golden pupils widened in shock, its insides roiling with molten fury. Within less than 3 seconds, it met a catastrophic demise. Its flesh and bones scattered across the ground. With the formidable adversary vanquished, it was time to address the lesser foes. Employing his fourth soul skill, the blue-silver spike formation, he unleashed another strike, claiming a significant number of soul beasts. The remaining soul beasts were systematically dealt with by Yi Junqing and her companions. Annie, I sincerely thank you for helping me seize that opportunity just now. Yilei approached Han's mother to express his gratitude. It was a trivial matter, merely consuming a little soul power, nothing more. Han's mother replied with a wave of her hand and a smile. By the way, mother, you and Annie still lack a third soul ring, correct? Fortunately, I have just the right ones for you. With that, Yilei plunged into the pile of corpses, rummaging until he extracted 2 bodies, which he then dragged before Tang Yuqing and Han's mother. These 2 soul beasts are over 4,000 years old, and the skills attached to their soul rings align perfectly with your needs. Now is the perfect time to absorb them. Tang Yuqing and Han's mother nodded, each selecting a soul beast and sitting down to commence the absorption of the soul rings. 2 purple soul rings detached from the bodies of the soul beasts, gracefully ascending and slowly descending onto the heads of Tang Yuqing and her companion. The 2 identical purple rings gradually materialized around their waists, and their martial spirits emerged in succession. Father, have you contemplated what type of soul skill you require? Yilei inquired after observing the absorption process of Tang Yuqing and her mother, moving to stand beside Yi Junqing. Well, I have given it considerable thought. My first soul skill, the mysterious wolf's howl, and my second, the mysterious ice storm, are both offensive in nature. Thus, for my third soul skill, I desire one that enhances or provides defense. Yi Junqing articulated her intentions and then turned to Yilei. Very well. We shall venture into the Stardow Forest shortly to seek a suitable soul beast. Yilei nodded in agreement, promptly summoning his infernal twin blades to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, meticulously extracting the beast souls from the remains of the fallen soul beasts. After several minutes, Yilei gazed at the mound of beast souls accumulating on the ground, lost in contemplation. All of these are souls over 1,000 years old. They will suffice to keep my soul hunting cannon well stocked with ammunition for an entire year. Today's fortune is rather favorable, having swiftly assisted Old Yang in acquiring both the third and fourth soul rings. Yilei toyed with the beast soul extracted from the mind of the rampaging Crocodile King when, suddenly, the system's voice resounded once more in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the rampaging crocodile's right arm soul bone. You have now collected 6 soul bones. As the system's voice faded, an image akin to a pictorial encyclopedia abruptly manifested in Yilei's consciousness. One previously vacant slot now displayed the visage of the rampaging Crocodile King, alongside a newly acquired soul bone. Adjacent to it were 5 similar slots, each showcasing the soul beasts, the human-faced Spider Emperor, the thousand-weighted Ant Emperor, the Azure White Tiger, the Hellfire Scythe Mantis, and the Lightning Demon Tiger. The emergence of this pictorial encyclopedia momentarily disoriented Yilei. Indeed, he had forgotten that over the past 2 months, he had amassed 6 soul bones, all of which were of the 10,000-year grade or higher. As Yilei observed the 3 soul bones gradually manifesting on his left leg, right arm, and torso, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a crack echoed nearby. The long-deceased rampaging Crocodile King began to emit a golden radiance once more. This resplendent light coalesced upon the creature's right forelimb, and with a sound reminiscent of shattering bone, a brilliant golden soul bone detached from the corpse, hovering in the air and radiating a dazzling glow. The students from Rome University, who had initially arrived at the scene alongside Yi Junqing and the others, were now huddled together in fear at the sight of the scattered soul beasts. 2 among them attempted to flee, only to find their path obstructed by dozens of soul beasts emerging from the teleportation array behind them. They could only cower in a corner, relying on the protection of Yi Junqing and her companions. Upon witnessing the emergence of the soul bone, sinister thoughts crept into their minds as they clustered together, contemplating how to seize that coveted prize. Have you all figured out how to obtain that soul bone? One inquired. No, what about you? Came the response. Neither have I. You fools, it's quite simple. In a moment, you all attract their attention, and I'll slip around to retrieve the soul bone. A moment of silence ensued. Then it settled. But there are no buts. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by a small patch of blue-silver grass nearby. Little did they realize. Their audacity was quite remarkable, attempting to snatch the soul bone right before my eyes, oblivious to the lack of leverage they possessed. Yilei smiled faintly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The first soul skill, entanglement. Yilei unexpectedly unleashed the first soul skill of the blue-silver emperor, swiftly ensnaring the students, rendering them immobile in the blink of an eye. Both Ye's father and Han's father were taken aback by this sudden scene, turning their heads to witness the students, each swathed like Zongzi, with only their heads protruding. "Xiaolei, what are you doing?" Han's father inquired, astonished. "They might as well have struck me on the head with an abacus. They have set their sights on the soul bone I intend to give to my companion and are brazenly attempting to seize it before my very eyes. Truly taking me for a fool," Yilei exclaimed, striding purposefully towards the encased students. Crouching before them, he continued, "You all stand here, witnessing such a multitude of soul beasts, and instead of taking action, you dare to dream of reaping rewards without any effort. You wish to snatch a soul bone without having lifted a finger. Your calculations are indeed remarkable. Allow me to inform you. I, Yilei, can effortlessly eliminate these soul beasts, and I can just as easily dispose of you. However, out of respect for your status as my seniors, I shall not hold this against you today. Return whence you came." With that, Yilei waved his right hand, casting the encased students onto the teleportation array. And in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, making them vanish from sight. Yilei rose to his feet and retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space. Gathering all the soul rings of the deceased soul beasts and placing them into the system space, including the pile of beast souls and that precious soul bone. "Father, uncle, once my mother and aunt have absorbed the soul rings, you may head back first. Father, I will venture in now to assist you in hunting for soul rings." With that said, Yilei approached the azure vortex. Just as he had taken a few steps, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned back and collected several vials of the blood of the rampaging crocodile king, also taking a small amount of blood from the remaining 1,000-year rampaging crocodiles before entering the blue vortex system. "I have heard that the blood of soul beasts can be refined to enhance soul rings and soul bones. Is that correct?" "Indeed, host, such a method exists, though it requires a substantial amount of fresh blood. No worries, no worries. If necessary, I shall simply drain the blood from all those soul beast carcasses." Rampaging crocodile group, how outrageous. You have taken our soul rings and beast souls, and now you won't spare even our blood. You truly are something else. P.S. Off work. December 18th, Chapter 199, Surprise. Oh my, could it be? Is it already this late? Upon arriving at the Stardow Forest, Yilei hunted several more soul beasts. While organizing his spoils, he inadvertently glanced at his wristband and realized how late it had become. The wristband glowed, displaying several digits, 2047. It seems the flow of time here differs from the outside world. No wonder I have already obtained the soul rings. It's time to return to school. Teacher Huang should be awake by now. Yilei stored all his belongings into the system space and turned to leave. Behind him, the corpses of the soul beast were, unsurprisingly, drained of their blood. "Ah, I am finally out. Today has been yet another fruitful day." The moment Yilei emerged from the azure vortex, he nonchalantly stretched his body, casting his gaze upon the distant heap of corpses of the ferocious barbaric alligators, and smiled faintly. Yilei seized the opportunity presented by the downfall of this place, gathering all the high-tech products displayed in the stores, particularly the Soul Guide cannon, along with all its accessories. The mountain of corpses was reduced to ashes by his fire, leaving only a ground strewn with ashes, before he departed with an air of nonchalance. Little did he know that every action he took was meticulously recorded by an inconspicuous miniature surveillance camera nestled in the corner, observed clearly by the seventh elder sitting in the office. "Old Yang, how is Teacher Huang? Has he regained consciousness?" Upon returning to school, Yilei hurriedly made his way to the infirmary to inquire about the condition of Song Yang and Huang Xiaoshu. Rest assured, Teacher Huang has only just awakened and has not exhibited any adverse symptoms. He is merely a bit dazed from his slumber. Sister-in-law and Yun Ning are watching over him inside, Song Yang reassured, patting Yilei on the shoulder. "That is a relief. By the way, could you please summon them? I have some items to share with you all, including a surprise specifically for you." Yilei responded with a smile, as if an idea had just struck him. After half an hour, Huang Xiaoshu finally returned to normal and made his way back to school. Yi Lei and a few others gathered at the barbecue restaurant outside the school. Inside the private room, the alluring aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Yi Lei rubbed his hands together and addressed the crowd. I have just returned from aiding you in the hunt for soul beasts to acquire the third soul ring. Now, you may prepare yourselves to break through to level 30 and ascend to the rank of Soul Master. With a flourish of his right hand, Yi Lei conjured 5 violet soul rings that materialized out of thin air, gracefully hovering in the atmosphere. Under Yi Lei's guidance, these rings descended into the hands of the 5 individuals, with the exception of Song Yang. Each of these soul rings was derived from an 8,000-year-old soul beast, meticulously chosen to align with the respective soul beast types of each individual. Additionally, I have prepared beast souls for each of you. It is imperative that you absorb the beast souls alongside the soul rings to ensure a seamless integration of the latter. The 5 individuals, placing their trust in Yi Lei, promptly accepted the soul rings. Old Yang, today I have not only secured your 3rd soul ring but also acquired your future 4th soul ring, Yi Lei proclaimed. With another wave of his right hand, 2 soul rings, 1 black and 1 purple, materialized before Song Yang. Both of these rings were sourced from the same type of soul beast, the ferocious savage crocodile. Your 3rd soul ring should be the one with an impressive age of 9,000 years, which is likely to bestow upon you an area of effect attack skill. Yi Lei paused momentarily before continuing. However, your soul power currently stands at 29.5. You are but a step away from reaching level 30. If you absorb this tonight, you will attain the coveted 30th level. Yi Lei waved his right hand once more, and a brilliant golden light instantaneously illuminated the entire private room. Upon discerning the source of the radiant glow, Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a soul bone. Indeed, this soul bone, like the eternal soul ring upon your hand, originates from the 500-year-old ferocious barbaric crocodile king. P.S. Off work. December 19th, Chapter 200. Awakening of the Talent Domain Chapter 201. Defiance of Fate. Stand still. Allow me a moment to scan. Yi Lei was momentarily taken aback. His mind clouded with disbelief. After a brief manipulation of the device on his left arm, a radiant blue and white light enveloped Song Yang, while a series of data illuminated on Yi Lei's soul beast detector. Soul power at level 32, innate domain, howling sea domain. When situated in an area abundant with water elements, one's control over these elements is heightened by 15. Additionally, both attack and defense are augmented by 10, and the strength of soul skills is amplified by 30. Upon reading this, Yi Lei found himself in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless. With only 2 words echoing in his mind, incredible! Old Yang, your innate domain is remarkably potent. This domain, known as the Howling Sea domain, has the potential to exponentially enhance your combat capabilities. What an unexpected delight! With a deft flick of his right hand, Yi Lei conjured 2 test tubes filled with blood, which materialized in Song Yang's grasp. Observing the test tubes with a puzzled expression, Song Yang inquired, "What is this?" One of these tubes contains the blood of the rampaging crocodile king, the soul beast that birthed your soul bone. By applying the blood from this test tube to your right arm, you can allow your soul bone and your arm to absorb it, effectively enhancing the physical strength of your right arm. The other test tube's contents should be sprinkled onto the soul ring you are about to absorb, maximizing the activation of the ring's vitality and significantly augmenting its potency. Upon hearing Yi Lei's explanation, Song Yang wasted no time in retrieving his designated soul ring, applying the blood from one of the test tubes onto it, and commencing the absorption process. Noticing Song Yang begin to absorb the soul ring, Yi Lei once again reached into the system space, retrieving 2 beast souls and a vial of blood from the rampaging crocodile king. He carefully sprinkled the blood onto his right arm and left leg, while the 2 beast souls hovered above these respective locations. In an instant, Yi Lei felt a tremendous surge of soul power coursing through him. As the energy from the beast souls began to nourish his infernal fireside soul bone in his right arm and the human-faced Spider King's bone in his left leg, Yi Lei's decision to utilize the blood of the rampaging crocodile king for nurturing his soul bones was primarily motivated by the formidable cutting abilities inherent in the 2 soul techniques it possessed, the rampaging blade and the crocodile tooth shatter. While his left arm and right leg soul bones also exhibited commendable cutting prowess, nurturing them with the blood of a 30,000-year soul beast would undoubtedly elevate their capabilities, propelling his strength to new heights. At this moment, Yi Lei could distinctly sense the increasing strength of his 2 soul bones. Simultaneously, the 3rd soul bone, The Qianjun torso soul bone connecting the two grew increasingly warm, and the compatibility of the soul bone armor gradually heightened. Thus, he maintained his meditation for over half an hour, during which both of Yilei's martial spirits and soul powers ascended by one level, with two crisp exhalations. In the private room, Song Yang and Wang Yuning, having absorbed their third soul ring, simultaneously opened their eyes and exchanged a knowing smile. Have you completed the absorption? How do you feel? Yilei, with his eyes closed, inquired aloud. After absorbing the soul ring, my soul power surged from level 30 to level 32. And my third soul skill, which I acquired, is of a defensive nature. Wang Yuning, holding Song Yang's hand, expressed her joy. As for me, upon the completion of the soul ring absorption, my soul power increased by one level, reaching 33. And I can confidently say that my third soul skill is currently my most formidable single-target attack. Song Yang also shared in the joy, expressing his delight. Yilei nodded slightly and resumed his meditation. However, an unexpected phone call struck him like a bolt from the blue. Gazing at the unfamiliar number displayed on his phone screen, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Compelled by an unseen force, he pressed the answer button. And in the next moment, a deep voice resonated. Xiaolei, this is your uncle, Yi Tianwei. We are waiting for you at the Yi family ancestral home. Bring your parents. We shall meet there. Yi Tianyue's voice resonated through the microphone, interrupting Yilei's reverie as he reminisced about the past. Before Yilei could utter a word, the call was abruptly terminated. A surge of murderous intent surged in his eyes as his phone was instantaneously distorted. Its screen reduced to mere dust. In a flash of crimson light, Yilei vanished without a trace, leaving only Song Yang and Wang Yuning, who had just completed their meditation and absorbed their soul rings, standing dumbfounded. Where had Yilei gone? Han Wan, having concluded her meditation, awakened to find Yilei's absence, with only the mangled remains of his phone beside her. I don't know, she replied. He received a call, mentioning a meeting at the Yi family's ancestral home. Song Yang relayed what he had heard to Han Wan, and in the next moment, a brilliant ice blue light flickered, revealing a pair of enormous ice blue wings behind Han Wan, instantly dropping the temperature within the private room. They must have returned. The old master of the Yi family is in danger. Everyone, follow me to assist Yilei. As Han Wan unleashed her frigid aura, the remaining individuals in the private room, who had been meditating after absorbing their third soul ring, also ended their meditation and stood up. Immediately, 7 beams of light flashed within the room, soaring towards the northern part of Rong City. Meanwhile, in the northern district of Rong City, at the Yi family ancestral home, I have finally returned. Today, I shall bring about the annihilation of the entire Yi family estate. That old wretch shall meet his end by my own hands. Yi Tianyue stood upon the lifeless body of a bodyguard, gazing ahead at the imposing, pristine white edifice adorned with the emblem of a white wolf. He remarked, Father, these bodyguards are truly feeble. I did not even employ my soul technique, yet they perished. Alas, I must express my gratitude to Elder Seven for the soul refinement bestowed upon us. After Yi Xiaofeng snapped the neck of a bodyguard, he approached Yi Tianyue's side and said with a cold smirk, Son, let us charge in. Behind Yi Tianyue, a 3-tailed demon wolf emerged, exuding an aura of darkness, adorned with 3 purple and 2 black soul rings. Similarly, behind Yi Xiaofeng appeared a demon wolf radiating both dark and icy attributes. Its pupils transformed into 1 purple and 1 blue, with 3 purple and 1 black soul rings encircling its waist. The third soul skill unleashed was the shadowed mystic claw strike. In an instant, Yi Xiaofeng dashed forward, unleashing his third soul skill against the approaching bodyguards. In a heartbeat, the ground was littered with an abundance of corpses. You shall not create chaos in the Yi family's ancestral home, he declared, invoking his second soul skill, the Xianbing Storm. At that moment, Yi Junqing also arrived at the Yi family estate, directing his second soul skill towards Yi Xiaofeng, the third soul skill, Xianwolf Dominance, and the first soul skill, Xianwolf Howl. With all 3 Millennium soul skills unleashed in full force, a wolf's howl, accompanied by the Xianbing Storm, surged towards the 2 adversaries. Ah, a third ring impressive, my dear brother. Yet, with your current strength, it is still insufficient. Behold, my 4th soul skill, Shadowless Phantom. As Yi Tianyue's 4th soul ring illuminated, he transformed into a shadow, splitting in the air into numerous more shadows that surged towards Yi Junqing. My dear brother, allow me to comprehend you, he declared, invoking his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. Witnessing Yi Tianwei morph into multiple dark figures before her, Yi Junqing was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. From every direction, the shadows converged upon her, and in the next moment, she saw Yu Tianwei materialize directly before her, his right hand aglow with dark energy. Reaching for her chest with an unyielding grasp. "How dare you?" A powerful voice resonated, seemingly materializing from thin air, causing a brief interruption in Yi Tianyue's soul skill. In that fleeting moment of pause, a dark spiral light cannon descended from above with astonishing speed, leaving Yi Tianyue no time to react before he was violently propelled away. "Father, who is it?" Yu Xiaofeng let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Yu Junqing. In the darkness of night, a flicker of crimson light swiftly coalesced, and a colossal pillar of magma surged towards Yi Xiaofeng. "What? The speed is astonishing. There is no time to defend at that moment," Yi Xiaofeng thought to himself. Bracing himself against the pillar of magma with his bare body, he was violently thrust backward, landing beside a great river not far from the old Yi family residence. Cough. Yi Xiaofeng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing at the pitch-black sky, his eyes filled with dread. "Yi Tianyue, Yi Xiaofeng, you two possess audacity beyond measure, daring to cause turmoil within the Yi family. According to our clan's rules, I could eradicate you both right now." A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, fixing his intense gaze upon Yu Tianwei and Yi Xiaofeng. It was none other than Yi Lei. First soul skill, Entanglement. 6 soul rings appeared around Yi Lei's waist, their black and red radiance illuminating the sky. 6 rings, a soul emperor. This is inconceivable. Yi Tianyue's eyes widened in disbelief. "It is too late. Today, you shall kneel before my grandmother's grave and offer your apologies to her esteemed spirit." Yi Lei's arm bulged with veins as several azure-silver royal vines surged from the ground, wildly advancing towards Yu Tianwei and his son. The 4th soul skill, Dark Profound Massacre Formation. Yu Xiaofeng clenched his jaw and unleashed his most formidable strike. In an instant, several black and purple magical wolves surged forth before him, intercepting the oncoming onslaught of azure-silver royal vines. Meanwhile, he propelled himself towards the riverbank, but even this path led to a dead end. Yi Lei gazed at the distant river, where ripples suddenly emerged, and a faint smile graced his lips, barely perceptible. Sensing something amiss, Yi Xiaofeng turned around, only to behold a colossal crocodile rising from the once tranquil waters, its powerful tail sweeping menacingly in his direction. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail Sweep. The crocodile's tail struck heavily against Yi Xiaofeng's waist, propelling him into the air. How dare it ambush me, lacking any sense of martial ethics. After being hurled into the air, Yi Xiaofeng felt an excruciating pain in his lower back, a sensation mirrored by his martial spirit. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood and unleashed his formidable skill, the Body of Dominance. His second soul skill, the Dark Moon Body, enveloped him in a radiant dark purple light, improving his condition. Yet, before he could regain his optimal state, a sharp long spear and a multitude of icy blades descended upon him from the heavens. His first soul skill, Ice Feather. His first soul skill, Antler Heavy Spear. What? Yi Xiaofeng widened his eyes, recalling that he was now suspended in midair, utterly unable to evade his fate. The only recourse was to unleash his soul technique for defense. As he initiated his third soul technique, an ethereal pair of ice blue eyes materialized before him unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Yi Xiaofeng found himself locked in a gaze with those spectral eyes, rendering his body immobile and his muscles unyieldingly stiff. Helplessly, he could only watch as a barrage of attacks rained down upon him, his form plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Fortunately, the effects of his second soul technique lingered, allowing him to barely withstand this onslaught. The negative influence exerted by those haunting eyes was exceedingly formidable. Yi Xiaofeng clutched his chest, murmuring to himself. At that moment, he had no inkling that an even more formidable assault awaited him. Just 50 meters above the ground, a figure leaped from the river, landing with a thud and driving its right fist into the earth. "Let you be the first to experience my newly acquired third soul skill," he declared. The third soul skill, the Imperial Crocodile's Cataclysm. A colossal crocodile head slowly emerged from the ground, its gaping maw revealing massive teeth that glinted ominously as they prepared to greet Yi Xiaofeng. P.S. Off work, December 25th, Chapter 206. Mind your own business. What? Yi Xiaofeng gazed in disbelief at the crocodile head that had materialized below him, its numerous sharp teeth sending shivers down his spine. The first soul skill, the embodiment of the magic wolf. In an instant, Yi Xiaofeng activated his first soul skill, summoning a shadowy moon-colored magic wolf that materialized before him, merging into his being and forming a dark shield that enveloped him. Cursed be it. were it not for that illusory gaze locking onto mine, rendering my body immobile and preventing the activation of my third and fourth soul skills. I would have no choice but to endure with just the first soul skill. Yi Xiaofeng pondered. Protected by the dark moon shield, his body plummeted directly downward, as a massive crocodile's head suddenly snapped shut, its glimmering fangs biting down upon the shield, sparking a flurry of flames and causing an increasing number of cracks to appear upon its surface. Yi Xiaofeng let out a pained roar. Is this the third soul skill that Lao Yang has recently acquired? It seems he has inherited one of the two abilities from the ferocious savage crocodile. The savage tooth strike, combined with the formidable biting power of the crocodile. The might of Lao Yang's strike is such that even those with higher soul power levels would find themselves at a disadvantage against this attack. Son. Hearing Yi Xiaofeng's agonizing cries, Yi Tianyue emitted a heart-wrenching howl. At such a moment, he still had the presence of mind to worry about his son. He ought to focus on safeguarding himself first. Yi Lei was exceedingly pleased with Song Yang's performance, as well as with the soul rings he had chosen. His gaze then shifted towards Yi Tianyue, who lay on the ground, panting heavily. Yi Lei, have you lost your mind? How could you lay hands on your uncle? Do you possess no conscience? Yi Tianyue knelt partially upon the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Lei as he scolded, How dare you question my conscience? What of yours? 3 years ago, when you conspired to bring about our grandmother's demise, did you possess any sense of morality? Since you have shown no hesitation in turning against the very mother who nurtured you, do not hold me accountable for my lack of courtesy. I shall seek vengeance for our grandmother. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. Yi Lei, wielding a long spear, suddenly appeared before Yi Tianyue with a flicker. Employing a spear technique that has been passed down for centuries in China, he unleashed a series of lethal strikes that forced Yi Tianyue to retreat incessantly, accumulating more and more wounds upon his body. Alas, Yi Lei executed a domineering sweep, instantly sending Yi Tianyue flying several dozen meters away. Yi Tianyue fell heavily to the ground, spewing a copious amount of fresh blood. In the next moment, Yi Xiaofeng, drenched in blood, collapsed beside him, also coughing up blood. Son, are you all right? Dad, I'm fine. There is no need to worry about me. Yi Xiaofeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for air. In the darkness of the night, a shadow stirred restlessly. Yi Tianyue, Yi Xiaofeng, you two sinners of the Yi family, do you plead guilty? Yi Lei's eyes bore into them with unwavering intensity, his voice resonating with authority. Guilty? Do not jest. In the realm of the affluent, the struggle for inheritance often culminates in a battle of life and death. This is merely the nature of the game. I seek only fair competition for the Yi family's fortune. What crime is there in that? Enlighten me. Yi Xiaofeng remained unrepentant, stubborn as a dead duck. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he gazed at Yi Lei, his eyes glinting with an unwavering defiance. Little did he realize that this subtle gesture did not escape Yi Lei's notice. A shadow suddenly leaped from a nearby hill, aiming directly for Yi Lei's neck. An ambush? Not a chance. Yi Lei's right hand reached out into the void, grasping the shadow's neck as if seizing it from thin air. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the visage of the shadow, revealing an unremarkable woman who emerged into the sight of the onlookers. This woman was none other than Yi Xiaofeng's mother, Wang Li. To think a mere fourth-ring soul master would dare to launch a sneak attack on me. How utterly ridiculous, Yi Lei scoffed. With a sudden surge of strength in his right hand, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and Wang Li, who had been struggling moments before, instantly went limp, her eyes devoid of any light. Mother! Yi Xiaofeng gazed upon the lifeless form of Wang Li, consumed by an overwhelming sorrow and indignation. The body of Wang Li lay upon the ground like a tattered cloth, softly and silently, without a whisper. Yi Lei, I want you to meet a most wretched fate. Yi Zhao's neck was taut with bulging veins, and the previously weakened aura surged once more with arrogance. The demon wolf appeared behind him as Yi Xiaofeng charged towards Yi Lei without a care for his own life. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh. Behind him, two beams of silvery light suddenly illuminated the air, revealing two elongated silver cannons. Dark, ominous energy coalesced within their barrels, and in the next instant, the black spiraling beam that had previously repelled Yi Tianyue surged towards Yi Xiaofeng. Since you have chosen to court death, allow my twin floating cannons to escort you on your journey. The twin floating cannons were a high-tier combat weapon available in the system store, akin to the soul hunting guidance cannons, capable of utilizing the soul power from beast souls as ammunition. However, their might surpassed that of the soul hunting guidance cannons by several folds. The two separate floating cannons could even merge to unleash a more potent assault. Yet, the price of the twin floating cannons was exorbitant. Yilei had expended over half of his accumulated points to acquire them. The black spiraling beam, moving with astounding velocity, struck Yi Xiaofeng squarely in the chest before he could react, sending him flying through the air. Yi Xiaofeng's already battered chest was now further exacerbated. 3 or 4 ribs were reduced to shattered fragments. A mouthful of dark blood erupted from his lips as he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Son, Yi Tianyue limped over to Yi Xiaofeng, his voice laced with urgency. Having already lost his beloved wife, he could not bear the thought of losing his son as well. Yi Xiaofeng exhibited no reaction. After coughing up blood, he rolled his eyes and collapsed before Yi Tianyue. Yi Tianyue, when your grandfather granted you the opportunity to atone at your grandmother's grave, you failed to cherish it. You even harbored intentions of harming your grandfather and my mother. Now, even if heaven is watching, I will ensure your demise. Yilei directed the muzzle towards Yi Tianyue, where a dark radiance coalesced between the two barrels, emanating an immense aura that exerted a formidable pressure in all directions. Even the ground beneath him began to crack under this overwhelming force. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and a spiraling beam of light surged towards Yi Tianyue. At that moment, Yi Tianyue understood that he was powerless to resist. In a futile gesture, he raised his arm to shield Yi Xiaofeng. Unexpectedly, the previously pitch-black sky flickered with a crimson glow, accompanied by a distant dragon's roar. A long staff descended from the heavens, positioning itself before Yi Tianyue and Yi Xiaofeng. Upon contact with the dark spiraling light, it vanished instantaneously, as if the prior assault had never occurred. Damn it, Elder 7. I advise you not to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family, Yilei shouted furiously, pointing accusingly at the sky towards Elder 7, who hovered above Yi Xiaofeng. Yilei, I too would counsel you against laying a hand on those under my Elder 7 pavilion, lest you face the consequences, Elder 7 retorted. His presence equally imposing as Yilei's, as he stroked his goatee. With a flick of his soul power, he lifted the severely injured individuals. At this juncture, allow me to inform you that Yong City will soon face a level 1 beast tide in 5 minutes. The entire city shall be left in ruins. If you have no objections, feel free to linger here. I shall take my leave. With that, Elder 7 vanished into the skies above the Yi family estate, taking the two with him. Xiaoxiong, if you possess any courage, descend and duel me, rather than cowering like a turtle. Yilei was incensed by the 7 elders' attitude. System, is what he said about the first level beast tide true? Yilei calmed himself and inquired. Indeed, host, it is true. The beast tides are categorized into 4 levels: 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and disaster level. Each level is led by different soul beasts. What level of beast tide did I eliminate 2 months ago? 3rd. Chapter 208. The beast tide approaches Chapter 209. The crimson liquid the night was profoundly tranquil, with the number of pedestrians on the streets dwindling to a mere 13th of that during the day. However, the shopping malls and food streets were bustling with life, radiating a vibrant atmosphere, as laughter and joy adorned the faces of families and couples engaging in heartfelt conversations. Little did they know that this beautiful evening would soon transform into a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Mom, that dog looks so strange. It's all purple with red eyes, how peculiar. A child's voice captured the attention of several young people nearby. Instantly, they turned their gazes towards the direction indicated by the child, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. That was no dog, but rather a wolf-like soul beast. Soul beast, run! The young people shouted in unison, sprinting away in a panic. Yet, they had barely made it a few steps before stopping abruptly, trembling and retreating in horror. The confusion among the onlookers escalated until several massive figures emerged from the shadows, leaving the crowd paralyzed with fear. The little boy, oblivious to the adult's terror, took slow strides towards the soul beast he mistook for a dog, extending his hand. Son, no. The child's father cried out, but it was too late. The soul beasts began their massacre among the humans in the food street, instantly turning it into a scene of carnage, filled with the cries of the desperate and the pungent scent of blood. Don't come any closer. Please, don't. A group of soul beasts surrounded a girl who had twisted her ankle while trying to flee, baring their teeth as they contemplated their next move. The girl gazed at the approaching soul beast with sheer terror, her eyes filled with despair. One soul beast lunged forward, its claws poised to strike. First soul skill, mammoth body. At that moment, a figure shimmering with purple light appeared before the girl, blocking the beast's attack. Second soul skill, thunderous stampede. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Jing Hang sent the soul beasts flying, their bodies charred and devoid of life. Are you all right? Jing Hang retracted his martial soul, bending down to extend his hand towards the girl, inquiring with genuine concern, "Thank you for saving me." The girl gazed at Jing Hang with heartfelt gratitude as she grasped his hand and rose to her feet. "No need to thank me. This place has already fallen. Find somewhere safe to hide," he replied. With that, Jing Hang manifested his martial soul, standing atop the thunder mammoth's head, and dashed into the distance. The girl, limping, hurried into a nearby building, casting a slight nod in the direction Jing Hang had departed before disappearing through the entrance. Unbeknownst to them, as they left, a streak of crimson liquid began to creep up the corpse of the slain soul beast, devouring the soul power within it until the creature's body was reduced to a desiccated husk, dissipating into the air and leaving only a cloud of dust. "Husband, what should we do? There are so many soul beasts, and we have no way out." A woman cradling a child exclaimed anxiously, looking at her husband. "I don't know either, dear. We lack soul rings and can only become their prey," he replied. "What about our eldest? He just started college. What if he encounters danger? Can he handle it?" The woman, overwhelmed with worry for her newly enrolled son, crumpled to the ground, covering her face as she wept. Her husband, filled with sorrow, embraced her tightly as the approaching soul beasts drew nearer. Dozens of soul beasts lunged towards them, mouths agape, ready to strike. Suddenly, the water behind them surged violently as a colossal tail swept through, sending the soul beasts flying. A figure leaped forth from the water elements coalescing around its arms. Second soul technique, Tsunami Water Blade. Two immense blades of water energy were unleashed, severing the heads of the oncoming soul beast one by one. Just as Song Yang landed and turned to check on the three individuals behind him, another ancient soul beast charged at him, its claws aimed at his vital points. Third soul technique, Imperial Crocodile Devastation. Song Yang pivoted and thrust his right fist forward, summoning the head of a giant crocodile that clamped down fiercely on the beast, reducing it to a pile of bloody remnants. "Father, Mother, are you all right?" After dispatching the soul beast, Song Yang rushed to the trio, his voice filled with urgency. P.S. Off work, December 29th, Chapter 210, Magma Hell. "Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Where's Xiaoning?" Song's mother exclaimed in surprise upon hearing his voice and looking up to see him. "Rest assured, Mother, Xiaoning is safe with her companions. Mom and Dad, take your younger brother and hurry home. Son, those spirit beasts." Father Song gazed at the distant corpses of the spirit beasts, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Indeed, Father, I dealt with them all. Please follow me. More spirit beasts are approaching. Quickly come." With that, Song Yang leaped into the river behind him. Just as Father Song was about to speak, he noticed a colossal crocodile appearing beneath Song Yang's feet, who was now standing atop the creature's head. Father Song hurriedly scooped up Mother Song and jumped onto the crocodile. A deafening roar pierced the air, capturing Song Yang's attention. Upon turning, he saw a dozen tiger-like spirit beasts lurking on the riverbank, their eyes fixed hungrily upon them. "How fortuitous. We can eliminate a few more spirit beasts and reduce our troubles," Song Yang mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Steadying himself, he activated his third soul skill, Imperial Crocodile's Destruction. The third soul ring at his waist illuminated, conjuring a massive crocodile head beneath the tiger-like spirit beasts, which shattered their bodies into fragments, blood and flesh splattering across the ground. "We cannot waste these spirit souls. They will serve a significant purpose later." With a sweep of the crocodile's tail, the souls of the fallen beasts were gathered. "Father, Mother, we must retreat." In Rongqing, at the largest square, Wuyi Square, a multitude of spirit beasts had amassed, transforming what was once a place of joy and laughter into a veritable hell on earth. The anguished cries of the people echoed intermittently as the bloodlust in the eyes of the spirit beasts intensified. Ultimately, only a final group of individuals remained, those possessing soul rings fighting desperately to resist, their families behind them. "Damn it, our soul power is nearly depleted. These spirit beasts seem endless. We can only fight to the bitter end." This was the unspoken sentiment of the last remaining defenders as they exchanged glances with their families, a fierce determination igniting in their eyes. The horde of spirit beasts surged forward, a dark tide crashing upon them. At that moment, a brilliant red light flashed from the heavens, striking the ground and generating a shockwave that sent the foremost spirit beasts flying. "I will not allow you to harm the citizens any longer. You shall all perish." Yilei slowly rose to his feet, and with a forceful stamp of his right foot, molten lava surged outward from him, engulfing the entire square in an instant. The spirit beasts were swiftly consumed by the searing magma, transforming the square into a hellish landscape of fire and brimstone. There was no possibility of escape. The 1000-gene body-soul-bone skill, 1000-gene meteoric flame, was unleashed. A colossal meteor appeared in the sky, crashing down upon the fleeing spirit beasts, claiming the lives of over 100 in an instant. The first soul skill, Ice Feather, was activated. Hanwhan circled above the square, releasing her first soul skill upon the panicked spirit beast below. Instantly, a flurry of ice blue feathers morphed into deadly blades, raining down upon the creatures on the ground. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Piercing Array, was prepared to follow. In an instant, 4 black and 2 red soul rings materialized around Yi Lei's waist. The fourth soul ring illuminated, and immediately, a vast expanse of blue-silver emperor vines transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through the magma and claiming the lives of numerous soul beasts. Within the blink of an eye, more than half of the soul beasts in the square were obliterated, while the few swift ones vanished without a trace. As the day drew to a close on December 30th, Chapter 211 titled 9 Beast Monarch unfolded. Aside from the few soul beasts that had escaped, the area around Yi Lei was devoid of any remaining beast pack, rendering it temporarily safe. Hanwhan, after circling the vicinity, descended beside Yi Lei and relayed to him the scenes she had witnessed from the air. The escaped soul beasts were not particularly formidable. Do you believe you can handle them? After Yi Lei closed the spiritual hunting ground, he inquired, "Is everything all right with you?" Hanwhan nodded and then asked, "I am going to seek out the 9-headed beast monarch. Once I deal with them, we can resolve this beast tide peacefully." As Yi Lei spoke, he gestured with his right hand, summoning a multitude of blue-silver royal vines that emerged to extract the beast souls from the corpses of the soul beasts scattered across the square. He handed a portion of these souls to Hanwhan. With nearly 1,000 soul beasts present in the square, combined with those slain by Lao Yang and his companions, only a little over 8,000 soul beasts remained. Take these beast souls. They will assist you in reducing your soul power consumption when using the soul hunting cannon. After receiving them, Hanwhan nodded at Yi Lei and unfurled her phoenix wings, soaring into the distance. System, please locate the position of the 9-headed beast monarch swiftly. Understood. Activating soul beast radar, initiating location tracking. Upon receiving the command, the system instantly began to search for the position of the 9-headed beast monarchs. A few seconds later, a 3-dimensional map of Rong City appeared on the soul beast detector on Yi Lei's left arm, with a red dot moving rapidly. System, calculate their destination. Affirmative, host. Calculating now. Host, according to the calculations, the 9-headed beast monarchs are moving at an extraordinary speed towards a singular direction. Their destination is Rong City number 8 Middle School. What? Damn it. Why did they have to choose this place of all locations? Yi Lei gritted his teeth and exclaimed in anger. Although it was the early hours of the morning, it is essential to recognize that the majority of students at Rongqing number 8 High School are day scholars, while the remaining boarding students number nearly 1,000. If the 9-headed beast emperor were to reach Rongqing number 8 High School, the resulting casualties would be catastrophic. System, I implore you to calculate the time it would take for them to arrive at Rongqing number 8 High School with utmost precision. 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. Yi Lei stomped heavily with his right foot, gripping the blue-silver overlord spear tightly in his hand, and charged towards the direction of Rongqing number 8 Middle School. Along the way, when confronted by obstructive soul beasts, he swiftly ended their lives amidst the flickering of blades and the glinting of swords. Thus, the onlookers beheld an astonishing spectacle. The soul beasts, which had been ruthlessly attacking the unarmed populace on the streets, fell lifelessly to the ground, their heads severed. In the fleeting moment that the man clad in black and wielding a long spear dashed past. System, how much longer must we wait? How long until the 9-headed beast king appears? Yi Lei, wielding a long spear, raced down the street while glancing at the 3-dimensional map displayed on his left arm. Report to host. There are 5 minutes remaining until the swiftest beast emperor arrives. 5 minutes. There was still time. At my current speed, there remained distance to cover. With a swift motion of his left hand, Yi Lei sent forth the blue-silver emperor vines, soaring through the streets like a spider weaving its web, thereby accelerating his pace. After 4 minutes and 30 seconds, he arrived at the student square of Rongqing number 8 Middle School. Just in time, he queried the system. Great system, have I arrived at the location of the 9-headed soul beast? Yi Lei wiped away a bead of sweat and inquired of the system, host. All 9-headed beast emperors have arrived. What? Why was I unaware of their presence? Could it be the soul bone skill of the human-faced spider emperor, the mind-hunting grounds? Yulei instantaneously activated his domain skill, probing the entirety of Rongqing No. 8 High School. As the clock struck the end of the year, we bid farewell to 2023 and welcome the dawn of 2024. In Chapter 212, the Yi family father and son make a sacrifice. Just as Yulei was scanning his surroundings with his mental field, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged, and a massive claw descended upon his head. What? How could it evade the mental hunting field's detection? With a powerful thrust of his right foot, Yulei leapt high into the air, evading the attack of the claw. In that moment of suspension, he discerned the appearance of the soul beast that had assailed him. It was a colossal wolf, its fur as dark as the night, and its eyes exhibited an unsettling crimson hue. The fur around its neck tapered to a deep, blood-like red. At that moment, it bared its teeth, gazing at Yulei with a fierce glare. What manner of wolf-like soul beast was this? He had never encountered anything like it. Alas, there was more. Yulei's peripheral vision caught a glimpse behind him, just in time to see a long tail, adorned with sharp spikes and massive scales, sweeping towards his lower back. There was no time to react. With a determined grit of his teeth, Yulei instantaneously manifested 4 soul rings around his waist, the third one illuminating with brilliance. His third soul skill, the 1,000-ton flame armor, enveloped his entire body in a fiery crimson armor, allowing him to withstand the forceful strike of the tail with unwavering resilience. Yulei was forcefully hurled away, the armor at his lower back sustaining extensive cracks from the impact of that tail. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough. Otherwise, what is happening? Here it comes again. Just as Yulei was about to exhale in relief, he caught sight of a colossal creature in the distance, flapping its wings with astonishing frequency. Hurtling towards him, several enormous, sharp spikes pierced through the air, aimed directly at Yulei. Truly, this was a dire situation. He had no choice but to unleash his second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yulei crossed his arms before him, forming a formidable barrier akin to a massive stone wall. With a sudden impact, a flurry of sharp projectiles struck against his Crimson Rock, the ferocity of the assault pushing Yulei to his limits. As the Crimson Rock teetered on the brink of shattering, truly infuriating, it appears that the intelligence of these 90,000-year soul beasts is exceptionally high, displaying an uncanny level of coordination. Now, let us see how they fare against this technique. Behind Yulei, the Flame Lord materialized, as a dazzling red light flickered from his right arm, propelling the stone wall forward. With a fierce strike of his right fist against the stone barrier, he unleashed the soul skill of his right arm, the Infernal Fire Scythe. The first soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst, manifested 2 crimson blades of light and a colossal column of magma, all aimed at the monstrous entity hovering above. The sharp spikes that were directed at Yulei were swiftly melted away beneath the searing flow of magma. As for Yulei, having unleashed 2 formidable soul skills in midair, and due to the immense recoil, he descended back to the ground. System, please scan these 9 soul beasts. I require their data. Received. Scanning in progress. Soul beast, Howling Crimson Tiger, attributes of fire and darkness, age 94,000 years, soul beast, Giant Vein Arrow Demon Bee. Attributes of wind and poison, age 91,000 years, soul beast, Night Dark Tortoise, attribute of darkness and earth, age 93,000 years, soul beast, Phantom Wingbone Lion. Attribute of darkness, age 96,000 years, soul beast, Azure Flame Scaled Dragon, age 92,000 years. As Yulei landed, he found himself encircled by the 9-headed soul beasts, their demeanor suggesting they regarded him as a delectable feast. Damn it, he was surrounded. Yulei gazed at the 2 formidable soul beasts before him, the Magic Howl Crimson Tiger and the Azure Flame Scaled Dragon, both of which had initiated the assault. Above him, the resonant sound of the giant pulse arrow demon bee's wings thrummed with intensity. Each of the 9 soul beasts boasted an age exceeding 90,000 years. If it were merely a single beast, I might have managed to cope. However, the manifestation of the soul rings offers no feasible solution. What am I to do? As Yulei fell into contemplation, a crimson orb fragmented into 9 distinct spheres, each seamlessly merging into the bodies of the 9 soul beasts. Instantly, the beasts reacted violently, their forms trembling uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of explosion. What is happening? Why have these 9 soul beasts transformed in such a manner? Who could be responsible for this? Yulei closed his eyes, entering the realm of mental hunting. 3 familiar auras were captured by him, causing his eyes to widen in an instant. It was the 7th Elder again. 7th Elder, come forth. Do not cower like a timid turtle. hiding in the shadows. Yilei let out a loud shout, immediately becoming vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Ha ha ha. Yilei, how does it feel to find yourself in such dire straits? This is the grand gift I have prepared for you. Behold, it shall be the formidable weapon that enables our elder hall to dominate the world. The nine-headed soul beast's crimson light suddenly blazed forth, and the aura within its eyes gradually dissipated, extinguishing its life. 9 beams of red light erupted from its body, coalescing in the air into a colossal orb of crimson radiance. What? The nine-headed, 90,000 year old soul beast has perished in an instant. What could this red light possibly be? Yilei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sky. All that remained was to complete the final step, and then it would be done. The 7th elder fixed his malevolent gaze upon the 2 individuals beside him, gripping the coiling dragon staff tightly. With a swift motion, he hurled the father and son duo, Yi Tianyue and Yi Xiaofeng, into the air, propelling them toward the enormous crimson light. 7th elder Yi Tianyue gazed at the 7th elder in disbelief. What are you implying? Do you truly believe that I hold any regard for you and your son? You are merely pawns in the Elder Council, destined to serve a singular purpose, to be sacrificed in the pursuit of our grand masterpiece, the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Yi Tianyue and Yi Xiaofeng were engulfed by a crimson light, their flesh and bones gradually being stripped away. Witnessing the frenzied demeanor of Elder Qi, they could only turn their desperate gazes toward Yilei, hoping he might rescue them. Xiaolei, please save uncle. I realize my mistakes. Rescue us. Cousin, I was wrong. I understand my error. I should not have laid a hand on grandmother. Please save me. The simultaneous pleas of father and son stirred a flicker of uncertainty in Yilei's heart, yet it swiftly vanished. Today, I shall not save you out of pity, but rather to ensure that you both atone for your sins at grandmother's grave with your lives. Yilei suddenly swung his right hand, sending 2 thick blue-silver emperor vines spiraling towards the outstretched arms of Yi Tianyue and Yi Xiaofeng. In an instant, the crimson orb expanded dramatically. Just as the blue-silver emperor vines were about to ensnare Yi Tianyue and Yi Xiaofeng's arms, a stout tail, adorned with peculiar scales and formidable spikes, swept forth from the red light, aiming directly at Yilei's chest. The speed was astonishing. Before Yilei could even register its approach, a fleeting crimson afterimage flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, a searing pain surged through his chest, propelling him backward. Yilei fell heavily onto his back, crashing to the ground, while the Qianjun flame armor shattered into countless pieces due to the force of the recent blow. Yilei struggled to rise, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Do you truly believe that with your current strength, you can compare to our most formidable artificial soul beasts? Do not overestimate your capabilities. Just watch closely the birth of the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor. The manic demeanor of the 7th elder sent shivers down Yilei's spine. The crimson orb grew increasingly massive, and despair and reluctance filled the eyes of Yi Tianyue and Yi Xiaofeng as their flesh was stripped away, consumed by the red luminescence. The crimson orb began to take shape, its limbs, torso, and tail coalescing into form. The remains of the 9-headed soul beast were drawn in by the orb's overwhelming gravitational pull, merging with it. A colossal entity, taller than the teaching building, materialized before Yilei. This gigantic being exhibited a dark red hue, adorned with exposed black bone armor. Each of its arms bore 2 pristine white bone blades, shimmering ominously under the moonlight. A pair of enormous bony wings flapped rhythmically behind it, generating waves of scorching wind. The tip of its tail was equipped with formidable bone spines, resembling a massive wolf's tooth club, amplifying the tail's striking power several-fold. Each swing left deep imprints upon the ground. Notably, a thick mane of red bristles adorned its neck, while its gigantic skull was crowned with sharp bone spikes. Its black eyes glinted with murderous intent, fixated intently on Yilei. Yilei found himself under the piercing gaze of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. A chill running down his spine, akin to staring into the abyss. System, I beseech you, conduct a scan and reveal the precise cultivation level of the Skeleton King, as well as the skills at his command. Yilei, despite the wounds that plagued his body, managed to rise to his feet, clutching his chest with one hand as he spoke to the system. The scan was complete. The Crimson Demon Skeleton King, with an indeterminate age, was growing at an astonishing pace, having already reached 90,000 years and continuing to ascend, with its skills remaining unknown. After listening to the system's report, Yilei felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Damn it, if the current rate of increase persists, It won't be long before the Crimson Demon Skeleton King's lifespan surpasses a staggering 100,000 years. At that point, even if I exert all my strength, I might not be able to defeat it. Yi Lei raised his left arm, observing the ever-increasing lifespan of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King on the Soul Beast detection device. Let's test it out first. System, is the Soul Hunting Cannon modified yet? Reporting to the host. The Soul Hunting Cannon has been successfully modified into a version that can merge with the twin floating cannons, and it is ready for use at any moment. The timing is perfect. Let us see if your defenses can withstand this strike. After enduring for so long, a smile finally graced Yi Lei's lips. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Soul Hunter Cannon materialized in his grasp. The Soul Hunter Cannon? Yi Lei, are you jesting? Do you truly believe that such a trinket could breach the defenses of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King? That is nothing short of a pipe dream. The seventh elder scoffed upon recognizing the object in Yi Lei's hand. Well, whether it can break through or not, we shall find out through trial. He retorted with a chuckle. Yi Lei's lips curled into a smile as the Soul Hunting Cannon in his right hand suddenly radiated a silvery light, breaking free from his grasp and hovering in the air. Behind Yi Lei, a silvery radiance also emerged. In the next moment, the twin Gemini cannon materialized behind him, similarly detaching from Yi Lei and soaring into the sky. Let us experience this, he declared, the soul-slaying sky-rending cannon. At the moment the soul-shattering sky cannon descended, Yi Lei swiftly extended his right fist. Accompanied by a mechanical click, the soul-shattering sky cannon was seamlessly affixed to his right arm. The three gaping cannon muzzles were aimed squarely at the cranium of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Three beams of black light coalesced at the cannon's mouth, forming a singular, oppressive beam that surged forth towards the skull of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, causing the very air to tremble violently, while a thunderous sound of rupture echoed through the heavens. The Crimson Demon Skeleton King stood motionless, unwavering as the dark beam surged towards him, allowing it to descend unimpeded. Boom! As the beam detonated, a cloud of smoke enveloped the entire form of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Had it succeeded? The soul-slaying celestial cannon on Yi Lei's right arm, after unleashing its formidable power, instantaneously transformed into a bracelet. However, Yi Lei was jolted by the immense recoil, causing his right arm to tingle with numbness. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the billowing smoke, shattering all the glass within the teaching building and even causing minor fissures to appear on the ground beneath. What? The soul-slaying celestial cannon proved ineffective against it. Yi Lei gazed in disbelief at the unscathed Crimson Skeleton King amidst the swirling smoke. The malevolence radiating from the king's eyes was palpable, and in the blink of an eye, it launched a frenzied assault upon Yi Lei, each strike a deadly blow. The once idyllic school square was reduced to ruins in an instant, a scene of utter devastation. In the hushed expanse of the campus, resounding explosions intermittently shattered the silence, often accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. From a vantage point above, one could discern the once beautiful square now transformed into a chaotic battleground, intermittently illuminated by flickering dark light, as a figure was relentlessly forced to retreat. Boom! With the descent of yet another crimson energy orb, Yi Lei was once more hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, and once again he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his garments tattered, a sight of utter disarray. Yi Lei, on the brink of collapse, stood up with great effort, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Once more, he concentrated his soul power in his right hand and charged towards the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Yi Lei concentrated his soul power in his right hand, transforming it into a long spear. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he leaped high into the air, the spear aimed directly at the chest of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. The Spider Emperor, utilizing the Soul Bone skill from its left leg, unleashed the purple radiant slash. Yi Lei hurled the Blue-Silver Emperor spear into the air, while simultaneously, a purplish luminescence coalesced around his left foot. Two violet blades of light erupted from his leg, spiraling swiftly to strike the rear of the Blue-Silver Emperor spear, instantly amplifying its power. Yet, this assault proved ineffective. Upon colliding with the chest of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, it could advance no further. The Crimson Demon Skeleton King raised its hand and effortlessly shattered the Blue-Silver Emperor spear, while its own chest remained unscathed, not even bearing a single scratch. Damn it! The Crimson Demon Skeleton King has inherited the formidable defensive prowess of the Dark Knight Black Tortoise, rendering my attempts to pierce its defenses utterly futile. Yi Lei stumbled momentarily as he fell to the ground, but he quickly regained his footing, gasping for breath. The crimson eyes of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King flickered, and the bone blades on either side began to coalesce with a deep green luminescence, with a roar that echoed through the air for emerald-hued blades. Infused with the essence of wind and laced with potent venom, surged toward Yulei with the force of a tempest. This was indeed a manifestation of wind attribute blades, seemingly derived from the skills mastered by the giant pulse arrow demon bee. The consequences would be dire if it completely absorbed the nine-headed soul beast. Crimson Demon Skeleton King, lay waste to this place, commanded the seventh elder, gazing at Yulei, who was drenched in blood. With a fearsome roar, the Crimson Demon Skeleton King turned and, raising its tail high, struck down with astonishing speed toward Yulei's position. As Yulei regained his composure, he was suddenly startled by a whistling sound overhead. Upon looking up, he beheld a dark figure plummeting towards him. Third soul skill, 1,000-ton flame armor. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, Yulei reacted, switching to the Flame Lord martial soul and unleashing his soul skills to shield himself. A thunderous collision resonated throughout the entire campus. The ground beneath the tail had cracked and caved in. As the tail moved away, Yulei found himself in a precarious position, lying at the bottom of the pit, surrounded by shattered crimson stones. His Qianjun flame armor had reached its limit, with a significant dent in his chest. Blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the excruciating pain radiating from his chest nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a thought emerged, compelling him to endure. A howl erupted from the Red Demon Skeleton King, followed by a flash of red light in its eyes. Upon spotting something it desired within a few nearby buildings, it hastily set off in that direction. Yulei struggled to lift his head, and upon observing the direction in which the Red Demon Skeleton King was advancing, his eyes filled with astonishment. For that direction led to the students' dormitory. No, it cannot be allowed to be destroyed. I must prevent it. Yet, with a body like mine, is it truly possible? Yulei lay on the ground, his gaze directed towards the sky, his eyes devoid of luster, slowly closing. No. I cannot forsake the opportunity for my junior colleagues to survive merely because of my own physical state. I must strive with all my might. Even if it costs me my life, I shall protect the lives of my juniors from being consumed by this menace. The nameless cry within ignited a fierce determination in Yulei, his previously closed eyes flung open, and his once black pupils transformed in an instant. The black wolf's tail morphed into a vivid crimson. Stop right there. The Red Demon Skeleton King roared in front of the dormitory, but Yulei's calm voice emerged from behind it. In the next moment, he teleported before the creature, suspended in midair, his scarlet eyes piercingly cold. Behind him, lights flickered on, and several students gradually appeared on the dormitory balcony. The tremendous roar of the Red Demon Skeleton King had awakened all the slumbering students within, prompting them to turn on the lights and step onto the balcony, where they beheld the colossal beast and Yulei standing there seemingly out of thin air. Now, let me show you what it means to unleash one's potential in the face of despair. What kind of monster is that? It looks utterly terrifying. That person seems to be Senior Yi. Indeed, it truly is. But can Senior Yi possibly defeat that monster? Gradually, murmurs of discussion began to surface among the students on the balcony. Yulei listened to the voices of his junior students behind him, a crimson killing intent intensifying in his gaze. Fixing his stare upon the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, he enunciated each word with deliberate precision. You derive your strength from the consumption of life. Feasting upon soul beasts may be permissible, but you shall not dare to devour my juniors. Should you wish to proceed, you must first contend with me. The once tranquil night was abruptly swept by a fierce wind, causing Yulei's wolf-like mane to billow in the gale. The force of the wind was so powerful that it prompted the students on the balcony to instinctively retreat, yet Yulei remained steadfast, unyielding amidst the tempest. Yulei gradually raised his right hand, and in an instant, the once solid concrete floor transformed into searing magma. Vines of the blue-silver emperor climbed fervently up the dormitory building behind him. Behind Yulei, two ethereal figures materialized, the blue-silver emperor and the Lord of Flames. 10 soul rings appeared sequentially in the air, with 2 crimson rings radiating brilliantly against the backdrop of the night. The aura surrounding Yulei surged dramatically. His tattered garments disintegrated into mere powder, revealing a body marred by countless scars. The temperature in the vicinity began to rise steadily, and it seemed as though flames flickered within the depths of his eyes, blazing fiercely. A terrifying pressure of soul power radiated outward, causing the outer walls of the dormitory to develop intricate fissures. Host, please cease your actions. You are jeopardizing your very life force. If this continues, you may lose everything. The system urged anxiously within Yilei's mind. Burning my life force, is it? Yilei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke with remarkable calmness. What does it matter if I burn my life force? If I cannot eliminate him, what fate awaits my junior colleagues? What will become of the innocent citizens of Rome City or the people of the world? Sacrificing one life for the lives of billions is a worthy trade. I cannot allow him to wreak havoc upon existence. Therefore, dear system, do not attempt to dissuade me. Allow me to employ my own methods. To burn my life and obliterate him. Host, please reconsider, the system interjected. Do not try to persuade me further, dear system. If given another chance, I would not harbor any regrets. Very well, host, I understand. Take care. With that, the voice of the system faded away, and Yilei unleashed his full might. An overwhelming pressure pinning the Crimson Demon Skull King firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. Patterns began to emerge upon Yilei's back, gradually expanding until they transformed into a grotesque dark black tattoo depicting a fearsome figure, the Lord of Flames, with only its upper body visible. His right arm became entwined with the blue-silver royal vine. In the air, 10 soul rings floated, among which a black and a red soul ring merged and descended into the magma below. In the next moment, a dark silver trident leaped forth from the molten rock. Hovering before Yilei, Yilei clasped his hands in front of him, mirroring the actions of the Flame Lord behind him. A multitude of blue-silver royal vines began to entwine around the arms of both Yilei and the Flame Lord. The 8 remaining soul rings suspended in the air shattered one by one, merging into the tri-pronged, two-bladed halberd before Yilei. Behold, this is mine, an unparalleled martial soul fusion technique, the eruption in the face of despair, the Lord's dominance, Emperor's rupture. Yilei grasped the trident spear with 3 sharp points and 2 blades, compressing his soul energy to its utmost potential. The spear surged through the air, its formidable sharpness slicing through the atmosphere, even giving the appearance of tearing the very fabric of space itself. The Crimson Demon Skeleton King let out a laborious roar, and a flickering dark purple radiance emanated from its chest, manifesting a shield forged from bone armor. Boom! The trident spear collided violently with the bone armor unleashed by the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, generating a tremendous shockwave. The spear spun at an astonishing speed, wisps of white smoke beginning to rise from the surface of the bone armor. Upon witnessing this, Yilei felt the blue-silver royal vines begin to entwine around his right arm. Simultaneously, a surge of magma erupted, enveloping his body, as the soul bone of the infernal fire scythe mantis manifested upon his right arm. The energy of the magma coalesced upon Yilei's right arm, propelling his aura to its zenith. Crimson Demon Skeleton King, meet your demise. Yilei's body surged forward with remarkable speed, his right hand radiating a crimson light as he channeled his energy directly into the tail of the trident. In an instant, he shattered the skeletal defenses of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. With a splatter of blood and flesh, the trident pierced through the body of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. In the blink of an eye, the colossal figure of the king fell to the ground, a massive X-shaped wound gaping in his chest and abdomen. Yilei gripped the 3-edged spear firmly, thrusting it into the molten ground, gasping for breath. In the next moment, he beheld the 7th Elder materializing above the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. You wretched boy, how dare you inflict such damage upon the combat weapon of my esteemed 7th residence? Next time, fortune will not favor you so. No, scratch that. There will be no next time. This wave of first-tier beast tide has been conjured by my 7th residence, and I possess the means to control it. As we speak, the remaining soul beasts are converging upon this location. Prepare yourself to be torn to shreds by them. Ha! With a flash of crimson light, the 7th Elder and the colossal form of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King vanished from the campus. On the dormitory balcony, witnessing the creature's disappearance, 2 students endowed with flight-type martial spirits leapt down, rushing to Yilei's side to assist him. Senior Yi, are you all right? Is everything okay? I'm fine, he replied. But you must return at once. This place is no longer safe. Yilei, with the support of others, rose to his feet. The 3-pronged, double-edged spear in his hand transformed into radiant light and dissipated. His vision, keen as it was, allowed him to faintly discern large avian soul beasts soaring towards him from the distant horizon. However, before the students could make their way back to the dormitory, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. In an instant, a colossal scorpion, its body adorned with armor, surged forth from the depths of the earth, its venomous tail extending infinitely towards Yilei. Yilei embraced his 2 junior classmates with both arms, leaping backward while simultaneously The azure-silver royal vines extending from all directions transformed into sharp spikes, pinning the enormous scorpion in place. How infuriating! This wave of beasts was far from what the system had reported. In addition to the 9 ancient beast emperors of 90,000 years, there were also soul beasts with a cultivation of 10,000 years. It seems the remaining soul beasts are about to arrive. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Lei conjured 2 enormous blue-silver emperor vines, effortlessly transporting the 2 junior students back to their dormitory. Subsequently, he became enveloped by the essence of the Flame Lord, standing vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. The ground, which had momentarily ceased its tremors, began to quake once more. From the very spot where the colossal scorpion had perished, dozens of smaller scorpions erupted from the earth, materializing before Yi Lei. These bloodthirsty scorpions, each ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 years in age, posed little challenge given my dwindling soul power. However, the remaining ones may prove to be a formidable adversary. Yi Lei wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth once more, and a glimmer of light reignited in his eyes. At the entrance of a colossal department store, an elderly man with a head full of white hair was engaged in a fierce battle against the soul beasts. Suddenly, as one of the soul beasts collapsed, all the others that were charging towards him came to an abrupt halt, then turned and fled in the opposite direction. Yi Junxing stood up, drenched in blood, from the carcass of the soul beast, contemplating the direction in which the remaining soul beasts had fled. However, given the current situation, it seemed prudent to wait a while longer. Yi Lei's right hand shimmered with a crimson glow, while his left leg emitted a violet light. In the next moment, 2 radiant blades of red and purple shot forth, severing the scorpion tails of the dozen or so bloodthirsty scorpions, rendering them incapable of attack as they helplessly writhed on the ground. With a whoosh, dozens of stone spikes were launched, piercing through their brains and retrieving the beast souls within. The time was ripe. It was time to mount the final counterattack. On Yi Lei's right arm, the soul-slaying sky-splitting cannon re-emerged, accompanied by a circular indentation of similar size to the beast's soul emerging behind it. Yi Lei placed the dozen or so beast souls he had just acquired into the soul-devouring sky-splitting cannon. Immediately, a dark purple luminescence illuminated the surroundings. Fortunately, with the assistance of the soul-guiding device, as long as the beast souls remained unspent, I could continue to engage in battle. The inherent venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion, coupled with its formidable armor-piercing capability, was sufficient to breach the defenses of certain soul beasts. Yi Lei stamped his right foot heavily, activating the spiritual hunting ground and scanning the surrounding environment. Simultaneously, he raised his arm high and began his assault in the sky. Each purple energy orb he unleashed caused a bird-like soul beast to plummet from the air. This continued until the soul power contained within the bloodthirsty scorpion beast soul was completely expended, leading to the annihilation of all bird-like soul beasts in the sky. At this moment, the campus was teeming with no fewer than 100 soul beasts, while many more were rushing from outside. All soul beasts that entered the campus were converging towards the dormitory building where Yi Lei resided. The ground trembled as various soul beasts gathered beneath the dormitory. Encircling Yi Lei, the students inside the dormitory turned off their lights, huddling together in silence, fearing that any sound might provoke an attack from the soul beasts outside. Haha, you foolish soul beasts have fallen into my trap. I have awaited this moment, and none shall escape. Yi Lei suddenly lifted his head, his right foot striking the ground with great force. In an instant, a multitude of blue-silver emperor vines surged from the earth, encircling all the soul beasts in a tight embrace, while he soared into the air, observing the chaos below among the beasts. Raising his right hand high, the Flame Lord emerged behind him, and the powerful Ant Emperor's soul bone materialized at his chest. With the skill of the Ant Emperor's soul bone, he unleashed the devastating heavenly descent of Ember. 6 beams of crimson light pierced through the heavens, and a colossal entity began to manifest in the sky, gradually breaking through the clouds. Consequently, the students in the dormitory, peering through the balcony windows, beheld a scene that would astonish them for a lifetime. A massive meteorite had appeared from thin air, its surface ablaze with molten lava, plummeting directly onto the soul beasts ensnared by Yi Lei's blue-silver emperor. The shockwave generated by the impact shattered all the glass in the surrounding educational buildings. And below the dormitory, a vast pit, over 10 meters deep, was formed, filled with the charred remains of countless soul beasts, over 1,000. Consumed entirely by the lava that accompanied the meteorite, the beast tide at last was vanquished. Yi Lei finally revealed a smile on his face. Suspended in midair, he could no longer maintain his form. His eyes slowly closed as he plummeted into the abyss below, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a figure lay amidst numerous corpses, his body marred by wounds that rendered him particularly disheveled. Yilei lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, his eyes tightly shut. At that moment, the dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his chest radiated a luminous blue glow. This ethereal light permeated through the skin connected to the pendant and flowed into Yilei's body. Simultaneously, one of the elemental orbs adorning his wrist ignited with a crimson brilliance, the light gradually traversing his arm and entering his very being. The wounds on Yilei's body gradually healed, and the pallor of his cheeks slowly regained a hint of color. Bathed in the cerulean and crimson glow, he slowly opened his eyes, cradling his head as he sat up. "Oh, it hurts terribly," he murmured. With great effort, Yilei struggled to his feet, only to stumble and fall face-first into the mud, remaining there for a considerable time before he finally managed to rise again. Fortunately, he had the foresight to use the jade pendant and elemental orb as conduits for his soul power, absorbing a significant amount of it. Otherwise, depleting his soul energy would have been no trivial matter. Emerging from the pit, he stretched his limbs and retrieved a set of his clothing from the system space, donning it. At that moment, he sensed two familiar icy auras approaching. Unbeknownst to him, his appearance had undergone a transformation. His once jet-black hair now blazed a vivid crimson, and his formerly dark pupils had shifted to a pale blue hue. "Yilei, what happened?" Han Wan exclaimed as she touched down, intending to inquire about his well-being, but upon catching sight of him, she was momentarily rendered speechless, uncertain of how to proceed. Yilei gazed at Han Wan, utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the situation until Yi Junqing approached him, donning an identical expression to Han Wan's. He inquired anew, Dad, Shen Wan, is there something on my face? Why do you both regard me with such expressions? Well, take a look for yourself, Han Wan replied, extending her hand to conjure an icy element that swiftly transformed into a crystalline mirror held before Yilei. It was only then that Yilei discerned the altered hue of his pupils and hair, leaving him utterly astonished. After a few moments, recalling his earlier act of burning life force, detonating the ring, and unleashing his most formidable strike that severely wounded the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, he surmised that the change in his hair and pupils must have occurred at that moment. After elucidating the cause to Han Wan and Yi Junqing, he then inquired about the battle circumstances of the others. "Oh, rest assured, Yuning, Qiaona, and the others have successfully vanquished numerous soul beasts in the vicinity of our school. Jing Hang has slain over 100 soul beasts near the food street, while Chen Sicai and I supported them from the skies, also hunting down several soul beasts. However, it is rather suspicious that many of the soul beasts we hunted exhibited no trace of soul power within their bodies, as if they had been reduced to mere empty shells." Yilei nodded upon hearing the news, well aware of the transformations that occur in the remains of soul beasts. It was merely the crimson liquid from the Red Demon Skeleton King, which had not yet taken form, that had drained them. As this thought crossed his mind, he sensed that he had forgotten something important, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. In a certain river channel, a figure struggled desperately against the tendrils that ensnared him. Just as he managed to break free, even more tendrils ensnared him anew. "Oh, the vast ocean! Why is this soul beast so tenacious?" Song Yang emitted a silent roar of frustration, his face etched with a profound sense of despair. Yilei, accompanied by Han Wan and Yi Junqing, approached the individuals still engaged in the aftermath of the battle. With Yilei's assistance, the corpses of the soul beasts, which had littered the streets and alleys, were reduced to ashes one by one. Once this task was completed, the dawn broke softly, and the people who had been hiding due to the beast tide began to return to the streets, rejoicing and celebrating. Meanwhile, Yilei and his companions left the scene discreetly. After they had been gone for some time, they suddenly sensed something amiss. It was quite peculiar. A feeling lingered that they had forgotten something important. Yilei abruptly halted his steps, shaking his head in contemplation. It was only when his gaze swept over the individuals beside him and lingered upon Yi Junqing's face that realization dawned upon him. Goodness, how could I have forgotten about Lao Yang? With that thought, Yilei swiftly pinpointed Song Yang's location and dashed toward it. Wang Yuning, filled with anxiety, raced ahead of everyone. 5 minutes later, upon arriving at the banks of the White Horse River, they beheld a vast expanse of the river, strewn with the corpses of numerous soul beasts. Not far from the shore, a figure lay sprawled in disarray. Yilei's vision was unparalleled, and he instantly recognized the sprawled figure as Song Yang. Iangu. Upon confirming the identity of the man, Wang Yunling hastily rushed to his side, eager to assist him. However, as she drew near, a pungent odor assaulted her senses, causing her to falter mid-stride. Instinctively, she halted, only to feel the world spin around her, resulting in her collapsing in a manner akin to Song Yang's own posture. Hearing a loud thud nearby, Song Yang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly sat up and glanced towards the source of the sound. His gaze met Wang Yunling's adorable face, now smeared with mud, prompting her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, embodying the essence of a bashful wife. "How did you manage to fall, Xiaoninger?" After wiping his hands clean, Song Yang gently brushed the mud from her face, his expression filled with affection. The others, witnessing the scene unfold, wore playful expressions. Yi Junqing had mysteriously vanished at some point, while Yi Lei affectionately wrapped his arm around Han Wan's waist, sharing a smile at the amusing sight. Wang Yunling's face flushed even deeper, wishing she could dig a hole to hide herself, and she lightly punched Song Yang's shoulder in playful reprimand. Two envious onlookers, both single, gazed upon the scene, their eyes drifting towards the other two girls, their minds swirling with fantasies. Not long after dawn broke, an abundance of videos depicting the beast tide from the early hours flooded Weibo and various short video platforms. The content ranged from colossal ice blue figures in the sky to gigantic tails and blue light, swords emerging from riverbanks, purple silhouettes appearing in food streets, and dark shadows descending upon squares, saturating the ground with lava. In no time, the comments beneath these videos soared into the tens of thousands, filled with exclamations such as, "The young lady is so stunning," and "The young man is incredibly handsome." Meanwhile, the juniors from Rongqing No. 8 High School joined the trend by posting 2 videos of their own. The first showcased Yu Lei using a self-combined martial soul technique to severely injure the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. The second captured Yu Lei effortlessly levitating a massive meteorite, hurling it down upon the soul beasts below. The release of these videos attracted a multitude of online viewers, and soon, the 8 individuals featured in them were collectively dubbed the 8 Soul Guardians. This event lingered on Weibo for an extended period, gradually fading from the spotlight. Yet it occasionally resurfaced in the public's consciousness. 2 years later, in the year 2025 of the Huaxia calendar, reports emerged of several sea monster attacks in coastal cities of the M country. The military had intervened, yet no further developments followed. What followed was footage captured by onlookers. The television screen displayed international news, showcasing a vivid scene where a colossal tentacle abruptly emerged from the depths, cleaving a vessel in two. Within a mere span of months, no fewer than 100 fishing boats and warships have fallen victim to these assaults. Most recently, the sea monster surfaced near the shore, obliterating all structures along the coastline before vanishing back into the ocean's depths. Yi Lei turned off the television and continued to sit on the ground, engaging in meditation. Over the past 2 years, he had cultivated the soul power of the Blue Silver Emperor to level 70, while the Flame Lord had reached level 52. He was merely one soul ring away from absorbing a suitable spirit ring, which would elevate his Blue Silver Emperor martial soul to the rank of Soul Sage. At that moment, a system task was announced, requesting the host to take notice. The voice of the system resonated in Yi Lei's mind. Eliminate the Rage Sea Devouring Beast to obtain the 7th soul ring for the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul. As the chaos unfolded, Song Yang placed the 2 individuals down and spoke to them in fluent English, urging them to flee to a safe location. Once they dashed away, he summoned his martial soul and stood atop the colossal head of the crocodile, tirelessly rescuing the trapped citizens of the United States. Meanwhile, Yi Lei was engaged in a similar endeavor. While saving individuals, he occasionally launched attacks against the Rage Sea Devouring Beast. After a grueling half-hour, they managed to evacuate all the surrounding populace. However, the American military had dispatched a substantial force to the area, but their efforts proved futile, as any artillery fire had no impact on the Rage Sea Devouring Beast. "Old Yi, what is the strategy now? This creature's defenses are even more formidable than I had anticipated," Song Yang inquired, having just repelled an attacking tentacle and landing beside Yi Lei. "Based on my observations, the weak point of this sea soul beast appears to be its lower abdomen, which lacks a protective shell. However, its tentacles make it difficult for me to approach unless we can lift it into the air." Yi Lei, brandishing a long spear, swiftly contemplated the tactics at his disposal. He spoke, "I will endeavor to contain it, Lao Yang. Please assess whether you can sever its tentacles, preferably at the root. However, judging by its appearance, it likely possesses regenerative capabilities, though the extent of such abilities remains uncertain." Song Yang nodded in agreement and charged forward, his hands enveloped in a shimmering aquamarine glow. With each sweeping motion of his arms, luminous blades of water elemental energy struck down upon the flailing tentacles. Yi Lei continuously unleashed the blue-silver emperor vines, intertwining them with the massive tentacles of the anger sea-devouring beast, thereby restraining its movements. "Let me witness the true extent of your defenses," he declared, invoking his fourth soul skill, blue-silver piercing array. Countless blue-silver emperor vines transformed into sharp spikes, rising from the ground and fiercely thrusting towards the anger sea-devouring beast. Roar! The beast sensed the impending danger and unleashed a torrent of purple mist from its colossal jaws, instantly corroding the approaching blue-silver spikes into a viscous liquid. "By heavens, this creature's toxin is unexpectedly potent," Yi Lei mused, taken aback. "Since the blue-silver emperor proves ineffective against you, let us see if you can withstand the onslaught of flames." The long spear in Yi Lei's hand vanished, only to be replaced by two large blades adorned with crimson and black patterns. The soul bone skill of the right arm, Purgatory Scythe, unleashed a swift strike. Two scarlet blades of light danced forth from the twin daggers, their intense heat purifying the noxious gas emitted by the fury sea-devouring beast. Moreover, they succeeded in inflicting a wound upon it. "Indeed, it appears that your poison cannot withstand the flames. Thus, allow me to demonstrate this technique." Yi Lei stamped his right foot heavily, causing the entire ground to tremble. Scalding magma began to spread from beneath his feet, gradually engulfing the entire area. "In my domain of fire, even as a sea soul beast, you can only be subdued by my soul technique attributes. I am eager to see how much longer you can endure." Yi Lei stamped his foot once more, causing countless stones to rise from the ground, all enveloped in scalding magma. Under Yi Lei's command, they hurtled towards the ferocious beast of the angry sea. Luo Yun winced in pain, enduring the sting from the whip. Struggling against the agony, he pressed down on the string of colorful beads adorning his wrist, which emitted a crisp sound before he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Damn it, this infuriates me." Luo Yuanhe felt a slight numbness in his hand that wielded the whip. Casting a glance around, he discarded the whip, seized a steel pipe from the back seat of the van, and struck Luo Yun several times before finally relenting. "You lot, drive for me. In 2 hours, head to the Leaf family's villa in the outskirts. I intend to personally deliver this grand gift to the second young master of the Leaf family." Luo Yuan had tossed aside the steel pipe, flexed his wrist, and took the passenger seat in the van. Two burly men exchanged glances, then closed the trunk and climbed into the van, setting off into the distance. In Country M, the previously tranquil sea suddenly erupted with two figures, soaring into an invisible aircraft above. "Old Yang, our fortune seems rather favorable. The age of this ferocious wave-toothed shark exceeds my expectations, and it has manifested a soul bone as well. Now, you can master both of its skills." Yi Lei deftly maneuvered the controls on the aircraft's dashboard, rendering the fighter jet invisible once more as it soared back towards the land of Huaxia. "I shall commence the absorption of the soul ring now," he mused, fully confident that this soul ring would bestow upon him a potent area attack skill. In Song Yang's hand materialized a pitch-black soul ring, which he promptly crushed, liberating its essence within the confines of the aircraft. He subsequently retrieved two items, a palm-sized beast soul and a shard of soul bone shaped like a shark. The soul bone adhered closely to Song Yang's left arm, while the soul ring and beast soul began their assimilation into him. With the fighter jet traveling at maximum velocity, it would take nearly 5 hours to reach their destination, ample time, he believed, to fully absorb the seventh soul ring. Yi Lei had meticulously charted his flight path and was on the verge of absorbing the soul ring when the communicator aboard the aircraft chimed. "Yi Lei, this is dire news. Something grave has transpired. Luo Yun has been kidnapped." The screen illuminated, revealing Chun Sitsuin's anxious visage. "Do not panic. What exactly has happened? Please elaborate," Yi Lei urged. "The situation is as follows. Luo Yun was summoned back to Yinqing by her father, and I accompanied her. I had intended to investigate the 8 Soul Masters organization here in Yinqing. However, upon my arrival, I received her distress signal. I am currently in search of her, but this area is under the control of Elder Wu, which has constrained my movements. I require assistance." As Chun Sitsuin soared through the air, she relayed the unfolding events to Yi Lei. "Understood. I am en route back to the city as well. I shall endeavor to hasten my speed. I estimate my arrival in approximately 3 hours. Please hold on a little longer." Yi Lei hastened the pace of the aircraft once more and spoke to Chen Sison. Chen Sison nodded and terminated the communication. "Damn it, the fifth elder, it is indeed time to meet him. Yilei gently grasped, releasing the compressed crimson soul ring once more. After settling down, he activated the blue-silver domain to absorb the seventh soul ring. A tremendous surge of soul power relentlessly battered Yilei's body, colliding with his meridians. The lingering remnants of the sea-devouring beast, embedded within the soul ring, were frenziedly assaulting Yilei's form. Sweat trickled down Yilei's forehead as he slightly furrowed his brow, only to soon relax again. In the office, a burly man clad in a black suit pushed open the door and stood before an exceptionally alluring woman, placing an object before her. Interesting, Doucher, she purred, her sensual red lips parting slightly as she cast a glance at the item brought in by the man. According to our investigations, this member of the Eight Soul Town organization is codenamed Wind Dragon, wielding the martial spirit of the wind god Wyvern, with his soul power currently unknown. He appears to be quite the handsome fellow. Send someone to attend to him properly, so he understands how we treat our guests in Yinxing, Blood Swallow. The fifth elder, as referred to by the burly man, said, licking her lips ominously. Understood. How infuriating. Why has the number of fourth ring soul masters suddenly surged here? Even though my soul power has broken through to level 50, I cannot hold out for long without the fifth soul ring. I must hasten my pace. Shin Sikong, having repelled his foes with two blades of wind summoned by his wings, suddenly exerted his strength and pursued the direction where the aura of Luo Yun lingered. High above the Pacific, within a pitch-black warplane illuminated by a crimson glow, a blood-red soul ring floated beside Yilei, while a small blue-gold grass swayed in the palm of his hand, slowly absorbing the energy emanating from the soul ring. At that moment, in the depths of Yilei's spiritual sea, countless blue-silver emperor vines were engaged in a fierce struggle against the formidable tentacles of the angry, sea-devouring beast, which were adorned with enormous suction cups. Each contact with the blue-silver emperor vine released a potent venom that corroded it. The might of a 100,000-year soul beast is indeed overwhelming. The venom from the angry, sea-devouring beast continuously fortified my blue-silver emperor, enhancing its resilience and power. Simultaneously, my body, meridians, and bone strength were also undergoing a transformation. If this soul ring is so overpowering, one can only imagine the effects of a soul bone. The blood-red soul ring gradually integrated into Yilei's body until the final trace of crimson light was absorbed within him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the transformation within. Yilei marveled incredulously. With the completion of this soul ring absorption, my soul power has surged from level 70 to over half of level 71. Once I return to Rongqing and absorb the soul bone of the angry sea-devouring beast, my soul power will directly ascend to level 72. Yilei closed his eyes and entered the realm of the system. Before him lay a colossal corpse, exuding a foul stench. Suddenly, a crackling sound broke the silence, and a pale purple soul bone, adorned with tentacle-like patterns, materialized in front of Yilei. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has surpassed level 70. Reaching the Soul Sage realm, you have successfully obtained your first 100,000-year old soul bone, known as the Soul-Devouring Fury Right Arm Soul Bone. At this moment, the system's voice resonated, and the soul bone catalog displayed 2 additional entries. Although this soul bone was similar to the one belonging to the infernal fire scythe mantis, both being right arm bones, the absorption method provided by the system allowed me to assimilate this soul bone and attach it to the Flame Lord. This signifies that I can similarly absorb this 100,000-year old right arm bone. For further details on the aforementioned method, please refer to Chapter 20. With a flick of his right hand, Yilei summoned the soul bone to himself. As his consciousness returned to the cockpit, he glanced at the time before pressing the soul bone against his right arm, commencing the absorption process. At that moment, within the confines of the aircraft, countless blue-silver emperors sprouted, intertwining harmoniously, while immense life energy filled the entire space. Simultaneously, Song Yang, who was absorbing both a soul ring and a soul bone, suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of life energy slowly flowing into his body, accompanied by a sensation of something wrapping around him. However, he paid no heed to these distractions. After all, within his spiritual sea, his Sea Emperor Crocodile Martial Soul was engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 terrifying wave-toothed sharks conjured by his absorbed soul ring and soul bone. In the physical realm, beneath him lay 3 purple and 1 black soul rings. After a considerable time, the soul bone, closely adhered to Song Yang's left arm, gradually merged into his body, while the oscillating black soul ring was also absorbed, eventually appearing as the 5th ring on the periphery of the 4 existing rings. With this, Song Yang successfully absorbed the Soul Ring, elevating his strength to the Soul King level. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Song Yang opened his eyes to find the interior of the aircraft enveloped in an abundance of blue-silver emperors, with several wrapping around him as well. It seemed that Old Yi was likely engaged in absorbing either a soul ring or a soul bone. Since the aircraft was still in flight, he decided to meditate for a while to solidify the newly acquired soul ring and soul bone. With that, Song Yang closed his eyes once more, resuming his meditation. Damn it! Why did a Soul King suddenly appear, especially one that counters my martial soul? Chen Sitsai was not soaring through the air, but rather struggling on the ground, battling against the five-ringed Soul King before him. This individual exuded a foul stench, with a massive black monster manifesting as his martial soul behind him. Activating his first soul skill, Winged Dragon Armor, Chen Sitsai was instantly enveloped in a protective armor made of scales, shielding him from the soul skill unleashed by the Soul King. The overwhelming force struck Chen Sitsai's hands, violently impacting his chest and causing him to stagger back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Child, cease your futile struggles. Our elder blood, Yin, holds great expectations for you. Leaving you injured would serve me no benefit. Simply comply and return with me. A man dressed in a black suit said as he gracefully descended to the ground, flexing his wrist. Even in death, I shall never return with you. Step aside. Fourth soul skill, Wind God's Furious Dragon Explosion. Chen Sitsang's aura surged dramatically, emanating a verdant glow as he instantaneously transformed into a colossal pterosaur, moving with astonishing speed, darting towards the man like a streak of emerald light. Alas, what a stubborn youth he is. The fifth soul skill, Wanong Po. The man's right fist coalesced with a black golden radiance, and as he unleashed a punch, a massive sphere of black golden light shot forth. Upon contact, the immense pterosaur was shattered in an instant, while the draconic armor enveloping Chen Sitsang was reduced to mere fragments by the tremendous force of the fifth soul skill. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Sitsang was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, and he violently expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, a visible dent appearing on his chest. The man materialized before Chen Sitsang, striking him with a knife-hand blow to render him unconscious, then seized him by the collar and carried him away. Half an hour later, Elder, I have brought the person back. The man appeared in Shui Yun's office, where Chen Sitsang lay on the ground not far behind him, appearing almost lifeless save for the faint rising and falling of his chest. Did I not instruct you to bring him here intact? Why do you persist in disobeying? Xuan feigned anger, casting a glance at the man. P.S. Off work, January 18th, Chapter 228, A Journey Back. Elder, it was not my intention. One must blame his own tenacity, the man in black replied lazily, lounging on an ornate chaise, picking up an apple from the coffee table, rubbing it against his clothing before taking a bite. I do not blame you, my sweet, the fifth elder remarked, rising gracefully, her long, fair legs carrying her to the man in black, where she placed a kiss upon his cheek, continuing, this individual holds great potential for our purposes, and his talents are commendable. Should we utilize him, I could seize the opportunity to eliminate Yi Lei, who has been a thorn in Xiao Xiong's side for 2 years. Such a feat would surely elevate my standing with that esteemed individual. The fifth elder knelt before Chen Sitsang, extending her flawless white fingers to gently tap his forehead. A fleeting crimson glow enveloped him, and in an instant, the previously unconscious Chen Sitsang awakened, astonished by the sight of the alluring woman before him, instinctively retreating. Why do you shy away, handsome? I cannot be that frightening, the fifth elder said with a playful smile, her eyes shimmering with inscrutable light. Who are you? Where's this? What do you intend to do with me? Chen Sitsang, in the next moment, activated his martial soul, warily observing the two before him. Is it truly necessary to be so vigilant, dear? There's no need to reveal your martial soul, she replied with a teasing lilt. The fifth elder spoke as he stepped forward, extending his hand in an attempt to caress Chen Sitsang's face. Sensing the elder's movement, Chen Sitsang swiftly drew back, unleashing 2 blades of wind element from the wings behind him, creating a barrier of distance between them. Stubborn and unyielding, the fifth elder's smile vanished as he beheld the approaching blades of light. An aura of crimson radiance enveloped him, and 7 soul rings materialized around his waist, significantly amplifying his presence. With a powerful display, he shattered the 2 wind element blades, forcefully pinning Chen Sitsang to the ground. Coughing, Chen Sitsang found himself momentarily freed from his martial spirit's embodiment, collapsing to one knee. The weight of his injuries intensified, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. His gaze fell upon the soul rings at the fifth elder's waist, leaving him utterly astonished. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, 7 rings, a soul saint. You may still submit to me, but time is of the essence. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to reduce you to mere carcass. The fifth elder looked down upon Chen Saiken, his martial spirit gradually revealing itself, blood-red wings, reeking of carnage, unfurling from his back. At that moment, the glass of the room, along with the walls, exploded violently, thick clouds of dust swirling in the air. Within the haze, Chen Saiken felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen force, abruptly yanked away. As the dust settled, the fifth elder gazed upon the now vacant room, his anger flaring as he turned to witness the disarray of his once opulent office. Outside where the windows had once stood, 3 figures emerged seemingly from thin air. Fifth elder, I never anticipated our first encounter would unfold under such circumstances. Since you have harmed my brother, I shall return the favor. A crisp male voice echoed in the ears of the fifth elder and the man in black. As Yilei's voice faded, Song Yang, suspended in midair like him, stepped forward. A glimmer of blue light flickered in his eyes, and a massive crocodile slowly emerged behind him, causing the surrounding air to become increasingly humid. The fifth soul skill, Raging Tides. The 5 soul rings around Song Yang's waist shimmered sequentially, with the 5th soul ring radiating a brilliant dark light, drawing the surrounding water elements towards him, gradually forming a colossal water vortex. Manipulating the vortex, Song Yang directed it towards Elder Wu and the man in black. The immense force generated by the swirling waters creating a tremendous suction that pulled everything in its vicinity. Be cautious, Elder. 5th soul skill, Breaking Dawn. Seeing this, the man in black swiftly pulled Elder Wu behind him, his entire body emanating a powerful dark light. The black and gold radiance coalesced instantly, launching towards the water vortex. Observing this, Song Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he clenched his right hand tightly. The man in black, unaware of Song Yang's expression, could only watch in disbelief as his Breaking Dawn was obliterated upon contact with the water vortex. My Breaking Dawn? How could this be possible? The man in black exclaimed, unable to comprehend the situation. How formidable! This soul skill, which previously shattered my strongest attack and left me severely injured, was effortlessly neutralized by Old Yang's newly acquired 5th soul skill, as if it were a mere drop in the ocean. It seems Old Yang's 5th soul ring comes from an exceptionally powerful soul beast, Chen Sitsai remarked in astonishment as he observed the unfolding scene. Old Chen, you have yet to grasp the full extent of this. Old Yang's 5th soul ring is derived from the terrifying raging wave-toothed shark, which is over 50,000 years old, and it also yielded a left arm soul bone. Old Yang hasn't even utilized that yet. You will have plenty of time to be astonished later, Yilei remarked casually. Chen Sitsai gasped, I am utterly flabbergasted. Among the 4 of us in the 8 towns, I am the one with the soul bone. I concede. A torrent of water surged into the room, instantly engulfing Elder Wu and the man in black. The man in black's martial soul contained a slight fire element, rendering him utterly defenseless against Song Yang's raging tides, as he was mercilessly battered by the relentless waves. Now, it is your turn. Song Yang shifted his gaze towards Elder Wu, his arms shimmering with light. Elder Wu's martial soul, the bloodthirsty Mandarin duck, was a bird-type soul that harbored a profound fear of water elements, even against an opponent who was over 20 levels beneath him. He found it exceedingly difficult to unleash his soul skills in such a short time. The skills of the rampaging crocodile's right arm soul bone, rampaging domain, and the raging wave-tooth's left arm soul bone skill, spiraling tooth wheel destruction, erupted in a display of blue and black gold light on either side of Song Yang. His aura surged dramatically as he raised his left arm, forming an ever-expanding, spiked aquamarine wheel that spun rapidly. With a swift motion of his left arm, the wheel shot forth at great speed. Damn it! Elder Wu finally broke free from the water vortex and, witnessing the rapidly approaching wheel, activated his martial soul's true form in an attempt to defend himself. 5th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Celestial Dome. A blood-red light shield materialized before the 5th elder. Yet, just as the radiant ring was about to close in on her, it unexpectedly splintered into several equally sized luminous rings, hurtling towards the man in black, who was still ensnared within the water spout. A masterful feint, Chen Sikong remarked. My true target was never her, my spinning light rings, empowered by the ferocity of the chaotic realm, possess a might comparable to that of a soul emperor. That individual is surely doomed. Song Yang observed as the multitude of rings descended upon the man in black, leaving him grievously wounded, and calmly stated, enough of this matter. We must urgently seek out Luo Yun. Yilei remarked, I completely forgot about this matter. According to the last location displayed on the communication device worn by Luo Yun, it was here. Upon hearing this, Chen Sitsai slapped his forehead and began to operate his high-tech wristband. Instantly, a three-dimensional map of Yinqing materialized before the three of them, with a red dot indicating Luo Yun's current position. Yinqing, the Li family, is it? Yi Lei gazed upon the scene, his expression turning icy. Lao Chun, are your injuries not a concern? Song Yang inquired at that moment. It's nothing serious, I want to perish. After such a prolonged rest, even the gravest of wounds have nearly healed. The pressing matter now is to proceed to this alleged Li family and rescue Luo Yun. Chen Sitsang's gaze was resolute, unyielding to the persuasive words of Yi Lei and Song Yang. Consume this, it will be beneficial for your recovery. Yi Lei, upon witnessing the scene, flipped his right hand and retrieved a pill from the system space, offering it to Chen Sitsai. Thank you. Chen Sitsai responded as he accepted the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The three of them transformed into beams of light and vanished from sight. Yi Lei, one day, I shall claim your life, the fifth elder declared, kneeling on the ground, cradling the lifeless body of the man in black. His gaze fixed angrily on the direction in which Yi Lei had disappeared. Shiyong dispatched 2 teams to follow them. Once they halt, encircle and eliminate them. The fifth elder manipulated his wristband for a moment and shouted towards the opposite side, where a man referred to as Shiyong acknowledged with a grunt before ending the call. Yi Lei, I am eager to see if the 3 of you can withstand 100 Soul Kings and 200 Soul Sect members. Today, I shall ensure your demise without a trace. The fifth elder's expression turned exceedingly sinister as an immense surge of soul power enveloped the surroundings. The corpse of the man in black he held transformed into a puddle of viscous liquid, evaporating into the air. Outside Yinqing, at the Li family villa, Master, Luo Yuanhe has arrived. The elderly steward bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire. Let them in, the man replied, his tone crisp and clear. Yes. The steward bowed once more and withdrew. Shortly thereafter, he returned, leading 2 individuals into the room. Master Li, I bring my daughter, Luo Yun, Luo Yuanhe said, performing a courteous bow. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Luo Yun standing stiffly, and he gave her a firm pat on the back of her head, prompting her to reluctantly bow. Old Huang, go and fetch Xiao Hong. Master Li instructed the steward, then turned his attention to Luo Yun. This young girl possesses a refreshing beauty, surpassing the previous ones, he mused to himself. Seriously, old man, if there's nothing pressing, don't summon me. The promotion match is crucial. A youth with a flamboyant hairstyle descended the stairs, expressing impatience towards Master Li seated on the sofa. His gaze soon landed on Luo Yun. Old man, who is this girl? Xiao Hong, this is the new bride I have found for you. This time, treat her well and do not revert to your old ways, understood? Master Li instructed. Indeed, her looks are quite to my liking, and her figure is commendable. It will surely be an enjoyable experience, Xiao Hang leered at Luo Yun, eagerly licking his lips. Xiao Hang, as long as you are pleased. Someone will be coming shortly to finalize arrangements for both of you. Do not mishandle the young lady, Master Li cautioned. Ah, I understand. I will be gentle. Xiao Hong replied dismissively. Li Heng said impatiently, Hey girl, how old are you? Come, let us go back to my room and have some fun. As he spoke, he reached out with his hand. Don't touch me. Get your filthy hands off. Luo Yun, not one to tolerate his advances, swiftly slapped his hand away. Oh, this little girl has quite the fiery spirit. I like that. Without regard for Luo Yuanhe or Mr. Li's presence, Li Heng lunged forward. With a flash of light in her right hand, Luo Yun delivered a resounding slap to Li Heng's plump face. How dare you hit me? He exclaimed, feeling the sting as his already round face began to swell. He hadn't anticipated that this petite girl possessed such strength. In truth, Luo Yun did not possess overwhelming physical power. However, endowed with a supreme auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, she had reached the pinnacle of her 4th ring. At the moment Li Heng charged, she had amplified her strength, increasing her power exponentially. Master, there are 3 visitors outside dressed in peculiar attire. One of them has a rather odd name. Ghost Face, announced Butler Huang, re-entering the living room to address Mr. Li, who was seated on the sofa. Ghost Face. Upon hearing those words, Luo Yun's anxious heart settled. She understood that he, along with them, had come to rescue her, though their entrance would be rather unconventional. In the next instant, the opulent structure erupted in a violent explosion, and a green figure soared through the thick smoke into the parlor, triggering yet another blast. 7 treasures turn into glaze. The 7 treasures are famed, ruling all. With a calm demeanor, Luo Yun activated her martial soul, unleashing her fourth soul skill to enhance her defense, and then sat serenely on the sofa, allowing the winds from the explosion to tousle her hair. Li Yaoting, come out. And you, Luo Yuanhe, employing coercive tactics, injuring and kidnapping members of the 8 Soul Town organization. Are you aware of your crimes? A clear, piercing voice resonated from the billowing smoke, and in an instant, blue and gold vines began to spread throughout the spacious villa. Who dares to intrude upon the Li family villa? Li Yaoting, with the assistance of Butler Huang, struggled to stand. You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that any individual from the 8 Soul Town organization is beyond your capacity to harm. 3 figures gradually emerged from the dense smoke. Among them, 2 individuals summoned their martial spirits, revealing a colossal crocodile and a magnificent wyvern silhouette. In front of the immense crocodile stood a dark green figure, adorned with 5 soul rings, 3 purple and 2 black, encircling its waist. The majestic wyvern's ethereal form was accompanied by a pair of wings, hovering effortlessly, while the individual behind it bore 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, encircling their waist. The remaining figure continued to advance, and with each step, a black soul ring materialized beneath their feet, until they finally came to a halt. Underfoot lay 7 soul rings, 4 black and 3 red, emanating a terrifying aura of pressure. Luo Yuanhe, do you understand the gravity of harming and abducting members of the 8 Soul Town organization? Those who commit such serious offenses shall face lethal consequences without exception. Yi Lei, Song Yang, and Qin Sikong stood imposingly, looking down at Li Yaoting and his companions. Leave work. Chapter 232. Not yours. What nonsense are you spouting? I never employed any coercive means to harm or abduct members of your 8 Soul Town organization. I merely brought my daughter here, Luo Yuanhe asserted with conviction. Luo Yuanhe, I have already informed you that I am a member of the 8 Soul Town. I urged you to cease your actions, yet you chose to ignore my words. At this moment, Luo Yun rose, moving to stand beside Yi Lei and the others, summoning her martial spirit. As the transformation swiftly unfolded, standing beneath the pterosaur, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and continued, my codename within the 8 Soul Town is Lioli. Luo Yuanhe was well aware of the formidable reputation the 8 Soul Town had forged in Huaxia over the past 2 years, with each member possessing immense strength. Lioli, as the soul support type among the 8, was held in particularly high regard. Today, even the most powerful of them, Gui Mian, had arrived, underscoring Lioli's esteemed position within the 8 Soul Town. As Luo Yuanhe gazed at his daughter before him, he lowered his head, filled with remorse for his actions. I care not who you are. Once I set my sights on something, no one shall take it from me. Li Heng, now risen, glared fiercely, directly manifesting his martial spirit. His once corpulent form expanded rapidly, tearing his clothing, as 2 sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. 4 soul rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, materialized around his waist, and he charged toward Luo Yun, shouting, You vile wench, you dared to strike me. Watch as I end you. Upon hearing this, Yi Lei furrowed his brow slightly, but it soon relaxed, for he knew that he need not intervene. Others would take action. A flash of verdant light appeared as a hand seized Li Heng by the throat. Qin Sitsai coldly uttered, Clean up your tongue. Xiao Yun is not someone you can insult. Moreover, she is not merely an object, nor is she yours. Step aside. 3rd soul skill, Fierce Heavy Fist. Li Heng broke free from Qin Sitsai's grip and unleashed his 3rd soul skill, his right fist swelling dramatically as it aimed for Qin Sitsai's head. 3rd soul skill, Pterosaur Light Cannon. Qin Sitsai instantly lowered his center of gravity, evading Li Heng's punch. With a swift motion, he pressed his right hand against Li Heng's chest. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as Li Heng was sent flying, a clear imprint of a palm appearing on his chest, which caved inwards. Li Heng quickly regained his footing and charged towards Qin Sitsai once more, his 4th spirit ring shining brightly. 4th soul skill, Heavy Armor Impact Kill. Qin Sitsai snorted coldly and similarly activated his soul skill. 2nd soul skill, Pterosaur Clone. Qin Sitsai's body was enveloped in a green glow, and in an instant, he split into 5 identical forms. 3rd soul skill, Pterosaur Light Cannon. All 5 Qin Sitsai simultaneously unleashed their 3rd soul skill, 5 compressed beams of wind element striking Li Heng concurrently. The tremendous energy of the wind elements detonated upon contact with Li Heng, sending him hurtling backward. Li Heng was left battered, every inch of him marred with wounds inflicted by the ferocious wind element. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With a flash of light, Chen Sitsai reabsorbed his clones. Old Chen's second soul skill, Pterosaur Clone, allows for an additional clone for every 10 levels of soul power, and each clone possesses 50% of the original's combat strength. Within the same rank, none can rival him, Yilei remarked quietly. Li Yaoting, your family has wreaked havoc in Yinqing, relying on your wealth. Your son has changed wives dozens of times, hasn't he? Yilei's gaze turned icy as he addressed Li Yaoting. And what of it? Li Yaoting replied defiantly, if my son desires, as his father, I must satisfy him. Is there any wrongdoing in that? Unfazed by Yilei's scrutiny, he continued, indeed, your son initially lured girls into marriage with riches, only to subject them to inhumane torment until they perished. The bodies were disposed of by you, and the frequent changes of wives have spread tales of his deeds. No girl dares to approach your son, leading you to extend your claws upon common folk, bribing them with vast sums to sell their own daughters, ultimately leading to their demise at your son's hands. The evidence lies in the eyes of every girl who met her end in his room. Yilei calmly concluded. Having just recounted the information he had gleaned from the system, Li Yaoting's face had turned an ashen hue, and he trembled as he spoke. How is this possible? I had concealed it so well. How could you possibly know? Your meager skills are inconsequential to me, Yilei retorted dismissively, shaking his head. Even if you were aware. What of it? This is my Li family territory. Whether you survive is for me to decide. Li family guards, annihilate them. Li Yaoting laughed maniacally, and in an instant, over 100 men clad in black appeared within the grand villa, all in a state of martial soul manifestation. Half of them bore 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings at their waists. With more than 50 soul kings among them, and the remainder being those with 4 soul rings, how could they possibly contend? Song Yang, also in martial soul manifestation, warily spoke up. What other course of action do we have but to fight? Chen Sikong activated his winged dragon avatar once more, soaring in the air as he declared, leave the soul kings to me. You handle the rest. Yilei replied, secretly eager to experiment with the soul bone skill of the anglerfish beast, lamenting the lack of a target. 7th soul skill, blue-silver avatar. Yilei stepped forward, his dual hair transforming into a resplendent blue-golden hue. The tail resembling that of a wolf also underwent a metamorphosis, shifting from its original crimson to the same striking blue-gold. Delicate blue-silver royal vines entwined around his entire form, coalescing into a suit of light armor, while an emblem belonging to the blue-silver emperor manifested at his brow. Is this the true essence of a martial soul? The effects are indeed formidable, as they have enhanced my attack, speed, and defense by a remarkable 20%. Thus, I shall unleash the entirety of my combat spirit, Yilei declared. In Yilei's hand, a radiant blue and golden light coalesced, and in the next moment, the blue-silver emperor spear shot forth, piercing through the chest of a soul king. After wielding the blue-silver emperor spear to vanquish 2 more soul kings, Yilei proclaimed, let us see how this technique fares, the soul bone skill of the right arm, devouring sea, demonic god slaughter. A purple radiance flickered upon Yilei's right arm, accompanied by the emergence of a colossal demon seal. Suddenly, beneath the feet of the dozen or so soul kings surrounding him, the ground began to shift dramatically, generating an immense gravitational force that rendered them immobile, firmly anchored to the earth. Annihilate. Yilei snapped his fingers, and another monumental demon seal manifested in midair, descending directly to overlap with the one on the ground. The dozens of soul kings ensnared were instantly crushed into a mist of blood. A sleek black aircraft streaked across the sky, vanishing from sight. Elder Wu, your subordinate has come to report. A tall and robust man knelt on one knee before Shui Yuan, addressing her. Shi Yong, what is the status of the squad? Shui Yuan's beautiful visage bore no trace of emotion, exuding an icy demeanor. Elder Wu, the squad failed to keep pace with them, and furthermore, the Li family has. Shi Yong hesitated, his expression growing tense. What happened to the Li family? Speak. Shui Yuan's previously frosty countenance finally revealed a hint of change, her irritation palpable as her subordinate faltered mid-sentence. The Li family has been annihilated. All 57 soul kings and 52 soul masters we stationed there have perished. Additionally, the head of the Li family, Li Yaoting, is outside, awaiting your presence. What? Upon hearing this, Shui Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming pressure radiating from her, causing cracks to form along the walls of the room. Raising her right hand, a surge of soul energy pierced through the room's walls, and in the next moment, a figure was yanked inside by the force of her soul power. Li Yaoting, who had been waiting outside, was suddenly ensnared by a powerful soul force, rendering him immobile. He was subsequently pulled through the thick walls, crashing into a room. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a surge of soul energy constricted around his neck, lifting him off the ground. How could all 109 elite warriors I assigned to you be dead? Shui Yuan regarded Li Yaoting coldly, struggling to speak. Li Yaoting managed to say, Gui Mian, a person who claims to be Gui Mian, along with 2 others whose names I do not know, were responsible for the massacre of the Li family. Yilei, it's you again, Shui Yuan exclaimed in fury, as the grip on Li Yaoting's neck loosened. He hastily implored, Elder Wu, you must seek justice for me. One of them killed my son. Shui Yuan gazed down at the kneeling Li Yaoting and remarked, Shiyong, he is of no further use. Yes, Elder Wu. Upon hearing this, Shiyong promptly advanced to drag the kneeling Li Yaoting away. In her hand, Shui Yuan clutched a blood-red card as she stepped into a dimly lit chamber. As the card was inserted, the room illuminated, revealing a grand conference table accompanied by 11 exquisite chairs. After Blood Yang took her seat, the remaining 9 elders appeared in their respective positions. Elder 5, why have we suddenly convened a meeting? What is the matter? The Grand Elder inquired first. What else could it be? Asked Xiao Xiong. Blood Yang gestured towards the 7th elder sitting to her right. Me? The 7th elder responded in confusion. Yilei has invaded my territory today, not only demolishing my elder hall, but also slaughtering over 100 of my elite and annihilating one of my subordinate families. Why have you not dealt with him in these past 2 years? He has been within your domain. Blood Yang exclaimed loudly. Blood Yang, I must say, you are still too young. When it comes to Yilei, one must be thoroughly prepared. However, rest assured, his time is limited, the 7th elder replied. What do you mean by that? The 2nd elder questioned. My brother and I have decided to act during the engagement banquet of the Yi and Han families in 20 days. We have developed an ultimate soul beast weapon together, which I have named the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. After 2 years of refinement, its cultivation has reached 100,000 years. No matter how many tricks Yilei has up his sleeve, he is destined for death. Moreover, I have 50 soul beast modifiers as a backup, the 7th elder proclaimed, showcasing the data of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, its appearance and capabilities displayed before all. My brother and I have surpassed the Soul Sage level, and additionally, I have completed the soul-guided bone armor, ensuring that the demise of Yilei is a foregone conclusion, the 7th elder asserted. Let us hope so, the Grand Elder remarked, examining the 3-dimensional data of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. When the time comes, leave the one with the crocodile martial soul to me. He killed my partner. I shall employ every means to torment him, making him regret ever coming into this world. A flicker of anger flashed in Blood Yang's eyes as she spoke. Within the aircraft, Old Yi, in 20 days, you and your fiancé, you will be engaged. Are you nervous? Chen Sikong asked with a grin. Nervous? Why would I be nervous? Transforming my beloved girl from girlfriend to fiancé, brings me immense joy, Yilei replied with a smile, his gaze instantly softening. By the way, brother-in-law, why did you and Sister Nguyen choose to get engaged on October 8th instead of October 1st, National Day? Luo Yun inquired, puzzled. Because October 8th is the day Nguyen and I confirmed our relationship, marking the 5th anniversary of our romance, Yilei explained with a smile. Luo Yun was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden display of affection, instinctively glancing at Chen Sikong, whose face flushed with youthful embarrassment. By the way, old Chen, have you decided what soul skill you need for your 5th soul ring? Yilei asked. Well, as long as it is powerful enough to help me protect others. That is all that matters, Chen Sikong replied, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Luo Yun, the affection in his eyes completely unmasked. Upon witnessing the scene, Yilei and Song Yang tactfully made way for the 2 individuals. Between Lao Chun and Luo Yun, there existed but a thin veil separating their feelings. Song Yang, seated in the co-pilot seat of the fighter jet, spoke up. Indeed, over the past 2 years, whenever Luo Yun faced any trouble, Lao Chun was always the first to rush to her aid. His unwavering protection and kindness towards her have been evident to us all. In truth, Luo Yun harbors affection for him, yet she struggles to articulate her feelings, as Yilei remarked. Yes, indeed. By the way, how is your injury? Luo Yun suddenly inquired. Ah, that? Oh, it's nothing serious, really no need to worry, Chen Sitsai replied, abruptly rising and scratching his head. Thank you for coming to rescue me today, Luo Yun said, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. Not at all, it was the least I could do, Chen Sitsai responded, somewhat flustered. I'll go check the cockpit. Xiao Yun, you should rest. Internally, Chen Sitsai was quite anxious. The opportunity to express his feelings lay right before him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Each time the sentiment was poised on the tip of his tongue, fear of rejection compelled him to retreat. This instance was no different. Wait. A delicate voice called out just as Chen Sitsai was about to leave. He halted, and in the next moment, something utterly astonishing transpired. A pair of arms, as pure and white as jade, encircled his waist from behind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Luo Yun embraced him from behind. Her once snow-white face now flushed with embarrassment, her cheek pressed against the firm muscles of Chen Sitsai's back. Actually, like you, she confessed. From the moment we first met at the barbecue restaurant 2 years ago, I had a hint of affection for you. Over these past 2 years, whenever I was in danger, you unhesitatingly rushed to protect me, regardless of your own safety. Back then, I thought your fear's protection stemmed merely from our status as classmates and members of the 8 Soul Guardians. It was only later that I realized you truly harbor feelings for me. If you have not changed your heart, shall we be together? Upon finishing her confession, Luo Yun noticed Chen Sitsai remained rigid, and assuming her declaration had failed, she quickly added, if you have changed, then consider my words as never spoken. With those words, Luo Yun had mustered her utmost courage to express herself. Just as she was about to release her grip, a warm hand enveloped hers, sending a jolt through her entire being. Foolish girl, how could I ever let go of the rose I have tenderly nurtured to fall for another? Xiaoyun, I have liked you all along, and my heart holds only space for you, Chen Sitsai declared, turning to embrace the girl he had cherished for so long. P.S. Off work, January 24th, Chapter 235 Beach F4. So, Xiaoyun, will you be my girlfriend? Shin Sikong, feeling the softness in his embrace, gently spoke. All right. I promise you. Luo Yun buried her face in Chen Sitsong's arms, savoring the chiseled lines of his abdominal muscles, her cheeks slightly flushed as she responded to him. The two remained entwined, oblivious to the fact that they were not alone on the aircraft. Something felt amiss. There was a scent of melon in the air. Yilei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly sat up, startling the nearby Song Yang. Damn it, Lao Yi, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Where on earth would there be melon on this plane? Song Yang exclaimed, having spilled water from his cup all over his face in surprise. Is there? Let's find out, came the reply. Yilei operated the dashboard for a brief moment, and soon, a surveillance image materialized before the two. Goodness, old Chun is quite impressive. He actually managed to find someone before Jing Hang, Song Yang remarked, drying the moisture from his face as he gazed at the monitor. The two harbored mutual affections for each other, and their union was merely a matter of time. However, the circumstances surrounding Jing Hang were rather intricate. Both families disapproved of their relationship, and Xiao Na's parents were particularly extreme, pressuring her to pursue a medical career. To escape this, Xiao Na had chosen to attend university here. Alas, every household grapples with its own tribulations. Now, it remains to be seen how Jing Hang will navigate this predicament. 2 days later, in High City, by the seaside, the sun in July and August blazed fiercely, yet the beach remained bustling with people, filled with laughter and joy. Among the throng, for sun umbrellas stood out, drawing the attention of nearby men, as 4 women of varying figures lounged beneath, basking in the sun's warmth. Ladies, may I add you on WeChat? Perhaps we could enjoy an evening at the bar together? A group of youths clad in shorts approached the umbrellas and inquired. In response, the 4 women slowly rose, synchronously raising their wrists and simultaneously declaring, "We apologize, but we are all taken, and we do not enjoy going to bars." Each of the women sported exquisitely crafted bracelets on their wrists, evidently luxurious in nature. Not going to a bar is fine. How about the bonfire party tonight? The youths persisted, undeterred by the rejection. Just then, a wave of gasps rippled through the beach, prompting the group to look up, where they beheld 4 tall figures approaching from several hundred meters away. The 4 young men, all clad in black beach shorts adorned with intricate embroidery. Each bore unique tattoos on their right shoulders. One of them displayed a fierce half-body tattoo on his back. All 4 exhibited chiseled 8-pack abs, their inverted triangular physiques captivating the attention of the women frolicking on the beach. Even many men envied their sculpted forms. Several women, vacationing with their husbands or boyfriends, glanced at the quartet and then at their companions with a hint of disdain. As the 4 men reached the group of youths, one of them spoke. I apologize, but my fiancé, he does not prefer conversing with strangers. After speaking, Yilei strode directly to one of the beach chairs, his sturdy arms resting upon it as he playfully ran his fingers through Han Wan's hair, all the while observing the group of young men. Song Yang and his companions also followed suit, positioning themselves behind their respective girlfriends, gazing at the young men. The group, upon noticing this, left in a huff. Chapter 236. Be quiet. Honestly, we were merely a bit late, and already someone is rushing over for our contact information, Jing Hang muttered while seated next to Qiao Na. Qiao Na shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Be quiet, will you? As if you're the wrong party. Have you not noticed that the attention of the surrounding girls is still fixed upon you?" Jing Hang glanced sideways and indeed found himself under the scrutiny of that group of women, which made him quite uncomfortable. Turning his head, he saw his three brothers being affectionate with their partners. He turned back to Qiao Na, inquiring with a gaze, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and you might end up with panda eyes." Qiao Na, irked by his gaze, snapped back. All right. Jing Hang, taken aback by her words, promptly uttered those 6 words and turned away, squatting down to draw circles in the sand. Ultimately, it seems I am the only one suffering in this world. Najia, how did it go when you returned home? Luo Yan asked curiously. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about them makes me furious. They insisted I marry my scheming sister off to that old man. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone back. Each visit raises my blood pressure. That family, whoever loves it can go back. Luo Yan hadn't anticipated that her casual inquiry would unleash a torrent of words from Qiao Na, who spoke like a machine gun, barely pausing for breath. Najia, calm down. Luo Yan quickly offered her a bottle of drink. At that moment, Yilei continued to play with Han Wan's hair. With a flick of his right hand, an ice blue jade pendant appeared in his palm, intricately carved with a lifelike phoenix. This phoenix pendant is crafted from rare jade I acquired abroad. It is a novice's carving, tempered with the essence of several 10,000-year-old ice attribute soul beasts. The ice elemental aura it contains is quite rich. Wearing it will greatly benefit your physical cultivation. Yilei summoned the blue-silver emperor. Delicate tendrils transforming into chains that gently draped around Han Wan's alabaster neck, the phoenix pendant resting perfectly against her fair skin. This jade is truly exquisite. I adore it so much. Thank you. Han Wan joyfully embraced Yilei's arm and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek. Yilei felt a gentle touch on his arm, causing a blush to creep across his face. You, he exclaimed playfully, affectionately brushing his fingers against Han Wan's nose. After a considerable time, the previously serene sea suddenly became tumultuous, as people frolicking in the water rushed ashore, shouting about a shark. There's a shark. The shark is attacking people. What on earth is happening? Jing Hang, who had just returned from the restroom, inquired with confusion. From what they're saying, it seems there is indeed a shark, or perhaps a shark-like soul beast, Yilei remarked calmly. Let us just verify if it's a soul beast. I'll be right back. Song Yang declared as he removed his sunglasses, stood up, and stretched leisurely. Ayang, please be careful, Wen Yunning cautioned him. Don't worry, Xiaoning, Song Yang replied, affectionately ruffling her hair before striding towards the shore. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Song Yang plunged into the sea, instantly igniting a wave of chatter among the onlookers. This man is quite handsome. What is he thinking? One wondered. He is practically offering himself to that massive shark. It wouldn't even be enough for the shark to nibble on, someone else remarked. Concerned, some called for the Coast Guard. But even they hesitated to venture into the water. Before long, a splash of red suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, followed by an even larger figure swimming towards the shore. As the crowd discerned the shape, they gasped in unison, an alligator? Why is there an alligator in the sea? And such a large one at that? Everyone stood still, watching as the alligator drew closer. Just as it neared the shore, a large wave crashed, obscuring its form, only to reveal a tall figure emerging from the water. Sharp-eyed spectators recognized that it was none other than Song Yang, who was dragging a massive object behind him. When he tossed the object onto the sand, the crowd was left in awe. It was unmistakably the shark that had just threatened them, now lifeless, with a gaping wound on its belly and another on its head. In stark contrast, Song Yang appeared utterly nonchalant. Chapter 237. Black-spined thick-skinned shark. That shark has been slain? The crowd struggled to believe that the creature that had nearly claimed their lives was now dead. That man is incredibly powerful. Some marveled at Song Yang's prowess. I feel like I've seen him before. Let me think. He was among those who defended the city during the first-level beast tide in Rome City 2 years ago, a member of the 8-Town Soul Organization. That alligator tattoo on his shoulder is proof enough, another noted, vaguely recognizing Song Yang's identity. Yet, Song Yang remained unfazed. Old Yang, well done. You've taken down a 20, 000, your old soul beast. Yilei approached with others and spoke. Subsequently, Song Yang chuckled and tossed an object to Yilei. However, the defense of this soul beast was rather formidable. My imperial crocodile's violent strike nearly failed to breach its defenses. This soul beast is known as the black-spined thick-scaled shark, renowned for its robust defense. The reason you nearly could not penetrate its protection lies in the extraordinary thickness of its scales. Oddly enough, one would expect it to inhabit the deep sea. It is perplexing how it has ventured to the shore. Yilei contemplated the beast's soul in his hand, when suddenly a possibility struck him. Perhaps it would be best to take the soul ring back to headquarters and see if anyone there might have need of it. Upon concluding his words, Yilei approached the lifeless body of the shark and extracted its soul ring. In no time, the surface of the sea resumed its joyous demeanor, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Meanwhile, the researchers summoned by Yilei took away the carcass of the shark. At that moment, he found himself deep in contemplation regarding the events of the engagement day. What could be on his mind? Suddenly, a charming visage materialized before him, startling Yilei. You, always tempting your fiancé. Yilei gazed at the pristine whiteness before him, suppressing the heat within, while gently ruffling Han Wan's fluffy head. I was just pondering our engagement banquet. Although we have decided on a location, I can't shake the feeling that something unfavorable might transpire that day. What could possibly happen? Please refrain from such ominous predictions, Han Wan replied, her brow slightly furrowed. All right, let us not dwell on it. Let us rest a bit longer before we head out for dinner. At that moment, the soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm began to emit frantic sounds, with a red exclamation mark appearing on its display. Attention, attention! A marine beast tide is occurring, classified as level 3C, and is accelerating towards the coast. The levels of beast tides are primarily categorized into disaster, level 1, level 2, and level 3, with 3C being the lowest classification, particularly for marine beast tides, as marine soul beasts cannot sustain prolonged combat on land, significantly diminishing their strength. Prepare for battle. The sooner we conclude this, the sooner we can dine. Yilei gazed at the remaining 7 individuals and rose to his feet. After a brief manipulation of the device on his wrist, his combat suit enveloped him, and he donned the iconic, ghostly mask. The others nodded in agreement, each operating their respective Soul Town wristbands, which manifested their own combat attire and masks. In the next moment, under Yilei's guidance, they teleported to the surface of the sea, while Song Yang directly summoned his martial soul, diving into the water and swimming forward. At that moment, Han Wan also activated her martial soul, magnificent ice blue wings unfurling from her back, as 2 purple and 3 black soul rings gradually appeared around her waist. Chapter 238. Release of pressure. How could there be 7 people suddenly appearing there? A bystander, enjoying a leisurely swim, exclaimed in disbelief as he glanced up and spotted the 7 figures standing on the water's surface. Upon hearing his words, those around him also looked up, their expressions filled with astonishment. Today is indeed peculiar, remarked one individual. Yilei and his companions stood suspended in the air, allowing the damp sea breeze to caress their faces as they gazed at the vast expanse of ocean waves approaching from the distance. The beast tide is upon us. Please keep your distance, for I fear that the aura I am about to unleash may have an adverse effect on you. Remain vigilant over the sea. I shall take care of those sea spirit beasts. Yilei observed Song Yang emerging from the ocean's depths and inquired, what is the situation? How many are there? I have surveyed the area, Song Yang replied. The total number of crustacean and arthropod soul beasts exceeds 100, while the remaining are fish-type soul beasts. As of now, I have yet to identify their leader. However, the black-spined thick-scaled shark I just vanquished is undoubtedly linked to those 2 soul beast leaders. Very well, Yilei instructed. In a moment, you all will position yourselves on the water's surface while I restrict their movements beneath. Seize the opportunity to strike. Yilei conveyed his thoughts to the group, who, in turn, nodded in trust and dispersed, forming a circle upon the surface of the sea. Yilei then summoned his blue-silver Emperor Martial Spirit, eliciting awe from the 5 members, excluding Song Yang and Chen Sitsuan, upon witnessing his 7th soul ring. Ayang, what is the story behind Yilei's 7th soul ring? Wen Yunxing inquired, directing her gaze towards Song Yang, her curiosity piqued. Do you recall the report from a few days ago in the international news regarding the sea monster that emerged in the waters of M country? That creature was a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast known as the Raging Sea Devourer, which was vanquished by Old Yi. who subsequently absorbed the soul ring and soul bone it produced, Song Yang explained. Upon revealing his soul ring, Yilei immediately unleashed his seventh soul skill, Blue-Silver True Body. Instantly, a suit of azure and gold light armor enveloped his entire being, while a luminous shield formed from his soul power encased him, allowing him to steadily descend to the ocean floor. With a vigilant gaze, he fixed his eyes upon the multitude of sea soul beasts charging towards him. Come forth. Tonight's seafood feast is assured. Yilei's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. The speed of the sea soul beast was astonishing. In just a few minutes, it had appeared before Yilei. In their eyes, the aura he emanated was more formidable than that of all of them combined, and it felt remarkably familiar. The two shark-like soul beasts, each possessing a cultivation of 40,000 years, hesitated at the sight of Yilei, contemplating whether to strike. This momentary pause caused all the soul beasts of the beast tide to converge, their gazes fixed intently ahead. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Piercing Array. Yilei suddenly sprang into action, his right foot striking the ground with force, instantly summoning an abundance of blue-silver emperors that encircled the sea spirit beasts. Sensing the imminent threat, the beasts became agitated, but Yilei denied them any opportunity for resistance, unleashing a formidable pressure that immobilized them. The 7 individuals suspended in midair received the signal from Yilei and began to channel their area of effect skills, with Luo Yun providing support. The left arm soulbone skill, Devouring Wave S Spiral, manifested as the spiral wheel of destruction. The fifth soul skill, Magic Twilight, combined with the second soul skill, Wyvern Doppelganger, and the third soul skill, Wyvern Light Cannon. In Chapter 239, Engagement, Song Yang, Wang Yuning, and Shin Sikong each unleashed their soul skills. 5 winds of elemental light cannons erupted from Chun Sitsong's right palm, detonating upon contact with the sea spirit beasts. Song Yang's left arm formed a luminous wheel, which split into dozens of identical spiral wheels that pierced into the sea, breaching the beast's defenses. Wang Yuning raised her right hand, a violet beam shooting skyward, and soon, numerous purple deer heads appeared, cascading like a meteor shower into the depths of the ocean, striking the sea spirit beasts and leaving them in a gruesome state. The fifth soul skill, Abyssal Silence Formation, was invoked as Joanna formed a colossal array comprised of abyssal flowers, which, under her control, descended into the ocean, restricting the movements of several sea spirit beasts while the array's suffocating aura began to erode their bodies. Xiaoyun, provide me with support, Han Wan instructed. Glancing at Luo Yun as she charged her fifth soul skill, the 7 treasures turned to glazed, 3 days of soul, and 5 days of enhancement. Luo Yun released her soul skill, 2 beams of glazed brilliance emanating from the 7 treasure glazed tower in her hands, enveloping Han Wan. The fifth soul skill, Ice Extreme Frost Spike, was unleashed, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature as she soared into the sky. A colossal ice phoenix materialized, summoning snowflakes that gradually filled the sky. Suddenly, countless snowflakes transformed into crystalline ice spikes, cascading into the ocean and impaling numerous soul beasts. It is time for me to withdraw, Yilei declared, invoking the right arm soulbone skill, Devouring Sea Demon Slaughter. Noticing that the situation had stabilized, he summoned a massive demonic seal from the seabed, which extended numerous tentacles to firmly ensnare the remaining sea spirit beasts, rendering them immobile until their bodies were crushed. Little did he expect that the effectiveness of his Devouring Sea Demon Slaughter would differ at the seabed, revealing that the skill's power was amplified in the ocean. Yilei meticulously gathered the soul rings and soul beasts produced by the soul beasts and stored them in the system space before resurfacing. At that moment, the sea was eerily calm, had it not been for the multitude of soul beast corpses lying beneath the surface. One might have thought the recent Class 3 beast tide had never occurred. Today, on the 21st, our city experienced a Class 3 beast tide along the coastline. However, it was intercepted by the 8 Towns Soul Organization, which eliminated all threats, ensuring the safety of our citizens. Below are images captured by bystanders at the scene. That evening, the news in Haicheng was abuzz. Those returning from the seaside were fervently discussing the incident in the 8 Towns Soul Organization. In truth, the 8 Towns Soul Organization comprises more than just Yilei and his 7 companions. There are several others with code names such as Haidang, Binjia, and Bai Lang, who seldom make public appearances. 18 days later, in Rongqing, on October 8th, the Jinyong Grand Hotel was bustling with activity. Notable figures and aristocrats from various regions gathered. as today marked the engagement ceremony of young Master Yi from the Yi family and young Lady Han from the Han family. Major corporations were vying for investment opportunities from the Yi family, knowing that even a small contribution would be immensely beneficial. Likewise, certain real estate companies sought collaboration with the Han family, for after today, the Yi and Han families would be united, making it prudent to align closely with them. However, some harbored ulterior motives. On the rooftop of a nearby building, two elderly gentlemen stood side by side, observing the throng entering and exiting the hotel. One of the elders spoke. "Yi Lei, today I have prepared a grand gift for you as your engagement present. Let us see if you can handle it." Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to Yi Lei, his unease was about to materialize. Chapter 240. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall. Without reason, the Jinyong Grand Hotel was more opulent than usual, with all the tables and chairs in the lobby removed to make way for long tables adorned with white embroidered tablecloths, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. In the Yi family's domain, such basic arrangements would never be meager. Middle-aged gentlemen dressed in various suits gathered with glasses raised, engaged in hushed discussions, while a group of elegantly dressed middle-aged women sat together, exchanging pleasantries while subtly flaunting their wealth. Others congregated around Yi Junqing and Han Kaqin, raising their glasses and offering congratulatory remarks. Yi Junqing donned a pristine white suit, complemented by his ice blue hair, a transformation from his martial spirit, which accentuated his youthful appearance. Han Kaqin, equally impressive in a sharply tailored suit, stood beside Yi Junqing, matching him in stature and elegance. The protagonist of the day, Yi Lei, with his striking red wolf-tail hairstyle, was further enhanced by a sleek black suit that accentuated his tall figure. At this moment, Yi Lei held a goblet in hand, gazing at Han Wan as she approached. Han Wan was adorned in a red cocktail dress, revealing her fair, elongated legs. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in black stormed into the hotel lobby, forcefully knocking several middle-aged men, who had their backs turned to them, off their feet, and shattering several meticulously arranged long tables. Instantly, this commotion captured the attention of everyone present in the lobby. Yi Junqing and Han Kaqin approached briskly upon hearing the commotion, regarding the ominous figure clad in black before them with suspicion. "Who are you, and what brings you here to cause trouble? If you know what is good for you, leave at once, or I shall summon security to expel you." Such bravado. "My associates are here to present a gift to your son. Do not be ungrateful." One of the two elderly men in black, who had emerged from the crowd, interjected. "And who might you be?" Yi Junqing warily regarded the two elderly men before her, sensing that their aura was not only equal to her own but perhaps even surpassed it. "Elder 7, Elder 6, your unexpected visit raises my curiosity. What is it that you truly desire?" Suddenly, Yi Lei's figure flickered, appearing before Yi Junqing and Han Kaqin, unleashing his soul power to exert pressure upon the two elders. "We harbor no ill intentions," Elder 7 replied with a sinister grin. "We merely wish to present you and your fiancé with a grand gift. Today, my brother and I shall dismantle your establishment and take the lives of your entire family, forcing you to witness the demise of your loved ones and friends, one by one. This is the grand gift we bestow upon you." Elder 6 tightened his grip around the coiling dragon staff, which materialized in his hand, revealing a configuration of 7 soul rings beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of soul power filled the hall, rendering all present uncomfortable and their movements sluggish. Observing Elder 6's release of his martial spirit, Elder 7 followed suit, summoning his own martial spirit, mirroring the same configuration of soul rings beneath his feet, thereby amplifying the oppressive force within the grand hall. Yi Junqing and Han Kaqin felt an overwhelming pressure from the potent soul powers emanating from the two elders, causing them to struggle for breath. In response, they unleashed their martial spirits in an attempt to counteract the immense force. "Elders, speak more clearly, and get out of my way." Yi Lei, too, was incensed. Confronting the oppressive energies, he manifested 7 soul rings, 4 black and 3 red, emitting a soul power that rivaled that of the two elders. Chapter 241. The Path to Your Demise. Yi Lei, do you believe that as a mere soul sage, you can walk out of here alive today? The Poison Dragon Legion awaits. The 7th elder momentarily faltered upon seeing Yi Lei's 7th soul ring, but quickly regained composure and shouted. In an instant, dozens of men clad in black appeared in the hotel lobby, including several of Yi Lei's old acquaintances. "Do you think you can survive the assault of nearly 100 soul emperors? Let us not forget my soul beast modifications." Each of them possesses strength comparable to a Soul Emperor. The seventh elder chuckled darkly. Standing on the second-floor platform, Xu Yue recalled the time 2 years ago when Yi Lei had bested him in the adversity realm, igniting a fierce anger within him. Drawing his blood moon sword, he leapt down, 6 soul rings materializing around his waist, the third ring shining brightly. Today, I will first slay your kin before personally severing your head. Third soul skill, Blood Moon Slash. With a swift flourish of his sword, 5 circular crimson blades materialized in the air, hurtling towards Yi Junqing and Han Kaqin at blinding speed. Still relying on this technique? It holds no meaning. Yi Lei's gaze dimmed as he resolved to unleash his full power against those who dared disrupt his day. In a flash of red light, he vanished from his position. In an instant, the 5 blades exploded, and at that moment, Yi Lei appeared before Xu Yue. Before he could react, Yi Lei seized his head and slammed him violently against the wall, the sheer force causing the surface to shatter. You have chosen your path to demise, he declared, invoking the soul bone skill of his right arm, devouring sea demon kill. A demonic imprint materialized in the palm of Yi Lei's hand, and in the next heartbeat, Xu Yue's head burst apart, dispersing into a mist of crimson. By the heavens, has Xiao Lei's power become this monstrous? Yi Junqing, still in shock from witnessing Yi Lei's 7th soul ring, gasped at the scene unfolding before her. In this critical moment, to dare to be distracted was akin to courting death. Third soul skill, Ironclad Charge. A burly figure charged towards Yi Junqing, unleashing his soul skill. Massive armor enveloping him and enhancing his already imposing stature, while his speed remained unaffected, even increasing. Third soul skill, Frenzy. First soul skill, Fire Rhinoceros Shield. Han Kaqin, regaining his wits, activated his first and third soul skills to withstand the charge of the hulking man. Third soul skill, Xian Wolf's Might. As soon as Han Kaqin and the burly man were simultaneously repelled, Yi Junqing unleashed her third soul skill and swiftly advanced, seizing the burly man's arms with remarkable agility. The burly man, perplexed, glanced down at Yi Junqing, who stood half a head shorter than him. What are you doing? Acting foolish, she declared, invoking her first soul skill. The Mystic Wolf's Howl. Yi Junqing lifted her head, and a colossal 9-tailed wolf materialized behind her. With a deafening roar, a powerful sound wave surged forth, sending the unprepared muscular man staggering back several meters, his head swirling in confusion. Father, Uncle Han, that fellow wields the broken demon black turtle as his martial spirit, possessing formidable defense and attack prowess. We must not confront him head-on, Yi Lei warned Yi Junqing and the others as he faced the 6th and 7th elders. Chapter 242, A Clash of Ice and Fire. Good heavens, not this move, the muscular man exclaimed, retreating a few steps and shaking his head vigorously. Known as Xuanwu, he was the 7th elder's most trusted subordinate aside from Blood Moon, and held the highest defensive capability within the Elder 7 Hall. It was said that even the 7th elder might struggle to shatter his armor, underscoring his formidable resilience. Excellent. You have successfully provoked my ire. 4th soul skill. Xuanwu Heavy Pressure. Xuanwu thundered, slamming his right foot into the ground. In an instant, an immense force descended upon Yi Junqing and her companions, pinning them firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. Father, Han Nuan, witnessing this, kicked aside a nearby spirit master and launched herself towards Xuanwu, simultaneously unleashing her 4th soul skill, Resistance Ice Ring. A glacial white circle erupted beneath her feet, expanding outward at an astonishing pace, sending Xuanwu hurtling away while the ice elements enveloped his legs, freezing him in place. An opportunity arose. 5th soul skill, Wolf Explosion. As the pressure abated, Yi Junqing promptly activated her 5th soul skill, conjuring a massive 9-tailed wolf that manifested within the hall. With a swift motion of its forepaws, it struck Xuanwu's immobilized form, catching him unprepared and unable to deploy his own soul skills. Allow me to introduce you to the duality of ice and fire. 5th soul skill, Wrath of the Fire Rhinoceros. A gigantic crimson rhinoceros appeared, engulfed in flames. With a pointed gesture from Han Kaqin, the rhinoceros charged at Xuanwu with incredible speed, exploding upon impact and sending him hurtling backward. Yi Lei, you have slain one of my most capable subordinates. Today, I shall render you powerless. The 7th elder, wielding the spiral dragon staff, charged towards Yi Lei alongside the 6th elder. Let us see if you possess the strength to back your words. Yi Lei smiled faintly, conjuring the blue-silver emperor spear in his grasp, and commenced a fierce battle with the 2 elders. The 3 of them fought their way outside the grand hall, wreaking havoc upon numerous decorations, leaving a trail marked by the remnants of their conflict. The faces of the two elders bore expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Yi Lei, standing alone against them, would not only hold his ground, but would also force them into a retreat. Little brother, use that move. The sixth elder managed to evade Yi Lei's cunning spear technique and retreated to the side of the seventh elder. The seventh elder nodded in agreement, and together they began to gather their energy. Sixth soul skill, Soul of the Demon Dragon. Sixth soul skill, Destruction of the Coiling Dragon. Two massive scarlet dragons emerged from the coiling dragon sticks held by the sixth and seventh elders, swirling around them. In the next moment, the two dragons entwined and charged towards Yi Lei. With a powerful strike, Yi Lei unleashed the skill from his soul bone in his right arm, Raging Sea's Fury. His right fist collided with the two red dragons, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from the blast hurled the sixth and seventh elders backwards, crashing them against the walls of the hotel, causing them to spit out blood. What manner of skill is this? Its power is so immense that it can nullify our sixth soul skills. Just as Yi Lei prepared to conclude the lives of the two elders, a tail adorned with massive bone spikes shattered through the hotel wall, launching itself towards him with ferocity. As Yi Lei beheld the scene, the blue-silver overlord spear in his grasp vanished instantaneously. A surge of heat enveloped him, and a suit of crimson armor swiftly encased his entire being, while a formidable stone wall materialized before him. This tale was all too familiar to Yi Lei 2 years prior. It was the very same maneuver that shattered his most robust defensive armor, the Thousand June Flame Armor. Boom! The colossal tail collided with the stone wall Yi Lei had conjured, shattering it to pieces, and struck him with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the wall. The Red Demon Skeleton King. Yi Lei clutched his chest, gazing at the immense soul beast that loomed beyond the wall. Uttering these words. Chapter 243. Seizing the body, Yi Lei gazed upon the ruinous wall, where the Crimson Demon Skeleton King made its entrance into the hotel. He observed the creature, now adorned with even more formidable and weighty bone armor than 2 years prior, and gradually rose to his feet. The Crimson Demon Skeleton King was a being evolved from liquid, rendering my soul technique attacks utterly ineffective against it. This entity had long surpassed the threshold of 100,000 years. Yi Lei glanced at the data displayed on his left arm and spoke. Yi Lei, I must admit your strength. 2 years ago, you gravely injured me. And today, I have seized your body, becoming the second Yi Lei, using your identity to eliminate your friends and family. At that moment, the massive skull of the Crimson Demon King suddenly emitted a sound, a voice that was chillingly coarse. Having gained sentience, this is intriguing. If you wish to usurp my body, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. As Yi Lei witnessed the Crimson Demon Skeleton King uttering words, a subtle smile graced his lips. He swiftly transitioned his martial soul, and in an instant, the armor adorning his body vanished. A radiant blue-golden light sparkled in Yi Lei's eyes as he unleashed his seventh soul skill, the true body of blue-silver. Yi Lei's aura surged dramatically, a blue-silver royal imprint appearing on his forehead, his entire being enveloped in an energy armor. If the Fire Lord's attacks cannot harm you, then let us see how you fare against the Blue-Silver Emperor, he exclaimed, invoking his sixth soul skill, Blue-Silver Magic Entanglement, Reign of the Heavens. Countless blue-silver vines surged forth from the surrounding walls, swiftly coiling around the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, binding it firmly to the ground. Just as Yi Lei prepared to launch another assault, the Crimson Demon Skeleton King would not permit it. Yi Lei, do you think you can restrain me with such meager blue-silver vines? Is that all you are capable of? The Crimson Demon Skeleton King, imbued with fire element attributes, found the Fire Lord's soul skill attacks utterly ineffective against its skeletal defenses. Yet, Yi Lei had overlooked a crucial detail. His blue-silver Emperor spirit bore no fire immunity, and the blue-silver soul skill he unleashed was effortlessly incinerated by the flames of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Brother, leave this to the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Yi Lei cannot defeat it. Let us return to the hall and eliminate his companions, Elder 7 remarked to Elder 6. Elder 6 nodded in agreement, and the two elders raced towards the hotel lobby. Do not even think about escaping, Yi Lei shouted after the retreating figures of the elders. But as he dashed in their direction, he was intercepted by a blade of wind unleashed by the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Trying to flee? Not a chance. You shall become my vessel, it taunted. A crimson light erupted from the body of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, a tremendous soul pressure descending upon Yi Lei, rendering him immobile. How infuriating. I cannot break free. Yilei found himself bound in midair, his body stretched in a cruciform, unable to release his own soul power. Become the vessel for my soul. The Crimson Demon Skeleton King emitted a radiant red sphere of energy, and as it appeared, its massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The red sphere surged into Yilei's forehead. Yilei let out a pained roar. As the crimson light entered his being, he felt an excruciating tearing sensation throughout his body, his mental sea suffering a devastating blow. Ding! Detection of foreign entities attempting to seize the host's body. System intervention commencing. The system's voice echoed suddenly, prompting the Crimson Demon Skeleton King's consciousness within Yilei's mind to sense a powerful energy binding its form, causing it to thrash violently. You shall not seize my body. Yilei sensed the Crimson Demon Skeleton King's agitated awareness falter, and he immediately activated the Fire Lord's spirit, a vast and scorching aura enveloping him, incinerating the essence of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. This is impossible. I am 100,000-year soul beast. How can I be vanquished by a mere soul sage? The Crimson Demon Skeleton King struggled to roar, witnessing its own body being torn apart by Yilei, the process painfully slow, as its soul was gradually absorbed into Yilei's being, merging into him. Beneath Yilei's feet, four ebony soul rings gradually materialized. In the next moment, a crimson soul ring emerged, encircling the four black rings. A uniquely shaped soul bone appeared atop the head of the Flame Lord behind Yilei, and in the following instant it manifested upon his own forehead. Chapter 244, The Frenzied Yilei. The oppressive soul power emanating from Yilei gradually dissipated, allowing his body to gently descend to the ground. After forcibly converting and absorbing the soul of the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor into his fifth spirit ring as the Lord of Flames, a monumental transformation occurred behind him. Despite the large number of guests present at the engagement banquet, only Han Yuan and a few others possessed the strength to confront the Poison Dragon Legion led by the Seventh Elder. The remaining middle-aged men generally had combat abilities not exceeding level 40. Thus, besides dealing with the members of the Poison Dragon Legion, Han Yuan and her companions were also tasked with ensuring their own safety. Before long, they found themselves encircled by the Poison Dragon Legion, sustaining various injuries and having expended more than half of their soul power. Why the hesitation? Weren't you just so formidable? Are you afraid now? Xuanwu taunted, observing Yi Junqing and the others who formed a defensive circle. Surrounding him were the members of the Poison Dragon Legion, including the Scorpion and the Nine-Headed Serpent, all of them poised to strike at any moment. What are you waiting for? Attack! The voice of the Seventh Elder suddenly rang out. Xuanwu instinctively turned to inquire. Seventh Elder, where is Yilei? Why did you and the Sixth Elder return alone? Do not worry. The Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor is holding firm. There will be no issues, the Seventh Elder responded dismissively, gesturing for his subordinates to launch an assault on Han Yuan and her companions. Fifth Spirit Skill, Xuanwu Demon Breaking Blast. Xuanwu erupted in a dazzling black-purple light, leaping high into the air like a colossal meteor, hurtling towards Han Yuan and her group. Second Spirit Skill, Nine-Headed Flame. The Nine-Headed Serpent unleashed flames from its 9 ethereal serpent heads. Fourth Spirit Skill, Scorpion Explosion Flame Strike. The scorpion's hands glowed red before transforming into an inky black, shooting forth a column of black flames towards Han Yuan and her companions. You dare challenge us? At that moment, a crimson light flashed, and a figure appeared before Han Yuan and the others. With a mere wave of his hand, he deflected all 3 of their spirit skills, sending the Poison Dragon Legion members reeling backward. Yilei, how is this possible? How could you survive the clutches of the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor? The Seventh Elder exclaimed, astonished at the sight before him. Is this what you were referring to? Yilei stepped forward, his right foot touching the ground as spirit rings gradually materialized beneath him. A striking configuration of 4 black and 1 red. The appearance of the Lord of Flames behind him underwent a drastic transformation. Its entire form now adorned with exposed skeletal structures, and its color shifted from a vibrant crimson to a dark red. The Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor has been slain. The Seventh Elder gazed at Yilei's 5th spirit ring, feeling the aura radiating from it, incredulous. He could scarcely believe that the ultimate soul beast weapon he had crafted had been defeated and transformed into a spirit ring. Even now? You dare to linger in a daze? You are courting death. Yilei abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with fierce intensity, his crimson wolf tail swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind. A formidable aura of soul power bore down upon Elders 6 and 7. In an instant, Yilei's figure materialized before Elder 7 like a specter, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that sent him flying. Without hesitation, he advanced again, seizing Elder 7 by the collar, lifting him sideways while his other fist relentlessly struck at the Elder's midsection. This sudden onslaught left Elder 7 unable to resist, deprived even of the opportunity to wield his coiled dragon staff. In that moment, Yilei was consumed by a wild fury. Chapter 245, The Demise of the Shao Brothers. Chapter 246, The Man in the Black Robe. Is it over? Jing Hang, sensing the silence, stepped forward. Yilei. Han Wan was the first to notice Yilei lying on the ground and immediately spread her wings to soar towards him. At this moment, Yilei had released the Lord's possession. The black bone spines that had adorned him had vanished. However, his body radiated an alarming heat. Oh dear, so hot. Han Wan recoiled as her hand brushed against Yilei's face. Yilei, are you all right? Wake up. She shook him for quite some time. Yet Yilei showed no signs of awakening. You have arrived. Splendid. Let us commence. In a vast conference room, a masked man in a black robe sat quietly at one end of the table, observing the men and women entering through the door. My lord, Elders 6 and 7 have yet to arrive. Should we wait? In the midst of the gathering, a woman spoke, noting the 2 empty seats. No need. They are both dead, the black-robed man replied indifferently. The remaining individuals, however, reacted with alarm as the news of Elders 6 and 7's deaths reached them. Their expressions stark with disbelief. My lord, how did they perish? Elder Wu, the blood swallow, inquired. Did they not proclaim the plan would succeed? How could it fail? They were slain by one called Yilei. Elder 7's subordinates were also annihilated by him in one fell swoop. The soul beast weapon devised by him and Elder 6 turned out to be worthless, despite possessing a cultivation of 100,000 years. It could not even vanquish a soul saint, only to be turned against them and transformed into a soul ring. The black-robed man's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. Yet the 8 elders could perceive his simmering anger. Here are the blood serum documents left behind in Elder 7's sacred hall, along with some reserves, which I have dispatched to each of your respective halls. You will use these serums to mass-produce soul beast transformations. This is your forthcoming task. Furthermore, the territories once governed by Elders 6 and 7 are now yours to manage. With that, the black-robed man exited the conference room, and the 8 elders organized the materials he provided before following suit. Evening. After such a long time, why is Elder Yi not yet awakened? I find myself perplexed. Shin Sitsuan scratched his head and leaned closer to Luo Yun. I am uncertain. It seems that my brother-in-law absorbed the 10,000-year-old artificial soul beast, the 7th elder, in a significantly shortened time frame, which may have resulted in a backlash from the soul rings. However, the power of the soul ring skills and soul bone skills he unleashed appears to be exceedingly potent, perhaps even surpassing the effects of the 7th soul ring of his blue-silver Emperor martial spirit. Indeed, he continued, that 10,000-year soul beast devoured 9 soul beasts of 90,000 years of cultivation when it emerged 2 years ago. And the 7th elder sacrificed 2 lives to ensure its successful arrival. Can one expect anything less than extraordinary power? Song Yang interjected, taking a sip of water. The soul beast was slain by Old Yi, harboring immense resentment at the time of its demise. It is only natural that Old Yi would suffer a backlash. You all should return now. I will remain here to take care of him, Han Wan said, glancing out the window and noting the darkening sky. She, along with the hotel manager, proceeded to lift Yilei into the vehicle. The others, witnessing this, felt it inappropriate to linger and departed in their own time. Chapter 247. Consuming Flesh. Chapter 248. The Flame Lord's Mutation. Han Wan was startled by Yilei's sudden movement. Instinctively, she pushed against his shoulder. Yet, he effortlessly grasped her hands with one of his and lifted them above her head, parting her lips and deepening the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally separated. Yilei straightened his bare torso, gazing at the now blushing face of Han Wan, who was pinned beneath him. He chuckled softly. At your age? Still feeling shy? I am not. Han Wan's flushed cheeks betrayed her as she began to speak, but before she could finish, she sensed Yilei pressing down on her again, his hands audaciously slipping beneath her nightgown. The following content is too explicit to describe. Ugh. Yilei, you scoundrel. Ugh. Yilei, I was wrong. The two of them remained entangled in their passionate embrace until the first light of dawn, leaving the room marked with the remnants of their fervor. It wasn't until sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating Yilei's face, that he groggily awoke and glanced at the time before getting out of bed. However, as he lifted the covers, he had to admit that he was nearly overwhelmed again. For Han Wan had gone to bed without clothing after he had torn her nightgown the previous evening. Yilei's cheeks flushed as he wrapped Han Wan in the quilt, then tidied up the clothes that had been tossed on the floor, along with the sheets he had changed out of this morning, before taking them all out to wash. Once he had completed these tasks, Yilei glanced at the time and, intending to prepare a meal, made his way to the kitchen. It was only upon opening the refrigerator that he realized there was not a morsel of food in the house. Yilei, alas, I neglected to stock up on ingredients for the household, leaving me at a loss to prepare a meal for my wife. In his desperation, he resorted to calling upon his friends to deliver some vegetables, inviting them to dine at his home as well. After hanging up the phone, Yilei settled in the center of the living room, beginning to absorb the 10,000-year beast soul produced by the Crimson Demon Skeleton King. Although he had forcibly assimilated the soul ring and soul bone of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King the previous day, it had inflicted considerable damage upon his body, particularly his mental sea. Were it not for the intervention of the system, which thwarted the Crimson Demon Skeleton King's attempt to seize control, he might not have been standing here today. Had that occurred, the entire Rong City would have faced dire consequences. Fortunately, the system had assisted in repairing his mental sea, fortifying it in the process, and after absorbing the soul ring of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, his Flame Lord spirit had undergone a transformation, now also wielding the power of darkness in addition to its original fire and earth attributes. Among the 4 10,000-year soul abilities bestowed upon him by the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, he had already experienced 2, the might of which rivaled the 2 soulbone skills granted to him by the 10,000-year sea-devouring beast. Yilei gazed at his hands, attuning himself to the 2 streams of soul power within him, and then closed his eyes once more, focusing on the 2 soul bone skills derived from the skull of the Crimson Demon Skeleton King, aside from the eye of the Demon Lord. It was only when the doorbell rang that Yilei finally opened his eyes. They have arrived. Observing the visitor at the door, Yilei remarked, Indeed. You've come to mooch a lunch. I brought some fine beef and a few green peppers. Song Yang entered, placing the items from his hands into the kitchen, then casually retrieved a bottle of beverage from the refrigerator and settled onto the sofa, watching Yilei. All right, let us prepare a dish of stir-fried beef with green peppers. Yilei took a sip of water and inquired, By the way, where's my sister-in-law? Is she out? Song Yang replied with a mischievous grin, She hasn't gone out. She's still asleep. After saying this, Yilei settled down once more to meditate. Oh, still asleep, is she? Song Yang remarked with a teasing tone. Shut your mouth, or I shall make you cry, Yilei stated calmly, with his eyes closed. Immediately, Song Yang wilted. He understood that if Yilei forbade him from speaking, it was best to comply. He certainly did not wish to incur Yilei's wrath, as it would be quite painful. Chapter 249, Charcoal Grilled Crab. Chapter 250, Where could I possibly have it? Jing Heng shook his head, indicating that he too was at a loss. Song Yang gazed at the large platter of crab legs before him, deep in contemplation, utterly unsure how to proceed with cutting them. Second soul skill, Tidal Water Blade. Song Yang raised a finger, and a radiant blue light coalesced, manifesting a sharp water blade at his fingertip. He proceeded to slice at the crab legs as one would with meat, laboriously managing to create a small opening after quite some time. Are you foolish, Xiaoyang? Your tidal water blade won't cut through. Why not use your rotating saw wheel instead? Wang Yinning couldn't help but chuckle at Song Yang's struggle. Realizing her point, Song Yang paused, contemplated, and dismissed the water blade, conjuring a palm-sized rotating saw wheel in his left hand, which began to spin rapidly. Let us see if this one do the trick, he declared, and with a swift motion, he efficiently opened the crab legs, much to the delight of those present, who eagerly feasted on the succulent white meat within. 10 minutes later, Yilei emerged from the kitchen, bearing dish after dish, placing them upon the grand round table in their villa. He beckoned everyone to take their seats before ascending the stairs to rouse Han Wan from her slumber. Upon opening the door, Yilei was taken aback by the sight before him, his face flushed crimson as he hastily shut the door. After ensuring no one had followed, he quickly stepped inside and secured the door once more. Not long ago, Yilei had tucked Han Wan in, worried she might catch a chill, so he had wrapped her snugly. However, the blanket had since been kicked to the floor, and Han Wan lay blissfully uncovered on the bed, utterly undisturbed by the cool air from the air conditioner. This was hardly surprising. Han Wan's martial soul was that of the Ice Phoenix, and with such an extreme affinity for ice, how could she possibly feel the chill of the air conditioning? Yilei smiled helplessly, folded the blanket, and placed it on the windowsill. Playfully, he sealed the wardrobe door with a blue-silver royal emblem, then sat on the bed with a mischievous grin, gently caressing Han Wan's delicate face. After a while, he gazed at her lips, licked his dry corners of his mouth, and leaned in to kiss her. In her slumber, Han Yuan felt the soft press of lips against hers, stirred restlessly, and slowly opened her eyes in confusion. Upon realizing that a man was kissing her, she instantly became alert, attempting to push him away. However, when she recognized that it was Yu Lei, her arms went limp. "Yu Lei, let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired," Han Yuan yawned, stretching lazily and playfully speaking. "It's already past noon. The sun is shining bright. Yuaner, it's time to get up. If you're sleepy, you can eat and then go back to sleep. Song Yang and the others are downstairs waiting," Yu Lei said affectionately, planting a kiss on her cheek. "It's time to eat." At the mention of food, Han Yuan abruptly sat up, rubbing her eyes. Yu Lei gazed at the pristine whiteness before him, an involuntary gulp escaping his throat as the once extinguished desires ignited anew. It was only after a considerable time that Han Yuan truly regained her senses, only to discover her vulnerability in front of Yu Lei, completely bare. With a startled cry, she instinctively attempted to grasp a blanket to cover her modesty. Yet her hands found nothing but the smooth surface of the bed. Instead, she curled up, embracing herself, her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Having been seen, she still felt shy. Yu Lei wore a mischievous expression, a large hand boldly resting on Han Yuan's slender waist, pulling her closer. "I did not," Han Yuan retorted with a playful protest. Chapter 251. Taking the initiative. Chapter 252. The splendid tulip. Yu Lei clapped his hands thrice, and in an instant, 6 three-dimensional images of soul beasts materialized in the living room, accompanied by their 6-dimensional data charts. "Of course, I have also considered your attributes," Yu Lei addressed the group. "Old Yang, your first 5 soul skills as the Sea Emperor Crocodile are all offensive in nature, 4 single-target attacks, and 1 area attack. Additionally, with 2 soul bones enhancing your capabilities, 1 providing an attack boost and the other a support skill, the only thing you currently lack is a defensive soul skill. Therefore, I have selected the Steel Armored Turtle for you. This soul beast possesses formidable defensive power, and its bite strength is exceptionally fierce. As your 6th soul ring, it will grant you a defensive soul skill while simultaneously augmenting your 3rd soul skill, the Emperor Crocodile's Shattering Strike." Yu Lei presented one of the 6 three-dimensional images to Song Yang and remarked, "However, there is one more point you must heed. The steel-armored crocodile tortoise possesses a ferocious temperament. The specimen I have selected for you has an age of 80,000 years. Located at the confluence of the Bema River and the Min River. Exercise utmost caution during your solitary hunt." "What? Solo hunting?" Song Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. According to my plan, aside from Luoyin, each of you must personally procure your 6th spirit ring. Elevating the resentment of the spirit beasts to its zenith will facilitate your absorption of the spirit rings, enhancing both your martial spirits and your intrinsic attributes." Yu Lei affirmed with a nod. "Old Chun, it is now your turn. Your wind god wyvern martial spirit has already acquired the essential defensive, offensive, and supplementary abilities across its 5 spirit skills. Therefore, for your 6th spirit ring, I propose the 80,000, your old eagle tiger beast. This spirit beast is remarkably swift, and its unique skill, the eagle tiger claw, boasts immense power capable of instantaneously tearing through an enemy's defense, inflicting irreparable damage." Yu Lei forwarded the 3-dimensional image of the eagle tiger beast to Chen Sicai and continued, "The eagle tiger beast resides deep within the sunset forest of the mirror world. Once Luo Yun's spirit power reaches level 60 and he obtains his 6th spirit ring, you may proceed together." At this juncture, Yu Lei suddenly recalled something. With a flick of his right hand, a yellow celestial herb materialized in his palm and floated towards Luo Yun. "Luo Yun, this is the Chihuahua tulip, which can directly evolve your 7 treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit into the 9 treasures Glazed Tower. And it can also elevate your spirit power by 5 levels or more within a day, having traversed Douluo continent numerous times." Yu Lei was well aware that the Chihuahua tulip could liberate the 7 treasures Glazed Tower from the limitation of absorbing only 7 spirit rings, transforming it into the 9 treasures Glazed Tower. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun was filled with joy as he accepted the Chihuahua tulip. Under Yu Lei's guidance, he consumed it and began to meditate. Luo Yun's spirit power is currently at level 52. With favorable absorption results, it should rise by 5 to 6 levels. Yu Lei remarked, "Jing Hang, your thunder-roaring mammoth martial spirit has 4 out of its 5 spirit skills leaning towards offense, aside from the 1st skill. Additionally, you possess a skull fragment, so your 6th spirit ring like old Yang's, should be inclined towards defense. Thus, I have selected this for you. Yi Lei transmitted the largest three-dimensional image to Jing Hang, continuing, this is an 87,000 year old purple thunder sacred armored bear, a thunder attribute spirit beast with formidable defensive capabilities. Perfectly suited for you. Its habitat is identified in the undeveloped forest near Haicheng. Chapter 253, Evolution. 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Chapter 254. Hidden Cards. I did it. I succeeded. My spirit power has risen by 7 levels. Luo Yun exclaimed, gazing at his former 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, now transformed into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. And sensing the surge of spirit power within him. 7 levels. Yi Lei was astounded. This implies that Luo Yun, your soul power has already reached level 59. Merely a step away from breaking through to the 6th ring. Yi Lei remarked, and Luo Yun nodded excitedly, her eyes brimming with joy. The others were taken aback, glancing at Yi Lei with expressions filled with yearning, hoping that he would bestow upon them a suitable immortal herb to aid in the enhancement of their soul power. Yi Lei naturally discerned their intentions. He too wished to offer assistance. However, his stock of celestial herbs was limited, and the remaining herbs in the system's inventory were not suitable for everyone's absorption. Nevertheless, the system shop presented an excellent option for acquiring herbs that would be compatible with their needs. Yi Lei first produced a palm-sized jade box and handed it to Han Yuan. What is this, Yi Lei? Han Yuan inquired curiously as she accepted the jade box. Inside this box lies the finest celestial herb, the 10,000-year Xianbing essence, which aligns perfectly with your martial soul attributes. Consuming it will yield unexpected effects. Yi Lei replied with a smile. As Han Yuan curiously opened the jade box, a wave of icy air surged forth, causing the temperature in the previously comfortable room to plummet, sending a shiver through them. This chilling breeze naturally entered Han Yuan's body, yet she found it immensely pleasurable, causing her wings to involuntarily unfurl. Aware that meditating to absorb the 10,000-year Xianbing essence would release an intense cold aura that might discomfort others, Han Yuan cradled the jade box and moved to a quiet corner of the living room. There, she sat down and consumed the essence. Instantly, a powerful surge of cold energy erupted from within her, and her enormous ice-blue wings spread wide, enveloping her like a cocoon. Old Yang. These 3 extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums are for you, Yi Lei announced, waving his right hand. 3 Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemums materialized out of thin air, landing in the hands of Song Yang and his companions. Without further ado, they cast grateful glances at Yi Lei and proceeded to a different corner of the living room, where they consumed the chrysanthemums and began their meditation. Yi Lei closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation before retrieving 2 mystical herbs from the system space, which he then presented to Wang Yuning and Xiao Na. The herbs in question were the celestial sunflower and the purple radiance deer fungus, both of which could enhance their soul powers and fortify their resilience. Yi Lei explained, the celestial sunflower possesses innate fire elements. By absorbing it, you will imbue your Zhang Hai Hua soul with a degree of fire resistance, thereby equipping you with the strength to contend with agile fire element soul masters in the future. The 2 young women nodded in understanding, seated cross-legged on the sofa, and began to ingest the herbs, entering a state of meditation and cultivation. Yi Lei diffused the energy of the blue-silver domain throughout the entire living room, enveloping the space in a vast aura of vibrant life force. Yi Lei sat on the sofa, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Over the past 2 years, his skills had been thoroughly discerned by Elder Qi, and naturally, the other elders would be aware as well. When the time comes to exploit the weaknesses of his martial soul, the situation could become precarious. Besides needing a trump card for himself, others would require one too, particularly Song Yang. His soul rings and soul bone abilities had all been laid bare. Thus, apart from the 6th soul ring he sought to acquire, he also needed a hidden ace, a decisive weapon in his arsenal. Chapter 255, A Collective Breakthrough. Upon observation, Yi Lei noted that Song Yang's 4th soul skill, the Howling Sea Barbaric Blade, seemed to possess a variant form. However, the specifics would depend on whether Song Yang could comprehend it. Yi Lei still possesses 2 soul skills of 100,000 years that remain untapped, which he can readily utilize as a hidden trump card. Now, all that remains is to await his companion's absorption of the celestial herbs and their subsequent breakthroughs in soul power, after which they may embark together on a quest to hunt soul beasts. Yi Lei provided them with premium-grade celestial herbs, all of which were sold in the system's shop. each boasting an age exceeding 10,000 years, sufficient to elevate his companion's soul power to level 60. Now, there was but one task at hand, to assist Luo Yun in breaking through to level 60. Having already consumed a celestial herb, she could not be given another. However, Yilei had an alternative approach. Luo Yun, what remains is for you to transcend your current limitations and elevate your strength to the Soul Emperor rank. Yilei turned to Luo Yun and said, "But, brother-in-law, I cannot achieve a breakthrough in my soul power in such a short time." Luo Yun murmured softly, "Have you heard of pressure tempering?" Yilei replied with a smile, continuing, "Pressure tempering is a training method that allows one's body to endure a force far exceeding its natural resistance. Prepare yourself, and I shall use this pressure to aid your cultivation." Luo Yun nodded, and upon seeing this, Yilei flicked his right hand, causing several blue-silver royal vines to rise from the ground and wrap around her delicate wrist. "Ready? Then I shall begin," Yilei declared, raising his right hand as an immense pressure descended heavily upon Luo Yun. Feeling the overwhelming weight upon her, Luo Yun gritted her teeth, channeling her soul power to counteract Yilei's oppressive force. The pressure exerted by Yilei does not belong to the Blue-Silver Emperor, but rather to the Flame Lord. The pressure of the Blue-Silver Emperor is ill-suited for body tempering, whereas the Flame Lord's pressure is domineering and can maximize the physical limits of Luo Yun during the tempering process. Furthermore, it greatly enhances her body's resilience, thereby reducing the likelihood of backlash when absorbing high-age soul rings, making the absorption process considerably easier. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Luo Yun's face, her expression still etched with agony. Her previously upright form was rendered unable to stand straight under Yilei's oppressive force, causing her breath to waver slightly. After a prolonged moment, the anguish on Luo Yun's face gradually dissipated, and her breathing began to stabilize, indicating a breakthrough in her soul power, reaching the 60th level. Upon witnessing this, Yilei retracted the blue-silver royal vine that had entwined around Luo Yun's wrist, and the oppressive aura dissipated immediately. Luo Yun then seated himself upon the ground, resuming his meditation to solidify the soul power he had successfully transcended. Yilei gazed at his companions who were engrossed in their cultivation, casting a glance at Han Nuan, who was situated in the corner. With a faint smile, he settled down and closed his eyes in meditation. By the banks of the Min River, the once tranquil water surface suddenly stirred, creating ripples that grew increasingly pronounced, captivating the attention of the tourists on the shore. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the water. Songyang abruptly rose, his martial spirit manifesting, and he entered the state of martial spirit possession. The Howling Sea Emperor crocodile behind him underwent a profound transformation, its claws elongated and sharpened, and its once formidable teeth elongated into razor-like blades. The others experienced similar changes, clearly indicating that they had all ascended to the Soul Emperor level. Among them, Han Duan exhibited the most remarkable transformation. After being baptized by the 10,000-year I Shinbing marrow, her phoenix wings expanded significantly, exuding an even more formidable chill, while her previously smooth black hair now shimmered in an icy blue hue. Feeling the surge of power among his peers, Yilei opened his eyes and stood. "How do you feel?" he inquired of the group. "My soul power has increased by 8 levels, reaching level 62, Song Yang replied after a moment of introspection, "and my meridians have become considerably more resilient." Chun Sikong and Jing Heng each elevated by 7 levels, breaking through the 60-level threshold to attain the Soul Emperor rank. The 3 girls experienced similar advancements, particularly Han Wan, whose soul power also rose by 8 levels. "That is fortuitous," Yilei remarked as he glanced at the soul beast detector. "The steel-armored crocodile tortoise has appeared, right by the Min River. Then what are we waiting for? It's time for my 6th soul ring." Song Yang exclaimed excitedly as he dashed out the door. The others promptly followed, racing toward the direction of the Min River. By the banks of the Min River, the immense figure finally emerged, allowing the tourists to discern its true form, a gigantic tortoise measuring 40 meters in length, with its exposed head and neck alone spanning 10 meters. Its shell was exceedingly thick, adorned with smooth carapace plates, and encircled by sharp armor blades. The steel-armored crocodile tortoise opened its massive jaws, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth, and let out a thunderous roar as it advanced toward the shore. The people on the bank fled in a frenzy, while a few intrepid souls, empowered by their martial spirits, attempted to attack the tortoise with their soul techniques. However, their efforts merely seemed to tickle the tortoise, leaving not a single scratch on its steel-like skin. With a roar, The steel-armored crocodile tortoise lifted its enormous foot and crushed one of the three-ring soul masters who had dared to provoke it into a mere puddle of flesh. Just as it prepared to eliminate the remaining three-ring soul masters, a colossal vine appeared, sweeping them away. The tortoise stomped down, fracturing the ground beneath it. But that was not the end. From a distance, a gigantic crimson sphere hurtled toward it, striking the tortoise and sending it crashing back into the Min River. Roar. The armored crocodile let out a furious roar. Although the crimson orb had not penetrated its defenses, the intense heat it emanated posed a significant threat. A dark green figure surged forward with remarkable speed, unleashing two azure blades of light with a swift motion. The armored crocodile bellowed once more, shattering the blades into mist. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a colossal jet of water, aimed directly at Song Yang in the sky. "Oh, so you wish to play with water? Let us see who is truly formidable," Song Yang exclaimed as he beheld the towering water column approaching him. Blue light radiated from his being, causing the massive jet to halt 5 meters before him, transforming into a swirling ring of water encircling him. Within Old Yang's domain, the realm of howling seas, any water-based attacks would be severely diminished. Furthermore, given that this was the Min River, abundant in water elements, it could be said that Old Yang was in his element. The armored crocodile was about to face a formidable challenge. Yi Lei and the other 6 stood not far off, observing the fierce battle between Song Yang and the armored alligator turtle. "Taste this," Song Yang declared with unwavering determination. The second soul skill, Giant Wave Water Blade. A colossal sphere of water materialized behind Song Yang, transforming under his command into a formidable water blade that descended upon the armored alligator turtle. Sensing the impending danger, the creature swiftly retracted its head and limbs into its shell. Damn, it's actually retreating, just like a cowardly turtle. The immense water blade struck the turtle's robust shell, leaving no mark whatsoever. Chapter 257, Death Roll Roar. Feeling the absence of the attack, the armored alligator turtle extended its head and unleashed a sonic wave assault towards Song Yang. Without hesitation, Song Yang summoned the water condensation shield to deflect the wave, instantly darting behind the turtle's elongated neck, his waist ring flickering with energy. "Let us see whose skin is tougher, yours or my crocodilian teeth." The third soul skill, Emperor Crocodile Shatter. A gargantuan crocodile materialized, sinking its jaws into the tender flesh at the back of the turtle's neck. Immediately, the armored alligator turtle bellowed in fury, thrashing its neck violently in an attempt to dislodge Song Yang. "Lo Yun, amplify," Yi Lei commanded. Lo Yun nodded, activating his martial spirit, the 9-treasure glaze tile. Renowned for its powers, 1 for strength, 5 for enhancement. 2 beams of glazed light shot forth from the 9-treasure glazed tower in Lo Yun's hands, enveloping Song Yang. "Experience the death roll, you oversized turtle," Song Yang bellowed, as the crocodile's body began to roll frenetically, tearing a chunk of flesh from the turtle's neck. The death roll is the crocodile's signature technique. Once it has bitten down, the prey is doomed to perish in the ensuing chaos. Naturally, Song Yang had mastered this skill, and with the enhancement from his Emperor Crocodile Shatter, its lethality was magnified. Even the heavily armored alligator turtle suffered a loss of flesh. Roar. The armored alligator turtle howled in rage, the pain radiating from its neck igniting its fury. A surge of energy erupted from its body, sending Song Yang flying, its eyes glimmering with malice. The giant turtle was enraged. Song Yang smirked. "However, I have discerned your weakness. No matter how formidable the turtle's defense, the skin beneath was not impenetrable. With this wound, the turtle's defenses were rendered ineffective." The armored alligator turtle retracted its limbs and head once again, rows of serrated blades emerging from its colossal shell as it began to spin violently in place. This was the turtle's innate skill, the blade shell formations, combining offense and defense. When its shell spun rapidly, it charged at its foes, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary defense-oriented soul masters to withstand. While typical soul skill attacks would hardly inflict damage, Yi Lei stood at the water's edge, observing. The armored alligator turtle charged towards Song Yang at incredible speed, its rotating shell kicking up sprays of water. "You thought retreating would leave me powerless?" The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile Tail Sweep. A colossal crocodile tail emerged behind Song Yang, forcefully striking the approaching armored crocodile tortoise and sending it flying. The tail bore deep gashes, evidently inflicted by the serrated armor of the tortoise. The formidable defense of the armored tortoise had indeed managed to wound my crocodile tail. Casting a glance at the tail behind him, Song Yang calmly remarked, Your tactic is only effective when you approach your opponent. So I shall ensure you cannot close the distance. With a flourish, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Turbulent Waves. A massive water vortex manifested above the Min River. Its powerful suction instantly drawing the armored crocodile tortoise into its depths. Abundant water was plentiful in the Min River, rendering the turbulent waves inexhaustible. The defensive formation of the tortoise was shattered, and its head and limbs re-emerged, letting out a furious roar. "Allow me to send you on your way," he declared. Activating his fourth soul skill, Howling Sea's Savage Blade. A deep green radiance coalesced between his arms, transforming into a colossal blade that surged toward the water vortex. The immense blade struck the tortoise's neck, cleaving it open and dislodging several fragments of its shell. But that was not the end. Now, for the rampaging crocodile's violent right arm soulbone skill, Domain of Fury, and the whirling teeth left arm soulbone skill, Whirling Light Wheel Annihilation. Under the enhancement of the Domain of Fury, Song Yang's aura surged dramatically. The Whirling Light Wheel Annihilation unleashed in this state possessed tremendous power. In the blink of an eye, the armored crocodile tortoise was decapitated, meeting its swift demise. With a resounding thud, its massive carcass plummeted into the river, sending up a spray of water, while the tortoise's blood stained the river red. Song Yang descended gracefully, alighting upon the tortoise's broad shell, where he sat cross-legged to absorb its soul ring. Meanwhile, Yilei extracted the beast's soul from the tortoise's brain. Chapter 258. Camel Mountain Deer. The armored crocodile tortoise indeed exhibited formidable defense, enduring for so long against Lao Yang's onslaught before succumbing. Qin Sitsai kicked the tortoise's head, marveling at its skin, which measured an impressive meter in thickness. It is worth noting that among their group of 8, Song Yang was the most adept at long-range armor-piercing attacks. His soul skills, Turbulent Water Blade, Howling Sea's Savage Blade, and Whirling Light Wheel Annihilation, were all exceptionally effective in cutting through defenses. Moreover, he was one of only 2 in their group possessing a domain skill. As an amphibious creature, the crocodile's combat prowess on land was not inferior to Yilei's. However, in rivers, lakes, and oceans, Song Yang's combat capabilities were significantly enhanced, making him virtually unmatched within his rank. "Yu Ning, once Lao Yang finishes absorbing the soul ring, we shall assist you in hunting a soul beast. At that time, you and Lao Yang will work together, with Luo Yun providing support." Yilei retracted his beast's soul and addressed Wang Yuling. An hour later, the absorption of Song Yang's 6th soul ring proceeded exceptionally smoothly, resulting in a further transformation of his martial soul. The back of the Howling Sea Emperor crocodile manifested segments of bone armor, and its already sharp teeth appeared to have elongated significantly. Additionally, rows of razor-sharp blades began to emerge along its previously robust tail. As Song Yang opened his eyes and stretched, Yilei inquired, "How was the absorption?" "Quite well," Song Yang replied. "The steel-armored crocodile has bestowed upon me an incredibly formidable defensive soul skill." With a thought, 6 soul rings, 3 purple and 3 black, materialized around his waist. "My soul power has also risen to level 63. That is splendid. Our next objective is the Camel Mountain Deer. Let us depart." Yilei, along with the others, boarded the 8 Towns Soul Battle Airship, heading towards the coordinates of the Camel Mountain Deer. Meanwhile, the carcass of the steel-armored crocodile was retrieved by the staff of 8 Towns Soul for extraction of its useful components. Half an hour later, in Rong City, at the Martial God Mountain Range, named for the ancient temple dedicated to the martial god nestled in its midsection, the Camel Mountain Deer thrived amidst numerous high-ranking soul beasts. The black battle aircraft hovered in midair, its belly hatch opening as 8 figures leapt down. The speed of the Camel Mountain Deer was remarkable. Its antlers could launch highly destructive orbs of light, and it possessed a desperate technique known as Camel Mountain's Quake. "Old Yang, protect your wife. Engage directly if necessary," Yilei advised Song Yang. "Rest assured, I will not allow harm to befall my wife," Song Yang affirmed with a nod. He took Wang Yunling's hand and ventured into the depths of the forest. Human-faced left-leg soul bone skill, Mental Hunting Ground. Yilei closed his eyes to detect nearby soul beasts, searching for their target. Since his soul power had surpassed level 70, the detection radius of the Mental Hunting Ground had expanded to 3 kilometers. "Old Yang, 8 o'clock, 700 meters, Yilei shouted as he opened his eyes. Song Yang immediately unleashed his soul skill in the direction indicated, and Wang Yunling entered the state of martial soul manifestation. 4th soul skill, Howling Sea Savage Blade. A dark blade of light surged forward, instantly cleaving through a vast expanse of trees. "Nuaner, take Luo Yun to the skies and assist them, controlling as needed." Yilei instructed Han Nuan, who promptly ascended with Luo Yun. Here it comes. Song Yang felt the tremors beneath him as a crocodile's tail emerged behind. Suddenly, an immense yellow orb shot forth from the trees, hurtling towards Song Yang. First soul skill, divine crocodile tail sweep. With a swift motion, Song Yang retaliated, shattering the colossal orb. With a thunderous roar, the camel mountain deer materialized before Song Yang and his companion, towering nearly 6 meters high. Its antlers alone measured an impressive 5 meters, pulsating with a yellow luminescence atop its muscular frame. Xiaoning, now! Song Yang bellowed, prompting Wang Yuning to charge forward. Employing her third soul skill, Magic Hornlight, a violet orb surged forth from the space between the deer's antlers, hurtling directly toward its chest. However, the camel mountain deer swiftly evaded, appearing several meters away as the magical light struck a tree trunk, obliterating it into splinters. Such remarkable speed, Wang Yuning marveled. With the 9 treasures turning out the glazed light, renowned for its swiftness and control, Luo Yun declared, unleashing 2 beams of glazed light that enveloped Wang Yuning. She continued to launch her soul skills at the camel mountain deer, yet it deftly dodged each attack. This approach is futile, Song Yang contemplated. Even with Luo Yun's support, Xiaoning will eventually tire. We must devise a means to restrain it. Scanning their surroundings, a thought struck him. Since you relish evasion, I shall leave you with no place to hide. 5th soul skill, Raging Tides. With a commanding shout, his waist soul ring glowed brightly, summoning 5 colossal water whirlpools that ensnared the camel mountain deer. Xiaoning, now is the time. Use your 4th soul skill. Wang Yuning promptly activated her 4th soul skill. Magic Horn Illusion Array. A pattern resembling a deer head materialized beneath the camel mountain deer, and in the next instant, a barrage of energy-laden antlers erupted forth, inflicting grievous wounds upon the creature's body, leaving a trail of crimson gashes. An excellent opportunity. Song Yang leaped into the air, poised to unleash his 3rd soul skill, when he was suddenly repelled by a shockwave emitted from the enraged camel mountain deer. With a deafening roar, the deer's eyes glowed with a blood-red light, its aura surging dramatically as it doubled in size and charged towards Wang Yuning. Alarmed, Song Yang realized the creature intended to use its devastating attack to take them both down. You shall not harm Xiaoning, he declared, invoking his 6th soul skill, Imperial Crocodile Armor Shield Array. In an instant, he positioned himself before Wang Yuning, his 6th soul ring shining brilliantly as a protective barrier of thick bone armor enveloped them. The camel mountain deer collided forcefully against the shield, yet it did not budge an inch. Is it a contest of strength, then? I am more than willing to engage. Song Yang chuckled lightly, as rows of razor-sharp blades emerged on the shield, spinning at high velocity. Crack! Crack! The deer's resilient antlers were severed at their roots by the whirling blades, sending it hurtling back. At that moment, Wang Yuning darted out from the protective barrier, directing her soul skill towards the camel mountain deer. 3rd soul skill, Magic Hornlight. A violet sphere of light struck heavily against the chest of the camel mountain deer, blasting a significant chunk of flesh from its body, while the internal organs were utterly shattered by the shockwave produced by the explosion. The camel mountain deer succumbed. Is this the 6th soul skill of Lao Yang? Observing the 6th soul skill unleashed by Song Yang, Yilei contemplated, noting that it appears to be derived from the steel-armored crocodile turtle's steel blade turtle shell formation. Chapter 259. The Interference of Elder 9. Chapter 260. Mutation of Soul Skills. Chapter 261. The Fall of the Sea Demon. How is this possible? You actually broke through my magical 8 tentacles, exclaimed the sea demon, astonished. What is impossible about it? Do you think your tentacles can control me? With the assistance of the howling sea domain, Song Yang's devoured soul power was swiftly recovering. The 6th soul skill, Soul Devouring Tornado. The sea demon unleashed his 6th soul skill, his strongest attack yet, confident that having consumed most of Song Yang's soul power, he would not be thwarted by his ultimate strike. Prepare to meet your end, kid. In the ocean, a water column with a diameter of 5 meters, adorned with numerous spikes formed from tentacles, surged towards Song Yang, accompanied by 4 more identical columns approaching from various directions. Playing with water in front of me? Ridiculous. 6th soul skill, Emperor Crocodile Armor Shield Formation. Song Yang's body was enveloped in a bone armor shield as the 5 water columns collided with it, creating a vast cloud of mist. The multitude of spikes shattered upon contact with the bone armor, leaving no trace behind. Is this your so-called strongest attack? It is but a trifle. Song Yang dispelled the shield, gazing at the sea demon, witnessing that his 6th soul skill inflicted no harm upon Song Yang. The sea demon felt a pang of panic. He had exhausted all his soul skills, yet Song Yang had countered each one. Despite being a level 63 Soul Emperor, he found himself at a loss against the level 69 Soul Emperor. Then, it seems retreat is my best strategy. The sea demon turned to flee. Invoking his fourth soul skill, Illusory Black Mist. Expelling a substantial amount of black mist, he plunged into the sea. Do you think you can escape so easily? I shall not allow it. Fifth soul skill, Raging Waves. Raising his right hand, a colossal water vortex emerged upon the surface of the sea. The sea demon had barely swum a few dozen meters when an immense suction force, rivaling his magical 8 tentacles, surged from behind. Turning around, the sea demon was nearly paralyzed with fear. A gigantic water vortex loomed behind her, its suction pulling everything in its vicinity, including her. Thud! In the forest, a bear nearly 5 meters tall collapsed to the ground. Finally, it's over. This Purple Thunder Holy Armor Bear has exceptionally high defense, Chen Sison said. Plopping down on the ground, his face etched with exhaustion. Enough chatter, let us hurry back to assist. Jing Hang was equally breathless, utterly disheveled. Even Han Wan's phoenix wing had suffered a break, charred feathers still emitting wisps of white smoke. They had not anticipated that the Purple Thunder Sacred Armor Bear would be even more formidable than they had imagined. Boasting not only extraordinary defensive capabilities, but also a remarkably fierce offensive power. Were it not for Qiao Na risking electrocution to subdue it, the group would have had no opportunity to unleash their most potent soul skills to vanquish the beast. At this moment, Qiao Na had succumbed to unconsciousness due to soul power depletion and damage to her martial soul, having been carried aboard the aircraft by Jing Hang. We must seek Teacher Huang's assistance for proper treatment upon our return, Han Wan said through gritted teeth as she struggled to retract her damaged wings, which rendered her temporarily incapable of combat. Among the 6 of them, only Jing Hang, Chen Sison, and Luo Yun remained able to fight, while Wang Yunling was left weakened after employing her 6th soul skill, Shadow Rewind. Chen Sison and Jing Hang supported each other aboard the aircraft, while Han Wan, enduring the pain in her back, extracted the Purple Thunder Sacred Armor Bear's soul ring and Beast's soul before joining them. Observing the sea ghost ensnared by his soul skill, Song Yang let out a cold laugh. With the skill of his soul bone, violent right arm of the savage crocodile, his momentum surged dramatically. Let us see whether your regeneration is more potent than my assault, he declared, unleashing his 4th soul skill, Howling Sea Savage Blade. A pitch-black blade of light shot forth, slicing through the water spout and cleaving the sea ghost in two. While the sea ghost possessed regenerative capabilities, such recovery required time, and Song Yang was not inclined to grant it any. He activated his soul skill again, Imperial Crocodile Devastation, which utterly obliterated the upper half of the sea ghost, rendering it unrecognizable and extinguishing its life force entirely. Song Yang's gaze shifted towards the 9th Elder, who was currently engaged in battle with Yilei. At that moment, Yilei appeared to be at a slight disadvantage, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with maritime combat, which put him at a disadvantage against the terrain. Old Yi, wait for me. I shall lend you a hand, Song Yang called out, his hands coming together before his chest as a surge of soul power flooded into his 5th soul ring. Before him, a water spout towering over 100 meters gradually took shape. With his 2nd soul skill, Giant Wave Water Blade, and the 4th soul skill, Howling Sea Savage Blade, combined with the soul bone skill, Spiral Tooth Wheel Annihilation, a multitude of water blades, savage blades, and spiral wheels manifested in the air, all converging under Song Yang's control into the colossal water spout, which then surged toward the 9th Elder. Though this immense release of 4 soul skills consumed a tremendous amount of energy, it was sufficient to provide the 9th Elder with a significant challenge. At that moment, both the 9th Elder and Yilei were repelled by the combined soul skills, gasping for breath, yet Yilei suddenly broke into a grin. You can still laugh? Surely. You haven't been rendered foolish by the blows? Elder Ji was momentarily bewildered, yet in the next instant, he found himself in dire straits. A colossal water spout materialized behind him, and before he could even react, he was ensnared within its grasp. The air was soon filled with the anguished cries of Elder Gio, as he endured the torment of being assailed by over 100 blades of light. This experience was unbearable for anyone, even for Elder Gio in his martial soul true form. Yilei and Song Yang exchanged a knowing smile as the black aircraft soared through the sky, carrying them towards Rong City. Chapter 262, Exclusive Weapons. Chapter 263, Ambush in High City. Elder 9, battered and bruised, returned to the Elder 9 residence. Immediately, someone approached to tend to his wounds. Overwhelmed by grief from the death of the sea ghost, Elder 9, in a fit of rage, kicked the girl attempting to assist him, sending her flying several meters away. She crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet dared not utter a word as she pressed forward again. "Get out!" Elder 9 bellowed, causing the girl to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. He stormed into his chamber, slamming the door shut behind him. The resounding crash echoed through the air, and numerous cracks appeared around the doorframe. Glaring at the documents presented by his assistant, he pounded his fist on the table. "Song Yang, should our paths cross again, I shall ensure you are obliterated. Avenging my most loyal subordinate." Elder 9 had 3 subordinates: the Sea Ghost, Sea Dragon, and Sea Wing. Among them, Sea Dragon was the most formidable, having reached the Soul Sage level, while Sea Ghost held the 2nd position, and Sea Wing boasted a strength of level 68. The loss of such significant power in a mere afternoon left Elder 9 seething with fury. Rong City. As Yulei and Han Wan returned home, an unrelenting grumble emanated from Han Wan's stomach. Embarrassed, she promptly sprawled onto the sofa, burying her face into a cushion. Yulei chuckled softly, approached her, and affectionately ruffled her hair before rolling up his sleeves and retreating into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Earlier that afternoon, shortly after they had stepped out, Yi Juanqing's assistant had delivered a generous supply of ingredients, ensuring that Yilei's kitchen was well stocked. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had artfully crafted a delightful spread. And just as he placed the dishes on the table, Han Wan, drawn by the enticing aroma, hurried over eagerly. Yilei's culinary creations are remarkably simple, featuring 2 generous bowls of yanchun noodles, each adorned with a poached egg, accompanied by 2 servings of crab legs and a platter of chilled vegetables. Han Wan, wielding her chopsticks with extraordinary skill, swiftly devoured half of one large bowl of noodles in a whirlwind of hunger. Yilei discerned that Han Wan was genuinely hungry and, fearing he might choke, handed him a glass of water, urging him to eat slowly and assuring him that he would prepare more if needed, his tone imbued with tenderness. Before long, the two had devoured every morsel of the meal. Once Yilei tidied up the remnants, he was about to indulge in dessert when a phone call abruptly interrupted him. Yilei exhibited a hint of impatience, but upon picking up his phone, all traces of annoyance vanished from his visage. "Mom, what is it?" The call was from Tang Yinqing, her tone tinged with urgency. "Your father was attacked on his way home." "What? All right, I understand. Wanner and I will head over immediately." Yilei's expression transformed drastically. "What happened, Yilei? Is something wrong?" Han Wan inquired. "Dad is in trouble. I'll explain more when we get there." Without another word, Yilei grasped Han Wan's hand, and together they hurried out, their figures swiftly disappearing from sight. The Yi family's ancestral residence. "Father, how are you?" Yilei asked anxiously as he entered with Han Wan. "It's nothing serious, just a few injuries," Yi Juanqing replied, his left hand and forehead bandaged, his complexion somewhat pale. "How could you suddenly get hurt?" Yilei inquired. "I am not entirely sure. While driving home, a sudden barrage of feathers rained down from the sky, piercing my car and injuring my left hand. In the next moment, dozens of stone spikes erupted from the roadside. Fortunately, I activated the Xianlang dominance in time. Otherwise, it could have been fatal," Yi Juanqing recalled with a shudder, remembering how one feather had come perilously close to his heart, just 5 centimeters away. "Feathers falling from the sky? Father, do you still have one?" Yilei pondered a possibility, though hesitantly. "Yes, I specifically brought one back," Yi Juanqing affirmed, nodding as he retrieved a blood-red feather from his pocket. Yilei took a glance and instantly recognized the perpetrator. "Damn it, Elder 5. Are you so weary of life that you dare to lay hands on my family?" That crimson feather unmistakably belonged to Elder 5's blood dove. "Wanner, at dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth to the far north to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, to serve as your 6th soul ring." Flames surged in Yilei's hand, turning the feather to ashes. He then resolved to confront Elder 5, determined to make her understand that my family is not one she can harm. Han Wan nodded, her eyes filled with icy resolve. "Father, Mother, you are to remain at the ancestral home for the next few days. Do not venture out, lest there be others lurking in the shadows with malicious intent." Yilei instructed Yi Juanqing and Tang Yinqing. "Wanner, invite your parents to join us. It is wise to have several together for mutual support." Yilei turned to Han Wan, who nodded in agreement. Yilei flipped his right hand, and 2 jade boxes materialized in his grasp. "Father, Mother, consuming these 2 pieces of eternal ice marrow will enable your soul power to ascend to level 60. I shall venture to the extreme north and assist you in hunting suitable 10,000-year soul beasts. The two jade boxes were placed into the hands of Yi Junxing and Tang Yonk, who, without a moment's hesitation, consumed the contents within, commencing their absorption. Chapter 264. The Extreme North. The following morning, Yi Lei and Han Wan departed from the Yi family's ancestral home early in the morning, utilizing the teleportation array within the Rome University to arrive at the long-abandoned Platinum Building. This structure had been forsaken for over 2 years since it fell into the hands of the ferocious barbaric crocodile horde, leading Elder 7 to abandon it entirely, with no soldiers dispatched to reclaim it since. Upon entering the blue vortex, Yi Lei and Han Wan harnessed the teleportation capabilities of their wristbands, transporting themselves directly to the outskirts of the extreme north. As soon as they set foot in this frigid land, Yi Lei was compelled to summon the Flame Lord and enter a state of martial spirit manifestation, employing the flame shield that had evolved through the fusion with the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor's soul ring to withstand the sub-zero temperatures. The extreme north is delineated into 3 distinct regions: the outer zone, the mixed zone, and the core zone. 1. Our objective this time lies within the mixed and core zones. Yi Lei clasped Han Wan's hand, stepping together into the frigid north. Is there truly a soul beast suited to my essence in this desolate expanse? I find myself at a loss regarding the selection of 100,000-year soul beast for my 6th soul ring. Presently, 4 of my 5 soul skills are offensive in nature, complemented by a solitary mental control ability. What I lack most is a defensive skill and one that enhances my own capabilities. Han Wan remarked. Rest assured, Nwaner. Yi Lei replied. Let us first venture into the mixed zone to seek a suitable 6th soul ring for your parents. Afterwards, we shall journey to the core area to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast for you. If that proves unfeasible, capturing a 90,000-year beast shall also suffice. Yi Lei gently patted Han Wan's head, reassuring her. The 3 regions that comprise the extreme northern territory are characterized by soul beasts whose lifespans in the outer zone range from a century to a millennium. In contrast, the soul beasts inhabiting the mixed zone boast lifespans exceeding 7 millennia, with a significant number reaching the venerable age of 10,000 years. However, the most critical area is the core zone, where soul beasts possess cultivation levels surpassing 100,000 years. The soul beasts in the outer zone pose little threat to the 2 of them, allowing Yi Lei and Han Wan to swiftly traverse this area and enter the mixed zone. This mixed zone is also divided into 3 sections, with the lifespans of the soul beasts in the 2 outer regions being too brief. The soul beasts we seek are located deep within the mixed zone. Yi Lei swiftly pulled Han Wan from the sky, advancing rapidly towards the heart of the mixed zone. The surrounding soul beasts, upon noticing their presence, hesitated to approach, paralyzed by the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Lei. How can there be no soul beasts here? The silence of this place is unsettling. I cannot shake off a foreboding feeling, Han Wan remarked, her vigilance heightened as she scanned the surroundings. It is entirely normal for there to be no soul beasts here, for this is the territory of the 60,000-year-old Kangen giant bear, Yi Lei replied with a smile. My father acquired his 5th soul ring by slaying a 40,000-year-old explosive frost demon tiger. This 60,000-year-old Kangen giant bear is perfectly suitable for our objective. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a massive bear, cloaked in deep blue fur, emerged, unleashing a furious roar. With a powerful swipe of its enormous paws, 60 blue blades of light shot towards Han Wan. Nwaner. This is the Kangen giant bear, with a cultivation of 60,000 years, precisely matching our goal. We must eliminate it, Yi Lei shouted to Han Wan, who hovered in midair. 2nd soul skill, Ice Phoenix Magic. A colossal ice blue, ethereal eye manifested, and upon seeing it, the Kangen giant bear momentarily stiffened. However, this was fleeting, as it quickly regained its composure. Han Wan's 2nd soul ring, derived from the 300-year-old magic eye ice stuck, was not a pure ice attribute soul beast. Faced with the formidable Kangen giant bear, Ice Phoenix Magic could only restrain it for a brief period, but that moment was all that was needed. 3rd soul skill, Ice Flash Stab. A grand ice phoenix took form in the air, dashing into the Kangen giant bear's body. The explosive force generated in an instant diminished the bear's combat capability by half. Roar. The Kangen giant bear howled in pain, its entire being radiating a brilliant deep blue glow, and the sky became filled with azure lights. This is bad. It's the bear's innate soul skill, Kangen Meteor Shower. Yi Lei thought, alarmed as he gazed at the ominous sky. He swiftly gripped his Inferno twin blades and propelled himself into the air above the Kanghan giant bear. Inferno Fire Scythe, Right Arm Soulbone Skill, Inferno Scythe Flash. Two crimson blades of light were unleashed from Yi Lei's Inferno twin blades, piercing directly into the bear's chest. A torrent of blood gushed forth as the massive body of the Kanghan giant bear collapsed. Chapter 265. Stepping into the core zone after confirming that the Kanghan giant bear had perished, Yi Lei extracted its soul ring and placed it into the system's space. Just as he and Han Nuan intended to depart in search of a suitable sixth soul ring for Tang Yunqing, the corpse of the Kanghan giant bear suddenly flickered with a deep blue light, capturing Yi Lei's attention. This light signified the presence of a soul bone. The deep blue radiance gradually converged upon the bear's right arm, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, revealing a soul bone resembling a bear's paw before Yi Lei and Han Nuan. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Kanghan right arm soul bone, which bears the accompanying skill Kanghan Meteor Shower. At this moment, the system's voice resonated within Yi Lei's mind. How splendid! This skill is perfectly suited for my father, effectively compensating for his lack of area of effect soul abilities. The skill associated with this soul ring must be the frost-infused claw attack unleashed by the Kanghan giant bear just moments ago. Yi Lei stepped forward, incorporating the bones of the icy arm into the system's space, and continued onward with Han Nuan towards the core area. Along the way, they encountered numerous soul beasts with a cultivation of over 50,000 years, yet none were deemed suitable targets by Yi Lei. Tang Yiqing had chosen a sixth soul ring from a shark-like soul beast, her martial soul being the Icethorn Saw Ray. She had already absorbed 5 soul rings from the Frostwind Illusion Dragon, the Ice Swordfish, the Rampaging Savage Crocodile, the Xuanjia Turtle, and a 45,000-year-old Shibing Songlong. With these 5 soul abilities encompassing individual attacks, group assaults, defense, and self-enhancement, she now sought a target that could bestow upon her an extraordinary group attack of 10,000 years. Presently, such an opportunity had manifested. What halted Yi Lei and Han Nuan in their tracks was a vast sea of ice. They were taken aback to find such an immense expanse of ice in this frigid northern land. According to the topographical map, the core area of the extreme north lay at the center of this icy sea. Yi Lei remarked, "Should we proceed directly, or is there something to consider? My Ice Phoenix martial soul warns me that the core area is far from tranquil." Suddenly, Han Nuan sensed a formidable aura emanating from the core region, instilling a sense of dread within her Ice Phoenix martial soul. Why not go? I possess 3 soul rings of 100,000 years, and the darkness fire accompanying the Crimson Demon Skeleton King's soul ring is sufficient to counter weaker 100,000-year soul beasts. Their immediate task was to hunt a 6,000-year-old Ice Attribute Sea soul beast within this icy ocean before venturing into the core area of the extreme north. 2 hours later, Yi Lei and Han Nuan soared from the depths of the ice ocean, having spent the last 2 hours hunting a formidable deep-sea ice magic shark, whose age was a staggering 60,000 years. In their conquest, they also procured a piece of leg bone. Next on their agenda was to hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring for Han Nuan. However, as they stepped into this core region, a 10,000-year soul beast manifested before them. This creature, resplendent in pure white, boasted 3 fluffy tails and was adorned with delicate lavender patterns, measuring nearly 6 meters in length. Its most striking feature was the third eye gracing its forehead. This soul beast, recently attaining the 10,000-year mark, was known as the Three-Eyed Snowy Twilight Fox. As a spirit-type soul beast, it would not only yield a soul ring that could provide a powerful mental attack skill, but also enhance Han Nuan's second soul skill, which is also of the spiritual variety. Yi Lei addressed Han Nuan. Chapter 266. The 100,000-year soul bone, the skull of the Snowy Knight. The Three-Eyed Snowy Knight Fox regarded Yi Lei and Han Nuan with palpable hostility, its 3 tails thrashing behind it. "Nuaner, do not gaze into its eyes, nor employ your second soul skill to control it, or you shall face dire consequences," Yi Lei cautioned. "I will divert its attention. You strike from the air." With that, Yi Lei summoned his lordly manifestation, his upper body adorned with bone armor, and charged towards the Three-Eyed Snowy Knight Fox. "A woo!" The fox roared in fury, its tails elongating instantaneously and launching towards Yi Lei, while it opened its mouth to unleash a deafening howl. This was one of the fox's abilities, the Snowy Knight Demon Howl, yet it held no sway over Yi Lei. Unfazed, he nimbly dodged the onslaught of tails, gripping his infernal blade tightly, and unleashed 2 shimmering blades aimed directly at the fox's neck. Startled, the Three-Eyed Snowy Knight Fox leapt high, but one of the light blades still sheared off its pristine white fur, exposing the bare skin beneath. Awoo! The fox bellowed in midair, its third eye opening, releasing a beam of icy blue light that surged towards Yilei. You have fallen into my trap, Yilei taunted, raising his blade to defend. The third soul skill. Ice Spike. A colossal ice phoenix descended from the heavens, landing upon the back of the three-eyed snowy night fox and exploding upon impact. The tremendous force sending the fox crashing to the ground. Awoo! You infuriate me, wretched human. Prepare to pay with your life. The three-eyed snowy night fox shook its head, its mouth opening to articulate human speech. Upon reaching a cultivation level of 100,000 years and gaining intelligence, soul beasts naturally acquire the ability to communicate in human language. The voice emanating from the fox resembled that of a girl of 17 or 18. What? Yilei shuddered at the sound, feeling goosebumps cover him. The voice was undeniably captivating. Even Han Yuan, hovering in the air, instinctively rubbed her arms, realizing she could not replicate such a tone. Awoo! This fox shall rend you to pieces. The three-eyed snowy night fox charged directly at Yilei. Yilei and Han Yuan exchanged a glance, observing the unbearable expressions etched upon each other's faces. Yilei took a step forward, and 5 soul rings at his waist shimmered with a radiant glow. The 5th soul skill, Dark Flame Bone Melting. Suddenly, scalding magma enveloped Yilei's body, covering him entirely. Upon witnessing this, the three-eyed snowy night fox abruptly halted its steps. Without uttering a word, it turned tail and fled. At that moment, Yilei appeared to be a monstrous being radiating dark flames. Even from a distance of 5 or 6 meters, one could feel an intensely terrifying wave of heat. If it did not flee now, when would it? Yilei's 2nd soul skill, the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor's Soul Ring, enhances his attack and defense by 50% while also plunging him into a frenzied state, significantly amplifying his control over fire attributes by 100%. Seeking to escape? Not a chance. You shall obediently become Nwanner's Soul Ring and Soul Bone. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, scalding magma began to spread from beneath him, enveloping Yilei, Han Yuan, and the fleeing three-eyed snow night fox within a colossal crimson barrier. Ah, the fox is burning. Accursed human, you seek death. The three-eyed snow night fox screeched in agony, its 4 legs performing a frantic tap dance as it gazed up at Han once suspended in midair. Evil spirit! A gray beam shot forth from the fox's third eye, aiming directly at Han Yuan, only to be thwarted by a towering stone wall that erupted from the ground. To attack my wife within my domain. Do you think I am invisible? Yilei clenched his right hand, causing the enormous stone wall to shatter explosively, raining down like a meteor shower upon the three-eyed snow night fox. Cursed human, you have forced my hand. Illusion. The fox swiftly evaded the incoming debris, letting out a furious roar while emanating a blinding white light. Mental attack? How unfortunate for you. I possess one as well. Crimson Demon SI. A skill from my head soul bone. 2 crimson beams shot from Yilei's eyes, striking the fox's eyes and successfully interrupting its spell, eliciting a pained howl from it. To think you could drag us into an illusion is mere folly. The red light in Yilei's eyes faded. Among the 2 soul bone skills bestowed by the Crimson Demon Skeleton Emperor, the Crimson Demon SI is a powerful mental attack, further augmented by the Emperor's longevity surpassing that of the three-eyed snow night fox. The fox staggered to its feet, its third eye bleeding profusely, rendered utterly useless, and its spiritual sea suffered catastrophic damage. Let us proceed. Yilei's waist soul ring flickered, activating his 5th soul skill, Lava Skeleton Hell. Hundreds of bone spikes erupted from the magma, puncturing the three-eyed snow night fox's body into a funnel shape. A blood-red soul ring appeared, accompanied by a peculiarly shaped soul bone. This soul bone, pristine white, resembled the fox's head, adorned with 3 grayish-white eyes that exuded a chilling aura capable of instilling terror in souls. Even Yilei felt a shiver of dread as he locked eyes with those 3 orbs. This soul bone is named Snow Night, the skull of Snow Night. Yilei whispered softly. Chapter 267. The Mutation of the Martial Soul, the Three-Eyed Demon Phoenix. Nwanner, you should absorb this soul bone now. The skills it carries are likely 2 of the 4 abilities used by the three-eyed snowy fox. Once you absorb this soul bone, your success rate for assimilating the 6th soul ring will significantly increase. Moreover, the intense chill in this place will greatly aid you in the absorption process. As he spoke, Yilei enveloped the skull in his soul power and gently presented it to Han Yuan. Han Yuan nodded, accepting the soul bone with both hands. She seated herself on the ground and closed her eyes to enter a meditative state. The snowy skull sensed the pull, slowly rising and gently pressing against Han Wan's forehead. A magnificent pair of phoenix wings unfurled behind her, and the ethereal image of an ice phoenix appeared at her back, accompanied by the manifestation of 2 purple and 3 black soul rings. As Han Wan began to absorb the soul bone, Yi Lei was not idle. He activated the Soul Beast Detector's terrain scanning mode to catalog the soul beasts in the core region of the extreme north. As data on numerous 10,000-year soul beasts was gathered, Yi Lei's brow furrowed. He discovered that there were over 100 10,000-year soul beasts in this area, many of which possessed formidable bloodlines. He also identified the soul beast that had instilled fear in Han Wan's martial soul. It was a 4-winged ice phoenix with a cultivation of 490,000 years. The 4-winged ice phoenix was a formidable entity within the core area of the extreme north and reigned as a royal among ice attribute avian soul beasts, its quality far surpassing Han Wan's ice phoenix martial soul. Yi Lei was pleasantly surprised by such a significant find during this data collection. He smiled, realizing that the 4-winged ice phoenix was the perfect candidate for Han Wan's 7th soul ring, undoubtedly capable of facilitating a second evolution of her ice phoenix martial soul. Once the data collection was complete, Yi Lei approached the corpse of the 3-eyed snowy fox, retrieving several tools from the system space to begin his work on its remains. Half an hour later, Yi Lei held in his grasp 6 vials of essence blood, a gray eyeball, and a palm-sized ice blue beast soul. Upon returning, Yi Junqing, Tang Yunqing, and Han Wan would each receive 2 vials. This essence blood would be sufficient to aid them in the further evolution of their martial spirits, granting them a purer bloodline of ice attribute soul beasts. As for the gray eyeball, once returned, it would be handed over to a specialized institution for dissection and analysis, potentially leading to the creation of a soul-guided weapon capable of both ice and mental assaults. Yi Lei pondered to himself. The journey to the extreme northern lands has indeed been immensely fruitful. Merely the soul bones alone amount to 3. At that moment, Han Wan suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of soul power, enveloping herself in a radiant aura, slowly ascending into the air. The snowy morning skull had fully integrated into her being, and a 3rd eye gradually manifested upon her forehead. Her martial soul underwent a transformation. Yi Lei widened his eyes in astonishment, never anticipating that the benefits bestowed by the snowy night skull would be so profound. It had facilitated the evolution of Han Wan's ice phoenix martial spirit, granting her a 3rd eye. Perhaps her martial spirit should now be referred to as the 3-eyed demon phoenix. Dear Wan, how do you feel now? What abilities has this soul bone conferred upon you? Yi Lei inquired as Han Wan regained consciousness. I feel quite well, Han Wan replied, nodding her head. The snowy night skull has granted me 2 abilities, malevolent gaze and illusion. The first ability, malevolent gaze, exerts a chilling control over the battlefield, delivering an extreme spiritual assault through ice that severely damages the central nervous system, transforming the target into crystal. Upon shattering, it disrupts the enemy's actions. The second ability, illusion, ensnares foes within a realm of deception, extracting their deepest fears and desires, ultimately leading them to lose themselves, trapped eternally within the illusion. Yi Lei was taken aback upon hearing the news. The 2 abilities attached to the 100,000-year-old skull were undeniably on par with his Crimson Demon skull, perhaps even superior. Chapter 268. What new trickery is this? The National High-Level Academy Competition? The formidable skills of malevolent darkness and illusion, both from the 100,000-year span, would prove immensely beneficial when confronting the other esteemed elders. Nuanyuan, we should not linger here. Now that you have absorbed the soul bone, let us return. As for Old Chen's 6th soul ring, we shall come back for it later. Yi Lei grasped Han Wan's hand and promptly teleported back to the entrance of the mirror world at the blue vortex. The 2 departed together, returning to the Yi family ancestral home after their time at Rome University. The ancestral home of the Yi family. Mother and father, uncle and aunt, we have returned. Yi Lei grasped Han Wan's hand as they hurried through the entrance of the Yi family's ancestral home, addressing the 4 individuals who were meditating in the living room. The meditating quartet gradually emerged from their trance, turning to regard them. So soon? Your mother and I have only been apart for a few hours. Han Kachin remarked as he rose and stretched his limbs. With a prodigy like Yi Lei around, isn't it a simple task to vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast? Han Wan replied with a smile. Their expedition to the extreme north yielded substantial rewards, as they had acquired 3 soul bones. Mom and Dad, each of you shall receive one. Yilei extended his hands forward, revealing the 2 soul bones resting in his palms. Father, this one is for you. Derived from a 6,000-year-old Kanghan giant bear, named the Kanghan right arm, which possesses the skill of Kanghan meteor shower. The bear claw-shaped soul bone glided through the air, guided by Yilei's soul power, landing in Yi Juanqing's grasp. Mother, this ice magic right leg is sourced from a 6,000-year-old deep-sea ice magic shark, featuring a group attack ability that can replenish your current deficiency in area of effect soul techniques. The icy purple soul bone gently settled into Tang Yunqing's hands. Yilei flipped his palm once more, and 2 black soul rings materialized, descending into the hands of Yi Juanqing and Tang Yunqing. Yi Juanqing and Tang Yunqing exchanged glances before taking their seats, promptly commencing the absorption of the soul bone. Once the soul bone was fully assimilated, the subsequent absorption of the soul ring would surely be considerably easier. All right, Nwaner, you should also begin absorbing your soul ring to swiftly master your 6th soul skill. Yilei turned to Han Nuan, and a blood-red soul ring shot forth from his hand, hovering above her head. Han Kachin and Han Mu were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the crimson ring. They had not anticipated that their daughter would directly acquire a 100,000-year soul ring at the 6th level. Xiaolei, is this really appropriate? Can Xiaonuan handle it? Han Mu inquired anxiously. Auntie, rest assured, before Nwaner absorbs this 100,000-year soul ring, she has already assimilated the 100,000-year skull of the same soul beast. Moreover, with my presence, I would never allow my fiancée to undertake anything uncertain. As he spoke, Yilei summoned the blue-silver emperor, and 4 black and 3 red soul rings materialized beneath him. A tremendous life force immediately filled the entire living room. My blue-silver emperor has attained 7 rings. And under the enhancement of the martial spirit's true form, the blue-silver domain can continuously provide Han Nuan with abundant life energy, ensuring her effortless absorption of this 100,000-year soul ring. Upon witnessing Yilei's formidable soul ring configuration, Han Kachin and Han Mu felt a wave of relief wash over them. With such a powerful fiancé for their daughter, they, as guardians, felt assured. At that moment, several individuals rushed in through the doorway, calling out to Yilei. Old Yi, trouble has arisen. The Elder Hall is up to no good again. Song Yang paused to catch his breath, followed closely by other members of the 8 Soul Town, who had hastened from their headquarters upon hearing the news. What mischief? Yilei asked, perplexed. The 8 elders have united to organize a national high-level college competition in the Imperial City. A national high-level college competition? Chapter 269, the Rongda Representative Team? The Elder Hall certainly is intriguing. This is merely a mimicry of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. They are likely up to some inhumane experiments, attempting to use this so-called National High-Level Soul Master Competition to select individuals of utility to them. Yilei refrained from voicing his thoughts, given their current strength. Even if the 8 elders joined forces, they could easily manage the situation. What does the school have to say? Yilei inquired. The counselor just informed us that they hope the 8 of us will represent Rome University in the National Elite College Competition, and they even mentioned awarding us extra credits. Song Yang replied. Then let us go. Why would we refuse credits that are offered for free? Yilei remarked nonchalantly. It's merely a competition, after all. The students emerging from those institutions possess skills that are not even on par with their parents. We could easily defeat them without relying on soul skills, leaving them weeping for their mothers. Yilei pondered for a moment, then declared, Very well, I shall inform the counselor. As Song Yang spoke, he retrieved his mobile phone. Once you've finished, come over to practice, Yilei added, gesturing for Han Kachin and Han's mother to join them in their training. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, clad in traditional attire, descended the staircase and approached them with the aid of a cane. Grandfather, Yilei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Little Lei, my hearing is still intact. There is no need to shout, Yi Mahjiang replied with a smile as he approached and patted Yilei on the shoulder. I've heard about the national competition. When the time comes, you may stay at the property registered under my name in the capital. At this juncture, Yi Mahjiang paused, closing his eyes as if lost in thought. Yilei understood that his grandfather was missing his grandmother. The estate in the capital was a birthday gift that his grandfather had purchased for his grandmother on her 55th birthday. Grandfather, rest assured, I am preparing to take over the branch office in the capital. In 2 years, once I graduate from university, I will manage the family business. And then father will have time to accompany you. Yilei quickly changed the subject. Ever since his grandmother's passing, whenever her name was mentioned, his grandfather would become melancholic for days on end. The Yi family possessed deep-seated affection, a legacy passed down through generations. 2 hours later, Han Yuan and the others successfully absorbed their soul rings. Han Yuan's soul power rose by 2 levels, and the transformation brought about by the 10,000-year soul ring was considerable. His long, jet-black hair had turned a striking ice blue, and an aura of coldness enveloped him. Old Yi, the counselor has sent over the competition rules, Song Yang said. Looking up, read them out loud, Yilei replied, sitting cross-legged in meditation before opening his eyes. Nearly 100 schools had registered for the competition, and the rules were as follows. The competition consisted of preliminaries, elimination rounds, arena matches, advancement matches, semifinals, and the finals, totaling 6 formats. Additionally, the Elder Hall had granted one team direct entry into the finals, which seemed somewhat unfair. Song Yang frowned and commented, not participating in the competition would be the greatest injustice to the other schools. The team sponsored by the Elder Hall likely possesses strength around the 6th ring, while those inexperienced college students might not last even 10 seconds in the arena, possibly facing dire consequences. Yilei responded with calm assurance. The competition features formats of 8 versus 8, 1-on-1, and 3-on-3, with the preliminaries being 8 versus 8, Song Yang continued. That's simple enough, just let old Chen go alone. Yilei suggested. I see. Old Yi, are you suggesting I use the pterodactyl clone? Chen Sitsuan immediately grasped the implication. Yes, with your current strength, excluding your main body. You can create 5 clones, which is more than sufficient to handle 8 opponents of the 3rd and 4th rings, Yilei affirmed. Indeed. This way we can achieve swift victories while concealing our true strength, Jing Hang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Actually, you could participate as well, Jing Hang, your second soul skill. Thunderous Stomp would be more than enough to take them down, Yilei contemplated. Helping them with a bit of electrical therapy sounds quite appealing, Jing Hang chuckled. Well, I could also contribute, Han Yuan chimed in, my 4th soul skill, Repulsion Ice Ring, can directly launch them out of the arena. Yilei nodded, rising to his feet with a sense of unhurried anticipation. The National Advanced Academy competition officially commences in a week. Old Yi, what shall we do about the 6th spirit ring for the 3 of us? Should we wait until the conclusion of the competition or venture out in a few days? Xiaoyan's 6th spirit skill is quite significant for us, Chen Sikong inquired, gesturing towards himself, Luo Yun, and Xiaona. Rest assured, we shall embark on our quest tomorrow. In the following days, we will make the necessary adjustments, Yilei replied, stretching leisurely. The challenge of vanquishing the Eagle Tiger Beast and the Hellish Ghost Vine King is not insurmountable. The paramount task is to find a suitable 6th spirit ring for Luo Yun, ensuring that the amplification effects of the 9 treasure glazed tile reach their optimal potential. In the dead of night, the 5th elder remarked, after this National Advanced Academy competition, we shall settle both new and old scores. Yilei stood atop the old residence of the Yi family, his tone exceedingly frigid. Chapter 270, The Opening of the Competition. A week later, the National Advanced College competition officially commenced in the capital city, attracting nearly 100 universities to participate, each sending a contingent of 10 to 20 students. The Elder Council had also transformed the National Stadium, located in the capital, to accommodate nearly 100,000 spectators simultaneously. Silently, a sleek black aircraft glided through the sky, landing within a manor in the capital. At last, they had arrived in the capital. Yilei disembarked from the aircraft, stretching his limbs. Despite the high-tech design of the aircraft, its interior comfort paled in comparison. Come on, brothers, let us head to the competition, Yilei declared, stepping forward with his companions. To conceal their true capabilities during the competition, Yilei had specifically requested the school to send along several senior students in their 4th year, each possessing soul rings. Among them were Chen Tian and Wang Bo, whose soul rings Yilei had assisted in hunting. Without hesitation, they agreed to Yilei's request. As previously discussed, for the first match, Jing Hang, it is your turn, Yilei stated. They had consulted their advisor, and although the first preliminary round was an 8-on-8 team battle, there were no explicit regulations against having only one participant, and in their case, one was indeed sufficient. At the National Stadium, redesigned to accommodate all participating schools, each institution was allotted a private room. The teams for the first round of the preliminaries were determined by lottery, and Rome University drew Tsinghua University as their opponent. Rome University? Never heard of it. Probably a minor university from some small city, a male student from Tsinghua remarked derisively upon seeing the draw. It seems we are guaranteed victory in this first round. A girl sitting in a chair twirled her hair with a smirk. Of course. We receive the finest educational resources in the nation. There is no comparison with a university from a small city. Moreover, every one of us is a 3-ringed soul master, perfectly matched for the best soul rings. Winning this match should be a mere formality, a short-haired boy wearing glasses chimed in. As his words echoed, laughter erupted from the Tsinghua room, a sound shared among the group, their attitudes inflated by their status as students of such a prestigious institution. Little did they know, their first encounter would lead them to tears. Now, I declare the National Advanced College competition officially open. An elegantly dressed elderly man with white hair appeared on the podium, his voice resonating throughout the venue. The previously boisterous arena fell silent, all participants turning towards the source of the voice. Who is that elder? Is he an important figure in our great nation? How could you not know him? He is the foremost elder among the top 10 elders of the Elder Council. The Grand Elder. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and continued. Next, the first match will feature Rongqing University against Tsinghua University. As the elder waved his hands, the heavy doors at both ends of the venue slowly creaked open. The competitors from Tsinghua University emerged sequentially from one side, taking their positions on the stage, while from the other, a solitary figure stepped forth. Chapter 271, Complete Domination. What on earth? Has Rongqing University forfeited the match? They can only send one person to compete in this first round, remarked a participant from Tsinghua University. Doesn't it feel like they're mocking us? Jing Hang ambled onto the competition stage, seemingly unfazed by the remarks from the Tsinghua competitor. Upon reaching the stage, he gradually lifted his hands, leaving the Tsinghua participants bewildered. What is going on? Is he planning to surrender? Jing Hang chuckled, raising both arms dramatically and brazenly gesturing with his middle finger towards the 8 Tsinghua competitors across from him. Let us get him, brothers. The 8 competitors, enraged by his provocation, immediately unleashed their martial spirits and charged towards Jing Hang. Outside the arena, someone remarked, Jing Hang is quite audacious, openly deriding his opponents. Yet, this tactic has ensnared them into his trap. Yilei couldn't help but laugh at Jing Hang's antics. Though Jing Hang could have employed his second soul skill to conclude the match swiftly, the thunderous stomp had a specific range. His deliberate gesture was intended to bait the Tsinghua competitors into that range, ensuring a comprehensive strike. The 8 competitors rushed towards Jing Hang in a fan formation, closing the distance to merely 10 meters when he made his move. Second soul skill, thunderous stomp. As Jing Hang's right foot came crashing down, the ground trembled violently beneath them. Before they could comprehend the situation, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through their bodies. Ah! They screamed in unison, as the crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Their clothing was incinerated by the immense current, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. One of them was even incapacitated by the shock, losing control of his bodily functions, and the arena was soon filled with a foul odor. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jing Hang snapped his fingers, and the 8 competitors collapsed, their bodies charred and emitting wisps of smoke, occasionally twitching. Without a glance at the fallen competitors, Jing Hang turned to the referee of the match and strode away. The first preliminary match between Rongqing University and Tsinghua University concludes with a victory for Rongqing University. Is that it? Did this match even last 30 seconds? Tsinghua University is truly weak. One competitor brought them to their knees. I barely had time to see how he struck before the match ended. The individual dispatched by the University of the Coffin City likely possesses a thunder attribute soul. The audience engaged in lively discussions regarding the commencement and conclusion of the match. The remaining team members from Tsinghua University ascended the stage to carry down the 8 players who were still convulsing. They had anticipated a straightforward victory in this initial contest, only to find themselves effortlessly defeated by the opposing team, who had not even unleashed their soul abilities. Victory in the first battle, well done, remarked Jing Hang as he pushed open the door to the resting area. Yilei tossed him a bottle of water, grinning widely. It's nothing. The highest-ranked individual on their side is merely at the 4th ring. Utterly crushing them was a breeze. Jing Hang accepted the water, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Tsinghua University had sent very few participants who even reached the Soul Master level, yet their next match could prove to be quite challenging. You have a point, Song Yang shrugged in agreement. The first match's participants constituted half of their main force, and the 8 players who had suffered such a shocking defeat would take at least half a month to recover. Chapter 272, Unyielding? Then we'll fight until you submit. Amidst the playful banter, they resumed watching matches from other institutions, which they perceived as trivial, akin to child's play. However, there was little to be done, given that their cultivation levels surpassed those of the competitors by over 30 ranks. Only Chun Tianwang and Bo, the senior students who accompanied them, found the matches engaging, as their prowess was comparable to that of the competitors. Meanwhile, Yi Lei and his 8 companions entered a meditative state to begin their cultivation. Seeing the younger students commencing their training, Chen Tian and Wang Bo ceased to focus on the matches and found a place to sit and meditate. In contrast, everyone in the other resting rooms watched the ongoing matches with great excitement. Although from the second match onward, each contest lasted at least 5 minutes, significantly longer than the swift conclusion of the first match. The resting area of Tsinghua University was far from lively. The 8 students who had been knocked unconscious lay on stretchers, their bodies charred. Their supervising teacher had even gone to summon a 5th-ring healing soul master from the Elders' Hall to treat the uninjured team members. Yet, how could a mere soul king, possessing a healing soul of such ordinary caliber, treat the injuries inflicted by a 6th-ring soul emperor? After exhausting all 5 of his soul abilities, the healing soul king could only restore their breath to a normal state. The scars from the electric shocks remained unhealed. Witnessing this, the other students from Tsinghua University grew indignant, cornering the healing soul king and vociferously questioning him. How is it that you, a healing soul king, cannot treat my comrades' injuries? I cannot fathom how you train. You are utterly useless. What can I do? I have repeated this countless times. The disparity in cultivation levels between those who inflicted the injuries and you is far too great. Their levels even surpass mine. My 5 soul abilities are of no use here. Are you jesting? We are all of the same age. How could anyone's cultivation level exceed ours? Gradually, the clamor within the lounge grew increasingly loud, prompting several doors of nearby lounges to swing open, with curious students peering out, their expressions betraying an eagerness for gossip. What was the commotion about? Why was the lounge at Tsinghua University so raucous? It seemed that they had summoned a spirit master of the Soul King level from the healing department to attend to the injuries sustained by their team in the first match. Yet the treatment had proven ineffective. A Soul King could not mend such injuries? Just how formidable must the opponent from Rongqing University be? The murmurs infiltrated Yi Lei and his companion's lounge, and Joanna, nearest to the door, found her meditation disrupted by the din. Infuriated, she rose abruptly, flung the door open, and shouted into the corridor, "Can you not keep it down? It's unbearably noisy." Her outburst silenced the entire hallway instantly. Suddenly, a furious male student from Tsinghua University thrust his head through the door, and by unfortunate coincidence, the lounges of Tsinghua University and Rongqing University faced one another. He inadvertently caught sight of Jing hang behind Joanna. "Damn it, so you're here. Come out," the boy bellowed, immediately stepping out of the lounge with the intent to storm into Rongqing's quarters. "What do you think you're doing?" Joanna, taken by surprise, was shoved hard by the boy, stumbling a few steps backward. Upon hearing Joanna's voice, Jing Heng sprang to his feet, wrapping an arm around Joanna's waist to steady her, casting a cold glare at the intruding boy. "What do you mean by that? You dare to question us after you've severely injured my teammate? If you can't revive them, Tsinghua University will ensure you pay dearly," the boy exclaimed, seizing Jing Heng's collar in anger. "Is it that you've lost the match and your comrades are injured, and now you can't accept it? Is the pride of Tsinghua so fragile?" Jing Heng regarded the boy with disdain. "Yes, we are indeed dissatisfied. We cannot abide by the presence of university students from your little city, who are utterly incomparable to us at Tsinghua," the boy retorted loudly. "Oh, you're dissatisfied, are you? Then I shall make you submit," Jing Heng declared, his right foot striking the ground with force, unleashing a tremendous pressure that sent the boy hurtling backward to crash against the door of their lounge. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Jing Heng stepped forward from the lounge. Hearing the commotion outside, the students of Tsinghua University rushed out, only to find the injured boy clutching his chest and coughing blood, while Jing Heng approached them menacingly. Chapter 273. When did I acquire an older brother? Why was I unaware? So it was you who harmed our companion. What an ironic twist of fate. Upon spotting Jing Heng, the Tsinghua students neglected to check on their injured peer, and 2 taller boys stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Jing Heng. "What a bother it is to encounter you. You are merely a defeated foe." Jing Heng shook his head in indifference, his esteem for Tsinghua University plummeting. Initially, he believed that a prestigious institution like Tsinghua would attract individuals of exceptional character. However, it now appeared that while the college entrance examination could eliminate the mediocre, it could not weed out the morally corrupt. Huh, you've crossed paths with our companion. Do you believe we can summon the heir of the Yi family from Rongqing to deal with you? One boy proclaimed. The commotion startled those who were meditating nearby. As they gathered at the doorway, this declaration elicited uproarious laughter, leaving the Tsinghua students bewildered. Han Wan found herself doubled over with laughter. The boy's words were clearly farcical. As the fiancée of the true heir of the Yi family, she certainly knew who held that title. Do refrain from jesting. How could the heir of the Yi family possibly be at your Tsinghua University? Surely that must be a fabrication, Song Yang chimed in, suppressing his mirth. You go. There are those here who dare to show you disrespect. The boy's irritation flared as he shouted into the lounge. Suddenly, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room, and a tall, red-haired youth, approximately 6 feet tall, emerged, casting a disdainful glance at Jing Hang and his companions. I thought it might be someone significant, but it's merely an individual from Rongda. Fortunate to have won a single match. In the next round, you won't be so lucky. I shall personally dismantle you, leaving you in tears as you return home. Yi Yuxuan declared, his arrogance palpable. To Han Wan and her friends, however, his bravado seemed nothing more than a desperate attempt to save face. Oh, the heir of the Yi family? Since when did I acquire a brother? How curious that I was unaware, a voice called from behind Han Wan and her companions, prompting them to part ways in eager anticipation of the unfolding drama. Yilei slowly emerged from the lounge, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Yi Yuxuan. You claim to be the eldest young master of the Yi family. May I inquire what the martial soul of the Yi clan is? Do you possess the White Wolf Order? Yilei wore a smug expression, eager to witness how this impostor would respond. He sensed no trace of the Yi family's essence emanating from this individual, and it was evident that his martial spirit was not the Xianbing wolf. Indeed, it was the fire leopard. As the esteemed heir of the Yi family, I also possess the fire leopard martial spirit. As for your mention of the White Wolf Order, I have never heard of such a thing. As Yi Zixuan's voice faded, Yi Lei and the others could no longer contain their laughter, with Yi Lei's mirth ringing the loudest, though he had not awakened the Ice Wolf martial spirit belonging to the Yi family. This was merely because the 2 martial spirits granted to him by the system were of a higher quality than the Ice Wolf. Should he desire to awaken a 3rd martial spirit, it would be a simple matter, as this spirit remained dormant within him. We have previously expressed our dissatisfaction with the outcome of the last match. I have already submitted a request to the competition committee, stating that the results of the previous match should be nullified, and we shall have a rematch, Yi Yuxuan declared, casting a proud glance at Yi Lei and the others. Very well, let us engage in another match. However, we reiterate our stance. Since you refuse to accept defeat, we shall continue to fight until you yield. We are willing to allow you to choose any one of us, Yi Lei asserted, raising a finger to indicate that even with the selection of just one of their own, they would easily overpower their opponents. Chapter 274. Terrified to the core as Yi Lei's voice faded, Luo Yun, who had been peering cautiously at the doorway, immediately concealed herself behind Chen Sikong, clutching his garment. Although she was a support-type soul master with the strength of a 6-ring, she could not directly engage in combat. Chen Tian and the others had retreated to the lounge as soon as Yi Lei emerged, fully aware of their own limitations. They were far too inexperienced to risk embarrassment in the fray. All right, since you suggested it, let us engage in a genuine 8-on-8 team battle. Yi Yuxuan, filled with lofty ambitions, remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited him. Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness, this is too amusing. Song Yang could no longer contain his laughter, leaning against the doorframe in mirth. What are you laughing at? Are you afraid? Let me remind you, I am a 4-ring soul master. Yi Yuxuan's expression darkened as he spoke with self-importance. Little did he realize that what he considered pride was merely a grand joke in the eyes of Yi Lei and his companions. Yi Lei looked at Yi Yuxuan with a disdainful expression. This individual merely bore the surname Yi and was merely basking in the identity of the young master of the Yi family at Tsinghua University. One couldn't help but wonder if he had been foolishly inflated by the flattery of those at Tsinghua. Was a mere 4th-ring soul master truly so remarkable? One could only hope he wouldn't be rendered speechless shortly. Yi Lei pondered. Since you have all consented, please state your names, as well as your martial spirits and soul power levels. You shall begin. Yi Zixuan raised his hand and pointed at Yi Lei, proclaiming, I am Yi Yuxuan. My martial spirit is the fire leopard, and I am a level 45 assault-type battle soul master. Yi Yuxuan suddenly emanated an intense, fiery aura. As a crimson leopard materialized behind him, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple encircling his waist, Yilei slightly lowered his head and smiled. Warm. He asked me to reveal my martial spirit first, but I possess dual martial spirits. Which one do you think I should unveil first? I am at a loss. Han Wan playfully stuck out her tongue and said, one is 7 and the other is 5. You can decide for yourself. Yilei gently patted his wife's head, raising his right hand to reveal a blue and golden grass in his palm. 7 soul rings shimmered at his waist. Yilei, possessing the blue-silver emperor martial spirit, was a formidable level 74 control-type soul master. The emergence of 4 black and 3 red soul rings unleashed an immense pressure that enveloped the individuals from Tsinghua University. Yi Yuxuan was taken aback by the sight of these 7 soul rings, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, leaving a damp patch beneath him. What? Still want to fight, you imposter? Yilei looked down upon him, asserting that the Yi family's martial spirit was not the fire leopard, but rather the ice attribute Shambing wolf. You are merely a counterfeit bearing the surname Yi. The true heir of the Yi family is me. With that, Yilei and his companions retreated to the lounge, closing the door to cut off the oppressive aura. At this moment, Yi Yuxuan was left in a daze, repeatedly muttering that he was the genuine article while his classmates attempted to assist him, yet he remained completely unresponsive. In the National Advanced College Tournament, the 8th preliminary match featured Rongqing University facing Yinqing University, with the teams taking the stage. After a considerable delay, the referee's voice echoed through the arena, announcing the commencement of the 8th preliminary match. Yilei cast a glance at Chen Sitsuan, who immediately understood and exited the lounge to approach the competition platform. According to the tournament regulations, each university was required to participate in 10 preliminary rounds, with rankings determining advancement to the second round of elimination. With 50 matches scheduled over 5 days, it was sufficient for Chen Sitsuan to compete alone in this second preliminary round. As both teams entered the arena, the students from Yinqing University felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing that Rongqing University, much like in the previous match, had sent only 1 participant. After all, in the last encounter, Rongqing University had decisively triumphed over Tsinghua University with a single competitor. Thus, when the referee announced the start of the match, the 8 members of Yinqing University spread out, launching their assault on Chen Sitsuan from various directions. Elder Wu, seated in the observation area, sighed as he witnessed the chosen combat strategy of the schools under his jurisdiction. He was well aware of Chen Sitsuan's capabilities. Even 2 soul skills were enough to leave the students of Yinqing University bewildered. Brothers, strike first and deny him any chance to react, the leading student shouted, leaping into the air to unleash his 3rd soul skill, the grief of the earth. A brownish-yellow energy coalesced around him as he hurtled toward Chen Sitsuan. Underestimating the opponent was the gravest error they could make. Chen Sikong lifted his head and smiled. Just as the boy launched his attack, his form suddenly blurred, and the boy's soul skill crashed heavily to the ground. However, he looked on in astonishment at the 2 Chen Saikangs to his left and right. In the midst of his surprise, the 2 bodies began to split once more, until 7 identical Chen Saikangs emerged on the field. The transformation from 1 to 7 instantly elicited loud cheers from the audience. They were not disappointed. Following the previous match where Rongqing University swiftly defeated their opponent, this second match unveiled another astonishing ability. It is a grave mistake to become distracted during a competition, especially when all 8 of you are lost in thought. The 7 Chen Saikangs spoke in unison, slowly raising their right hands, invoking their 3rd soul skill, Wyvern Light Cannon. 7 pillars of wind element light instantly sent the boy's companions flying, leaving him alone on the field. As he remained dazed, the referee abruptly announced the end of the match. It was then that he realized he had been kicked off the stage by Chen Sikong. In the 8th preliminary match, Rongqing University triumphed over Yinqing University. Chen Sikong spread his wyvern wings and soared outside the arena. Elder Shui Yuan, disappointed, covered her face. She had initially believed that Chen Sikong could at most split into 4 avatars, while Yinqing University might hold out for a while. Yet, to her astonishment, he had managed to create 6 clones. It appeared that in just a few days, his strength had surged remarkably. Old 5, your Yinqing University isn't all that impressive, is it? They suffered quite a defeat, remarked a middle-aged man sitting beside Elder Shui Yuan with a cheeky grin. You shouldn't throw stones when you live in a glass house. The 2 universities on your turf fared no better, did they? They lost as well, Shui Yuan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Mentioning this irked him, yet he had no retort. The two schools in his area had faced off against the two universities from the territory of the Grand Elder, so their defeat was not entirely unexpected. As two more preliminary matches concluded, the day's competitions came to an end, and all schools returned to rest and recuperate. Upon discovering that the esteemed Yi Xiao was an imposter, the supervising teacher from Tsinghua University promptly expelled him from the team and sent back the 8 students who had been rendered unconscious. They quickly arranged for reserve students to be brought in to prepare for the following day's matches. Chapter 276, Unease Yi Family Manor. As everyone had just returned to the estate and had yet to take their seats, Song Yang suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorted with discomfort. What happened? Yi Lei turned around upon hearing a noise, asking with a hint of confusion. It's nothing, just a slight discomfort in my heart, a feeling of unease. Song Yang replied after a moment's pause. Feeling uneasy is quite normal, especially since there are 2 individuals in the capital who regard you as an enemy. Moreover, you are currently in the capital, and they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to harm your loved ones in Rong City. Yi Lei turned and tossed the keys to the fighter jet to Song Yang. Oh, and just in case, bring your parents, your younger brother, as well as your future father-in-law and mother-in-law here. At the very least, we can protect them here. Enemies? When did I acquire 2 enemies? Song Yang asked, perplexed. Have you forgotten? In Yin City, you eliminated the companion of the 5th elder right before his eyes, and then in High City, you killed one of the 9th elder's subordinates. Naturally, these 2 elders regard you as an adversary, Yi Lei explained. In that instant, Song Yang comprehended the situation. He had momentarily forgotten those 2 incidents, yet he had not anticipated being perceived as an enemy by the 5th and 9th elders. He took the keys, promptly boarded the fighter jet, and set a course for Rong City. At that moment, the gazes of Yi Lei and his 6 companions shifted towards Chun Tian and the other 5 seniors. The 5 seniors immediately sensed something amiss and huddled together. Why are you looking at us like that, juniors? Wang Bo and Chun Tian, clinging to each other, stammered in trepidation. What else could we be doing, seniors? We are here to conduct a special training session to enhance your abilities, Yi Lei said, stretching his joints with a grin. Special training? Chun Tian and Wang Bo looked utterly bewildered, unsure of what kind of training Yi Lei was referring to. Of course, it involves enduring for 1 minute against the 4 female soul emperors. This will not only test your resilience, but also significantly aid your soul power breakthroughs, Yi Lei elaborated. 1 minute. Enduring for a minute against 4 soul emperors. This isn't special training. It might just be a death sentence. As the 5 disciples of Chun Tian found their legs weaken, they collapsed onto the ground. Even though only 3 of the 4 soul emperors opposite them possessed offensive capabilities. Any one of these 3 could effortlessly crush them, who were merely at the 3rd ring level. It was likely they could not endure even 10 seconds against such formidable opponents. 10 minutes later, the specialized training targeting Chun Tian and his companions commenced, filling the entire Yi family estate with their lamentations. The following day's preliminary matches revealed an unexpected turn of events. Upon learning that their opponents for the day were Chun Tian's group, other academies opted to forfeit. Consequently, all of Rome University's matches that day saw their adversaries withdraw, granting them unchallenged victories. This trend continued for several consecutive days, resulting in them only participating in 2 matches over 50 preliminary rounds. Upon discovering this situation, the 8 elders expressed their dissatisfaction and convened to organize an auction aimed at compensating the other participating schools. Yi Lei and his companions attended the auction, as none wished to miss the opportunity for free rewards, especially since they were not financially constrained. As night fell, at the Bird's Nest Sports Center, the first item up for bid was a dying Millennium Glass Beast, starting at 300 Iron Soul coins. The Grand Elder himself took on the role of auctioneer. As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, the nearly breathless Millennium Glass Beast was brought forth by 2 burly men on a flatbed cart. Instantly, the entire auditorium fell silent. Every academy yearned to acquire this 1,000-year soul beast, as many within their ranks had reached a bottleneck and desperately needed such a creature. However, the starting price of 300 Iron Soul coins was somewhat steep, equating to 30,000 RMB, given that 1 Iron Soul coin was valued at 100 renminbi. Upon entering the lounge, Yi Lei wasted no time and bid 30 silver soul coins. At this declaration, those who had intended to bid were immediately deflated. 30 silver soul coins far surpassed the starting price by an unimaginable margin, and their academy could not muster such funds. Old Yi, why are you bidding on a Millennium Soul Beast? We have no use for it, and besides, none of the seniors have reached a bottleneck, Song Yang inquired, puzzled. This is for you. Have you forgotten what your first soul ring was derived from? Yilei replied. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Song Yang recalled that 2 years prior, his first spirit ring had been derived from a 1,000-year-old Lioli beast. This Lioli beast possessed a cultivation of 700 years, thus elevating the age of his first spirit ring to 5,000 years. Yilei gazed at the Lioli beast, which was barely clinging to life. Song Yang nodded in agreement. As no further bids were placed, the Lioli beast was promptly delivered by 2 burly men. Without hesitation, Song Yang eliminated it, commencing the absorption of the Lioli beast's spirit ring and spirit, thereby enhancing his own first spirit ring. Subsequently, none of the auction items captured Yilei's interest. They were either of low quality or eccentric artifacts produced by the Elders' Hall. Hence, it was not long before Yilei returned to the Yi family manor, cradling the slumbering Han Duan in his arms, accompanied by the others. This auction had proven to be disappointing, offering nothing of value beyond the initial 1,000-year spirit beast. Time swiftly passed, and the preliminary rounds concluded, leading to the much-anticipated elimination phase. In this segment, nearly 100 schools were divided into 5 regions, each encompassing 20 institutions. The method of competition was straightforward, determined by the drawing of lots conducted by the Grand Elders. The elimination matches were set as 1v1 confrontations, and in the first draw, they faced Rome University, with their opponent hailing from a university in Haicheng. For this inaugural match, Yilei opted to have Chun Tian compete, confident that with Chun Tian's soul power at level 39, coupled with the formidable beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, victory would be easily attainable. As anticipated, Chun Tian secured the win. However, it was somewhat fortuitous, as the opposing university's students, upon awakening their martial souls, predominantly became Ocean Soul Masters, many of whom were inherently susceptible to lightning. This match is dreadfully tedious. None of them possess any real skill, remarked Jing Hang, idly toying with Xiao Na's hair. If you wish to fight, you can wait until the finals, where you can choose from the 8 soul emperors dispatched by the Elders' Hall, Xiao Na replied, leaning against Jing Hang's shoulder, resting her eyes. Jing Hang chuckled softly. Before long, the first round of the elimination matches in their region concluded, and after half an hour, the second round commenced. This time, it was Yilei's turn to compete, stating in his own words that he had not engaged in activity for several days and felt the need to exert himself. The first match of the second round featured Yilei from Rongqing University against Xiao Yu from Haicheng University of Technology. Please have both participants ascend the stage. Yilei strode confidently onto the competition stage. Upon casting a glance at Xiao Yu, who approached from the opposite end, he conjured a reclining chair with his blue-silver emperor vines and reclined upon it, all under the watchful gaze of the audience in the auditorium. The match commenced. The referee, momentarily taken aback, failed to react. Xiao Yu, unable to tolerate such blatant disrespect, immediately summoned his martial soul and charged forward. Yilei reclined on a lounge chair, eyes closed, utterly indifferent to the approaching Xiao Yu. Just as Xiao Yu was a mere 5 meters away, Yilei snapped his fingers, and an immense surge of soul power radiated outward from him. Xiao Yu, caught off guard, was violently hurled away, crashing out of the competition arena, blood streaming from his orifices, unconscious. Yilei then rose, dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, and turned to leave. Rongqing University emerged victorious. The referee, witnessing the situation, promptly declared the result of the match. Chapter 278, 1 against 7. Chapter 279, attempting to invade, only to be ambushed. Chapter 280, mental torment. The debut of the three-eyed demon phoenix Blood Yin observed the 7 individuals encircling him, raised his gaze to the sky, and immediately unfurled his crimson wings, seeking to escape into the air. Yet, having arrived, would he be permitted to flee so easily? Yilei grinned at Blood Yan's maneuver. In the next instant, Blood Yan's head collided heavily with an invisible barrier, producing a thunderous sound. What? There exists a barrier? Blood Yan, wincing in pain, incredulously uttered. And his gaze fell upon Yilei, realizing that only someone of Yilei's soul sage prowess could conjure such a barrier in this place. Thus, it was time to get serious. Stabilizing himself in midair, Blood Yin activated the 7 soul rings at his waist, and in the next moment, the 7th soul ring illuminated, elevating his aura. 7th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Mandarin Duck True Form. In the air behind Blood Yin, a mandarin duck, adorned with blood-red feathers, materialized, suffusing the surrounding atmosphere with a pungent scent of blood. As Blood Yin transformed, his raven-black hair instantaneously shifted to a deep crimson hue, his pupils too turning blood red, while the wings of the mandarin duck on his back grew even larger. True martial spirit? As if no one else possessed such a thing. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits together. As Yi Lei's words echoed, his entire being was enveloped in a coat of blue-golden energy armor, with the blue-silver emperor seal appearing on his forehead. The others followed suit, each summoning their martial spirits, releasing their soul rings. Han Wan spread her phoenix wings, ascending slowly, positioning herself at the same altitude as Blood Yin. Blood Yin, gazing at the girl before him, who also possessed wings, felt a surge of doubt. This girl, with only 6 rings of power, dared to confront him in his true martial spirit form. In a bloodthirsty state, she was courting death. I shall make you my first target, crippling your martial spirit before eliminating you. Blood Yan's intention was instantly overturned upon witnessing the terrifying soul ring configuration of Han Wan. 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, instantly igniting a sense of peril within him. Blood Yan understood that this girl posed a significant threat and must be dealt with swiftly to prevent future complications. 6th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Sky Slaughter. The blood-red light surged towards the heavens, and the sanguine aura surrounding the blood duck transformed into sharp blades of crimson. The feathers adorning the blood duck became razor-edged, and in the next instant, it lunged towards Han Wan. Observing the oncoming assault, Han Wan merely smiled and raised her hand, beneath her feet manifesting a pristine white, circular ring that propelled forward. This was her 4th soul skill, the Repelling Ice Ring. Upon contact with the Repelling Ice Ring, the blood duck was instantaneously flung away, its form encased in ice, severely hampering its ability to move. This is inconceivable. How could an avian of ice affinity possess such formidable offensive power, capable of overpowering me? The blood duck's astonishment was palpable. Yet Han Wan interrupted before it could voice its thoughts. My martial spirit is the sovereign of birds, the 3-eyed demon phoenix. Han Wan raised her right hand to shield one of her eyes, while the uncovered eye aimed at the blood duck, unleashing a beam of ashen light. In an instant, the grayish-white ray struck the blood duck's eye, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as if its mental core was encased in ice, shattering immediately thereafter, robbing it of its agility. This was the first skill bestowed by Han Wan's 10,000-year-old snowy Ming skull, the Evil Ming. Chapter 281, The Subordinate of the 5th Elder. Stone Statue Chapter 282, The adamantine golden body behind Yi Lei, a colossal figure clad entirely in crimson materialized, towering even above the stone statue's accompanying rock ape, exuding an aura of formidable presence. With the emergence of the Flame Lord, an inexplicable dread enveloped the stone statue, a trepidation emanating from its very soul, akin to standing before a 100,000-year soul beast. The stone statue stamped its right foot heavily, revealing 7 soul rings around its waist, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, an optimal configuration of soul rings. I had not anticipated that Elder 5's subordinate was a soul sage with 7 rings. I had presumed that this individual possessed a soul power not exceeding level 69. Yi Lei gazed at the stone statue, pondering to himself. Old Yang, the 5th Elder has entrusted you to me. Allow me to engage with this stone figure. With that, Yi Lei charged forward, colliding with the statue. Utilizing his 3rd soul skill, the rock-solid golden body, the stone statue emanated a resplendent golden light, remaining steadfast in its position as it absorbed Yi Lei's punch. Remarkably, it sustained no damage from the enhanced fiery force behind Yi Lei's strike, merely staggering back a few steps. Meanwhile, a similar golden aura enveloped the 5th Elder, Blood Yin. An invincible golden body, immune to physical harm? Quite intriguing. Let us see if you can withstand this move. Yi Lei was likewise propelled by the shockwave generated by the rock-solid golden body. However, he emerged unscathed. The ground beneath Yi Lei suddenly fissured, erupting with a torrent of magma, from which 2 imposing blades adorned with black and crimson patterns leapt forth, landing gracefully in his hands. Flames ignited fiercely upon the infernal twin blades, causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. Mere flames shall not breach my imperturbable golden body. With a resolute declaration, he activated his 2nd soul skill, Rock Strength. The purple soul ring encircling the waist of the stone golem shimmered, and in an instant, its form swelled to twice its original size, charging towards Yi Lei with formidable intent. Observing the enlarged stone golem before him, Yi Lei remained unfazed. a smile gracing his lips. He unleashed the skill of his right arm's soul bone, Infernal Scythe Flash. Two beams of scarlet light manifested upon the infernal twin blades as he surged forward. Just before the stone golem, his steps became ethereal. He deftly sidestepped, delivering a devastating slice with the blades to the golem's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, the golden defense of the golem shattered explosively, revealing two slender gashes upon its midsection. My imperturbable golden body, this cannot be. The stone golem clutched its bleeding abdomen in shock, disbelief etched upon its face. Its imperturbable golden body was renowned as the mightiest group defense skill under the command of all elders, a feat that even Elder 5 could not easily dismantle. Your imperturbable golden body may boast formidable defense, yet no defense, however robust, can withstand the infernal scythe flash empowered by the dark flames. The twin blades of Purgatory and Yilei's grasp transformed into a crimson light, revealing a scarlet skull upon his forehead. It just so happens that this skull, which has endured for 100,000 years, possesses a skill yet to be unleashed. I shall practice it upon you. As the crimson demon skull emerged, the stone statue inexplicably felt a surge of fear. Gritting his teeth, he immediately activated his seventh soul skill. The seventh soul skill, true form of the demon ape. In an instant, the stone statue's physique expanded, morphing into a colossal ape. Furthermore, as he simultaneously maintained his second soul skill, his martial soul's true form was more formidable than ever. So, is this the manifestation of the martial soul? I haven't even begun my warm-up yet. Yilei chuckled, and 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 red, materialized at his waist, exuding an immense pressure. Chapter 283, A Kick That Shatters. Upon the appearance of these 5 soul rings, the stone statue's breath became erratic and labored, and his martial soul's true form began to show signs of impending collapse. 5th soul skill, Dark Flame Melting Bone. Yilei instantly restored himself to his optimal state, and under the enhancement of his 5th soul skill, the power unleashed by his Flame Lord would be amplified by a staggering 100%. In the next moment, Yilei began to channel the 2nd soul skill of the Crimson Demon Skull. The 5th soul skill, Surge of the Stone. Observing this, the stone golem activated its 3 major amplification soul skills, eager to strike first. Charging towards Yilei without the slightest awareness of the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are indeed clever, attempting to eliminate me while I gather my power, but alas, you have fallen into my trap. Yilei raised a hand to shield his face. Just as the stone statue charged towards him, its colossal fist poised to strike his head, the hand that covered his eyes swiftly withdrew, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. This was the soul bone skill of the Crimson Demon, the Crimson Eye. From those blood-red orbs, 2 beams of crimson light shot forth instantaneously. The stone statue, caught off guard, was struck by these beams, experiencing an overwhelming shock in its mind. The intended attack faltered, leaving it frozen with its fist raised. This fleeting moment of hesitation unequivocally signaled its impending defeat. On Yilei's left leg, a crimson radiance coalesced as scalding magma enveloped his entire calf, interspersed with a hint of malevolence. Yilei swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick with his left leg, striking directly at the stone statue's abdomen. The immense soul power concentrated in Yilei's left leg suddenly erupted, and with that strike, he shattered the true form of the stone statue's martial soul, leaving a dark footprint upon its abdomen. The stone statue was thus obliterated by Yilei's kick, collapsing into unconsciousness and soaring backwards into the air. The deafening explosion immediately captured the attention of Song Yang and others, who were engaged in battle with Shui Yuan, also drawing Shui Yuan's notice. They turned their gazes towards the source of the explosion, but all they perceived was the silhouette of Yilei, with no trace of the stone statue to be found. Just as Shui Yuan was about to search for her subordinate, she suddenly felt the ground around her darkened several shades. Upon lifting her gaze, a colossal figure crashed down upon her. The stone statue, augmented by the 3 powerful soul skills, weighed no less than several hundred pounds. And coupled with the force of its fall from a height, Shui Yuan was unable to withstand the impact, being forcefully pinned to the ground, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. The 6th soul skill, Ice Torrent. Observing this, Hanwan promptly unleashed her 6th soul skill, and a massive ice pillar erupted from the mouth of the Ice Phoenix, instantly encasing both Shui Yuan and the stone statue in ice. The 3rd soul skill, Web Binding. As the red light faded from Yilei, he concentrated purple light in his right hand and hurled it towards them, summoning a colossal web that ensnared Shui Yuan, who was attempting to escape her frozen state. along with the stone statue, now rendered unconscious, significantly increasing Shui Yuan's difficulty in breaking free. The fifth soul skill, Raging Waves. Song Yang smiled faintly, sweeping his hands to conjure a gigantic water vortex that spiraled skyward, lifting both individuals from the ground and carrying them into the heavens, disappearing into the distance. After bringing the Song and Wang families indoors, and, with the assistance of Song Yang and Wang Yunning, administering restorative herbs to them, Yilei finally retired to rest. Chapter 284, The Little Pest. Aside from Song Yang and Wang Yunning, who remained in the hall to watch over the recovery of their parents, the rest returned to their respective quarters. Yilei embraced Han Wan's waist as they ascended to their second-floor sanctuary. Upon entering their chamber, Han Wan immediately melted onto the bed. Her body languid, as if devoid of bones. With a gentle shake of her legs, she slipped off her shoes and, resembling a caterpillar, wriggled beneath the covers. Sighing with contentment, she remarked, "I am utterly exhausted. Fortunately, my sixth spirit ring is a century old. Otherwise, I would truly lack the confidence to confront Elder Wu directly." Although she possessed one fewer spirit ring than Elder Wu and her spirit power was approximately 10 levels inferior, the presence of a century-old spirit ring and a relic from the same era afforded her 3 additional spirit abilities. However, the Elder, wielding the true form of his martial soul, was not easily subdued. Yilei gazed at his delicate wife, who lay languidly upon the bed, and a genuine smile crept across his face. He then shed his outer garment and climbed onto the bed beside her. As Han Wan sensed the mattress yielding beneath him, she instinctively raised her head, only to have a pair of large hands rest upon her waist, causing her to shudder. Yilei, what are you doing?" The man's weary breath brushed against her neck, and her hands instinctively tightened around the bed sheets. In the stillness of the night, what else could he want? "I am hungry. It is time for a midnight snack." Yilei leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her earlobe, whispering softly into her ear. Han Wan's face instantly flushed. The mere recollection of that tumultuous night surged a wave of embarrassment within her. Her previously languid body suddenly regained its strength, and she slipped from beneath Yilei, swiftly retreating into the bathroom. I need to take a shower," Han Wan called from within. And soon the sound of rushing water filled the air. As Yilei listened to the sound of water cascading from the bathroom, he couldn't help but smile. He took no further action, merely arranging Han Wan's nightgown and towel neatly at the bathroom door. Meanwhile, he sat centrally on the bed, engaged in meditation, keenly attuned to all the sounds emanating from the bathroom. Within the bathroom, enveloped in a mist of steam, Han Wan lay submerged in the bathtub. Her head barely above the surface, her complexion flushed as she blew bubbles. Her mind was filled with memories of recent events, particularly that evening a few days prior, which had left her body sore for days, especially her lower back, to the point where she could hardly walk, her legs feeling weak and unsteady. The thought of Yilei's seemingly boundless energy filled her with trepidation, and a dull ache began to resonate in her waist, further dissuading her from leaving the bath. However, she couldn't remain submerged indefinitely. After a short while, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. Glancing into the room, she noticed Yilei sitting on the bed in quiet meditation, prompting her to quickly don her nightgown. "Are you finished?" Yilei's voice suddenly resonated, startling Han Wan, causing her to loosen her grip. The shoulder strap, which she had yet to adjust, slipped down, revealing an unexpected sight. Yilei just opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight before him. His throat bobbed, and instinctively, he licked his lips. Rising, he used the blue-silver emperor vines to lift Han Wan onto the bed, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her tenderly. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. "Yilei, I'm hungry," Han Wan said softly, pushing against his chest with her hands, her stomach growling in agreement. "You little tease," Yilei remarked, placing a kiss on her cheek. "What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. I crave a bowl of laohua." "Very well. Just wait a moment. I will make it for you right away." Chapter 285, The Scheming Sister. Upon arriving in the capital city, Yilei carried a large pot of broth with him each day. Additionally, the estate was stocked with ample fresh ingredients, making the preparation of a bowl of laohua a swift endeavor, merely a matter of 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, he brought a steaming bowl of laohua upstairs. Watching Han Wan devour the dish eagerly, he realized she was genuinely hungry. Normally, given her typical appetite, she would only manage to consume a fraction of such a large bowl, but today, she finished it in mere moments, leaving not a drop of soup behind. After placing her chopsticks down, Hanwan let out a satisfied burp and then noticed Yilei gazing at her with an odd expression. I'm full now, Yilei. Shall we sleep? She suggested, placing her bowl and utensils onto the tray he held before snuggling into the blankets. Yilei gazed at the chopsticks and bowl in his hands, unable to suppress a smile. In the next moment, the utensils and tray vanished instantaneously, and Yilei climbed onto the bed, positioning himself above Hanwan. What are you doing, Yilei? Hanwan shyly covered her face with the quilt, speaking in muffled tones. Nwaner, you have eaten your fill, but I am yet to satisfy my hunger. Then go eat something, Hanwan replied, feigning ignorance with a blank expression. Indeed, am I not indulging right now? With that, Yilei leaned down and captured Hanwan's soft lips in a kiss. A night of passion ensued. Morning arrived. Awakening naturally, Hanwan rubbed her eyes and extricated herself from Yilei's embrace, simultaneously massaging her sore waist. After a night of fervent entanglement, her back ached dreadfully, feeling as though it were not her own. It was only then that she realized she lay beside him entirely unclothed. Last night, Yilei had not assisted her in changing into sleepwear, and she had simply wrapped herself in the quilt. By now, the blanket lay rumpled on the floor, having been kicked off during the night. Yilei gently pressed his lips against her cheek, slightly opening one eye to gaze at her, his voice still tinged with the raspy remnants of slumber. Good morning, Nwaner. Hanwan playfully poked his bare chest, her cheeks flushed as she requested his assistance in finding a piece of clothing. Yilei turned over and pressed down on her, playfully teasing, laziness, where on your body have I not gazed? Where have I not kissed? Today's competition. There is no need for you to participate today. You are our ultimate trump card, a treasure to be unveiled at the right moment. Yilei leaned down and gently kissed her cheek. Hanwan let out a soft hum, grasped the quilt beneath the bed, wrapped it around herself, and turned to the floor in search of her clothes. Yilei touched his nose, stretched lazily, and descended from the bed, observing Hanwan's every movement with keen interest. As he watched her locate her clothes, he extended his hand, ensnaring her slender waist with a blue-silver vine, drawing her onto his lap, and declaring his intent to assist her in dressing. I can manage on my own, thank you, she replied. Yilei leaned in to kiss her lips. After some playful banter, the two descended the stairs. Upon seeing them, a figure seated on the sofa approached. Sister Nwan, brother-in-law, and Xiao Na, good morning. Upon recognizing the person, Hanwan greeted her back. Is there something you need? Yilei inquired. Xiao Na nodded and spoke. Today our academy is competing against Shuqing University. Let me participate. Yilei, perplexed, responded. Wasn't Old Chen and Luo Yin slated to compete today? Why the sudden desire to take the stage? Isn't it because of Nan Na's scheming sister at Shuqing University? At that moment, Jing Hang emerged from the kitchen, holding a cup of hot milk, which he handed to Xiao Na. Chapter 286. Early Emergence. Xiao Na accepted the milk and nodded. Brother-in-law, I understand that letting emotions dictate during a competition isn't ideal, but, before she could finish, Yilei interrupted. Xiao Na, I empathize with your feelings. I've had similar experiences. You can compete today, but you must bring Jing Hang along. He will be your steadfast shield. As a native of Shuqing, Xiao Na was aware that Shuqing was the domain of the deceased sixth elder. The sixth elder had obtained information about Yilei and his companions from his brother, the seventh elder, and had begun to focus on nurturing Xiao Na's sister and their half-brother. By the time of the sixth elder's demise, their powers had already reached the realm of the 5 Ring Soul Kings. Bird's Nest Sports Center. Waiting area corridor. Well, if it isn't my sister who hasn't returned home in 2 years, I didn't expect our opponent from Shuqing University today to be your academy. Did your school have no one else to send but you and this rather simple-minded fellow? As Xiao Na and Jing Hang made their way to the competition stage, they were confronted in the waiting area by Shuqing University's participants, Xiao Na's sister Qiao Ninger and their half-brother Qiao Tianhao, who regarded them with disdain. Jing Hang, feeling utterly speechless at the disdain directed at him for being simple-minded, had just tested their soul power levels. The highest among them barely reached level 52. With only 2 soul kings among the 8, the rest being soul ancestors. 2 mere soul kings and 6 soul ancestors, yet they are so arrogant. Their downfall will be all the more spectacular, Jing Hang stated coldly, an aura of thunder subtly shimmering around him, and an immense pressure immediately radiated outward, causing the ground beneath to crack. Our Shuqing University is uniformly trained by the 6th elder. Do you think I would fear a small academy like yours? Qiao Tianhao declared haughtily, showing no regard for Xiao Na and her companions. Humph, The sixth elder was merely a six-ring soul emperor, hardly deserving of such arrogance. Jing Hang retorted, the sixth elder has long been dead. Even when he and the seventh elder joined forces, they were still utterly defeated by Yi Lei. No need to rush. We can deal with them once we take the stage. Jonah gently patted Jing Hang's shoulder and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Jing Hang retracted the pressure he had been emanating and turned to walk alongside Jonah towards the competition stage. Sister, they truly underestimate us, daring to insult us like this, Xiao Tianhao said with resentment. As soon as his words fell, the other 6 members of their academy nodded in agreement. Tianhao, their decision to send only 2 individuals indeed reflects their disdain for us, but let us not forget that we outnumber them significantly. And our cultivation levels are among the highest in all the academies, Xiao Ninger remarked, watching Jonah and Jinghang walking away. My dear sister, brace yourself for your first defeat. Once this competition concludes, return promptly to marry that old fool on my behalf. In the final round of the elimination matches, the academy team battle commenced, with Rongqing University facing Shuqing University. Please have the competitors from both sides take the stage, the referee announced. As the words echoed, the gates on both sides of the arena swung open simultaneously, and the teams emerged. The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing a familiar face from Rongqing University, eagerly anticipating the debut of the newcomers. As both sides summoned their martial spirits, the match began. At the referee's command, the 8 members of Shuqing University unveiled their martial spirits, their soul rings shimmering at their waists. Jonah and Jinghang remained still. Aren't you going to reveal your martial spirit, sister? Xiao Ninger sneered, cradling a Zhenghaibai flower in her hands, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring encircling her waist. Jonah's gaze turned icy as she raised her right hand, summoning her own Zhenghaibai flower martial spirit, with soul rings ascending from beneath her feet. This morning, Yi Lei had mentioned that it was time for Rongqing University to reveal its brilliance, and it would be I who would unleash our academy's radiance. As Jonah's 6 soul rings shone brightly, the audience was left in awe at the sight of her configuration of 3 purple and 3 black rings. Chapter 287, The Dual Soul Emperor. The appearance of Jonah's 6 soul rings stunned Xiao Ninger and her team, as they struggled to comprehend that someone of their age, Jonah, possessed strength surpassing their own. Strike first, everyone, let us take them down. Xiao Tianhao commanded loudly, and a massive dark purple magic wolf materialized behind him. Nana, what is happening? Why does your brother's martial spirit differ from yours? Instead of a Zhenghaibai flower, he has a magic wolf? Jinghang questioned, observing Xiao Tianhao's martial spirit. He too revealed his own martial spirit, the Thunder Mammoth, although he did not display his soul rings. It was clear that Xiao Tianhao was an agile attack-type soul master, imbued with remarkable speed. He and Jonah represented control and defense types, lacking in offensive and swift capabilities, making one swift attack-type soul master a significant threat, especially considering they faced 8 opponents. Xiao Ninger and I inherited our martial spirits from our mother, who was the former wife of our father. Xiao Tianhao's Dark Moon Magic Wolf is a combination of our father's Magic Wolf martial spirit and our stepmother's Black Moon martial spirit. At this moment, Joanna had assumed a combat stance and spoke to Jing Hang, stating that the Magic Wolf was not inherently swift, but under the cover of night. It had transformed from a power-based martial soul to a speed-based one. So be it, let me see if this Dark Wolf's assault can breach my defenses. Jing Hang bellowed. All of Xiao Ninger's teammates surged forward, each unleashing their most formidable soul techniques aimed directly at Joanna. My dear sister, as we both wield control-type abilities. If I can first incapacitate you, your teammates will be left to endure the brunt of our 8-person assault. Prepare for your academy's downfall. A colossal imprint of the Tsang Hai flower materialized beneath Xiao Ninger's feet as she gathered her energy for an attack. Xiao Tianhao was the first to charge. Akin to a ferocious wolf, just a few meters from Joanna, he unleashed his 4th soul technique, Dark Moon Wolf Rage. However, before his technique could reach Joanna, a massive figure intervened and blocked it. A mere 4th soul technique from a Soul King seeks to breach my defenses? To pass, you must first contend with me. Jing Hang declared, his eyes crackling with thunder as he revealed his 6 soul rings. Goodness, I never anticipated that Rongqing University harbored a 2nd soul emperor level powerhouse. And a defensive one at that, murmured the audience, who buzzed with excitement over Jing Hang's formidable presence. With me here, you shall not achieve a decisive victory. 3rd soul technique, Thunderous Quagmire. Jing Heng slammed his right hand into the ground, summoning a colossal pillar of lightning that struck the heavens. Instantly, the competition arena turned pliable, and Xiao Tianhao, caught off guard, found his feet ensnared, succumbing to an overwhelming pressure that rendered him incapable of combat. This was Jing Heng's third soul technique, Thunderous Quagmire, which possessed immense control capabilities while simultaneously unleashing electricity to paralyze his opponents, temporarily stripping them of their fighting prowess. Curse it, I cannot move. Sister, is your soul technique ready? Xiao Tianhao strained to muster his soul power against the immense force of lightning, shouting out to his sister. Chapter 288. A perfect conclusion, my brother. I am here, Xiao Ning responded, her soul rings shining brightly. One by one, deep blue Songhai imprints appeared on the foreheads of every member from Shuqing University. Fifth soul technique, Songhai soul seal. The instant Xiao Ninger unleashed her powerful fifth soul technique, her teammates broke free from Jing Heng's thunderous quagmire, and the burns inflicted by the lightning were completely healed. Jing Heng observed the liberated seven with an impassive expression, contemplating, they managed to escape my thunderous quagmire. Do they possess more capabilities? Humph, my fifth soul skill. The Songhai Spirit Seal allows all my teammates to break free from control, while simultaneously healing all the damage they have sustained and replenishing their soul power by 5%. As long as I remain on the field, you shall not claim victory in this match. How intriguing. It seems I have underestimated you. However, you best bring forth your true abilities. For this contest has only just begun, Jing Heng remarked with a sudden grin. What is this simpleton laughing about? Does he genuinely believe he can withstand the onslaught of our eight? It is utterly ridiculous, Xiao Ninger scoffed. A moment later, exchanging a glance with Xiao Tianhao, their teams swiftly divided into two groups to attack. Naturally, Xiao Ninger confronted her sister, Xiao Na. My dear sister, it has been ages since we last conversed. Once this match concludes, let us return home. Father is awaiting your return. Xiao Ninger maintained her audacious demeanor, paying no heed to the fact that Xiao Na was a six-ring soul emperor. Fourth soul skill, Songhai Demon God Light. A colossal phantom of the Songhai flower emerged behind Xiao Ninger, and a tremendous black beam of light coalesced, hurtling towards Xiao Na. Under the tutelage of the sixth elder, both Xiao Ninger and Xiao Tianhao had trained in the dark arts. In contrast to Xiao Na's Songhai flower martial soul, Xiao Ninger's Songhai martial soul bore the attributes of bloodshed and darkness, leading her down the path of a malevolent plant soul master. Raising her right hand, Xiao Na's Songhai flower expanded instantaneously. When Xiao Ninger's Songhai demon god light collided with the enlarged flower, it shattered into myriad tiny black particles, vanishing into the air. My dear sister, you do not naively believe I cannot withstand your soul skill, do you? You have already sustained significant damage, though you remain unaware. Xiao Na finally lifted her head, the Songhai flower in her hands emanating a soft purple glow. Only then did Xiao Ninger sense something amiss. Her movements had suddenly become sluggish, and she could not even summon her soul rings to unleash her skills. Looking down, she discovered a massive Songhai formation beneath her and her three teammates, faintly exuding the aura of annihilation energy. Fifth soul skill, Songhai Annihilation Formation. Instantly, the annihilation energy contained within the formation surged violently into Xiao Ninger and her three companions, nearly causing their bodies to rupture. Your fourth soul skill, before me, is nothing more than a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect itself, Xiao Na remarked, gazing at the four individuals under her control. In the next moment, her pupils transformed into a dark purple hue, evoking an unsettling sensation. Now, prepare to embrace your defeat. Sixth soul skill, Songhai Spirit Capture. Upon gazing into the depths of Joanna's eyes, Xiao Ninger and her three companions felt their pupils dilate in an instant, leaving them no time to evade. Their bodies were ensnared by the tendrils formed by the hidden sea flowers, rendering them as limp as if devoid of bones, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The expressions of the four were vacant, as though their very souls had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, Jing Heng, bolstered by his formidable defensive prowess and astonishing thunderous might, successfully dispatched the quartet led by Xiao Tianhao. Thus, the match concluded with perfection. Chapter 289. The finals. Following the conclusion of the match against Shuqing University, Joanna finally exhaled, releasing the pent-up dissatisfaction within her, and her spirits noticeably lifted. Jing Heng emerged as the principal beneficiary since his union with Joanna. He found himself either at odds with her or en route to confrontation. Fortunately, Jing Hang's amiable temperament enabled him to endure the fiery disposition of the enchanting beauty from Sichuan, undoubtedly rendering him a submissive partner. He felt a sense of relief that he had shown no mercy against Xiao Tianhao, had the referee not intervened. His fate might have been more dire than that of the 8 competitors from Tsinghua University in the preliminary round, who not only suffered electrical incapacitation but were also left charred. Xiao Tianhao's Dark Moon Demon Wolf martial spirit was perilously close to being rendered useless. To his surprise, seeing Joanna so elated, he mused that had he known, he would have disregarded the referee and continued to unleash more energy upon him. A tinge of regret washed over Jing Hang. Following this battle, any school that was matched against them in subsequent competitions would forfeit and surrender, leading them to the finals as the sole team to achieve a Grand Slam. On the day of the finals, in the lounge of Rongqing University, Shen Tian and several senior students did not attend, but instead occupied the audience seats, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. Today, the competition would feature Yu Lei and his team of 8, among whom 4 had yet to take the stage. They felt fully prepared to face the 8 Soul Emperors from the Elder Hall. However, among these 8 formidable elders, at least one would be a 7-ring Soul Sage. Undoubtedly under the command of the 5th Elder, known for his Panshur Demon Ape martial spirit. Brothers, during the upcoming match, heed my commands. We are about to confront those 8 powerful adversaries, each a talent from the remaining 8 Elder Halls, surely assembled in their finest formation. Yi Lei and his companions comprise 4 formidable attackers, 2 control specialists, 1 defender, 1 agile attacker, and 1 support role, effectively balancing offense and defense. Among the 8 competitors dispatched by the Elders Hall, only the defensive warrior, the stone statue, is known. The remaining 7 remain an enigma to Yi Lei, who is unaware even of their martial souls and lacks any relevant information. Consequently, he must adapt spontaneously during the impending match. As the competition commences, Jing Hang is instructed to unleash his 3rd soul skill, incapacitating their movements while simultaneously paralyzing them. Yi Lei formulates a strategy aimed at the stone statue, advising Xiao Na to seize the opportunity to eliminate it using her 6th soul skill. Me, brother-in-law, can a soul emperor like me truly defeat a soul saint of 7 rings? Xiao Na inquires. Fear not, if one person is insufficient. Remember that both Nuan Er and I are also capable of mental assaults. I refuse to believe that with our combined efforts, we cannot severely wound a soul saint. Yi Lei asserts. Xiao Na nods, reassured by his confidence. Old Yang, at the onset of the match, engaged the 9th Elder's subordinates. Your martial soul thrives in both marine and terrestrial environments, making you ideally suited to confront a sea soul master. Yi Lei continues. Understood. I shall do my utmost to hold him off and create opportunities for you, Song Yang acknowledges. His amphibious Sea Emperor Crocodile martial soul enables him to excel in both land and sea, augmented by his dual domain prowess, allowing him to reach Soul Saint caliber. However, he is uncertain which of the 9th Elder's subordinates he will encounter. The Sea Ghost is out of the question, having been obliterated by his own soul skill. His only potential opponents are the Sea Dragon and Sea Wing, and he eagerly anticipates which of the 2 he will face. Chapter 290. The Grand Finals begin within the Grand Sports Arena. The seats are filled to capacity, as the prestigious National Advanced Academy Tournament draws an immense crowd eager to witness the final showdown. The Rongqing University team faces off against the Elders Hall team. Enormous posters of both teams adorn the venue, captivating the attention of those drawn in by appearances, with many young women attending solely after seeing the poster of Rongqing University. Today marks the culmination of the National Advanced Academy Tournament, the most anticipated match, pitting the Elders Hall team against the team from Rongqing University. A referee, with wings unfurled, hovers in midair, microphone in hand, introducing the 2 teams to the audience. Rongqing University? I don't believe I've heard of that institution. Surely, a team capable of contending with the Elders Hall must be from Tsinghua or Peking University, no? Did these esteemed schools not participate? Queries an audience member. Tsinghua University was eliminated in the very first round of preliminary matches, defeated by Rongqing University, comes the response. Audience be elaborated. At that time, Rongqing University had sent only 1 representative, who single-handedly vanquished the 8 formidable competitors from Tsinghua University, inflicting such severe injuries that they were rendered incapable of participating in subsequent matches. Audience see exclaimed in disbelief. Following this, the members of the Elder Hall team were invited to take the stage. As the referee's voice resonated, 8 figures surged into the arena from various directions. The first was Shi Yong, wielding the martial spirit of the stone statue, a level 71, defensive spirit saint, adorned with 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black spirit rings. Hailing from the 5th Elder Residence. As Shi Yong landed heavily on the competition platform, the ground trembled under the sheer force of his impact, fracturing beneath him. While the formidable rock magic ape materialized behind him, its 7 spirit rings following suit. Next was Jianfeng, with the martial spirit of the Xianyuan sword. A level 71, assault spirit saint, displaying 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 4 black spirit rings, originating from the 3rd Elder Residence. A figure wielding a long sword gradually emerged into the audience's view, possessing striking features and exuding an aura of sharpness that deterred onlookers from approaching. Then came Hailong, whose martial spirit was the abyssal Songlong, a level 72, assault spirit saint, showcasing 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 3 black spirit rings from the 9th Elder Residence. A tall man clad in blue ascended the competition platform, brandishing a jagged sword adorned with numerous tiny barbs, while a splendid Songlong head ornament embellished his right shoulder. As the referee introduced each member, the audience was well acquainted with the 8 members of the Elder Hall team. However, several spectators voiced their confusion. Why are there no representatives from the 6th and 7th Elder Residences among them? Audience D questioned. The people around him were equally perplexed, shaking their heads in uncertainty. Next, let us welcome the Rongqing University team to the stage. With a sweeping gesture, the referee indicated towards the opposite side of the arena, where the previously closed doors gradually creaked open, revealing 6 figures emerging from within. Clad in black uniforms, each adorned with exquisite patterns symbolizing their respective martial spirits. They stepped forward. Why are there only 6 members? Where are the other 2? Audience inquired. No one provided an answer. As the attention of the crowd was captivated by the final pair to make their entrance, a male and a female. The young man sported a striking red wolf tail, with piercing phoenix-like eyes and an athletic build that emphasized the snug fit of his uniform, which bore intricate blue and gold patterns representing his 2 martial spirits, a delicate blue-gold flower and a fearsome red giant. Beside him stood the young woman, her icy blue hair cascading gracefully down her back, appearing delicate and demure. The black uniform accentuated her alluring curves, and a beautifully designed ice blue bird motif on the back represented her martial spirit. Chapter 291. Shock waves across the arena. Chapter 292. The undead skeleton Xianyuan. Use your sword formation to suppress them. Leave that foul crocodile to me, was the command given. Hailong bellowed at Xianyuan, emboldened by the stone statue's golden form. Undeterred by the assaults of Song Yang and his companions, today, the 9th Elder had entrusted him with a mission, to slay Song Yang on the arena, avenging his fallen brother. Hai Gui, you wretched crocodile, I shall exact vengeance for my deceased brother today. Your blood will repay your sins. With a mighty leap, Hailong soared into the air, vaulting over Jing Heng's defenses, while channeling his soul technique, the 3rd soul skill, Abyssal Water Cannon. A massive, deep violet dragon emerged behind him, and from its gaping maw, a colossal water sphere coalesced, hurtling towards Song Yang with devastating force. Unfazed by the descending orb, Song Yang met Hailong's gaze with a smile. I was just lamenting the lack of water elements here. I did not anticipate you would deliver one to me. Raising his right hand, a gigantic crocodile materialized behind him, effortlessly intercepting Hailong's 3rd soul skill. Within my Sea Hell domain, any water element attack is rendered ineffective, Song Yang declared, cradling the massive water sphere with one hand. Suddenly, the enormous water sphere transformed into slender blades of water, aligning themselves behind him. 2nd soul skill, Tsunami Water Blade. With a sweeping motion, the elongated water blades surged towards Hailong and Xianyuan, forcing them to retreat. Damn it. I refuse to believe that as a soul sage, I cannot defeat a mere soul emperor. Xianyuan, is your sword formation ready? Hailong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Song Yang's 2nd soul skill had left multiple slender wounds upon him and Xianyuan. Though Song Yang had only employed his 2nd soul skill, it was executed under the influence of Hailong's 3rd soul skill, thus striking Hailong with the very technique he had unleashed. 5th soul skill, Xianyuan's undead formation. Xianyuan, also wiping blood from his lips, drove his sword into the ground with force, summoning a vast magical array beneath him. Armored skeletons wielding long swords clawed their way from the formation, charging towards Song Yang and the others. To their astonishment, The Xian Yuan's sword could summon undead skeletons. Jing Hang delivered a punch, shattering the skeleton that approached him, only to turn and see more skeletal warriors advancing upon the four girls. Stomping his right foot heavily, he invoked his third soul skill, Thunderous Quagmire. The ground beneath the undead skeletons transformed instantly into a marsh emanating with the power of thunder, ensnaring them in place. Well done, Jing Hang. Now, watch me as I shatter the summoning array. Chen Sison soared into the sky, his black soul ring shimmering at his waist. Meanwhile, the stone statue was not faring well. It endured a relentless barrage of 37 strikes from Yi Lei's hellish scythe, shattering its rock-solid golden form into fragments and leaving numerous wounds on its body. Yet not a single drop of blood flowed from the injuries, which instead turned charred black. If I can shatter your golden form once, I can do it countless times, Yi Lei declared, his dual blades firmly grasped in hand as he landed gracefully. His eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity. I shall first deal with you, and then systematically eliminate your other comrades. As his words hung in the air, the ground beneath the stone statue transformed into searing magma, flames erupting from Yi Lei's blades. Chapter 293. The Arrival of the Wind God. The stone statue, witnessing the ground morph into boiling lava, appeared slightly flustered and quickly retreated, attempting to escape the engulfing magma. However, Yi Lei would not permit such an escape, erecting formidable stone walls to ensnare the statue. Surely you do not believe that a few stone walls can contain me. The statue scoffed, laughing at the barriers that confined it. Second soul skill, Power of the Rock. Instantly, the statue's form doubled in size, its strength surging as it attempted to break through Yi Lei's stone walls with sheer brute force. Yet, it was utterly unprepared for the reality that its fist struck the heavy walls without leaving a mark, while its wrist throbbed painfully from the impact. Curse it! How can these accursed walls remain unscathed? The stone statue furiously pounded against the stone barriers, but they remained steadfast, showing no sign of yielding to its assaults. Instead, the lava began to creep up the walls, raising their temperature to perilous heights. With another powerful blow against the wall, the statue recoiled in pain from the intense heat. This temperature is becoming unbearable. At this rate, I shall be roasted alive. No, I must devise a way to break free and aid my comrades. Golden light flickered around the statue as another layer of rock golden body enveloped it. Having confined the statue, Yi Lei turned his attention to the 5 elder soul masters of the six-ringed hall. Recognizing that the crimson rock could hold the statue for a while, he resolved to first deal with these soul emperors before rushing to assist Nwaner and the others. Witnessing his summoned skeletal minions so easily trapped, Xian Yuan could no longer remain idle. He understood that if the formation were to be breached, he would face a backlash. So he had to summon all his strength to buy time for Hailong. Sixth soul skill, Xuan Yuan's Might. A colossal Xian Yuan sword descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Jing Hang and his companions. As the immense blade plummeted, a chilling dread enveloped Chen Sikong. He recognized the dire necessity of dismantling the necromantic formation, otherwise they would be grievously harmed by the sword's descent. Meanwhile, Hailong was accumulating energy for his soul technique, poised to deliver a devastating blow as soon as they were weakened by the might of Xian Yuan. With his 5th soul technique, Wind Goddess Descent, a verdant luminescence coalesced around Chen Sikong, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. He unleashed his 4th soul technique, Wind Goddess Rampaging Dragon. A colossal emerald-hued wyvern took shape behind him, and together, they plunged downward, propelled by the elemental force of wind, striking the very heart of the necromantic formation. A thunderous explosion erupted as the formation shattered, dispersing the previously ensnared skeletal minions into the ether. With the formation dismantled, Xian Yuan was struck by a violent backlash, spitting blood as the power of the immense sword in the sky diminished slightly. Employing his 6th soul technique, Thunderous Sacred Shield, Jing Hang stomped his right foot heavily, conjuring a massive blue-purple barrier in midair, resembling a shield that withstood the force of the descending Xian Yuan sword. The collision of the 2 magnificent soul techniques generated a shockwave that sent everyone reeling. Fortunately, with Luo Yun's support, Jing Hang and his allies sustained minimal damage, in stark contrast to the plight of Xian Yuan and Hailong. Chapter 294. Forbidden Spell. Xian Yuan bore the brunt of the impact, propelled backward and violently expelling a considerable amount of blood. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, rising to his feet, raising the Xian Yuan sword high, and once more spewing blood upon it. The crimson droplets elicited a resonant hum from the blade. With my blood, I summon the might of Xianyuan. Let the blood of my foes guide the dark light of slaughter. Chanting incantations, he infused blood-red runes into the Xianyuan sword, which began to glow ever more brilliantly, suffusing the air with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Glimmering runes ignited along the sword, and a mark resembling a sword materialized on Xuanyuan's forehead. With the enhancement of his seventh soul technique, true form of the weapon spirit, Xianyuan emanated a terrifying aura, and the air thickened with sharp, blood-red sword lights, each one razor-sharp. On the other side of the arena, Yilei found himself locked in confrontation with 5 Soul Emperors. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to a vast, ominous aura of slaughter that emerged from the opposite end of the battlefield. What is happening? Why has such a terrifying aura of murder suddenly manifested, threatening my very existence? Yilei sensed the pervasive aura of death in the air. Realizing the dire situation he was in, he swiftly turned around, only to behold the crimson longsword suspended behind him, wielded by Xianyuan, whose terrifying bloodlust emanated from him. Damn it! In a state of injury, he was channeling a forbidden spell using his own blood, coupled with the true form of his weapon spirit. Was he intent on obliterating this place? Yilei couldn't help but curse under his breath. After ensnaring the 5 Soul Emperors with the same technique, he hastily charged towards Xianyuan and Hailong, the 2 formidable soul sages. Hailong and Xianyuan stood back to back, momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Yilei's ability to trap the stone statue and others in the same manner. However, the next moment, they donned self-assured smiles, thinking, "You wish to pass? First, you must contend with me." Hailong's towering figure remained steadfast, wielding his specially crafted saw sword, an immense pressure radiating from him like crashing waves directed at Yilei. Wow, Hailong from the Elder Nine Pavilion exudes an incredibly potent aura. And that Xianyuan is equally formidable, remarked audience member I. Indeed. The captain from Rongqing University seems quite powerful as well, able to confine a soul sage and 5 soul emperors simultaneously. His cultivation must be at the soul sage level, commented audience member J. Don't be ridiculous. He is at most a soul emperor. Only the elders from the Elder Hall, and these 8 individuals present, are soul sages. How could a university student in his 20s possibly be a soul sage? Replied audience member K. Yet, I wonder how he will confront Hailong's assault, mused audience member M. I don't have time to play with you right now. Get out of my way, Yilei declared as the dual blades in his hands vanished, replaced by a blue-golden spear, the blue-silver domain. The radiant blue-golden light erupted from him, causing clusters of blue-silver grass to sprout wherever the light touched. What? Blue-silver grass? Isn't that a waste of a martial soul? Exclaimed audience member N. Before the words could settle, they were instantly contradicted. As Yilei moved, soul rings manifested around his waist, the terrifying soul ring ratio leaving all spectators in awe. Chapter 295. Unbearable Blow. Chapter 296. Breaking the Formation. Xianyuan eliminated. Hailong was hurled off the competition stage. Thus eliminated, the referee announced with an impassive expression. In the stands, the audience was incredulous, momentarily unable to process the fact of Hailong's elimination. Some supporters of the Elder Hall could not restrain themselves, rising to their feet and loudly accusing, "Referee, the individual from Rongqing University is a defense type. How could he possess such a powerful offensive soul skill? They must be cheating. Disqualify them." Upon hearing this, many spectators grew restless, retorting, "Does a defense-type soul master necessarily have to possess 6 defensive soul skills? Can he not have an offensive soul skill? Furthermore, possessing soul bones is not a given." At a pivotal moment, a spectator spoke up, instantly capturing the attention of those around him. The audience found his assertion quite reasonable, shifting their focus away from the few who supported the Elder Hall. "Ah, Sea Dragon, your downfall lies in the fact that you are a water spirit master. Had your spirit possessed the element of lightning, you might not have been eliminated so early," Yilei remarked, shaking his head gently. The reason for Sea Dragon's defeat was that when he unleashed his soul skills, a significant amount of water element surrounded him, though it lacked purity. In contrast, Jinghang's purple lightning explosion possessed an unparalleled lightning attribute, which intensified its explosive effects when encountering the impure water element. Xianyuan sword formation. As Xianyuan's previously closed eyes slowly opened, they transformed into a blood-red hue. 6 blood-red Xianyuan swords descended from the sky, plunging straight into the ground and forming a hexagram. Those within the hexagram immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. A terrifying aura of slaughter gradually eroded their bodies, causing their soul power to deplete rapidly. Isn't Xian Yuan a seven-ring soul sage? Why is his soul power exerting such intense pressure? Among them, the weakest, Luo Yun, was the first to succumb to fatigue, collapsing to the ground, the brilliance of the 9 treasure glazed tile in her hand dimming. The 3 boys released their soul power to shield the girls from the immense pressure, disregarding their own rapidly dwindling energy. Among soul masters of the same rank, those with weapon spirits inherently possessed greater strength than those with beast spirits, and with Xian Yuan's prowess being at least 10 levels above theirs, it was daunting. I will maintain my 6th soul skill, Imperial Crocodile Armor Shield Formation. Song Yang gritted his teeth. Old Chun, Jing Hang, it's fine for the 3 of us to remain within the formation. Let us first get the girls to safety. Song Yang's words received agreement from Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang, who were preparing to envelop the 4 girls with their combined soul power to escort them out. However, Xian Yuan, perceiving their intentions, did not hesitate and unleashed the first strike of his forbidden spell. In midair, a blood-red sword, dozens of meters long, coalesced, adorned with a blood-red rune along its blade. As the sword descended rapidly, the protective shield created by the soul power of Song Yang and his companions instantly cracked, causing blood to trickle from the corners of their mouths, while the light in their eyes still flickered with determination. Just as the second sword was about to fall, Yilei intercepted it with his blue-silver Emperor Spear. As a fellow soul sage, he released his pressure instantaneously, sending Xian Yuan, who was gathering power for his 3rd sword, flying backward, shattering the hexagram. With the forbidden spell disrupted, Xian Yuan coughed up blood once more. The rune on his forehead dimmed significantly, and the Xian Yuan sword in his hand ceased to radiate its blood-red glow. The blue-silver Emperor Spear in Yi Lei's hand vanished, replaced by the Flame Lord looming behind him. The second skill of the Crimson Demon Skull. Crimson Demon Dark Flame Slash. Behind Yi Lei, a colossal dark red sphere of light coalesced in the hands of the Flame Lord, emanating an aura of immense terror. A beam of light erupted from the dark red sphere, striking directly at Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan attempted to defend himself, yet his soul technique had not yet materialized. The beam struck him with a thunderous force, shattering the Xian Yuan sword he had raised in front of him, and sending him flying, crashing into the wall beyond the arena. His shirt was torn to shreds, and his chest caved in. The excruciating pain surged through Xuan Yuan's heart, causing him to faint instantly. Chapter 297, 8 against 6. A self-inflicted hardship. Xian Yuan was eliminated from the arena. The judge's voice echoed throughout the venue, and soon several staff members hurriedly appeared to carry Xian Yuan away for medical attention. The 2 soul saints from the Elder Hall's team had been eliminated, leaving only the stone statue to defeat, which meant victory was assured for them. Yi Lei stood at the forefront of the team, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he surveyed the 6 crimson stone pillars swaying at the opposite end of the arena. Old Yang, leave the stone statues to me. The rest are in your hands. Yi Lei swiftly orchestrated their battle strategy. Wanner, you 3 girls are responsible for protecting Luo Yun, ensuring that the brilliance of the 9-treasure glazed tower shines upon us. As his words fell, everyone nodded in agreement and followed Yi Lei's lead, charging forward. One of the thickest stone pillars suddenly developed fissures, and in the next moment, it exploded violently. The stone statue, enraged, burst forth from the debris, contemplating how to free his remaining teammates from the confines of the same stone pillars when a vine, as thick as a bowl, ensnared his ankle, yanking him forcefully backward. Yi Lei, it's you again. The stone statue, losing his balance from the vine's pull, fell unceremoniously, scrambling to his feet and glaring fiercely at Yi Lei. 7th soul technique, true form of the demon ape. Now thoroughly incensed, the stone statue unleashed his martial spirit's true form. Coupled with his 2nd soul technique, the power of the rock, his stature swelled exponentially, resembling a diminutive giant as he lunged toward Yi Lei. Using the same tactic again, are we? If you refuse to yield, then today I shall make you submit. Yi Lei could not help but let out a sigh, and the next moment he launched a powerful punch. The fist of He Shiyong met his with a thunderous impact, causing the ground beneath them to crack instantaneously. The force generated by their colliding fists inadvertently aided Shiyong. As the crimson stone pillars encasing his remaining 5 teammates began to show signs of fissures under the pressure of the powerful shockwave, the 5 teammates swiftly seized the opportunity presented by these cracks to extricate themselves from the stone columns. However, the moment they emerged, they were confronted by Song Yang and his 2 companions, who charged towards them. Underestimating their opponents due to their numerical superiority, They believed they could easily overpower Song Yang and his two allies. Yet, their confidence from the previous moment swiftly turned to humiliation. In a mere exchange of blows, Song Yang and his companions unleashed a fierce onslaught, dominating the five without even resorting to their soul skills. Shi Yong quickly discerned that his teammates were in dire straits and soon caught sight of Luo Yun, shielded by the three girls. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. The girl under protection was evidently the support soul master of Yi Lei's group. If he could capture her and sever Yi Lei's source of soul power, victory in this match would be assured. However, the disparity between his aspirations and reality was stark. In contemplating this strategy, Shi Yong overlooked the fact that standing before him was Yi Lei, whose soul power level matched his own. As a defense-type soul saint facing a control-type soul saint, his chances of success were negligible. With this realization, Shi Yong disregarded Yi Lei's presence and took strides towards the four girls. Yi Lei looked at his actions in bewilderment. Hey, am I not worth your consideration? Yi Lei, with a sense of helplessness, pursed his lips, shook his head, and let out a sigh. The stone figurine mistakenly believed it had chosen four weaklings. However, that was far from the truth. The combined strength of Nuer and her companions could effortlessly overpower a single stone figurine. In Yi Lei's mind, this behavior of the stone figurine could be succinctly summarized in 4 words, inviting one's own suffering. Yi Lei silently mourned for the stone statue for a brief moment of 1 second. Yi Lei, striking the wooden fish, image, chapter 298. It's fine to offend anyone. Just don't offend girls. The stone figurine strode confidently towards Han Yuan and her companions, wearing a beaming smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. At that moment, he indulged in fantasies of how elated the Elder of Five would be upon his triumph in the competition. Envisioning the admiration of the other elders and the wealth of resources that would soon be at his disposal, he imagined himself as the most formidable subordinate among the 8 great elders, without exception. With such thoughts in mind, the stone figurine, who initially intended to show mercy, abandoned any notions of compassion. He resolved to ruthlessly overpower the 4 girls, particularly targeting the avian soulmaster who had injured the Elder of Five just days prior. Today, he would clip her wings and provide the elder with a sense of retribution. Han Yuan, observing the advancing stone figurine, cast a puzzled glance at Yi Lei in the distance, who seemed to be striking a wooden fish in contemplation, and quickly grasped his intent. Xiaoyun, assist us. Nana, Ning, let us confront this soul saint together. With that, Han Yuan and her 2 companions charged toward the stone figurine in a fan formation, while Luo Yun promptly moved to support them. The 9 treasures of Lioli, renowned for their might and swiftness, emanated 3 radiant beams of Lioli light from the 9-treasure Lioli pagoda held aloft by Luo Yun, each beam cascading down upon Han Yuan and her companions. The stone figurine, witnessing the trio advancing towards him and noting their dispersed formation, could not suppress a chuckle. Ah, how intriguing that you choose to strike first. I shall deal with you one by one. He laughed heartily as he unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed directly at the oncoming Yong Yunning. As his fist was poised to strike, a crystalline white circle emerged, rapidly expanding. The moment the stone figurine's body came into contact with the circle, he was forcefully repelled, encased in a thick layer of frost. However, Han Yuan's ice resistance ring inflicted minimal damage, merely sending him tumbling a few meters away. Rising to his feet, the stone figurine surveyed the frost enveloping him and, utilizing his 5th soul skill, Rock Surge, shattered the icy encasement, regaining his ability to move. You think such trivial frost can restrain me? How laughable, he scoffed, twisting his neck before fixing his gaze upon Han Yuan and the companion standing beside her, Xiao Na. You were the one who attacked me first, so I shall make an example of you too. With that declaration, the stone figurine let his hands fall, glowing with a yellowish light as 2 sharp, spiked stone clubs materialized, rushing towards the 2 girls. Han Yuan and Xiao Na exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes resolute as they focused intently on the stone figurine, specifically on his piercing gaze. The Snowmorn Skull's skill, Malevolent Darkness. The 6th soul skill, Hidden Sea Soul Capture. As the 2 formidable spiritual soul skills unleashed their power, the stone statue, caught off guard, was instantaneously subdued by the dual techniques. Its stone club-wielding hands fell motionless, and its eyes gleamed devoid of any light, rendering it akin to a soulless being. Seizing the opportune moment, Wang Yuning summoned the ethereal visage of the dark mist deer behind her, charging towards the stone statue with remarkable swiftness. The 6th soul skill, Dark Mist Reversal. erupted with a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the arena, engulfing the stone statue in a violent explosion. It soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc before crashing down at the opposite end of the competition platform. Despite its formidable defenses shielding it from the brunt of the blast, the overwhelming force left it dazed, shattering its martial spirit. In that instant, it comprehended a profound truth. In life, one may provoke anyone, but never a woman, lest one face dire consequences. Chapter 299. The lesser sorcerer meets the greater sorcerer. Shaking its head, the stone statue regained its footing. Its gaze fixated with fierce intensity upon Han Yuan and her companions. Today, it had suffered a great humiliation as a seven-ringed soul sage of the defense system. Being so thoroughly bested by 3 six-ringed soul emperors was utterly disgraceful, jeopardizing its future standing in the Elder Council. The pain it endured today would be repaid in double measure. The stone statue's aura surged dramatically as it activated its martial spirit true form once more, unleashing its 2 enhancement skills, while its injuries rapidly began to mend. Curiously, though, this stone statue was a defense-type soul master. Logically, it should not possess any self-healing abilities among its 7 soul skills. Han Yuan sensed unease as she beheld the stone statue unleashing its full strength. The 3 of them swiftly shielded Luo Yun behind them, warily eyeing the stone statue. Today, I shall make you taste the bitterness of defeat, it declared, activating its first soul skill, Rock Crush. A mere glance from the stone statue conjured yellow magic circles above and below Han Yuan and her companions, a formidable pressure instantly bearing down upon them, pinning them helplessly to the ground. You shall turn to dust, it proclaimed, raising its right hand high above its head. A beam of yellow light piercing the sky. The 6th soul skill, Fallen Rock Star, manifested as a colossal meteor, measuring dozens of meters in diameter, appeared above the competition platform, hurtling straight towards the location of Han Yuan and her allies. Meanwhile, the stone statue's rock crush skill kept them immobilized, rendering escape impossible. With a gleeful expression, the stone statue reveled in the scene before it, oblivious to the figure standing behind it. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a large hand landed upon the stone statue's shoulder, startling it, causing even the descending meteor to tremble. Turning its head, the stone statue was met by the imposing figure of Yi Lei, who stood a half-head taller, wearing a mischievous grin as he regarded it. Have you forgotten about me while you torment my woman? When Yi Lei spoke, his face bore no expression. However, the stone statue was struck with fear by his exceedingly frigid tone, causing beads of sweat to trickle down. Yi Lei merely stamped his foot, shattering the stone statue's rocky foundation, thereby facilitating Han Yuan and the others' escape. How infuriating! Yi Lei, may you perish. The stone statue regained its composure, its right hand fiercely pointing at Yi Lei, causing the colossal meteorite suspended in midair to change course abruptly, hurtling towards him with great speed. As the audience collectively held their breath in anticipation of how Yi Lei would evade this impending attack, he remained motionless, gazing up at the meteorite above. With a thunderous crash, the meteorite struck the ground, erupting in a cloud of dust. Just as the spectators strained to glimpse the aftermath in Qingyan City, a shocking revelation unfolded before their eyes. Yi Lei stood unscathed, not a single scratch adorning his body, while the meteorite was firmly cradled in his elevated right hand. What? My fallen meteorite star, how can this be possible? The stone statue stared in disbelief at the scene. Do you truly believe that your 6th soul skill could inflict even the slightest harm upon me? Allow me to demonstrate what a true meteorite is. With a forceful grip, Yi Lei crushed the meteorite in his hand, and simultaneously, a soul bone manifested at his chest. The skill of the 1,000-weight trunk soul bone, known as the 1,000-weight meteoric flame break, unleashed a brilliant red light that soared skyward. A crimson meteorite, magnitudes larger than the stone idol's falling rock star, materialized in midair. The stone idol, now trembling with fear, realized that his falling rock star paled in comparison to Yi Lei's formidable 1,000-weight meteoric flame break. Chapter 300. Annihilation. The conclusion of the match. As the colossal meteorite hovered above, the audience was utterly astounded. The earlier display of the stone idol's 6th soul skill, the falling rock star, had already been breathtaking, yet Yi Lei effortlessly countered it, shattering it with ease. Now, he had conjured a meteorite even larger than the stone idol's. The spectators felt they had exhausted their capacity for astonishment for the entire year. At this very moment, in the exclusive viewing platform of the Elder Hall, an elder sat at the forefront, stroking his goatee, his sharp gaze fixed upon Yi Lei at the center of the arena. This individual must not be allowed to remain, he declared. The Grand Elder acknowledged the strength of Yi Lei, but noted that given the power of the organization behind him, eliminating him would require considerable time and effort. A young man seated in the last row rose to his feet and approached the elder known as the Grand Elder, speaking with utmost respect. This individual was the least senior among the 8 elders, referred to as the Demon Buddha, due to the peculiarities of his martial soul. He was perceived as one of the weaker elders. Demon Buddha, your statement is flawed. While it is true that we currently lack the strength to confront Yi Lei directly, we can target his companions' families, remarked the 5th elder, who also occupied a seat in the last row, elegantly sipping from a cup of red tea. Wise words. Do elaborate, the Grand Elder replied, stroking his beard while keeping his gaze locked on the competition, not turning his head. There is a girl within their team whose home lies within my jurisdiction. I could take action against her father and brother. Surely she would yield, the 5th elder asserted, setting his teacup down. That is a reasonable proposition. After the conclusion of the National Senior Academy Tournament, we shall convene to discuss this further. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. On the competition stage, Yi Lei gazed at the trembling stone statue before him and let out a cold snort. You were so arrogant just moments ago, weren't you? What has caused you to tremble and fear now? Yi Lei's tone was exceedingly calm. Yet to the ears of the stone statue, it resonated with an unmistakable chill. It was truly a disgrace for someone of similar stature to be so utterly frightened. Yi Lei couldn't help but think to himself, prepare to face the failure of your Elder's Hall. First soul skill, entanglement. Yi Lei abruptly unleashed a vine of the blue-silver emperor, ensnaring the waist of the stone statue. With a vigorous toss, he flung it towards his 5 battered teammates. The stone statue, caught off guard, fell heavily to the ground, its awakened martial soul and 2 amplifying skills dissipating upon impact. His 5 companions fared little better. Their uniforms riddled with tears, revealing charred skin, while wisps of white smoke emanated from their bodies, their hair singed and frizzed. The 3rd soul skill, web binding, materialized as a vast net woven from blue-silver emperor vines descended from above. Before the stone statue and his comrades could react, they were ensnared tightly by Yi Lei's 3rd soul skill. Observing the 6 individuals firmly restrained, the colossal meteorite plummeted from the sky, accompanied by their anguished cries. It obliterated the competition stage, sending massive fragments scattering in all directions. Had it not been for the spirit-guided protective barrier surrounding the arena, the spectators would have faced dire consequences. As the dust settled, the blue-silver emperor that had ensnared the stone statue and his companions lay in ruins. Shattered by the meteorite, the 6 individuals were left gravely injured, collectively succumbing to unconsciousness. The Elder Hall team was annihilated, marking the conclusion of the finals. Chapter 301. The Award Ceremony. Absurd prizes. With the Elder Hall team completely defeated, the finals concluded, and the Rongqing University team emerged victorious. As the referee's voice resonated, bursts of fireworks erupted around the competition stage. However, the dazzling display in the air starkly contrasted with the oppressive atmosphere within the venue. They had lost. It was time for us to depart. Yi Lei gradually resumed his normal demeanor and addressed his companions, who nodded in agreement before descending the stage alongside him, making their way toward the lounge. This location was ill-suited for lingering, as the individuals dispatched by the Elder Hall were the finest subordinates from their respective Elder Halls. Now, each of them lay grievously injured, having been vanquished by Yi Lei and his companions. Should they remain on stage any longer, they would inevitably face a united onslaught from the 8 great elders. The combined might of the 8 7th ring soul saints was indeed formidable, and each of them, in addition to their own subordinates who participated in the competition, was accompanied by their second most powerful aide, each nearing the 7th ring's strength. The consequences would be dire for them, and they might not even escape alive. Should a confrontation with the 8 elders ensue, it would undoubtedly result in a fierce battle, endangering the entire audience present in the venue. The grand finals began in the morning and stretched into the midday hour. After a brief return to the estate, Yi Lei once again showcased his culinary prowess, leaving everyone unable to restrain themselves, each indulging to the point of satisfaction. In the afternoon, the final segment of the competition commenced, the award ceremony. Within the span of a mere afternoon, under the influence of the infrastructural prowess of the nation, the dilapidated competition stage had been restored to a pristine condition, indistinguishable from new. The award ceremony was held upon this newly refurbished stage. The top 5 institutions from the National Advanced Academy competition took to the stage. including not only the Elder Hall and Yilei's institution, but also several others that advanced to the semifinals, among which was Shuqing University, albeit securing only the 5th position. The awards ceremony swiftly approached its conclusion, with Yilei representing Rongqing University stepping onto the stage alone to receive his accolade. "Congratulations, young man. May you continue to exude your charm until the very end," remarked the elder who presented awards to the top 5 institutions. His visage was pallid, devoid of expression, his brows and eyes radiating an icy demeanor. As he stood before Yilei, a palpable aura of animosity seeped through his gaze, and he whispered in a barely audible tone, addressing Yilei directly. Yilei listened intently, fixing his gaze on the 10th elder for a considerable time, before finally breaking into a smile and speaking. "Very well, I shall live up to your expectations and embrace a life of elegance." The corner of the 10th elder's mouth twitched slightly, yet he refrained from making any further comments. After casting a glance at Yilei, he loudly announced the rewards bestowed upon them for securing the 1st place. "Congratulations to Rongqing University for winning the championship in the National Advanced Academy competition. The rewards are as follows: 3 soul cores of 10,000-year soul beasts, 1 soul beast of 20,000 years, 10 soul hunting cannons, and a piece of defensive soul-guided bone armor." As the 10th elder's words echoed, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Seriously? They think such meager prizes can suffice for the 1st place? A 20,000-year soul beast? How absurd. They already possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Would they care for your paltry 20,000-year soul beast? And 3 10,000-year soul cores? Ridiculous. Do they truly value such trinkets? The audience's remarks held a kernel of truth. The 10,000-year soul cores and the 20,000-year soul beast, given the characteristics of the Elder Hall, could hardly be deemed valuable. These so-called soul beast cores were merely the most inferior and worthless within that age bracket. Yilei gazed at the array of prizes before him, a wry smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had harbored the expectation that clinching 1st place in the National Advanced Academy competition would yield commendable rewards. However, aside from the soul-guiding cannon and an enigmatic soul-guiding bone armor of dubious utility, the rest appeared to him as mere trinkets, items that not even the most desperate passerby would stoop to collect from the streets. The eternal beast souls in his system space were abundant, and their quality far surpassed that of the trifles laid out before him. It became evident that these were not the genuine prizes. Rather, they were mere tokens presented by the Elders Hall to placate him. The true rewards belonged exclusively to the 8 members of the Elders Hall battle team. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yilei effortlessly absorbed the prize before him into the system space. After exchanging a handshake with the 10th elder standing before him, he vanished from the award platform in a mere flash. Regardless of his disdain for the prizes, he could not afford to show disrespect in front of the elder. After all, one must maintain a semblance of decorum. Upon returning to the lounge, Yilei promptly handed the defensive soul-guiding bone armor to Luo Yun. Among the 8 of them, Luo Yun, as a support-type soul master, possessed the weakest defensive capabilities. Now, with a divine artifact bestowed upon them by the Elder Hall, it was only fitting that she should be the one to wield it. He had previously scanned the armor with a soul beast detection device and discovered that it was crafted from the bones of a 30,000-year-old heavy-armored black tortoise and a 20,000-year-old scaled beast, combined with the heart's blood of a 50,000-year-old steel-armored rock serpent. This intricate soul-guiding array was sufficiently fortified to withstand the mightiest strike from a peaked 6-ringed opponent. Chapter 302, What on Earth? Erecting a Statue? Chapter 303, You are the pride of our school. As Yilei stood beneath the cacophony of cawing crows, an air of palpable embarrassment enveloped their group. The towering figures of 8 colossal statues, each eerily resembling the very countenances of the 8 individuals, loomed before them. These statues were not mere likenesses. They were magnified representations of themselves, complete with intricately carved spirit stones at the base of each effigy. The statues were arranged in 2 rows, with 4 young men positioned in one line and 4 young women in the other, thoughtfully oriented to face one another, highlighting their paired relationships. At the center of this ensemble, a grand awakening array sprawled majestically, while parents accompanied their 5 to 6-year-old children who streamed steadily into the campus. Even the most dim-witted among Yilei and his companions could surmise the significance of the day. This year marked the 2nd anniversary of the National Douluo Awakening, and the 4-year-olds from 2 years prior had now reached the age where they would awaken their martial souls. Rongqing University stood as the designated site for this momentous event in the city. As the group gradually entered the campus, they observed their advisor along with the deans of various disciplines and the president of Rongqing University, all meticulously orchestrating the entry of each child into the central awakening array for the revelation of their martial souls. Yilei stepped forward and stood beside the principal, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Goodness gracious, Yilei, you nearly frightened me to death," exclaimed the principal, whose hair had already begun to gray, visibly startled. "Principal, if I may say so, wasn't this statue absent when our team departed? How is it that upon our return, we find a statue of ourselves here?" Yilei gazed at the principal and remarked, I have just learned that your team has triumphantly secured the championship at the inaugural National Advanced College Competition on behalf of Rongqing University. To commemorate this remarkable achievement, a statue of your 8-member team has been erected within the school premises. The principal, beaming with delight, responded to Yilei, "After all, your team represents the very essence of our university. It would be unthinkable to overlook such a grand celebration." Yilei nodded, choosing to remain silent, and then turned to the instructor who was registering the awakening of martial souls, and inquired, "Teacher, how is the situation regarding the awakening of martial souls among this year's children? What is their aptitude like?" "The awakening process is proceeding normally," the instructor replied while glancing at the forms in hand, "but their aptitudes are rather mediocre." Yilei, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before abruptly raising his head to gaze at the principal, exclaiming, "By the way, principal, have you arranged a soul power formation within the statue?" Yilei suddenly spoke, startling the principal and the counselor, who instinctively responded, "Yes, what is it, Yilei?" "If there is a soul power array, then it becomes manageable. As long as the 8 of us leave our unique soul power imprints on the soul power arrays in our respective statues, the children who awaken their martial souls will be able to, after their awakening, seek out the statue that corresponds to their own martial soul. The array within the statue will assist in refining their martial souls, thereby enhancing their purity." Yilei spoke, beckoning the others to come over. Except for Song Yang and Wang Yunling, who had yet to return, the remaining 6 stood beneath their respective statues, channeling their soul power into the soul power array inscribed within the statues. Immediately, the 6 statues began to shimmer with light, signifying the successful activation of the soul power arrays contained within them. Chapter 304. Song Yang's brother. As the radiance from the 6 statues dimmed, 6 beams of light, each of a different hue, shot skyward, transforming the previously clear sky in an instant. Vast dark clouds materialized, and bolts of lightning struck down, landing upon the statue radiating purple light, belonging to Jing Heng. The immense force of the lightning surged into the statue, ultimately manifesting as a purple lightning pattern upon its forehead. In the next moment, the thick clouds dispersed, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. With the arrival of the flurries, the temperature around the 8 statues plummeted, a fine layer of frost coating the stone figures. The swirling snowflakes settled upon the statue glowing with an icy blue light, representing Han Wan, which similarly adorned its forehead with a design symbolizing snowflakes. The remaining statues exhibited similar phenomena, each revealing patterns that represented their respective elemental powers. However, the atmospheric disturbance caused by Yilei's statue was the most pronounced. All the flora within the university campus radiated a vibrant green light, while beneath Yilei's statue, magma churned violently. Once the 2 phenomena subsided, a small grass emblem, symbolizing the blue-silver emperor martial spirit, appeared on Yilei's statue's forehead, accompanied by a depiction of the boiling magma beneath it. With the infusion of soul power into the statues complete, the counselors and the principal proceeded with the day's martial spirit awakening ceremony. Although the subsequent children did not awaken any extraordinary martial spirits, several were noted by Yilei and his companions for special recruitment into the 8-town soul organization. The parents of these fortunate children were elated, filled with pride at the prospect of their offspring joining such a formidable organization, which had only been established for 2 years, yet stood shoulder to shoulder with the Elder Hall. Within the organization, not only would their children's future cultivation resources be assured, but they would also receive the finest and most exceptional soul rings. These children were escorted by Huang Xiaoshu, who had come from the 8th Middle School, to the headquarters of the 8-town soul organization for registration, where they would also receive their communication devices and code names. On this day, the number of children registering for martial spirit awakening was substantial, with only the counselors and principal possessing 2nd and 3rd ring powers. The awakening process proceeded at a sluggish pace. However, with Yilei and his companions present, the speed of awakening accelerated by more than double. As dusk fell, the martial spirit awakening ceremony finally concluded, and the light from the awakening array gradually faded. The counselor in charge of registration was reviewing the awakening forms when he quickly noticed a peculiar issue. Strange, why is there one person missing? Upon hearing his words, the principal approached with curiosity, peering intently at the awakening form in his hands. What is it, Shaoli? Is there an issue with the awakening? He inquired, perplexed. According to the records, we are still one child short of those awakening their martial spirits today. I am unsure whether they are absent or if their parents have simply forgotten. The counselor adjusted his glasses and remarked, Please provide me with the contact number of that child's parent, and I will reach out to inquire about the situation. As he spoke, the principal retrieved his mobile phone. Preparing to make a call. Let me see. The child's name is Song Yufan, and his father's name is Song Wenjie. The phone number is... Yilei had just observed Counselor Xiao Li and the principal engaged in a deep discussion, piquing his curiosity. He approached them and overheard the mention of the name Song Wenjie. Principal, there's no need for that call. Song Yufan will be arriving shortly, the principal remarked. Why is that? The principal looked up in confusion, his expression adorned with a large question mark. Song Yufan is the younger brother of Song Yang. Chapter 305. A narrow path of enmity, so he is Song Yang's brother. In that case, all is well. The principal nodded in understanding and glanced back at the counselor, who swiftly handed the registration book to Yilei before making a hasty exit with the principal. Yilei, I'm off for the day. When Song Yang brings his brother to collect the new martial soul, please register it and deliver it to my office. The principal called out as he hurried away, mumbling about heading home after work. Yilei was left alone, holding the registration book. Feeling somewhat bewildered by the principal's rapid departure. Was the principal attempting to be an absent-minded overseer? Yilei gazed in the direction where the principal had vanished, tilting his head in perplexity. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead focused on the substantial stack of soul awakening lists in his hands. In their world, it was only 2 years prior, during the year when the Douluo dimension had just fused, that individuals aged 6 and above awakened their martial souls, all possessing innate, full soul power. The subsequent year, however, was markedly different. Among the 6-year-olds awakening their martial souls, very few achieved the level of innate, full soul power. Aside from the few children taken away by Huang Xiaoshu, Yilei noticed several others whose martial soul quality and innate soul power exceeded level 7. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to contact the parents of these children just yet. Instead, he wished to first observe what type of crocodile martial soul Song Yufan, Song Yang's younger brother, could awaken. Under Yilei's guidance, the group positioned themselves atop their respective statues, sitting cross-legged in meditation while awaiting the arrival of Song Yang and Wang Yunning with Song Yufan. 8 statues stood tall, symbolizing the emergence of a brand new organization, with Rome City proudly becoming the safest city in the nation. While other regions occasionally faced beast-tide attacks, here in Rome City, no soul beast dared to set foot. As evening approached, Song Yang and Wang Yunning, having settled their family matters, led Song Yufan towards Rome City University. Brother, do you think I will awaken the same martial soul as you, the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile? On the way, Song Yufan looked up with innocent eyes at his older brother, who stood at an impressive height of 1.87 meters. Xiaofan, why do you want to be like me? We could awaken an even stronger martial soul than yours truly. Don't you agree, Xiaofan? Wang Yunning gently held Song Yufan's small hand, looking down at him as she spoke. I understand, Sister Ning. I will definitely be stronger than my brother. Song Yufan exclaimed joyfully. Upon reaching the entrance of Rome City University, Song Yang and Wang Yunning exchanged incredulous glances at the 8 statues erected within the campus. Brother Yang, is this still Rome University? Did we take a wrong turn? Wang Yunning stepped back a few paces, scrutinizing the school's name at the entrance. After confirming its accuracy, she looked at Song Yang, bewildered. I have no idea. Song Yang's expression seemed to convey to Wang Yunning, don't look at me. I'm just as perplexed. However, they quickly realized that the school remained unchanged, save for the addition of their statues. Undoubtedly a gesture from the school acknowledging their team's representation in the finals, bolstered by the nation's infrastructural prowess. Hand in hand, Song Yang and Wang Yunning led Song Yufan into the school, encountering several students along the way, each casting envious glances at the pair, standing beneath the statues. Yilei and the others sensed their presence and leapt down from the statues, landing gracefully before them. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yilei, Song Yufan rushed forward and embraced his legs, to which Yilei bent down and lifted Song Yufan into his arms. As close companions, Yilei and Song Yang have both encountered Song Yufan, and the bond between them surpasses that of Song Yufan and his biological brother, Song Yang. Is Xiao Fan prepared to awaken his martial spirit? Yilei gazed at the young boy nestled in his arms, a broad smile gracing his face. Are you ready? He inquired warmly. Song Yufan, brimming with delight, nodded enthusiastically in response. As soon as the words left Yilei's lips, Song Yufan wriggled free from his embrace and eagerly dashed to the center of the soul awakening array, poised in anticipation of the commencement of the awakening ceremony. Yilei and Song Yang exchanged a glance, and upon receiving a nod from the latter, Yilei commenced the awakening ceremony without hesitation. Observing this, the others swiftly withdrew from the formation. As Yilei raised his hand, a resplendent blue-golden light emerged, with a gentle stream of soul power continuously flowing into Song Yufan's body. As the soul power surged forth, Song Yufan experienced an increasing sensation of itchiness, as if something were striving to break free from his back. At last, a pair of radiant golden wings unfurled from his back, accompanied by a crocodile adorned with golden patterns and equipped with wings, appearing behind him. With the manifestation of Song Yufan's martial spirit, both Yilei and Song Yang's expressions shifted dramatically. Yilei's lips twitched slightly, for he was all too familiar with the martial soul awakened by Song Yufan. After all, he had single-handedly vanquished an entire group of them. Song Yang gazed at his brother's martial soul, his expression stiffening as he slowly spoke. The savage crocodile king. It seems fate has placed us on a narrow path of enmity. Chapter 306. The pressure of bloodline. The others observed the expressions of Yilei and Song Yang with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the awkwardness that had overtaken them. However, they quickly grasped the situation. Song Yufan's martial soul was indeed the savage crocodile, while Yilei had, 2 years prior, eradicated a horde of savage crocodiles, including a formidable savage crocodile king with over 30,000 years of cultivation. Song Yang was no exception, as his third and fourth soul rings were derived from the savage crocodile clan, and he even possessed a soul bone from one of them. It took Song Yang a considerable time to regain his composure upon witnessing his brother's awakened martial soul. With the successful awakening of the martial soul, the next step would be to test the innate soul power. With a swift gesture of his right hand, Yilei conjured a blue crystal orb that materialized effortlessly, coming to rest steadily before Song Yufan. Song Yang signaled to Song Yufan with his eyes, urging him to place his hand upon the crystal orb. Obediently, Song Yufan complied, positioning his small hand atop the orb, and began to channel his soul power into it. A resplendent golden light gradually flowed from Song Yufan's hand into the crystal orb, which began to shimmer with an increasingly brilliant glow. The radiance continued to intensify until it approached the orb's ultimate threshold, at which point it ceased. Innate soul power. Level 9. Today, the only child whose innate soul power awakening has reached level 9. Yilei gazed in astonishment at the radiance emanating from the crystal ball. Moments ago, he had perused the entire volume of the Martial Soul Awakening Manual, discovering that prior to Song Yufan, the highest innate soul power among the children was merely at level 8. Yet, Song Yufan distinguished himself, emerging as the most gifted among the 100 or so children awakening their martial souls today. Yilei, without a moment's hesitation, directly designated Song Yufan as the disciple of Song Yang. After all, the two were brothers, and with their martial souls both being crocodiles, it was entirely fitting for Song Yang to instruct Song Yufan, perhaps even more appropriate than himself. Brother, what kind of crocodile martial soul do I possess? Why'd I have a pair of wings on my back? Song Yufan, feeling the changes within him, glanced at the resplendent golden wings on his back and turned to Song Yang with wide, innocent eyes, inquiring. Xiao Fan, the martial soul you awakened is the violent barbaric crocodile king, which is of a quality not dissimilar to my own howling emperor crocodile. Moreover, you possess innate soul power at rank 9, only a step away from becoming a soul master, Song Yang replied, bending down to gently pat Song Yufan's head. Once your soul power surpasses rank 10, I shall assist you in hunting down the most suitable soul beast for your first soul ring. Song Yufan nodded obediently, his face lighting up with joy. Then, brother, may I see your soul rings? Without hesitation, Song Yang stepped back, revealing 6 soul rings, 3 purple and 3 black, while a crocodile, adorned with heavy armor, manifested behind him. Song Yufan gazed in astonishment at the configuration of his brother's soul rings, filled with envy. He knew his brother's martial soul was the sea-howling emperor crocodile, a soul emperor with 6 rings. But he had never before witnessed the configuration of a soul emperor's soul rings. Today marked his first sighting. However, before he could utter a word, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his bloodline descended upon him. His martial soul, the violent barbaric crocodile king, began to tremble in fear, shrinking back in trepidation. The sense of oppression intensified, causing his legs to quiver uncontrollably, overwhelming him with an urge to kneel. As Yilei observed the previously composed Song Yufan now drenched in cold sweat and trembling, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Glancing at Song Yang, he promptly enveloped Song Yufan in his soul energy and, in a swift motion, appeared beside Song Yang, delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away. Old Yang, have you forgotten that with your current strength, even an inadvertent release of pressure could be fatal to your brother? Chapter 307. The new generation's training program Song Yang was propelled through the air by Yilei's kick, tracing an elegant arc before crashing into a fountain situated several meters away from the Awakening Law. The impact sent a cascade of water splashing around him. Clambering out of the fountain, Song Yang found himself utterly soaked, appearing quite disheveled. Once he emerged from the fountain, he swiftly harnessed his sea-howling domain to absorb the moisture clinging to him, restoring himself to a state of dryness and comfort. He approached Yilei, standing beside him and casting an awkward glance his way, scratching his head. I'm sorry, little fan. I forgot that I shouldn't exert pressure on you. With an expression of genuine remorse, Song Yang gazed at Song Yufan, whose pale visage began to regain color under the gentle infusion of Yilei's blue-silver royal soul energy. With a cheerful smile, Song Yufan reassured him, Brother, I'm fine. Besides, it was unintentional on your part. Witnessing Song Yufan's innocent demeanor, everyone couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of relief and appreciating the fact that Song Yang had such a considerate and understanding younger brother. Come on, little fan. Today, your brother Yi will treat you to a grand feast. Just tell me what you wish to eat, and I promise to fulfill your desires. Yilei effortlessly lifted Song Yufan into his arms and spoke to him. As he did so, he began to carry Song Yufan towards the school gate. Han Wan followed closely behind, taking out her phone to contact Huang Xiaxu, instructing her to bring along the children who had completed their registration with the 8 town souls to the Jinrong Grand Hotel, where Yilei had something to present to them. Jinrong Grand Hotel, the epitome of luxury in Rong City, boasted opulent decor and a staff renowned for their exceptional character, treating every guest with equal respect, regardless of their wealth. Furthermore, following Yilei's engagement to Han Wan, Jinrong Grand Hotel had been bestowed upon Han Wan as a bridal gift, with all its management transferred to her by Yi Junqing. However, Han Wan was reluctant to take over her family's real estate group. Having majored in graphic design, she cherished her freedom and had no desire to oversee a hotel, preferring to let Yilei manage it on her behalf. In comparison, she found herself at a disadvantage. After all, during high school, she had never managed to best Yilei in any competition, with the Yi family being adept at enterprise management and Yi Junqing and his wife often traveling. The family's businesses, including Jinrong Grand Hotel, had been managed by the still teenage Yilei. Jinrong Grand Hotel, originally a spacious private suite used by Yi Junqing for business negotiations, was now filled with people. Among them were not only Yilei and his companions, but also the children they had selected that afternoon to bring under their wing. Observing the innocent faces of the children before him, Yilei had already resolved in his heart to begin nurturing a new generation of 8 town souls, setting them on a path to become unparalleled among their peers, despite the fact that he and his companions were merely a decade older. Children, he declared, though we may only be a few years your seniors, our strength stands shoulder to shoulder with the most formidable forces in all of China. We are here to cultivate you into invincible beings among your contemporaries. With a graceful wave of Yilei's right hand, 5 uniquely designed rings materialized out of thin air, landing before the 5 children. These were storage soul guiding rings, each containing a spacious storage area of 50 square meters. Within them, I have meticulously prepared an abundance of cultivation resources sufficient for you to advance to the rank of Great Soul Master. Chapter 308. The Terror of Bloodwater. It has been a month since the National Advanced Academy competition concluded. Yilei's subordinates were stationed around the various elder halls, conducting investigations. However, during the past month, there had been no movements from the Elder Hall, nor any signs of the organization's members venturing outside. When this news reached Yilei, he was taken aback, for he understood that the nature of the Elder Hall deemed this month-long silence to be quite dubious. It was likely that they were concocting some insidious scheme. Nevertheless, the past month had brought a cascade of good tidings for the 8-town spirit organization. First, Song Yang's brother, Song Yufan, broke through in soul power, successfully attaining the Soul Master realm. The other 4 children also made significant progress, each reaching level 10. With Yilei's assistance, all 5 children acquired their first soul rings, each at the century mark, propelling them to level 20, allowing them to absorb soul rings that were over 1,000 years old for their second rings. Moreover, the Han couple each obtained their 6th soul rings, elevating themselves to the Soul Emperor level. Although Yilei was the sole 7-ringed soul sage in the entire 8-town spirit organization, while the 8 elders of the Elder Hall were all soul sages, and 3 of his subordinates had also reached that level, they did not hold the advantage in terms of numbers. The Elder Hall boasted over 100 powerful soul emperors. However, apart from Yilei, the 8-town spirit organization had 11 soul emperors whose strengths were comparable to soul sages, each capable of matching several soul emperors from the Elder Hall. Furthermore, with their rapid advancements in cultivation, it would not be long before they too could break through to the soul sage level, which was a source of concern for the 8 elders of the Elder Hall. Recently, a city in Huaxia encountered a series of bizarre occurrences. For instance, a couple was strolling peacefully down the street when suddenly, the young man began to writhe in agony, emitting white smoke from his entire body. His girlfriend, in a panic, rushed to assist him, only to be repelled by the alarming heat radiating from him. As soon as her hand made contact, she recoiled in pain. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as her boyfriend's body decayed, melting into a putrid pool of blood. Several similar incidents transpired in the city, causing widespread fear among the local residents, who remained confined within their homes, terrified that stepping outside might result in their own gruesome fate. Initially, Yilei had not noticed these occurrences, but during one of his outings, he witnessed a young man enveloped in white smoke, writhing in agony on the ground. Yilei rushed forward, exerting great effort, yet one of the young man's arms succumbed to decay, transforming into blood. Upon returning home, Yilei began to investigate the matter and later came across a newspaper detailing a similar incident that had occurred in another city just days prior. Upon seeing the name of that city, Yilei instantly comprehended who was behind these events. That city was none other than Yinqing. Yinqing is under the jurisdiction of the 5th elder, Blood Swallow, whose martial spirit is the blood yin and yang. This elucidates the series of bizarre occurrences that have transpired. Previously, he witnessed the 5th elder transform his deceased boyfriend into a pool of crimson blood, which, to her advantage, could augment her own powers. It appears that this is still insufficient. In the heart of Yinqing, within an opulent chamber, a magnificent white bathtub is prominently displayed. However, it does not contain pure water but rather a pool of sanguine blood. A woman of exquisite beauty, with her long hair elegantly coiled, is submerged in the blood, her body enveloped from the neck down. She slowly raises a hand, allowing the blood to cascade down her arm, the scarlet hue contrasting sharply with her alabaster skin. Chapter 309, Bloodbath of Rong City. Observing her own crimson essence within the bathtub, Blood Swallow emits a resigned sigh before rising from the blood-soaked water. As she exits, the vibrant red fluid transforms into a dark purple hue, exuding a foul odor. She deftly grabs a towel from the side, wrapping it around herself before sitting elegantly at her vanity. Stone statue, come here. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonates in the air. Moments later, the bathroom door swings open, and stone statue enters, donning sunglasses, bowing respectfully several meters behind her. 5th elder, how may I assist you? Join me shortly. We shall embark on a bloodbath in Rong City. Understood. Meanwhile, Yilei remains oblivious to the unprecedented calamity that is about to befall his city. He is preoccupied with thoughts on how to counter the 5th elder's ability to turn individuals into blood. When the arm of the boy he had rescued began to decay, even Yilei failed to detect any fluctuations in soul power. At that moment, his phone, lying nearby, began to ring. Upon answering, the anxious voice of Han Wan echoed through the receiver. Yilei, where are you now? I'm at home. What's the matter? We've encountered something strange. While shopping, 2 girls in front of us suddenly had their arms decay and ooze blood. We sensed no fluctuations in soul power, so I froze the decaying arm with ice. I just brought them back to the soul headquarters, but even Teacher Huang's soul skills are ineffective against their arms. You need to come over. All right, I understand. Continue to freeze their arms with ice. I will be there shortly. As the words fell, Yilei did not even reach for his phone. Instead, His figure transformed into a flash of azure light and vanished from his home. Mere seconds later, Yilei reappeared at the 8-town Soul organization. Upon encountering the two young women, a sense of relief washed over him, for their injuries were considerably less severe compared to that of the boy he had just rescued. Han Yuan's ice-cold ability had effectively slowed the decay of their arms, providing Yilei with a strategic advantage. The blue-silver domain. Yilei directly unleashed his domain. And in an instant, a tremendous surge of life energy coalesced. Guided by Yilei, this vitality surged into the arms of the two girls, which had been infected. However, he soon discerned something amiss. Strangely, the infected arms could not be evolved by his life energy. Moreover, the muscle and bone within those arms appeared unhindered by the icy chill and had begun to transform into a pool of blood. Upon realizing this, the two girls screamed in panic, adamant that they did not wish for their arms to become mere blood. They implored Yilei to either restore their arms or sever the infected ones. They had heard of the blood incident in Yinqing and would rather sacrifice an arm than be reduced to a foul puddle of blood. If life energy fails, I refuse to believe that the searing flames cannot prevail. With this declaration, Yilei extended his left hand, and two crimson orbs, each the size of a thumb, erupted from his palm. They swiftly pierced the infected arms of the two girls, enveloping them in billows of white smoke. The flesh and bone that had transformed into blood vaporized in an instant, while the infected muscle and bone melted and evaporated under the intense heat. With the third soul skill, Camellia Pollen, Huang Xiaoshu beheld the 9-star camellia appear upon his chest, from which pollen was released, dividing into two streams that descended into the arms of the two girls. Chapter 3:10. You may harm me, but you shall not touch my family. Chapter 3:11. Do you think you are the only ones with numbers? Song Yang, consumed by rage, found a dark aura enveloping him, and the soul power within him began to surge violently. In this moment, his state exceeded even that of his previous dual domain forms, as the ancient bloodline of the primordial crocodile within him seemed to ignite. Yilei gazed in astonishment at Song Yang, who had entered a state of fervent intensity. He was completely unaware that Song Yang possessed such a skill. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Song Yang's martial spirit was the mutated sea-roaring emperor crocodile, a lineage that was undoubtedly formidable, unlike Yilei's own spirit. Goodness, is this the extent of your capabilities? Blood Yuan observed Song Yang, enveloped in a dark aura, and chuckled with amusement. Just imagine how furious you'd be watching your parents endure torment. It would surely drive you to madness. Haha. Following the elder's remarks, Stone Statue erupted into laughter, as if to curry favor. What have you done to my parents? Release them at once. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded before Yilei and his companions. A young boy, resembling a cannonball, propelled himself from a nearby mall, his body adorned with scales the size of a thumb. In a flash, he dashed to Stone Statue's side, legs coiled like springs, and with fists encased in scales. He struck towards Stone Statue's temple. However, in a rather embarrassing turn of events, Stone Statue reacted swiftly, seizing the boy's fist effortlessly. With a mere flick of his wrist, the boy's hand was crushed, eliciting a cry of pain. Where did this little brat come from? Stay out of my way and get lost, Stone Statue exclaimed, hurling the boy forcefully to the ground, creating cracks in the concrete beneath him. Observing the boy grit his teeth in agony, Blood Yuan's interest peaked. Such a fair complexion. Your blood must be quite delectable, she mused, extending her delicate hands towards the boy's neck, her nails sharpening imperceptibly. You dare. A thunderous voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. A massive shell formation emerged, enveloping the boy in its protective embrace, causing Blood Yuan's sharpened nails to shatter upon contact with the formidable barrier. As Blood Yuan gazed in shock at her broken nails, a thick vine swiftly coiled around the boy's waist, transporting him away from the threat posed by Blood Yuan and Stone Statue. The boy was none other than Song Yang's younger brother, Song Yufan, who had only recently become a spirit master. Little Fan, what are you doing here? Song Yang crouched down, grasping his brother's shoulders with urgency. Brother, today was supposed to be a celebration with Mom and Dad for my becoming a spirit master, but on the way, I was ensnared by someone, and then they vanished. As he spoke, Song Yufan's voice dwindled, laced with self-reproach for not protecting their parents. Little Fan, I do not blame you. Today, I will show you the true power of the rampaging savage crocodile. Song Yang's countenance was as tranquil as water as he gently ruffled Song Yufan's hair. However, his expression soon darkened as he rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent directed at Shui Yuan and the stone statue. Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. Do you truly believe that the three of you could possibly contend with the two of us? Shui Yuan, arms crossed and a look of contempt upon her face, boldly declared, do you think I would come to massacre you in Rong City with merely one accomplice? As her words echoed through the air, a sudden surge of over 100 imposing figures clad in black emerged from the periphery of the city square. The appearance of these men in black sent the frightened citizens, who had initially attempted to flee, scurrying back into the crowd, paralyzed by fear. It was astonishing to see that they all possessed skills surpassing the fifth ring. Surely, the fifth elder had mobilized the entire might of the elder's residence. Yilei smiled faintly. The moment 100 or so men clad in black appeared, his mental domain enveloped the entire city square, revealing the precise strength of those black-clad figures in his mind. You possess merely one soul saint and two soul emperors, along with a mere one-ringed weakling. Do you truly believe you can contend with my 100 or so formidable beings, each above the fifth ring? Blood Yin glanced at Yilei and chuckled softly. Do you think you are the only one with numbers? Yilei slowly raised his head, the expression in his eyes leaving Shui Yuan somewhat perplexed. Chapter 312, Indiscriminate Bombardment. What are you still standing there for? Immediately slay every person here. Although Yilei's words stirred an unsettling feeling within her, there was no time for contemplation. She swiftly commanded her 100 or so black-clad subordinates to massacre the civilians trapped in their encirclement. Upon hearing Shui Yuan's order, the group of black-clad men activated their martial souls, their faces contorted with malice as they advanced towards the encircled populace. Realizing the dire situation, the civilians displayed expressions of terror and hastily fled towards what they deemed a safe haven, the area where Yilei and his group stood. Those who were slower were captured by the black-clad men, meeting gruesome ends through beheading, necks being twisted, or being disemboweled, their deaths exceedingly brutal. Instantly, the city square was filled with the sounds of screams and wails, the stench of blood gradually permeating the air. Ha ha ha. Yilei, weren't you just so arrogant? Even if you are a 7-string soul saint like me, you cannot maneuver freely among over 100 soul masters of the martial emperor level. Once they have slaughtered all the civilians in the city square, my power will significantly increase. At that time, even you will find it impossible to defeat me. Is that so? Yilei sensed several figures rushing towards him from a distance, and he chuckled softly. As a cloaked figure attempted to deliver a lethal blow to a young girl who had carelessly fallen, a flash of emerald light streaked across the scene. Before the assailant could react, his arm fell limp, blood gushing forth. In the next heartbeat, the emerald light flashed again, and a crimson line appeared across the assailant's neck. As he reached for his throat, his head simply toppled off, arterial blood spraying violently, and within moments, he lay lifeless. Meanwhile, a young man adorned with 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, found himself encircled by 5 towering figures in black. The assailant struck with brutal force, and before long, the young man was left battered and bruised. Just as one of the black-clad men prepared to deliver a final blow, several deep blue vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring them tightly. The immense constrictive force shattered their bones in an instant. A massive purple beam swept across the battlefield, sending dozens of black-clad figures crashing to the ground, their bodies charred and their hair smoking. Suddenly, a peculiar purple magical array materialized in midair, and energy-congealed antlers rained down, indiscriminately bombarding the ground. Several black-clad figures were obliterated, their limbs severed in the explosive chaos. What is happening? What is wrong with my men? Why are they all falling? Shui Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, watching his subordinates collapse one after another. Shui Yuan, even now you fail to comprehend? Do not presume that your numbers alone make you formidable. I too have allies. With that declaration, 5 figures emerged behind Yilei and his companions. The 8 Soul Guardians. The 8 Soul Guardians have arrived. We are saved, cried the crowd, their excitement building into a fervent rallying cry for the Guardians to expel the villains from Rong City. Shui Yuan, witnessing the devastating loss of his men, suddenly sensed a presence behind him. He and the stone figure attacked simultaneously, seizing the individual behind them and thrusting her forward to face Yilei. Yilei, did you truly not anticipate the presence of 2 stragglers? If you dare make a move, I will kill them both. Aren't the 8 Soul Guardians the protectors of Rong City? Shui Yuan taunted, one hand gripping the neck of the woman in front of him, defiantly challenging Yilei. If you wish to spare their lives. Yilei's sudden remark left Blood Yin utterly bewildered. Chapter 313, An unexpected turn. Chapter 314. Severed arm. The formidable skills of the two ancient soul bones caught Blood Yin and the stone figurine off guard. The fierce cutting power of the wind attribute, combined with the sharpness of the ice attribute, even breached Blood Yin's defensive skill, Bloodthirsty Sky, as well as the stone figurine's robust defense. The garments adorning Blood Yin were shredded, revealing several wounds inflicted by the fused might of the wind and ice elements. The stone figurine fared little better, as his once proud rock armor was also reduced to fragments. Xiao Fan, watch closely now. You shall witness the true might of your brother. Song Yang's eyes gleamed crimson, enveloped by an aura of black and deep blue. Howling Sea Domain. Rampage of the Savage Crocodile's right arm's soul bone skill. Rampaging Domain. Empowered by the dual domains, Song Yang's momentum surged dramatically. With the 9 treasures glazed tower in her hands, Luo Yun bestowed her 5th and 6th soul skills upon Li Fei and the others. Except for Li Fei, the remaining 6 ringed soul emperors experienced a temporary surge in their aura, momentarily elevating them to the level of soul saints, thereby reversing the tide of battle. 5th soul skill. Surging Waves. A colossal water vortex gradually took shape under Song Yang's control, soaring over 100 meters high, brimming with countless razor-sharp water blades. Blood Yin, today I shall claim your life. The immense water vortex surged forth instantaneously, and both Blood Yin and the stone figurine sensed impending doom. Bolstered by their dual domain skills and the enhancement from the premier auxiliary weapon soul, the 9 treasures glazed tower. The power of Song Yang's 5th soul skill had surpassed what a soul saint could withstand. 7th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Yan's true form. 7th soul skill, Rock Demon Ape's true form. Blood Yin transformed into a crimson giant bird, the surrounding air thick with the scent of blood. 2nd soul skill, Power of the Rock. 3rd soul skill, Rock Golden Body. 5th soul skill, Surge of the Rock. The stone figurine expanded in size, gradually morphing into a colossal demon ape. Activating his 3 enhancement soul skills and applying a rock golden body upon the soul manifestation of Blood Yin. Both Blood Yin and the stone figurine entered their soul manifestations, leveraging the enhancements to withstand Song Yang's 5th soul skill, Surging Waves. However, believing that activating their soul manifestations could shield them from his soul skill was a delusion. Song Yang's aura intensified, and a soul bone materialized slowly on his left arm. Turbulent Wave Spiral Left Arm Soul Bone Skill, Spiral Wheel of Destruction. A colossal spiral blade of light, under Song Yang's command, whirled forth, its terrifying cutting force seemingly tearing the very fabric of space, creating myriad tiny fissures in the air. The immense rotating light wheel, upon entering the vast waterspout, instantaneously fragmented into countless equally sized wheels, launching an onslaught towards the blood duck and stone statue from all directions. Here I come. The gigantic rock demon ape surged forward, positioning itself before the bloodthirsty duck, its formidable defensive prowess absorbing all of Song Yang's soul techniques. Meanwhile, the blood duck seized the opportunity to take flight, its wings shimmering with a crimson radiance, launching a red feather forged from vital essence that soared through the air, reaching Song Yang in the blink of an eye. By the time Song Yang noticed the feather, it was too late. He instinctively sidestepped, but the feather narrowly avoided his chest and pierced his right arm instead. Instantly, his right arm began to turn gray, the skin aging rapidly, and blood began to seep forth, the affliction spreading throughout his entire body. At that moment, a blue-golden light streaked across the sky, piercing directly into Song Yang's right shoulder. And with a resounding thud, his right arm detached and fell. As the blue-golden light settled, the onlookers discerned it to be a spear belonging to Yi Lei, the blue-silver tyrant spear. Chapter 315. The Battle for Soul Bones. Chapter 316. Your soul technique is useless against me. Do you truly believe that merely changing your martial spirit will protect you from the corrosive power of the corruption feather? How utterly absurd. The blood duck, gazing disdainfully at Yi Lei, who had switched his martial spirit, manipulated the trajectory of the dozens of corruption feathers, sending them hurtling towards him. Third soul technique, Thousand Gene Flame Armor. The ground surrounding Yi Lei suddenly fractured, and countless fist-sized stones enveloped in scalding magma clung to him, transforming into a suit of delayed armor. Enormous crimson blades manifested atop his armored arms, gleaming with a sharp red light. A clattering sound echoed as dozens of corrupted feathers rained down upon Yi Lei's Thousand June Flame armor like hail, igniting a shower of sparks. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Blood Yin intensified the output of her second soul skill while simultaneously unleashing her fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Red Feathers. The combined assault of these two formidable techniques caused the 1,000 June flame armor to shatter and splinter. After a brief standoff, Blood Yin found herself somewhat fatigued. Yet, upon closer inspection of Yi Lei, it became evident that his armor, though marked by the two soul skills, remained largely intact, devoid of any signs of true fracture. I have already told you, your soul skills are ineffective against me, Yi Lei declared, regarding his pockmarked armor. The third soul skill, 1,000 June flame armor, had not been employed since his blue-silver emperor ascended to the soul sage realm. His physical strength had reached an exceptional level, enabling him to withstand the assaults of an average six-ringed soul emperor, thus rendering this purely defensive skill infrequently utilized. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the soul skill, derived from the 85,000-year-old mutated 1,000 June Ant King, was indeed formidable. It effortlessly resisted the second and fourth soul skills of the same soul sage rank. This is impossible. Even if you can endure my fourth soul skill, your third soul skill cannot possibly withstand the corrosive power of my second soul skill, Blood Yin exclaimed, observing that despite her relentless barrage, the armor's surface merely bore pockmarks, with no signs of corrosion whatsoever. Surely, you do not believe I am helpless against your corruption? Allow me to enlighten you. Every individual, no matter how formidable, possesses a weakness, and your skills are no exception. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Lei's once battered armor restored itself to its pristine condition, and the enormous blades on his arms elongated instantaneously. In his grasp appeared a pair of dual daggers adorned with dark red patterns. Brothers, charge forth. With Yi Lei's commanding shout, the group surged forward like cannonballs. Due to the loss of an arm, Song Yang's strength was significantly diminished. So he did not lead the charge, but instead engaged in combat alongside others against the cloaked adversaries. Yi Lei faced the formidable stone monkey statue, a manifestation of his martial spirit, while Han Yuan confronted the blood mandarin duck, which had also transformed into its true form. The reason Han Yuan's second soul skill had no effect on Yi Lei was that it was inherently fearful of high temperatures. Yi Lei's Flame Lord martial spirit had absorbed the immense dark energy of the fired demon skeleton queen, further evolving its flames. Moreover, Han Yuan's Ice Phoenix, with its ultimate ice attribute, could counteract the corruption abilities of the blood mandarin duck, although her strength did not match that of the blood mandarin duck. Her 10,000-year spirit ring and 10,000-year head spirit bone granted her formidable combat capability. In Chapter 317, a one-sided battle unfolded as a blue and a red giant bird soared into the sky, clashing above the city square. Seizing the moment, the blood mandarin duck unleashed a barrage of corruptive feathers. Yet, regardless of the quantity, Han Yuan countered with her ice, freezing them mid-air like hailstones, which then shattered upon impact with the ground. Frustrated by the continuous suppression of her soul skills, the blood mandarin duck resorted to her third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Avatar. In an instant, the blood of the onlookers and cloaked figures in the square ascended and merged into her form, revitalizing her once dull feathers into a vivid crimson. Her first soul skill, Bloodthirsty Featherblade, transformed the blood mandarin duck's massive red wings into two pairs of gigantic red blades. The entire body of the duck began to spin rapidly in the air, resembling a razor wheel as it charged towards Han Yuan. Unperturbed by the incoming blades, Han Yuan summoned the corporeal three-eyed demon phoenix behind her, symbolized by 6 soul rings denoting her power. With her 6th soul skill, Ice Phoenix's Magic Howl, a colossal ice blue sound wave erupted from the three-eyed demon phoenix's mouth, enveloping a vast area. This was the first use of her 6th soul skill since acquiring the spirit ring from hunting the three-eyed snow Mingshu fox. This 10,000-year soundwave attack was a combination of wide-range control and powerful assault, capable of both controlling her opponent and delivering a staggering blow through the accompanying icy aura. The massive form of the blood mandarin duck was overwhelmed by the expansive skill, as the soundwave attack imbued with ice shattered her blade wheels, leaving her wings coated in a thick layer of frost. Infuriated, she exclaimed, Why are my soul skills countered by you? Meanwhile, in the city square, 2 towering men clad in rocky armor engaged in close-quarters combat. One resembled a colossal monkey wielding a massive stone pillar mace, the other donned crimson rock armor, with sharp blades on his arms, brandishing black and red twin daggers. They battled fiercely, with the monkey-like figure appearing to be at a slight disadvantage. The stone statue, blood mandarin duck's martial spirit, and her various abilities are all countered by my wife. Why do you not surrender?" Yilei, wielding the dual blades of the Inferno, stood atop the colossal head of the Flame Lord, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Han Nuan subdued the blood swans, while Yilei constrained the stone golem. The black-clad figures brought by the Fifth Elder were also overwhelmed by the other members of the Soul Town, their numbers dwindling. The situation was undeniably one-sided. The Fifth Elder's defeat was merely a matter of time. Did you truly believe that suppressing us all would be of any benefit? Sixth soul skill, falling celestial stone. As he spoke, the stone golem summoned a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters, plummeting from the heavens, directly targeting the Song couple, who were still unconscious and trapped within a rocky prison. "If we cannot slay you, we shall drag everyone here down with us, and we shall still profit." The stone golem erupted into a maniacal laughter as a stone mass descended upon Yilei, seemingly intent on immobilizing him and preventing any counterattack. For a month prior, during a certain match, Yilei had effortlessly countered the stone golem's same maneuver. Thus, the golem sought to restrict his movements this time, ensuring he could not dismantle his soul skill. Do you truly believe your first soul skill can control me? Do not forget, in terms of control, you are still 20,000 years my junior. Yilei's terrifying aura erupted instantaneously, shattering the stone like a fragile object. A vast expanse of scalding lava suddenly emerged beneath the feet of the stone statue, resembling a treacherous swamp, firmly immobilizing him and rendering him unable to move. Chapter 318. The mysterious shadow gazing at the colossal meteor descending ever closer to the ground, Yilei merely smiled. "Oh, stone statue, I do not mean to criticize. But have you forgotten your sixth soul skill? I have caught it barehanded before. Do you truly believe that with an expanded attack range, I would be rendered powerless? If I manage to catch it once, then I can certainly do so a second time." Yilei's figure flickered and swiftly arrived directly beneath the colossal meteorite. Coming to a halt, with a commanding presence, he unleashed the soul bone skill of the Crimson Demon, the Crimson Demon's Dark Flame Slash. Behind Yilei, a colossal dark red orb of light coalesced in the hands of the Flame Lord, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying pressure. A beam of light erupted from the dark red orb, striking the meteor in the sky. Upon contact, the beam created a massive crater on the meteor's surface, accompanied by extensive fissures surrounding it. Not enough, you say? Then let us proceed. The 1000 June Torso Soul Bone materialized instantaneously at Yilei's chest, activating the 1000 June Torso Soul Bone skill. 1000 June Meteor Blaze. A gigantic meteor, exuding searing magma, appeared directly above the stone statue's sixth soul skill, Fallen Rockstar. It launched a simultaneous assault with Yilei's second skill, Crimson Demon Bone, Crimson Demon Dark Flame Slash. In an instant, the stone statue's sixth soul skill, Fallen Rockstar, shattered, exploding into countless fragments in the air. Yet, in the following moment, all these fragments fused with Yilei's 1000 June Meteor Blaze, instantly enlarging the attack radius of this skill. Stone statue, are you surprised? Are you taken aback? Yilei controlled the enormous meteor in the sky, a smile of triumph gracing his face as he gazed at the stone statue, ensnared by him. At that moment, the statue trembled uncontrollably, its legs weakened by fear, a stream of urine trickling down, only to be rapidly evaporated by the extreme heat beneath it, leaving a pungent odor lingering in the air. Witnessing his own soul technique effortlessly shattered by Yilei, the fragments resulting from the explosion of his soul weapon were absorbed by Yilei's skill. If such a colossal meteor were to crash down, it would be a mercy if he were not reduced to mere pulp. Even as a defensive soul master, he faced certain death against this onslaught. With his third soul skill, Rock Solid Body, his second soul skill, Rock Power, his fifth soul skill, Rock Surge, the stone statue activated its 3 enhancement skills, seemingly attempting to withstand the tremendous meteor attack, but it was a futile endeavor. Who said I intended to defeat you with this move? Yilei chuckled. And in the next moment, with a powerful gesture, the massive meteor exploded into a cloud of dust, dissipating into the air. The right arm soul bone skill. See Devouring Demon God Strike. In the astonished gaze of the stone statue, the fiery lord behind Yilei vanished, replaced by the soul bone on Yilei's right arm, accompanied by a colossal demon seal that rapidly descended. The stone statue felt an overwhelming sense of dread, uncertain whether it could endure this strike. The aura emanating from Yilei's soul bone skill surpassed even that of its crimson demon skull. As the demon seal descended, a thunderous explosion echoed, causing the ground to crater several meters deep, with dust and debris swirling in the atmosphere. When the haze finally cleared, The battered form of the stone statue lay at the bottom of the pit. Had it not been for the 3 enhancement skills it had activated, it would have undoubtedly been torn to shreds by the sea-devouring demon god strike. In the distance, atop a towering building, a tall man clad in a black cloak and adorned with a black mask stood, surveying the city square nearby. A deep voice emanated from his lips, exuding an aura of terror. A bird and a gorilla cannot even overcome a blade of grass. What a pitiful lot. Behind the figure in black, a blood-red, two-pronged spear floated, intricately engraved with strange patterns. Such worthless beings are merely a drain on my emotions and resources. Meanwhile, the stone statue lay bloodied at the bottom of the pit, suffering from multiple compound fractures, barely clinging to life. Even its rock demon ape martial spirit teetered on the brink of collapse under Yi Lei's relentless assault, at any moment on the verge of shattering. Once broken, it would be reduced to a state even worse than that of an ordinary person. Yet Yi Lei did not seize the opportunity to take the enemy's life during their moment of vulnerability. Instead, he chose to assert control over the city square while simultaneously disrupting the battlefield above. At the same time, he was engaged in a mental dialogue with the system within his consciousness. System, I require your assistance in procuring certain items. Understood, host. Please specify your needs. I need a potion that can restore severed limbs, as well as rare treasures that can bolster one's vitality. Acknowledged, host. I will store these items in your system space shortly. Please check then. Thank you for your help. In the sky, the blood-soaked Yin looked down at the stone statue, battered and barely alive in the deep pit, and was consumed by fury. The first underling in her command had been reduced to a cripple. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As she gazed at Han Nuan soaring gracefully before her, a surge of malevolence filled her heart, and the scent of blood around her intensified. Han Nuan remained calm and unperturbed, unfazed by the escalating aura of the figure before her. Although her level was inferior, her spirit ring configuration surpassed that of others, and she possessed 2 additional soul skills. What was there to fear? No matter how formidable Yan's momentum seemed, her mental power remained inferior to Han Nuan's. Second soul skill, Ice Wind Demon Condensation. A pair of enormous ice blue eyes manifested in the air, exuding a chilling aura that struck fear. Upon seeing this move again, Yin hastily closed her avian eyes, attempting to shield herself from the imposing ice blue gaze. Is closing my eyes sufficient? Are you jesting with me? Snowmorn Skull Skill, Malevolent Morn. Han Nuan, observing Yin with her eyes shut, nearly stifled a laugh as she unleashed her second mental type soul skill. Come at me. Wait, am I not supposed to be immune since I have my eyes closed? Yin pondered. Despite her closed eyes, she continued to flap her wings, allowing the gray light emitted from the third eye of the 3-eyed demon phoenix behind Han Nuan to strike her body. Yet, in the next moment, she was ensnared. Realizing that her assumption that closing her eyes would protect her from Han Nuan's mental assault was misguided. Even with her eyes shut, Han Nuan's Malevolent Morn skill could still affect her. Han Nuan's inner monologue. When did I ever claim that my skull skill, Malevolent Morn, could be resisted by merely closing one's eyes? Elder 5. You underestimate the power of a 100,000-year-old soul bone. In reality, after Yin fell under the influence of Malevolent Morn, Han Nuan swiftly activated the second skill of her Snow Morn Skull, Illusion, pulling Yin into a vision of her most dreaded scenario, from which there was no escape. The 2 great soul saints on the battlefield were entirely controlled, leaving the remaining cloaked figures as mere remnants of their former strength. A pack of worthless fools. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from a distance, and it was this very voice that pulled the blood-soaked Yuan out from the brink of a delusion. Dazed, she shook her head and beheld a figure clad in black, suspended in the air not far away. A master. Chapter 320. Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. A master. The fear in Blood Yuan's eyes was palpable as she gazed upon the hovering figure. From what she knew, this master typically secluded himself, requiring his cultivation materials to be delivered by the 10 elders in succession. The reason for his appearance now eluded her, and an unsettling twitch in her right eyelid accompanied the erratic beating of her heart, as if she were on the brink of death. Master? Could it be that beyond the 10 elders, there exists a hidden mastermind? The aura emanating from this black-clad man was undeniably more potent than that of the elders she had encountered. His strength seemed to surpass theirs, at least above level 75. Do not address me as master. I have no need for a subordinate as worthless as you. The black-clad man roared, and the 3-pronged, double-edged spear that hovered behind him quivered, releasing a formidable aura reminiscent of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The immense pressure enveloped Blood Yuan, whose already grievously injured body could no longer withstand it, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master, I beg you, save me. At this moment, the heavily injured and unconscious stone statue at the bottom of the pit struggled to lift its eyelids, gazing at the black-clad man suspended in the air, and spoke with great difficulty. A worthless being, seeking my aid? Preposterous. With a mere glance, the black-clad man commanded the spear behind him to fly forth, transforming into countless shadows in midair, directly piercing the defenseless stone statue at the pit's bottom until it resembled a honeycomb, resulting in its immediate demise. What a terrifying aura! The three-pronged, double-edged spear must be his martial soul. Its released energy was akin to a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. In just a fleeting moment, without the presence of a soul ring, he effortlessly dispatched a soul sage renowned for its defenses. Yilei gazed upon the figure cloaked in black, slowly articulating his words. And you? In a swift motion, the black-robed man appeared before Shui Yuan, seizing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground. After wasting so many resources to cultivate you and your subordinates, it is utterly disgraceful that you cannot even defeat a mere blade of grass, and are rendered helpless by a diminutive creature 10 levels below you. You are unworthy to serve as my subordinate. With her throat constricted, Shui Yuan struggled desperately, her hands clawing at the arms of the black-robed man, gasping for breath. Master, please grant me one more chance. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. A chance, you say? I may offer you one. But can you seize it? The sinister tone of the black-robed man echoed ominously from beneath his mask. As Shui Yuan listened to his malevolent voice, a wave of dread washed over her. She attempted to unleash her soul abilities to break free, but found that her soul power was rapidly depleting, unable to manifest. In that moment, she realized that her essence was being devoured from the very onset of their contact. Useless wretch, go meet your subordinates below. The black-robed man grasped the trident that hovered behind him, thrusting it forward with lethal precision. It pierced through Shui Yuan's abdomen, blood gushing forth, while his grip on her throat tightened with brutal force, ultimately severing her neck. In an insatiable frenzy, the trident began to voraciously consume Shui Yuan's blood and soul power, reducing her to a mere desiccated husk in mere moments. Since you are the puppet master behind them, allow me to comprehend you now. Brothers, unite and strike. With a thunderous roar, Yilei unleashed his most formidable soul skill towards the man in the black robe. The others, witnessing this, followed suit. The fifth soul skill, Wind God Descends. Chen Xizong's deep green light flickered, instantly elevating his aura to its zenith. The second soul skill, Wyvern Doppelganger, manifested 6 identical copies of himself beside him. Chapter 321, Overestimating One's Ability. The third soul skill, Wyvern Light Cannon, empowered by his fifth soul skill, Wind God Descends. All 7 Chen Saikangs released their individual attack soul skills simultaneously, unleashing 7 beams of deep green light, as wide as a bowl, towards the man in the black robe. Due to the man's elusive movements, Yilei's soulbone skill, Spirit Hunting Ground, failed to detect his presence. Consequently, to counter his reappearance, Yilei activated his most potent control skill, Entanglement, along with Blue-Silver Prison and the 6th soul skill, Blue-Silver Magic Bind, Rain from the Sky, sending a multitude of blue-silver emperor vines cascading towards the man in black. The second control-type soul master of their team, Chiao-Na, also unleashed her 5th soul skill, Sea of Silence Formation, aiming to confine the man with the energy of the extinguishing array. The others followed suit, unleashing their strongest attack skills in rapid succession, resulting in an overwhelming display of soul techniques. However, in the face of such an onslaught, the man in black remained unfazed, grasping the three-pronged, double-edged spear that hovered behind him. A surge of dark energy erupted, instantly expanding his immense soul power in all directions. The collision of soul skills erupted in a dazzling display, yet the man in black emerged unscathed, while the skills released by Yilei and his companions were utterly shattered. As they stood in stunned disbelief, the red light flickered on the spear in the man's hand, and countless phantom images of the spear materialized in the air, resembling a meteor shower descending upon Yilei and his companions. Realizing the dire situation, they hastily activated their defensive skills to shield themselves. Yet, the man in black did not relent in his assault. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind one of them, the three-pronged spear ruthlessly slicing through the air, eliciting a scream as blood gushed forth from the victim's back. Yilei widened his eyes and shouted furiously, "Scoundrel! He exerted all his soul power in a desperate attempt to thwart the malevolent actions of the man in the black robe. However, the strength of this dark figure exceeded their wildest imaginings, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. Yet, in the next moment, the man in black vanished once more, eluding even Yi Lei's mental hunting ground, leaving only the chilling echo of his cruel voice. You are still far too weak. I shall return when you have grown stronger. Ha! How infuriating! Yi Lei, filled with resentment, pounded the ground with his fists, his eyes a fiery crimson as he shouted. The one who had just been injured by the attack from the cloaked man was Song Yang, who had already lost an arm prior. Now, he bore additional wounds inflicted by the unknown three-pronged double-edged spear wielded by the cloaked assailant, leaving him in a state of considerable weakness. However, the situation had improved significantly. Only 7 of the 10 elders remained. Yet, the only one whose strength was known was the 9th elder. Ultimately, the outcome hinged upon Song Yang, for it was in the sea that he could unleash his full potential. After ensuring the safety of the civilians present, they contacted the mortuary to retrieve the bodies of the deceased. Together, they returned to the headquarters of the 8-town Soul Organization. Upon arrival, Yi Lei retrieved from the system space the potion he had entrusted to the system for restoring the severed arm, along with Song Yang's bone of the rampaging crocodile's right arm. With the assistance of Huang Xiaoshu's 9-heart begonia, he commenced the restoration process for Song Yang's lost limb. Chapter 322. Why does it hurt so much? With the aid of the potion provided by the system and the formidable healing abilities of Huang Xiaoshu's 9-heart begonia, Song Yang's severed right arm began to regenerate slowly. The fallen bone of the rampaging crocodile gradually integrated into his right arm. However, just when Song Yang anticipated that the regeneration process would be a pleasant experience, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Initially, the regeneration felt comfortable, but in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A piercing pain surged from his newly formed right arm to his head. Unable to contain himself, Song Yang let out a cry of agony, his body reacting in an exaggerated manner. Had it not been for Yi Lei's quick reflexes to pull Huang Xiaoshu aside, Song Yang would have inadvertently struck him in his state of torment. Why does it hurt so much? Song Yang clutched his head with one hand, rolling on the ground like a writhing creature, occasionally banging his head against the floor, his face contorted in pain. System, you assured me that this potion for limb restoration had no side effects. Why is Song Yang's reaction so intense? Yi Lei observed the anguished Song Yang and summoned the system from his mental realm. Host, the potions provided by this system are undeniably flawless. The pain your companion is experiencing stems from the newly formed meridians being forcefully flushed by the internal energies, coupled with the soul power fluctuations from the merging of the soul bone. This is a normal reaction. Once his severed arm heals and the soul bone successfully integrates, his meridians will return to their former state, the system explained languidly before vanishing back into Yi Lei's consciousness. Brother Yang, are you all right? Wang Yuning stepped forward hesitantly, her hand outstretched, unsure whether to assist or not. Song Yang, however, paid no heed to his fiancée's words. Writhing on the ground in pain like a fish out of water, repeatedly banging his head against the floor, creating a series of dents. Had he not been so stubborn, he would have already bled profusely. Observing the growing number of indentations in the floor, Yi Lei's lips twitched. Yuning, worry not. He will be fine. Once his arm has completely healed, all will be well. With that, Yi Lei knelt beside Song Yang, gently placing a vine of blue-silver emperor on his shoulder. Cease your pounding. Our headquarters flooring is quite expensive. After speaking, Yi Lei led the others out of the headquarters, leaving Wang Yuning behind to keep him company. Old Yi, I can't believe you would treat your brother like this. Once I recover, I will settle the score with you. Song Yang shouted at Yi Lei's retreating figure, his face contorted in pain. Wang Yuning sat there, feeling awkward, unsure where to direct her gaze. Oh, right. I wonder if Uncle and Aunt have awakened. I must go check. Seemingly struck by a thought, Wang Yuning rose and headed towards a room within the headquarters of the 8-soul town, intending to see if her future in-laws and younger brother-in-law had shown any signs of improvement. Xiaoning, please don't leave me. Song Yang gazed after Wang Yuning, his eyes brimming with tears, a look of utter helplessness etched on his face. The ancestral residence of the Yi family. As Yi Lei settled onto the sofa, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to inquire of Tang Yunqing, Mother, what brings you and Aunt to the Jia City Square today? What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 323, My Dearest Grandson. Upon hearing her son's question, Tang Yunqing merely smiled. After exchanging a glance with his father, the The two turned and made their way to the kitchen. Before long, each emerged from the kitchen, slowly carrying a large tray, filling the entire living room with an enticing aroma. Yulei inhaled the fragrant aroma in the air, his brow furrowing as he voiced his confusion. Mom, please don't tell me you went to Jiahe Square merely to purchase vegetables? Moreover, these vegetables must have been prepared by Dad, with your culinary skills. Even Grandma would be too embarrassed to show her face. Her dishes are so delectable, while yours, well, it's hard to put into words. Yulei unhesitatingly belittled his own mother, each remark striking with piercing accuracy. Tang Yunqing stood awkwardly in place, holding a tray, her facial muscles twitching inexplicably. Yi Junqing stood behind Tang Yunqing with a tray, stifling a laugh. He was well aware of his wife's culinary skills, which could not simply be encapsulated in the phrase hard to describe. Even a humble bowl of clear soup noodles could take on a myriad of extraordinary flavors in Tang Yunqing's hands. He had fallen victim to this very phenomenon once, suffering discomfort for a full 2 days thereafter. You rascal, do you really have to tease your mother like this? Tang Yunqing placed the tray on the table and reached out, pinching one of Yulei's ears, lifting him from the sofa with ease. Mom, it hurts. Warm is still here, please spare me some face. Han Wan, who had been nestled beside Yulei on the sofa engrossed in her phone, set it down and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on, embodying the quintessential spectator. Mom, it's fine. Just continue as if I'm not here, she said, before pulling out a bucket of popcorn from an unknown source, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Tang Yunqing. After being admonished by his mother for a considerable time, Yulei finally slumped down, looking disheveled and dejected. He picked up a piece of the braised pork leg that Tang Yunqing and Yi Junqing had previously brought to the table and tore off a chunk. As he chewed, his expression gradually shifted, and he looked up, confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Tang Yunqing and Yi Junqing. Dad, when did you learn grandmother's secret recipe for braised meat? Isn't she notoriously reluctant to share it with others? Yulei's gaze was firmly fixed upon Yi Junqing, entirely disregarding Tang Yuk. Yi Junqing and her husband simply exchanged a smile before turning their gaze to what lay behind Yulei. What are you two constantly looking at behind me? Is there something there? Yulei spoke as he held a braised pork knuckle in one hand and turned to look back. Grandson, I have missed you dearly. Let me see if you have lost any weight recently. At that moment, a slightly plump elderly lady, standing at about 1.60 meters, darted out of a room with a speed surpassing that of an average adult male and instantly stood before Yulei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Grandma, what brings you here? I always suspected that my mother could never master your signature recipe. This braised pork knuckle can only be perfected by your skilled hands. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yulei's face lit up with joy, completely disregarding the presence of his mother behind him. He exchanged a few jests, then turned his head to cast a triumphant glance at Tang Yunqing, his eyes unmistakably conveying the message, my protector has arrived. Let's see how you intend to reprimand me now. While Yulei savored the delectable braised pig trotter, he did not forget to pick up another piece from the bowl and bring it to Han Wan's lips, kindly feeding her. He also took the opportunity to report to his grandmother, Lin Yu. Grandma, let me tell you, I merely commented on my mother's lack of culinary skills. And she pulled my ear. Lin Yu observed her grandson, who towered over her by more than 30 centimeters, with a smile. However, when she turned her gaze towards Tang Yunqing, her expression swiftly shifted. She approached Tang Yunqing and pinched her earlobe, saying, my eldest grandson claims your cooking is lacking. And you still retaliated, did you? After all these years of teaching you to cook, how is it that you haven't learned a single thing? Unlike Xiaoyi, who picks it up immediately. Tell me, why haven't you inherited any of my culinary prowess? Faced with her mother, Tang Yunqing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but could only nod in agreement, too intimidated to voice her thoughts. Yi Junqing, seated beside them, watched Tang Yunqing's embarrassment and couldn't help but chuckle. In the next moment, Tang Yunqing retaliated, Yi Junqing, you dare to laugh? Tonight, you shall not find your way to my bed. Yi Junqing, please, my dear wife. I do not wish to sleep on the sofa. Chapter 324. Why are you not hastening to comfort me? Behind Yi Junqing, a thunderous sound erupted, leaving her in a daze as she sat on the sofa. Tang Yunqing rubbed her reddened ears and, with a frosty glance at the stunned Yi Junqing, rose to head towards the bedroom upstairs. This little girl, why are you sulking just because I scolded you a bit? Little Yi, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and make amends. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Yu Junqing immediately sprang to her feet and transformed her ears into a pair of pristine white wolf ears and sprouted 9 elegant white wolf tails, dashing upstairs. Yilei couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his father's expression, fearing that the braised pork knuckle in his mouth might be sprayed out. At the same time, Han Nuan was thoroughly enjoying her meal, her mouth smeared with grease as she stuffed her cheeks with the tender pork knuckle, clearly unable to stop. One hand held a pork knuckle while the other grasped a stewed pork bone, and she savored every bite with delight. "Oh, my dear grandson, have you not been eating well lately? Just look at you. I've lost so much weight that I barely resemble myself. But fret not, with your grandmother around. I shall ensure you gain a few more pounds," Lin Yu remarked. Despite her seemingly plump appearance, she possessed considerable strength. As she grasped Yulei's shoulders and effortlessly lifted him for a thorough inspection, patting his arms and back. "Grandmother, allow me to introduce you to your future granddaughter-in-law, Han Nuan." Yilei gazed fondly at Han Nuan, who was fervently indulging in her meal, and remarked to Lin Yu, "Let me take a look. Oh dear. Look at how thin the young lady has become. My goodness, it is not good for a girl to be so slender. She ought to gain a little weight." Lin Yu gently poured a glass of warm water and offered it to Han Nuan, concerned that she might choke while eating. Han Nuan, puzzled, lowered her gaze to observe the soft flesh on her abdomen that had begun to protrude slightly, and could not help but think, "Is this really considered thin? I weighed myself this morning, and I am only 100 pounds, which is quite a bit more than before. Why does Yilei's grandmother still perceive me as too thin? I feel quite plump indeed. It's all Yilei's fault for tempting me with so many delicious dishes. Humph, I have decided. I shall ignore Yilei for 10 minutes." Yilei and Han Nuan were once again indulged by Lin Yu, as they stuffed themselves with a myriad of sumptuous dishes. It was only when Han Nuan's belly had swollen to a noticeable roundness that she could no longer continue, pleading desperately with Lin Yu to cease the feeding. There is a saying that what one perceives as fullness is merely an illusion in the eyes of grandparents, who will continue to offer food until one can no longer consume even a morsel. Meanwhile, Yilei remained ravenous, relishing the rare opportunity to savor Lin Yu's culinary creations. Although he himself was capable of cooking, his dishes could never quite measure up to the exquisite flavors that Lin Yu conjured. After a whirlwind of consumption, the once bountiful table, laden with meats and vegetables, lay bare, save for the remnants of broths and a small mountain of discarded bones. Yilei, satisfied, let out a hearty burp, wiped the soup from his fingers, leaned back against the sofa, and, caressing his belly, addressed Lin Yu, "Grandma, your cooking remains as delightful as ever. Could you prepare a bit more tomorrow? My appetite has recently increased significantly. These portions are no longer sufficient." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was quite pleased and readily agreed, especially since she had brought a considerable amount of fresh produce from the farm. It was at this moment that Han Nuan realized just how much Yilei could eat. Chapter 325, the true way to unveil with one hand resting on her belly and the other bracing against the wall. Han Nuan staggered back to their room in the Yi family's old residence. She collapsed onto the bed, letting out an unladylike burp. Yilei, who entered right behind her, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It was, after all, Han Nuan's first encounter with his grandmother, and it was only natural for her to be overindulged. His grandmother, Lin Yu, was renowned in her small village by the nickname breeding expert. Following the incident that caused his father to lose his memory, Yilei had recovered fully from his injuries within just 6 months, gaining quite a bit of weight in the process. During his childhood, Lin Yu always believed he was not eating enough, serving him meals that often exceeded those of his peers by double. Consequently, when he was in elementary school, Yilei was chubby, affectionately referred to as a little round dumpling, until he was taken back by the Yi family in middle school, whereupon he slimmed down. "Yilei, your appetite exceeds my expectations. Today has truly been an eye-opener," Han Nuan lamented, feeling that after this meal, she would surely gain at least 5 pounds by morning. This was still considered moderate. In the past, the amount of food his grandmother prepared in one sitting could easily sustain an ordinary family of 3 for an entire day. With leftovers to spare, Yilei shook his head in resignation. His grandmother possessed an extraordinary talent for feeding him, and his hearty appetite had been honed since childhood. However, after entering junior high and moving away from his grandmother, he had not indulged in such copious amounts of food, resulting in a naturally slimmer physique. Although I consider myself a foodie, I cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of my grandmother's culinary generosity," Han Nuan exclaimed from her bed like a groundhog, dreading the prospect of her figure becoming unkempt. After maintaining her physique for so many years, She feared that just a few meals from Lin Yu could add several pounds to her weight. Yilei gazed at the girl rolling on the bed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ah, little one, you remain blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of society, but tomorrow shall reveal them to you. Suddenly, Han Yuan sat up abruptly, exclaiming, No, I must exercise. I must maintain my weight and lose some pounds. Upon hearing her declaration, Yilei became invigorated. He swiftly grasped the hem of his shirt and lifted it, revealing his well-defined torso, and lunged toward Han Yuan. Before she could fully comprehend her words, Han Yuan found herself toppled onto the bed by Yilei. What are you doing, Yilei? Han Yuan gasped, instinctively pressing her hands against his chest. Nothing much, he replied playfully. Did you not say you wanted to exercise? Then let us begin. Yilei gently placed a kiss upon Han Yuan's cheek, leaving the young girl blushing furiously. What I meant by exercise is not this. Han Yuan's words remained unfinished as Yilei captured her lips in a kiss. Their garments gradually slipped away, and indescribable sounds resonated from the room. The following noon, after a night of vigorous activity, Han Yuan awoke to find that it was already 11 o'clock. As she rose, she felt a profound soreness enveloping her body, particularly in her waist, which ached unbearably. The moment she attempted to descend from her bed, her legs felt almost unresponsive, nearly causing her to collapse onto the floor. The mere thought of the previous night sent a flush to her cheeks, prompting her to mumble softly to herself. After a brief moment to gather her composure, she made her way downstairs to dine. Upon entering the dining room, she was greeted by the sight of an iron bowl, nearly the size of a basin, filled with steaming rice noodles adorned with shrimp, vegetables, and meat, a veritable feast. Han Yuan assumed this was the family's lunch and proceeded to rummage for a small bowl in her home, retrieving a pair of chopsticks and a ladle. She scooped some noodles from the iron bowl and settled down to eat. At that moment, sounds emanating from the kitchen caught her attention. When she looked up, she saw Yi Junqing and Yilei emerging, each bearing an iron bowl even larger than the one beside Han Yuan, brimming with steaming rice noodles. They took their seats and began to eat, each with their chopsticks and ladles, diving into the plentiful noodles before them. Han Yuan's expression stiffened as she glanced at her modest bowl and then at Yilei's sizable one. No, it was more akin to a large basin. She pondered internally, so this is the true nature of the iron bowl. Chapter 326. A limited perspective. Han Yuan felt that the portion of noodles she had served herself could be devoured by Yilei in just a few bites. Given his swift eating pace, in the past 2 days, her 20 years' worth of appetite seemed to be merely an appetizer in the Yi household. It dawned on her that it was her own perspective that was limited. Indeed, one must broaden their horizons. Yilei was savoring his rice noodles when he sensed Han Yuan's gaze upon him, prompting him to lift his head in curiosity. What is it, Yuan? Are the noodles insufficient? There's a large pot in the kitchen. I can serve you some if you wish. At that moment, Tang Yuqing and Lin Yu emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a plate, and immediately, a delightful aroma wafted into Han Yuan's nostrils, stirring her appetite. As she beheld the 2 large plates brimming with golden-hued delicacies, her mouth began to water. Once the dishes were placed on the table, she gently tugged at Tang Yuqing's sleeve and in a soft, delicate voice inquired, Mom, what are these 2 dishes? They smell divine. These are fried ribbon fish and fried pomfret, specialties of your future grandmother. They are so delectable that one can never tire of them. As she spoke, Tang Yuqing lifted her chopsticks and placed a beautifully golden, crispy pomfret into Han Yuan's small bowl, then produced several pairs of disposable gloves from somewhere and set them on the dining table. Yilei and Yi Junqing were not particularly fastidious. They simply grasped the pomfret with their chopsticks and stuffed it into their mouths, leaving their lips glistening with oil. Lin Yu retrieved a bone dish from the kitchen and placed it on the table to accommodate the fish bones. After savoring a sip of soup, she took a bite of the fish, and the delightful sweetness spread across her palate. The fish was firm yet not greasy, delivering an exquisite flavor. With just one bite, Han Yuan found herself enamored with Lin Yu's rice vermicelli and fried pomfret, relishing every moment. In the end, she even ventured into the kitchen to fetch a larger bowl, filling it generously with rice vermicelli for a sumptuous feast. The meals for Elder Yi are prepared by a professional nutritionist and delivered upstairs, which is why he did not come down to dine with Yilei and the others. Lin Yu's large pot of noodles was completely devoured by the 5 of them, and the fried ribbon fish and pomfret were also consumed entirely. After the meal, Han Yuan reclined on the sofa in a relaxed manner, leisurely snacking while watching television. It wasn't until a phone call came in that Han Yuan sat up attentively. Yuan Jia, something terrible has happened. What is it, Yin Ning? As soon as Han Nuan answered the phone, she heard the anxious voice of Wang Yunning on the other end. Xiao Ning, don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened. It's about Yang. I couldn't dissuade him. He is acting as if possessed, insisting on raising an alligator. Raising an alligator? That sounds rather intriguing. Xiao Ning, there is nothing wrong with him wanting to raise an alligator, is there? What do you mean there is nothing wrong? Jia, I'm mainly afraid of alligators. Han Nuan was left speechless. Her fiancé's martial spirit was an alligator, yet she herself was terrified of them. What a peculiar coincidence. Xiao Ning, have you forgotten that your fiancé, your future father-in-law, and your future uncle are all alligators? On the other end, Wang Yunning was taken aback. In her haste, she had overlooked this fact. However, upon reflection, she realized that she wasn't afraid of the martial spirit alligators, but rather the real ones that exist in the world. That is true, but I'm still so scared. Jia, please come with your brother-in-law this afternoon to help persuade him. Chapter 327. The alligator Raiden Wan, who was on the phone. Yilei, upon hearing the sound, poked his head out from the corridor upstairs to look down. It was nothing alarming. It was merely Song Yang expressing his desire to keep a crocodile as a pet. However, Wang Yiling harbored a fear of crocodiles and wished for us to dissuade him. Han Nuan tucked away her phone, spread her wings, and soared into the air, reaching the same height as Yilei to meet his gaze. What? Wang Yunling is actually afraid of crocodiles? It has been 2 years, and we have yet to witness her fear of Song Yang. Yilei was somewhat taken aback. The fiancé of a girl who harbored a fear of crocodiles possessed a supreme crocodile martial spirit. To be frank, this situation was rather awkward and left him speechless. All right, let us take a look, he remarked, grasping Han Nuan's delicate hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the Yi family estate. Soaring towards the location sent by Wang Yuling. Yang, are we really going to keep a crocodile at home? Perhaps we should reconsider? Wang Yunling timidly hid behind Song Yang, hesitant to approach, for not far from them lay an array of ferocious crocodiles, each brandishing sharp, glistening teeth. At that moment, Song Yang was engaged in conversation with a man before him. Sensing the subtle shift in the beloved's aura behind him, he instinctively understood the cause. He stepped forward slightly, unleashing a formidable pressure that caused the previously growling crocodiles to cower, each one flattening itself against the ground in fear. The middle-aged man before Song Yang was also startled by this immense pressure, nearly collapsing to his knees. Good heavens, this young man appears exceedingly powerful. Merely the release of his aura is enough to render this pack of fierce crocodiles motionless. He must be a significant client, he mused. Young man, do share your thoughts. Which type of crocodile are you interested in? I possess a variety, and there is nothing you can imagine that I do not have, the middle-aged man offered. Observing the hundreds of crocodiles in the vast pool behind him, Song Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although the desire to keep a crocodile had sparked within him after his martial spirit awakening, he had lacked the funds to procure one as a pet at that time. However, having amassed a considerable sum over the past 2 years, he now felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that none of the breeds he desired were present. Let me take another look. I seek the fiercest and most untamable one you have. Do you possess such a creature? After some thought, Song Yang resolved to acquire the most formidable crocodile, envisioning it as a guardian for his home once tamed. Indeed, I happen to have just the specimen. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then pointed towards the largest crocodile in the pool. Behold, that is the largest crocodile in the world, the Orinoco crocodile. Following the man's gesture, Song Yang beheld a colossal crocodile. The other inhabitants of the pool dared not approach it, maintaining a safe distance. Noticing the scattered remnants of flesh and bones beside the Orinoco crocodile, Song Yang discerned immediately that these were remnants of its previous meals. Very well, coax the crocodile out. I wish to have an encounter with it. The middle-aged man was instantly struck with trepidation, for he too dared not approach the crocodile. In the past, several of his subordinates had met their demise at its jaws, and even within his own pond, several crocodiles had been killed and devoured by this fearsome creature. Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. The earth at the bottom of the crocodile pool shattered, and a colossal jaws emerged from the depths, swiftly snapping up the crocodile that Song Yang had his eyes on. The middle-aged man was left utterly bewildered. His most ferocious crocodile had just been slain before his eyes, leaving him in a state of shock. A crocodilian spirit beast, you say? How intriguing. Reveal your true form to me. At that moment, Song Yang recognized the elongated jaws as belonging to a crocodilian spirit beast. With a flourish, he unleashed his fifth spirit ability, raging waves. A massive water vortex erupted, uprooting the mysterious spirit beast from its subterranean lair. As it emerged, Song Yang and the others finally beheld the true visage of the spirit beast. It measured approximately 30 meters in length, with its jaws and tail constituting 1/3 of its body. Sharp spikes, each 3 to 4 meters long, sprouted from its neck to its tail, and its entire body was covered in impenetrable scales. Within its elongated maw lay hundreds of razor-sharp teeth stained with blood, while its 4 pairs of claws were astonishingly sharp, leaving deep scratches on the ground with the slightest movement. This was a 60,000-year-old spirit beast, the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile. Chapter 328. Do not panic. It is merely a 60,000-year-old spirit beast, the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile, named for the formidable spines that adorned its back. Excelled in ambush tactics and possessed a powerful bite capable of easily shattering its opponent's defenses. With its colossal size and ferocious attack power, it stood as a dominant force among crocodilian spirit beasts. What in the world is this monstrous creature? I expended considerable effort to capture that crocodile, only to see it perish with such effortless ease. My hard work laid to waste. The middle-aged man watched in despair as the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile, with its massive form, crushed dozens of crocodiles beneath its weight, shattering his heart. Do not panic. It is merely a 60,000-year-old spirit beast. There is no need for such alarm. Song Yang's unexpected remark left the middle-aged man momentarily speechless, his head turning stiffly to regard Song Yang. What did you just say, young man? I said. It is just a 60,000-year-old Thorned Frenzy Crocodile. There is no need for such fuss, Song Yang reiterated calmly, observing the middle-aged man's expression darken as if he had just consumed something foul. Are you aware of what you are saying? 60,000 years, a spirit beast of that age is not comparable to one that is merely 600 or 6,000 years old. You ought to contemplate your words more carefully. A spirit beast of such age could annihilate a well-trained army of hundreds. Without an ability level above 70, one cannot hope to contend with this 60,000-year-old crocodile. It is hardly surprising that the middle-aged man would be so stirred, for the average person would find the 7-ring soul sage and the 50,000-year-old soul beast to be a daunting comparison. However, Song Yang and his companions were not ordinary individuals. Though they had not yet attained the rank of 7-ring soul sage, they surpassed it in prowess. Song Yang said nothing, merely placing a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder before addressing Wang Yunling. Xiaoning, ensure the safety of this gentleman. The Thorned Frenzy Crocodile is a social soul beast, and the one before us, with its 60,000 years of cultivation, implies that others of its kind must be lurking nearby. I understand. You confront that 60,000-year-old crocodile and just stay safe. Wang Yunling nodded and guided the middle-aged man to a sheltered spot. Thorned Frenzy Crocodile. Nay, you should be addressed as the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile King. Since you have graced us with your presence today, do not expect to depart unscathed. Song Yang advanced towards the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile King, and with every step he took, a soul ring materialized beneath his feet. His martial soul, the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, gradually manifested, exuding an overwhelming aura, as 6 soul rings shimmered around his waist. Regrettably, I am not yet at the stage where I require soul rings. Thus, I hope you might yield a soul bone that I desire. With a furious roar, the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile King charged at Song Yang, its immense form moving with surprising agility. Its robust tail swept through the air, aimed directly at Song Yang's midsection, generating a tremendous sonic boom as it sliced through the atmosphere. Song Yang, unflinching, did not evade but instead swiftly turned, unleashing his own crocodilian tail. I can employ that tactic as well. First soul skill, Divine Crocodile Tail Sweep. The 2 colossal tails collided in midair, producing a resounding crack. Both combatants were pushed back by the sheer force, but Song Yang reacted with lightning speed, raising his left hand to unleash a massive rotating blade of light. With a firm landing, the Thorned Frenzy Crocodile King steadied itself and violently lashed its tail, letting out a thunderous roar as dozens of thorny spikes shot forth from its back. In a mere exchange, Song Yang's rotating blade was utterly shattered, while the relentless spikes pursued him with fervor. In response, a pair of hexagonal shields resembling turtle shells manifested on Song Yang's arms. With deft movements, he deflected the barrage of thorns. Song Yang's 6th soul skill, the Emperor Crocodile Shield Array, served as a formidable defensive technique. However, due to its sluggish activation, he simplified it, conjuring hexagonal turtle shells in the air for basic protection. It seems that ranged attacks hold little efficacy against you, which conveniently allows me to test my new weapon. With a raised right hand, he grasped the air, and a long handle materialized in his grip, the form of a long knife gradually revealing itself. Chapter 329, Song Yang's exclusive weapon, the Emperor Crocodile Sea-Subduing Blade. The long blade is adorned in a delicate shade of azure, its surface intricately engraved with the fierce visage of a crocodile, baring its teeth and claws. Unlike other blades, its edge is embedded with sharp, menacing fangs. At the end of the blade, a traditional character is inscribed, while a red cord is tied to the pommel. This is a weapon crafted from the teeth and bones of soul beasts, and it is one of Song Yang's signature weapons, aptly named the Imperial Crocodile Sea-Subduing Blade. The Imperial Crocodile Sea-Subduing Blade boasts a body and hilt forged from the most resilient shell of an 80,000-year-old soul beast, the steel-armored crocodile turtle, rendering it almost indestructible. The blade itself is embedded with the lethal fangs of a 30,000-year-old soul beast, the rampaging Crocodile King. Within the core of the Imperial Crocodile Sea-Subduing Blade lies a meticulously carved water-attributed soul-guiding formation, which amplifies the power of Song Yang's second soul skill. The Giant Wave Water Blade, and his fourth soul skill, the Roaring Sea Rampaging Blade, while simultaneously disregarding any defensive soul skills derived from water elements. Yilei, do you believe that Song Yang can triumph over this 60,000-year-old thorned rampaging Crocodile King? Not far above, hidden from sight, Yulei and Han once stood, observing the unfolding scene below. If he cannot vanquish a 60,000-year-old soul beast by his own prowess, then the authenticity of his six-ringed soul emperor cultivation would indeed be called into question. Yilei stood there, his demeanor indifferent as he regarded Song Yang. He was well aware of Song Yang's prowess. His soul of the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile was among the finest of crocodilian souls. Even the current soul beasts of this kind would feel the ancestral pressure emanating from him, confronted by the thorny frenzy Crocodile King. It was merely a matter of time before its demise. With a thunderous roar, the thorny frenzy Crocodile King caused the ground to tremble violently. As dozens of smaller thorny frenzy crocodiles emerged from the depths surrounding Song Yang, it was evident that the king harbored a measure of trepidation, resorting to summoning reinforcements. The horde of thorny frenzy crocodiles unleashed a cacophony of snarls, their glistening teeth reflecting a cold light, while the spines upon their backs quivered ominously. So, the moment of desperation has arrived? How fortuitous. Song Yang gripped his blade with one hand, his form momentarily flickering before vanishing entirely, leaving behind only an ephemeral shadow. When he reappeared, he was positioned above one of the smaller thorny frenzy crocodiles encircling him. In an instant, he swung his blade, the glimmer of steel flashing through the air, and before the creature could react, the Emperor Crocodile's Zhenhai blade had severed its head. With a deft maneuver, Song Yang redirected the blade, slicing through the creature's neck and cleaving its skull, a soul beast crystal erupting from the carcass amidst a spray of blood, tightly grasped in his hand. All of this transpired within mere seconds, a single thorny frenzy crocodile meeting its swift end. Witnessing this, another thorny frenzy crocodile aimed its spiked tail at Song Yang, the massive appendage sweeping toward him. With the third soul skill, Emperor Crocodile's Violent Shatter. Unfazed, Song Yang thrust his unarmed hand forward, summoning the manifestation of his soul. The colossal jaws of the crocodile clamped down on the incoming tail with tremendous force. A sickening sound echoed as blood splattered. The tail of the thorny frenzy crocodile shattered under the might of Song Yang's skill, its once formidable spines crumbling like brittle bone. The creature cried out in agony, its tail severed, and it turned to bite at Song Yang. Undeterred by the glinting fangs, Song Yang swung his long blade, unleashing a water elemental light blade that cleaved through the upper jaw of the attacking crocodile, splitting its massive head in two. A blood-soaked soul beast crystal tumbling to the ground. The thorned Crocodile King, witnessing the effortless slaughter of his two kin in a mere instant, was consumed by fury. He unleashed a familiar assault upon Song Yang, replicating his earlier strategy. The remaining thorned crocodiles, observing their king's actions, emulated him and released the same attack, flooding the skies with razor-sharp thorns. The thorn bone spike, a natural talent of the thorned crocodile tribe, is an area of effective offensive skill. Characterized by formidable penetrating power, and exceptional armor-piercing damage. Yilei hovered in midair, observing the skills unleashed by the thorned crocodiles. Though the combined might of dozens of these creatures was formidable, it paled in comparison to Song Yang. With a flourish, he activated his sixth spirit skill, Imperial Crocodile Armor Shield Formation. In an instant, a barrier of bone armor enveloped Song Yang, shielding him as the onslaught of thorn spikes rained down upon him. Upon contact with the Imperial Crocodile Armor Shield Formation, the spikes shattered, debris scattering across the ground. Song Yang's sixth spirit ring had been acquired from slaying an 80,000-year-old soul beast, the steel-armored crocodile tortoise, endowing him with formidable defensive capabilities. The spikes of the 60,000-year-old thorn crocodile king were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the shield. Is this truly all you can muster? Now, it is my turn. With one hand gripping his blade, the pale blue blade was swiftly enveloped in black luminescence. In a sudden motion, Song Yang spun, executing a complete arc with his weapon. A circular black light wheel was unleashed, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. The remaining thorn crocodiles, caught off guard, were swiftly annihilated, blood erupting in a crimson spray that stained the ground. Goodness, who is your boyfriend? His power is simply terrifying. A middle-aged man, hiding at a distance with Wang Yunling, was astounded by the spectacle. The ease with which so many soul beasts were dispatched was indeed formidable. It's a secret, Wang Yunling replied with a sweet smile, her gaze towards Song Yang brimming with affection. Truly, her Ayang was impressively skilled in vanquishing soul beasts. How? Witnessing the demise of his kin once more, the thorned crocodile king let out a furious roar, its soul power surging wildly. The ground trembled and cracked as numerous thorned crocodiles erupted from below, their numbers exceeding those before, and their size even more imposing. This time, the thorned crocodile king summoned all of its elite subordinates, each radiating an aura of ferocity. All of them have been summoned. Now this is getting interesting. Let me dispatch them all at once. Song Yang's aura intensified, dark energy swirling around him. Empowered by the soul bone skill, Violent Domain, from his savage crocodile's right arm. His combat prowess surged dramatically. Fifth spirit skill, Tidal Wave. Several water tornadoes swiftly coalesced, expanding outward in an instant. Within moments, over a dozen thorny crocodiles were ensnared in the vortex, their bodies mercilessly torn to shreds by the relentless water, staining it a deep crimson. The once azure whirlpool transformed into a pale red, and as it dissipated, an array of shattered bones and flesh rained down, accompanied by numerous beast souls. With a surge of energy, Song Yang propelled himself forward like a cannonball, wielding the Emperor Crocodile's sea-subduing blade, which struck the heads of the thorny crocodiles with a resounding crack as their skulls shattered. The creatures succumbed instantly to the lethal blows. In a heartbeat, Song Yang reached the front of the thorny crocodile king, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. He swung the Emperor Crocodile's sea-subduing blade in a sweeping arc, landing a powerful strike upon the crocodile's face, producing a thunderous impact accompanied by the sound of splintering bone. While this blow may not have inflicted significant damage upon the thorny crocodile king, it was sufficient to leave the creature momentarily dazed, its eyes swimming with stars as it swayed unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yang raised the blade high above his head, channeling all his strength into a downward chop aimed at the creature's neck, clearly intent on capitalizing on its moment of vulnerability. As the razor-sharp edge descended toward the thorny crocodile king's skull, the creature emerged from its stupor with an enraged roar. Dozens of thorn-like bone spikes erupted from the back of its neck, forming a formidable bone shield. Song Yang's blade struck this shield, only to be forcefully repelled by its astonishing defense. Realizing the strength of its protection, Song Yang utilized the momentum to propel himself backward, wincing at the pain in his grip. Nevertheless, the thorny crocodile king was not unscathed. Despite the shield absorbing a significant portion of the blow, some damage penetrated through, leaving a gruesome gash from its skull to the side of its mouth, while its right eye was slashed by the blade. Blood poured from the wound, saturating the ground beneath. What a pity, so close to slaying you. Yet, if one attempt fails, I shall try again. Resolutely. Song Yang tightened his grip on the blade and swiftly dispatched a thorny crocodile that lunged at him, charging once more toward the thorny crocodile king. Perhaps it would be wise for me to assist old Yang in dealing with these soul beasts. Standing idly by is rather dull. In the midst of the air, Yilei found himself engulfed in a sense of ennui. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a colossal column of magma, as wide as a bowl, crashing down upon the ground. The searing lava claimed the lives of numerous thorny crocodiles, filling the atmosphere with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. "Old Yi, you've stolen my kill again," shouted Song Yang, not bothering to glance back, fully engrossed in his duel with the thorny crocodile king. Having lost its right eye, the creature's right side had become akin to a vast target, a fact that Song Yang exploited mercilessly, launching a relentless assault on that vulnerable flank. In mere flashes of his blade, the right side of the thorny crocodile king was left riddled with deep gashes, exposing bone beneath the wounds. The creature's breath faltered, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Next, I shall send you on your way." With a swift pivot, Song Yang delivered a powerful strike with his sturdy tail, sending the thorny crocodile king soaring. Planting his blade into the ground, he charged forward with the force of a cannonball, his right fist crashing into the creature's body, creating a gaping hole that pierced through it. The impact propelled the thorny crocodile king skyward, its massive form lacking any point of leverage, rendering it incapable of launching an offensive or defensive soul skill. Third soul skill, Imperial Crocodile Shatter. Song Yang unleashed another devastating blow, as the howling sea-devouring crocodile surged upward, sinking its teeth into the still relatively intact left side of the thorny crocodile king. The moment it bit down, the flesh erupted in a violent explosion, showering the air with a crimson bloom. "Now, I shall send you on your way." Once more, Song Yang sent the thorny crocodile king hurtling through the air, while he deftly returned to the ground, seizing the Imperial Crocodile tranquilizing blade. As he did, a pale blue light, tinged with dark energy, began to flicker along the blade's surface, tranquilizing Soul Sever. With both hands firmly gripping his blade, Song Yang directed his weapon towards the plummeting thorned crocodile king. With a swift motion, he unleashed a shallow blue blade imbued with dark energy. In response, the thorned crocodile king finally activated its defensive skill, the Thorned Bone Shield, in a futile attempt to block the oncoming strike. However, the shallow blue blade pierced through, rendering the shield ineffectual. With a final roar of defiance, the creature was cleaved in two. Chapter 331, Battlefield Cleanup. As the body of the thorned crocodile king split mid-air, torrents of blood and flesh cascaded to the ground, saturating the earth in a deep crimson hue. The Jinhai Shihun Slash is a signature skill of Song Yang's specialized weapon, the Jinhai Blade, which is embedded with a water attribute soul guiding array. Coupled with the spirits of 10 ferocious crocodile souls, each nearly 10,000 years old, and enhanced by various water attribute soul beasts, this strike was formidable enough to overwhelm even an 80,000-year-old steel-shelled crocodile tortoise. A gray beast soul descended from above, and Song Yang deftly caught it. Fortunately, it had narrowly escaped destruction. The beast's soul he held bore a long crack, a remnant of the earlier Jinhai Shihun Slash, which had nearly severed it in two. Had that occurred, this 60,000-year-old beast soul would have been rendered useless. Such souls are exceedingly precious, containing the essence of the soul beast's power, capable of significantly enhancing a soul master's strength and serving as a potent energy source for soul-guiding weapons. The soul ring and beast soul from the Thorned Crocodile King would be bestowed upon Xiao Fan, to be used as his 7th soul ring once he reached level 70. Song Yang accepted the soul ring extractor from Yi Lei and personally extracted the soul ring from the Thorned Crocodile King, securing the beast soul as well. Regrettably, the soul beast did not yield a soul bone. The Thorn Bone Spike skill would greatly benefit you, compensating for your current lack of area attack abilities. Yi Lei approached Song Yang, having swiftly extracted all of the Thorned Crocodile King's soul rings and beast souls during the brief encounter, momentarily gazing at the severed body of the creature. "No worries, if there are no soul bones, so be it. I already possess 2. Old Yi, you should consider Old Chun as well, since among us 4, he is the only one without a soul bone." Song Yang patted Yi Lei on the shoulder. "Naturally, I cannot neglect my brother. However, Old Chin's martial soul is unique, and I have yet to find a suitable soul beast for him, but that should change soon." Yi Lei placed the soul ring collector into the system space, a radiant smile gracing his face. Chen Xizong's martial spirit, the wind god pterodactyl, is uniquely possessed by him in this world. As a ruler of the skies from ancient times, there are few soul beasts that can rival it, let alone those that would be perfectly suited to his soul bone. "Young man, I am truly grateful to you. Otherwise, this place would have been ravaged by these soul beasts." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from his hiding place and quickly approached Song Yang. No need for thanks. My code name is Ghostface. You may want to note the losses incurred at your crocodile farm, as we, the 8 soul towns, will provide you with compensation. At this moment, Yilei stepped forward, extending his hand towards the middle-aged man. The man shook hands with Yilei, overwhelmed with excitement. Today, he had the extraordinary opportunity to interact closely with the members of the 8 soul guardians and witness their battle firsthand. He could hardly wait to return home and regale the village women with tales of his remarkable experience. With the battlefield cleared, it was time to head back to the headquarters for a debrief. Yilei nodded and swiftly took flight into the distance. Having cleared away the corpses of the soul beasts, leaving only a ground stained with their vibrant blood. Chapter 332. The early arrival is not as fortunate as the serendipitous one. 8 towns of Soul Requiem headquarters. Yilei and his companions first returned to the lounge, where they removed their gear and rested for a brief moment before commencing the task of tallying the soul rings and beast souls of the thorny crocodile. 100-year soul rings totaled 80, with 80 beast souls. 1,000-year soul rings amounted to 140, alongside 140 beast souls. 10,000-year soul rings yielded 4, paired with 4 beast souls, excluding the thorny crocodile king. Our harvest this time consists of 224 soul rings and 224 beast souls. Indeed, we have reaped a bountiful reward. Yilei meticulously organized the scattered items, placing them into several large boxes, intending to transport them to the warehouse later. Alas, the bay crocodile that caught my eye, I had hoped to keep it for further enjoyment. Song Yang sighed, but as soon as he uttered those words, he immediately realized his mistake and covered his mouth, though it was too late. You're still thinking about raising a crocodile? You, a bay crocodile? You resemble a crocodile yourself. Since you seem to be overly full, I shall thoroughly let the air out of you today. Upon hearing Song Yang's intention to keep a crocodile, Wang Yuning was instantly enraged. Having already endured considerable discomfort from close encounters with a multitude of crocodiles, she had only just begun to relax when Song Yang uttered those words, forgetting to call him Iangu. She swiftly grasped his ear and yanked him towards the exit of the lounge. Realizing his verbal blunder too late, Song Yang pleaded with Yilei for mercy. But Yilei appeared oblivious, continuing to cozy up to Han Wan, even covering her eyes. Consequently, Song Yang had no choice but to endure, dragged away by Wang Yuning. Just as they exited the lounge, they encountered Chen Sison and Luo Yun. Song Yang exclaimed, "All right, so this is how we're playing it? Let us just obliterate everything." "What a disgrace." Chen Sison replied, "Better early than coincidentally late." Luo Yun chimed in, 666, is this something an 18-year-old child should be watching? The air fell into a profound silence as the 4 individuals stood in opposition, exchanging not a single word. It was only when the receptionist arrived to inform them that someone wished to select a soul ring for the child that they finally stepped outside. At this moment, Wang Yuning reluctantly released Song Yang, yet her gaze remained fiercely directed at him. Song Yang, rubbing his reddened ears, dared not meet Wang Yuning's eyes, trailing behind them while repeatedly slapping his own face. Meanwhile, at the reception area, 3 families sat waiting. One family, taken aback by the opulence of the hall, appeared somewhat flustered. Observing the 3 families, Song Yang and his companions quickly discerned their economic standings, decisively choosing the flustered family as their first target for visitation. Just as they approached, 2 figures materialized unexpectedly before them. The sudden appearance of Yilei and Han Wan left everyone speechless, though one might believe their speed sufficient. They could never anticipate from which corner Yilei would emerge, nor could they predict his countermoves. In truth, Yilei had been nurturing a pot of blue-silver grass in a secluded corner of the reception hall, wherever the blue-silver grass thrived. It served as Yilei's vigilant eye, possessing the remarkable ability of teleportation. This was the true reason behind Yilei's capacity for rapid movement throughout the entire city of Rome. Before the cautious family, a shadow suddenly manifested, obscuring the light above them. As they looked up, they beheld a towering figure standing before them. "Greetings, I am Ghostface, the leader here. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" Yilei firmly held Han Wan's hand as they stood before the family, a warm smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. "My surname is Zhang. I wish to inquire about a soul ring for my daughter. The most affordable and ordinary one will suffice." Zhang shook hands with Yilei and then glanced at the little girl seated behind him. He had learned from friends that this was the largest soul ring marketplace in Rome City, but upon arrival, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The opulent decor suggested that the high-quality soul rings would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced, far beyond his family's financial reach. I don't possess the cheapest or the most ordinary options. I only have those that are most suitable for your child, Yi Lei replied, his eyes sparkling as he regarded the little girl behind Zhong'an. In his heart, he had already reached a conclusion. The girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, had evidently awakened her martial soul but lacked a conducive environment for cultivation. Only managing to reach level 10 after a year. Little sister, may I ask your name? Yi Lei inquired gently, crouching down to meet her gaze. My name is Zhang Ning. With Ning meaning tranquility, she responded, looking up at the older boy before her. Little Ning, could you tell your brother about your martial soul? It's good. The little girl, gazing at the handsome young man, gradually lowered her guard. She summoned her limited soul power, revealing her martial soul. Chapter 333. Yi Lei takes on a disciple. Chapter 334. Get lost. Just because you say you won't accept him, or that you won't teach him. What gives you the right to look down upon my son? Girls are never as good as boys. They'll only grow up to marry. The man continued to exude arrogance, completely disregarding Yi Lei. However, he was about to face the consequences of his actions. The Qing dynasty has long been extinguished. Why do you still cling to such antiquated notions? Your son may not be superior to their daughter. The Golden Needle Hedgehog martial soul is merely among the lowest ranks within the beast souls. It possesses neither offensive capabilities nor formidable defense. Such soul beasts rarely surpass a millennium in the soul beast forest, serving merely as sustenance for more powerful creatures. The quality of your son's martial soul pales in comparison to Zhang Ning's flame, king, vine martial soul. Yi Lei retorted without hesitation, asserting that the Golden Needle Hedgehog was indeed a feeble soul beast in his eyes, and likewise regarded as insignificant by other soul beasts. He could scarcely comprehend how this man had the audacity to proclaim that his son's martial soul surpassed that of the illustrious flame king vine, which ranked among the finest in the botanical category. The man's face was not merely large, but rather exaggerated. How dare you suggest my son is inferior to a worthless entity? I shall obliterate you. The man could not abide the slightest affront towards his son or himself, utterly oblivious to the insurmountable chasm that lay between him and Yi Lei. Though the man's fist had yet to make contact with Yi Lei, the distance between them was merely 1 meter, and yet his strike had only advanced a mere 30 centimeters. An overwhelming pressure instantaneously enveloped him, and in that fleeting moment, the bones of his outstretched arm shattered as if a colossal weight had descended upon him. His lower leg bones crumbled, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. The immense force exerted upon him created a shockwave that fractured the earth beneath him as he fell, and the bones in his knee were reduced to mere fragments. I have no desire to take a life here. I shall utter one command. Take your family and depart. Yi Lei's immense soul power emanated, as 4 black and 3 red soul rings instilled fear in the 3 families present in the reception hall. Despite the man's incessant stubbornness, the sight of these 4 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings rendered him utterly silent. A being of Yi Lei's caliber could effortlessly obliterate their entire family with the mere flick of a finger. The man's wife and children hurriedly moved to assist him, who lay with his legs shattered beyond repair, helping him to his feet and leading him away. Nevertheless, his son managed to acquire a century-old soul ring. Although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for this man and his family, he possessed a plethora of century-old soul rings. Granting one to the boy seemed inconsequential, with the hope that he would learn from his father's mistakes and refrain from being arrogant and overbearing in the future. After personally ensuring that Zhang Ning successfully absorbed the first century ring, Yi Lei produced a blood-red whip from an unknown source. The whip, measuring 1.5 meters, was adorned with sharp barbs. This long whip, known as the Firethorn Whip, was crafted from the highly resilient fire gold bamboo, enhanced with the tail of a fire attribute blood demon tiger, and embedded with a meticulously designed fire attribute soul guidance array. Such a weapon was perfectly suited for Zhang Ning's Flame King Vine martial spirit, offering both control and formidable offensive capabilities. Though its true potential would only be realized once Zhang Ning's soul power surpassed level 45. In the borderlands of the Huaxia Nation, the dark-robed man who had previously appeared at the Rongqing Jia City Square inquired, "What are your plans, Demon Buddha?" The 10th Elder, Demon Buddha, knelt respectfully behind the dark-robed figure, responding, "Reporting to you, my lord, I am fully prepared and await your commands." "Good, very good. In 2 months, you shall lead your forces to Rongqing for widespread destruction." "Understood." Chapter 335, maritime training. Initially, another family intended to voice their dissatisfaction, but upon witnessing the situation, they swiftly extinguished that unfavorable thought. After securing a soul ring for their child, they promptly departed, realizing that even if they had 1,000 warriors, they could not contend with the formidable figure before them, a 7-ring soul sage. Zhang Yin and his wife were taken aback. They were aware that Rong City was home to an exceptionally powerful 7-ring soul sage and 11 soul emperors. Yet they had never anticipated that the young man before them was the very embodiment of that unparalleled strength. Nevertheless, it was a relief. Having such a powerful individual as their daughter's mentor brought them considerable peace of mind. Upon absorbing the first soul ring, Zhang Ning's soul power surged significantly, far exceeding what it had been prior. With Yi Lei's assistance, her previously narrow meridians expanded considerably. After concluding her meditation, Zhang Ning, upon learning of Yi Lei's desire to take her as a disciple, did not hesitate to pledge herself to him as her master, while also accepting Han Wan as her matron. After bestowing upon Zhang Ning her future exclusive weapon, the Firethorn Whip, a specialized storage soul guide ring, and a personalized communicator, she permitted her to return home with her parents. 3 days later. What? You wish to embark on maritime training? Reflect upon your own words. The strength of sea soul beasts surpasses that of terrestrial ones. With your current capabilities, venturing into the ocean for training could prove perilous. If you do not perish, you shall surely suffer greatly. After listening to the praises, Yi Lei slammed his hand on the exquisite table, leaving a crack in its surface. I am aware that the ocean harbors more dangers than the land. Yet the pressure exerted by that man in the black robe is overwhelming. I must grow stronger. Only by doing so can I confront the remaining 7 elders alongside you. Old Yi, there is no need for further persuasion. No matter what you say, I am resolute in my decision. Song Yang stared intently at Yi Lei and declared without hesitation, I refuse to accept this. I cannot bear the thought of you perishing. Yi Lei's determination was unwavering, his word unyielding. Old Yi, consider this. We both have families behind us, and each of us is engaged to be married. If I lack the strength, how can I safeguard my loved ones? Although I am merely a 6th-ring soul emperor at present, I am confident that through training in the ocean, I can rapidly enhance my abilities. Rest assured, I will not perish. I will certainly return. With that, Song Yang exited Yi Lei's office without a backward glance. Yi Lei slumped in his chair, sighing inexplicably. He understood that although Song Yang appeared carefree, once he had made up his mind, no one could sway his determination. If he wished to go, then so be it. All that was required of Yi Lei was to ensure the safety of his family and his fiancée, Yi Wang Yuling. But could he truly leave without any repercussions? Just then, Han Wan entered, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Yi Lei. Do you not know who Lao Yang is? Once he sets his sights on something, not even 3 stubborn mules could deter him. If he wishes to depart, then let him. The land is not conducive to his cultivation. Only in the ocean can he harness his full potential, and his training speed could increase exponentially. Our only task is to fill the void in his absence and safeguard this city. Yi Lei took Han Wan's hand, guiding her to sit on his lap, and spoke to her. Song Yang had made up his mind. His future was now in his own hands. After all, the path is forged by one's own steps. To grow stronger, he realized that he must not rely on others, but rather consider each step he takes on his journey. A day later, Song Yang was aboard a plane heading to the Atlantic Ocean. While the Douluo transformation could only occur in Huaxia, soul beasts were prevalent across the globe. To encounter sufficiently powerful sea soul beasts, one must engage in combat with them in the vast expanses of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans to survive. As he gazed out at the receding sky and the shrinking city below, Song Yang reflected on how his current strength was entirely due to Yi Lei's support. Now, he was determined to carve out his own destiny in the ocean and rapidly elevate his power to the soul saint level. 70% of the earth is covered by oceans, with land only comprising the remainder. The number of sea soul beasts far exceeds that of land soul beasts. Yet the strongest gathering of these formidable creatures could be found in but one location, the Bermuda Triangle. This area remains one of Earth's greatest mysteries, and the soul beasts residing there are significantly more powerful than those found elsewhere, making it the ideal environment for his cultivation. However, traversing the ocean by plane is fraught with danger, as formidable sea soul beasts could launch attacks from the depths. Fortunately, the journey thus far had been calm. In the Elder Nine's chamber, news reached him that Song Yang had departed from Rong City and was making his way toward the Atlantic. A man clad in black entered the room, bowed to the figure inside, and reported, "The Atlantic. What could he possibly seek there? A flicker of curiosity crossed Elder Nine's eyes, quickly vanishing. Since he ventures to the Atlantic, I shall join him. It is time to settle the grievances between us. He commanded, inform Hai Long and Hai Yi that we shall depart for the Atlantic together, effective immediately. Understood, Elder Nine. I shall relay the message at once. Meanwhile, after Song Yang's departure, Wang Yunning dedicated herself to relentless training. With her beloved pursuing strength, she resolved not to lag behind. She too would grow stronger alongside him. Simultaneously, she practiced fiercely with her spear. Her exclusive weapon, the antler spear, complemented Song Yang's imperial crocodile sea-subduing blade, both bearing formidable power. When combined, these two weapons could unleash a fusion technique akin to a martial soul fusion skill, rivaling the might of the Soul Saint level. At present, her soul power has surpassed level 63, yet she still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching level 70. She must attain an elevation in a short period to grow increasingly formidable. Both Yulei and Han Wan have witnessed this and comprehend the necessity of such advancement. They dedicate themselves to relentless training, striving to enhance their strength. The recent encounter with the man in the black robe has left a profound impression upon their hearts. His prowess is even greater than Yulei, who has already reached level 74, and it is feared that his strength exceeds level 78, possibly having transcended the rank of Soul Douluo. Regardless of the circumstances, Yulei must not allow himself to become complacent. Only by growing stronger can he hope to contend with such an adversary and protect those he cherishes, as well as the city that lies behind him. The parents of Yi and Han observed everything with keen awareness, understanding fully the motivations behind their children's actions. Though their hearts ached, they refrained from excessive interference, opting instead to offer support from the sidelines. Chapter 336, a marine adventure. The pristine aircraft sailed through the sky, departing from Rong City and vanishing from sight. En route to an island situated closest to the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Seated within the airplane, Song Yang paid little attention to the breathtaking scenery outside. Instead, he crossed his legs and closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation. The onlookers were taken aback by his actions. Surely, this was excessive. Did one truly need to practice meditation while airborne? They pondered. Perhaps we are simply not of the same ilk. No, I too must meditate. I must achieve a breakthrough. As the others ceased to pay attention to Song Yang, each became engrossed in their own pursuits, indulging in food and drink. Several hours later, the flight progressed smoothly, devoid of any avian or spirit beast encounters. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Bermuda Triangle, the aircraft hovered above an island, poised for landing. Regrettably, the heavens turned unkind. The previously clear sky darkened ominously. A massive bolt of lightning struck, singeing a considerable portion of the aircraft and causing it to tremble violently. The two pilots, caught off guard by the sudden tempest, struggled to control the shaking plane as they aimed for the airport. The lightning strike threw all passengers into a state of panic. Yet one individual remained peculiarly undisturbed, seated cross-legged with closed eyes, immersed in meditation, impervious to the chaos surrounding him. As the plane descended to a mere 200 meters above the ground, with all passengers hopeful for a safe landing, a colossal tentacle, adorned with a fog-laden suction cup, emerged from the ocean, striking the aircraft's tail. This inflicted damage, sending the already trembling plane into a spiraling descent. Despite the pilot's desperate maneuvers, they could only manage a slow descent, unable to avert the impending catastrophe. Within moments, the aircraft was destined to crash, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Just as the pilots prepared to inform the passengers in both English and Chinese that they were facing imminent doom, a window passenger gasped in astonishment. They beheld hexagonal energy plates materializing on the wings, swiftly enveloping the entire aircraft. Shielded by this layer of protective energy, the out-of-control plane landed unscathed. However, calamity struck anew as the earlier assailant, the massive tentacle, reappeared, poised to strike down upon the aircraft, seemingly intent on cleaving it in two. The aircraft, having already endured a lightning strike and a fierce attack, suffered further as all cabin door circuits malfunctioned, rendering manual operation ineffectual. Panic surged among the passengers, several resorting to futile attempts to force open the cabin doors with their fists, only to leave their hands bruised and bloodied, with no mark left on the door itself. Step aside. A resonant voice emerged from behind the group of youths clustered at one of the cabin doors. They turned to find Song Yang, who had been meditating moments ago, now alert and approaching the nearest door, his wrist flexing in readiness. Brothers, don't waste your effort. We've all tried. This door won't budge no matter what. You alone cannot succeed. A youth, drenched in sweat, spoke. Song Yang paid him no mind, pushing aside several young men blocking the cabin door. Clenching his right fist, he thrust it forward, unleashing a colossal illusion of an alligator's head that surged ahead. In an instant, the jammed cabin door exploded open. The young men who had just attempted to dissuade Song Yang from his efforts were momentarily rendered speechless. Their futile attempts to break the door paled in comparison to his effortless display of strength. Although the door had now swung open, the passengers within the aircraft hesitated to show themselves, fearful of the massive soul beast lurking outside. Its enormous tentacle, capable of rising over 200 meters above the surface, was enough to instill dread in anyone aboard. After being confined for 5 or 6 hours, Song Yang felt the need to stretch his limbs. He glanced at the towering tentacle emerging from the sea and cracked his neck. The immense appendage seemed to sense something and came crashing down, as if intent on crushing him. "Is that all you've got?" he scoffed. Second soul skill, Raging Wave Water Blade. A cerulean glow coalesced around his arms, and in the next moment, 2 razor-sharp blades of water shot toward the tentacle. With a single strike, the massive limb was severed, a foul liquid gushing from the wound and splattering onto the airport runway, leaving a nauseating stench in its wake. The passengers aboard the aircraft gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Such a thick tentacle had been effortlessly cleaved by 2 slender water blades. How audacious for a millennium-old deep-sea octopus to dare trespass here. "Come out, if you dare," Song Yang proclaimed, his aura radiating with power. 3 purple and 3 black soul rings materialized around his waist, the overwhelming pressure causing the hidden ancient octopus to retreat in fear. Unfazed, Song Yang welcomed the creature's return, ready to confront any that dared approach. From his storage ring, he drew his exclusive weapon, the Emperor Crocodile Sea Suppression Blade. Its blue and elegant blade planted firmly in the ground. Leaning casually against the curved back of the blade, he nonchalantly chewed on a toothpick, gazing out at the sea. An undeniably captivating figure. Meanwhile, within the cabin, astonished whispers filled the air. "Wow, this guy is incredible. He possesses such a remarkable configuration of soul rings, a 6-ring soul emperor. And that sword of his is so peculiar. The blade is not flat. I've never seen a serrated blade before. So impressive. That silhouette is simply mesmerizing." Several passengers gazed in astonishment at Song Yang, who was leisurely leaning against his blade just a few meters away. Among them, some female passengers on the plane were captivated by his figure. Before long, the previously tranquil sea suddenly surged with tumultuous waves, as 3 colossal heads emerged from beneath the surface, accompanied by dozens of writhing tentacles that erupted from the water, releasing a copious amount of viscous fluid. "Such a slow arrival. I had expected something of greater antiquity, yet it turns out you are merely 2 30,000-year-old beasts. Not to worry. I shall bring your souls back to Oldie to enhance his 7th spirit ring." Observing the 3 oceanic soul beasts, Song Yang slowly rose, drawing the blade embedded in the ground, and declared, "Your lives are forfeit." The 2 10,000-year-old deep-sea octopuses, upon sighting Song Yang, immediately extended their tentacles, seeking to exploit their numerical advantage against him. Their elongated appendages lunged toward the ground like spears, creating deep craters upon impact. Utilizing his agility, Song Yang deftly evaded the onslaught of tentacles while occasionally wielding the Emperor Crocodile Sea Suppressing Blade to unleash waves of pale blue energy, inflicting wounds upon the tentacles of the 2 ancient soul beasts, causing their foul ichor to splatter onto the airport, filling the air with a noxious stench. "How repugnant. Allow me to cleanse you." 5th spirit skill, Raging Tides. A massive waterspout surged skyward, instantly engulfing the 3 soul beasts. The 1,000-year-old deep-sea octopus succumbed to the tumultuous current within mere seconds, its form shredded into pieces, with bits of flesh raining down upon the airport and splashing into the sea. With control over the waterspout, Song Yang propelled the 2 10,000-year-old soul beasts skyward, gripping his blade tightly as he struck upward. Sea-suppressing Soul Slayer. The water-blue energy blade, infused with dark energy, sliced through the air, and 1 deep-sea octopus, unable to defend or evade, was cleaved in twain. "And you? I have always believed in equitable distribution. If I am to slay, I shall do so in pairs." Song Yang raised the Emperor Crocodile's sea-suppressing blade before him, closing his eyes as 1 purple and 1 black spirit ring emerged from beneath his feet, merging into the blade. Instantly, it emitted a resonant hum, with water blue and black luminescence flickering along its length, an immense aura radiating outward, affecting everything in its vicinity. Sea-suppressing Soul Slayer, 2nd form, Sea-suppressing Annihilation. As Song Yang wielded his blade, an invisible light blade, infused with the tumultuous essence of water elements, soared towards the deep-sea octopus, which had yet to descend to the ground. This time, unlike its companion, the deep-sea octopus was not cleaved in two. Instead, it was annihilated in an instant by the intangible light blade, leaving only a fist-sized beast soul to fall from the sky. The beast souls and spirit rings of the three deep-sea octopuses were collected by Song Yang into his storage space. He then walked steadily towards the edge of the airport. Upon reaching the seaside, he stepped forward, and beneath his feet, a colossal crocodile, measuring 50 meters in length, emerged. He stood upon the head of the enormous creature as it began to swim slowly towards the depths of the ocean. Soon, the figures of the man and the crocodile vanished from the sight of the tourists within the cabin. It was only after a moment that they dared to emerge from the airplane, witnessing the ground nearby littered with a foul-smelling deluge and grotesque remnants of flesh. They then realized that the three-soul beasts had been eradicated in mere moments, and they had narrowly escaped. First from the lightning, and then from the assault of the soul beasts, emerging unscathed. The Bermuda Triangle, my place of trials, I have arrived. Standing atop the giant crocodile, Song Yang glided across the surface of the sea, his eyes shining with an increasing determination as he gazed at the destination on his navigation device, drawing ever closer. He could only hope that the sea soul beasts there would be even more formidable. It was only in that realm that he could grow stronger, become sufficiently powerful. The days ahead would be exclusively his own, an oceanic adventure. Chapter 337, The Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, also known as the Devil's Triangle or Bermuda Delta, is located in the Sargasso Sea of the North Atlantic, formed by the British Bermuda Islands, the American Puerto Rico, and the southern tip of Florida. It is reputed to be the site of frequent supernatural phenomena and violations of physical laws, covering an area of approximately 3.9 million square kilometers, 1.5 million square miles. This place would also become Song Yang's domain for self-enhancement. After navigating atop the crocodile for 2 to 3 hours, he finally reached his destination. This must be the edge of the Bermuda Delta. It certainly wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Glancing at the coordinates displayed on his spirit-guided map and surveying his surroundings, he pondered aloud. Never mind the details. Let us descend first. Song Yang stowed away the soul-guiding map and leaped directly into the sea from the crocodile's head, gradually sinking into the depths. Unlike ordinary individuals who find it impossible to breathe once submerged, even Yilei cannot linger in the ocean for an extended period. However, Song Yang is different. As a sea soul master, and endowed with the domain of the howling sea, he can comfortably remain submerged for days on end. Yet, as he had just plunged into the water, ominous clouds gathered above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, while the ocean's surface churned violently, revealing the treacherous nature of the Bermuda Triangle. As Song Yang descended slowly, he utilized his howling sea domain to perceive the tumultuous events occurring above the water. The arrival of such inclement weather was indeed ill-timed. However, it also meant that the more perilous oceanic conditions might harbor formidable sea soul beasts, which would greatly aid in enhancing his own powers. After pausing momentarily to scan his surroundings with his soul energy, he continued his descent until he reached a suitable depth. This will do, he thought, hoping to encounter the soul beast he desired. Once settled in the depths, Song Yang retrieved a test tube filled with fresh blood from the spatial storage ring on his hand. He uncorked it and poured the crimson liquid around him, watching as it diluted in the seawater and spread throughout the surrounding waters. The purpose of this act was to attract sufficiently powerful shark-type soul beasts, particularly the fearsome whaling wave-toothed shark, which belonged to the same lineage as his fifth soul ring. The soul energy generated by these shark-type soul beasts could strengthen his fifth soul ring and infuse the essence contained within their beast souls to nurture his imperial crocodile sea-suppressing blade. In short, the benefits were abundant. Fearing that a single test tube of blood might not suffice, he promptly unleashed another, then settled cross-legged in the water, patiently awaiting the arrival of the soul beasts. Before long, the sea began to ripple, and Song Yang distinctly sensed the approach of 5 shark-type soul beasts, swiftly making their way toward his position. With his blade in hand, he assumed a combat stance and activated his howling sea domain, absorbing the water elemental energy around him to convert it into his own soul power. In mere moments, 5 colossal sharks emerged before him. The 80,000-year-old abyssal demon shark king, the 50,000-year-old blood pattern great white shark, the 55,000-year-old saber-toothed frenzy shark, the 67,000-year-old devouring demon shark, and the 70,000-year-old golden-toothed giant shark. How unfortunate it was that although all these creatures boasted ages exceeding 50,000 years, none were the soul beasts he sought. Nevertheless, these beasts would suffice. Their beast souls could enhance his own abilities and weaponry, while the soul rings could be brought back after his trials were complete. Song Yang cast a glance at the 5 shark-like soul beasts that lingered a dozen meters away, refraining from immediate attack. He then spoke. Chapter 338, 1 against 5 sharks. In Rome City, atop the headquarters of the 8 soul towns, Yilei leaned against a luxurious office chair, gazing at the 3-dimensional screen before him, which displayed a detailed map of the city, illuminated by a series of unique symbols. These distinctive markers belonged solely to the members of the 8 soul towns, representing the locations and life signs of all organizational members. On the 3-dimensional map of Rome City, only 18 symbols flickered, while the 8 soul towns comprised 19 members. Notably, Song Yang's blue crocodile insignia was absent from the display. The coordinates of the blue crocodile emblem indicated its location at 3220 foot in latitude and 6445 W longitude, precisely within the Bermuda Triangle. To think that old Yang chose to train there. Even I would not dare tread lightly in that perilous realm. Yilei's heart raced as he observed the displayed coordinates. The Bermuda Triangle, a terrifying marine expanse on Earth, remained shrouded in mysteries that science has yet to explain. Since the transformation of the Douluo realm in Huaxia, soul beasts have emerged worldwide, particularly in the Bermuda Triangle, where the marine soul beasts have existed for over 50,000 years, wielding formidable power. According to the intelligence relayed by Song Yang's soul communicator, 5 shark-like soul beasts, previously undocumented in the 8 soul towns compendium, had emerged, all of which were sovereigns among their kind. This meant that Song Yang was destined to face 5 sharks alone. In the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, 2 kilometers beneath the ocean's surface, 5 distinct sharks circled, enclosing Song Yang within their midst. The rapid movements of the sharks stirred the surrounding waters into a frenzied whirlpool. Do they intend to exhaust me with this vortex? I shall respond in kind. 5th soul skill. Raging waves. The colossal whirlpool that had formed abruptly ceased its tumultuous motion, and 5 water twisters instantaneously ensnared the swiftly moving sharks. My raging waves cannot contain them for long. I must act quickly and eliminate them one by one. With a knife in hand, Song Yang targeted the lowest among them. A 5,000-year-old blood-striped great white shark. As its name suggests, the blood-striped great white shark predominantly displays a white body adorned with crimson streaks, its abilities centered around berserk bloodlust. Employing its hardened head to ram foes or utilizing its powerful tail for devastating strikes, lacking any formidable soul skills. I shall vanquish you in 2 strikes. With a fierce shout, a black soul bone manifested on Song Yang's right arm, instantly enhancing his aura into one of ferocity. The fury of berserk bloodlust was a perfectly rational response. The soul bone skill, Raging Spiral Blade, activated. A colossal serrated wheel of light materialized to the left of Song Yang's body. As he swung his left hand, the immense will surged forth, targeting the blood-patterned great white shark ensnared within the swirling waters. Once more, he unleashed the second form of the soul-slaying cut, the sea's might, obliterating the spirit. Instantly, the surrounding waters became tumultuous, an invisible blade of light piercing through its defenses. Together with the serrated wheel, it cleaved the great white shark's massive form in twain, transforming the controlling whirlpool into a crimson vortex. For more remain. Time is of the essence. The raging tempest threatens to lose control of the abyssal demon shark king. I must swiftly deal with the 55,000-year-old saber-toothed mad shark. The saber-toothed mad shark. A formidable spirit beast born from the hybridization of the white-toothed swordfish and the mad shark, possesses teeth as sharp as long swords. Its 20-meter length boasts nearly 12 elongated white, sword-like teeth. This spirit beast excels in utilizing its remarkable speed combined with its sword-like fangs to pierce its foes, often resulting in a swift demise even for those of superior cultivation. As a powerhouse of offense, my own speed is lacking. Thus, against the saber-toothed mad shark, I find myself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, I possess an 80,000-year defensive soul skill, rendering its speed-based assaults incapable of breaching my defenses. Observing the bizarre form of the saber-toothed mad shark, I devised a strategy. First, sever its sword-like teeth, and then eliminate it. Expanding the domain of the howling sea to its maximum extent, I seamlessly integrated myself into the ocean, entering the whirlpool controlling the saber-toothed mad shark, entirely unaffected. The shark, upon perceiving my presence, launched an immediate attack, its white sword-like teeth stabbing toward me at an astonishing velocity. I raised my blade to parry. The sharp teeth collided with the Emperor Crocodile's sea-slaying blade. Releasing my grip, I retreated, then delivered a powerful punch to the blade's body, sending the saber-toothed mad shark reeling from the immense force. In a swift motion, I ascended above the shark, targeting its head with the release of my third soul skill. The third soul skill, Emperor Crocodile's Violent Shatter. Behind me, the Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile emerged, opening its massive jaws to clamp down on the shark's elongated white sword-like teeth, producing a crisp sound of shattering bone as the nearly 10-meter-long teeth were severed. First soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail Sweep. With a swift turn, Song Yang was struck by the formidable tail of the Sea Emperor Crocodile, which brutally slammed into the body of the saber-toothed shark, leaving a gaping wound. In an instant, Song Yang reappeared directly in front of the saber-toothed shark. Without hesitation, the shark opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of teeth resembling longswords, lunging at Song Yang. Unbeknownst to it, a smirk curled at the corners of Song Yang's lips. As the shark's jaws closed, Song Yang deftly entered its interior, accompanied by a torrent of seawater. Do you intend to swallow me? Then I shall burst you from within. Second soul skill, Tsunami Waterblade. In a heartbeat, the vast quantity of seawater within the saber-toothed shark transformed into a flurry of water blades, blooming like a flower within its body, leaving a series of gaping wounds. Song Yang emerged from the shark's head, clutching a blood-soaked beast soul. With the beast soul seized, the saber-toothed shark met its demise, sinking lifelessly to the ocean floor. 3 soul beasts remained. The limits of the turbulent waves control had been reached, and the remaining 3 sharks broke free, their eyes fixated on Song Yang with predatory intent. Alas, I can no longer maintain control over them. It seems I must face all 3 alone, but this is just as well. It is time to unleash the full potential of my body. With a thunderous roar, Song Yang summoned the elemental energy of water from the surrounding sea, instantly replenishing his consumed soul power to its optimal state. Chapter 339, Beast Soul Tempering. After a fleeting moment of eye contact with the 3-headed shark, they surged towards him, their jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Song Yang extended his right hand, recalling the Imperial Crocodile soul-controlling blade, which he had previously used to deflect the attack of the saber-toothed shark. Gripping it firmly, he swiftly retreated, propelled by the currents stirred up by the approaching soul beasts. While information about the 3-headed sharks flooded his mind, the Abyssal Demon Shark King, with an astonishing cultivation of 80,000 years, typically resides in the depths of the ocean, 1,000 meters below the surface, reveling in carnage. This soul beast is the nemesis of all aquatic soul beasts. The massive creature before him, measuring a formidable 70 meters in length, possessed teeth exceeding 2 meters in sharpness, with its primary soul skill being the Abyssal Demon Toothblade. The golden-toothed great white shark, boasting a cultivation of 70,000 years, stretches 35 meters long and derives its name from its dazzling golden teeth. It is renowned for its exceptional defense among shark-type soul beasts and possesses an immensely terrifying bite force capable of effortlessly shattering the defenses of even the most resilient turtle-type soul beasts. Its primary ability is armor-breaking. The devouring demon shark, with a cultivation of 67,000 years and a length of 30 meters, typically inhabits turbulent waters, relying on the consumption of other soul beasts to enhance its own cultivation. This behavior is reminiscent of the land soul beast, the dark demon evil god tiger. Its main ability is the ability to devour all, tearing apart its opponents within its belly and converting them into sustenance. Of these 3 soul beasts, the Abyssal Demon Shark King was the swiftest, barreling towards Song Yang with its massive jaws poised to strike. In response, Song Yang unleashed his 6th soul skill, the Imperial Crocodile Armor Shield Formation. A colossal tortoise-shell shield enveloped him just as the Abyssal Demon Shark King lunged, its teeth clashing against the shield, causing it to tremble. The soul skill, derived from an 80,000 year soul ring, boasted formidable defenses capable of withstanding even the assaults of 100,000 year soul beasts. For a being of the same cultivation, it was a minor miracle that the Abyssal Demon Shark King's teeth did not shatter upon impact. Seizing the moment of the Abyssal Demon Shark King's stunned state, Song Yang unleashed a mutated version of his 4th soul skill within its maw. 4th soul skill, Howling Sea Rampage. 5 dark blades of light erupted around Song Yang within the shark's mouth, causing torrents of blood to spill forth. Taking advantage of the shark's agony as it opened its jaws, Song Yang swiftly slipped out, charging directly towards the golden-toothed great white shark. Confronted with the formidable bite power of the golden-toothed great white shark, Song Yang had his own strategy, which was to match its strength with the powerful bite force of the howling sea imperial crocodile. Third soul skill, imperial crocodile shatter. As Song Yang stood resolute, the form of the abyssal emperor crocodile behind him expanded dramatically, reaching a size comparable to that of the golden-toothed great white shark, even surpassing it by a considerable margin. With its massive jaws agape, the crocodile lunged at the shark's midsection, biting down with such swiftness that the shark had no time to react before being seized with tremendous force. The golden-toothed great white shark struggled to resist, but as a creature of the ocean, it lacked the agility necessary to escape once ensnared. Death was an inevitable fate. A harsh ripping sound echoed as flesh was torn away, a substantial chunk of the shark's body violently extracted by Song Yang's third spirit skill, staining the surrounding waters crimson. In agony, the shark thrashed wildly, yet with each frantic movement, blood poured from its wound at an alarming rate. While it is true that spirit beasts over 50,000 years old possess remarkable regenerative abilities, Song Yang was determined not to grant it the opportunity for healing. Soul-severing strike of the sea, he declared as he raised the Emperor Crocodile's soul blade, deftly targeting the wound. In an instant, the golden-toothed great white shark was cleaved in two, its lifeless halves sinking to the ocean floor. Having dispatched 3 spirit beasts in quick succession, Song Yang had yet to catch his breath when an overwhelming force of suction emerged from behind him, pulling with such intensity that the surrounding waters began to swirl backward. "Damn it, I want to let you consume me," he bellowed, fury igniting within him. The devouring demon shark had chosen the most inopportune moment to strike, attempting to swallow him whole and absorb him as sustenance. But he was no easy prey. After all, he was a 6th-title soul emperor. If it craved to devour, then he would ensure it feasted to its heart's content. With a flourish, he activated his 5th spirit skill, Raging Tides. Raising his right hand before him, he thrust it downward, summoning a colossal whirlpool that surged toward the gaping maw of the devouring demon shark. The immense volume of water filled its belly, stretching it to the brink of rupture as if it might explode at any moment. "Now taste this," he commanded, conjuring a water sphere the size of a basketball in his hand, imbued with a hidden force. The devouring demon shark, unaware of the peril it faced, consumed the water sphere, only to find its already distended belly quaking violently. The creature's body trembled as if something within was rampaging, creating chaos inside. "Explode for me," he shouted, unleashing the culmination of his power. In the next moment, the belly of the devouring demon shark erupted with a violent explosion, unleashing a multitude of condensed water blades that shot forth from its body in every direction. The water sphere that had recently been ingested by the devouring demon shark was, in fact, a high-pressure bomb crafted by Song Yang, who had compressed his 2nd soul skill, the giant wave water blade, into that sphere. Once the sphere reached its limit, it would detonate like a bomb, scattering the myriad water blades within like shrapnel, possessing formidable lethality. The 5 soul beasts lured by Song Yang's blood had dwindled to just the strongest abyssal demon shark king, the most challenging foe to vanquish. Roar of the Sea Domain. Activate. Song Yang's aura surged once more, as the water elemental energy from the sea was transformed into soul power and infused into his being through the Roar of the Sea Domain. The abyssal demon shark king, enraged by the injury inflicted on its mouth by Song Yang's 4th soul skill, glimmered with a radiant light, drawing strands of purple energy from the depths of the ocean into itself. It was absorbing the abyssal energy from the ocean floor to enhance its own capabilities. Song Yang was taken aback, astonished by this unexpected ability of the abyssal demon shark king to absorb abyssal energy for self-strengthening. Such soul beasts were indeed rare. But would it prove useful? Song Yang promptly reduced the imperial crocodile armor shield array, transforming it into segmented plates that adorned him like armor, with some affixed to the imperial crocodile calming sea blade in his grasp. Without hesitation, he charged directly at the abyssal demon shark king, which was still in the process of absorbing abyssal power. In the deep sea, a tremendous wave of soul power surged, accompanied by a fierce explosion. Song Yang knelt on the ocean floor, one hand resting on his knee, while the imperial crocodile calming sea blade, which he had previously held, was now plunged into the seabed beside him. He had almost performed a desperate, life-risking strike to finally slay the abyssal demon shark king, which had absorbed the abyssal power. And now he was utterly exhausted. The soul rings of the 5 shark-like soul beasts were collected and stored in his spatial compartment, leaving behind 5 distinct colored beast souls suspended around him. His next endeavor was to refine his body using these 5 beast souls, each over 50,000 years old. In the depths of the ocean. Chapter 340. Treasures of the Deep Sea Report, Sir. A soldier clad in a white uniform pushed open the door and addressed the middle-aged man in a matching white uniform, who was seated at his desk, engrossed in reading documents, with a hint of urgency in his voice. What is the matter? The middle-aged man did not look up, continuing to scrutinize the documents in his hands. According to the technician's report, among the creatures residing in the Bermuda Triangle, 5 shark-like entities had just lost their vital signs. The soldier presented the tablet in his hands before the middle-aged man and spoke. What? The 5-headed monster has lost signs of life? Are you jesting with me? The middle-aged man incredulously accepted the tablet from the soldier, gazing at the data in astonishment. Sir, there is no error in the data. Furthermore, the 3-headed cephalopod that had been assaulting an island near the Bermuda Triangle has also been eliminated, the soldier asserted, shaking his head to dismiss the middle-aged man's disbelief. A heavy silence enveloped the office. The 3-headed fish monster was slain by an individual suspected to be from China, the soldier finally uttered after a brief pause. What? The middle-aged man rose from his chair, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He then continued, I require the information regarding that flight. Please provide it to me as swiftly as possible. Yes, sir. The soldier withdrew and closed the door to the office. 5 beast souls encircled Song Yang, who was seated cross-legged on the ocean floor, eyes closed in meditation. Each of these 5 beast souls possessed unique advantages, capable of enhancing Song Yang's prowess. The abyssal demon shark soul could bolster his physical strength. The saber-toothed frenzy shark soul would augment his relatively weak speed. The bloodmark great white shark could nourish the soul bone in his right arm, fortifying his berserk domain. The golden-toothed great white shark soul would amplify the potency of his 3rd soul skill, while the devouring demon shark soul could enhance his ocean howl domain, increasing his control over the waters. Although these 5 beast souls conferred numerous benefits upon Song Yang, they were not what he truly desired. His aspiration lay in the formidable hailstorm spiral shark, whose soul rings and beast souls, with a minimum age of 40,000 years, alone could elevate the duration and power of his 5th soul skill. Yulei had long imparted to them methods to enhance the longevity of their soul rings. Yet what he currently lacked were suitable soul rings and beast souls. The quintessence of the 5 beast souls gradually melded into Song Yang's being, resulting in a slow yet steady increase in his soul power. After a period of time, Song Yang fully absorbed the 5 beast souls and concluded his meditation. However, he did not depart immediately, as there were still tasks requiring his attention. He needed to collect the corpses of the 5 soul beasts. The most valuable assets of the shark-like soul beast were their teeth, which could be fashioned into weapons or crafted into armor. Among them, the elongated white saber tooth of the saber-tooth shark was the most precious material. Once he had gathered all the materials into his storage space, Song Yang did not linger. Securing the imperial crocodile town sea blade upon his back and diving deeper into the ocean. The sea was perpetually steeped in mystery, and humanity's exploration of it had only just begun. It was a realm filled with the unknown. Song Yang? Who are you? Your existence and everything you possess is so enigmatic. In Country M, a middle-aged man clad in a white uniform stood by the window, holding a document bearing Song Yang's photograph, gazing toward the direction of the Bermuda Triangle. As Song Yang descended further, he increasingly sensed that the depths of the sea harbored unspeakable secrets. It felt as though an unknown treasure awaited his discovery. At a depth of 5,000 meters in the deep sea, that sensation intensified. He quickly utilized his howling sea domain to explore the surrounding waters, soon uncovering an unusual locale. At this depth, where light was all but extinguished, a beam of deep blue luminescence flickered in the inky abyss. Determining his course, Song Yang swam toward the light, gripping the imperial crocodile town sea blade in preparation for battle. As he approached the deep blue glow, the dark waters suddenly stirred with an undercurrent, and 2 massive tentacles emerged swiftly from behind the light, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Recognizing the imminent danger, Song Yang promptly unleashed his 6th soul skill for protection while swiftly retreating until he was beyond the reach of the tentacles. In such depths, one typically encountered far more formidable beings. The deep blue light was clearly a lure set by the unknown tentacled creature to draw him in. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, or he might have succumbed to that peril. Song Yang finally paused to catch his breath after being pursued by the tentacles. This soul beast was extraordinarily powerful, Just moments ago, he had been unable to detect its presence even with the use of the Howling Sea domain. It was evident that this soul beast possessed a strength of at least 90,000 years. Yet, Song Yang was not one to relent easily, especially since he had yet to acquire the treasure of the deep sea. Chapter 341. The Phantom Night Sea Emperor. As Song Yang navigated through the pitch-black waters, he soon sensed something amiss. Swimming resolutely in a particular direction, he observed that while the sea ahead was also dark, it was not so obscured that one could not see their own hand. This stark contrast to the inky depths behind him was unmistakable. This section of the sea was even darker than the surrounding waters. There was undoubtedly something wrong. Contemplating the distinctly colored waters, Song Yang recalled the earlier incident when two tentacles had struck him. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The impenetrable blackness of the sea, combined with the presence of those enormous tentacles, clearly indicated that he had fallen into the trap set by an octopus-like soul beast. Do not think that by swallowing a mass of black liquid and staining these waters, you can escape my grasp, he thought defiantly. With determination, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Raging Tides. The soul ring at his waist blazed with light, and the waters behind him surged into a tumultuous whirlpool, hurtling toward the darkened sea before him. Under the might of the water vortex, the tainted waters in front of him began to clear, becoming less murky, though still not entirely transparent. As the waters gradually became clearer, the soul beast that had attacked him earlier revealed its true form, a colossal sea monster over 100 meters in length. In addition to its 10 tentacles, it possessed 2 additional tentacles that were longer than its own body. Each of these 12 tentacles was adorned with enormous suckers, each lined with sharp spirals. Beneath the massive head, a mouth filled with 4 gigantic, razor-sharp teeth opened and closed menacingly, while 2 enormous eyes on either side of its head fixed a piercing gaze upon Song Yang. The detection soul device on Song Yang's wrist swiftly scanned the soul beast, relaying its information to him. It turned out to be the exceedingly rare sea soul beast, the Phantom Night Sea Emperor. Astonished, Song Yang exclaimed at the sight of the Phantom Night Sea Emperor, not merely due to its formidable presence, but because it possessed nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. Although its current age was 98,000 years, it was certainly a dominant force within these waters. Remarkably, within just a single day, he had encountered 9 soul beasts, 4 of which were suitable for Old Yi. Song Yang gazed at the Phantom Night Sea Emperor, pondering within himself. In the span of a single day, he had encountered 9 soul beasts, and when faced with 5 shark-like soul beasts, his energy had been excessively depleted. At this moment, he harbored little confidence in his ability to slay the 98,000-year-old Phantom Night Sea Emperor. This creature, an octopus-like soul beast, bore a resemblance to the deep-sea monstrosity known as the giant squid. It earned its name through methods of strangulation, illusion, and ambush. Its preferred tactic involved spewing forth copious amounts of black viscous liquid, contaminating vast expanses of seawater, before ensnaring its prey with its 2 long tentacles, subsequently tightening its remaining 10 tentacles to suffocate and consume its victim. It would annihilate all soul beasts within this marine domain before using its own black viscous fluid to render the area into a state where visibility was utterly obscured, lying in wait for its next quarry. By mere happenstance, Song Yang was drawn to a deep-sea treasure deliberately placed outside by the Phantom Night Sea Emperor, nearly falling victim to a surprise attack that could have claimed his life in the abyss. Chapter 342. If I cannot inflict grievous harm upon you externally, then I shall endeavor to annihilate you from within. However, a treasure guarded by a soul beast of 90,000 years, still radiating its brilliance in these 5,000 meters of ocean, was of immense value. Now, Song Yang faced 2 choices to plunge in, leveraging his physical advantage to seize the deep-sea treasure while swiftly evading the Phantom Night Sea Emperor's strikes, or to re-enter the Phantom Sea domain and slay the Phantom Night Sea Emperor before claiming the treasure. Naturally, Song Yang opted for the more perilous of the 2 options. Although there was a vast disparity in power between him and the Phantom Night Sea Emperor, he believed that he could exploit his own physical agility to outmaneuver the colossal creature and find a flaw through which to deliver the fatal blow. With resolve, Song Yang charged towards the Phantom Night Sea Emperor, deftly dodging among its 10 attacking tentacles, wielding the Emperor Crocodile's sea-suppressing blade to strike against the tentacles. While these minor wounds posed no threat to the Emperor's life, they thoroughly incensed it, prompting all 12 tentacles to launch an assault, while its enormous eyes struggled to fixate on the shrimp-like figure of Song Yang before it. The Emperor's actions appeared to be a reckless offering of its own vulnerability before Song Yang. The simultaneous assault of the 12 tentacles meant that the previously guarded mouth was now exposed, granting Song Yang an extraordinary opportunity to strike. You possess protective skin, rendering it difficult for me to harm you from the outside, but what of your insides? Song Yang targeted his objective and accelerated towards the Phantom Knight Sea Emperor's mouth. As the four sharp teeth of the Emperor's immense jaws opened and closed, they finally registered Song Yang's approach, prompting the 12 tentacles to retract in an attempt to shield its mouth from the impending attack. Yet, how could he allow such an opportunity to slip through his fingers? With a subtle lift of his lips, Song Yang summoned a radiant halo above the hand that was not grasping his blade. This was the soul bone skill of the Sea Wave Spiral Teeth on his left arm. Spiral Teeth Halo Obliteration. The massive halo surged forward, its formidable cutting force severing the two tentacles of the Phantom Knight Sea Emperor. The intense agony momentarily distracted the Sea Emperor from its defense, causing its 10 intact tentacles to thrash wildly, devastating everything in their vicinity and rendering the surrounding waters murky once more. Nevertheless, Song Yang's objective remained unchanged as he charged directly toward the gaping maw of the Phantom Knight Sea Emperor, plunging headlong into its colossal mouth. As the enemy breached its orifice, the Phantom Knight Sea Emperor instinctively activated its internal mechanisms, unleashing a torrent of viscous black liquid from its ink sac. This liquid was not only capable of bewildering its prey, but also possessed a formidable corrosive quality. The Sea Emperor reasoned that since Song Yang had entered its body, it could utilize the highly corrosive black liquid to erode the intruder's life from within. However, Song Yang was no easy adversary. Prior to entering the Sea Emperor's interior, he had activated his sixth soul skill, forming an impervious armor of intangible shields upon the surface of his body to withstand the onslaught of the encroaching black liquid. I am within your body now. Let us see how you can thwart me. Song Yang wielded his blade with fervor, relentlessly hacking within the confines of the Phantom Knight Sea Emperor, causing torrents of blood to pour forth from its mouth. In Chapter 343, The Mysterious Deep-Sea Treasure, Song Yang, amidst his frenzied strikes, sought to expedite his efforts within the vast, inky expanse of the Sea Emperor's colossal form. He commenced the search for the location of its brain, for every soul beast's soul was intricately linked to its brain. Locating it would equate to discovering the essence of the beast's soul. However, the sheer magnitude of the Sea Emperor's torso rendered the search for its brain a daunting task. Damn it, why does your head have to be so disproportionately large? You're wasting my time. Song Yang's patience waned, as the repetition of the same motion not only drained his stamina, but also necessitated the prolonged maintenance of his sixth soul skill's embodiment. Should he fail to locate the Phantom Knight Sea Emperor's brain and soul, his physical and spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted. Although Song Yang possessed the Sea Roar domain, capable of absorbing the water elemental energy from the sea and converting it into his own soul power to sustain himself, he now found himself within the Sea Emperor's body, surrounded solely by copious blood and the highly corrosive black liquid, devoid of sufficient water elements to transform into his soul power. Third soul skill, Imperial Crocodile Cataclysm. Song Yang plunged his blade deep into the flesh of the illusory Knight Sea Emperor, while behind him, the screaming Sea Emperor crocodile emerged, its massive jaws snapping forward with ferocity. After countless repetitions of the same skill, Song Yang finally pinpointed the precise location of the illusory Knight Sea Emperor's brain. Wielding his knife with determination as he advanced relentlessly, he relentlessly hacked at the illusory Knight Sea Emperor's body, reducing it to a grotesque state, blood flowing like rivers. In the process, he also severed the two ink sacs within the illusory Knight Sea Emperor that harbored the black liquid, utilizing its corrosive properties to further assault the creature's flesh. As he beheld the massive head of the illusory Knight Sea Emperor, a beast soul, roughly the size of a human head, was effortlessly extracted and swam out through the ruptured skin of the creature. The seizure of the beast soul signified the demise of the spirit beast. Even if its brain and heart remained intact, its life was forfeit. Gazing at the beast soul in his hand, nearly the size of a human head, Song Yang turned his attention to the now lifeless body of the illusory Knight Sea Emperor, continuously oozing crimson blood and black liquid, gradually sinking into the depths. Without hesitation, he swam towards the deep-sea treasure that still radiated a deep blue glow. What exactly was this mysterious deep-sea treasure? Its true nature remained to be uncovered. As he drew closer, Song Yang discerned the treasure's form, a colossal shard of white bone, exuding an aura akin to that of a 100,000 year old spirit beast. It appeared that this massive white bone shard was a remnant of an unknown 100,000-year-old spirit beast that had perished, its remains having been obliterated by other spirit beasts. With this particular fragment fortuitously claimed by the 98,000-year-old illusory Night Sea Emperor, Songyang transmitted an image of the bone shard to Yulei via his soul-guiding communicator. Mere seconds later, he received a response from Yulei, "Protect yourself. Continue searching for the remaining bone shards." After acknowledging the messages with an emoji, he stored the bone shard in his spatial storage and set off to explore other areas. Thanks to the soul-guiding communicator provided by Yulei, all members of the 8-town soul group could communicate without delays or interruptions, even across the polar extremes of the Earth, ensuring seamless connection. System. Products from this system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Chapter 344. A Whale Falls. All things flourish. Songyang once again retrieved the white bone fragments that had been stored in his spatial compartment, holding them carefully in his hands for a meticulous examination. This piece of bone measured the length of an adult's forearm and possessed a thickness akin to that of a brick, with a robust bone density. Even the most formidable among them, Yulei, would find it impossible to shatter this singular fragment. However, merely observing the bone's appearance did not reveal the species of the soul beast it originated from, nor could he discern which part of the creature it belonged to. Only by locating the entirety of the soul beast's remains could one ascertain its true identity. Initially, Songyang had speculated that the deep-sea treasure guarded by the 98,000-year-old Phantom Night Sea Emperor might consist of precious and rare metals from the ocean or, at the very least, exotic herbs. Yet, it turned out to be an ordinary white bone. Nevertheless, the depths of the ocean indeed harbored an undiscovered treasure. Songyang had determined that the white bone fragment in his possession was from the body of a fallen 100,000-year-old soul beast. Thus, it was certain that within these waters lay a 100,000-year-old soul bone, the true treasure of immeasurable worth. He continued his descent, convinced that a soul beast of such age would not be diminutive. Should it be deceased, its carcass would undoubtedly sink to the ocean's deepest recesses, where it would be devoured and decay, feasted upon by lesser marine soul beasts. As he plunged deeper, Songyang keenly detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the water. The presence of blood suggested that the remains of the unidentified soul beast lay nearby. He hastened his exploration. Accelerating his descent, he brandished his weapon, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The ocean was fraught with enigmas, and unlike the terrestrial realm, where one could observe their surroundings and heed various sounds, here he was enveloped in an abyss of darkness, facing unknown perils. Throughout his journey, Songyang observed numerous marine soul beasts ascending from the seabed, while countless others plunged downward. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the scent of blood became, accompanied by occasional floating remnants of flesh stained with crimson. He understood that he was drawing closer to his objective. However, a group of soul beasts obstructed his path. Before him stood a school of sharks, all of similar size, adorned with striking blood-red patterns that allowed Songyang to identify them swiftly. The blood-striped great white sharks, the most powerful among them barely reaching 20,000 years in age, while the rest were merely in the Millennium realm. They were mere remnants of their former selves. Begone. In his hand, Songyang wielded the knife with a swift motion, unleashing an invisible blade of light that cleaved through the ocean's depths, instantly obliterating a group of blood-patterned great white sharks that obstructed his path. After extracting the beast's souls from their severed heads and placing them into his storage space, he continued his journey through the waters ahead. Descending several hundred meters, the once impenetrable darkness of the sea suddenly transformed into clarity, revealing the surroundings in vivid detail. It was only at this moment that he discerned the colossal remains of a great soul beast lying on the ocean floor. A gasp escaped his lips upon sighting the corpse. Could this be the essence of life birthed from the fall of a whale? The remains before him unmistakably belonged to a gigantic whale. Chapter 345. The Dragon Abyss Devouring Whale. A century-old corpse. The immense carcass of the whale lay upon the seabed, surrounded by a multitude of soul beasts feasting upon its remains, bringing the ocean floor to life in a vivid display, truly embodying the saying, "From the fall of a whale, life is born." This whale's body measured nearly 500 meters in length and approximately 30 meters in width. Its skin a striking dark gold. Unlike ordinary whales, its mouth was adorned with sharp teeth marked by crimson patterns, while its enormous eyes shone in a rare dark golden hue. Even in death, the aura emanating from this century-old sea soul beast was terrifying. With the knife still in hand, Song Yang gradually descended until he stood atop the whale's corpse. He had confirmed that the white bone fragment he had previously acquired was merely a small piece that had broken off from the immense wound on the whale's abdomen. The bones of this whale were formidable in size and exceptionally resilient, possessing an extraordinary defensive capability. Only a soul beast of far greater power could inflict such damage upon it. Standing on the back of the whale's remains, Song Yang began his careful approach towards the creature's head. He knew that within the minds of whale-type soul beasts, there existed not only the precious beast soul, but also a rare treasure known as whale glue. Whale resin is a rare treasure, formed only from the souls of whale-like spirit beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years. The older the specimen, the more potent the resin becomes. Each species of whale yields resin with unique effects. Some can purify the body of impurities, enhancing physical strength and evolving the spirit power within, while others bolster offensive and defensive capabilities. The benefits derived from various qualities of whale resin are astonishing, offering boundless advantages without a hint of adverse effects. A piece of 10,000-year-old whale resin holds immeasurable value, let alone that of a 100,000-year-old specimen. The carcass was extensive, and given its resting place on the ocean floor, Song Yang's pace was leisurely. Upon reaching the head of the corpse, he observed that it remained remarkably intact. Unlike other parts of the body that had been gnawed upon by smaller spirit beasts, it seemed that the eyes of this deceased creature, despite having lost all signs of life, still instilled fear in the marine spirit beasts, preventing them from approaching. Standing atop the skull, Song Yang swung his blade downwards. The bones of the head were exceptionally resilient, and after considerable effort, he managed to carve out an opening just large enough for him to enter. After a prolonged struggle, Song Yang finally emerged from the aperture, clutching a beast spirit and a sizable mass of gooey substance in his hands, the whale resin from this spirit beast. Alas, he lamented that he arrived too late. Had he come sooner, he might have had a chance to acquire the 100,000-year spirit ring from this creature. However, one valuable item still resided within its body, the 100,000-year spirit bone. Song Yang's gaze roamed over the colossal corpse. He had already examined the head and confirmed that the spirit bone produced by this 100,000-year spirit beast was not located there, suggesting it might be found in one of the remaining 5 locations, the torso or the limbs. Given the immense size of this whale-like creature, the most probable and rarest spirit bone to be found would be the torso spirit bone. However, the massive form of the soul beast was overwhelming. If one were to search even a fraction of it, exhaustion would surely follow. Unperturbed, Song Yang gradually floated to the apex of the corpse's torso, allowing his formidable soul power to emanate and envelop the remains. His intent was clear, to guide the elusive soul bone from the lifeless body using his own soul energy. The continuous expenditure of his soul power drained him significantly, yet he remained steadfast, employing the howling sea domain to replenish his energy. At long last, persistence bore fruit. With a resounding crack, fissures began to appear above the corpse's torso. A soul bone, radiant in dark golden hues and pulsating with a viscous, dark golden essence, emerged, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength that even stirred Song Yang's martial spirit. 100,000-year-old soul bone materialized before him. Reaching out, he gently pressed his hand against the surface of the soul bone, and in an instant, a torrent of images surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand. "Dragon, is your name Long Yuan soul-devouring whale?" He pondered, gazing at the ancient soul bone with a dazed expression, feeling an intense surge of desire to absorb it. After a moment of inner conflict, unable to resist the compelling urge, Song Yang extended both hands forward, seizing the soul bone and forcefully pressing it against his chest, channeling his soul power to intertwine with it. The moment their energies connected, the soul bone seemed to morph, sprouting 6 protruding bones that forcibly bound him to it. The soul bone against his chest grew increasingly searing, the immense soul power flooding into Song Yang's being like an unstoppable tide. The overwhelming sensation of pain elicited a piercing scream from him. He could sense that the soul power emanating from the bone sought to devour his very soul, while his own soul energy began to dissipate rapidly, along with his vitality and essence. Chapter 346, Breakthrough of Soul Power. Song Yang was acutely aware that while soul bones were significantly easier to absorb than soul rings, provided one possessed soul power, the particular piece of a 100,000-year-old torso soul bone he was currently absorbing was steeped in malevolent energy, incessantly gnawing at his very soul. If he failed to respond promptly, he would inevitably face the destruction of his soul and meet a tragic end. Activating his dual domains, he began to transmute the energy of the surrounding seawater into his own soul power, desperately resisting the insidious encroachment of the 100,000-year-old torso soul bone. He glanced at the whale gel suspended beside him, enveloped by the ocean, and without hesitation, seized the 100,000-year beast soul to commence absorption. Ultimately, a soul bone remained a soul bone. The malevolence within was refined by Song Yang's own soul power, allowing him to begin the absorption process. The immense soul power contained within this ancient soul bone was staggering. As he integrated it, his martial spirit underwent a transformation. Half an hour passed, and under the nourishing force of the potent soul power from the 100,000-year soul bone, Song Yang's soul power surged rapidly, soon reaching level 66. The growth continued until it plateaued at level 67, culminating in his successful absorption of the soul bone, elevating his soul power from level 63 to 67. Now just 3 levels shy of becoming a soul sage. Devouring Soul Dragon's Roar, is that your name? I hope the 2 soul skills you bestow upon me exceed my expectations, he mused, recalling the 2 extraordinary 100,000 your skills associated with the torso soul bone. The Devouring Soul Dragon's Roar of the Abyssal Whale. Song Yang meticulously stored all usable materials from the Devouring Soul Dragon Whale into his spatial storage, even extracting the pair of eyes from the corpse. Despite lacking life, these eyes retained an aura that instilled fear in many soul beasts, bestowing them with considerable research value. At this moment, he continued to refine the soul power and medicinal effects derived from the 100,000 beast soul and whale gel within him, stabilizing the injuries sustained during the absorption of the ancient torso soul bone, while simultaneously contemplating the 2 skills it conferred. Unbeknownst to him, not far from his location, a colossal nuclear submarine lay silently in the depths, observing his every move. In truth, Song Yang had long been aware of the submarine's presence, but had chosen to disregard it. However, reflecting on the peculiarity of a nuclear submarine's presence amidst a multitude of sea soul beasts, especially so close to him country, he began to suspect that the military had dispatched it upon learning of his recent battle at the airport, tracking him based on his last known coordinates. To safeguard his secrets from being uncovered and studied by the military of M country, Song Yang resolutely launched an assault on the submarine. 5th soul skill, Raging Tides. A colossal waterspout suddenly materialized around the nuclear submarine, which spiraled uncontrollably under its frenzied grip. The submarine's heavy armor was effortlessly torn apart by the immense pressure of the swirling water, rendering the vessel akin to scrap metal, obliterated by the overwhelming force of the aquatic energy. After vanquishing the nuclear submarine of the M Nation, Song Yang sensed 3 powerful auras swiftly approaching his direction, 2 of which he recognized all too well. Ah, Elder Geo, I did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift. Song Yang chuckled. Perfect timing for a reunion. Chapter 347. 1 against 3, the first use of a 100,000, your soul bone. Elder Geo, your arrival is indeed timely. Allow me to demonstrate just how formidable I have become after my transformation. He stood poised, a single hand gripping his blade, as he caught sight of the 3 figures approaching. Although he was aware that he would face a soul emperor and 2 soul saints, numbers and levels not in his favor, his soul ring configuration and the recently absorbed 100,000, your torso soul bone instilled him with a measure of confidence to confront the trio before him. Song Yang, I never imagined you would dare venture into such a place alone. This time, however, we shall not allow you to leave unscathed. Elder Geo steadied himself amid the turbulent waters, gazing at Song Yang with a fierce demeanor. You have slain one of my subordinates and brought disgrace upon my sect in the National Academy competition. Today, I shall claim your head and use it as a chalice for my drink. Let us see if you possess the skill to survive until that moment. Song Yang rested the imperial crocodile Zhenhai blade upon his shoulder, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the furious Elder Geo. In times past, he might have felt trepidation in the presence of Elder Geo, but he was no longer the same. Today, he had undergone a metamorphosis. Utterly arrogant, courting death, the Sea Wing, who had never encountered Song Yang before, manifested a pair of colossal wings, propelling himself towards Song Yang with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, 2 enormous, translucent sea serpents emerged at his sides, encircling Song Yang from 3 directions. Merely a display of bravado. Song Yang paid no heed to the 2 serpents racing towards him from either side, focusing instead on engaging the Sea Wing, whose level was comparable to his own. Even if my speed pales in comparison to yours, my attack is 100 times stronger. Observing the Sea Wing abandon his advantage as a speed-oriented soul master, Song Yang grinned widely. With a simple flick of his right hand, the tumultuous sea coalesced into a massive water spout, instantaneously shredding the phantasmal sea serpents conjured by the Sea Wing. He then unleashed a barrage of light blades. Jinhai Shihun Slash, 35 consecutive strikes. Song Yang's maneuver possessed a power several times greater than the ordinary Town Sea Soul Cutting Slash. He had learned this technique from Yi Lei's Infernal Scythe Flying Slash, achieving an impressive 35 consecutive strikes, although he could never reach the full 37. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Hai could distinctly sense an overwhelming fear rising from within, prompting him to unleash his most potent soul skill without hesitation. The fifth soul skill, Illusory Sea Abyss Dragon. Instantly, Hai's sea serpent martial spirit transformed into a colossal sea dragon, charging fiercely towards Song Yang. Esteemed Elder, come to my aid. Upon hearing his subordinate's desperate call, the ninth Elder calmly revealed his martial spirit. What is there to panic about? I am here now. The sea dragon also manifested its martial spirit and soul rings. Third brother, I shall lend you my strength. With that, the seventh soul skill, True Form of the Demonic Shark, and the seventh soul skill, True Form of the Azure Dragon, were activated. Two formidable figures, a gigantic purple shark and a deep blue abyss dragon, materialized in the ocean, flanking Song Yang as they prepared to attack. Do not presume that your martial spirit's true form can overcome me. A dark aura enveloped Song Yang, his presence growing increasingly ferocious as the water elemental energy from the surrounding sea rapidly coalesced towards him. Dragon's Might, Soul-Devouring Demonic Wail, Dragon Soul Roar. A profound and resonant roar of a dragon reverberated through the depths of the sea. The ninth Elder and his companions trembled at the sound, a sense of ancestral pressure washing over them. In the following moment, a gargantuan demonic whale, its mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth, emerged behind Song Yang, hurtling towards the three of them. Chapter 348. Retreat. The three of them were taken aback by the enormous whale's spectral form rushing toward them. Their intentions to defend were thwarted, as their martial spirits quivered in fear at the sight, causing their soul power to stagnate. Why? Why won't my martial spirit obey? Move. Move now. Hai, positioned at the forefront, was unable to leverage the speed advantage of his martial spirit and bore the brunt of Song Yang's 10,000-year soul bone skill. A violent explosion churned the waters, leaving Hai Yi's chest ravaged by the soul skill's assault, blood surging forth as he nearly gasped for breath. How could this be? He is only at level 67, just like me. How can he possess such overwhelming power? Hai Yi remained incredulous, while the ninth Elder and the Sea Dragon, caught in the shockwave of the previous soul skill's explosion, found their martial spirit form shattered. Both suffered severe backlash, clutching their chests and coughing blood. Ninth Elder. The situation is dire. It seems as though Song Yang has transformed. His strength is utterly monstrous. The Sea Dragon panted heavily as he turned to glance at the ninth Elder, who was equally breathless by his side. Indeed, we should retreat for now. If we continue to confront him, it is likely that the three of us will perish here. With that, the ninth Elder and the Sea Dragon turned without hesitation and fled. The power of Song Yang's previous strike had been utterly terrifying. If they did not escape now, the seven Elders would soon be reduced to 6. Seeing that his leader and the Elder had taken flight, Hai Yi unleashed his speed as an agile attack-type soul master, swiftly pursuing the direction of the ninth Elder and the Sea Dragon. You wish to flee? I shall not allow it. Song Yang observed the three figures retreating rapidly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think this place is one you can enter and exit at will? Casting aside the blade in his hand onto the seabed, Song Yang began to concentrate all his soul power into his torso. The surrounding seawater transformed swiftly into elemental energy, surging into Song Yang's body. With the dragon's cry, the soul-devouring whale's torso soul bone skill activated. The soul bone on his chest materialized once more, accompanied by an even more formidable surge of soul power than the previous 10,000-year soul skill. Purple and golden lights flickered around him, and a golden-purple mark appeared upon his forehead. The whale, king of the sea, sovereign of all, born and fallen in a day. With the fall of the whale today, all shall be reborn. As Song Yang's chant concluded, a dragon's roar, far more mournful than before, reverberated through the depths of the ocean. Dark golden and purple lights radiated outward, coalescing in an instant to form a massive barrier. The ninth Elder and his companions, who had just moments ago sought to escape, found themselves ensnared by this barrier, unable to move forward even a fraction. Dragon's Cry, well, Soul Rebirth Abyss. Song Yang pronounced the name of this 10,000-year soul skill. And a colossal phantasmal dragon whale materialized above the barrier, diving downward with relentless force. The ninth elder and his companions were momentarily paralyzed in fear at the sight before them. However, a figure's appearance snapped the ninth elder and Hai Long back to reality. Hai, what are you doing? Come back immediately. Are you willing to throw your life away? Hai Long shouted desperately, but Hai, undeterred, charged towards the phantasmal soul skill. Chapter 349, vanished without a trace. Hai continued to rush towards the immense whale apparition, gradually turning his head to address the ninth elder and Hai Long. Elder brother, esteemed elder, my life is insufficient. Let me bear this strike. You too must flee quickly. If we all perish here, there will be no chance for vengeance. The Sea Wing martial soul manifested, releasing all traces of its essence and creating a colossal surge of soul power around him. I understand that you do not wish for my demise, but for the sake of our Elder Hall and the future of the Elder Nine residents, I shall disregard your commands today. I must face this strike, after all. As long as the Green Mountains endure, there is no fear of lacking firewood. I shall descend to find the second elder now. You too shall avenge us. In our next life, we shall share a drink together. After uttering these words, Hai hastened his pace, and in the blink of an eye, collided with the enormous phantom of the dragon abyss soul-devouring whale. A tremendous explosion resounded beneath the sea, giving rise to a vast mushroom cloud, while the mighty waves overturned the ninth elder and the sea dragon, who had just unleashed their martial souls. The explosive force of the 10,000-year soul skill rendered them instantly unconscious, casting them into the depths of the ocean. Once the tremors from the soul equipment's explosion subsided, Song Yang felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the seabed. Goodness! The consumption from the second skill of this 10,000-year skeletal soul is far too great. This single strike has drained my entire life as soul power. The rarity of a 10,000-year soul bone lies not only in its additional skill compared to ordinary 10,000-year soul bones, but also in that both skills are instantaneous. However, some 10,000-year soul bone skills carry side effects. Either the user faces backlash after unleashing the soul skill, or the skill consumes all their soul power. Fortunately, Song Yang possessed the exceptionally formidable talent of the Howling Sea domain. In this water-rich environment, he could absorb the elemental energy from the seawater to replenish himself. Thus, depleting his soul power was not a dire concern. The massive fluctuations generated by the 10,000-year soul skill had already driven away all the sea soul beasts in this area, rendering Song Yang relatively safe. However, despite his efforts to utilize the Howling Sea domain to trace the whereabouts of the ninth elder and the sea dragon, he could not detect any signs of their life. Whether they had fled or met their end at the ocean's depths, becoming prey for other sea soul beasts, remained a mystery. The elemental energy from the seawater rapidly flowed into Song Yang's body, transforming into his soul power. Seizing the opportunity, he focused on circulating his internal soul power, aiming to elevate his strength during this interval. With his current abilities, he could not repeatedly employ the newly acquired 10,000-year skeletal soul in battle. Only with further enhancement of his soul power could he meet the necessary conditions. Initially, he intended to capture these beast souls to take back, but it seemed prudent to prioritize his own strength. After all, the ocean teems with sea soul beasts. He could always hunt a few more before departing. Song Yang retrieved all the beast souls he had previously collected, intending to absorb nearly 100 souls in one go. A surge of soul power began to flow into Song Yang's body, creating an excellent environment for body tempering amidst the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, Yilei was diligently focused on his cultivation. Chapter 350. The commencement of the plan. Beneath the rubble of fragmented stones in the deep sea, two tattered individuals stirred, eventually helping each other emerge from the debris. Without glancing back, they fled the scene. These two were Elder Jiao and Hai Long, who had previously been caught in the shockwave generated by the eruption of the 10,000-year soul skill. Both sustained varying degrees of injury, and had it not been for their activation of their martial souls to shield their bodies, their lifeless forms would now lie at the ocean's depths. Initially, they had hoped this expedition would avenge their fallen brother, Hai Gue, yet it ultimately cost them the life of Hai. This mission proved to be a case of inflicting harm upon the enemy while suffering a significant self-inflicted loss. In the ocean, Song Yang vaguely sensed the presence of the two individuals, yet his own soul power had not fully recovered, allowing them to escape unharmed. Yilei is currently quite anxious. For just moments ago, the locator beacon that belonged to Song Yang inexplicably vanished from the map before his eyes. However, Song Yang's vital signs remained stable, showing no signs of distress. Yilei initially assumed that the disruption was a consequence of combat affecting the communication device's positioning. But soon he calmed his mind and resumed his meditative practice, with his brother venturing into the depths of the ocean to hone his skills. As the elder of the team, he cannot afford to lag behind. Presently, his level has reached 75, and he is on the brink of breaking through to 76. Yet he feels as though he has encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. Furthermore, the system linked to him has been dormant for quite some time. As though it has entered a deep slumber, no matter how often he calls upon it, the outcome remains unchanged. It appears that his system only emerges in times of peril, ready to offer assistance. In a certain obscure region of the Huaxia Kingdom, an overwhelming darkness permeates the air. The sky is shrouded in ominous crimson clouds, devoid of any flora or fauna upon the ground, save for a strikingly white palace that stands in stark contrast. This palace belongs to the 10th Elder, MOFO, who has risen to 7th among the 10 Elders. Its exterior is white, yet within reside statues of Buddha, each cloaked in darkness. At the innermost sanctum, a dark Kuan Yin statue stands with a figure meditating before it, enveloped in a shroud of black energy. Surrounded by 7 flickering spirit rings, an intimidating combination of 2 purple and 5 black. The 10th Elder, wielding the martial soul of the Wuxiang MOFO, possesses soul power exceeding level 76. Although he ranks 10th among the elders, his true strength could potentially surpass that of the 2nd or 3rd elders. His martial soul is as enigmatic as it is fearsome. While it is a form of Buddha, its abilities resemble those of malevolent specters. His methods are exceedingly brutal, and his icy demeanor leads him to eschew interaction with others, resulting in his palace housing only 200 soul master soldiers and 2 trusted subordinates, both of whom share the same Buddhist martial soul. According to the directives of a certain master, he is to lead an assault on Rong City in 2 months. Had it not been for the pressure imposed by this powerful figure, he would have preferred to avoid such pointless conflict. Nonetheless, the meticulously devised plan is now set in motion, and he dares to assert that Yilei will fall as his subordinate, destined to meet his demise. Chapter 351. The onset of war. 2 months have passed. In accordance with the Master S stratagem, the 10th Elder, accompanied by his 2 trusted subordinates and 100 soul master soldiers, sets forth towards Rong City. Each of the more than 100 soldiers is clad in identical dark Buddhist robes. And what is most chilling is the grotesque Buddha embroidered on the back of each robe. The 10th Elder's robe, however, bears the terrifying image of the Tathagata. At his waist hung 2 long swords, while his 2 loyal subordinates trailed behind him, each wielding a staff and a pair of sabers. Over 100 individuals boldly traversed the streets of Rong City, instilling fear in the hearts of the common folk, who dared not move, terrified that these gangsters might turn their wrath upon them. However, the reality unfolded differently. The 100 soul master soldiers under the command of the 10th Elder commenced a spree of arson, murder, and plunder. They slaughtered anyone they encountered, each soul master possessing strength beyond that of the Soul King, far surpassing what the ordinary citizens could endure. The streets were soon filled with wails of despair, blood staining the ground. The 10th Elder sat atop a truck, observing his subordinates lay waste to the city. How audacious you are, 10th Elder, to dare slaughter the citizens of Rong City in broad daylight. Just then, Yilei, leading the members of the 8 war spirits, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the chaos, fury ignited within him as an abundance of blue-silver emperor vines erupted, piercing through the chests of several soul master soldiers. At last, you have arrived, Yilei. I have been waiting for you, the 10th Elder declared as he leapt down from the truck, firmly establishing his stance before unleashing his martial soul. A dark, ominous glow enveloped him, and a faceless, pitch-black Buddha materialized behind him. I come at the behest of my esteemed master to claim your head. If you are wise, surrender, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, the entire populace of this city shall pay the price for your defiance. How dare you? Yilei bellowed, resolutely summoning his own martial soul. The clash of the soul power from the 2 7th-ring soul saints resonated with a thunderous impact. One must not speak plainly, 10th Elder. Surely, you are not so oblivious as to believe I would capitulate without a fight. Come, let us see if you possess the capability to overcome me. The aura emanating from Yilei is in no way inferior to that of the 10th Elder. The soul beast detector affixed to his left hand has revealed to him both the martial spirit and soul power level of the 10th Elder. The Wuxiang Demon Buddha possesses an astonishing soul power level of 78. The mere 3-level difference between us renders him hardly a threat. Yilei harbored such thoughts. The Blue-Silver Emperor, today I shall finally witness its prowess. Let me see just how formidable this so-called sovereign of blue-silver grass truly is. The first soul skill. Magic Light Shadow. In an instant, the 10th Elder activated his first soul skill, merging seamlessly with the formless magic Buddha behind him. His form became akin to black smoke. Elusive and unpredictable. Is it? Yilei observed the 10th Elder's technique, his brows furrowing slightly. Yet he knew that control-type soul masters were the natural nemesis of agility-type ones. The third soul skill, Web Binding. A colossal web, intricately woven from the tendrils of the Blue-Silver Emperor, descended from above, aiming to envelop the 10th Elder's position. However, to the astonishment of Yilei and the others, the third soul skill, Web Binding, was effortlessly evaded by the 10th Elder, as if it had never even approached him. With such meager capabilities, you dare to think you can touch me? Perhaps you should return and refine your skills for a few more years, you inexperienced brat. The 10th Elder taunted Yilei. Chapter 352, Golden Illusion. Yilei remained unfazed, for his keen observations indicated that the first soul skill of the 10th Elder resembled the etherealization of his body, rendering any attempt to evade attacks unnecessary, as those soul attacks could not touch his corporeal form. With my body transformed into mist, your soul skills cannot harm me in the slightest. You shall obediently become my subordinate specters. The 10th Elder's figure flickered like a phantom, materializing before Yilei and his companions, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist, aimed directly at the throat of the weakest member of their team, Luoyun. In an instant, Chen Sitsuan unsheathed 2 daggers of his own, rushing to shield Luoyun from the 10th Elder's onslaught. The next moment, he felt a surge of formidable dark energy erupt from the daggers in his grasp, propelling both him and the sheltered Luoyun backward. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, enveloping her with his WRM wings to protect her from harm. Having executed this maneuver, the 10th Elder vanished once again like a wraith, reappearing 10 meters away from the group. Remarkably, your weapons managed to withstand my compressed soul power. I am quite curious about the material of your blade, he mused, glancing at the specially crafted dagger in his hand, and then at Chen Sitsuan's vibrant twin blades. The twin daggers in Chen Sitsuan's possession were his exclusive weapons. Forged from the claws of the eagle tiger, a soul beast from his 6th soul ring, combined with the durable shell of the steel-armored turtle, and intricately engraved with 2 precise wind elemental soul-guiding arrays, aptly named the twin blades of the wind god. All of you, disperse and confront those soul master soldiers. The 10th Elder is my responsibility, Chen Sitsuan commanded. The 10th Elder's combat style was exceedingly enigmatic, and given that he was a 7-ring soul sage, even Han Wan could easily be at a disadvantage, particularly in the absence of a true martial soul form, since physical attacks cannot reach you. Let us see how you fare in close combat. Yilei directly transformed his martial soul into the Flame Lord and unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the 1000 Armored Flame. Concurrently, he activated his explosive enhancement type 5th soul skill, all to counter the peculiar offensive capabilities of the 10th Elder. With the augmentation of these 2 formidable soul skills, his defensive prowess rivaled that of a soul Douluo. Yilei exerted force beneath his feet and instantly charged towards the 10th Elder, simultaneously conjuring twin blades in his hands. The 10th Elder, undeterred, swiftly drew another sharp dagger from his waist, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, relying solely on their mastery of sword techniques without the aid of soul skills. The remaining combatants followed suit, though the situation was particularly dire for Wang Yunling and Jing Hang, who faced 2 of the 10th Elder's most trusted subordinates. Wang Yunling confronted a man wielding dual ring blades, while Jing Hang faced a foe armed with a staff. These subordinates were both male, one stout, the other slender, one tall, the other short, and each possessed strength exceeding level 70, categorizing them as formidable soul saints. Jing Hang fared reasonably well, leveraging his exceptional defensive capabilities and formidable lightning prowess to engage in a back-and-forth struggle with the staff-wielding opponent. However, Wang Yunling found herself in a precarious position. Despite possessing her specialized weapon, the antler spear, she was at a severe disadvantage against the rapid onslaught of the man with dual blades, finding it nearly impossible to counterattack effectively. At that moment, the entire street began to tremble violently, drawing the attention of all present. As they looked up, the 10th Elder and his 2 subordinates were taken aback by the sight at the street's end, where an overwhelming surge of water had inexplicably materialized. resembling a flood inundating the city. Within this deluge, a colossal golden phantom emerged. Chapter 353. The Golden Emperor Crocodile. The soul warrior soldiers on the street were caught off guard and were swiftly engulfed by the torrent. Their bodies whirling as if caught in a high-speed meat grinder, leaving some, despite their formidable physicality, reduced to mere heaps of flesh. The flood surged violently, sweeping through the entire street, leaving the 10th Elder's subordinates with no escape, all of them being swept away, many succumbing due to their frail defenses. Notably, the dual blade man seemed to be struck with even greater intensity by the flood. It was at this moment that he clearly discerned the true form of the enormous golden phantom, a ferocious crocodile, its massive body adorned with expansive golden patterns, and its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Upon catching sight of the fearsome crocodile, the dual blade man felt his legs weaken, acutely sensing the terror that resonated within his very bloodline. The crocodile swung one of its powerful forelimbs, sending a spinning blade of water slicing through the torrent directly towards him. With no time to unleash his soul skill for defense, he could only cross his twin blades before his chest to shield against the assault. Yet he was still sent flying by the force of the spinning blade. The 10th Elder and the staff-wielding man fared little better. The sudden flood had disrupted their mental composure, and now, confronted by the emergence of this ferocious beast, they too were cast aside by the crocodile's massive and stout tail. After a considerable time, as the flood receded, the street lay in ruins, littered with the remains of fallen soul warrior soldiers and the shattered remnants of their weapons scattered across the thoroughfare. At one end of the street, after the fearsome crocodile had vanished, a figure emerged, holding a large blade, casually walking towards the heart of the battlefield with one hand in his pocket. At this moment, a slight smile graced Yi Lei's lips, for he recognized that his old partner had returned. In the entirety of Rong City, there existed only one individual capable of commanding the formidable crocodile, while simultaneously manipulating the waters of the river from hundreds of meters away to launch an assault. That individual was Song Yang, who had just returned from 2 months of arduous training. With the imperial crocodile's Jinhai blade in hand, Song Yang approached Wang Yuning, assisting her to her feet. He gently tucked a strand of hair that had fallen across her face behind her ear, his gaze icy as it locked onto the dual-wielding man before him. "You must be the one who bullied my wife. Allow me to have a word with you." Song Yang instantly shifted into battle mode, utterly oblivious to the blush that had crept onto Wang Yuning's cheeks at his words. The dual-wielding man, now regaining his composure, tightened his grip on the twin daggers and charged at Song Yang, 2 strands of black soul energy manifesting upon his weapons. Soul energy transformed into blades, an intriguing tactic, but insufficient. In a sudden move, Song Yang cast aside his weapon, charging forward unarmed. With a powerful right hook, he struck one of the dual-wielder's daggers. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the dual-wielding man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The dagger he had wielded now indented, and the black soul energy dissipating. Impressive. Just a single punch, and I'm sent reeling. Could this person's strength surpass that of a 7-ringed soul saint? It cannot be. According to the records, aside from Yi Lei, the rest of the 8-town soul organization are all soul emperors, the dual wielder murmured, staring at the damaged dagger. "Why are you just standing there? If you're a man, get up and continue fighting," Song Yang called out, flexing his fist towards the dual-wielding man. With determination, the dual wielder rose and unleashed his soul rings. A purple demonic Buddha wielding twin blades materializing behind him as he entered his martial spirit's true form. "So, you wish to reveal your martial spirit's true form? Very well. I shall indulge you." Unfazed by the overwhelming aura emanating from the dual wielder's transformation, Song Yang stood firm, stepping forward as the Shaohai Imperial Crocodile appeared behind him. However, this time, the Shaohai Imperial Crocodile had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its once deep green body now shimmered in radiant gold, with its claws gleaming brilliantly. And even its originally green pupils had turned to gold. Beneath Song Yang's feet, soul rings began to materialize. Purple, 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 black, black, black. Following the emergence of 3 purple and 3 black soul rings, to the astonishment of onlookers, a blood-red soul ring appeared, positioning itself as Song Yang's 7th ring. Chapter 354. The Might of the Imperial Crocodile. A 100,000 year 7th ring. 7-ringed soul saint. Yi Lei never imagined that in just 2 months, Song Yang had surpassed the initial level of 60 to attain the formidable rank of 7-stringed soul sage. Furthermore, like Yi Lei, he possessed a soul ring of 100,000 years, indicating that in addition to the previously absorbed left and right arm bones, Song Yang now bore yet another 100,000-year soul bone, the location of which remained a mystery. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the imperial crocodile. Song Yang promptly activated his martial soul's true form, and in an instant, his body fused with the martial soul behind him, transforming into a colossal golden crocodile. Yulei and his companions swiftly discerned the distinctive changes in Song Yang's martial soul. Compared to 2 months prior, Song Yang's Sea Emperor crocodile martial soul had developed numerous short, sharp spines along his back, and a colossal spiked mace had emerged at the end of his tail. The longest and sharpest of these bone spikes radiated a resplendent golden hue, even when remaining utterly still. The transformed Song Yang emanated a formidable aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast, embodying the ancient might of the Emperor crocodile. The dual knife wielder quivered at the sight of this colossal martial soul, but remained undeterred. His own martial soul was renowned for its ability to vanquish all malevolent entities, the Buddha-slaying blade. To him, the presence before him was merely a large beast, destined to meet its demise at the hands of his dual knives. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his sixth soul skill, Buddha-slaying dragon slash. He raised his twin blades high above his head, mirroring the action with his martial soul behind him. A massive surge of dark energy coalesced around the twin blades, its overwhelming force causing a tremor in the martial souls of all present, save for Yilei and Song Yang. At this moment, the transformed Song Yang executed a maneuver that left Yulei astounded. Conventionally, when a beast martial soul master activates their martial soul transformation, they meld into a singular form, adopting the appearance of their martial soul, an immutable state. Yet before them, Song Yang seamlessly transitioned from his martial soul form to a human shape. Now, with golden eyes and black hair, his figure was adorned in a magnificent golden armor, upon which rows of small, sharp spikes sprouted from the shoulders. The armor on his arms bore 2 razor-sharp bone blades, and a series of brilliant golden bone spikes extended from the nape of his neck down to his lumbar region. Furthermore, a 2-meter-long crocodilian tail materialized behind him, maintaining an air of regal authority. I possess a technique that is perfectly suited to counter yours. I wonder just how formidable your attack might be, Song Yang mused, tilting his head. Beneath the resplendent golden armor on his chest, a soul bone was prominently revealed. It was, astonishingly, a torso soul bone. Who would have thought that old Yang's fortune would be so exceptional as to acquire the rarest of all soul bones? The torso soul bone. Yulei raised his wrist and employed the soul beast detection device to scan Song Yang's body, eager to examine the 10,000-year-old torso soul bone. However, the results displayed on the screen left him utterly astonished. A 3-dimensional representation of a human figure flickered with 2 distinct hues. The arms glimmered with a dark light, signifying Song Yang's savage crocodile's rage right arm soul bone and the frightening wave-spinning teeth left arm soul bone. In contrast, the torso and left leg radiated a vibrant red light, indicating that within Song Yang resided 4 soul bones, 2 from 10,000 years and 2 from 100,000 years. Presently, Song Yang was poised to unleash one of the 4 formidable skills associated with the 200,000-year soul bones, the dragon roar of the soul-eating magic whale torso soul bone skill. Dragon soul roar whale break. An overwhelming pressure emanating from a 100,000-year soul beast was instantaneously unleashed, the intense fluctuation destabilizing the soul skills that the dual blade man was channeling, as if they were on the verge of collapsing into nothingness. Chapter 355. The Golden Crocodile King realizing the dire situation. The dual blade man abruptly ceased his accumulation of the 6th soul skill. As his dual blades descended, 2 black demonic dragons surged forth, imbued with terrifying dark soul power. Witnessing this, Song Yang unleashed the skill from his 100,000-year torso soul bone, summoning a colossal, ethereal whale behind him, which collided with the 2 black demonic dragons in an instant. The force of the impact obliterated everything in the vicinity. And soon the dual blade man beheld with disbelief as his 2 black demonic dragons were devoured by the immense phantom whale, dissipating all the dark soul power. How could this be? My 6th soul skill is my most potent attack, capable of slaying deities and dragons.